Every time I eat a meal, the fire in my body will grow stronger by 1 point, then temper my body, and transform it. But it has been a month since I crossed here, and I have been fleeing all the time, but I have never had a full meal. As I walked to an abandoned post station and prepared to go in for a search, I saw a man with a scarred face rushing out, his eyes gleaming with greed, staring straight at me from behind. Behind me were a grandfather and grandson, who had been walking with me a few days ago, but we had never spoken and did not even know each other's names. The scar-faced man licked his lips and said to me, "Brother, it's none of your business, we just want that child." At this moment, another person emerged from behind the tree about 10 steps away, holding a long stick, forming a pincer attack. These two men clearly had planned this in advance. I said weakly, "Give me a share." "Okay." The scar-faced man immediately agreed and, holding a broken wooden stick, moved forward to grab someone. Heavens! The old man protected his grandson behind him, then let out a mournful cry and rushed towards the scar-faced man, ignoring the stick strikes, and tightly hugged the scar-faced man's waist. "Child, run!" Fearless of death. For a moment, the scar-faced man couldn't do anything to this old man. "Grandpa," the thin and weak child spoke, unexpectedly in a girl's voice. She did not run away, but instead hoarsely tried to help. "Get out of the way." I took 2 steps forward, holding a stick, blocking the girl in front. Looking back, I saw that the scar-faced man was indeed strong, and after a few struggles, he straddled the old man, tightly gripping the old man's neck with both hands. "Ha ha, I've got him. Hurry up and hit his head." The scar-faced man shouted at me in a frenzy. I seized the opportunity and struck Scarface's head with a stick. This blow used up almost all my strength, making me dizzy and unsteady on my feet. Scarface staggered and then fell to the side. His accomplice had already rushed over, but seeing me suddenly turn the tables, holding a stick in my hand but not knowing what to do, he looked confused. "Go away!" I gasped heavily, shouted at the person, then took a step forward. Killing Scarface is a trick. I really don't have the strength to kill another person. The two of us quickly caught up, and the remaining man really didn't dare to chase. He staggered to his companion's body, cried twice, and couldn't help but lick his tongue. "Brother, you smell so good." After another half day, I was almost exhausted, with only a bit of determination left. "Eat." The old man saw me slowing down and took out half a piece of bread from his pocket. I looked at the old man, only to see his sparse beard and sunken cheeks, clearly on the verge of death. "If I can't make it, please take care of this child." "Young man." The old man's lips cracked, squeezing out a pitiful smile, pleading, "Even if it doesn't work out, don't let anyone eat it." I took the cake, ignoring the child's hopeful gaze, and swallowed it bite by bite. Even the crumbs were sucked into my mouth. Then I grabbed a handful of snow, feeling a bit stronger, and took a step forward. By evening, we found a dilapidated temple, made a fire, and the three of us squeezed together to rest. By daybreak, we walked a bit further and saw a city wall at the end of the main road ahead, with many low, flat houses under the wall, where the poor people who lived nearby made a living. There was also a porridge shed, where 6 or 7 bailiffs were supervising the distribution of porridge, and if there were disaster victims fighting over it, they would be whipped harshly. Seeing a way out, I and the old man exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of escaping death. We then lined up, waited for a while, and each received a bowl of porridge. "Young man, what are your plans?" The old man drank the hot porridge and felt a bit stronger. I shook my head. The world is difficult, and without any skills to rely on, other than selling oneself as a slave, is there any other way out? Although I can read and do calculations, no one would hire a refugee of unknown origin as an accountant. There's always a way. Being a slave or a servant is better than freezing or starving to death. The old man sighed and said, "I'm surnamed Jiang. We'll take care of each other in the future." The two were talking, preparing to ask the tooth lady if there was a way out, when they saw a carriage coming out of the city, and a handsome and feminine young man jumped out of the carriage, behaving quite frivolously, with a face that seemed to be powdered, and a greasy fragrance wafted over when the cold wind blew. Several catchers stepped forward to please, calling out Manager Yang. The Manager Yang held a stove in his hand, exchanged a few pleasantries with the catchers, and then the catchers struck the bronze gong, loudly shouting, "The Young Mansion is recruiting several young scholars. Those who can read, come forward." Upon hearing this, many disaster-stricken people with straw hats surged forward. Me, sir, I can read." A middle-aged man with a full beard stepped forward. "Get lost." The steward Young kicked up, raised his orchid finger and scolded, "Can't you understand human language? I want a book, boy. Don't you see how old you are?" Sure enough, no one dared to respond for a while. Reading and recognizing characters is not an easy task. It's already good enough for ordinary people to recognize a few big characters. The steward Yang saw that no one spoke up, so he said again, "It's fine if you can't read, just pick the younger ones. Make them stand up straight, and let me have a look. If they are chosen, they will live a good life." I watched coldly and felt that something was not right, so I did not step forward. The steward Yang, wearing a cloak, walked into the crowd of refugees, approached each one to size them up, pinched the arms of those he found pleasing, patted their bottoms, and checked their teeth. Soon, the steward came to the young man and reached out to lift the young man's chin to take a look. "The frame is a bit big. What's your name? How old are you?" The young man said. "My name is Lu DeBeo, 16 years old. Sir, I have been picking up manure since I was young. Strong and hard-working. You are a bit older, but you can manage." Yang the steward covered his nose, seeming to dislike the smell on the young man, then nodded. "You seem clever enough. I'll give you a chance." Lu DeBeo wiped away his tears, knowing that he could survive. He was about to kneel down to give thanks when his clothes were grabbed by someone. "What's wrong? Sir, I don't know you." Lu DeBeo was puzzled. "Young man." The old man raised his hand, closed his eyes, exhaled white breath. "This is not selling oneself. It's about selling one's body. You need to think more about it. There are many opportunities to survive in Songhua Prefecture now. Young people should endure some hardships and not go astray. You old man, meddling in other people's business and talking nonsense." Before Lu DeBeo could respond, Yang, the steward, became impatient, strode forward, kicked the old man over, and angrily said, "What's wrong with selling one's body? Look down on those who sell their bodies? Can't even survive. We didn't say we look down on you. We just need to make it clear to the younger generation. That's the rule." The old man fell to the ground, extremely weak, but he didn't beg for mercy. "You just look down on those who sell their bodies, left and right. Beat him for me." Yang, in charge, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing his finger, angrily scolded. Why did the founding emperor of the previous dynasty keep his experience as a beggar? Let me tell you. That's because the founding emperor of the previous dynasty also sold his body before he gained power. Do you still dare to look down on those who sell their bodies? You want to sell but have nowhere to sell. Followed by the entourage went forward, kicked the old man, really to the death. Every one of the stragglers on the sidelines were numb and just stared. Soon, the old man no sound, aside from the constable as did not see the general, but also with that Yang steward climbed up, and harmony. Hot blood flowed out of the old man's head and face, melting into the broken snow. Like a field of broken plums. The world is hard. Demons are everywhere. Yet there are still people who hold on to their last shred of conscience. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The old man died. The victims here even more numb. A time outside the city on the open space was very quiet. Steward Yang was very proud of himself, took out the small bronze mirror and looked at it, then looked at Lu DeBeo. Sell or not? Steward Yang didn't hide it anymore. Lu DeBeo cowardly. Look at the ground has died the old man. And look at the young steward. To see the face of the people have impatience, then hurriedly knelt down. Bitter, sell, sell, sell. As long as you can live. Sell what are willing. Steward Young flicked his finger and smiled, and then looked at the crowd of stragglers, going up to inspect them. Clearly one ditch was not enough, and he wanted to find a few more in the best of the best. The older ones are all skipped, only to see if there is a handsome young man. However, most of the victims are thin and out of shape, but also barely see a rough. That steward Young turned around and picked out a few more. Then came to Meng Yuan. Bone phase looks okay, is dirty, cannot see the beauty and ugliness. Steward Yang put his hands together in his sleeves and said, grab a handful of snow and rub your face. Let me take a look. Not for sale. Meng Yuan returned directly. Bah! Fake innocence. You can't even find a place to sell if you want to. Steward Yang poo-pooed the ground, gathered 7 or 8 teenagers, and said a few words to the constables, and then hurriedly left in the car. The few constables also no longer care. Back to the porridge shed under the fire to go, as if nothing happened. The world is silent, and the occasional child whimpering makes it all the more lonely and desolate. Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow rubbing his face, and then came to the old man in front of him, kneeling down on one knee to try the nose, and touched the neck, clearly dead through. He was wondering if he could find a magistrate to place him, when he heard someone poo-poo. Meng Yuan looked up, only to see a woman in a tattered flower jacket leaning against the wall at the mouth of the ugly alley, spitting out melon peels. The woman, with an average appearance and dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the carriages driving into the city gates and said in a bad mood, it's hard in a disaster year, so it's just a matter of a stealing a S business, and a man coming to steal at S business too. What a world! Bah! Obviously, this woman is not a disaster victims, probably is the alley of the dark prostitution and so on, only she should not be very high. Those who like the rabbit master, think is not to the dark alley to seek pleasure. is to rob the business that cannot be accurate. Sister. Meng Yuan sat on the snowy ground, and only when he saw the woman look over did he ask, "Dare I ask if there is a worn-out cooler that can't be used in my sister's house?" The woman smiled at her words, and while getting high on melon seeds, she said, "In this freezing weather, what good is a cool mat? Sister's house has hot water to warm her body," said she, also winking, "but unfortunately the appearance is general. Also will not dress up, do not see the flirtatious, but some funny. When a person dies and goes into the ground, without a coffin there's at least a cooler to wrap his body and cover his face." Meng Yuan bowed his head and begged. When the woman heard this, she saw that the teenager was dressed in rags and bloat, with frostbite on his hands, and his face was withered and in a wretched state. So she asked, "What is he to you?" "I don't know him. They are all bitter people who fled the country. He died for a word of justice. It can't be hung out to dry." Meng Yuan returned. The woman pooh-poohed and turned back toward the alley, still spitting melon rinds as she did so. "Looking for something from me? Haven't you ever heard of a being heartless?" Meng Yuan was not discouraged, and lifted his breath, seeking out a few constables who were roasting under the kanji hut. "Master differential." Arching his hand and saluting, Meng Yuan then said, "Just now Steward Yang killed someone. Dare I ask what to do about it?" "What?" A bearded constable looked Meng Yuan up and down, his hand pressed against the knife at his waist in defense. "You want justice? Don't dare." Meng Yuan arched his hand covered in frostbite and said, "It's just that it's freezing cold, and this place is chaotic and cluttered, so I'm afraid that more and more victims will gather. If we don't care about the dead, there might be an epidemic. It's not a big deal for some victims to die, but since a few officials are here on business, it's hard to avoid disturbing the officials' cleanliness. Therefore, I have come to ask you if there are any mass graves or righteous villages nearby, so that I can drag them to take care of them." "You're a good boy. There's a mass grave half a mile to the southwest." The constable, seeing that it was a man who had come to sell his good fortune, and that he spoke in an organized manner, loosened his grip on the knife. "I really don't have the strength, so please put another bowl of kanji to eat." Meng Yuan made a small request. "The porridge is long gone." The constable glanced at Meng Yuan, touched his money bag, and impatiently said, "Enough for you to get another person to help. Go." He threw out a dozen or so coins, then looked at the other constable and said, "What exactly did they say up there? What about the victims? I came here to provide disaster relief, not to mention the lack of dispersal silver. I still have to pay out." Copper plates were scattered on the ground. Meng Yuan bent down, picking them up one by one before arching his hand again and returning to that corpse. "This world." Old Uncle Jiang also came over. He seemed to want to say something but just said, "I'll give you a hand." "Good." Meng Yuan grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed away the bloodstains on the dead man's face, revealing a vicissitude's old face. "Here." Just then, the woman who had returned earlier came back, with a broken cooler under her arm and a cake cupped in one hand, then threw a piece of it in front of Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan hurriedly caught the cooler and covered the dead man's body, and tucked in the biscuits, saying gratefully, "Sister's great kindness will be repaid in the coming day." All right, and Thanksgiving in return. You men only shiver for a moment and speak the truth." The woman waved her hand, and got high on melon seeds, and smiled. "If you really have a conscience, when you're settled down in the future, you can come to Auspicious Lane to whore with me a few times a month, and that's better than anything else. Remember, my name is Sister Flower. Don't whore out the wrong person." Meng Yuan thanked him again and again, breaking the cake into two and distributing it to Old Man Jiang, who in turn distributed half of it to his granddaughter. The three of them wolfed it down and grabbed another handful of snow to smooth their throats. Meng Yuan did not dare to wait for a long time, for fear that the body is stiff and not good to move. Hurriedly wrapped in a cooler, and Jiang Old Man together to carry to the mass grave. Freezing and starving for a long time, the two people are not enough energy. Half a mile of land is enough to spend an hour to arrive. Snow cold, the soil has frozen solid, there is no digging utensils at hand. Meng Yuan simply pull out a piece of snow, will be put down, and looking for gravel to cover up, right as a grave. The world is a tough place, and there's only so much you can do. When I returned to the city gates, I saw that there seemed to be more stragglers. Let's go eat something first. Meng Yuan looked at old Uncle John's granddaughter who was already unable to walk, so he voiced a suggestion. "I don't have any money," Old Man Ginger said. Meng Yuan reached out, took out a handful of copper coins, and laughed. "The official rewarded us. It's our reward for moving the corpse." Nor did he wait for old Uncle Jiang to speak. Meng Yuan glanced toward the several ugly alleys under the city wall, avoiding the auspicious alleys, and headed in. In the year of disaster, food is expensive. Even asked a few stalls, and finally chose a home to sell hot tofu. 6 cents a bowl. Meng Yuan asked for 2 big bowls, A small bowl. After paying the money first, the stall owner copied the sea bowl, lifted the lid of the pot, plucked out 2 large blocks of tofu, then scraped some salt from the salt brick, scooped a large spoonful of chive blossom sauce, drizzled 2 drops of sesame oil, and finally added a spoonful of hot soup. Tofu hot, chive sauce spicy, both mixed, cold winter to a bowl, really is the supreme flavor. Gulp, even the bottom of the bowl ate a clean. The coldness was instantly dispelled. Meng Yuan's head was hot, warm from the inside out. The whole person also finally came to life. I'm comfortable with this meal, but I still don't know where the next one is, so it's time to find a way to survive. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Selling Yourself. Chapter 3, Selling Yourself. People have the will to rush to the sky, and they can't get through unless they are lucky. It's been a month since Meng Yuan crossed over here, and he's been on the run, frozen without a full meal. I don't know much about this world, but just the other day when I was burning a book to keep warm in a broken mansion, I realized that the text was the same as in my previous life, but the dynastic history was different. This is called the Kingdom of Qing, which was founded nearly 500 years ago and is now in a state of turmoil. In this world, there are Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist great powers, demons that devour a city, and the unrivaled sword immortal. Meng Yuan traveled across. There is nothing to rely on, just a strange essence fire exists in the body, and do not know exactly where it is, but as long as you store the thought, you will be able to feel it. Because of these days are on the run. Weak body strength weak. The essence of the fire actually feed their own, but its momentum is also getting smaller and smaller, has retreated into a star point of fire. Now that he had eaten a hot tofu, his body was hot and the fire had grown slightly. This essence flame is closely related to oneself. As long as it is fine, the essence flame will be able to draw nutrients from its diet and slowly grow. I just don't know how big this essence flame can be raised to, and I don't know what utility it will have then. But Meng Yuan knows that nowadays everything is difficult, and he needs to seek a mouthful of food first, and then he can consider the matter of raising the essence fire. Opening a bowl is still not as good as weaving a mat and peddling. Meng Yuan sighed, and seeing that elder Uncle Zheng's grandparents and grandchildren were still stuffing their faces, he simply picked up the empty sea bowl and begged the stall owner to renew the bowl of hot water used to cook the tofu. Holding the bowl and sipping the hot water, Meng Yuan climbed into conversation with the vendor. Nowadays, there is no skill, no distant relatives, no silver money, and the 3 less teenagers are still not willing to sell their ditch. This place is called Songgafu, adjacent to the Tsanglong River. The water transportation is prosperous. May be able to go to the dock to get a short job, but a little inquiring to know. This year, less rain, Songlong River water level drop. Winter is not much to go boat. The work is even less. There are not enough jobs for the locals to share, and the Chow gang is not recruiting. So if a stranger takes on a private job, a beating will be considered a light punishment. As for eating military rations, you still have to pay before you can do so. After thanking the shopkeeper, Meng Yuan went out of the alley with elder Uncle Zheng's grandparents and grandchildren, and together they headed for the city gates. Outside the city gate there is an open space. Many people have their heads stuck in withered grass, and there are also a lot of people asking questions. The first to be picked off were naturally the craftsmen and young laborers, followed by women and children. The old and sick were never wanted. Selling children and slaving for wives is everywhere, and this is a different time of the year. The rich, dental firms and the government collusion. Most of the sale of the body cannot sell the price, not to mention, or a lifelong contract of sale of the body. The year of disaster is hard, and the people are like grass, by and large. Do you want a woman? Pay and go. A man-at-arms pulled Meng Yuan back. Man, I'm also out for sale, so you see clearly, Meng Yuan said. So are you selling it for $2 in silver? I'm cheaper than pork? What did you expect? Meng Yuan was speechless. Seeing this, old Uncle Zheng pulled Meng Yuan and comforted him. Let's not be in a hurry, old man. I have a family heirloom, so I'll be able to find a job. When asked, it turned out that the so-called craft of Zheng's old uncle, in fact, is geldings, that is, geldings of pigs, sheep, chickens and ducks. He also knew how to select horses and heal livestock. It does qualify as a craftsman. I thought it would be best for the 3 of us to be together, so we can take care of each other. Old Uncle Zheng was very sincere. Meng Yuan thought about it and thought that this world is too remote to copy poems and books. So why not just learn a craft from Zheng Laohua first? If you can de-emphasize the cattle and sheep today, how do you know you can't de-emphasize the world in the future? The 2 of them talked it over, grabbed a handful of snow to wash their faces, and together they sought out a dental hygienist. In today's world, your geldings are not popular, and you're dragging your family along, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sell them at a good price. This tooth woman is obviously used to doing once up on the bluff to pressure the price, and then pulled Meng Yuan toward the corner, said, "Little Langjun handsome, let me measure your work. If the capital is enough, the nobles rush to want it." As she spoke, the toothy woman actually touched down. Daching to military state. The people's style is tough. The status of women is also high. The head of the show is a common thing, and even raise the head of the face is also there. Meng Yuan was terrified, did not expect to just keep the ditch. Another thing was missed. He hurried to protect the crotch, which barely kept his innocence. Come on. No luck. The tooth woman didn't force herself, and led Meng Yuan to a cottage yard, and before she entered the house, the tooth woman shouted, "Mr. Lu, there's an old geld and a small geld who can also take care of oxen and horses. There's an old geld and a young geld here who can also take care of oxen and horses, and they're all clamoring for them outside, so I've asked them to wait and give you a test first." When he lifted the thick curtain, he saw a middle-aged man in a long shirt sitting by a fireplace, and 6 or 7 other people standing. There is a thick iron pot on the stove, in which tofu and pickles are fragrant. The middle-aged man chucked a block of hot tofu and took a sip of hot wine before looking over and asking, "Ever served cattle and horses? Have you tended deer and sheep?" "Took care of it all, and can cut deer blood. I've raised cows and sheep, tended horses, delivered babies and mated them, and seen to their illnesses. We've lived with livestock since we were kids. We're also used to neutering pigs and goats." Seeing that this man was very dignified, old Uncle Jiang bent over and boasted. The middle-aged man was non-committal, only picking at the hot tofu in the pot, while another donkey-faced man opened his mouth to ask a few questions about the care of the cows after giving birth. Old Man Kong answered each and every one of them. Seeing the donkey-faced man nod his head, the middle-aged man then asked again, "These two are with you? Back to your lordship's words." "Exactly." Old Uncle Jiang bent over, squeezed out a smile, and respectfully said, "This is my granddaughter, and this is my granddaughter-in-law who is engaged to be married. This child is also capable. He has been picking dung since he was a child. He can endure hardships." This is what Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jiang discussed, talking about the three as a family. When the old one has a craft, the young one is in the prime of life. The girl may look like a burden, but she can tie up the adults, and she can't eat a lot of rice and grain, and she can make the main family feel at ease. And these days the poor girl married early, so early betrothal is common. The difference between men and women a few years, and even more than a dozen years is unusual. Then sign the deed of peace and sale, and from now on you will go to work in the princess's pastoral farm, and you will not be short of food and drink. The middle-aged man really answered. The tooth woman hurriedly took out the 3 documents of selling her body. The old geldings are $5, the young geldings are $3, and the girls are $2. We are all conscientious people. There is no such price outside. The 3 talents sold 1 or 2 silver? Meng Yuan was shocked, and hurriedly took over the paperwork to see, or lifetime contract of sale, just short of filling in the name and drawing a pledge. The situation is stronger than the people, and this is the way it is done outside. People are determined to eat the displaced people. If we delay for 2 more days, there will be more victims and it will be even harder to make a living. But Meng Yuan still feel outrageous. This world, you say bat it. People Wang Fei did find a dental firm, is in accordance with the rules of work, you say not bat it. 3 people to sell 1 or 2 silver, all chopped up according to the price of pork sale, are more than this money. Don't look at the small amount of silver, but we are going to the princess's ranch, when the food and shelter are not worried, and there is monthly silver to take. The princess treats her subordinates with the greatest generosity, so go and ask around. How many people would like to go there but can't? Seeing Meng Yuan's incredulous look, the tooth woman hurriedly calmed him down. Little geldings, if you miss this village, you won't find this store again. Noble people, please still let us, the 3 of us, confer and discuss. Old Uncle Jiang sighed and pulled his granddaughter and Meng Yuan outside. After leaving the door, both Old Man Jiang and Meng Yuan couldn't speak. Grandpa, pawn me off first, and then think of a way to redeem me later. That little granddaughter grabbed the hem of old Uncle Jiang's coat and tilted her dirty little face. At this age, Grandpa doesn't have much later. He only hopes to be by your side and see you for 2 more years. Old Uncle Jiang smiled kindly, and then looked at Meng Yuan, saying, "Thank you for your help along the way. There's nothing to repay. If you want to find another way, I'll give you the money I got from selling my body, and I might be able to make a name for myself. When the time comes, I just hope you can come and see this child more often and help. Old uncle has not trusted me too much." Meng Yuan laughed helplessly. "You're a good man, I can tell." Old Uncle Jiang said, "It's better to stay together. Everyone helps each other out. There's always a day when you get ahead." Meng Yuan pinched the boy's cheeks. When he returned to the house, he took out 3 instruments of sale and recorded his name and place of origin. Old Uncle John's first name is Zhang Xuanyo, and he is 53 years old. That little girl's name was Zhang Tang, and she was only 11 years old. Meng Yuan is his real name, aged 16. Each of the three drew their own pledges, and the tooth wife of the dental firm and the middle-aged man also made their payments. Meng Yuan has since sold himself to the royal family and become the personal slave of the princess. In the future, unless the princess releases him, he will have to work as a gelding smith for the rest of his life and cut off his balls for the rest of his life. Things are over. The middle-aged man touched out the broken silver. The tooth woman from the satchel took out a small arbiter weighing. Let the middle-aged man look at the scale star. Our rules are 10 draw 1, each side of the money. Meng Yuan took the $9 of silver that he got, and couldn't help but think that this world was actually blameless even if he went to sell ditches. The three of you are truly blessed. The tooth wife facilitated the deal, got her commission, and was happy and smiling. Meng Yuan, three people are displaced and lost their homes, and now sold themselves into slavery. Listening to this, only to feel extraordinarily ironic. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Learning the Art. Chapter 4 Learning the Art. It is not a shame to come from a humble background, it is a husband to be able to give and take. Things have come to this point, then there is no need to say more. Only need to bend the body to keep points. Contain the essence of the fire. In order to wait for the time of day, there will always be the day of the head. Chief Lu. Then I'll leave first. The donkey-faced man fawned and bowed towards the middle-aged man, taking Meng Yuan and the three of them out of the door with him. He straightened his back. I'm the head of the Zhuang of the herding village, surnamed Li. From now on, you'll be following me. Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said a few good words, while riding on a donkey cart, driven by a young man with a knife. The five of them went out of the door and did not enter the city, but only circled around the long wall and headed west. Wheels crushing snow. Meng Yuan and Jiang old uncle see Li Zhuantou cold, then also not rashly climbed. Stop. After walking for a while, Li Zhuantou suddenly shouted to stop, got out of the car and brought back a handful of steaming balls of dung from under the donkey's ass, carefully put them on the car, and also reprimanded the young man driving the car. Li Dabia, why did I give birth to such a loser like you? If I hadn't seen it, wouldn't this dung have been thrown away for nothing? Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jian looked at each other in disbelief, and even the little girl Jiang Tang was bewildered beyond belief. The north wind was tight, the snow was slippery, and after traveling about 40 miles, when the sky had wiped out the darkness, he finally arrived at the Makwang. The village is vast, with several sheds, and the cold wind brings the stench of composted manure. From time to time, there are cows and sheep bleating, yelling deer, just in time for dinner. Meng Yuan and the three of them all mixed bowls of hot paste. The trio was placed in the former old veterinarian's quarters, next to the cattle pen, with a fenced yard and two broken thatched rooms full of farm implements. The bedding was old and filled with hay, which was a little snaggy, but warm. Li Zhuantou tomorrow morning to check the ability. You are ready, and don't go out at night. The dogs don't bolt at night. Meng Yuan, three people to lead the way is a big head of the man, called Zhao Big Head. People really vary. Also live in the cattle barn next. Thanks for telling me. Old Uncle John climbed into a conversation with Big Head Zhao and asked about the main family. It turns out that the princess has several farms, all dowry private property. This pastoral farm is one of them. The ranch has wide pastures and two large mountains, which are very vast. Wang Fei also benevolent, very good. Pastoral Zhuang nearby villagers can go into the mountains to collect firewood hunting. Come to pastoral Zhuang mating also do not charge money. And the main reason why Meng Yuan and his trio were able to enter the manor was because the old veterinarian of the herding village was toppled by a deer. Meng Yuan and old Uncle John were sort of relieved to hear these words and know that they were indispensable. I've been on the run for a long time, and now I'm finally settling down. Two broken thatched rooms. Jiang Tang lives in one. Meng Yuan and Jiang Laobo live in one. Old Uncle Jiang relaxed his heart at this moment and began to tell Meng Yuan about the learning of geldings. Why do you need to castrate these? If you don't castrate, the males will either fight or arch their asses, the females will pass urine and make a mess. I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do, so I don't know what to do, but as long as they are de-stressed, the meat is not turgid, they grow faster, and even their temperament is tame. Meng Yuan listened to these words, always felt that those who were casually traded in the stragglers is like being depotentialized, but if there were more stragglers, the momentum would have grown and swept through the area. On the second day, the rooster crowed 3 times. And Meng Yuan and the three of them had just gotten up when Big Head Zhao came looking for them. I thought immediately have to work. I did not expect to go to the dining hall to eat first, and still thin porridge and salted food. Ordinary tenant farmers do not have this treatment. In the past, the princess came to the manor and saw the hard work of the manor folk before setting the 3-meal system. Zhuantou Li deducted some at most, but didn't dare to miss a meal. Big Head Zhao whispered. After eating, Big Head Zhao took Old Man Jiang and Meng Yuan with him to the pigsty. Zhuangzi mainly raised cattle, sheep and deer, is sold outside. There are also some chickens and ducks, output for the royal family to eat. The pig is not raised much, is to the people of the manor to eat on New Year's Day. When he came to the pigsty, Zhao Daoda took out a worn leather bag clip, the old veterinarian's gadgets. Opening it up, there was a coil of fine thread and 2 needles. Most conspicuous were 2 knives, both a palm's length, one with a narrow blade, the other slightly wider. The small knife is for castrating chickens and ducks. Pigs and sheep have to use this handle. Old Uncle Jiang drenched the water and sharpened the knife while teaching Meng Yuan what he had learned. After sharpening the knife in 3 strokes, he went into the pigsty. The pigsty is divided into several pens, but there are not many pigs. This time 2 sows were born together, a total of 17 piglets. Old Uncle Jiang took Meng Yuan, circled around the pigsty, and lifted up the 2 little piglets to look at them, causing the old sow to gasp. It's usually best to go under the knife when it's half a month old. If it's a month or 2 later, you might have to get stitches. Elder Jiang was very old-fashioned, and asked Meng Yuan to fetch a basin of fresh water and bring it in, and to carry some firewood. After a while, Li Zhuangtou and his son Li Dabiao came, and only then did Meng Yuan light the firewood. And Old Man Jiang took the geld and put the fire on the prairie. Meng Yuan grabbed a small black piglet from the circle, then sat on a stool and, as taught by Old Uncle Jiang, lifted the piglet upside down by its 2 hind legs, and clamped his knees around its head and front legs, exposing the pig's butt. Old Uncle Jiang touched the piglet's buttocks, hooped the bulge with 1 hand, and then undercut the knife to make 2 fingernail-sized cuts, followed by a squeeze, and the ball slipped out, pulling outward to cut the spermatic cord. The 2 eggs were thrown into a basin of clear water, and Old Uncle Jiang grabbed a handful of grass ash and pasted it on the piglet's wound, followed by 2 pats, and it was done. He was steady and fast with his knife, and his movements were so consistent that the little piglet only wailed 3 or 4 times, and then he was already depowered. There's really something. Li Zhuangtou often look after the Zhuangzi, obviously know some of the way. As soon as he saw Jiang Xuan have moved the knife, he knew that it was a style of people. He also pointed to Meng Yuan, said, "Boy, you have not yet left the master, but cannot be idle. You have to go to work in the barn. Big head, you've arranged it. Work to eat. Know what?" Li Dabiao glared at Meng Yuan. After saying his words, Li Zhuangtou and his father and son did not look at each other anymore and got up to leave. Seeing the Zhuangtou's approval, Jiang Xuanyou was a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Zhao Daodu and whispered, "This Zhuangtou looks like he's not a bad person." Zhao Daodu poo-pooed a mouthful to the ground without saying anything, again as if he had. Meng Yuan again grabbed a piglet, this time as a small sow. Castration method is different. Jiang Old Man also under the knife very stable and very fast, while giving Meng Yuan detailed explanation. It was obvious that he was genuinely teaching. In less than 2/4 of an hour, 15 piglets were castrated and the remaining 2 were kept for breeding. Flush! The clear water in that water basin had long since become blood, and strings of the stuff floated around, and Old Man Jiang was very satisfied. According to the rules of the gelders, after the work, in addition to receiving some hard money, the eggs removed also belonged to the gelders. But in the end, the person has been sold to the farm. Want money naturally cannot, but the eggs can be collected. After washing his hands, Old Man Jiang fished out the eggs in the water basin, found a bamboo skewer to put them on, and put them on the wood fire to roast. After a short while of baking, he handed Meng Yuan the baked eggs that were bubbling with oil and said with a smile, "What you eat makes up for what you have. You're young, you can grow a bit more if you eat it, and you're guaranteed to have a lot of children in the future. Eat it while it's hot." Having not tasted meat for a long time, Meng Yuan took it, and although he felt that it was extremely fishy, he still bit on it. No salt seasoning, fishy smell heavier, closed his eyes and made a vicious, "Do not dare to chew." A brain swallowed. Meng Yuan instantly realized that after these things entered his stomach, a strand of nutrients was taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame, which was originally like a candle seedling, had even grown slightly by a few points. It seems like I still have to eat meat, when I nourish my body, and the essence fire takes in more nutrients in the future. It will grow even faster. So what will happen then? Meng Yuan thought silently. A month has passed and it is late winter. Because Jiang Old Uncle taught seriously, Meng Yuan geld cutting skills learned extremely fast, and now can personally operate the knife. Meng Yuan did not have the pain of freezing and starving. These days did not eat any serious meat, but ate a lot of sheep eggs and cow eggs. The body has been greatly improved, and the essence fire in the body slowly grows, and has the size of a face basin. People are also more and more energetic, and their strength is not only much greater, but also seems to be inexhaustible. This is the outstanding appearance of Mang Yuan better people, coupled with practical and capable, easy to speak. In addition to livestock do not give a good face. The old women and young women are willing to talk to Mang Yuan on a few words. The head of the son of the bank Li Dabiao's daughter-in-law also secretly threw winks to the Mang Yuan. Before the chickens crowed, Mang Yuan woke up in the morning prime, got up and hit the well water, and wiped his body before he was able to wash away the dry heat. In 2 more years, Tonger will be fine when she grows up. Old Uncle Jiang also woke up. He was the one who came over and clearly wanted to make the marriage work. At this time, Jiang Tang knocked on the door outside, then pushed open a crack and drilled in a head, leaving his body outside, saying, "Grandpa, I grew up early. Brother, why are you bathing in the morning again? Be careful of getting cold." This girl is still a little thin, but in the end raised a month. The face gradually moisturized some, eyes are very dynamic. Recently, Mang Yuan taught her how to read and write as soon as she was free, but the girl only wanted to do some sewing, so she didn't learn seriously. Mang Yuan said that he didn't want to marry someone who couldn't read, so she finally put her heart into it. Jiang Tang now looked at Mang Yuan and happily said, "I've washed the clothes you changed out of, and I've sewn up the socks and put them under your pillow." Mang Yuan glared at her, and this girl hurriedly closed the door and ran away. For this kind of yellow hair girl, Mang Yuan was not interested. However, after a long day in the manor, he was more and more interested in the princess. Wang Fei is the sequel to the king of the letter, married for 8 years, did not give birth to a son and a half-daughter, now only 24 years old. I heard that the princess national color, noble birth, this is not down to the renewal of the string. Is the emperor pointed to the marriage? Cutting the eggs for the crown princess every day, but you haven't even seen her face. Mang Yuan sighed. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Brother, it's time for morning work. Not a moment later, a man shouted from outside. This man is the son of Zhao de Daodu, named Tai Nyo, also in the barn to do labor. Mang Yuan like him simple and honest. He is very care of him, and sometimes will share him a sheep's egg to eat. So the relationship is very good. Every day called Mang Yuan a piece of work. Mang Yuan went out the door and went with Tai Nyo to the cowhouse. There was not much work to be done in the winter, just shoveling manure, drinking water and adding grass, and very little remaining chores. After all, winter was a time of leisure, and the fields did not need to be tended. But that Li Zhuantou was really inappropriate people, cannot allow others to rest for a moment. He saw Mang Yuan can do. They make efforts to send work, in addition to geld sheep geld cattle, shoveling feces guillotine grass, leveling the soil snow, almost on behalf of the daughter-in-law slept with him. And even the ginger old man, this kind of Zhuangli unique veterinarian, cannot be idle. As long as the Zhuangli nothing, was sent to the nearby villages to do private work, but also let his second son to follow. Got the money all to his second son. Even Jiang Tang such children, but also with the Zhuang women to weave the same number of straw bamboo baskets. And woven also belonged to his eldest son Li Dabiao sale. 3 meals a day never meet star, but also often deducted. Sell manure in the manor. Chickens and piglets are also sold outside. Can be described as both stingy and greedy. A group of Zhuang people also cannot. That Li Zhuang head is accompanied by the princess married to the old man, but also on the king's house of Lu. His father and son in the manor is really a hand in the sky. After working for more than an hour, the people washed themselves a little before going to the dining hall for breakfast. Jiang Tang was already waiting. She touched out 2 dry jujubes and wanted to give them to Mang Yuan, but was glared back by Mang Yuan. After eating, Mang Yuan is talking to Tai Nyo about the skills of pulling eggs. Just to hear the urgent sound of the gong outside, is to convene the people of the village. When they arrived in front of the manor's lobby, they saw a carriage and 2 other guards on horseback. 2 little maids came down from the carriage first, and finally the main man. The person was wearing a light-colored cloak. The edge of the hood set a circle of white fox fur, both hands gathered in the sleeves. The appearance of a pretty, about 20 years old or so, standing straight, looking around the people. Miss Xuanmei, why are you here? Wasn't it always Chief Lu in previous years? The usual yelling head of Li Zhuang hailed forward to curry favor. Mang Yuan had heard of this woman. She was a capable maid beside the princess and was favored by her. Just by looking at this person's body and style, he didn't look like a maid at all, but like a proper master. The New Year's festival is approaching, and the princess ordered me to take a look. Seeking Plum's voice was as tranquil as a snowy plum as she stepped towards the lobby. Li Zhuantou hurriedly followed in, and the rest of the Zhuangmin did not know what to do, so they stood outside stupidly. Mang Yuan saw clearly that this Miss Mei Xuanmei is 80% here to check the annual accounts. Sure enough, waited a while, then see Li Zhuang head out of the lobby, shouting people in to ask questions, but he no longer go in. And after the questioning out of the people, are happy. Li Zhuang head of the father and son's face is more and more ugly. After waiting for half an hour, Meng Yuan and old man Jiang, as well as Zhang Tang, actually got the chance to enter. The girl who was looking for plums had already removed her cloak and was looking at the account book in front of a short case, with her other hand still planning a plan. You guys are the new vets? Seeker May didn't even look up, only fiddling with her abacus as she asked the question. Back to your honorable words. Exactly. Meng Yuan replied. Have you been bullied and treated harshly on the estate? May asked again. Wang Fei treats us generously, and no one has bullied us. Meng Yuan had long wanted to over Li Zhuangto's father and son, but didn't just report it. In the view of Meng Yuan, that Li Zhuangto was afraid of early to do the account round, and even if the prosecution, but also as selling manure and chicken piglets small matter, to Li Zhuang head of the dowry family status, today is probably no danger. How much regular silver does the bank give you each month? Back to your honor. We're new to the manor for a month and haven't claimed it yet. Do you know if Makwang has used the name of the royal family to oppress the nearby villagers? We're new here, so we've never heard of it. See, you talk back eloquently. Read a book? Seek May raised his head, looked toward Meng Yuan, to see Meng Yuan dressed in rags, but it is difficult to hide the handsome aura, looked at two more eyes, before bending down again to count the accounts. I've read before and know a few words, Meng Yuan said. Can you do the math? Do the math? May Seeker asked again. Slightly read a few arithmetic scriptures. Meng Yuan returned. Today there are chickens and rabbits in the same cage. The top has 8 heads. The bottom has 26 feet. Ask the chickens and rabbits each geometry. Xuan made directly out of the examination question. This does not even need to break his fingers. Meng Yuan immediately had an answer, but made a thinking appearance. Paused for a few breaths before saying, but 5 rabbits, 3 chickens? That mason girl smiled slightly, with a few moments of appreciation, and said, Princess Wang is kind, and will not let her subordinates starve and freeze. You are a new stranger. Do a good job here, and there will always be a day to get ahead. Meng Yuan understands. This is to say that he can read and write and can count, is already the preparation of the superior servant, but because the status is too new, still have to wait a little longer. Thank you, Your Honor. Meng Yuan hurriedly thanked, but he just didn't know when he would be able to get a promotion. I'm not a noble. You and I are the same. We are just working for the crown princess. Seeking Plum seems to have a good impression of Meng Yuan. She takes out a small porcelain bottle. Labor is hard, but there will always be a time when you pick up a book again. It just so happens that I brought a bottle of frostbite cream. You cure frostbite on your hands. Thank you, Sister May. Meng Yuan stepped forward to receive it, having already changed his address, and was literally climbing up the pole. Seeking May beckoned. The little maid beside her took out 3 pieces of broken silver and distributed them to the 3 Meng Yuan. A light weighing, about 1 or 2 looks. No wonder the people who were questioned earlier were happy to go out. It turned out to be a reward money. The New Year's festival is approaching. This is what the princess ordered. Everyone has it. But you guys are new here. I gave some extra. Don't publicize it. Seeking May smiled. Seeing Meng Yuan's 3 people moved to tears and sniffles, before letting the 3 leave. Meng Yuan didn't get a chance to perform the lick, and he couldn't help but lose it. Out of the lobby, outside, Li Zhuangto's father and son were grimacing and glaring deathly at Meng Yuan and old Uncle Jiang. Old Uncle Jiang cackled in fear and whispered, We didn't say anything. Li Zhuangto waved his hand impatiently. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, but he had an insight in his heart. The sum searching for the plum personally issued the annual festival bounty silver, can be seen in order to prevent some people intercepted share of the profits, which can also show that the princess is not only benevolent, and will do things. It can be seen that the people above are good. It's all about the greed and cunning of the Li Zhuangto father and son below, and the execution is bad. Secondly, looking for plum isolation. Li Zhuang had father and son. Looking for Zhuang people inquired about the affairs of the Zhuang, is a detailed understanding of the pastoral Zhuang. There is no deception of the matter. Visible Wang Fei also know the following people virtues, is for the sake of preventing the slightest gradual change, a little to knock. Sure enough, after checking the accounts, searching for the plum girl and walked a few enclosures, and then they strictly ordered Li Zhuang had not to treat the people harshly, not to withhold food and drink, not to borrow the name of the royal family to cause trouble. Li Zhuangto father and son atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Baba responded, but wait for the search for the plum left, but laughed loudly, not at all to avoid people. Meng Yuan coldly watched, guessing that Li Zhuangto father and son must have committed more than just this small matter, which only a pass can not help but be smug. It's just that Meng Yuan didn't catch the handle either, so it's not good to bring them down. After a busy day, we wrapped up our work and returned to our lodgings. After a brief wash, Mang Yuan was pulled by Jiang Tang into her small thatched hut, with a lamp like a bean. The two of them sat side by side on a bench, and Mang Yuan wet his finger and wrote Jiang Tang's name on the broken table case. Jiang Tang did not learn very attentively, and after paddling along twice, he whispered, "That sister Mei Xuanmei is really pretty today. You will look even better than her." Mang Yuan pragmatic. This girl bottom is good, is slightly thin and weak, if properly nurtured, in a few years is probably a flower. Jiang Tang sniffed and lowered her head, her face reddening under the faint light was still visible. The shyness of the yellow-haired girl is certainly simple and lovely, but also really let life not half a point to tease the heart. Brother, how does this work? Jiang Tang fished out a small porcelain bottle. This was the frostbite cream that Seeking Plum had given to Mang Yuan, which was casually thrown to Jiang Tang by Mang Yuan. It's just frostbite cream. What else can I do with it? This girl is all heart at a young age. When Mang Yuan took the porcelain bottle, Jiang Tang hurriedly extended her hand. She weaves grass rope and bamboo baskets every day. Her delicate palms are full of tiny cracks from freezing, and Mang Yuan's heart aches when he looks at them. Applying the ointment to the frozen cracks on her hands, Mang Yuan gently rubbed them together and said, "Next year, you won't be allowed to get frostbite again." Jiang Tang nodded happily. Then she went back to rubbing ointment on Mang Yuan's hands, her mouth lightly humming an off-key shepherd song. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Opportunity to Learn Martial Arts. Chapter 6, Opportunity to Learn Martial Arts. The nobleman's visit was of no use, and the work in the manor was not half as much. That Li Zhuantou father and son sent another batch of chickens and ducks out, and also killed a pig, but the Zhuangnin only ate some down, and the 2 fans of meat were pulled away. The big dung pit that had been sulking for a long time was half dug up by a group of outsiders, and Meng Yuan and Tai Niu and other young strong men were driven to help dig up the dung. These things are big or small, but not big enough to bring down Li Zhuantou. After 7 days, the head of Li Zhuang also do not know what madness, even gathered people, to go to the manor outside the turn over the land fertilizer. That land has 10 acres up and down, or ripe land, but did not plant winter wheat. Li Zhuantou said that the princess newly harvested land, so take advantage of the plowing now, to be in the spring to replant spring wheat. Meng Yuan were shocked. Winter is the time to recuperate. Even hard-working farmers do not go down to the ground, but Li Zhuantou is not at all the Zhuantou as a person, and he was afraid if cattle skinny cannot be sold at the price, but also do not allow the use of plowing oxen. Together with Meng Yuan and Tai Niu, a total of 8 people worked, all of whom had close family members. If one plows for a servant, how can one be rich? Meng Yuan still prefers to cut eggs and doesn't want to turn over the ground. Brother, don't forget iron ox when you're rich. Tai Niu sniffled. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. That night, after wrapping up work and returning to his place, old Uncle Jiang sighed more than once. Li Zhuantou is unkind. How can you use a craftsman like this? Old Uncle Jiang's face was full of guilt. Said, it's me and Tanger who dragged you down. Otherwise you would be young and strong. Where can't you go? You wouldn't have to be exploited here. It's fine. It's not a big deal for me to work more when I'm young. Meng Yuan gave a comforting cry and whispered, Old Uncle Jiang, when you go to do work outside the manor in these few days, inquire about the origin of that piece of land. Meng Yuan had asked the villagers who passed by while he was working, but they didn't know who owned the land, and had only heard that it belonged to a rich family in the town. That Li Zhuantou said that the land is the princess just purchased, but near the New Year's festival, who would sell the land for no reason? Either they can't make ends meet, or they are forced by others. And look at the princess's previous behavior. Engaged in the 3-meal system, personally pay the reward silver, allow the nearby villagers into the mountains, clearly is compassionate to the poor and weak, is aware of the world's situation, rather than pretending to be benevolent. Therefore, Meng Yuan thinks that this land is probably not the princess, but Li Zhuantou father and son borrowed the name of the royal family, forcibly taken. That night, Meng Yuan was teaching her to recognize words in Jiang Tang's house when someone came knocking on the door. The visitors were Zhao Daodu's father and son, and both of them had joyful faces. You even slept with your little daughter-in-law? When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan come out of Jiang Tang's house, he was surprised. How old is she? I'm teaching her to recognize words. Meng Yuan explained and asked, what's Uncle Big Head doing here so late? There are good things. Big Head Zhao's father and son pulled Meng Yuan, entered the house, and sat down with old Uncle Jiang piece by piece. That Jiang Tang still wanted to come and listen, but was glared out by Meng Yuan. Uncle Big Head, what good thing? Meng Yuan asked curiously, and old Uncle Jian listened attentively. Someone from the royal residence came in the morning, and I happened to come across it. He said that a few days ago, there was a civil unrest in the northern town of Songgafu, and many big families were robbed. Our Wang Fei was born alert and intends to pick up some people to go to the Wangfu, learn a trick or two, and be able to guard the manor as well. Big Head Zhao lowered his voice. It says that all the teenagers in the various manors and stores can go, and if they learn well, they can stay in the royal residence as guards in the future. All can go? Old Uncle Ginger asked. Regardless of whether it's a homeborn son or not, as long as there's a family member, they can all go. Big Head Zhao took Meng Yuan's hand and said, I've been with Zhuangtou Li for 5 years, and I've long since seen through it. There's no hope at all in the manor. The only way is to go out. My son Tainyo is very stupid, but you're smart, little Meng, and Tainyo listens to you. I thought, you two go together, so you can take care of him. Meng Yuan's heart moved. Now trapped in the pastoral village, Li Zhuangtou father and son of one hand to cover the sky, all kinds of things cannot do, so that people cannot move. If he could go to the royal residence to learn martial arts, not to say whether he could learn or not, at least his meals would be much better, and he could also better nourish the essence fire in his body, and then he might have other wonderful things to do. Besides, in today's world, everything is fake, only the knife is real, and learning more ways to save your life will do you more good than harm. This is a great opportunity that needs to be seized. You two masters discuss it. After finishing his speech, Big Head Zhao pulled Tainyo up and said, I decided in my heart that I'll go to the Zhuangtu now to talk about it. When Big Head Zhao's father and son left, old Uncle Jiang sighed again. I can see, Xiao Meng, you have a living brain and can do things, and it's me and Tanger who have tripped you up in your suffering nowadays. If you were in a different place, you'd probably have gotten ahead, much better than being a gildingsmith. Jiang Laobo saw Meng Yuan pondering, from his pocket to touch out silver. Let's make silver, please Li Zhuangtou help. Zhuangzi less you and not less. He can also get silver for nothing. Will not help. Li Zhuang head of the kind of people stingy greedy. Desire is difficult to equalize. Most of the silver do not do things. Meng Yuan think it's not appropriate, but if you go directly to find Miss Mei, people may feel that you are superfluous, but also have a bad feeling. Nowadays, there is only to find Li Zhuangtou. Always have to try. Jiang old uncle bitterly, and then totaled up the silver money. The deed of sale got 9 money. The previous search for plum hair rewards silver 3 taels. A total of 3 taels 9 money. Took 2 taels. Jiang old man hard pull on Meng Yuan out the door. Jiang Tang wanna follow. Was Jiang old man scolded back. It was dark at the moment, and there were people in the manor holding dogs and banging gongs to patrol the night. Li Zhuangtou lived behind the hall of the manor and had a separate courtyard, which was still lit at the moment. When he knocked on the door and went in, he saw Li Zhuangtou, his eldest son Li Dabiao, and his second son Li Xiaohu eating. Good day Zhuangtu. Jiang old uncle opened his mouth, some constrained with a smile, said, I heard that the royal family intends to recruit some children to learn martial arts. My granddaughter-in-law is quite capable. Want to ask if you can go to learn something? At that time also good to come back to guard our manor well. Ginger head. Not to be disrespectful, Li Zhuangtou put down his chopsticks and said, the manor is already short of people, and if I let people go, I'm afraid this work won't be finished. Zhuangtou takes care of the manor with hard work. This is something we all see in our eyes. Old Uncle Jiang fished out money from his sleeve and said, please also take the trouble to do so. Son, it's not easy for you either. I will report the name of the little geldings. You go back to work well. Wait for my letter on the line. Li Zhuangtou received the silver, originally smiling, but suddenly changed color, picked up chopsticks and knocked his second son Li Xiaohu's hand, angrily said, look at a salted fish to eat a mouthful of rice. What chopsticks are you laying down? Li Xiaohu said angrily, my brother looks twice before taking a bite, and you don't care? You eat your own. Snooze, he deserves to die. Li Zhuangtou cursed angrily. Meng Yuan and Jiang Laobo looked at each other. This Li Zhuangtou greedy occupation so much. Every day to eat meat and eggs are no problem. But he is not only stingy to the Zhuang people, to the family is also this stingy. After another 5 days, Meng Yuan day in the manor outside, selling turned the land fertilizer. More than 10 acres of land are finished a large part of. Li Zhuang head but there is still no news. On this day, when he returned from outside the manor and returned to his residence, old Uncle Jiang mysteriously pulled Meng Yuan. Today, I met a traveler outside and asked about the land. Old Uncle Jiang suppressed his voice, very cautious. It turned out that the 10 acres of land belonged to a rich family named Yin in the town of Qingshui. After the fall, the man of Yan's family fell ill and died, leaving only a widow and a young daughter, and the land was also deserted. The deceased's elder brother wanted to eat extinct, but also thinking of buying manure at a low price. They hooked up with the head of Li Zhuang, that Li Zhuangtou naturally willing, in the name of the royal family, looking for familiar with the evil officials, and finally low-priced land, but also manure to find a buyer. The widowed mother and young daughter have no place to live now, and people in town say that the royal family bought the land by force. saying that our princess is being hypocritical. Old Uncle Jiang sighed. Meng Yuan see clearly, Wang Fei even if false benevolence, but the annexation of such things will never let a pastoral Zhuang head to do. This must be Li Zhuang head of his own initiative, borrowed the momentum of the royal family. However, the head of the Li Zhuang is also really cunning. This matter did not go through the hands of the people in the village. If not greedy ginger old man went out to earn the 3 melons and 2 dates, it is really not good to notice. If a few more months, no one in Qingshui town is afraid to mention it. Meng Yuan was just thinking about how to use this matter to deal with Li Zhuangtou, when he saw Jiang Tang running, saying that Zhao Daodu's father and son had come. Zhao Daodu's eyes were red, and Tai Niu was also aggrieved. Meng Yuan let Jiang Tang out before asking what happened to Big Head Zhao. Zhuangtou Li is not a good person, receiving money but not doing anything. Big Head Zhao was furious as he angrily said, his family's second son, Li Xiaohu, has already gone to the royal palace. There are also a few children of the village inspectors who have also gone. I went to him to argue, but he said that the royal palace doesn't want anyone anymore. This, ginger old man wide-eyed, asked, then the money back yet? Can I return it? He thinks we're easy to bully. Said he helped with the silver, and I still owe him a tael. Big Head Zhao's eyes turned red. Old Uncle Jiang gasped and coughed repeatedly. Sighed, it is said that what you eat makes up for what you have. Our kind of can eat bitter can't become a human being. You have to eat talent. When Big Head Zhao heard this, he sighed and clenched his fist, and finally left with Tai Niu helplessly. Jiang Tang came in at this moment, and when she saw that neither Meng Yuan nor her grandfather were talking, she also behaved herself by not saying anything. After a long time, old man Jiang said, Xiao Meng, the head of the manor is the biggest, even if we know some of his black things, but we cannot fight. I don't think we should put up with this, when the geldings can't get rich, but we can take care of our food. Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. If one is pinned down and bullied, one is docile and submissive. If one does not dare to resist and if one is patient, what is the difference between that and a pig or a sheep that has been deprived of its power? Meng Yuan did not do a lot of work in the manor, and never lazy and slippery. However, since Li Zhuangtou wants to block the road to progress, then Meng Yuan can only overturn this broken manor. Meng Yuan decides that he wants to depower Li Zhuangtou. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Snowshoeing for Plums. Chapter 7, Snowshoeing for Plums. Where's that frostbite cream that Miss Seeking Plum sent? Bring it to me. Meng Yuan commanded Jiang Tang. Ginger Tong obediently went back to get it and quickly delivered it. Tucking it into his arms, Meng Yuan got up and said, I'll go ask Zhuangtou Li. I'll go with you. Old Uncle Jiang hurriedly said, I'll just go by myself. Meng Yuan smiled and pacified. Don't worry. I'll never cause any trouble. I'm just going to ask a question. Out of the door. See the north wind whistling. No stars in the sky. There is a sound of dogs barking. Seems to be the snow will come. Arriving at Li Zhuangtou's courtyard, Meng Yuan didn't nag, and directly asked, Zhuangtou, how is the matter of my entering the king's house to learn martial arts? Alas, can't help. Specially went to ask, but the princess wants a family son. You sent the 2 silver also made to go. I also backed up 1 or 2. But the doorway is really cannot go ah. Li Zhuang head sighed. That Li Dabiao laughed twice and said, I say little geldings, you first work at ease, wait for 3 or 5 years, then if the princess still wants someone, my father will go to ask for you. This father and son are pretty funny, treating people like little cuties. Muddle. Then I'll thank the banker for that. Meng Yuan didn't pull too much, and added, Zhuang too. Old Uncle Jiang has been coughing at night for the past 2 days. So tomorrow I want to take a leave of absence and go to town to grab some medicine. Grabbing medicine? What about tomorrow's work? Li Zhuangtou became anxious when he heard this. I'm telling you, people get sick when they get old, and it's useless to take medicine. You'd better work hard. That's the right thing to do. I haven't learned my craft yet. In case old Uncle Jiang is too sick to do the work, the loss is still the Zhuang Li's. Meng Yuan grabbed the soft underbelly and added, when I come back from grabbing the medicine, I will definitely work more and make up the work. Hearing this, Li Zhuangtou finally agreed to come down. When I got up the next day, there were already snowflakes. Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast, so he directly went out of the manor, and didn't go to the town of Qingshui, but ran directly to Songhe Prefecture. The reason why Li Zhuangtou can become powerful is because he is the status of the old servant who came with the princess to accompany the marriage, which got generous treatment. That's all. Therefore, if you want to remove its power, you must break the return of the princess. Of course, how many years of master-servant bonding can't be broken just like that? And Li Zhuangtou usually do sell manure. Piglets and chickens are not a big deal. At most a reprimand. But according to recent events, the princess is disciplined, kind-hearted, sympathetic to the people, and concerned about reputation. That seeks the plum girl asked earlier. There is no one to borrow the name of the Wang Fu trouble. She is the Wang Fei close service, equivalent to Wang Fei inquiry. Visible Wang Fei is also on guard against the following people. Just did not catch the handle of the head of the Li Zhuang, but now Li Zhuangtou colludes with outsiders, bullying and humiliating orphaned women and mothers, and seizing people's property in the name of the royal family, clearly violating the taboo of the Wang Fei, and spoiling the good name of the Wang Fei. Therefore, if we want to remove the momentum, we should start from here. Of course, Meng Yuan does not have a sharp blade to remove the momentum. You need to borrow a knife to be able to do so, and the girl who seeks the plum is this knife. The wind and snow grew heavier, and the sky and earth were white, as the body of the essence of the fire. Meng Yuan more and more do not fear the cold. The body is full of energy. The road is not feeling tired. No power, no money, no sword in my hand. It's really hard to do something. Meng Yuan trotted forward and fell on his buttocks, feeling more and more that he had to learn martial arts. Only in this way can we not be oxen and sheep, and be worthy of the name of geldings. More than 40 miles, running tightly and slowly. It was nearly noon before they arrived at Songhe Prefecture. Meng Yuan first went to grab the medicine and asked where the Xian Wang Fu was in the meantime, and only then did he carry the medicine bag and look for it. It took half an hour to arrive in front of the main gate of the royal residence. Now that there was still half a month before the New Year's festival, the royal mansion was already decorated with lights and festivities. Go to the back door and look for it. After Meng Yuan explained his intentions and offered a silver coin, the door gave directions. Meng Yuan thanked him and went to the back door, where he saw a maid guarding the door. Sister, I'm from the south of the city's pastoral farm, and I've come to find sister seeking plum. Meng Yuan sends 2 coins of silver and takes out the porcelain bottle of frostbite cream that seeking plum sent. New Year's festival and the search for May's sister busy. You first wait. That maid saw Meng Yuan although woeful, but it is difficult to hide handsome. So she collected the money and porcelain vase, happy to inform inside. A long time before returning, said, report it up. First wait. If people do not come, cannot blame me. Meng Yuan thanked him and stood by the wall waiting, his mind pondering at the same time. There are 2 hard things about this business. One of them is to seek May busy, not to see. So Meng Yuan specially brought the porcelain bottle containing frostbite cream, hoping to seek May see the old things, think of a point of old love. The second is that this matter is essentially a complaint, and if it is the truth, searching for the plum will probably feel that he is because Li Zhuangtou blocked the learning of martial arts, which secretly search Li Zhuangtou's fault, is because of the grudge and report. In this way, even if you deal with Li Zhuangtou, you will make Xuanmei feel that he is deep in mind, and will not be able to avoid looking down on him, and he will fall short. This time to learn martial arts ultimately fell on the search for Mei, is why Meng Yuan has to expose the evil deeds of Li Zhuangtou, cannot let the search for Mei born of bad feelings. This is a great test of improvisation. All day long, I've been bothering myself. I should have known that I would have gone to be the head of the face. Meng Yuan lamented in his heart. After half an hour, drenched in snow, finally smelled the faint plum blossom aroma. Mei Xuanmei stood in front of the door, clad in a light-colored cloak. She had just seen someone with a porcelain vase asking for an audience, so she knew who had come. Now the New Year's festival is approaching. It is the time to send gifts to and from the time. Looking for the plum is used to the world. I ask the messenger maid. Know that the teenager came with a straw paper bag. Will give birth to a few points of displeasure. The last gift of frostbite cream. Searching for the plum hinted at the teenager. As long as the practical and diligent, the next day must be mentioned. I did not think a month has not yet arrived. Came to send a gift to run the relationship. Now it seems, is up only camp. White born a good skin. Also play what snow trick. Can be seen as really have not read a few books. Really boring. Meng Yuan? Seeking Mei's hand was folded into her sleeve. Her voice faint. As soon as Seeking Plum made a sound, he saw that the teenager slowed down. His hands were red. His eyes were exceptionally clear, and a happy smile appeared on his face as he excitedly said, Sister Mei, what brings you here? Mei Seeker remained cold, but see that young man lifted up the hand of the straw paper bag, seemingly did not realize the coldness of the search for Mei. The opposite of excitedly said, Jiang old man cough at night. I took leave to come out to buy medicine. I wanted to go to the town of Clear Water, but I have not been. A snow and lost the way. Simply follow the road to the capital city. Then how did you find this place? After Seeking Plum saw that the teenager was seeking medicine for a loved one and not a gift, her heart had been much relieved. I saw that the young man's eyes did not hide. Simple and serious. Today the snow is heavy. I see that there are still a lot of stragglers under the city wall, and I thought that if it were not for the Princess Royal's acceptance, I would still be the same as them. I thought that since I'm in the capital city, if I don't come to kowtow to the princess, then I'm not too ungrateful, and old Uncle Jian will blame me for not knowing what I'm doing. Teenager hand surface freezing red. Exhale rubbing hands. Face still smiles simple. Clothes dirty. But people do not have self-hatred. Visible mind pure. To the princess of Thanksgiving is also extraordinarily sincere. Searching for the plum cannot help but soften a lot. It's enough that you have this heart. Wang Fei doesn't love these vain rituals. Seeking Mei smiled softly and said, "It's cold outside. Come in and have a cup of tea to warm up." No no no. Only to see that teenager waving his hands in a hurry. Still carrying the medicine bag. "I'll kowtow to the crown princess and sister. I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang." There is no hurry this moment. Obey. Seekmei has not half of this young man's bad feelings, but feels simple and sincere, is a loyal and filial people, and even this bag also look more and more smooth. Led the teenager into the door, to a side room. Searching for Mei took off the cloak. "Personally pour tea." "Thank you, Sister Mei." Mang Yuan sincerely thanked her. "Is it okay to live in the manor?" Seek Mei asked. "Sister, I'm the one who escaped the desert. I'm content with a place to sleep." Mang Yuan smiled. "You are contented." Seeking Mei smiled and nodded. Then asked, "Tell me honestly, did that Li Zhuantou do anything evil?" This, Mang Yuan some embarrassment, to see Seek Mei serious. Then said, "I saw him seem to sell some manure outside. Chicken eggs also sent some outside." Mang Yuan only picked up small things. Ignorant and greedy. But he's an old family man, so he can't be too harsh. Xuanmei smiled and added, "The princess ordered the people below to send some children of the right age to learn martial arts. Why didn't you come? I see that you might be a martial arts practicing wizard." Sister joking. Mang Yuan held a teacup and sincerely said, "I'm not hiding it from my sister. I've discussed it with Zhang Laobua, and I was thinking of giving it a try, and I've also paid out money to ask the head of the central bank, but his old man said that I'm too late to get into the bank, and asked me to wait for 2 or 3 years. I think this is also reasonable. I am in the end a stranger. Wait a little bit is nothing. That's an amateurish thing to say. The sooner you practice martial arts the better. It's too late to put it off for a few years." Seeking Mei laughed. "That's nothing. I don't know anything about practicing martial arts or not." Mang Yuan looked like a simple man with no desires. Anyway, no matter if it's practicing martial arts or doing labor in the manor, it's all working for the crown princess, and it's not that different. Mang Yuan is an old loyalist when he opens his mouth. "I had not thought that you know how to do things." Seeking Mei nodded her head in approval and asked again, "Have you had lunch? I'll have someone bring you some food." Sister really can't. Mang Yuan hurriedly got up and refused, lifting up the medicine bag and saying, "I have to hurry back to decoct the medicine for old Uncle Jiang, and there's work to be done in the fields, so I can't be delayed for too long. Do you take me for a grain? The farmers also don't go out during the winter season, so what is there to do in the fields?" Seeking Mei laughed. Mang Yuan honestly replied, "I am the one who almost starved to death by the side of the road. It is the Princess Wang who gave me food and clothing. Being able to work more is also counted as a part of my heart. Besides, the head of the bank said that the land is newly bought by Wang Fei, and that it should be plowed to replant spring wheat, so there can't be any delay." Seeking Mei had been smiling. When she heard this, she put down her teacup and asked, "Where is the newly purchased land?" "It's just west of the manor. About 10 acres. A few of us have almost finished turning it over and fertilized it." "Sister, don't worry about it. I'll make sure that there will be a good harvest next year." Mang Yuan was very sincere. Seeking Mei nodded, and after contemplating for a while, she smiled again and took out a few pieces of broken silver from her embroidered pouch, saying, "You've worked hard to come over here, and since you don't want to eat, keep this money and buy some food on the way." "Sister Mei, I don't lack food and drink at the manor, and I still have monthly silver to take. I can't take this money." Mang Yuan didn't want it. Very determined. "Then I won't force myself. Your nature is simple and pristine, too honest. If someone bullies you, just come to me. It's not in vain for you to call me a sister." Seeking Mei smiled and said, "Also, don't tell anyone about the fact that you came to see me today." Mang Yuan responded and bid farewell to Mei Sun. In this line, Mang Yuan did not tell a single lie. Every word was true. It's hard to pretend to be smart, and even harder to pretend to be innocent. Fortunately, I'm originally pure and innocent, so that doesn't count as a disguise. Mang Yuan swore with conviction. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The north wind is still, snow has stopped. The sky is gray as if it has been depowered. This snow trekking in search of plums, Mang Yuan purpose has been achieved. As for what is the result, is not yet known. Now there is no power and no sword. Want to do something, inevitably have to borrow the momentum. The consequences are naturally not good control. If you can bring down Li Zhuantou, then everything is fine. If it doesn't work, Mang Yuan will have to find another way. There are many people traveling on the main road of Songhua Prefecture. All of them are in a hurry, so it can be seen that winter is also not idle. Meng Yuan bought a pig's trotter, wrapped it carefully in greaseproof paper and put it in his arms. He also bought 2 large cakes and ate them while walking. After leaving the city, I caught a ride with a charcoal seller and continued west again, riding the wind and snow, with wet and broken shoes. It was dark before they made it back to the pastoral village. After dinner time had passed, Meng Yuan went straight back to his residence. It's snowing so hard and you're still running around outside. Jiang Tang saw that Meng Yuan's shoes and socks were wet. She was heartbroken, and without waiting for Meng Yuan to say anything, she ordered Meng Yuan to sit down, gave away his shoes and socks, and brought hot water to wash them. Is your cough better today? Meng Yuan took out the medicine bag and the oil paper bag from his arms. I'm not in the way. Rather, it's you, running around all day in the freezing weather. Old Uncle Jiang didn't know that Meng Yuan had gone to find Xuanmei, and only thought that he had gone to buy medicine, and smiled. This girl asked Tainyo for firewood, and the stove hasn't stopped, saying that she had to prepare hot water for you. She wasn't even this nice to me, and when she saw that you didn't return, she kept chanting to go pick you up. Jiang Tang sat on the small bench, lowered her head to wash Meng Yuan's feet, and didn't say anything. Silly girl. Meng Yuan laughed and flicked Jiang Tang's forehead, and she raised her head. Her face flushed and she didn't know what the shyness was about. I'm not stupid. Jiang Tang lowered his head again, not knowing what came to mind, and giggled twice before tickling the soles of Meng Yuan's feet. After soaking his feet, Jiang Tang dried them again, then picked up the shoes and socks and threw them into the basin, and was about to go out to wash them. Don't rush. Meng Yuan pulled her back and said, I bought you meat. Eat it first before you get busy. Meat? Jiang Tang's big dark eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, then I'll go and wash something before eating it. She busied herself with the basin and went out, quickly washing it and frying up the medicine. Before she had the time to open the oil paper bag, the pig's trotters had long been cold, but Jiang Tang was still happy, first letting elder Uncle Jiang eat them, and then letting Meng Yuan eat them, and the two of them naturally wouldn't snatch the food from her. The room is dark. Jiang Tang gnawed pig's feet. Jiang old uncle and Meng Yuan gossip, said what Jiang Tang's grandmother gave birth to 7. Several aunts also have children, which corroborates that Jiang Tang in the future will also be able to bear children. The next day, because the snow has not yet disappeared, there is no need to go down to the ground. Just Li Zhuantou is really to the death. Let Meng Yuan shovel manure for a day. The 3rd day, the 4th day also did not move. See closer and closer to the New Year's Day. Meng Yuan thought that after the year will not have results. A burst of hoofs vibrate pasture. The people of the village all poured out to see, only to see 6 steeds escorting a carriage to the front of the hall. The 6 guards, each armed with a sword, dismounted and shielded the carriage. An old man came down from the carriage first, and only after that was Mei Sun. Seek Mei changed the attire, wearing a bright red cloak, slightly powdered, actually have a few points of martial arts. Tie it up. Before Li Zhuantou could understand what was going on, he heard Xuanmei give the order. 2 guards came forward and immediately pressed Li Zhuantou and tied his hands behind his back. What for? What are you doing? Li Zhuantou did not know what was going on, only full of fear, kneeling on the ground and shouted, Seek Mei, what are you doing? Who are you to kidnap me? I am an old man who married after the Wang Fei. I want to see the princess. Xuanmei folded her hands into her sleeves and said in a cold voice, Do you also know that you are the one who married after the Wang Fei? Have you ever listened to the teachings of the Wang Fei? Wang Fei has always been sympathetic to you old people, usually greedy some account for some, selling the manor's chickens, ducks, meat and eggs just as if they did not see. As she spoke, Xuanmei took 2 steps forward and continued, But the Princess Royal has ordered us not to use the name of the royal family to bully or insult the people. But you are borrowing the name of the royal family, colluding with outsiders, bullying widows and orphans, seizing fields, and eating people out of their homes. I didn't. Li Zhuangtou knew that something had happened, and his voice was much smaller. Lost in thought, kneeling on the ground. When I came here last time, I told you to be lenient with the Zhuang people, but you forced them to plow the fields and turn them over in winter. Seeking Plum spoke, her tone getting more and more unkind, saying, Wang Fei said that the stragglers gathering and causing trouble in the year of disaster is due to the incompetence of the officials, and secondly, it's being forced by people like you. Li Zhuantou was trembling, unable to say a word, and no longer had the arrogance of the past. I know you're not convinced. When you return the bitter owner's field deed and count what you've gained, go back to your old home and tell the old madam about it. Seek Mei simply do not give Li Zhuang had the opportunity to argue, obviously got the instructions of the Wang Fei. Meng Yuan watched in amazement from the sidelines. He didn't expect the crown princess to be extremely insightful and act in a thunderous manner. That searching for Mei is not finished. Ordered the Li Zhuangtou's home is also sealed. In order to wait for the inventory. From now on, he will be your new Zhuang too. Xu Mei pointed to the old man who came with her, and instructed the old man, saying, the lower people are easy to abuse. I hope that you will live up to the princess's trust, and do not treat the people of the manor harshly. After saying his words, Seeking Plum did not stay any longer and boarded the carriage. The wheels of the car crushed the snow, creaking, and the curtains opened as they traveled outside. Seek may see a group of Zhuang people are still in a trance. The young man stood in the crowd, the same face full of surprise. There is a girl leaning against the young man, is also confused. Looking at this scene, Xuanmei then thought that this teenager was afraid that he didn't know that it was his unintentional words that brought about today's events. Come here. Seeking Mei smiled and waved at the teenager, seeing him freeze for a moment before rushing forward. Sister Mei, Meng Yuan was honest. Now do you still want to go to the royal residence to learn martial arts? Seeking Mei asked with a smile. Think. Meng Yuan immediately said. You're simple in nature. I'm afraid you'll be bullied when you arrive at the royal residence. Seeking Mei guffawed. But I will protect you. You will go to the new Zhuang Tu later and ask him to give you a note to report to the royal residence tomorrow. Thank you, sister. Meng Yuan's heart's desire was realized, and he only felt happy in his heart. The carriage drove away, and Li Zhuangtou's father and son followed behind, having long since lost the arrogance of the past. A crowd of Zhuang people again rushed to pay homage to the new Zhuang head. This new Zhuang head surnamed Sun. After he toured the Zhuang, Meng Yuan and Jiang old uncle, and Zhao big head father and son, a piece of the door to find. Sun Zhuangtou is amiable, nimbly wrote a letter of recommendation, but also let Zhao Daodu tomorrow morning to drive a donkey cart to send. It's just not the same with this change. In the end, it's still the princess who's good. At nightfall, Zhao Daodu and his son came to Meng Yuan and held his hand. Tainyo is a simple man. He doesn't think before he speaks. So I'm going to trouble you, little Meng, to take care of him. Big head Zhao pressed Tainyo's head again and told him to listen to Meng Yuan in everything. Meng Yuan agreed and asked Big Head Zhao to take care of old man Jiang. After sending off Big Head Zhao's father and son, Meng Yuan saw that Jiang Tang had been silent, so he pinched her face. Brother, will you come back? Jiang Tang asked carefully. Will. Meng Yuan was very serious and earnestly said. At most half a year, I will pick you up to live in the city. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and without saying anything more, she sat at the head of Meng Yuan's bed and sewed the cuffs of his sleeves. The stitches were fine, as if they could never be worn down. There was fog in the morning. Meng Yuan and Tainyo ate breakfast, and Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and together they hid into the fog. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Meeting a Demon. Chapter 9, Meeting a Demon. Because the fog was so thick, the donkey cart traveled very slowly as it was no more than 3 or 4 feet away when he raised his eyes, grinding for more than 10 miles. The fog does not dissipate, but also cannot feel how long has passed. Give me a ride, old timer. As he was walking, a clear and lively female voice suddenly appeared behind him, which should be a child in her teens. Phew! Big Head Zhao is a real person. Immediately stopped the donkey cart, but also toward the back of the smile. Little girl, why foggy days still go out? Meng Yuan and Tainyo sat on the crate and looked back, only to see a cloud of brownish-yellow shadows scurrying out of the fog and quickly jumping onto the car. What kind of little girl is that? It's a weasel. This weasel has an elongated body, short limbs, soulful eyes, a brownish-yellow back, and a light white belly. There was even a small bundle tied around his neck, as if he was going on a trip. I only saw that as soon as it got into the car. It used its hind legs to support its body to stand up straight, and vigorously shook off the cold dew on its body, making Meng Yuan's face. Meng Yuan didn't dare to say anything. Big Head Zhao and Tainyo also froze on the spot, and Donkey was even shaking in his hind legs. I knew that there were demons and monsters in this world before, but in the end, I only heard about it, and this time, I saw it with my own eyes. 2 days ago it snowed, and today there is a demonic fog. It can be seen that when there is a dim king in the country, there are bound to be demons. The weasel's voice is crisp and clear, and it says something out of tune, and it looks like a competent person. While loosening the baggage, it says excitedly, "Go, go, go, old donkey dear hey." Weasel skillfully shouted the horn of the donkey drive, obviously knowing his way around. Sure enough, the donkey did move forward. Where are you going? Weasel remembered to ask the owner of this room after he had overstepped his bounds. Great immortal. Let's go to Songha Prefecture City. Seeing that the weasel didn't ask for a seal and didn't show any intention of harming anyone, Meng Yuan spoke back. That's just the way. The weasel's voice was as clear and crisp as a young girl's, but its tone was old-fashioned. But you can't call me Daxian. Just call me Auntie. I've eaten more chickens than you 3 have salt. This weasel's words were disorganized, but it seemed as if it was really here to hitchhike. Meng Yuan and Big Head Zhao looked at each other and decided to hurry on before waiting to see what would happen. Weasel also no longer pay attention to Meng Yuan. Three people looked around, and then took down the small baggage. Also do not unravel. Only reached out his claws in to touch an egg out. That egg should be a wild egg or something. The weasel cracked the eggshell and peeled it carefully with its paw, but it was still boiled. Then he ate it in small bites, and when he ate the yolk, he grunted with great satisfaction. I can see that this weasel hasn't had a good meal. It's not that auntie doesn't share your food. Is it much? Not much. When the weasel saw Meng Yuan and Tainyo's wide-eyed stares, it turned away from them and said something incomprehensible in its mouth. Soon, the weasel finished the eggs, and then fished out a pocket-sized bronze mirror and wooden comb from the baggage, and tended to his fur in the mirror, which was really stinky. Meng Yuan kept his guard up, thinking that this weasel had a lot of fancy work. Soon, Weasel finished cleaning up, sat down on his butt, and asked as if he were nagging a family. Are you two married? Tainyo shook his head blankly, and Meng Yuan also shook his head. Start a family early, don't be a jerk. Weasel was old-fashioned. Meng Yuan and Tainyo really didn't know what to say. The smell of cow dung on you guys smells pretty good, the weasel praised, tilted his head crookedly to look at Meng Yuan and said, how come you still have blood on you? I'm a geld maker. Meng Yuan said, geldings? The little weasel first cocked his head in retrospect, then said happily, it's an egg cutter, right? Hey, what haven't I seen before? Both of its front paws were crossed, and it was a very impressive sight to behold. When Meng Yuan saw that the person looked like he was begging for praise, he casually complimented, Auntie knows the world well, has a wide range of knowledge, and is wise. Little geldings, your speech is still oddly good. The weasel is obviously a can't stand flattery. It happily jumped a little, said, you say it again a few times, I haven't memorized it. Meng Yuan couldn't help it and repeated it 3 more times. Weasel whispered it several times in silence, looking as if he was going to use it to flatter someone else. When it had memorized it, it shook its head happily and said, hold out the little gelding's hands. Is this a payoff? Or is it a fee for writing? Meng Yuan took a deep breath, his right hand behind his back in defense, and extended his left hand, placing it on the car panel. The weasel came forward and turned around again, raising its tail and puckering its buttocks, rubbing against Meng Yuan's tiger's muzzle. It was slightly warm, and it didn't smell like a tawdry odor, but Meng Yuan knew that this was the weasel marking. Auntie has a wide range of people, so I'll look for you if I have geldings in the future, and you'll get a discount. Weasel was very serious. Meng Yuan never thought that one day he could let the weasel introduce business to him. And look at this situation. He has also become the weasel's human face. Good to know. Meng Yuan could only admit it. And seeing that weasel didn't seem to have a very good brain, he pried. How many faces does Auntie have? That's a lot. Ha, what are you doing in town? Weasel snorted and changed the subject, obviously too shallow in his ways to show his cowardice when he lied. Visiting relatives. Meng Yuan removed a few moments of fear, babbled, and asked back, what is Auntie going to do? Go wish godmother a happy birthday. Weasel was happy and proud. My godmother said she would introduce me to a good marriage, with endless chickens and eggs from my aunt's family. No wonder it's a mirror and a comb. And I'm told to get married earlier, so you're going on a blind date. Speaking of which, Weasel asked curiously, what kind of hairstyle is popular in the city nowadays? You can't learn a fashionable hairstyle. Meng Yuan looked at the weasel's petite head and honestly replied, I really don't know. Dirtbag. Weasel grinned. Another 7 or 8 miles ahead, the weasel called for a stop. It climbed onto the back of the donkey, stood up on 2 legs, looked around, and sniffed, as if to identify the direction. We're not on our way. The weasel sighed and looked at the 3. It rubbed its 2 front paws together and reached into its bag for a while, with a look of reluctance, but finally felt out a tiny bit of broken silver. Auntie won't ride in your car for nothing. This is the money I saved for myself. It was full of reluctance to throw the silver to Zhao Daodu with a stingy look, and finally looked at Meng Yuan, saying, little geldings, when Auntie has gotten you the job, you can score me some money. How much does a geldingsmith earn? How much money can a geldings make and still share it with you? Meng Yuan was very serious and said, this is the rule of the trade. If you are the introducer, you will naturally have a share. Satisfied with this, the weasel jumped out of the car, carrying the small bundle on its back, and disappeared into the mist with a brain. Giddy up. Seeing that the demon had been sent away, without even needing to be pumped by Big Head Zhao, the donkey darted forward in a nimble manner. The 3 did not dare to talk about anything, just drove forward, panicked and took a fork in the road. Until afternoon, the fog is dispersed, only to arrive at the entrance of Songhua Prefecture. There was a lot of traffic under the gates, and the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big Head Zhao held Meng Yuan and Tainyo's hands and carefully urged, "We can't tell anyone about what happened today. Yellow purses are the most vindictive, and if it's because of us that we've ruined someone's business, we won't be able to live a peaceful life in the future." As he spoke, he grabbed a donkey dung egg from the ground, rubbed Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth vigorously, and grabbed wet soil to rub, fearing that it would leave the weasel's stench. After finishing all this, Big Head Zhao felt out the hitchhiking money sent by Weasel, and there was about a penny. So he spent all of it at the stall outside the city, bought cakes, chucked fat meat, and the three of them had a beautiful meal. "We were lucky today. We ran into an honest one who gave us money for a ride." Big Head Zhao had a heart palpitating with fear and earnestly urged, "But don't think that monsters are good. This yellow skin is close to the people to understand a little bit of human feelings. Some of the monsters that are going to eat people, very fierce nah. There are also some that specialize in seducing men. You have to be careful." He pointed at Meng Yuan's tiger's mouth and said seriously, "Little Meng, if you realize that there's someone else in the quilt in the middle of the night and they're still pestering you to sleep with you, then it's the great immortal that's coming to suck your yang qi. So you've got to hold on to it." Meng Yuan held his forehead, thinking that if it really came to that day, how could he hold it? End of chapter. Chapter 10, Learning Martial Arts. Chapter 10, Learning Martial Arts. Farewell to Big Head Zhao. Meng Yuan brought Tainyo to the Xan Wang house, submitted a letter of recommendation, and came out to be received by an old man. "Follow me." The old man led the way in front, his mouth still chattering, saying something about how hard it was to lead the way, and how the country boy didn't know how to behave and didn't know about filial piety in clouds. Meng Yuan pretended not to understand, and Tainyo was not understanding at all, also did not go deep into the royal residence, only circled around, came to the south of the royal residence, then saw a long fence. I knocked on the door and pushed it in, but it was a schoolyard. Just see the center is a martial arts field. On both sides there are arrow targets and fletching, weapon racks, and all kinds of stone grinders and stone locks, standing wooden stakes and plum blossom stakes. On all sides there are no trees, only a high fence. In the open space of the martial arts arena there are more than 20 people in the horse stance and boxing, both male and female. All of them are 15 or 16 years old teenagers, all wearing the same tight short beat. A man in his 40s walked around with his hands behind his back, cursing from time to time. The old man led Meng Yuan and Tainyo forward and said towards the middle-aged man, "Teacher Nya, this is the new kid. What took you so long? Look at this. The children here are having their second crop. This Mr. Nya is very exaggerated. I can't. It's what Miss Seeking Plum ordered." The old man said helplessly. Seeking May's face has to be given. 1 is practicing. 10 is practicing. It's not like we're eating my family's rice anyway. Teacher Nya smiled. The old man walked away leisurely after a few polite words. Teacher Nya waved at the two of them, and Meng Yuan and Tainyo hurried forward. "The young man is so handsome. Why don't you go to the garden and practice martial arts?" Mr. Nya grabbed Meng Yuan's wrist, looked at the calluses, and pinched his shoulders and waist, and said, "It's a seedling for practicing martial arts. If he practiced when he was young, he might be a bit more capable now." He made a slight evaluative assessment and then asked, "Ever slept with a pussy?" "Nope," Meng Yuan returned. "You can't sleep now. Learn your ability well, and when you're done I'll ask the princess to point you to a beautiful one." Teacher Nya laughed out loud and grabbed Tainyo's wrist again to see. "This kid is strong and a seedling." Mr. Nya gave the evaluation and asked, "Have you slept with a pussy yet?" "Slept," Iron Bowl returned. "Yoo-hoo." Mr. Nya laughed, sized up Tainyo some more, and asked, "How many have you slept with?" "2," Iron Bowl returned honestly. The crowd of teenagers also looked at Tainyo in amazement, with envy and contempt. "TSK, TSK, TSK, which gardens are they all from?" Mr. Nya asked curiously. Tainyo was surprised and said, "It's my own family, my mother and my milk." Good, good, good. What a resourceful good boy." Teacher Nya couldn't help but laugh. He saw that Meng Yuan and Tainyo still had their baggage with them, so he greeted a teenager and instructed, "You take them both to receive their clothes, and then give them a place to stay, and fetch some water to wash them. They smell like donkey dung eggs." The teenager led the order and immediately took Meng Yuan and Tainyo outside, whispering as he walked, "My name is Wu Changsheng. What are you two called?" Meng Yuan and Tainyo reported their names. Chatting, two people received 2 sets of thin clothes. "Is the ordinary practice use?" That Wu Changsheng said that this is the princess down. Visible generosity. The so-called residence was also in the schoolyard, a row of green-tiled cottages against the fence. Came to the dormitory. Then C is a big bunk. Enough for 10 or so people to sleep side by side. There is no locker to store clothes and so on. It is very simple. Put down your bags, fetched well water outside, and scrubbed your body right in the house. This Wu Changsheng has a lot of words. Do not even need Meng Yuan deliberately inquire. Will know a brain pulled out. It turned out that the Nya teacher's name Nya Yanian is followed by the old man married to the princess. Has always been the trust of the Wang Fei. Plain and the status of the king's house is not low. The teenagers are called Nya division. How's the food on our side? Meng Yuan was most concerned about this issue, as it was related to the growth of the essence flame. As the old saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. The old saying still holds true. Poor people practice their swords, rich people practice their swords, and if you don't have money, you go pick. Practicing martial arts is not an ordinary family can afford, not to mention the venue, travel, worship and so on. Eat alone, this is not a small cost. The teenagers are still able to eat when the family does not have a little bottom really cannot afford to feed. Meng Yuan was afraid that someone would withhold food and drink. Every day the steamed buns are filling. And there's meat too. Wang Fei is the #1 good person under the sky. Can she let us starve? Wu Changsheng was also from a straggler background, and he was sincerely in love with the Wang Fei. Meng Yuan was quite relieved. After scrubbing his body carefully, Meng Yuan sniffed the tiger's mouth hard and couldn't smell half a bit of foul odor. I also don't know if Auntie will still be able to find me when she wants to introduce me to business. Meng Yuan muttered in his heart. Changing into clean short-beaten strong clothes, Wu Changsheng brought Meng Yuan and Tainyo back to the schoolyard. That Nya Yani and Nya master also does not pull nonsense. Only said, there are no rules here. Only one, without my permission, cannot go out of the schoolyard. What do you practice every day? Let Wu Changsheng lead you. Meng Yuan and Tainyo responded. Go on, follow the practice and show me patience. Nya Yanian said. Meng Yuan and Tainyo then hurriedly came behind the men, found a position to stand, followed the men's movements, set down the horse stance, and then followed the punches. This is horse stance punching fist. Nya Yanian looked at it for a while, then came to point it out, saying, feet apart slightly above the shoulders, bend the knees and press down. The thighs should be flush with the ground, and the knees should not go over the toes. That's the horse stance position. After teaching the standing stance, Nya Yanian added, make fists with both hands, fists upward, and place them on either side of the waist pole. Right fist forward, arms must be straight, fists down, switch between the two fists. Remember to turn your waist and send your shoulders. Only then will the force be fierce. Nya Yanian finished briefly and demonstrated himself, casually said learn well, and regardless of whether Meng Yuan and Tainyo had learned, he left the schoolyard at a fast pace. It could be seen that this Master Nya didn't teach this group of teenagers as disciples and was clearly a mixer. The teenagers saw that no one cared, and did not dare to stop, still playing horse stance punch, but talked about the sky. Some people asked Meng Yuan's name, some people talked about which flour cake was good, and some people shouted that they had to pee. Meng Yuan didn't talk much with them, and only came to learn seriously. This horse stance punch is a simple method of practicing downward motion and outward force, not difficult to learn, just boring, and when you first practice, you don't feel how, but the more you practice, the more you feel your legs are sore, your arms are swollen, and your whole body is heavy. Meng Yuan carefully followed Wu Changsheng and practiced a few times before he got the hang of it roughly. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Wu Changsheng asked everyone to stop and rest. After a break, it was back to practicing front and side kicks, and then it was time to throw and lift stone blocks to build arm strength. When it was dark, Wu Changsheng blew the call to disperse. All the teenagers have long been hungry and hard, have to run to the schoolyard's canteen. The food was tofu boiled with cabbage and radish and dripping with oil. Lining up, Meng Yuan first gave Tainyo a big bowl full, and then served himself, then grabbed a few steamed buns, and the two of them sat side by side and took a big bite. The food here was so much better than Makwang, and especially there were white steamed buns that smelled countless times better than eggs. Meng Yuan only felt too happy. Brother, there is meat. Tainyo is eating happily, actually found a piece of meat from the bowl, immediately happy and forgetful. Meng Yuan didn't say anything, just ate with a big mouthful of food, hope for the future rising in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Chaotic Warfare. Chapter 11, Chaotic Warfare. After eating and drinking, a thin stream of water merged into the essence flame, which grew slightly stronger again. Over these days, Meng Yuan observed the essence flame from time to time, and realized that the nutrients that the essence flame drew from the different things he ate were also more or less important. Meat was the best, while things like rice, noodles, vegetables and fruits were a bit worse, and there's a difference in the meat, so you're better off eating sheep's eggs and cow's eggs than anything else. If he looked at the meals this time around, Meng Yuan estimated that in another month, the essence flame would be able to envelop itself, and would probably be at the state of completion. What will happen then? Also, if we eat something else, will it be better for essence fire? Can you eat demons? Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of his aunt. Just as I was thinking about it, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Why are you pinching me? Meng Yuan hurriedly pressed Tainyo's hand. Brother, with a serious face, Tainyo said, my father said that if you gawk at the tiger's mouth and smile foolishly, you'll have to be woken up. You also have to be asked, have you forgotten your little daughter-in-law at home? Meng Yuan didn't expect Uncle Big Head to have so little confidence in himself, fearing that he would be hooked by a demon. Have you forgotten? You say it. Tainyo grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Didn't forget. Meng Yuan was breathless. It was dark by now, and the moonlight was pale. After the men had eaten their fill, they went to the schoolyard to play horse stance punch, which was followed by the lifting of stone locks. When the night is deeper, tired and sweaty, this is considered to be broken up. While everyone else headed back to their lodgings, Meng Yuan and Tainyo were in no hurry to leave. With the body the body of the essence of the fire is strong. Meng Yuan chi strength is much larger. 20 pounds of stone locks thrown up is also a breeze. Although he had labored in the pastoral village, he had never tried his limits, but now it was the right time to try. Seeing no one in the schoolyard, Meng Yuan chose 100 pounds of stone mill, set down the horse stance, both hands hold the lifting place, grit his teeth and slowly lifted, and then in his heart silently counted 30, and only then gently put down. Slightly slowed down, Meng Yuan went to try 200 pounds of stone mill again. This time there is a feeling of powerlessness. Can only move, but cannot lift up. Let me try. The difference between man and man is indeed very big. This iron ox sinews and bones are strong. Brute force is also big. It is really a natural divine power. Meng Yuan estimated that his own limit was probably around 150 pounds, while iron ox was going to be around 250. Of course, both were untrained. If they had fought for some more time, they would have been able to lift heavier ones when they had more strength and more skill. Besides, as the essence fire grows, one's strength will be greater. The two men gossiped about the day, and came piece by piece to the well. The total number of people in this room is 27. 15 young men and 12 young women, all of whom live in the schoolyard and live 100 paces apart. There is no hot water here, and with the cold wind blowing on winter nights, most people go straight back to bed. Only a few people would simply scrub at the well. The young girls, on the other hand, were a little more refined and took the water back to the house to scrub. Master Nye said that people who learn martial arts are not formal, so how nice for us to wash together here. Wu Changsheng was also at the well, and he cheaply joked towards the female trainees. That Wu Changsheng flirted with the young girls for a few moments, and when he was arched by them, he was carrying buckets of water to the women's house. Meng Yuan and Tainyo didn't talk too much. The two of them were naked, so they scrubbed in the cold wind. Seeing that some female trainees were coming this way, praising that Wu Changsheng for having eyesight, the words were motivating, trying to get Meng Yuan and Tainyo to help, but both of them were honest people who didn't understand at all, and quickly dried themselves off and headed back to the dormitory. Pushing open the door to the dormitory, it was quite dim with oil lamps burning inside. Newcomer! Meng Yuan and Tainyo had just entered the door when the house fell silent. Then a few strange laughs emerged. Meng Yuan looked over and saw that there was a person sitting against the wall at the very end of the long bed, with his legs crossed, and two teenagers sitting cross-legged on either side of him, all of them looking over with smiles on their faces. There were two bundles thrown to the ground, with shoes and socks scattered inside, clearly belonging to himself and Tainyo. Some of the rest of the people in the house lay down to sleep, while others looked as if they were waiting to see the joke. Go! The teenager with his legs crossed laughed and pointed outside. Get me a basin of water to wash my feet. Where is the basin? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Eyes growing for nothing? The teenager glared at Meng Yuan and pointed to the ground. Where there are many people there is bound to be a division of masters and subordinates, with some bullying and others being bullied. Meng Yuan did not want to be nosy, nor did he have the idea of bullying. However, people's horsepower fell on his head, and that package is Jiang Yaotu in the cold day specially washed. Having already had the experience of nearly starving to death once, Meng Yuan was extraordinarily life-thirsty and extraordinarily didn't want to get into trouble. But, Meng Yuan walked up, lifted up the wooden basin, and then violently raised his step on the bed. The wooden basin directly smashed the teenager's face, and then the person followed, lifted his foot and kicked the teenager's head. How dare you hit me? I'm the son of General Manager Liu. That teenager didn't expect Meng Yuan to speak of martial virtues at all, and at the moment, his face was soaring with blood as he wailed and cried. The two teenagers beside the Chief Liu's son froze before coming back to their senses and rushed to stop Meng Yuan. One of them was kicked in the small of the abdomen, the other was grabbed by the arm, followed by a strong force coming from them, yanked forward, and had already slumped to the ground. Meng Yuan settled the helpers, And the main target of attack was still the provocative general manager Lu's son. "Come and help." The teenager shielded his head with both hands and crouched on the bed, wailing. The rest of the people saw this and rushed forward. Some went to hug Meng Yuan's waist, some went to hug his legs, and some shouted to urge a fight, but took their fists to Meng Yuan. Tainyo was an honest child, and was still loudly persuading the fight, but seeing that no one listened to the persuasion, but instead Meng Yuan was surrounded, he shouted, went forward and grabbed one person and threw him back. "Don't hit my brother. He is extremely brute force." A brain continuously threw back 5 or 6, and then grabbed one. "But I feel that this person's strength is not small, but some tugging. Iron Ox is me. Watch where you're fighting." Meng Yuan was in the middle of a fight when Tainyo grabbed him by the waist. "I've never been in a fight, brother." Tainyo hurriedly let go of his hand and replaced it with another person to grab it. For a while, 7 or 8 people couldn't do anything about Meng Yuan and Tainyo, and there was a lot of crying and shouting in the men's house. "Don't fight! Don't fight!" Wu Changsheng had been outside pleasing the female trainees, and when he heard the commotion, he hurried to persuade them, but he couldn't persuade them at all. He tried to go up and pull someone out, but whoever it was kicked over the oil lamp, and the men's house went black, and he was mistakenly hurt in the face. For a while, the bed became a battlefield, and in the darkness, it was hard to know who was fighting who, and it was already a mess. These people are all just here to learn martial arts for 5 or 6 days, fighting without a pattern, completely mixed. After a while, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling became louder and louder, and there were constantly people shouting to stop, but Meng Yuan didn't stop at all, just staring at the teenager to fight. "You guys stop fighting." The door to the men's dormitory was violently pushed open, and several female cadets shone inside with lanterns. "All stop." A tall female cadet walked in carrying an oil lamp. This woman seemed to be quite authoritative, and Wu Changsheng lowered his head while plugging the blood in his nose. All the teenagers also stopped. No one spoke for a while, but there were quite a lot of crying sounds, only to see 15 teenagers, except for the 3 that didn't move. The rest were all injured. All of them were bruised and swollen, and even Wu Changsheng, who was advising the fight, was also affected. "Who started it?" the tall female cadet asked. The crowd of teenagers looked at Meng Yuan and that Chief Lu's son in unison, and Tainyo saw this and hurriedly stood to Meng Yuan's side. Meng Yuan's hand at this time was still grasping the hair of General Manager Lu's son, and he didn't look at anyone else. He only pulled back hard, and that General Manager Lu's son raised his head, and his nosebleed was still flowing out hard. "In the future, if I find out that someone has touched me and Tainyo's stuff, I'll beat you up." Meng Yuan was bare-chested and also had a purple and green patch in front and behind his body, but didn't care at all. Just looked around the circle and landed his gaze on General Manager Lu's son again. That Lu's son of the chief steward was bruised and swollen. His clothes were tattered and torn. His red and swollen eyes were streaming downward with tears, and with the blood on his face dripping into his mouth, he was still whimpering and crying. "It's not me who did it but also beat me? Yeah, I'm only going to hit you." Meng Yuan knew the truth of hitting with a punch. "Sister Qian, save me." That Chief Lu's son cried even harder, looking blearily at the tall young girl at the door. "Crying? Cry and fight too." Meng Yuan loosened his grip, blew his bloody nose, and wiped his hand on Chief Lu's son's clothes. Iron Bull followed suit, but he blew his nose a little too loudly and a little too rudely to be aesthetically pleasing. The tall female cadet glanced at Meng Yuan and frowned. "All of you go to sleep. Anyone who dares to make a move again will be kicked out tomorrow." "Sister, don't worry." With half of his face swollen, Wu Changsheng squeezed out a smile at the tall female cadet and went up to pat Meng Yuan and Tainyo on the shoulder again. The people cleaned up the things on the floor, and they really didn't make any more trouble, and each of them fell into a deep sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Simmering. Chapter 12, Simmering. On the second day, before dawn, the men got up. Meng Yuan recuperated for the night, although the body is still bruised and swollen, but it has been much better, while the essence fire is slightly smaller. When I was freezing and starving earlier, the essence flame kept feeding back. Now it seems that the essence flame can also slowly repair the injuries. I just don't know what would happen if there was a major injury in life or death. Meng Yuan reviewed last night's events. Last night's melee was a completely blind fight with no semblance of discipline. Meng Yuan and Tainyo took advantage of a strong light. A pick more than one is not false, but when the light is dark, I do not know who hit who, especially Tainyo. The strength came up to swing blindly, not only hurt the enemy, Meng Yuan also received 2 hard blows on the back. The most significant injury on Meng Yuan's body was inflicted by Iron Bull, and having just come to learn the art and making a scene in the dormitory, Meng Yuan had already prepared for the worst. Waking up in the morning to wash before dawn, Meng Yuan took the opportunity to dictate to Tainyo. "Tainyo, remember, if Master Nya comes to ask, Just tell the truth. I was the main culprit in last night's incident, and Master Nya can tell the difference. If I'm kicked out at that time, don't talk nonsense, you must stay. Meng Yuan said. Then what should I do if you leave? Tainyo was bewildered. My father told me to follow you well. I'll do whatever you do. Listen to me. Meng Yuan said. If you're leaving, there's no point in me being alone. Why don't we just leave together and go back to the farm to shovel manure? Tainyo didn't look far ahead. Meng Yuan patted Tainyo's shoulder, knowing that he could not persuade him, so he said no more. After washing up, it was time for morning exercise. The atmosphere today was slightly different. Both male and female trainees went to look at Meng Yuan and Tainyo from time to time, only with different expressions. After the morning exercise, the men headed for the cafeteria. Breakfast was hot porridge, salted vegetables and steamed buns. As soon as he sat down, Wu Changsheng followed. There was no need to deliberately ask, so Wu Changsheng shook it out in his head. The man who received the hardest beating last night is called Lu Ha, the son of Chief Steward Lu. That tall young girl was called Hu Qian, the youngest daughter of the royal consort's nursemaid. These two were considered to be the highest status among the group of cadets, and were also the heads of the male and female cadets, especially that Hu Qian, who had always been the one to speak up. Last night's matter is not too big, not too small. That dog Lu Ha will definitely sue. When the time comes, Sister Qian and I will plead for you. Wu Changsheng was very righteous. Meng Yuan nodded slightly and looked towards Lu Ha, who was not far away. That Lu Ha was also looking at Meng Yuan, and instead of crying and sniveling, he snapped, "Kid, you wait. When I sue Master Nya, I'll kick you out today." Meng Yuan stood up, and that Lu Ha was so shocked and shivered that he almost didn't sit still. Nya Yanian only came late in the morning after training for an hour or so. Seeing all the teenagers with bruises and swollen noses, each with wounds, he laughed and said, "Did you compete for the flower girl last night? Who won and who lost?" Master Nya. Lu Ha took a step forward. He had a large gash on his lip and both of his eyes were swollen to just a slit. He complained, "Master Nya, last night the newcomers Meng Yuan and Zhao Tainyo beat me up for reasons. Don't give me any reasons." Nya Yanian interrupted Lu Ha without any good humor and walked forward, slapping Lu He's head with his big hand. "You came here to learn martial arts. If you lost the fight, then fight back again. And you're complaining to me? I don't care if you are reasonable or not. How old are you? Don't you understand? I'll take off my clothes and let you have a sip of my breasts. It's because your mother is too old. Otherwise I would have shoved you back into her belly. Worthless thing." Lu Ha did not expect Nya Yanian simply ignore the matter of the complaint, but instead came to taunt. Immediately could not tense up, and even cried out again. "That's a good cry." Nya Yanian laughed. If the little guy were to become a rabbit master, he'd be the top dog. The group of teenage girls all froze. Meng Yuan was also dumbfounded, not to mention how this Nya Yanyan's martial arts, alone this ability to damage people. Meng Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to look up to him in his own lifetime. That Nya Yanyan carried his hands behind his back as he took a step in front of Meng Yuan and asked, "I heard that you're very capable of fighting?" He asked with Meng Yuan and Tainyo yesterday and knew that Tainyo was a rash one, and the fight was bound to be started by Meng Yuan. "It's all my fault alone. Please punish Master Nya." Meng Yuan didn't return people's questions and directly expressed his willingness to be punished. Anyway, whatever the penalty, admit it. Master Nya. Wu Changxing just wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy, but he was glared at by Nya Yanian. "You two go to the plum blossom stakes and do horse dances for a day. And if you fall down, climb up and stand again." Nya Yanian gave the punishment. Plum blossom pile is for practicing body coordination and balance, and is divided into high pile and low pile. Moreover, in order to prevent the practitioner from falling, there is fine sand under the pile. This is simply not a chastisement. The one-day horse dance is certainly difficult for novices, but Meng Yuan and Tainyo are both sturdy teenagers. The big deal is just to fall a few times. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled Tainyo to recognize the punishment, and the two of them headed to the plum blossom pile to stand on the pile. One day down, the two fell down from the plum blossom pile dozens of times. 2 legs or more, no feeling in general. However, when the night was over, the two scrubbed their bodies and returned to the men's house. No one dared to provoke. The 2 packages were placed together. No one had moved them. No one even wanted to get too close. That Lu Ha looked grim, and he got medicine from somewhere and applied it to his face. According to the rules, male and female cadets are strictly forbidden to go out of the schoolyard, not to mention that they are not allowed to contact people outside the schoolyard. When that Lu Ha saw Meng Yuan and Tainyo, he pretended to grunt twice, but in the end, he was afraid of pain and didn't dare to say a word. Meng Yuan didn't bother with him either, minding his own business and sleeping peacefully. After that, Meng Yuan only trained daily according to Master Nye's arrangement. beating up his chi and eating in large mouthfuls. But that Nya Yanian is a day to come twice a day. After the fight came once a day. And do not teach any moves. Only let the teenagers to beat up the strength. Is really a sheep general. As the end of the year is getting closer and closer, the cadets see that it is going to be the new year in the schoolyard. And Nya Yanian not only does not teach the real ability, but also simply does not come. These trainees saw that they were out of control. And they could not help but get up in arms. At first it was just slacking off on training. And then it even simply slept in and didn't do any of the morning exercises. Especially Lu Ha. I do not know is used to a good life. Or Nya Yanian heart resentment. Even took the lead in pulling up several people. Every day. Before getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Training is also not attentive. When the hook female trainees talk. Whenever the wind is strong. They go back to the men's house to sleep. And people are not stupid. But also arrange the eyes to prevent Nya Yanian suddenly come to check. But Nya Yanian simply never showed up again. 27 trainees, nearly half of whom were muddling through. Meng Yuan watched with cold eyes, but never had the thought of laziness. Every day before dawn, he got up to drill. Meticulous, never discounted. Tainyo is a simple man. He is simple-minded, and he has been instructed by Zhao de Daodu. He only follows Meng Yuan's drills every day. In the blink of an eye, a small half-month has passed. Has come to the New Year's Eve day, and the sky is snowing again. Wang Fei benevolent, condemned to send the annual festival reward. Each cadet got a roast chicken, 2 pounds of pork, but Nya Yanian still didn't show up, and the men were not allowed to go out. The sound of firecrackers outside the schoolyard is so loud that you can still hear the sound of silk and bamboo music. This is the day of family reunion, but the people can only brave the snow drill. Some of the family's son even cried out. Meng Yuan didn't take it seriously at all. Eating and drinking as he should. On the first day of the new year, Meng Yuan got up before dawn and called on Tainyo to go out together. The north wind is howling and snow is all over the ground, adding to the loneliness. Meng Yuan and Tainyo fetched well water, washed their faces and brushed their teeth before starting to sweep the snow before their morning exercise. Warm up with a set of punches, then plunge into a stone lock to work on your arm strength, while hitting a horse stance punch. Usually, even if someone is lazy, there will still be 10 or so people who come to practice in the morning. But Meng Yuan and Tainyo practiced for a quarter of an hour, and didn't see anyone else come. Brother, it's New Year's Day, so everyone should have a day off. They're not even coming. Why do we have to practice? They all say behind our backs that we are cuties. Tainyo, with hot air coming out of his head, came to ask in a naive manner. Master Nye said that 1 day's practice is 1 day's work, and 1 day's lack of practice is 10 days worth of work. It means that practicing martial arts requires perseverance. And you need to keep practicing every day in order to keep improving. If you interrupt your practice 1 day, then you will lose the results you have accumulated before and it will take more time to return to your original level. Meng Yuan said as he punched his fist. Tainyo, I am a refugee, and your father was a sharecropper. So to put it bluntly, he is a mud-legged man. Learning martial arts is the only chance to change our destiny, so we need to firmly grasp it. But no one is watching either. Master Nya hasn't come for days. They all say that Master Nye doesn't care about us anymore. Tainyo was puzzled. We're practicing for ourselves, not for Master Nye. Don't you care what others think? Let's just do ours. Meng Yuan said. Actually, Meng Yuan had his own opinion. Looking at how the crown princess had acted before, it was clear that she would be able to do something and be able to do something. In that case, with the princess's strength in dealing with Li Zhuangtou, how could she allow Nyesher to let her sheep loose? Wang Fei practiced this batch of teenagers, and is strictly ordered that all of them are not allowed to go out of the schoolyard, and is not allowed to go home on New Year's Day. Obviously not forget this batch of people. After all, yesterday's New Year's Eve also sent meat. In Meng Yuan's opinion, the crown princess probably wanted to pick a group of people who were hardworking, honest and obedient, and could endure. Because the practice of martial arts is the most difficult, cannot be achieved overnight, do not allow sneaky, need to have patience, perseverance. All of them are 15 years old teenagers. Martial arts enlightenment has been a little late, and is not outstanding talent. You have to be self-discipline, obedience to some achievements. Therefore, Meng Yuan felt that the princess, or Nyesher, was simmering people, using this to select people who could be cultivated. Of course, Meng Yuan didn't dare to conclude that he was right, but no matter what, having daily food and drink, as well as the ability to build up your chi, is good for you. If out of the first month, Nyesher still does not teach the real skills, Meng Yuan intends to jump ship. Then whether it is to lick the search for plums, or think of another method, always have to find a way out. After all, that little girl Zhang Tang was still waiting at the Makwang. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Strength. Chapter 13, Strength. It was still dark and the sound of firecrackers in the distance. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo practiced for a while longer. And Hu Qian also came. She looks outstanding. Tall body, wear also thin, chest should be wrapped a few circles of cloth, but still can show the scale. Hu Qian's mother is the royal consort's nursemaid, and looking at her body, I know that she has been eating well since she was a child. It's New Year's Day. Why don't you two get more sleep? Hu Qian went up and casually asked. Meng Yuan is not familiar with Hu Qian. Moreover, Hu Qian has a high status and has always been reluctant to talk to people, so it is rare for her to take the initiative to talk today. However, in Meng Yuan's opinion, if Princess Wang really intended to observe the character of this batch of trainees, then with Hu Qian's status, she was probably the insider. Anyway, let's get the house of cards up first. If Master Nye didn't tell me to stop, I won't stop. Meng Yuan responded in an unusual tone as he punched his horse stance punch. This Hu Qian has the highest status in the schoolyard, and quite good looks. Everyone grabs to please. Against this kind of not experienced love affairs, and starry-eyed little girl, cannot be like others to lick to flatter. You have to first pull a distance, and then strike. It is like goring a piglet. If you go forward with a goring knife, you are sure to scare the piglet away. But if you hide the knife well and act carelessly, the piglet will come to your feet instead. Of course, to use this kind of means need to be talented and good-looking, such as Meng Yuan. This kind of can. If you change a crooked, even if you pull away from 100,000 miles, people still do not take care of you. Sure enough, when Hu Qian saw that Meng Yuan was not half as enthusiastic, and was still hitting the horse stance punch, she said, "You're quite honest and obedient, so how come you fought with Lu Ha on your first day here? If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. I came here to learn martial arts. I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to be your highness's guard and repay your highness's favor." Meng Yuan didn't explain much and continued to zigzag. Hu Qian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You're suffering so hard for your chi, but Niashur doesn't teach real skills. You have some brute strength at most. In the coming days, if the princess is really in danger, you may not be able to protect her." Sister Qian, your words are wrong. Could it be that if you can't learn real skills, you can't protect the princess? Meng Yuan paused, set up his tablet seriously and earnestly, and said, "I was born as a straggler, and if it weren't for Princess Wine giving me food and drink, I would have frozen and starved to death long ago. If anyone really dares to harm your highness, even if I am of low skill, then they would have to step over my corpse first." This kind of nonsense. Meng Yuan can pull more than a dozen sets of non-repetitive. The core of the two words, loyalty. Hu Qian was stunned for a moment. She saw that Meng Yuan's words were loud and clear. His handsome face was full of integrity and loyalty. A look of willingness to die for the princess. Not at all like the ruthless man who grabbed Lu Ha and beat him up not long ago. "I didn't expect you to have a loyal and righteous heart for being born as a straggler." Hu Qian sighed. "If you don't have a heart of gratitude, what's the same as?" Meng Yuan was all righteousness, his voice resounding, and he said seriously, "Sister Qian, if the Wang Fei is really in danger, I think you must be as willing to die for the Wang Fei as I am." This kind of talk is used to bring two people closer together. Sure enough, Hu Qian nodded heavily and said, "I'm just like you. Your highness treats me like her own daughter. Of course I am willing." "A daughter?" Then it seems that Wang Fei really did not give up here. Meng Yuan saw that he had gotten the words out, so he nodded solemnly, and then said seriously, "Sister Qian, recently when I play punching fist, I always feel that my waist and arms don't work well. Can you see where I'm practicing wrong?" "Oh, you hit 2 more marks for me to see." Hu Qian clasped her arms, very serious, with a big sister look. This girl often live in the deep courtyard, do not know the danger of the human heart, and do not know that Meng Yuan used the desire to capture in fake dementia of the art of war learning. Tai Nyo on the sidelines to see the dumbfounded. "Said you 2 days ago also corrected my movements to come, combined with your own did not practice?" Soon there were people coming to morning exercise one after another, and Hu Qian no longer said much to Meng Yuan. Since then the days as usual, but the schoolyard never came to outsiders. The teenagers have no control, the lazy more and more lazy. People have a herd mentality, and teenagers are fickle. See people lazy slacking off, then follow suit. Meng Yuan is still practicing meticulously. Daily horse stance punching, lifting stone locks, standing stakes, running, half of the actual battle without moves cannot be learned, only according to the process set by the Nye division to beat up the muscles and bones. Meng Yuan also did not deliberately to make friends with Hu Qian, only from time to time to teach one or two, so that she corrected the action essentials, to satisfy the young girl's good teacher's mind. We are halfway through the first month. Daily fierce eating and drinking and practicing, the body of the essence of the rapid growth of fire, has covered the whole body. More and more do not fear the cold. the body seems to be inexhaustible. General Meng Yuan estimated that in a few more days, the essence flame would be able to reach the state of perfection, but he just didn't know what changes would take place by then, and his heart was inevitably looking forward to it. Now it was already in the process set by Master Nye to increase the amount of training. For example, Master Nye requested that a 20-gene stone lock be lifted 300 times a day, divided into 6 repetitions. Meng Yuan then switched to a 30-catty stone lock and lifted it 500 times. There was also running with sandbags on his back, carrying stone mills and pushing stone mills. Others rested early, but Meng Yuan had to take advantage of the night to drill again, tired and forgetful to do so. But even so, the next day I got up refreshed and warm, with all my strength back. On this day, the 15th day of the first month, before dawn, Meng Yuan got up, went out naked, and drew well water to scrub his body. I'm here to learn martial arts. Why do I think about pussy all day? Meng Yuan planned to increase his training today. Halfway through the morning of this day, there were only about a dozen people on the martial arts field, and the rest of the people were still nestled in the dormitory without getting up. On weekdays, these people are worried about Nyesher raid inspection. Do not dare to be lazy for too long, but today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Are going to celebrate the festival, is why these people are bold. It was only towards lunchtime that these people came to the martial arts arena. Lu Ha was among them. After all, he was the one who led the way. Lu He's injuries had recuperated, and as he glanced contemptuously at Meng Yuan, he pretended to lift the stone lock. Master Nye doesn't care about us anymore. So if you want to learn martial arts in the future, you'll have to learn from a new master. If you don't have a doorway, hurry up and find one. Lu Ha laughed out. That Nye Yanian since the new year did not show up. The teenagers have lost confidence in the practice of martial arts, and now listen to the words of Lu Ha. It is inevitable to feel more justified. For a while some people were frustrated and lost, while others rushed to please Lu Ha. I said little geldings. Lu Ha saw that all of them were looking pleasingly at him and could not help but be pleased as he smiled and looked at Meng Yuan, saying, you get up early and late every day, but you didn't expect a blank, did you? Even if you work hard, you're still a straggler and a geld. When a few days pass, it's time to roll up and get out. The betting belongs to the royal family. He can't take it with him. Someone laughed and chimed in. Meng Yuan just lifted the stone locks, not paying any attention to this provocation. Instead feeling bored, that Hu Qian looked on with cold eyes and didn't say anything. It's all about background and strength when you come out. My father is General Manager Lu. What do you have? Lu ha laughed. What's the point of you practicing every day? You still have to go back to shoveling cow dung and goring oxen and sheep. Meng Yuan dropped the stone lock in his hand and said, I don't talk to rabbits. Lu Ha had his defenses broken by this one sentence. He was furious and red in the face, but he didn't dare to make a move. He just gritted his teeth and pointed at Meng Yuan. He was provocative, but he wasn't a cutie. Knowing that he couldn't beat Meng Yuan, even if he was in a group beating, he would have to be stared at and punched by him. Master Nye is here, Hu Qian suddenly voiced out. The teenagers looked toward the schoolyard gate, only to see Nye Yanian walking over with his hands behind his back, smiling. A group of teenagers all obediently stood. Lu Ha also hurriedly stood, and said that fortunately came out early, or lazy will be found, only to see Nye Yanian walk up and look around at the people, then step on a stone lock with his foot. Nye Yanian also did not make a sound. Shoulders do not move. Only a single foot of flip and a pick. 30 pounds of stone locks flew straight up, even 3 or 4 feet high. The teenager's eyes go after the stone lock, but Meng Yuan see clearly that Nye Yanian sink waist off the horse, 2 feet apart, tied into a horse stance, eyes slightly closed, steeply right hand fist delivery, right in the descending stone lock, only to hear a bang. That stone lock actually burst open, broken small stones scattered in a square foot of land. Visible Nye Yanian. This punch is not only extremely powerful, and the strength of the pinch is very in place. Meng Yuan was stunned, and for a moment, he was infinitely yearning. The teenagers were also dumbfounded when they saw the real thing. The force originates from the 6 directions. The force rises from the ground, the force is generated at the waist, and the move is made at the shoulder. It rises like a dragon ascending to the sky, and falls like a thunderbolt striking the ground. Nye Yanian closed his horse stance, smiled and put his arm around Louis's neck, saying, this is what is called background. This is what is called strength. You think it's a small courtyard where the ladies hook up and play house fights? He pointed to Meng Yuan and showed Lu Ha, then continued, he's a gelding smith. You're from a lackey's background. Who's nobler than who? I set out to lift a 20 catty stone lock 300 times a day, and he lifted a 30 catty one 500 times. Horse stance punching is still twice as much as yours, and he rises the earliest and practices the most every day, without hindrance from the wind and snow. Your fist is not as hard as his. Your heart is not as hard as his, and you are not as diligent as him. He will definitely be more successful than you in the future. And when he sleeps with your mom in front of you, you'll still have to clap your hands. Manhwa glanced at Louis's looks and said, I'm not that underhanded. People practiced hard and diligently. You don't practice even if you don't. What kind of attitude is it to make snide remarks? Child, people shouldn't be like this. Nyayanian patted Louis's head, fished out another piece of paper and handed it to Wu Changsheng. Roll call. Wu Changsheng received it respectfully and sang his name. Lu Ha. Zhang Jun. Zhang Jinawa. When he read it, Wu Changsheng's forehead became sweaty, and he came to Hu Qian's side. How can I pronounce these 3 words? There are so many strokes. Hu Qian didn't bother. Wu Changsheng saw that Niesher's countenance was not good and hurriedly came back to ask Meng Yuan. Ji Bao. Meng Yuan pointed. So it's him. Ji Bao. Wu Changsheng dilatorily and sparsely recited. In total, 16 people stood out, both men and women. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo were not listed. Those whose names are read, go back and pack your things. All of you. Nyayanian was unceremonious. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Perfection of the Essence Flame. Chapter 14, Perfection of the Essence Flame. Sure enough, the stone in Meng Yuan's heart fell when he saw Nyayanian rushing people out. The teenagers whose names were named also finally realized that these people had slacked off on their training, and had thought that they could continue to mingle, but they didn't expect Nyayanian to eliminate them. Master Nya. Master Nya. Lu Ha saw that there was no possibility of learning martial arts. He panicked and lost his mind for a moment, kneeling down on his knees and hugging Nyayanian's leg, pleading, Master Nya, please leave me behind. I will learn properly. He was snotty and scared and obviously had high hopes from his parents. The rest of those named followed suit, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Nyayanian is amiable, smiled and said, people want to go up. Nothing more than reading and practicing martial arts. You guys can't read anymore. You can only practice martial arts. Our martial arts this way, either you have outstanding qualifications, or hard work, but you do not account for both. But also to learn the asa? Just think of lazy and slippery, not half a bit of self-control, can stand the pain of practicing in summer and winter? Suffer and suffer. I'll change. Lu Ha thumped his head on the ground, crying and begging, Master Nya, please, for the sake of my father, give me another chance. It is for your father's sake that I am telling you this much. People have to fulfill themselves. Your bones and heart are not the right material for learning martial arts. There's no reason to waste time. Nyayanian still smiled warmly. Anyway, with your father, in the future, no matter if you go to a farm or do something else, even if you become a rabbit master, you won't starve. When Lu Ha saw that Nyayanian's tone was conciliatory, but he didn't have the slightest idea of changing his mind, he couldn't help but sit paralyzed on the ground. Get lost? Come on, don't mix up your days. Be careful of the days mixing you up. Although Nyayanian was scolding, he had an encouraging tone. The group of teenage girls who were named saw that Louis's pleading was useless, so they couldn't help but all burst into tears. All of them hung their heads in shame and lost their minds as they went back to the dormitory to fetch their packs and then left in a grumbling manner. Louis's eyes are godless, walked to the gate of the schoolyard, stopped, looked back to the people left behind, only to see that Hu Qian's unusual appearance, as if he knew it would be today. That Wu Changsheng and Zhao Tainyo both had faces of overwhelming joy, while that Meng Yuan was expressionless, not even scoffing after victory, and even lazier to look at himself. If you want to be distinguished in front of people, you must suffer afterward. This reasoning is the same no matter which line of work you put it in. In the future you will have to practice to learn 10 times harder and 10 times more exhausting than you are now. Nyayanian looked around at those left behind, pointed to Lu Ha, who was far away from the entrance to the schoolyard, and asked, is there anyone to switch with him? No one answered. Good. All good. Nyayanian was very pleased, smiled and walked up. The men patted their shoulders, the women patted their heads, and took turns praising a few sentences before adding, today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Wangfei has issued meat, and today's noon is enough. There was no lack of oil and water in the school's meals, but the teenagers had never eaten meat in large chunks, and once they heard Nyayanian's words, they all began to chomp on their mouths. However, while it's still noon, I'll teach you all a method of exhaling. As Nyayanian spoke, he sank his body, his feet leveled with each other, shoulder width apart, quite similar to the Zamabu. This is the clasping pile nourishing energy technique. You need to have a neutral body and a straight waist and spine. Both shoulders are relaxed and sunken, and both hands are wrapped around the chest as if holding a fat girl. Nyayanian spoke very slowly, waiting for all the teenagers to do the same posture, and then said, long breath, short inhalation, body to be stable, the heart to be quiet. Think of themselves in the mountains and wild forests, or flowers and wonderful places, and then feel the changes in their own bodies. With that, he moved his arms lightly as if he was kneading a large ball. After doing a whole set of movements, Nyayanian taught 2 more times before closing the work. This so-called holding pile nourishing yuan gong is not difficult to learn. The movements are simple, and the 3 main points are the rhythm of breathing, as well as the stillness of the mind and the storage of thoughts. I know you guys are puzzled as to why you're passing on this bull elemental nurturing technique instead of the true method of actual combat. Nyayanian carried his hands behind his back and said word for word, I'll tell you, when we walk the path of martial arts, we have to be loose and tight. In this period of time, everyone has been practicing diligently to build up their chi, which is the tightness. What is loose? Nurturing the chi and the heart is loose, and calming the heart and the chi is loose. This holding pile nourishing yuan gong is loose. He casually corrected the movements of a few trainees, his mouth still not stopping. 1 loose, 1 closed, 1 fast, 1 slow. This is the way to advance in martial arts. You guys are late to the profession. Only this will help open up the orifices in your body. Master Nya, what is an opening point? Wu Chongsheng boldly asked, which was also what the group of trainees wanted to ask. You'll know by then. Nya Yanian chuckled. What happens after opening an aperture point? Meng Yuan came to ask as well. Opening an aperture point is entering the grade. That's when you're truly on the path of martial arts. Nya Yanian smiled. By then, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and the wonders will be endless. What's an entry pin? Iron Bull asked in confusion. However, Nya Yanian was obviously not a qualified teacher, nor was he patient, and said unhappily, Ask. Is it that when you get a daughter-in-law, you still have to come and ask me how to sleep first? Nya sure that you teach? Tai Nyo asked. Hiss. Nya Yanian saw that people didn't understand the yellow accent at all. He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He bared his teeth, smiled helplessly, and said, What happens after you enter the product? Wait until you have opened up your orifices. In the future, every morning, midday and evening, each of you will play the holding pile nourishing yuan gong once. When you are tired and fatigued, you can also do it once. If there is any discomfort, or if you feel warmth somewhere, come and tell me about it. Everyone take a break this afternoon. Those who want to go out to find their own mothers to drink milk go. Those who want to sleep and sleep. Just don't whore. Let's get real tomorrow. Nya Yanian also does not explain what is the opening of the aperture point. Not to mention the opening of the aperture point in the end. What is wonderful. Only read a few sentences, and patted his butt and walked away. The men practiced a few more times, and then it was time for dinner. Today's meal in the mess hall is actually freshly marinated beef, and a basket of hot steamed buns. Cattle are used for farming. The killing of cattle is strictly prohibited in Qing dynasty, and the slaughter of sick and injured cattle needs to be reported to the government, so it is rare for ordinary people to eat beef. Don't scramble, Meng Yuan shouted, making a righteous appearance. First copying a steamed bun, tearing open a slit, chucking on a few large chunks of beef dripping with hot oil, and then handing it to Tai Nyo. Brother, you're so nice. Tai Nyo took it and gnawed down a large portion of it in one bite, on the verge of bursting into tears. It smells so good. Meng Yuan has also long been drooling, hurriedly picked up the hot steamed buns, clamped the beef, ignoring that Hu Qian exudes the intention of anticipation, only to their mouths. It's been a long time since I've had a big bite of meat, and the feeling is just to die for. Swallowing one in one gulp, a trace of nutrients were intercepted by the essence fire, which was several times stronger than eating cabbage and tofu. My first time to eat beef, came to this side of the world. Meng Yuan really is the first time to eat such a delicious meat. A brain to eat 7 steamed bun sandwich meat, which is free to lament up. Brother, you forgot that you ate cow spawn. Burp, Iron Bull corrected. When Meng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that there was still a little girl in Muzhuang, and he didn't know how that girl was doing. I have to hurry up and use my skills, not to make a big name for myself, but at least to let old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang live a comfortable life. Thinking of this, Meng Yuan made another effort to stuff his mouth. Overeating is not desirable for martial artists, but in the end are teenagers. No moderation, eat up no end, all mixed up around. Even Hu Qian rubbed her stomach with a satisfied face. This totaled 27 cadets. 16 were driven away, leaving only 11, 6 men and 5 women. For those who stayed behind, today is a big day. After a full meal, we will tell some jokes in the cafeteria to talk about the day. Chattering, happy to comment on who can eat and who is strong. In the end, Meng Yuan was judged to be the best eater and Tinyo the strongest. When it comes to evaluating who is the most beautiful, Hu Qian threw out his face and said that martial arts people do not look at beauty and ugliness. There is no need to evaluate the flower leader and so on. In fact, Among the female cadets in this room, she was the best looking. Hu Chen didn't say much more and went straight out of the schoolyard. The cadets are also holding back hard. Those with families in the city will go back to visit their relatives. Those without families will go out to let off steam. Meng Yuan didn't have the heart to go out and wander around, as the essence fire had enveloped his entire body after a large meal of beef, and it is no longer growing. It is clear that it has reached its limit and has been perfected. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he moved his mind, the energy contained in this essence flame would somehow return to himself. Just what would happen then? Meng Yuan had no idea in his heart. After returning to the dormitory with Tinyo opened up the laundry. "Brother, why is there a hole in your clothes again?" The two of them were packing up their things when they saw Hu Qian and a female cadet find the dormitory. "Meng Yuan, Tinyo, someone is looking for the two of you." End of chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. When I asked, I realized that it was Big Head Zhao who had come. According to the rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter the schoolyard. So Meng Yuan and Tinyo hurried out of the schoolyard and met Big Head Zhao at the entrance. Zhao Daitu had a vicissitude of face, but he still couldn't hide his joy, and he was carrying 2 packages on his back. "Chew, little Meng." Zhao Big Head was happy about everything. A hold on Tinyo's waist, lifted upwards, really practiced and sturdy. "This is going to shovel cow dung. Dry all day is not tired. Why are you wearing such thin clothes?" "Father, we practice martial arts and are not afraid of the cold." Tinyo was also happy. "Why is Uncle Big Head here?" Meng Yuan asked. "I haven't heard from you too. I'm worried sick, and Ginger is also worried. Originally, I came to the New Year's Eve, but they would not let me see you. Let the New Year come again. Today I got free. I came to see you, but people still do not allow to see. Is a little girl saw, specially led me here," Zhao Big Head said. Meng Yuan knew that the little girl was probably Hu Qian. "Are old Uncle Jiang and girl Jiang okay?" Meng Yuan asked with concern. "All good." Big Head Zhao was so happy that he pulled Meng Yuan to a corner and asked in a low voice, "Yellow Pie didn't look for you, did he?" "Nope." Meng Yuan laughed. Big Head Zhao didn't believe it, and then looked at Tinyo, and saw that Tinyo also said that he didn't. "But be careful. You are a young man, still practicing martial arts, a body of energy. Monsters are best to sleep with your kind of yang qi heavy." Zhao Big Head is very serious. I went back to think about it. Yellow lips are afraid of dogs. You turn back to get some dog poop on your hands. Meng Yuan knew that Big Head Zhao was well-intentioned, and also knew that he couldn't talk to him, so he didn't object, and only responded. Big Head Zhao unloaded the bags on his body, one for Tinyo and one for Meng Yuan. "This is from the Jiang family's girl." Meng Yuan took it and pinched the inside, so he knew there were shoes. Opening it up, there were indeed 2 pairs of shoes. The uppers are neat, the soles are tightly knit, and it's obvious that care has been taken. There is also a centerfold. The so-called midriff is actually an undergarment worn close to the body. Poor people use linen to do, although rough a little, but strong and durable, but also cheap. Of course, cotton is better, soft, comfortable and sweat absorbent, but a little more expensive. This midriff is the cotton material. Why is it cut from cotton? Does the family still have money? Meng Yuan asked. Lao Jiang sent a gift to Li Zhuantou. On the matter of learning martial arts, the silver returned. Zhao Big Head see Tinyo want to touch the middle coat, then hurriedly hit his hand toward Meng Yuan said, "Little girl said you in the city to make a living, have to be decent, on the trust me to go to the town market to buy cloth. She stayed up a few nights to give you made out of it. I wanted to come over on New Year's Eve to send it to you to wear, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Chinese clothes to wear inside, decent or not decent and others cannot see, but the little girl's heart, Meng Yuan is able to feel, tying the bag and holding it in his arms." Meng Yuan didn't say much. Zhao Dao pulled Tinyo again and asked in detail about the recent life, and when he knew that he ate beef at noon, Zhao Dao even let Tinyo kneel down and kowtow a few times in the direction of the Wangfu. "I have to go. Any later and it'll be dark." Big Head Zhao talked for quite a while, and when it was time to part ways, he looked at Meng Yuan and asked, "Is there anything you want to bring to your little daughter-in-law? Let her wait in peace and quiet. Practice the words I taught her at night, and don't do any more needlework. In a few days, I will definitely pick her up and bring her into the city." Meng Yuan said, "Father, I'll fetch you into the city too." Tinyo followed. "Okay, I know." Zhao Big Head answered down. He looked at Tinyo red eyes, so he patted Tinyo's shoulder and said seriously, "Xiao Meng is not worried about marriage. Didn't you say that a piece of practicing martial arts has a girl family? You take care." He also looked at Meng Yuan, instructed, "Xiao Meng, you help Tinyo watchpoint. If there is an honest incapable, we do not care about looks. You give fling fling." "Good." Meng Yuan smiled and answered. Sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo went back to the schoolyard, and wanted to find Hu Qian to say thank you, but they couldn't find anyone again. When I went back to the dormitory, no one was even here. Meng Yuan beat 2 big buckets of water back to the men's house, and then asked Tai Nyo to stand guard outside, and if anyone entered then stop them first. The essence flame had been perfected, and Meng Yuan stroked his middle garment, knowing that he couldn't wait any longer. When he thought in his heart, he saw a large mass of flames, dark red in color. Fire comes. With a thought, the flame burst open. For a while, Meng Yuan only felt the fire from the outside and inside burning body, as if the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burned all over again. While the flame raged and raced through the body, many places in the body were like blocked drains. This essence flame traveled back and forth in the body for a long time, impacting the clogged places. After a few breaths, the essence flame receded like a tidal wave. However, it did not break through any of the blockages, but Meng Yuan had vaguely sensed that the blockages had loosened. When he opened his eyes, he only felt that his eyes were bright, and he could see the slightest detail even from more than 10 feet away. Looking at the body again, it was sticky and wet, stuck to the clothes, and smelled fishy, but the body seems to have been scrubbed once. The muscles and bones seem to be stronger, but also have a sense of lightness like a swallow. At this moment, Meng Yuan was confident that he could lift a 300-pound stone mill. Wistful thinking essence flame, but it was only the size of a grain of soybean. Taking off the clothes on his body, Meng Yuan scrubbed the dirt on his body while pondering the efficacy of this essence flame perfection in his mind. Undoubtedly, after experiencing the essence fire washing, a person has the feeling of shedding his bones and washing his essence. His body and limbs are light, and his strength and reaction speed are much faster, which is extremely beneficial to learning martial arts. This is the surface effect of the essence fire, and the other is the impact of the blockage in the body. This time the essence fire had not broken through the blockage, but it had loosened it. Master Nye said today that practicing the pile holding and nourishing energy technique helps to open the orifices. Could it be that those blockages are the unopened orifices? Meng Yuan knew too little about the path of martial arts and had insufficient knowledge about it, so he really couldn't judge. There's also the essence flame, which became the size of a soybean again after being absorbed by me. I wonder if it will take more time and days to raise it to perfection again. Need to eat better? Meng Yuan took soap horn and washed his head, and quickly washed away the dirt on his body, and then washed again with water, and his skin was delicate and smooth and resilient. Seeing that there was no more odor on his body, Meng Yuan didn't put on any clothes, so he played a set of horse stance punch to soothe his chi and blood in the men's house. Then he played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again, leaving out distractions, calming his mind, soothing his breath, and envisioning a large river that had been blocked. After a while, Meng Yuan only felt flesh and blood, internal organs, sinews and bones trembling. For a moment, as if the body has countless water channels flow, but most of them are blocked. Suddenly, the great river of wistful thoughts broke through the blockage, and Meng Yuan felt a surge of blood rushing straight to the sky. This feeling was extremely marvelous, as if the body had opened some kind of gateway, followed by the ears not hearing external objects, as if deaf, the eyes could not see people, as if blind, even the nose could not smell the odor. Soon, Meng Yuan returned to his normal self, only feeling refreshed and clear in his mind. With both eyes restored, he looked out of the window and saw 3 magpies chasing each other over the schoolyard, one of them with colored feathers on its neck. Both ears are smart enough to listen carefully and distinguish the chirping of 3 magpies. With a slight movement of the nose, there was a slight bloody air that swung with the north wind. Meng Yuan gazed, only to see that beside the water well, a female cadet was bowing her head to beat the water, as if she was shy. The sense of smell and sight and hearing have been much better than normal people. Is this the opening point? How many need to be opened? Meng Yuan muttered. After thinking about it for a little while, Meng Yuan remembered that he was still naked, so he hurriedly changed into the Chinese clothes and cloth shoes made by Jiang Tang. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old. If this girl keeps this up, I'm really going to be chained to her. After tying up her hair, putting on her clothes, and stretching her body, Meng Yuan only felt that her new clothes fit and were comfortable. I want to look at myself in the mirror, but I don't even have a mirror, and I'm not even as good as that little weasel. Outside the door, Tai Nyo was shocked. "Ah, brother, why did you take a shower like a different person? What's the difference?" Meng Yuan asked. Nyo took a closer look again and said, "The face is whiter and the eyes are bright. I clearly could have become the head of the face based on my beauty, but I still chose the path of the hardest martial artist." Sighing, Meng Yuan went to pour out the dirty water and fetched water to wash the dirty clothes again. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Entering the Grade. Chapter 16, Entering the Grade. When evening came, The trainees who had gone out for an afternoon of wandering returned one by one. The evening meal was a little worse. It was pork boiled with cabbage and served with white buns. As they ate, they talked about going out. Some went to take a hot bath. Some went to meet their relatives. And others just purely skipped around. Our living together, Manhwa's changes were also seen in the eyes of the people. But everyone did not feel strange. Just think more handsome than in the past a few points. The eyes are more God-just. Manhwa didn't talk much to anyone. Just buried his head and ate. Now the essence of the fire is only the size of a soybean. A meal of pork-boiled cabbage to eat down. The essence of the fire still draws nutrients, but also slightly stronger. But compared to the past, the growth of the slower. It seems like it's going to be harder to raise the essence flame than it was earlier, and you'll have to eat more meat to make it work. Manhwa secretly summarized the usefulness of essence flame. This essence fire is stored in the body nowhere, can be contained through diet, and feeds back on itself when the body is weak or injured. Moreover, as the essence flame consummated, after being drawn by itself, it would impact the body's orifices and have some sort of body-quenching effect. Now that only the first consummation has helped me to open my orifices, it will be even harder to raise to the next consummation. So will the efficacy be even stronger by then? Also, I ate little meat before, so the containment was slow. You have to think of eating more meat in the future. Manhwa couldn't help but think of his aunt and grandma, and wondered if he could taste the demon. After all, it was also something that was born and raised, containing essence and spirit. Of course, it was still necessary to be cautious. Manhwa planned to seek out Master Nya for some good advice and learn more about the martial arts. On the second day, Manhwa got up before the chickens crowed. After morning practice and breakfast, it was time for morning training. It wasn't until halfway through the morning that Nya Yannian arrived. As soon as he came, he greeted Wu Changxing to go to the schoolyard storehouse to move a recliner, beat water to scrub clean, then casually instructed 2 sentences, let all the teenagers to increase the amount of training, and then in front of all the trainees, directly lying down to recuperate. Manhwa thought twice and decided to ask. Now is not the time to hide, also should be appropriate to show the sharpness. Strive to learn more things, know more things. After all, the body is still wearing people's little girl tailored clothes. Have to pick up people earlier. After collecting his gong, Manhwa walked up, squatted by the recliner, and whispered, Master Nya, it seems like I've opened up my orifices. Nya Yannian didn't even open his eyes and asked lazily, oh, past the acupoints? Whose girls? Why is this guy talking about yellow in 3 words? Not anyone's girl. Manhwa was honest and said with a flourish, Master Nya passed on the holding pile technique yesterday, saying that loosening and tightening helps to open up the aperture points. When I practiced it in the afternoon, I felt a surge of chi going straight to the sky, as if I had opened something. Nya Yannian finally opened his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at Manhwa's seriousness. So he asked, what else do you feel? It is that I feel that my heart is clear, and it is not easy for me to be irritable. My eyes, nose, and ears are also much smarter. I used to be able to see an arrow target 100 paces away, but now I can even see a leaf 100 paces away. Manhwa said. When Nya Yannian heard this, he sat up with a jerk of his back and grabbed Manhwa's wrist. Manhwa instantly became aware of a warm current passing through his wrist, then from his arm upwards, then swept through his entire body, and then violently retracted. Nya Yannian's expression on his face changed, a look of happiness and surprise, carefully sizing up Manhwa as if he had seen some treasure. How old are you? Nya Yannian asked. Just 17 after the new year. Manhwa returned. Have you really never learned martial arts before? Have you learned anything like holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong? Nya Yannian asked again. Nope, I didn't know any of that before. Manhwa returned. Nya Yannian believed. He has seen Manhwa boxing practice. Although smart learned fast, but it is indeed a fledgling. May you have eaten something? Like some exotic herbs, or rare meat? Nya Yannian asked again. I haven't even been out of the schoolyard. I eat the same as everyone else. Manhwa replied. That means you've only been practicing for a month or so? Nya Yannian pointed at Manhwa's nose and cursed with a laugh. Hey, then you're a ing genius. Manhwa was speechless. But you're so white and tender, and your face is so pretty. It's not like you're practicing martial arts. You have to control the crotch. Turn around and I'll introduce you to a business. Nya Yannian rubbed his hands together joyfully, not like he was joking. Master Nya, what business? Manhwa thought about Nya Yannian's usual style and was a little afraid for no reason. You know, some widows and orphans are afraid of not being able to keep their money, so they have to find someone to guard their homes. Nya Yannian had a serious face, not looking like he was joking, and whispered, we'll be able to go and do this favor. You're still going to sell it. You're a whore and a housekeeper. You don't praise me for my accomplishments, But you want to lead me down the wrong path? You just praised me for being a genius. And this is how you treat geniuses. Does the princess know you're doing private work? I only escort the princess. Manhwa only felt that life was boring. He was an 8-foot man. Selling his body as a slave was already a necessity. But he still had to sell his body? Anyone with some ambition would not do this kind of hook. You kid also strange ambition. Nya Yanian scolded. And soothed. In fact, people are not ugly. Well raised. 40 or 50 years old is young. Besides, let you sleep with a woman for nothing. You still twisted on? If I were 10 years younger, would it be your turn? Why does this martial arts teacher come up here and pimp me out? I learned martial arts so I wouldn't go out and sell it. Manhwa hadn't fallen to this level. Martial artists have a backbone. 1,000 taels a night. Let's split it 50-50. Nya Yanian whispered. Then I'll try? Manhwa was truly poor and scared. The child is teachable. Nya Yanian patted Manhwa's shoulder with great satisfaction. Master Nya, am I considered to have entered the grade? What should I do in the future? It was only then that Manhwa realized that he had been led astray by Nya Yanian and had forgotten to ask about the main event. Indeed, you have entered the character. But don't be proud. You've only just asked your way to the brothel. You're still far from entering the alley. Nya Yanian casually pulled a metaphor, and then clapped his hands, signaling the group to stop. Come. Nya Yanian waved at the teenagers. The crowd of trainees gathered around, inexplicably glancing at Manhwa and then looking at Nya Yanian in unison. Nya Yanian gathered his legs and crossed his knees, taking his seat on the recliner. He looked around at the people and said, I had thought it would take at least 3 or 4 months before there would be an enlightened person, but I didn't expect someone to come forward so soon. The teenagers all looked at Manhwa. Although the big guy still didn't understand what opening an aperture point was, it took an unusual person 3 or 4 months to become one, so it must have been extremely difficult. For a while some people were amazed, some were envious, but most were still bewildered. Hu Qian was also surprised. She looked at Manhwa and thought to herself, this kid teaches me the stance technique every once in a while. How come he's done it so quickly? Could it be related to the person who gave him something yesterday? But that person is just an ordinary farmer. Not very surprising. She looked at Zhao Tinyo again, but she saw Tinyo smiling foolishly, as if he had opened his own orifices. Envious, aren't you? If you're envious, you need to practice. Nya Yanian laughed, saying, you're either from a straggler's background, or you're the children of an old man from the royal family, so you've more or less heard of cultivation, but you probably don't know much about it. Hearing this, Manhwa perked up his ears and came to listen intently. I was thinking of talking about it someday, but the little geldings are out in force today, and it's not enough of a waste of spit for me to give him a lecture alone. So let's let the big guys come along and listen. Nya Yanian finally had a few moments of the teacher's appearance, his face much more serious, then said, we are walking on the road of the martial arts, but also one of the many paths. Since the beginning of the 9th grade, the 1st grade is the highest, and the so-called into the product, is to open the aperture point, which is also the starting point of the real step into the path of the martial artist. Does Master Nya mean that there are other ways? Manhwa asked. This is natural. The Rusher Dao has been passed down for thousands of years. They also have their own path of advancement, all from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. With us martial artists this path is extremely different. Which the mystery? Later see the world will know. Nya Yanian smiled slightly, quite proud, then said, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are naturally not bad, but our martial arts this way is the longest history, the most mature, but also the largest number of people. Only because of this road, down to the peddlers, countryside, up to the princes and nobles, all can learn. Into the product is not difficult. Master Nya, isn't it true that there are other paths to follow besides Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism? Wu Changxing asked. There are some, but they are all categorized as miscellaneous schools, with fewer people practicing them, and they are not considered great avenues. Nya Yanian said. End of chapter. Chapter 17. 3 days. Chapter 17. 3 days. The teenagers are willing to listen. Manhwa and Wu Changsheng also from time to time comic. Nya Yanian more and more talk, more and more energetic, pulling up the Wu Fu. The beginning of this pathway changes. In ancient times, there were constant natural disasters, and the elves and monsters made trouble. So the human race gradually figured out the path of Wufu and gradually perfected the method of advancement in the midst of one rebellion after another. And from ancient times to the present, the size of the dynasty, the starter 90% are martial arts origin. Then Taoism and Confucianism flourished. And later there was also a Buddhist sect of Buddhism. Each family tinkers with the doctrines of each family, and also integrates with each other, all coming out with their own methods of advancement. However, the 3 religions have ebbed and flowed. and have flourished and declined, just like today's Qing kingdom, which honors Confucianism and Taoism and depreciates Buddhism. Martial artists to martial arts to establish themselves, more important to cultivate themselves, not like Confucianism to raise what the vastness of the gas, not like Taoism what the life of all cultivation. Because of this, if it was about force, within the same rank, martial artists were often the strongest. Once they are close to the body, they can even instantly kill another way of the same rank, or even cross the rank to kill. There are strengths and naturally there are weaknesses. For example, people can do magic spells and have magical powers, while martial artists can often only rely on a sword to act. Of course, these are mostly comparisons of the advantages and disadvantages between the low products. As for the high quality of the landscape, Nye Yannian said he did not know. After pulling out the old illusions, Nye Yannian then talked about Wu Fu's path to the character. Wolf has an upper, middle, and lower heaven. The lower heaven has 33 days, the middle heaven has 33 days, and the upper heaven has 33 days, totaling 99 days. They are also often referred to as 99 orifices by martial artists. In the two religions of Shihua and Taoism, they also drew on the upper, middle and lower 3 days of the Wufu and derived their own theories, such as the Shihua's theory of the 3 days of yesterday, today and tomorrow, and the Taoism's theory of the 33 heavens. The 33 orifices of the lower heaven are in the skin and flesh, and their location was determined long ago, 4 on each limb, 16 on the torso, and 1 on the head, for a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and bones and internal organs, and their multiplicity and distribution are the same as those of the lower 33 heavens. As for going up to the 33 heavens, Nye Yannian did not say much. The opening of the orifices will enable the cultivation of true qi. The true qi is the source of martial arts strength, traveling with the upper, middle and lower 3 days. So open the upper, middle and lower 3 days is the foundation of the way for martial arts. Even some of the dharmas of higher kung fu need to be based on this. The more orifices are opened, the more blood and qi flow in the body is unhindered, the greater the strength, the faster the reaction, and at the same time, the more rapid the transportation of true qi. The 99 orifices are connected like river channels. The more and wider the river channel, the more essence it carries and the easier it is to mobilize. For example, a person's qi is like a large boat in a river. The wider the river, the more water flows, the larger the boat can be carried, and the more powerful the corresponding qi will be. Perfection of the 9th product requires full opening of the lower 33 heavens. Perfection of the 8th product is full opening of the middle 33 heavens, and the 7th product is full opening of the upper 33 heavens. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are not out of the realm of mortals, but they are the foundation of a martial artist. Once all the orifices are opened, one can see the sky and the sea, and that's another landscape. To enter the product is to open one of the lower 33 orifices. This step was often the most time-consuming, and it was difficult to say the least. Usually it was just quenching the torso, and then with the way of loosening and tightening passed down by Nye Yannian, it could slowly be opened. There were also those who washed their bodies in medicinal baths, in conjunction with some sort of dharma. Once an orifice is opened, it can be used to form a line with a point to quickly open the next orifice. For example, for an orifice on the arm, start from the palm of the hand, to the wrist, then upwards, and then all over the body. If you are more diligent, ordinary people within 3 to 5 years will be able to fully open the lower heaven of the 33 orifices. Gifted, often a year, or even a shorter period of time will be able to fully open. Of course, you can't be accurate in everything, so you might be stuck at a certain point, or too much laziness. That is also no progress. However, opening an orifice will have a point of benefit. Opening the head orifice can make a person energetic and clear mind. Those that open the limbs can make the strength bigger and more stable, and those that open the torso can make the endurance more increased and specialize in strength. As for where to open the orifices first, there is no definite conclusion. Some people attack the top of the head first, some open the limbs first, and some open the torso first, mainly because of location or for other reasons. The proper gate schools and those with a long history of inheritance all open the head orifices first, and certain boat gangs, medicine gangs, to support the boat mountaineering, high jumping, need to be strong under the disc, so first open the next 2 limbs, and then open the arms. As for some of the martial arts schools out there, they are even more varied. Also because of this casual, although the world respected the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but did not follow the foot of the majority of people choose martial arts this road, only because of the easy to start, quick results. After the growth of qi, no matter what to do, all have the advantage. Look at those farmers and slender men. Aren't they more capable than you? But not many of them have opened their orifices. This is the reason why there is no door. Although the action of holding the pile to raise yuan gong is simple, but the important thing is the method of vomiting. Is the method of thinking? But this layer of window paper. No one to point out. Those people will be unable to touch the whole life. Not to participate in the unknown. People from other people's big families, or people from high sects, have either taken medicinal baths or eaten well since childhood, quenching the body, nourishing the yuan and cultivating the qi. They have long had their own set of enlightenment methods. We can't learn them, and they don't pass them on. Nye Yannian looked around at the teenagers, said very seriously, but the good thing is that the martial arts this road is not picky. People faster. We are more diligent, more suffering, but also can touch people's ass. Don't you guys look at the geldings to become a success and go after them in a panic. You can't rush this kind of thing. The holding pile nourishing yuan gong that I passed on to you to loosen up and tighten up is not necessarily the best method to open up the aperture, but it must be the most suitable for you. If you think about yourselves more, and build up your qi more, you will always be able to enter the grade. It doesn't matter which orifice is opened first, as long as it can be opened. This matter of opening the orifices can't be helped by others. I can only pass on some experience to you. After all, the path of the martial artist is the most important thing to look at oneself. Nye Yannian pulled half a day, and when he saw that it was almost lunchtime, he became impatient. In the future, little Geldings is the senior brother. Daily training, eating, sleeping are all at his beck and call. Nye Yannian had a stern face, finally having a few moments of strict teacher weather. Whoever is not convinced, don't come to me and tell me off. Beat him into submission first. Seeing that Master Nye valued Mang Yuan so highly, all of them couldn't help but look at Mang Yuan, but they saw that Mang Yuan's face was expressionless. Mang Yuan knew that it was certainly his own good fortune to be the leader, but it was also because he had made a promise to sell his body. All go eat. Nye Yannian waved his hand, but pulled Mang Yuan back. You stay. I'll bark some more words. Only when the people were far away did Nye Yannian say, wushu is the external use of one's own qi, stance speed, and brain. Do you understand? It's that with more strength, quicker stance, and quicker reaction, and supplemented with martial arts moves, you can save more strength and show more power. Instead of just learning martial arts moves, Mang Yuan said, you kid is really not bad. Nye Yannian patted Mang Yuan's shoulder vigorously and said, this is also the old saying, practicing martial arts without practicing, to old age is empty. You don't have to rush to learn any moves nowadays. More boiled body, more use of nourishing yuan gong to store thoughts. First open the orifices is important. Thank you, Master Nye. Mang Yuan was sincerely grateful and asked, how do I open the next aperture? You're in a hurry, aren't you? You just broke your body. There's nothing to be gained by slowing down. Nye Yannian laughed. There's not a good word coming out of this man's mouth. Just breaking your body is all the more reason to strike while the iron is hot and go forward. Mang Yuan didn't want to be facetious either. You kid can write and fight. Nye Yannian sized up Mang Yuan and laughed. It's actually quite simple. Continue to play the clasping pile nourishing elemental technique to harbor your true qi, then slowly impact the next orifice with your true qi. He saw that Mang Yuan was serious, so he went into detail about the essentials. You can't rush the opening of an orifice point. You have to talk about the method, and you also have to be loose and tight. Nye Yannian looked up at the sky and said, it's getting late. I'll pass on your sword techniques and swordsmanship later. You take them to drill in the afternoon. Mang Yuan looked at the sun in the center of his head and said, this is called late? It's because you're too lazy, isn't it? You must remember. Don't break your body. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll find you a pimp who has been around for years, and I'll make sure to teach you great abilities. Nye Yannian was very serious. I knew you're still thinking of the money I made as a head of the brothel. What's with being a pimp for so many years? Master Nye, I still like young and pretty ones. Mang Yuan said honestly. It's all the same when you close your eyes. You're still young. You don't know the taste. Nye Yannian waved his hand in a muddled manner and got up to leave. Put the recliner down for me. Don't break it. Only after Nye Yannian left did Mang Yuan head towards the cafeteria. Today has really benefited a lot. Finally considered to be in contact with some things in the depths of this world. It seems that you still have to have a good position to have eyesight. If you have been when the Zhuangmin Geldings, I am afraid that you can only listen to some wild fox then. It is difficult to touch the real. When I came to the cafeteria, there was always the noisy sound of eating, but today it was quiet. The male and female trainees sat in 2 rows. Everyone had a bowl of rice in front of them, and there was another extra bowl, served bubbling, obviously prepared for Mang Yuan. The crowd of trainees all looked at Mang Yuan, each with a different expression. The people heard too many things today, but the more they knew, the more they felt that this senior brother Mang was extraordinary. According to what Master Nye said, A ninth grade martial artist needs to fully open all 33 orifices, and an ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years, and a person with outstanding talent would need a year. And if you open the first orifice of the entry product, an unusual person will have to take 3 or 4 months to do so, and you will have to have someone to guide you plus practice diligently and hard. But this senior brother Mang opened his orifices after only a month, and he didn't even get much guidance. Although it was still impossible to say what would happen in the future, there was no doubt that it was extremely promising. Senior brother Mang. Wu Chongsheng also got up. Ah, senior brother Mang. Tainyo stood up and spoke out. Senior brother Mang. The crowd of men and women all rose. It's still smoother to call me a brother. Meng Yuan sat down and smiled. Eat. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Successive Breakthroughs. Chapter 18, Successive Breakthroughs. Lunch was pork boiled and cabbage with large steamed buns. Meng Yuan's meal today was more than ever. Almost doubled. The nutrients drawn by the essence flame also doubled, but the growth was smaller. It can be seen that after the essence of the fire has been perfected once, its nature has also changed, and it needs to be drawn much more than the first time, or even doubled, in order to be perfected for the second time. After lunch, the group of trainees looked at Meng Yuan, and Wu Chongqing took the lead, asking Meng Yuan to talk about the experience and feelings of enlightenment. Practice diligently and painstakingly, and squeeze out one's limits. When practicing pile holding and nourishing Yuan Gong, the most important thing is to breathe evenly and to store more thoughts within oneself. Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and shared what he had summarized. Although he relied on the essence fire to become enlightened, when it comes to diligent and hard practice, in the entire schoolyard, only Tainyo can compare with himself. Everyone listened to Meng Yuan's words and discussed noisily again. Meng Yuan didn't say much, but only stood up and said, Master Nya asked me to control everyone, but actually, I've never controlled anyone before, nor will I. Everyone just needs to follow the rules set by Master Nya and drill on time every day. It's your business if you slack off, and it's also your business if you're diligent. Of course, I further hope that everyone can help each other out and don't bully others. After saying the nonsense, Meng Yuan got up and left the cafeteria. Meng Yuan was full of energy and was not in the habit of taking a lunch break, so he headed for the schoolyard, and the rest of the people followed. Not thinking about how others were doing, Meng Yuan hit the embracing pile nourishing Yuan Gong while recalling Master Nya's words. According to Master Nya, human beings have upper, middle and lower 3 days, totaling 99 orifices. Once the orifices were opened, the spirit and chi increased even more, and at the same time, one would be able to harbor true chi in the orifices and subsequently house it in the dantian. Therefore, the more orifices one opens, the more true chi one has. The outward manifestation of true chi is greater strength, faster reaction, and better vitality. Of course, there are upper, middle and lower orifices, and now that they have only just entered the 9th grade, they don't receive much true chi. After the 8th and 7th grade, the more the orifices open, the more true chi there will be. Following this, the true chi was then carried between different orifices, with more wonderful uses, even to the extent that the fists and palms carried fire and ice meanings. Meng Yuan meditated for a while and began to summarize again. If you want to open the orifices, the outside is to beat the sinews and bones, and the inside is to nourish the yuan and quiet the mind. A movement and a stillness, a tightness and a looseness, a yin and a yang. This is the way to better open the orifices, and to contain the true chi. It also follows the path of the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong. This step was not difficult, 1 or 2 hours if it was fast, 1 or 2 days if it was slow. Meng Yuan's hands and feet relaxed and his mind emptied, only stored thinking about the newly opened orifices. In a moment, however, he felt slightly hot, and his entire body had a sense of ecstasy. This feeling is wonderful, as if falling into a hot soup bath, but also like a summer afternoon nap. How like feng shui wind, so that people cannot stop. Intoxicated. I don't know how long it took, but Meng Yuan came back to his senses, only to realize that his mind was clear and his body was light and airy. Opening his eyes to see, the sun moved slightly to the west, and only half an hour had passed. True chi has filled the dantian. This one orifice is in the head, and what is outwardly apparent is not strength, but quickness of reaction, mental chi, and the senses of sight, smell, and hearing. If you use up your essence too much, such as staying up late, thinking too much, or sparring, you will deplete your true chi. Of course, true chi is born, and if it is consumed excessively, it can be restored simply by sitting quietly, storing thoughts in meditation, eating well and sleeping peacefully. Feeling a slight warmth in his dantian, Meng Yuan sat down on his knees, and then saw the rest of the group follow suit. Now that Meng Yuan was the benchmark for all of them, everyone followed suit, hoping to get the hang of it sooner rather than later. You guys practice yours. Meng Yuan smiled and closed his eyes again. Save thinking about the limbs and bones, internal organs and tendons, only to feel a warm glow at the dantian. The heart moved at will, and the coiled true qi there came to the meridian at the orifice at the top of the head at the 100 meetings, and then slowly went downward. The body veins like a river, and soon it will not be able to progress, is encountered a blockage. Meng Yuan was impacting the next orifice. Feel the blockage carefully. It is clear that it has long been loosened. It is the effect of the essence of fire quenching the body. Meng Yuan's heart is as quiet as an ancient well, only slowly guiding the true qi, slowly pushing that blockage. Once, twice, 3 times, Meng Yuan followed the experience that Master Nya had described. 9 times light and once heavy, 9 times shallow and once deep, impacting the blockage of that orifice. I don't know how long it took, but the whole body's blood and flesh trembled slightly, followed by a slight warmth at the back of the neck, and for a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that his blood and qi were flowing freely, and there was a sense of relaxation. If you feel it carefully, you will know that it is the opening of another aperture point. There were a total of 16 orifices on the torso, 8 in the front and 8 in the back, and one was now open. This one orifice connects the head to the body, and further down is the spine and the sides of the spine, and then the front chest. Sitting quietly for a while, Meng Yuan opened his eyes, only to realize that it was already dark. This impact on the orifices had actually taken an afternoon. Meng Yuan looked around, only to see a group of trainees standing not far away, with different expressions on their faces, some confused, some envious. There was also a person lying on the recliner, none other than Nya Yanian. Master Nya. Meng Yuan hurriedly got up. Nya Yanian sized up Meng Yuan. He knew that this kid was smart and diligent, and his natural talent was good, but entering the product in a month had already made him look high, and he didn't expect to open another aperture point only a day later. This progress is faster than those high sects in the children since childhood medicine bath, and this son of the nature of perseverance. Speak and do things steadily. Fast people also have no arrogance. In addition to eating more and unwilling to sleep bodies outside, there is really no shortcomings. Of course, Nya Yanian couldn't conclude whether this teenager would still be this smooth in the future, but with the natural talent and heart displayed today, he was bound to achieve something. Changsheng. Nya Yanian smiled cheaply. Wu Changsheng immediately stepped forward. Take someone to pack up the house next to your dormitory and give little gelders a single room. Nya Yanian gave the order and added, little geldings, starting tomorrow, from now on you will have 3 extra eggs every morning and evening, and a pound of meat at noon. Thank you, Master Nya. Meng Yuan thanked this old pimp from the bottom of his heart. Living in a single room is nothing, but an extra pound of meat is really a great thing. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow I'll teach you some new skills. Nya Yanian didn't say anything more and simply got up and left, leaving the teenagers silent for a moment. They all looked at Meng Yuan, not knowing what to think in their hearts. Senior brother Meng, I'm going to clean your new house. After a while, Wu Changsheng spoke. There's no rush. Eat first and I'll join you, Meng Yuan said. After having dinner and cleaning the new house, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard again, first playing a set of holding pile to nourish Yuan Gong, and then going to lift the stone mill. 200 pounds of stone mill easily lifted, and can insist on walking 100 steps, although Iron Ox has not entered the product, but he is naturally strong. After a month of refining, actually can lift 300 pounds of stone mill, although Meng Yuan had already opened his mind and entered the character. In terms of strength, he was not even close to the Iron Ox who had not yet entered the character. It wasn't surprising that entering the product wasn't the only thing that could transform one's body, but the fact that one can invoke true qi after entering the product is what makes the difference between entering the product and not entering the product. And even when you enter the product, the difference between people is still immense. Meng Yuan's understanding was that once this orifice was opened, it was like a tool. At low grade, it was like acquiring a bamboo row. Both Hercules and the thin bamboo pole could row the bamboo row, but they were different in speed. But as the realm gets higher, and according to individual qualifications, the bamboo raft either becomes a crow's nest boat, a cargo boat, or a flower boat, and the difference in the goods that can be carried becomes more and more apparent. Of course, this was only a comparison in terms of strength. The amount of true qi, whether or not it was utilized skillfully, and whether or not it was experienced in actual combat were all extremely important factors as well. Therefore, even though there were grades and ranks in martial arts, they were not quantifiable at all. Even if they were of the same rank, their abilities differed greatly. It was already dark, and there was a north wind whistling in the schoolyard. Meng Yuan and Tai Nyo talked about their training experience, and a group of trainees all gathered around to listen carefully. After tugging for a while, Meng Yuan then hit the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong again to contain the true qi of the newly opened orifices. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The Man of Fortune. Chapter 19, The Man of Fortune. Manhwa opened his eyes before dawn. At the first sound of the rooster's crow. I stayed up all night last night and opened another point, which is in the skin and flesh of the spine under the back of the neck. Now the 3 orifices are bulging with true chi. Even though he had not slept all night, he was as vigorous as ever. Not only did he not show any sign of exertion, but he also had the prime. After going out to fetch well water and scrubbing his body to get rid of the dry heat, Manhwa started practicing again. There were indeed 3 extra eggs for breakfast, and Manhwa shared one with Tainyo, but he didn't want it. This is your preferential treatment after entering the grade. I can't take it. Tainyo was very understanding. Who taught you this? Manhwa knew that Tainyo couldn't think of this layer. There must be someone who taught him, so he asked with a smile. No one teaches. Tainyo replied innocently, but he was not good at lying. His eyes had unconsciously looked at Wu Changsheng. Senior brother. I casually talked nonsense to Tainyo last night. Wu Changsheng smiled awkwardly. It's fine. Manhwa nodded towards Wu Changsheng, and then said to Tainyo, I entrusted your father to take care of old man Jiang, so I have to take care of you. I'll share one of the 3 eggs with you, and in the future, when you're in the grade, you can share me again. Brother, you're so nice. Tainyo was naive in the end and didn't have too many cluttered thoughts. Manhwa now wants to raise the essence of fire, but there is no lack of this one egg. Moreover, Tainyo is not an outsider, and his father, Zhao Daodu, did not take himself as an outsider, and the matter of wiping his hands with donkey dung is still fresh in his mind. But you won't get a share of the meat at noon. Manhwa laughed. I understand. Tainyo peeled the eggshells while saying, a brother eats a lot. He needs to nourish his strength to open more orifices so that he can pick up the Jiang family's little girl. Manhwa patted Tainyo's shoulder and didn't say anything else. After breakfast, there was another hard workout. Nyayanian came late when the sun was up. Follow me. Nyayanian looked for Manhwa and waved. Manhwa hurriedly followed, and didn't tell Nyayanian about opening another orifice. Nyayanian, with his hands behind his back, came to the schoolyard treasury, opened the lock, went in to pick and choose, and finally fished out a longbow, 2 old arrow sacks. When he came to the schoolyard at the target range, Nyayanian taught the archery technique. Manhwa tried 5 shots, and listened to Nyayanian correcting his breathing and stance when shooting arrows for a couple of sentences, so it was a done deal. The bow was a 2-stone bow, which was around 60 pounds, and it was easy for Manhwa. However, practicing archery was mainly for practicing skills, as well as body coordination. High sects, or those big families, people since childhood, in addition to learning Twina Gong, also walk single wood, picking water, archery, learning swords and knives, on the one hand, early to learn the law of body protection. On the other hand, it helps to open the orifices. When the body is harmonized, the orifices are easier to open. This is the voice of experience. Nyayanian slightly explained a few sentences, then became impatient. I still have things to do. I have to go. These pups are not doing anything, right? No. Seeing that Nyayanian was about to leave with his legs crossed, Manhwa hurriedly pulled back and asked, Master Nya, can I get out of the schoolyard? Going out to do what? Nyayanian sized up Manhwa and laughed strangely. You can't use up all your strength. So you want to go out and find a soft one to play with? Why is this guy talking in yellow? I was trying to find Sister May. Manhwa said. Egu, you've even called out to your sister. Go on then. Nyayanian smiled and patted Manhwa on the shoulder. Seeking Plum is a close friend of our Wangfei. You have to make good use of it. Don't go empty-handed. What's that? It's called bonding. Yes. Manhwa responded. As soon as Nyayanian left, Manhwa started shooting arrows. Stand with feet flat and shoulder width apart. Hold the bow in your left hand, bow facing down, hanging towards the tops of your feet, and draw the arrow on the string. The index, middle and ring fingers of the right hand hook the bowstring. Raise the bow, draw the bowstring to the corner of your mouth, breathe steadily, and anchor the fletchings. The mind is at peace and sends out arrows. When you shoot 10 arrows, you will take a few breaths, and when you have shot 100 arrows, you will forget about it. After training for another morning and having lunch, Manhwa explained the reason to Hu Qian, and after being instructed by her, he first took a cool bath, which led him out of the schoolyard. According to Hu Qian pointed out, find a small maid, trust people to find the search for May, save 2 money silver cost of the message. It didn't take long to see Seeking Plum come out. Sister May. Manhwa's eyes were clear and there was a smile on his face. Why come out to look for me? Seek May appearance has not changed. Face also has a smile. She measured Manhwa, only to feel that more than a month has not seen. The essence of the young man is very different, and wear clean and sharp, the face of the rosy glow. More show handsome. I've come to ask Sister May for a favor. Meng Yuan didn't talk nonsense and opened his mouth with a purpose. What's wrong? But did someone bully you? Seeking May smiled and said, I did hear that you fought with someone on your first day in the school grounds. General Manager Lu approached me and wanted to kick you out. Meng Yuan bowed towards Sun Mei and didn't explain much, only saying, I've caused trouble for sister. That's nothing. You are now in the grade. It is evident that you are indeed material for learning martial arts. In the future, be more diligent and earn back my faces. Xuan Mei gathered her hands and asked with a smile, what do you want me to help you with? Recently, I have been practicing martial arts, but I still have a lot of free time. I thought that time is most valuable, and I've heard that reading history makes one wise, so I wanted to borrow some books from my sister. Meng Yuan had considered it clearly during his morning practice. Now that he was advancing so quickly in martial arts, but still had free time, he should find something else to do. One didn't know much about this world, and if one wanted to explore the deeper things of this world, the more rules, then one should read history. Besides, this is also considered to strengthen ties with the search for plum. People are the princess' favorite maidservant. Food, clothing and possessions are not lacking, and not the little girl temperament. So what to send is useless. There is no time to take the flirtatious words to tease, then directly ask for. Let people do some small, inconsequential favors, and over time the relationship becomes deeper, so that they can make more outrageous demands in the future. Moreover, when Meng Yuan first met Xuan Mei, he sensed that she was a little different to the readers, and he was able to bring down Li Zhuangtou because he was highly regarded by others for his knowledge of words. Now that he had begged for a book to see, Meng Yuan was certain that Mei Sun would help. Sure enough, there was something strange in Xuan Mei's eyes, and she curiously sized up Meng Yuan again before laughing. I hadn't thought that you'd want to take the path of both literature and martial arts. Sister, don't make fun. Meng Yuan laughed. Go back and wait. I'll have someone deliver it later. Seeking Mei smiled gently. After parting, Meng Yuan went out of the royal residence again and went outside to buy a pack of sesame candies. Jaggery is made from glutinous rice, sesame seeds, and maltose, and is very sweet and crunchy. Here, back at the schoolyard, give the jaggery to Hu Qian. Meng Yuan looking for Mei as Hu Qian gave the way to save the transmission fee. Naturally have to thank. Hu Qian took it and asked, how do you know I love sweet? You don't have to ask. There are fewer sweets in this world, and 8 out of 10 people have a sweet tooth. If you don't know what to give, you're right to give sweets. Sister Qian loves to help people and is optimistic and cheerful, so I guess it's probably a sweet tooth. Meng Yuan casually made up a sentence without cause and effect. You're diligent and careful. No wonder you're the first to enter the product. Hu Qian praised. Is this next to each other? Meng Yuan just smiled and thanked him. Not long after, there is really a little girl to send a book. Meng Yuan joyfully received. In the days that followed, Meng Yuan trained diligently, shooting arrows 200 times in the morning and 200 times in the evening, and reading history books when he had spare time. At the same time, it did not stop impacting the orifices. By the beginning of February, the 16 orifices on Meng Yuan's torso were fully open, and thus the lower 33 heavens had opened more than halfway. Meng Yuan is also facing 2 problems. One is the essence of the fire grows more and more slowly. The second is that it is time to mention the matter of picking up the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren. End of chapter. Chapter 20 Tasks. Chapter 20 Tasks. Today is the 2nd day of February when the dragon rises. Everything is coming back to life and spring is returning. On this morning, Meng Yuan fetched well water, washed up and then went to the schoolyard to use his strength. Half a month has passed since he entered the product, and all the teenage girls have not yet opened their orifices to enter the product, and Meng Yuan has not told them about his orifices having been opened for more than half of the time. Essence fire grew much more slowly after experiencing its first consummation. Even though there were eggs and a pound of meat every day, it was still much slower than before. However, Meng Yuan also noticed that this time the essence of the fire than before condensed some. The external manifestation is that they are more fearless of ice and cold, and physical strength is more abundant. The essence is also very sufficient. Stay up all night boxing also do not feel tired. Because of this, Meng Yuan diligently fought his qi during the day and nourished his true qi, and only impacted his orifices at night when he was in his single room. The essence flame had cleansed the body during the first consummation, and many of the orifices had been loosened. So Meng Yuan basically opened one a night. One consummation could be so effective. So Meng Yuan was even more looking forward to the second consummation of the essence flame. Got to eat meat, eat tons of meat, and child brides. Eating breakfast after morning exercise, Meng Yuan began to think about it. Nieshi's mention is based on his own ability, and Mei Sun's favor is due to his own pure quality and goodness. But Meng Yuan knows that all human feelings are just mirrors. Only when the realm comes up, human feelings will be useful. Otherwise, people's promotion will not last long. The martial realm was the root, and the growth of essence flame was its own root. So, gotta eat meat any way you can. Halfway through the morning, Meng Yuan finally waited for Nye Yannian to arrive. Maester Meng, come. Nye Yannian had a sword on his waist and a hilt in his hand, which he instantly tossed to Meng Yuan. Since borrowing the book, Meng Yuan held it up to look at it for a couple of moments when he rested, and after being bumped into by Nye Yannian, the person didn't stop him, but only added a nickname. You are now a fake maester, and when you go to the pavilion you will be designated to be poked and prodded by sister. When you learn the art of the sword, people will poke you, and you'll be able to take a sword and cut it when you're annoyed. Nye Yannian was very reasonable. This man had always had a flowery mouth, and Meng Yuan had long been familiar with it. Nye Yannian didn't say anything else, and immediately set up his stance and slowly rehearsed it. Meng Yuan watched attentively, but felt that Nye Yannian's use of this blade was awkward and seemed to be missing something. You try, Nye Yannian said. Meng Yuan, who already had an excellent memory, opened the orifices at the top of his head again and slowly ran through the moves Nye Yannian had practiced. Maester Meng isn't bad at all, Nye Yannian complimented in a conspiratorial manner, then added, but this is the method of the fast blade, called the Gale Blade method. You need to be fast with the blade, and the downward slash is steady and vicious. It's the way to kill. With those words, Nye Yannian rehearsed again. This time it was as fast as a raging wind and rain. For a time it was impossible to see the long blade, only a cloud of white light flashed. Meng Yuan looked mesmerized, conscious that he would never be able to do this. After Nye Yannian had practiced once, he sheathed his sword and went up to Meng Yuan's neck. This sword technique is not just about hand and waist strength, it's about whole body strength. When you have opened the torso and arms orifices, the power is a change. When all the orifices have been opened, the power is another change, and even when you've entered the 8th rank, the power is another change. Do you understand? Master Nye is saying that this blade technique can be used by mortals. However, if it is used by someone who has entered the grade, and then paired with the method of running true qi in the body, the power will increase even more? Meng Yuan said. A maester is a maester. A little goes a long way. Nye Yannian was pleased. Alright, go practice first. After you've practiced and familiarized yourself with the stance, then teach it to the pups. And tomorrow I'll pass on the method of running true qi to you. Seeing that Nye Yannian was about to leave again, Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back. Meng Yuan pulled Nye Yannian to the distance and directly opened his mouth cheekily. Master Nye, borrow 10 taels of silver. These days, Meng Yuan also feel through the temperament of Nye Yannian. This person's mouth is not a door. Opening is yellow. In fact, people are not bad. Do not talk about what honor and dignity, but also did not have a teacher look. Something directly say on the line. Borrow 10 taels? I'm too poor to eat. You chopped me up and sold me. Nye Yannian immediately said. This kind of person couldn't even take 10 taels of silver? Meng Yuan sized up Nye Yannian and saw that he did look helplessly refined and poor. So he said, forget it then. Meng Yuan was about to leave, pondering to borrow some from big sister Hu Qian, when Nye Yannian pressed on Meng Yuan's shoulder. Wait. Nye Yannian sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what's your kid doing borrowing money? The food is not enough. I want to eat meat. Meng Yuan said honestly. That doesn't make sense to eat it every day. Nye Yannian fished out a silver ingot and threw it over. Here. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked, Master Nye, didn't you say you didn't have any money? Ugh. Used to crying poor. Nye Yannian grinned broadly. So when I lend you money, you don't even think about crying about it? You're pretending to be something you're not. Meng Yuan thought carefully about Niesher's expression and felt that the first to reach the master could learn from him. Master Nye, why don't you give me 10 more taels, so that I don't have to go back and borrow again? Meng Yuan said. You've got your nose in your face, don't you? Nye Yannian twisted Meng Yuan's ear. Follow me. After leaving the schoolyard, Meng Yuan followed behind Nye Yannian and asked curiously, Master Nye, what are we going to do? Go collect your wages. Nye Yannian said. You didn't even tell me I got paid for my work. You didn't ask. After walking for a while, he came to a small courtyard, and when he entered the room, he saw an old man. Accountant Go. Nye Yannian wasn't polite at all as he pointed at Meng Yuan and said, this kid is the new guard, here for an advance on his wages. That Go accountant looked at Meng Yuan and asked, what's your name? Meng Yuan gave his name. There is such a person. Accountant Go flipped through the account book and said, but you're from Makwang, and you haven't even been on guard duty for a month yet, so you can't get an advance on your wages. Meng Yuan didn't say anything and looked at Nye Yannian. He was introduced by Seeking Plum. Nye Yannian said, our princess is most sympathetic. A month's advance would be nothing. You are the lowest class guard. 10 taels of silver per month. And the festival rewards will be counted separately. He picks up the abacus and takes out 10 taels of silver. Mang Yuan received the silver and looked at Nya Yanian with lust. A 3-month advance. Nya Yanian said. Accountant Go said. Mr. Nya, if you were to advance that I wouldn't say anything, but this kid is a newcomer. There's no such thing. Nya Yanian said. He's seeking Plum's date. Go accountant rubbed his eyes, and then carefully looked at Mang Yuan, and saw that the young man had a straight posture, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, good appearance, and masculinity. So he said, who doesn't have a difficult situation? Young people spend more is also there. The so-called rescue not poor. The old accountant I take the blame. Mang Yuan received the silver. More and more feel that the grade is very important. Otherwise no one will believe the lie. Out of the courtyard, Mang Yuan thanked Nya Yanian again and again, and also pulled some polite words like invite you to dinner some other day. You've received your monthly silver. Shouldn't I pay back the 10 taels of silver I borrowed from you? Nya Yanian immediately called in the debt. You've been lending me money for less than a quarter of an hour, haven't you? You want to collect? Mang Yuan borrowed the money on his own merit. How can he pay it back when he hasn't even warmed it up yet? Master Nya, I use money a lot, Mang Yuan said in a serious manner. Nya Yanian pointed his finger twice at Mang Yuan, then said, I forgot to tell you. Is there a job you want to do? There's a reward if you do it. What kind of work? Mang Yuan was very wary. Nya Yanian didn't say it outright, only saying, let's go have a meal first, and talk about it while we eat. End of chapter. Chapter 21, The Theory of Class. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 22, Catching Demons. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 23, Black Bleat, White Bleat. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 24, Peach Blossom Buddha Meeting, Request for Follow-Up Reading. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 25, Seeing Auntie Again, Request for Follow-Up Reading. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 26, Burning My Remnant, Request for Follow-Up Reading. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 27, Wrap Up. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 28, Expression of Loyalty. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 29, Receiving the Reward. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 30, Preaching. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 31, Returning to the Maccan. Chapter 31, Returning to the Maccan. The horses' hooves clattered as they exited the west gate of Songdafu and continued west. After the spring rains, everything is revived, and the grass looks full of color from afar. It was on this road that many asses fell when they braved the snow to get into town. Now, however, he has mounted a high horse, and has not only a sword on his belt, but also, of course, the money is not much, but he has been able to borrow it with his old face. He urged his horse to travel quickly, and before noon, he had already arrived at the pastoral village. The dogs in the manor still remembered the revenge of picking eggs, and when they saw Mang Yuan come, they woofed and cursed. I've cleaned up the wolf demon, so I'm still afraid of a few dogs? Mang Yuan only glared, and the dogs all caved in. The farmers see a young man riding a horse, dressed in general, but the face of the rosy, handsome very, thought it was someone's son, close to see only know as a small geldings. They have greeted. Poor in the downtown no one asked. Before in the manor did not have this treatment. Mang Yuan slightly polite a few sentences, then came to the manor hall before that Sun Zhuangtou has welcomed out. After a few polite words, Mang Yuan took out the note approved by Xuanmei. Sun Zhuangtou took a look. See written above Mang Yuan has been the king's guards, and made a merit, to pick up the family back to the city to live. He looked at Mang Yuan and saw that the young man was straight and clean, not to mention that he had made a name for himself and benefited his family. But the boy had only been in the city for a few days, hadn't he? Then it must have climbed a high branch. I just don't know if it's seeking plums. Sun Zhuangtou wiped his forehead sweat, said fortunately I did not treat the Zhang family master and grandson harshly, or he went back to blow the pillow wind. This day cannot live. The old man I know countless people. The first day I came to the manor to see you, I knew that you definitely want to have success. Sun Zhuangtou smiled with a familiar look. No, it really made me right. With a casual compliment, Sun Zhuangtou was about to take Mang Yuan to find old Uncle Jiang. When I left the lobby, I saw several bankers, and Zhao de Daodu, already embracing Zhang Xuanyo and Zhang Tang. Nearly 2 months have not seen. Zhang old man added a few old, slightly stooped. Zhang Tang is a rosy cheeks. Although wearing coarse clothing, the girl is already delicate and hard to hide. Her crochets were combed behind her head, and her 2 big black eyes looked at Mang Yuan. Nearly 2 months have not seen. At this moment there is both the hope of reunion, but also the timidity of a young girl. Meng Yuan stepped forward to take her hand. And only then did Jiang Tang say cheerfully, "Brother." Her voice was crisp and a little shy, but in the end as 12 years old yellow hair girl, there is no half of the flavor can be said, only see pure bright, as the spring sunshine. Meng Yuan is really not shocked, just heartache. Jiang Xuan, you see, Meng Yuan did not avoid pulling his granddaughter's hand. I know that people's hearts have not changed, cannot help but old tears. He is not much older, do not rest assured that the only granddaughter. Now it seems that the granddaughter is in good hands. Years ago, Jiang Xuan had the help of this young man, only to save his life, and then saw the young man buried the old man of righteousness. He knew that the young man is a good person, worth trusting. That's why there was a passing of the Geldingskraft, and even the marriage was arranged in confusion. Jiang Xuan had this moment to look at this young man, but see the good looks, temperament has been a change. Everything is good, but also some too good. My granddaughter is young, cannot give birth to children, may not be able to tie people, to be picked by other families, all scattered and dispersed. Go to work. Seeing that the Zhuang people had surrounded him, Sun Zhuangtou hurriedly invited the Zheng family's grandparents and grandchildren and Zhao Daodu into the lobby to talk. Into the lobby. Sun Zhuangtou knew Meng Yuan is bound to say something quietly with the Zheng family grandparents and grandchildren, then smiled and said, I am also familiar with the search for Mei. We are not outsiders. Yuan, first sit down. Lunch will be eaten here. I go to greet some food and wine. Then I'll trouble Zhuang too. When people wanted to show their goodwill, Meng Yuan had no reason to refuse, and immediately responded. When Sun Zhuangtou left, Meng Yuan still held Jiang Tang's hand without letting go. The frostbite on her hands had gradually gone down, but they were still a little rough. Are you used to living in the city? Old Uncle Jiang asked with concern. Everything is fine. Meng Yuan gently rubbed Jiang Tang's hand and asked with a smile. How is the manner recently? Has anyone been bullying you? Everything is fine. Zhuang too is a generous man. Old Uncle Jiang said. How's your health these days? Still coughing at night? Meng Yuan asked again. It's better in the spring, but people get older and have more problems. Old Uncle Jiang said. I've already made a deal with Sun Zhuangtou, and I'll be able to pick you all up and return you to the royal residence today. There's a place to stay there, and the work isn't tiring, so you can take your time to condition your bodies. Meng Yuan said. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan completely lowered his heart and carefully asked, Little Meng, what is your present statement in the royal residence? I'm already a royal guard, seeking plums specially approved a place to live, eat and drink without worrying, 10 taels of monthly silver per month. Meng Yuan did not hide it. Good, really good. Jiang Xuanyo emotionally extreme, 10 taels of silver a month. We cannot even dare to dream, so think there will be more in the future. Meng Yuan smiled, squeezed Jiang Tang's small hand, and said, I can afford to feed you even if I eat meat every day. Jiang Tang lowered her head, her face flushed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Little Meng, how is Tainyo? When Big Head Zhao saw Meng Yuan and Jiang Tang looking like they were on a small break, he remembered his own son. Before long, Tainyo will also be able to pick up Uncle Big Head to live in the city. Meng Yuan was very sure, because Tainyo did use his strength. Even if his brain was not flexible, it would never be too late for him to enter the grade. Xiao Meng, if I leave, what should I do if there are no more veterinarians in the farm? Jiang Xuanyo was still worrying about the manor. Finding another one is spending money to hire one. Meng Yuan was very serious. You're old, and you've suffered a disaster. So in the past you didn't have the money or time to see a doctor. Now that you have the time, go back to the city and find a doctor to take a look at you and adjust your body. Grandpa, my brother is right. Jiang Tang also said. Jiang Xuanyu already regarded Meng Yuan as the head of the family, and now that he saw his granddaughter singing with her husband, he hurriedly answered. Not long after, Sun Zhuangtou has prepared a meal, freshly killed chickens and ducks, and farmhouse wine. After eating, Sun Zhuangtou brought another bowl of deer blood, now cut, replenish yang qi, the ranch-raised deer, but Meng Yuan had never really tasted them. Meng Yuan did not want to drink. After all, they do not need this thing to make up. But Jiang Xuanyo and Zhao Daodu also a strong persuasion, then pinched his nose and drank a mouthful. I don't know, it was really helpful. Into the belly warm, the essence of the fire and slightly grow a trace. After gossiping for a while, Sun Zhuangtou arranged for Zhao Daodu to drive a donkey cart to see him off. Jiang family grandparents and grandchildren do not have much belongings, casually pack up and set off. Brother, this little red horse is so pretty, is it bumpy to ride? Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan riding the horse and came to ask with big round eyes. Meng Yuan glanced at her, then leaned down and reached out. Jiang Tang rushed forward and was pulled onto the horse with a hand. The two of them shared a horse, with Meng Yuan sitting at the back, one hand restraining Jiang Tang's waist, while teaching her how to come to control the reins and how to urge the horse forward. Zhao Daodu drove the donkey cart, and Jiang Xuanyo slowly crashed behind. When they settle down and the two of them have a baby, you'll be left to enjoy your happiness. Lao Jiang, Big Head Zhao said enviously. Not true. Jiang Xuanyo was also very satisfied, smiling as he looked at the duo on the little red horse. The spring afternoon sunlight is slightly warm, the horse's hooves clatter, gradually cheerful. Jiang Tang laughs like a silver bell. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Settlement. Chapter 32 Settlement. The residence where Seeking Plum was placed was right next to the schoolyard, a humble two-room courtyard. The area of the schoolyard is located on the periphery of the royal residence, and this is not far from the stables, so it is convenient to go in and out. The room was already packed. Meng Yuan left Big Head Zhao to talk to old Uncle Jiang, while he himself took Jiang Tang with him and went out to buy things. The royal residence manages to eat and live, but now Meng Yuan's requirements for food are relatively high, so he intends to get a small stove. Don't ask for a small meal all the time, but at least one a day. Moreover, old Uncle Jiang's body is not very good. He needs to boil medicine to regulate his body, and the little girl also needs to eat something good. Purchased pots and pans, as well as bedding. Meng Yuan bought 10 pounds of mutton and half a caddy of sugar, and some preserved fruit. Today is also considered a housewarming celebration. Uncle Big Head and Tainyo are also here, as well as 2 new acquaintances. So let's eat something nice at home. Meng Yuan pinched a piece of sesame candy from the oil paper bag and stuffed it into Jiang Tang's mouth, asking, "Is it good?" "Yummy." Jiang Tang chewed gently, and his big round eyes brightened up, asking with a contented face, "Brother, what's a housewarming?" "Just moving." Meng Yuan shoved the paper bag into Jiang Tang's hands and tapped her forehead. "Read and recognize words with me tonight." Speaking in this way, Meng Yuan was furious and went to purchase pen, ink, paper and inkstone and a few books of training and monumental literature. When he returned to his residence, tidied up slightly and cooked the mutton, Meng Yuan summoned Zhao Tainyo, Wu Chongshang and Hu Qian. Zhao Big Head to see Hu Qian beautiful tall. The origin is not bad, obviously misfaction. He used to be quite articulate, but now see the nobleman, polite, humble to others toasting. "Miss Hu, my Tainyo is stupid and doesn't know how to speak, so please take care of him. If you know a suitable girl, please pay more attention to her. We don't care about her appearance. We just need to be able to live a good life." Big Head Zhao smiled. Now that Tainyo has learned martial arts and is not worried about food and drink, Zhao Daodu has no desires and wants nothing, but only wants to give Tainyo a marriage as soon as possible. Poor people are like that. When they are young, they worry about getting married and having children, and when they are old, they worry about their children's marriages for the rest of their lives. Generations do this until a certain generation can't survive and the bloodline is broken, so you don't have to worry about it. Hu Qian is annoyingly polite, and did not half look down on the mud-legged man, only said, "I will help him keep an eye out." 10 pounds of mutton was cooked with only 7 or 8 pounds left, so the group sat around and ate it. Leek flour sauce with lamb is the most delicious, but slightly spicy flavor. Hu Qian ate a few mouthfuls. "See themselves here, everyone is uncomfortable," said to go back to wash clothes, and then said goodbye. As soon as Hu Qian left, Zhao Daodu was considered to be more natural, and Wu Changsheng also dared to eat a large mouthful of meat. Little Meng knows his stuff and is capable. "Can Mr. Neat not like Little Meng?" She even made him your leader. "Come brother Wu, I'll toast you. You also help worry about Tainyo's marriage." Uncle Big Head dry. The two of them talked endlessly, and Meng Yuan didn't talk much, only burying his head in the food with Tainyo. Wu Changsheng and Zhao Tainyo have been advised by Meng Yuan that they are not allowed to mention the fights, and they can't mention going out on business. After half a day of fooling around, the mutton was finished. After gossiping for a while longer and sending off Tainyo and Wu Changsheng, Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and taught her to recognize words. "Brother, you and Grandpa have vocation. What do I do?" Jiang Tang asked while writing his name. "Let's wait first." Meng Yuan hadn't thought about it yet, and planned to let this girl read and recognize words at home for the time being, and make arrangements later. Of course, if you want to arrange a job, you can find Mei, but Meng Yuan does not want to let this girl to do the work of serving tea and water. Anyway, nowadays there is money. The first to raise is. On the second day, after sending off Big Head Zhao, Meng Yuan took old Uncle John's grandparents and grandchildren to the medical center to see a doctor. When I arrived at the place, I saw a lot of people already waiting, and the doctor was checking the pulse inside. This medical center is called Jimin Medical Center. It was introduced by Hu Qian, who said that it was very famous, and said that her mother came here month after month to take a safe pulse. Meng Yuan has the experience of dealing with the liquor trust. Everything like to ask the price first, so directly pull an apprentice to ask the price. The consultation fee is 5 taels. and the medicinal prescription and herbs will be calculated separately. The consultation depends on the distance. 10 taels for the South City, 20 taels for the North City, extra for rainy and snowy days, and double for midnight consultations. No credit at all, the apprentice said. 5 taels for taking a pulse and asking questions? Mang Yuan wanted to change his profession. Yesterday to buy wine and meat, to buy all kinds of things, pen, ink, paper and inkstone is still very expensive. Has spent more than 8 taels, only 21 taels left, but we're all here now, so let's make it more expensive. Money is borrowed, not saved. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally old man Zhang's turn. The three of them went into the interior, and saw the doctor is a white-bearded old man, like a fairy. A look is reliable. You suffered when you were young, and recently you've injured your body, so if you're old, can you not have many problems? Go back and don't do heavy work. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. The old man wrote the prescription with a brush. Very skillful. Mang Yuan thought, come all the way here. The money is also spent. Why don't you just let others feel the pulse yourself? The pulse is strong and vigorous. The blood chi is strong. It's not a bad thing to beat up the muscles and bones when you're young. Well, marry a woman early to get rid of the fire. The old man made his diagnosis. Then came Kong Tong. There's nothing wrong with the little girl. She's just a little skinny. She seems to have starved herself. Otherwise her first period would have come long ago. Go back and eat more good food. Talk to your aunt and uncle more. The oldest man is old, and he is not shy about gynecology, so he says what he has to say. Seeing that the person's words were not bad, Mang Yuan could see that he was indeed capable, so he hurriedly thanked him sincerely. I came out and grabbed the medicine, and together with the consultation fee, I spent 11 taels. Zhang old uncle grandparents and grandchildren need pain cannot. Mang Yuan is the head of the family, and is the pillar, but cannot show timidity, only to do cloudy and light appearance. After the pain of money, Mang Yuan still bought 2 more cloths, intending to give the little girl 2 new clothes to wear. Now there are only 7 taels of silver left in my hand. 3 people apiece back to the royal house. Zhang Xuan have also the responsibility of the horse doctor, and specifically to go to the stables, looking for the steward to recognize the person. After a lot of work, it's finally settled down. Back at the schoolyard, Mang Yuan practiced the gale blade technique again to beat up his chi. Until dark did not see Nyesher show up. Mang Yuan wanted to borrow money no one borrowed, can only indulge in practicing. When he returned to his residence late at night, Jiang Tang was still working on the case with a candle, and Mang Yuan was very pleased. But when I opened the door, I saw that this girl was sewing a garment, and it was my own piece of centerfold. Brother, Jiang Tang saw Mang Yuan arrive as she stood up carrying her centerpiece. Why is this dress torn? She didn't have a heart for the clothes, but she curiously circled around Mang Yuan twice, as if she was looking to see if Mang Yuan was injured. I can see that this girl is not stupid and sees something. The medicine farm's dog ran away and lost. I went into the mountains to look for it. Scratched. It doesn't bother me, Mang Yuan said. Then you have to be careful. There are many wolves in the mountains. Jiang Tang didn't believe it, grabbed Mang Yuan's hand, pushed up his sleeve and looked inside, then reached in and touched it, seeing that there was indeed nothing unusual, which put his mind at ease. There's still mutton stewing on the stove. I'll bring it to you. She went out cheerfully and came back again in a puff of smoke. Now that he still had money, Mang Yuan planned to make up a meat meal every night. And elder Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang also needed meat to supplement their diet. With such daily additions in the schoolyard cafeteria's meals, Mang Yuan estimated that in at most a month, the essence flame would be perfected again. 5 days passed in a row. Mang Yuan indulged in practicing martial arts to open up his orifices, and his right arm orifices had already opened up as much as they could. Nyesher never showed up, and Mang Yuan didn't go out to look for him. Previously, Zhang Guangyan also hinted that he went to hook Nyesher's widowed rich daughter, but Mang Yuan only had a slight mind when he got up in the morning. But once he drilled, he didn't want to think about anything. What kind of female sex? As good looking as she is, as fragrant and warm as her body is, it is not as comforting as practicing the wild wind blade technique twice. 200 pounds of stone grinders I love, 80 pounds of beauties I scoff at. Besides, the hooker speaks of a pan donkey deng xiao xiao. Pan donkey deng xiao xiao is naturally available, but deng and xiao xiao are not. Moreover, Mang Yuan considered himself to be a decent gentleman. Seducing a young widow is not desirable, and practicing martial arts with one mind is the right way. That morning, Mang Yuan got up before dawn. The February spring breeze is like scissors, and there are still a few chills. Brother, Jiang Tang had already come out of her hut. Getting up so early every day to practice martial arts is even more tiring than shoveling cow dung at the herding farm. If you don't go through the bone-chilling cold, how can you get the fragrance of plum blossoms? Meng Yuan pinched her hand and saw that it was hot. So he pulled her hand into the room and wrote her this character. Learn it today. As he spoke, Meng Yuan braided her hair again. Brother, do you still want to eat mutton in the evening? Jiang Tang asked. Nowadays, Meng Yuan's 2 pounds of mutton every day are made up for the evening snack after returning from the schoolyard. Meng Yuan gave Jiang Tang 5 taels of silver, the little girl as a housekeeper, every day. In addition to practicing and reading, is to go out to purchase. Already know how to plan the plate. Brother, the money is almost spent. Jiang Tang whispered. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Meng Yuan's face was unchanged. He pinched her little face. Don't save money. I'll give it back to you when you're done spending it. Your pig's trotters for 1 a day can't be missing either. Got it? Jiang Tang obediently rubbed his face against Meng Yuan's hand. Now that Niesher has been absent from the schoolyard for several days in a row, he can't even find anyone to borrow money. Meng Yuan decided that if Niesher didn't come today, he would go to Drunken Moon House to eat and drink for free. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. After arriving at the schoolyard and warming up a little, Meng Yuan came to try out the power of the Qilin arm. Now that the 4 orifices of the right arm had been opened, the infusion of true qi made the qi increase even more. Sticking down the horse stance and sinking the force into the waist, he pressed down with both hands on the buttress of the stone mill and then slowly lifted it up, slightly slowed down for a while, and then the real qi in the dantian surged to the right arm, slowly loosening the left hand. Meng Yuan just lifted up the stone mill with his right arm, and held on for more than 30 breaths, putting down the stone mill. A little change of breath. Meng Yuan estimated that the strength of his right arm alone is about 200 pounds. If he then infuses his right arm with true qi, it can almost reach 300 pounds. The lift isn't considered big, but it's not small either. Although strength could be increased after entering the grade, this thing called qi power couldn't be quantified. It wasn't as if opening an orifice made 100 pounds of strength grow, but rather there was a difference between everyone. After opening an orifice, its power is still related to the amount of one's original strength, the strength of one's sinews and bones, as well as the true qi that the orifice can carry. Some people's qi increases more. Some people's qi increases less. Even those who are enlightened and have entered into the pinnacle are not as powerful as those who have not entered into the pinnacle. To put it bluntly, the 9th pin wasn't too far off from a regular person, and even a fight with a regular person might not be a rap. However, after entering the pin, the body is more coordinated and quicker to react. Its special place is to be able to contain true qi, and then with the method of fist and sword, and the method of true qi operation, then it is not difficult to win over ordinary people. If he could then comprehend the eightfold method of merging qi with force and intent with qi passed down by Master Nya, then he would be considered one of the best in his class. After another morning of drilling and seeing that it was almost noon, Niesher still didn't have a shadow. Day in and day out you don't do your job. I can't even find anyone to borrow money from. Meng Yuan secretly cursed. Taking advantage of the break, Wu Chongsheng and Hu Qian also came to ask, and a group of trainees also curiously came up and inquired about Master Nya. Recently, Master Nya is really lazy and doesn't have the appearance of a division leader. Meng Yuan criticized in his heart, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "What are you guys doing?" Meng Yuan frowned, very serious and disgruntled. Master Nya hasn't been around for a few days. Does that mean he doesn't have a backbone? You guys have to know that this is Master Nya's test for us, as well as our recognition. It's because Master Nya knows that even if he's not here to watch over us, everyone will never be lazy, never slack off, and will even increase their practice and add to it. Everyone say right? Right. The crowd of teenagers that could not stand the excitement, all responded in a loud voice. Meng Yuan is very pleased, would like to shoot the ass away. See Hu Qian is also very agreeable look, and then make a serious look. We come from different backgrounds, from house slaves, from vagabonds, and I myself am from geldings. Meng Yuan exclaimed. I was originally a person who was about to freeze and starve to death, but it was Princess Wang who fed me, gave me something to drink, and gave me a house to live in. Although everyone works hard every day, they are still well fed and warmly clothed. In the future, they will be like me, even better than me. Everyone say, who gave all this? There is no time or place for such things as showing loyalty. Your Highness, the teenagers responded. Who gives us food? Meng Yuan repeated the question. Your Highness. The voices grew louder. Who's going to dress us? Meng Yuan asked again. Your Highness. To whom do we owe allegiance? Your Highness. The teenagers shouted at the top of their lungs. When Meng Yuan saw that the cohesion had come out and the energy was sufficient, he was very pleased. But steeply, Meng Yuan realized that series of words, how was it going to be like raising dead soldiers? Just keep these words in your heart, everyone, and be sincere. Don't say it everywhere. Meng Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and added, "Yes." The teenagers shouted, all right, lower your voice, lower your voice." Meng Yuan didn't dare to stay for long and went out of the schoolyard, heading straight to Drunken Moon House. Arriving at Drunken Moon Mansion, Meng Yuan met Nie Qingqing and directly said, "Sister, I'm broke." Nie Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan opened the door and was straightforward and uncharacteristic, lost her smile and shook her head. "Didn't ask my father for it? I don't know what Master Nie is busy with, but he hasn't been to the schoolyard for several days," Meng Yuan said. "Then I guess I'm busy with the martial arts business." Nie Qingqing smiled. "Come on. Sister is true to her word and will never let you go hungry." She beckoned a fellow and whispered a few instructions, then lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly ascended the stairs. Drunken Moon House was located in the prosperous place of the southern city, facing the river. Based on this lot alone, Meng Yuan felt that Drunken Moon House shouldn't be Nie Qingqing's business alone, and was afraid that there was someone behind Nie Shi covering it. Now that the spring winds are warm and it's close to lunchtime, there are many elegant guests on the second floor. Look at the attire, is mostly literati Confucian students, rich children, or discussing poetry, or gossiping and whispering. Although there are many people, but there is a sense of purity. Nie Qingqing invited Meng Yuan to take a seat in a corner, and then there were small boys who brought all kinds of snacks, fruits and preserves, as well as a pot of wine. "Sister Qingqing, just now I heard you say that Nie Shi was busy with the martial arts firm. He still has the business of the martial arts firm?" Meng Yuan had long since seen that with Nie Shi's temperament, he would never honestly harbor in the royal residence, and Nie Shi also said that he mixed with the Wangfei's elder brother, afraid of a piece of life. So the Wangfei is not too disciplined. Nie Shi, searching for the plum, also to treat Nie Shi as a junior courtesy. It's not unusual for that Nie Shi to do some trading outside. He got it together with Uncle Zhang. It's been open for a few years now. Business is not bad. Nie Qingqing obviously understood. She added, "The martial arts firm recruits people with a bit of family background. It's not the same as your path of practicing hard. They're mainly medicinal baths, and beatings and boils are secondary." Meng Yuan heard, Nie Shi does not earn the money of the poor. The martial arts firms are charged some money, and cannot stay up day and night hard training people, is therefore mainly medicinal baths. Then it seems, I think the harvest must be very good. Meng Yuan is very greedy. Nie Shi to make money did not say to bring himself. "Does Master Nie still need help? I have a family to feed, and I'm really short of money, so I'd like to ask my sister to point me in the right direction." Meng Yuan was unabashedly sincere. Nie Qingqing heard the blunt words and smiled as she poured the wine. "Don't be in a hurry, and drink." Meng Yuan took the cup of wine and drained it in one gulp, and was about to ask further questions, when he saw a group of people embracing a gorgeous gentleman ascending the stairs. That gentleman, about 17 or 18 years old, born fat head and ears, extremely blessed, hand lightly shaking fan, seems to be hard to pretend a few points of literary style. Among its entourage, there were two people with sharp eyes and swords on their waists, probably martial artists who had entered the rank, but it was only the 9th rank. There are 4 other people dressed as scholars. It should be the fun of the cleaners to help idle, followed by a few accompanying boys, which actually has a familiar face, is driven out of the school field. Lu Ha, Drunken Moon Lu's guest, led the people to the box, but the young man refused, had to sit in the lobby by the river, said what to watch the river will be poetic. Lu Ha was obviously an eye candy, immediately leading the way to wipe the table, more diligent than the store's fellows. Meng Yuan glanced at him and saw that Lu Ha was full of bashfulness, but the young male didn't look at him much. Does sister know them? But are they regulars? Meng Yuan was located in the corner and Lu Ha did not notice this side. You actually don't recognize it? Nie Qingqing laughed. As soon as Meng Yuan heard this, he immediately understood and whispered, "It's Prince Xin?" Nie Qingqing smiled and nodded. The name of the state of Jianguk is Daku. It is rumored that the founding father had no father or mother and was born and raised in the earth, so he took the surname Dako. There are also rumors that Taizhou came from a monk's temple and changed his surname to Dako after he returned to secularism. Of course, the proper term is a descendant of one of the great scholars of the former dynasty. King Xin is the current emperor's own uncle, 40 or so years old, and had been split up in the past. Later, the original wife died of illness. The king of faith was somehow driven to Songgafu, also here by the emperor to give marriage, but renewed for so many years, but also did not have a son and a half a daughter. Now this son of the world is born from King Xin's original wife, and is also the only blood of King Xin. Meng Yuan had been hanging out in the royal residence for nearly 2 months, but knew very little about its affairs. Practicing hard day and night was one aspect, but on the other hand, he couldn't find anyone to ask around. The world's sun's name is Duga Khan, and all of their generation are known by their starry names. The world's sun is thick, and outsiders praise the world's sun for his pure qualities. Nye Qingqing chuckled in a low voice. By pure quality, I generally mean simple and pristine. Pure mass? Meng Yuan was surprised and puzzled. Nye Qingqing nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan understood that the so-called pure quality was not a good word. It probably meant that the brain didn't work too well, but as the queen of the clan, stupid people are blessed with stupidity. Seeing that Nye Qingqing was willing to speak, Meng Yuan poured wine while asking, the crown princess and King Xian don't get along, and Chief Lu is from the crown princess old family. So how is it that Chief Lu's son has become the world's sun's attendant? Meng Yuan was assuming a premise first. As expected, Nye Qingqing obviously recognized the premise that the princess and King Xian did not match. She smiled faintly and said, Chief Lu was born a drifter. Although there is the name of the chief, in fact, there is not much insight, but only to manage some of the search for the plums and other people are not convenient to start things. This world wants to climb the high branch, but can't figure out the number of people. There is nothing strange. It turns out that the crown princess and King Xian really don't get along. Moreover, listening to Nye Qingqing, the Wangfei is considered the real high branch. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Making Money. Chapter 34, Making Money. Sister, I wonder where the crown princess comes from. I heard Master Nye tell me that he had followed the crown princess's older brother. Idle as he was, Meng Yuan poured wine for Nye Qingqing and inquired about the origins of the main family. You don't even know about the main family? Nye Qingqing smiled and drank. I really don't know, so I'd like to ask my sister for guidance. Meng Yuan sincerely begged. Now Meng Yuan can have a few whether, although with their own efforts are inseparable. But the princess is also real to their own favor. Not to mention the fact that below the crown princess, Seeking Plum had the grace of lifting her up, and Master Nye had the grace of preaching. Meng Yuan has the intention to set up his own business when his wings are full. Of course, it is not about to make a grudge against the princess, but the idea of repayment, the heart of repayment. Besides, Meng Yuan knew that the princess was extremely insightful and lenient, and was not comparable to an ordinary noblewoman from a deep courtyard. Although Meng Yuan had never met the princess, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. Nye Qingqing, however, was unwilling to say more, only saying, when you have the time later, you should ask my father. He has followed the king's consort's late brother in his endeavors, and once claimed to be a traitor under the Ying clan. Wang Fei's surname is Ying, and Nye Shi has followed Wang Fei's elder brother. With Nye Shi's playful temperament, he even called himself a traitor under the Ying clan, so it is evident that this elder brother of the Wang Fei is extremely uncommon. And drink. Nye Qingqing was very flirtatious and attentive, urging her to drink and coming back to inquire about Meng Yuan's origins. Meng Yuan is an honest man, and at that moment did not do to hide, talking about the experience of fleeing, as well as the gelding's craft. Nye Qingqing didn't find it vulgar. Instead, she listened while persuading her to drink, as if she was taking Meng Yuan's experience and drinking it down. The two chatted happily, and suddenly heard that Shitsi Dugokon laughed loudly, not caring about others' gazes. The second floor is full of elegant guests and literati, all of whom looked over at once. Meng Yuan also looked over, only to see a few of the CZ's purser helpers holding up their feet and asking Dugokong to compose a poem. And Dugokong first modestly 2 sentences, and then when it is not, stood up. Folding fan beat the palm of the hand, slowly degree step. Seems to be in contemplation of the words, but also really have a few poet's style. Many elegant guests on the second floor see this, also frequently come to see, clearly have a few expectations, but Dugokong shook his head, pondered for half a day, froze and did not hold out. Those 4 scholars and cleaners were not in a hurry, and they all waited with a smile on their faces. Meng Yuan also have curiosity, but see that Lu Ha has seen himself. Face has a few points of incredulity, and then there are a few points of contempt disdain. After a while, Duguquang stepped back and forth, looked downstairs at the river, looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and then happily clapped his hands and said, I've got it. I saw him with one hand behind his back, one hand holding a folding fan in front of him, walking in a circle around all of them, and said proudly, all of you and listen. For literati Ching guest hurried to make a serious listening style, drunken moon building on the second floor of the rest of the guests to see people already have a poem, but also to listen to the ear. Meng Yuan and Nye Qingqing also wanted to see what kind of poem this son of the world, who had received the rating of pure quality, could produce. What floats in the sky? A piece from the east to the west. Could it be that the gods are weaving? Falling to the ground willow flakes floating. The entire second floor of the drunken moon building fell silent after Dugokong finished chanting in one aria, and then some people snorted, some shook their heads, some dug their ears vigorously, and some just threw out their chopsticks and walked away. Meng Yuan was also convinced that he could make a mess of the limerick, which showed talent. Nye Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head. saying, even though she has no poetic talent, she was born in the house of a prince or a vassal, so she is considered blessed. The second floor of the elegant guests have much contempt, but people Dugu Kong with a stink foot of the literati Ching guest, and has been boasted up. Wonderful! The level and oblique rhymes are meaningful. Your talent is unrivaled in this world. This poem is catchy, simple and innocent, and fits the scene and the mood. If there really are immortals, they must be white clouds as their clothes and willow flakes as their skirts. Wonderful! Seeing all the cleaners and literati have been persuaded to praise, Dugu Kong is more complacent. Meng Yuan looked meaningless and was about to say goodbye and leave, but then he saw that Lu Ha came to Dugu Kang's side, whispered a few words, and kept glancing this way. Then Dako Kyo also looked here twice, smiled and said a few words to Lu Ha, and then he saw Lu Ha walk over with a high level of ambition. Geldings, what brings you here? Drunken Moon House is a place where the literati come. Is it where people like you can come? Lu Ha walked up to Meng Yuan with a smile on his face, not without amusement. Nia Qingqing didn't say anything either, gathering her hands together without saying anything and looking towards Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan only felt uninterested, and did not know what this Lu Ha was pleased with. Is it that he thinks he has gained power again? But it is only the son of the eldest follower, but also specifically to seek provocation, is really poor and ignorant. Now Meng Yuan and Lu Ha are still slaves, but Meng Yuan step by step, the fist is getting harder and harder, although still borrowing money to live. But in the end, it is getting better and better. Lu Ha, however, has changed his family, but he is stepping deeper and deeper on the path of the lackey. The paths were different, and it would be a waste of time for Meng Yuan to say one more word to him. That Lu Ha saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything and thought that Meng Yuan was afraid of him, smiled smugly and looked at Nia Qingqing again, saying, Miss Nia, the world's son would like to invite Miss Nia over for a drink. Nia Qingqing's face did not have a trace of displeasure. Obviously she has seen this scene many times. She smiled and said, please also tell His Highness the Prince of the World. The posture of the willow is not capable of winning the wine. How can I dare to disturb the Prince of the World's poetic pleasure? The fact that your son has left a poem here today has made my drunken moon house a great success. I'll waive all expenses for the banquet. I will send someone to send 2 more jars of Dream Lake Spring to the royal residence later. Lu Ha heard this, but could not find fault. He looked back, but saw that Dugu Kong is looking at a pair of ink treasures. For Qing guests are holding, clearly want Dugu Kong high price to buy. For a moment, Lu Ha only felt ignored by the world's son and belittled by Nia Qingqing. He immediately sank his face and said towards Nia Qingqing, I've already spoken to the world's son, so please ask Miss Nia to give me face and just go and toast a glass of wine. Nia Qingqing sat still, sized up Lu Ha, and said with a smile, please, brother Lu, for the sake of my father, sell me a face and don't make things difficult for me as a woman. I'll treat brother Lu to a drink some other day. What makes me sell your face? Lu Ha didn't hear Nia Qingqing's displeasure at all, and only felt that seeing Nia Qingqing move out Niesher was a sign of weakness. So he said, when I kneeled down in front of so many people to your father and begged him to take me in, he not only didn't take me in, but also laughed at me, and didn't give me half a bit of face. Now why should I give you face? Meng Yuan disappointed shook his head. This Lu Ha really confused. People Nia Qingqing have politely refused, but also free of charge to send the wine. So good, has already given enough face. You along with obedient is, cannot be a dog to fight. Someone who can open a restaurant in this lot is not someone who can be rubbed the wrong way? How much can the son of an idle prince do? If something happens, will the pure prince stand up for you? And people Nia Qingqing's father and the princess's elder brother have old, but also with Zhang Guanyan 100 friends, from the Jin Demon Division, a hand bloom spring thunder extraordinary power. Meng Yuan had traveled across the world, and everything he had experienced had made Meng Yuan incomparably reverent of fists and swords. But this Lu Ha obviously has not suffered any setbacks, has not been out of the royal family, lack of knowledge of the fist, only know to tend to the situation, thinking that the status and power is everything, but he didn't think about it. The fist is the most direct reason. The so-called status and power are also all piled up by fists and swords. Meng Yuan reveres violence and knows how valuable it can be. Yeshua stood up and reached out to press his hand to Louis's head, grabbing his hair. What are you doing? Lu Ha had the experience of being brutally beaten by Meng Yuan. He didn't expect Meng Yuan to dare to make a move in front of the world's son. At this moment, he panicked and shouted, struggling to break free. But at this moment, compared to the first time to be beaten, Lu Ha only felt Meng Yuan force is more sufficient. That hand tightly grasps the hair behind his head, actually cannot break free. Both hands to grab Meng Yuan wrist, is even more difficult to shake. Shitsi save. Lu Ha had not yet had time to shout out. He felt that the hand behind his head surged with a huge force, and his entire body was bent down. and then his head smashed heavily on the table, crashing the plates to pieces. Lu Ha only felt blood in his mouth and nose, and his eyes were black. But before he could react, the hand violently grabbed his head up again, followed by a hard smash to the table, 3 times in a row. Louis' face was covered in blood, his head looked like it had blossomed, and he shriveled down, but that hand hadn't left his head yet. Lu Ha slumped on the table, blood and pastries covering the entire table, before he saw Mang Yuan come over to his head. Who is she? Mang Yuan pressed Louis' head so that his bloody face was pressed against the table, facing Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing remained seated and didn't make a sound. It's Nie Qingqing, Nie Shi's daughter. Lu Ha, with his nose slanted askew and blood bubbling outward, reluctantly answered. In the future, if I ever hear you speak like this to Master Nie, to Master Nie's daughter, I'll absolutely waste you. Mang Yuan lifted Louis' head again and proceeded to press it down hard on the table. Remember? Remember. Remembered. Lu Ha dared not answer. Blood and snot gushed all over his face. This side of the movement is too big, and not after what words conflict. Directly on the dry, the entire second floor of the people are stunned. That is, the first floor is also someone to see. A few boys also hurry to Nie Qingqing's side, waiting to listen to orders. That son of Dugu Hyper sat in place. There is a bewildered state, visible pure quality. His martial guard did not come forward to help, only stood behind Dugu Kong, hand pressed the knife at the waist. Mang Yuan looked around at the people on the second floor, clasped his fists in all directions, and said, disturbing the pleasure of all of you is really not right. I would like to send a pot of Dream Lake Spring to each table to make amends, but also ask you gentlemen to forgive. When they saw Mang Yuan say this, some of them ignored it, some smiled and nodded, and a few young scholars smiled and clasped their fists. Mang Yuan cupped his fist again to World Son Dugu Kong, then pressed his hand on his waist sword and said, don't worry, World Son, I am a guard under the seat of the Crown Princess. Although Dokurakang was pure quality, she was not a cutie. Relieved to hear this, frowned and asked, then you can't hit my dog either. Mang Yuan then felt bad for Lu Ha and calmly said, this person is the son of Chief Steward Lu, who is the slave girl of the Wangfei. He is here to speak out and speak rudely, damaging the virtuous name of the Wangfei, so I am here to punish him, not to disrespect the Shitsi. Is what he said true? Dokurakang actually went to ask an old purist beside him. That old cleaner see Mang Yuan always press the waist knife, speak and occupy the reason. And Nie Qingqing is also not see panic attitude. The second floor of the elegant guests also looked over, then with a middle-aged guard's whispering discussion. After a few words of deliberation, this old purist came to Dugu Kang's ear and said a few words, and then Dugu Kang said blankly, I haven't bullied anyone yet, and they won't take me to the poetry festival because of this? Not bad, we don't need to cause trouble outside. Those stinking Confucian mouths are most capable of spreading nonsense. The old purist said soothingly, no talking about stinking Ru. Dugu Khan obviously thought of himself as a man of letters. Then I'll listen to you and clean him up when we get back. Dugu Khan grunted twice, also did not ask Mang Yuan name, only muttered coarse martial words, immediately went downstairs. A few long followers went up to prop up Lu Ha, a piece of follow. That old purser stayed at the end, and sized up Mang Yuan, smiled, nodded, and said, young people are just full of fire, but you've messed with the prince, so I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. When you go back, look for me. I'll help you turn things around in front of the prince, and it'll be a big deal. After saying his words, that old purist took a step downstairs. Mang Yuan didn't understand what this old chinka meant. Why did he suddenly show goodwill? Or is he just hiding a knife in his smile? Sister, what does he mean? Mang Yuan curiously asked Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing lost her smile and shook her head, saying, my father said that you are sometimes smart and sometimes dumb, so it seems to be true. That person is asking you for silver. These Chinkai helpers around the prince, is not it for that a bit of stuff? Lu Ha has nothing to do with them. They will not help out, only want to take advantage of the opportunity to get more money. The son of the pure quality, like to attach to elegance, although you hurt his face, but he cannot think so much. The last or the following people to come up with ideas. Yes, out to hold the son's feet is not for a few money. There is no need to make a grudge with the impulsive teenage martial artist, and the teenager is still the people of the princess. Can get some silver money to muddle things through, for the good of everyone. Mang Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile as he tried to understand the trick. You and first go back. This matter always have to communicate with Seek Mei. I have sent someone to find my father. Don't worry, my father still has some face in front of the princess. Nie Qingqing's voice was soft, with a smile on her face, carefully sizing up Mang Yuan. Trouble for my sister. Then I'll go back first. Mang Yuan nodded and took a step toward the stairs, but just before reaching the support bar, Nye Qingqing behind him spoke out again. Mr. Meng, you promised to send a pot of wine to each table, and the silver money hasn't been left behind. She smiled and laughed. Please also ask sister for a temporary credit. Meng Yuan directly recognized the money for these drinks and laughed. When I have borrowed the money, I will definitely come and cancel the account. Borrowing money to live is not a long-term solution. Nye Qingqing gathered her hands together and smiled sweetly. Didn't you just ask if you could follow my father to make money? Now I'm telling you, making money is nothing but a small path. I answered on behalf of my father. End of chapter. Chapter 35, The Legacy. Chapter 35, The Legacy. Nye Qingqing stood against the fence, but saw that the midday sun was warming up, and pedestrians were passing through the streets. The teenager walked on the road by the knife, did not rush back in a panic, visible calm, and there is still time to buy a few green oranges, pinched orange peel juice to the body, and even with fruit are eaten. Clearly this is to cover up the smell of alcohol. No wonder my father won't let me talk to him much. Nye Qingqing held her forehead and smiled, beckoning people to clean and tidy up again. Instead, she personally brought a jug of wine to each table for the guests on the second floor who hadn't left, and made small talk with those who knew each other well. After a little more than half an hour, they heard hoofbeats outside, and then Nye Yannian and Zhang Guangyan went up together. Uncle Zhang. Father. Nye Qingqing invited the two inside the box. What happened? Nye Yannian had been busy at the martial arts firm, and when he got a message that there was a disturbance at Drunken Moon House, he rushed to come. This Drunken Moon building also has Zhang Guangyan's dry shares, so together with the same. Nye Qingqing wasn't in a hurry and served tea first before talking about the reason. When Nye Yannian heard this, he didn't think that hurting the Shitsi's face was a big deal, and only laughed. Look, old Zhang. Some people are used to living in comfort, so they think that the world of Qingping is supposed to be like this, and whoever has the power is the one who is powerful. They have forgotten that status and power is the surface, and swords and fists are the interior. This kind of person is just like a child playing house. But people can't play house all the time, or else they are stupid, or they will be a slave for the rest of their lives. He spread his hands and laughed, then said, Little geldings, you say he has insight? He is all day with me thinking about the few silver. If you say he is not insightful, he does know who to rely on. He has long seen that Wang Fei and Xinwang don't get along, and I'm Wang Fei's person, so he's not stupid enough to change his family with Lu Ha, and he's not stupid enough to stand by and watch. Instead he knows who to please. Father, there are no good people when it comes to signs, regardless of heart. I see that Mr. Meng is a generous man. Nye Qingqing spoke up for Meng Yuan. If he's done Huang, I'm a saint. Nye Yannian didn't get angry and continued. Also, you've only known him for a few days and now he's a son of Meng? He hasn't taken off his license, and he's still a gelding smith. So how is he a son? Nye Qingqing smiled and said, to fight for justice and help the needy. There is the wind of the ancient chivalrous man. How can I not call myself a gentleman? You should say less words to him. Nye Yannian was furious when he saw his daughter speaking for outsiders one way or another. Nye Qingqing laughed. Father, I've already promised Duke Meng on your behalf that he'd help you out and supplement your family. You don't want to make things difficult for me. Which one of us is the boss? You're still saying yes on my behalf? Nye Yannian huffed. Is it easy for me to make money? To open a martial arts firm to send out a circle of money. There are a few dogs waiting to share the money. There are not a few children in my hands. I promise anyway. If you're not short of staff, then I'll just think of something myself. Nye Qingqing obediently made a blessing towards Zhang Guangyan and said, Uncle Zhang, persuade my father. Don't let him cheat people of their money again. It's strange and pathetic. After saying his words, Nye Qingqing laughed. Only then did Zhang Guangyan make a sound and asked, did you pit people against money? It's the bounty. Besides, that money was originally earned by me taking him. So who's to blame if he insists on treating himself and acting posh? Nye Yannian said. As you said, that bounty was earned by the little gelding's desperate efforts. Even if we were to treat him to a drink, we wouldn't be able to use it all. Would we? Old Nye, you see, you're pitting people for some bounty. Don't put your family's daughter in it later. Zhang Guangyan scoffed. Nye Yannian remembered his daughter's words just now, and he really didn't say anything. Old Nye, what do you think? Zhang Guangyan saw that Nye Yannian didn't say anything, so he laughed again and said, I can see that you like that kid. He's giving Qingqing a head start this time. Giving you a head start, and it's not a big deal to hurt that stupid Shitsi's face. You and the Wang Fei's elder brother were born to die. The Wang Fei remembers the old days, and a word will even things out. Such a trivial matter is not yet worthy of the princess. Nye Yannian sighed and said, I'm thinking of finding someone to take over from me. We won't be able to use the sword for a few more years, and I only have one daughter and no clansmen, so I'm afraid she'll have no one to rely on, so I have to find someone to protect her. You're planning to fax Candu? Letting him take your place? Zhang Guingyan asked curiously. For S sake. The geldings are so good at climbing up the pole. I've faxed what I can. Nye Yannian smiled helplessly. I previously intended to pick one out of Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng, but also carefully observed. These two children are good. Ren Debiao martial arts progress fast. It has only been more than 2 years will be the 8th grade. Wu Changsheng things to do. Have eyesight. Qualifications are not bad. In fact, I am more optimistic about Wu Changsheng. If this child is properly trained, in the future, even if he does not make a big name for himself, he will be able to take over my mess. If there is a noble person to bring him up, he might be even more comfortable than me. Then who exactly did you choose? Zhang Guingyan asked curiously. Isn't this the geld maker coming? Nye Yannian spread his hands. Once this kid came, he immediately compared Ren Debiao and Wu Changsheng. Not only is his martial arts qualifications excellent, he has been in the class for a few months, and he is even more diligent than I was when I was learning martial arts. Mindset not to mention. The idea is very positive. Other people's rumors all is fart. Nye Yannian pointed to the side of the guide and continued. Last time I went to Peach Blossom Ridge to kill the Buddha demon. After I crippled Venerable Great Tail, I rushed to see them both. As a result, Wolfde fought for his life. And the little geldings were even more ruthless than Wolfde. Ren Debiao has been learning martial arts for so long. And when Wolf 2 put up a fight, he actually made a scare and didn't dare to fight. This fight shows, Ren Debiao no small geldings dare to fight. Heart eyes are still small. If Wu Changsheng had come in today, he probably wouldn't have dared to throw his fists directly. Isn't this all being compared to little geldings? Nye Yannian said, and laughed. The little gelding's heart understand what he wants. He also reads the word, to take the road of literature and martial arts. Once Zhang Guingyan heard this, he also laughed and said, Wang Fei's family is full of knowledge, and the geldings are also tainted with literature. I don't think he's study material. Maybe his poems aren't as good as Shiitzi's. Nye Yannian scoffed. Reading more is always no bad. Zhang Guingyan cheerfully, according to what you said, his heart is not bad, his qualifications are good, and he's still unknowledgeable and progressive. How is he treating people? In the future, if you come out to take over your mess, you can't just rely on the knife. It's not bad, knowing what to say to whom. Nye Yannian couldn't stop laughing. Wang Fei asked me to bring those kids, saying that it's just a matter of teaching them. Of all the kids, he's the one who's shameless and dares to open his mouth to borrow money from me. I had already taught him too much, and he got the bounty and bought wine just to let me teach him some more. Afterward, he had the audacity to borrow money from my daughter. I've never seen such a shameless person. He didn't treat you as an outsider. Didn't you also cultivate you with all your heart? Zhang Guingyan saw through it. As long as he is not a white-eyed wolf, and not mean-spirited, he will be fine. You teach him to be capable. He knows to cry to your grave. Then it's a done deal. Let's see. The young man's temperament is still unsettled. It may not be what it looks like. Nye Yannian sighed. It's not urgent for a while. Your Highness is a good judge of character. I'll take him to see him later, so that your Highness can take a look. That's fine. It's your business anyway. Zhang Guingyan stood up. I have to go back. You're not going back to wipe his ass? Wipe your ass. Nye Yannian laughed. You know Xuanmei, right? He's the princess's personal bookkeeper. He coaxed Xuanmei to stay. Xuanmei has always regarded him as a kind and generous person. Believe it or not, he's already coaxed Xuanmei again. So it's not my turn to wipe my ass. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Meng Yuan returned to the royal residence and headed south on the path towards the Garden of Silence. Today's matter is not a big deal, and Meng Yuan accounted for the reason. The injury is not the son of the world. The victim is just a family of slaves. Therefore, Meng Yuan is not too worried, and there is still Nyesher to cover the bottom. Of course, this time was a complete offense to General Manager Liu, but Meng Yuan was confident that his fists were hard and he was not afraid of retaliation from General Manager Liu. When he came to the office of the plum-seeking office, he asked the little maid to pass the word, and only then did he go in. Xuanmei was bent over the case, counting the accounts again, and when she saw Meng Yuan come in, she casually said to sit down. Meng Yuan was the one she brought up, so she was not polite with Meng Yuan. Before noon today, I heard a bugle call in the schoolyard. Did you start it? Seeking Mei also did not look up, while planning a disc, asked, that's the same number that raised Deadpool? This matter must be recognized. Meng Yuan immediately said, what's in your heart? All of a sudden, but it's noisy sister? Not exactly noisy. Xuanmei raised her head, smiled at Meng Yuan, and said, I know that you are loyal to Wang Fei, and I also know that you want to work for Wang Fei, but just keep it in your heart. There will always be a time for you to contribute in the future. In the future, Don't bring them to shout their horns. The crown princess loves purity. Sure enough, there is no cutie pie. People seeking plum after all. Read books. Know that those words are not quite right. Yes, I'll listen to Sister May. Meng Yuan said. By the way, what brings you to my place? Seeking May bent over the case again to count. I beat up Chief Lu's son at Drunken Moon House. Meng Yuan spoke bluntly. Xuan Mei froze for a moment, then raised her head to look at Meng Yuan and asked curiously, Drunken Moon Tower? Why did you go there? I'm looking for Master Nya to borrow money. Meng Yuan said. Xuan Mei rubbed her brow and said seriously, didn't I just give you 300 taels of bounty? The royal family is not short of your food and drink. How can you go borrow money? After I received the bounty that day, I treated Master Nya to dinner and spent it all. Meng Yuan honestly said. Xuan Mei only felt outrageous. Drinking flower wine? Didn't I tell you? Don't follow Uncle Nya to learn from the bad. No, Master Nya wanted to go. I strictly refused. It was the Drunken Moon House that I went to. I didn't know that Dream Lake Spring was expensive. I bought several altars and spent all my money. Meng Yuan said. Xuan Mei held her forehead. That's where the literati and elegant guests go. The price is more than twice as high as elsewhere. Uncle Nya is also really. Drunken Moon House is Nya Qingqing's business. How do you have to pay for it? He is bullying you, to be honest. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, treating it as a default. And how did you beat Lu Ha? Seek Mei asked curiously. Meng Yuan remained honest and told the story of Nya Qingqing's invitation to dinner, the world's son's poem, and Lu He's pandering. Master Nya passed on my martial arts and taught me a lot. The favor is second only to the crown princess and my sister. How can I allow others to bully Master Nya's daughter? Meng Yuan was very upright. It's not right to hit someone. However, what you did wasn't wrong either. Seeking Mei nodded slightly, and her face didn't change much, apparently also feeling that it wasn't a big deal. Sister Mei, that Chief Lu is from the crown princess's old family. So how come his son has become the world's son's longest attendant? Master Nya taught me that I can only serve the crown princess alone in this body and heart, even if King Xin comes. Meng Yuan asked curiously. People all want to go higher. We can't force it and delay people's future for no reason. Xuan Mei smiled and said. Meng Yuan saw that Xuan Mei had already said let's, so he knew it was a done deal. Sure enough, Seeking Plum smiled faintly and said, don't worry about this matter. In fact, the world's son is most generous and has always indulged in poetry and painting, and is not interested in anything else. Meng Yuan heard clearly. This is to say that Shitzi stay foolish, after a period of time to forget this matter, but have to prevent someone around him to mention nonsense. You feel at ease to go back to practicing martial arts. I will go later is. Xuan Mei directly took it, and seriously said, in the future, if you are short of money again, come and talk to me. Also, I know that Uncle Nya looks up to you, and you are close to him, but you must not learn from him. Thank you, Sister Mei. Meng Yuan was sincerely grateful. Just as he was about to take his leave, Nya Yannian arrived from outside. Brat, I don't see you for a while and you're causing me trouble again. Nya Yannian pointed at Meng Yuan as soon as he came in with a displeased look. Uncle Nya, Xuan Mei got up and said, he's doing it for you and Qingqing in a righteous way. It's not like he's causing trouble for no reason, so there's no need to be too harsh. When Nya Yannian heard this, he glanced at Meng Yuan and said, I really let me hit the nail on the head. This is just how much time it took. Things have actually been taken care of. Uncle Nya, this is something I'll just go and take a trip. It's not a big deal. Sun Mei said, you have a lot of things to do. I'll go. Nya Yannian immediately refused. It's always the people I brought out. It's my turn to dispose of them. Also good. Seeking Mei didn't come out strong and didn't ask questions about Nya Yannian's methods, obviously knowing what Nya Yannian could do. After a few polite sentences of nonsense, Nya Yannian pulled Meng Yuan out piece by piece. It's a shame you don't go to the pleasure grounds to hang out. Nya Yannian opened his mouth without a kind word. Then someday, Master Nya will take me to see more. Meng Yuan smiled. Do you know how to write limericks and you're going? Nya Yannian laughed as he walked. Let's go. Let's go and level things out. Will King Xin ask about it? Meng Yuan was more worried about this. King Xin is aloof in nature and doesn't care about mundane matters. Even the world's son doesn't care much. Don't you worry. Nya Yannian obviously knows a lot about the royal family. Let's go find Wang Xiucai, that old cleaner. He's the right person in front of the prince, and he's good at holding his feet up. Let him help, and things will be done. Can a purser really make things happen? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Saying that you're uneducated. You're really knowledgeable. Shitzi is dull and stupid, and the Chinka by his side is what makes him happy, and he listens to the Chinka. Nya Yannian heatedly laughed. Those cleaners accompany Shitzi every day to recite poetry and enjoy the scenery. Making money is one aspect. Restraining Shitzi is also one aspect. They dare to take the son to the gambling house. To the kiln? King Xin isn't stupid. He's watching. He's so cute. The son of the world. No one will not guard. There is no need to hide. Spend a few money to let people accompany. Not to cause trouble. Rich and noble life is also appropriate. In the big families, all the kids who don't make it are like this. So it is. Meng Yuan was truly learning. Remember, some things can be solved with a sword. But most things, in fact, can be solved with money. If you can solve it with money, don't move the sword. Nya Yanian walked away while mentioning, let's go make some silver for Wang Xiucai, so that they don't mention you before Shitzi, and Shitzi will be able to forget about you at night. Master Nya, I don't have any money. Meng Yuan said. Nya Yanian frowned and asked, didn't Seeking Plum just give you 300 taels of reward money? You're still saying it. Meng Yuan all but laughed. Nya Yanian smiled back. The two of them came to the residence of the world's son, Dugu Kong, and met the old purser, Wang Xiucai. Nonsense, a few sentences. Nya Yanian very straightforwardly took out 200 taels of silver tickets. This 100 taels is for dude to drink tea. The rest dude watched the distribution. Good to say. Wang Xiucai didn't push back and accepted it openly. The three hooked up right outside the Sage's garden in perfect harmony. After half a day of bull asterisk, not even mentioning Lu He's name, things are even done. Back to the schoolyard. Nya Yanian back hands, one by one asked the teenagers' recent situation. Then he let them practice, while he let Meng Yuan bring in a recliner and sat on his knees. Master Nya, I want to help you with something. Meng Yuan was shy and had the tone of a mixed society. Nya Yanian shouldn't have, only asking, how many orifices have you opened now? Meng Yuan didn't hide anything and said directly, now that the torso front and back and the right arm orifices are fully open, there are only 12 left. Nya Yanian heard, frowned and looked up and down at Meng Yuan, and grabbed Meng Yuan's hand to see, to be probed to understand, and only then had a smile. You're still ing competent, Nya Yanian chirped. I remember telling you that a martial artist's rank is more important than money. You should train well in martial arts now. Hurry up and enter the 8th rank. Then I'll take you to do big business. Seeing that there was still this good thing, Meng Yuan hurriedly responded. The martial arts firms in the city compete for people every spring. This year there's a yellow hair with an old lady who's making the most noise. They're all getting into assassinations. I'll have to go and greet some of them. Nya Yanian got up, fished out 200 taels of silver tickets, and hesitated for a while before stuffing them into Meng Yuan's hand. With that look on his face, he reminded Meng Yuan of the way Xiang Ling had paid for the carriage earlier. I can't coax women. You can't make money. Nya Yanian stood up, very proud of his voice, and also raised his steps to go outside. Meng Yuan, however, did not let go and said, Master Nya, the spring clothes have not been sent out, and Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng have mentioned it to me several times. You guys take care of these things. I've got a lot on my plate, and I'm going to focus on the martial arts line. Nya Yanian also didn't forget to nod Meng Yuan's nose and mention, in a few days, the Wangfei is going to go out for a trek, so if you can get into the 8th rank, I'll take you to meet the Wangfei. Meng Yuan has always heard that the princess of the kingdom is beautiful. Can for her to cut the eggs for so long, practiced for so long knife, never be able to see. I did not expect that this will come to the opportunity. Nya Yanian saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, but instead stroked his sleeves and looked like he was going to do a big job, as if he was going to lay down his life to protect the princess, and as if he was going to drill the gelding's craft. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Showing Off. Chapter 37, Showing Off. This Nya division does not show up for several days, but just show up to go. Meng Yuan naturally do not want to give up, has been tugging to not let go. Of course, the main thing is to get some more teaching done. Master Nya has been coming less lately, and the trainees aren't too demoralized. Meng Yuan said, what? I still need to get some eggs, and I'll give them out to whoever practiced by heart? Nya Yanian laughed to himself as he finished speaking. Meng Yuan laughed along with him and asked, Master Nya, how is the matter of the Buddha demon going? I can't find out. It's been reported, and I guess someone will be sent down specifically to check it out. Anything that has anything to do with a bald donkey is not a small matter. Nya Yanian casually replied. His footsteps did not stop, that is, to run away. Meng Yuan followed closely and asked again, what other arrangements does Master Nya have for the schoolyard? Practice extra, practice more, practice hard, practice hard. Nya Yinyan's words were tantamount to nothing, obviously not too attached to the teenagers in the schoolyard. The two people pulling nonsense. See the school field outside ran in a person. Wind and fire. Excited. Seems to have made a big fortune. It is Ren de Biao. Master Nya. I've entered the 8th grade. The mud pill has opened. Ren de Biao was giddy. His voice was tremendous. and when he saw Mang Yuan at his side, he didn't forget to look at Mang Yuan smugly. A group of teenagers had been drilling, and when they heard this, they were all envious. From the 9th product to the 8th product, ordinary people have to 3 or 4 years. Ren de Biao only used more than 2 years to become. The qualification cannot be considered excellent, but it is already not bad. Moreover, after entering the 8th grade, not to mention being more capable, the monthly silver is also more. Okay, not a bad job. You go find Lao Go. It's time to mention the monthly silver. After Nye Yanian casually finished speaking, he waved his hand and headed out again. Ren de Biao saw that Nye Yanian was quite perfunctory, and the advancement to the 8th grade did not seem to make him look at him highly, so he hurriedly followed. But after a few steps, Ren de Biao saw Nye Yanian did not look at himself, but when the side head and the geldings endless, a moment to scare the geldings, said what dare to go to the whore he dared to castrate, a moment to urge the geldings, so that more to go to the drunken moon house to help brush a plate and so on. The geldings are also very shameless, saying that he is the expert in terms of de-emphasis, and pulling what brushing dishes have to be paid for the work. Ren de Biao followed all the way out of the royal residence, several times to talk, but Nye Yanian are not very willing to care, but the geldings will be extremely flattering, has already helped to lead out the horse. The geldings have a lot of work in their eyes, and they keep saying that they have low skills and are afraid of losing Nyesher's face, so it's clear that they want to learn something. Ren de Biao then saw that Nye Yanian was being pestered and couldn't do anything about it, and actually promised to teach the geldings a set of boxing skills sometime. Master Nye, I also want to learn boxing. Ren de Biao hurriedly hitched a ride. Let's talk about it later. Nye Yanian didn't give a precise message either, and patted his horse and left. Ren de Biao watched Nye Yanyan's back getting farther and farther away, and pondered in his heart for a while, and didn't think to understand how Nye Master, who had been quite helpful to himself in the past, didn't take care of himself too much. Then look at that Mang Yuan. This moment is one hand pressing the money bag on the waist, as if there is some treasure hidden inside. Ren de Biao carefully surveyed Mang Yuan, but saw that this son was slightly younger than himself by a few years, and his qualifications weren't bad, and his appearance was also compared. Geldmaster, you haven't known Master Nye for long, but I didn't expect you to be so familiar with him. Ren de Biao asked with a smile. Mang Yuan and Ren de Biao have worked together. Know that this person is narrow-minded. Not enough gas. Is not mind with him more stirring? Away from the point on the line. Master Nye treats all of us at the schoolyard the same. Mang Yuan smiled and added, congratulations to brother Ren on his 8th rank as a martial artist. The 8th product is nothing. You practice more hard and diligently, and after a year or two, you'll be able to oust me. Ren de Biao finally had a minute smile on his face, and asked again, I see that Nyesher can be a bit different to you. Are you ready to be his son-in-law? Mang Yuan smiled and didn't answer, only saying, the schoolyard is busy. I'll go back first. I'll go with you and teach the juniors as well. Ren de Biao actually called himself a senior. Mang Yuan smiled and didn't stop him. Back to the schoolyard. Ren de Biao really came up to point out, he into the 8th grade is already well known, so everyone is really happy to make friends with him. More inquiries. Mang Yuan didn't care. He just took the key given by Nyesher and went to the storehouse first to find a 5-stone bow. First, he slightly familiarized himself with it, and then he adjusted the bowstring according to what Master Nye had taught him, and only then did he start shooting one arrow after another. After shooting more than 20 arrows, his right arm was slightly sore. Mang Yuan then calmed his heart and mind, slowly lifted his breath, his true chi infused into his right arm's orifices, and then shot again. The bow is like thunderbolt. Although the accuracy is a little bit worse, the power of the 5-stone bow is far more than that of the 2-stone bow. Mang Yuan thought to himself, if it is among the same product, even if the lower 33 heavens are fully open, as long as it is shot in the vitals within 100 paces, I am afraid that it will be bad. A low grade is a low grade. In the end it hasn't left the category of human. Go back and find Master Nye to ask for a horizontal training skill, and the sword slashes and cuts won't be gone in a flash. Mang Yuan muttered for a moment, then eyed Nyesher's blooming spring thunder. That bloom spring thunder is really extraordinary. When the knife out of the thunder, and has the image of mountains and rivers of spring thunder, also do not know how to practice. Mang Yuan estimated that it was probably still related to the upper, middle and lower 3 days of true chi operation. After all, this was the foundation of a martial artist. Life between heaven and earth. How can we be depressed and live under people for a long time? Master Nye has only one daughter, and I don't know if there is a shortage of people to retire. After shooting for a while longer, Mang Yuan switched to shooting with his left hand and didn't stop until both arms were unbearably sore and swollen. The method of opening the orifices also had other methods besides the loose and tight way transmitted by Master Nye, such as the chest and abdomen before and after the 16 orifices. When the breathing method, with the horse stance punch, while the limbs are simpler, more use and more practice, such as pulling the bow, lifting the stone locks, tying sandbags and kicking the legs, putting away his bow and arrow. Manhwa stretched his arms and tied heavy iron sandbags to his legs again while practicing on the plum blossom pile. Over there, Ren de Biao had already pointed them out one by one, and quite gained a few fans. Did Master Nie send him here? How come 1 part teaching, 2 parts lecturing, and 7 parts showing off? Hu Qian also jumped onto the plum blossom pile and approached Meng Yuan to ask, newly admitted to the 8th rank, and you still won't let people show off? Meng Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded her head understandingly and said, being rich and proud, one leaves one's own fault. Learning martial arts is not something to be used to show off, and for no reason it has fallen short. Meng Yuan listened to Hu Qian pull a Taoist scripture, then asked with a smile, Sister Qian, I see you skillful skills. Windy knife method to learn the fastest. Seems to be practicing martial arts since childhood, right? How come you are only now thinking of entering the martial arts pathway? I've learned some swordsmanship and chi cultivation kung fu since I was a kid, and I've been following the Taoist path, but I've never been able to get through it. Hu Qian shook her head, rather helplessly. The princess said that I was suitable for the path of martial arts, so she let me come and learn from Master Nie. So you've been a little Taoist nun, nowadays. Meng Yuan had only seen people from the martial arts and Buddhist paths make a move, but had never seen Confucianism or Taoism, so he asked curiously, what do you say about taking the Taoist path? The study of Taoism is the most widely spread, with different schools of thought and different methods of cultivation. However, at the lower levels, there is not much difference. Hu Qian seemed to understand some. Taoism says that life is all about cultivation, so eat gas and nourish your nature. I don't understand anything too deep. When Hu Qian said this, seeing Meng Yuan listening attentively, she blinked her eyes and said, if you are interested, you may as well look for Sister Mei again to beg for some Taoist texts to read. This is reasonable. Meng Yuan has already roughly turned over the history books, roughly understand the historical lineage. It is intended to take advantage of the free time, and then find some Confucianism and Taoism classics to look at. Is a long insight. It's always good to learn more. Master Nie said that the princess loves to read books, so if I were to ask the princess a question and not know anything about it, wouldn't I lose my reputation as a gelding smith? After the two of them casually chatted for a few moments, Hu Qian went back to practicing diligently, while Meng Yuan played the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong once more, and then sat down, closed his eyes to think of the momentum of the great river, mobilizing the true qi. 9 shallow and 1 deep, 9 slow and 1 urgent began to impact the left arm orifices. Now that Meng Yuan has no money problems and no foreign affairs to disturb his mind, he intends to open the next 33 heavens as soon as possible so that he can go and serve the princess. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Shangling repays her favor. Chapter 38, Shangling repays her favor. Meditating and concentrating, the true qi came out through the dantian and traveled across the meridians, slowly coming to the left arm. Soon I realized that there was a barrier in front of me, like a river weir. Meng Yuan was not panicked. The true qi slowly impacted. Slow 9 urgent 1, shallow 9 deep 1, and then slowly increased the force, until it was both deep and urgent every time. I don't know how much longer, but Meng Yuan only felt that the blockage was open, and the first orifice of the left arm opened, which was at the upper arm. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, and it was already getting late. After eating dinner and taking a short rest, Meng Yuan brought all the trainees together again and continued to practice at night. Sweat was sown until exhaustion set in, and that's when it broke up. Meng Yuan is responsible for the responsibility of the eldest brother, but also deliberately visited the men's dormitory, women's dormitory. See cleaned up or still clean, then pulled some diligent bathing, more sunshine quilt nonsense, and then returned to the schoolyard next door to the residence. Old Uncle Jiang had long since gone to bed, and the candlelight was still on in Jiang Tang's room. Meng Yuan pushed the door in and saw the little girl reading carefully. This girl is at home every day to clean up her room, read and write, boil medicine and cook, and she has made several pairs of new shoes. Brother, Jiang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan back. I'll bring you a midnight snack. She ran out with a brain and brought in a casserole dish of slow-cooked lamb. Now that the essence flame was growing slowly, Meng Yuan added meals every night and never stopped. Eat it piece by piece. Meng Yuan sat down, didn't mind the heat, and just started eating. I'm not hungry. Jiang Tang sat across the table, and attentively poured tea, then the two arms on the table, hands cupping his face, stupidly looking at Meng Yuan, whispered, Brother, this afternoon, seeking Mei's sister came. What is she doing here? Meng Yuan asked as he ate. Just asking about you. Jiang Tang stretched out her right hand, cocked her head, and helped Meng Yuan stroke the hair at her temples behind her ears to prevent it from getting covered in meat oil, while saying, "When Sister Xuanmei saw me reading and recognizing words, she asked me if I would like to go and work under her." Meng Yuan realized that Xuanmei was really a great person. Worrying that she had offended Shitzi and Shi Lu, she wanted to shield this girl. Now that's a favor that really can't be paid back. "What did your grandfather say? What do you think?" Meng Yuan asked. "Grandpa told me to listen to you." Jiang Tang spoke softly. Sister Xuanmei said that going to her place during the day would be the way to go, and that she could still decoct the medicine for Grandpa in the morning and evening, and that there would be no delay in making you a midnight snack in the evening. This is willing to go. Yes, although the search for the plum is a servant girl, cannot be very different from the master, and know the manners and gentle, graceful, good at financial management, good temperament. The little girl admires people is also unusual. Then go. Meng Yuan smiled. "Tomorrow morning I'll take you to get some headgear. Leave the ear holes alone and buy some bracelet hairpins." "Aha!" Jiang Tang's eyes brightened all of a sudden, and she said happily, "I've saved up several taels of silver, so I'll use my money this time." Meng Yuan took out 100 taels of silver ticket and handed it to her. "Use this." Jiang Tang was confused and busy asking where the money came from, but Meng Yuan stopped talking. On the morning of the second day, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard for morning exercises before taking Jiang Tang out with him. The two ate a good meal, wandering around all morning. In the silver jewelry store hit the bracelet hairpin, but also to purchase a bronze mirror, a jewelry box, which is considered to be all work. Seeing the little girl happy, Meng Yuan is even more heartless. Then head into the schoolyard, intending to open the next 33 days as soon as possible. When he arrived at the schoolyard and practiced until the evening dispersal, Meng Yuan opened another orifice in his left arm. I was going to go back and ask the little girl how she felt on her first day on the job. Then Wu Changshang ran to ask Meng Yuan why he didn't shout the horn today. And Tainio also felt that shouting a few times a day would show his loyalty to the crown princess. Loyalty isn't shouted. It's done. Meng Yuan rejected it very seriously. And in the following days, Niesher was not in person again, and Meng Yuan did not go looking for it. Meng Yuan's heart is not in the way, and he is fully impacting the orifices. Nor did he go out, not even bothering to inquire about Lu He's affairs, let alone going to drunken moon house. Teasing women, especially widows, was extremely boring. With this little bit of spare time, Meng Yuan would rather hug a stone mill for fun. Half a month had passed and it was late February. At the beginning of the sunrise, Meng Yuan first played a set of holding piles to nourish Yuan Gong, and then chose a place to sit in silence, storing the thought of the water of the great river, mobilizing the true qi, over and over again and again, and not like before that 9 slow and 1 urgent, but to the orifices again and again heavy blow. In a trance, Meng Yuan suddenly felt the blockage dissipate without a trace. By now, under the diligent practice day and night, all the limbs and orifices had been opened, and the lower 33 heavens had been fully opened. Meng Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but in a flash, he felt his whole body tremble slightly, and the real qi in his dantian was actually unstable. Niesher also did not say that there is still this situation. Meng Yuan hurried to meditate and concentrate, after a long time to be considered calm. According to what Master Nie said, the lower 33 heavens are in the skin and flesh, and the middle 33 heavens are in the sinews and bones, and they are positioned accordingly. The 9th product is the full opening of the lower 33 heavens, and now it has been fully opened. What should I do next to satisfactorily break the mirror? Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother and was still a bit confused. Master Nie always said that he found a pimp to teach me, but in fact, when it comes to martial arts, he is the pimp. Meng Yuan is an honest person. Seeing that it is going to be noon, he went to look for someone at the right time of the meal, and rubbed his nose in it. All the way to the drunken moon house was a breeze. Why haven't you come to see me after such a long time? But you think I'm too noisy here? Nie Qingqing spring clothes slightly thin, visible plump, jade hairpin step rock corresponding, lips with a smile, really a gentle and charming big sister look. Meng Yuan's heart swam, but he still made a serious face. Sister Qingqing, is Master Nie still busy with the martial arts line? When Nie Qingqing saw that the teenager brought up business as soon as he arrived, she put away her smile and said, "The matter of the martial arts firm is nothing. It's that Uncle Zhang had something to do recently and borrowed my father away." Demon Suppression Division Pine River House Guard? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not bad. Nie Qingqing gathered her hands. After 2 or 3 days, she'll probably be back. So it is. Meng Yuan had an accomplished plan and no longer pursued, only saying, "Sister, I ran all the way here. I'm thirsty. Can I excuse myself for tea?" Meng Yuan dabbled in the food. "You're here to see Master Nie, not me. How can I care about your tea?" Nie Qingqing beckoned. and there was a boy who brought a jar of wine. I dare not forget the kindness of the gentleman's helping hand earlier, so a thin jar of wine will be a thank you gift. After saying her words, Nia Qingqing walked straight away. That boy stuffed the altar of wine into Meng Yuan's arms, and didn't forget to drive people away. Sir, please go back. Women are so strange. When I'm serious, you think I'm not flirty, but when I'm flirty, you should say I'm playing with flowers. Meng Yuan didn't dabble with the meal and walked back with the wine altar in his arms. When he returned to the royal mansion, he saw a man waiting at the entrance of the schoolyard, and it was actually Big Head Zhao. Big Head Zhao also saw Meng Yuan. He rushed forward, and looked at the wine altar in Meng Yuan's arms, and asked in a very serious manner, "Little Meng, tell me honestly, Auntie put you to sleep? What's going on here?" Meng Yuan said helplessly, "I'm always in the royal residence. Where am I going to sleep?" Zhao Big Head do not believe, and grabbed Meng Yuan wrist. "See hot. People do not have dark circles, full of vitality. Indeed is not emptied by the appearance of female sex, which is a little assured. Auntie came to me and said she wants to see you." Big Head Zhao whispered, "How did you find you? She shouldn't know that we're doing labor at the Makwang." Meng Yuan asked curiously. "She said that the smell of cow dung in our manor is the strongest and best, and she found me as soon as she came." Big Head Zhao said helplessly. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again, "Did she say why she wanted to see me?" Big Head Zhao stared at Meng Yuan and whispered, "She said that you untied her, and that she went back to her hometown thinking of her godmother while thinking of you, and wanted to return the favor. It seems to be to repay the favor of saving his life. That little Xiangling's brain is really not very good, but her character is not bad. How did she say she would repay me?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. "How else can I return the favor?" Big Head Zhao grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and didn't let go. "Little Meng I know that you're a promising person with a positive idea in your heart, and the Zhang family's girl is really still small. Your young man Fire Chi Wang, but also cannot be found indiscriminately, even if the whoring, spend not a few dollars." Speaking here, Zhao Daodu hurriedly looked for an addendum. "But don't take Tai Niu with you. He's still a child." Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, smiled helplessly, and asked, "She said in person that she wants to sleep with me?" "That's not true. It just said that she wants to see you, and made an appointment for tomorrow morning, just outside the manor." Zhao Big Head still has afterthoughts. Auntie is very proud of herself, saying that she will definitely make you greatly happy. Great joy? How much joy? Meng Yuan wasn't half interested in sleeping with the little weasel, and knew that Xiang Ling was never going to come to sleep. However, now that the lower 33 heavens are fully open, the method for advancing to the 8th grade is still unsettled, and Master Nya is not present. It is really worthwhile to go out and walk around, and it is only a day's round trip anyway. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Clueless and Unhappy, Request for Catch-Up. Chapter 39, Clueless and Unhappy, Request for Catch-Up. Since he had made a decision, Meng Yuan did not nag, and planned to depart this time, going to Makwang to stay for the night. Delivering the wine to the lodging, he went to find Xuanmei again, saying that he was going back to Makwang, and asked her to help take more care of Jiangtang. And then Meng Yuan went back to the schoolyard, instructing Hu Qian and Wu Changxing to take the cadets to drill, before he put on his 5-stone bow and long sword, and went to the stables to take the little red horse. "I'll go back to the pastoral villa to take a look." Meng Yuan didn't explain more to old Uncle Jiang. When they were ready, Meng Yuan rode a horse and Zhao Daodu drove a donkey cart, and bought some meat and marinated flavors on the road, and the two of them ate and talked. In fact, it was all said by Zhao Daodu, mostly words of exhortation. "This time, I went out of the city again, but I saw that the greenery was deeper. Grass grows on both sides of the road. Farmers are diligent, and seedlings are green." It was halfway through the afternoon before the Mako came into view. Meng Yuan was in no hurry to return to the Makwang, but instead circled around the Makwang to explore it first. Although Shannon is a mindless, but after all, it is the essence of the origin of the monster. The defense cannot be less. Meng Yuan carefully checked the location of the appointment with Xiang Ling before returning to Makwang. When Sun Zhuangtou saw Meng Yuan come again, he set up a farmhouse banquet, and he sidestepped for half a day, trying to figure out Meng Yuan's purpose for coming here. But Meng Yuan is here to meet the little weasel in private. Can only pull somewhat miss the old place of nonsense perfunctory. Brother, you keep it. When Sun Zhuangtou heard that the Zhang family's girl had followed seeking plum and mixed, he took out 10 taels of silver to give it to him. "I'm really just here to take a break." And Seeking Plum didn't say anything. Meng Yuan wasn't in the habit of blackmailing. When he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan could not sleep, so he practiced his sword skills in the courtyard. According to the method of true chi transportation and breathing techniques passed down by Master Nya, the power of the gale blade technique had indeed increased, moving faster and striking the blade more quickly. With the moon in the sky, he practiced again and again. Meng Yuan found that, according to the method handed down by Master Nya, the Gale Blade technique is certainly more powerful, but there is always a sense of stagnation, unable to blend into the sky, as if something is missing. Meng Yuan had thought at first that he was unskilled in the method of true qi transportation, but after practicing until midnight, this feeling of stagnation remained. It's like spending money and eating a vegetarian. Qi and force are in harmony, and intent is in harmony with qi. Is it missing the into the subtle that Master Nya said? Or is it something else? Meng Yuan had saved up a bunch of questions, not only about the matter of the Gale Blade technique, but also the method of breaking the mirror's 8th grade. If you can be 8 pins earlier, follow the princess to go trekking, which can be much stronger than getting together with Xiangling to smell the smell of cow dung. Moreover, the food has been very good recently, and the essence fire has drawn more nutrients, and now it has been able to envelop most of its body, and it is estimated that it will be complete in another half a month. When that time came, he would quench his body some more, and he thought that he would be able to advance faster in the 8th grade. After practicing the Gale Blade technique for half the night, Meng Yuan slept peacefully. After breakfast on the second day and practicing his sword skills, Meng Yuan put in 2 hard-boiled eggs and walked out of the village, heading west. Everything is sprouting in spring and the grass is tender and green. Can come to the foot of the mountain, then feel the winter cold still a few points. The weeds on the ground are born among the dead leaves, and have the appearance of flourishing upward. With a sword at his waist and a heavy bow on his back, Meng Yuan calmly stepped forward. Looking around, Meng Yuan saw a pile of dead leaves under an acacia tree and slowly walked over. Aya, Miss Xiangling said she wanted to see me, but why isn't there a shadow? Meng Yuan sighed and made a hand undoing his belt. Forget it, let's pee first. Yikes! A brown-skinned weasel jumped out of the pile of dead leaves in a flash, only to see Xiangling jump up 3 feet at once, then land with a turn, her back against the acacia tree. She was dressed as a village girl with a small floral bundle tied around her neck and a floral wrap over her head, revealing 2 small ears. The 2 lower limbs held up the slender body, and the black nose was wet and looked competent. Xiangling quickly peeled off the broken leaves that stained her body. It was evident that she was still a neat person, but her mouth didn't stop. You know I'm hiding under the leaves, and you're still going to pee on me. Her big round eyes are very godly. 2 upper limbs seem to want to fork over, but slightly short, can only fork to the armpit. Then her head tilted up, exasperated. Little geldings. Bad. Meng Yuan was an honest man and knew that he was justified, so he clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "It is I who is a Meng Long. Please forgive Miss Xiangling." "Yeah, you also strange polite Lu." Xiangling immediately turned her head, has already gone to the gas, 2 big eyes looking at Meng Yuan, joyful. "Hey, then I forgive you." She also did not cross her waist, straightened her small bag and head scarf, and happily said, "Little geldings, you talk strange good Lu, then you haven't heard anything good." Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. "See how stylishly I'm dressed?" Shannon stretched out both of her upper limbs and spun around in a circle, clearly meant to be complimentary. "It's very fashionable. All the noble women in the city dress like this." Meng Yuan knew that Xiangling was a bumpkin, so he coaxed her with words and asked, "Are you preparing for a blind date? Have you finalized your match?" Alas, Xiangling has no mother. It's a long story. As soon as she mentioned the marriage, Xiangling sighed. "Once my godmother died, the old matchmaker was nowhere to be seen. Maybe the Peach Blossom Ridge was too rowdy, and scared her old man too much to go out." "This silly Shannon." Meng Yuan laughed. "Did the matchmaker go to the Peach Blossom Festival?" "That's not true." Xiangling shook her little head. "The matchmaker said that what Big Tail Brother is learning is not proper Buddhism, and the more you listen to it, the more you become an asshole and can't cultivate great freedom. It would be better to learn more about the ability to eat the sun and drink the dew. That would be true freedom. This green-skinned fox has insight. Great ease is a Buddhist saying, and true freedom is a Taoist saying." When Meng Yuan heard this, he felt that the fox was quite extraordinary, and Xiangling mother and daughter by the fox cheat. Certainly is this pair of mother and daughter stupid. On the other hand is also people fox really a bit capable. "How's your blind date going?" Xiangling actually wanted to exchange blind date experiences again. "When did I say I was dating?" Meng Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "People haven't gotten divorced yet. I have to wait a little longer." "But you can't wait any longer. Look how old you are." Shannon was serious again, looking like she was imparting life lessons. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, realizing that he had been so focused on messing around with this weasel that he had forgotten about business. "You called me here. What's the matter?" Meng Yuan asked. Hearing this, Xiangling immediately straightened up and said, "Godmother said, if you give me a peach, I'll give you 2 apricots. If you rob me of an egg, I have to steal 2 slices of meat from you. Isn't this roe deer sensible?" Why is he greedy for those eggs? Meng Yuan smiled and said, this is the meaning of having a favor to pay and a grudge to repay. A gentleman's grudge is clear. Ha! Xiangling marveled. Little geldings, you know a lot. She jumped forward happily and said, I'm here to return the favor. Xiangling, two short upper limbs cross, make arms, self-complacent. I went to find the pig's sister-in-law. She has the most children. I told her, you give birth every month. Too many children. All day humming noisy, full of your children. Why don't you castrate? I'll find you a man. Cheap but also good. As a result, Mrs. Pig told me to get lost. Speaking of this, Xiangling stamped her foot in anger and said, sister-in-law Pig is too rude. It's very polite for people to just tell you to off. Meng Yuan was an honest man. So he said, I used to do the gelding's craft, but now that I have changed my profession, there is no need to solicit work for me. I know. You are now following the big shots of the Demon Suppression Division. Xiangling was very reasonable and added, but you haven't gotten married yet, and I've already told you about a few marriages. What's all this? How many marriages? Pimping at a young age. Is this a great joy? Meng Yuan tilted his head back to look at the sky and couldn't help but ask himself, what the hell am I doing here? Xiangling, but do not realize, still pulling non-stop, breaking pause and counting. I found you a number of good and bad. There are 6 willing to see you. There are also said that you people are very bad, to be first in a place. There is also the bride price is too high. I gave you a push. On the contrary, the cow widow said that she wants to sleep with you first. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan reached out and cupped Xiangling's mouth, then fished out a hard-boiled egg from his sleeve and said, I remember your kindness, but I don't need you to worry about me marrying. From now on, stay well in your old turtle pit, don't associate with fox matchmakers, and don't go to Makwang again. Shoving the hard-boiled egg into Xiangling's arms, Meng Yuan turned back and left. Don't go. Little geldings. Xiangling caught up in 3 tries, pulled Meng Yuan by the hem of his shirt, tilted his head to keep from leaving, and pitifully said, my family has a big medicine. It's the dowry my godmother left me. Do you want it? Oh, tell me in detail. Meng Yuan finally became interested. End of chapter. Chapter 40, The Grass is Green with Compassion, requested to be read. Chapter 40, The Grass is Green with Compassion, requested to be read. Xiangling would have been a little talkative. The mind is not quite the same as the people. There is a heart, but not much, talking in a mixed way. But Meng Yuan had listened for half a day and sort of knew what was going on with that dowry of hers. It turns out that the Xiangling lived in the big head of the mountain area. There is a hidden narrow stone crevice, in which there is a treasure tree, and has borne 2 fruits. That place is Xiangling unintentionally found. She and her godmother after the gas, the 2 together, but also specifically looking for dead wood and leaves to cover. Nearby also sprinkled with Thai urine marking the ground. Then Xiangling has been guarding the Big Head Mountain, and has been appointed by her godmother as the great inspector of the Big Head Mountain, while her godmother has gone back to her hometown. The mother and daughter were only waiting for the fruit to ripen so that they could take one as a dowry and marry into a large family. Since you have found the treasure tree, why don't you 2 mothers keep it together? Why does your godmother have to go back home? Meng Yuan was really curious. That roe deer have gone to grip the wool of the great-tailed venerable one. It can be seen that it is a wealth junkie, but it is inappropriate to disregard the precious medicine and have to go back to live in the old house. Godmother has a lover. Xiangling was very angry. 2 big eyeballs have tears. Godmother is obsessed with a Taoist priest, not far from her hometown. That Taoist priest recites sutra every morning. Godmother has to go to listen to it every day. It rains and snows without delay, more diligent than collecting eggs, but also pouting at others. She spoke, tilting her tail and pouting. That's it. Fuming. What kind of bad karma is this? For a man, you've forgotten about the avenue? And don't you dare to learn it. Meng Yuan pinched his brow, remembering that when he went to the medicine manor, he did see a short hill by the Tsanglong River with a temple on it. Only the incense didn't seem too good. What did the other Taoist priest not say? May I claim your godmother's favor? Meng Yuan asked curiously. No. Xiangling was very serious. My godmother doesn't dare to talk in front of people. The Taoist priests don't know that my godmother is a great immortal. And a few people call my godmother a stupid roe deer. My godmother is not stupid. What fairy? Is there a pouty-ass fairy? Meng Yuan didn't want to talk about the ass anymore and only said, the fruit can be picked? Godmother taught me to recognize them. They were just cooked yesterday. So I came to find you. Maybe it's about food. Xiangling sat on her but on the floor, and lost her smart and capable look, cracked open the eggs Meng Yuan gave her, and carefully started peeling them. But after all, she was talking about her godmother, so she was crying and whimpering while eating eggs. Why don't you eat the fruit when it's ripe? For some reason, Seeing Xiangling cry made Meng Yuan want to laugh. Godmother isn't here, and I don't have the taste to eat it alone. Xiangling peeled it off, and also vainly let it down. Seeing Meng Yuan shaking his head, before he happily said, besides, I still have to keep one as dowry. Just don't mention that marriage of yours. Meng Yuan helplessly held his forehead. Godmother said that the fruit is so good that people eat it for strength, and we're smart if we eat it. Xiangling finished the eggs in one gulp and burped. She said seriously, you saved me once. I'll give you one and keep one. Meng Yuan looked at Xiangling. This little guy's body was cheated by the fox matchmaker. The elk godmother was eaten, and the dowry was left. But there was not a little bit of disillusionment, but instead, he was preoccupied with the idea of repaying the favor. How far is Big Head Mountain? Meng Yuan asked. Not much farther. Cook 2 or 3 times of eggs in the space. Xiangling ass on the ground sitting, also tilted his head and mouth, 2 upper limbs vigorously spread, gesturing the distance. Your eggs are still strange delicious. She made a strong hint that she wanted more. Meng Yuan realized that the big head of the mountain is too close to the village and town. Xiangling mother and daughter are willing to get close to the talent to live in the big head of the mountain, and other monsters less to go to the big head of the mountain, so that the treasure tree only by chance to let the 2 of them to keep. This is the 3rd time to see Xiangling, and Meng Yuan has been looking at Xiangling's eyes. This little guy talked about the godmother when sad. Talking about repayment of kindness is strong. Pulling the marriage and lost, indeed did not lie. And Xiangling talk although mixed, but really not bad conscience. No heart. When we first met and took a ride, but also paid the carriage fee, visible upbringing. Meng Yuan had saved this little one and knew that she was just an ordinary elf, just spitting out human words and being quick and agile, with no other abilities. The big head of the mountain is not far away, just 5 or 6 miles into the mountains. Meng Yuan yesterday to Zhao Big Head inquired about. The nearby villagers also often in the big head of the mountain hunting medicine, said that there is no danger, but also cannot hit things. I'll go with you. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Meng Yuan got up and went with him, so he could also see the treasure tree pill. Now that the essence flame is growing slowly, if we have this item to help us, I'm afraid that we will be able to complete it faster. When the time comes, the body will be tempered once again, and after entering the 8th grade, the progress will be even faster. Yes, yes, yes. When Xiangling heard this, she jumped up at once, happy and quick. You lead the way. Meng Yuan said. I never get lost. Shannon was very confident, smugly moving forward. Thus between the proximity of the village and the access to the mountain there are also trails. The spring day was hyping up the green, and although the sun was mostly obscured, there was still a reddish light slanting in. Dampness in the mountains. The sunrise catalyzes the dense air, quiet and peaceful. The sound of birds singing in the valley. More return to the sense of nature. Agu, running too fast, stomach forked. Xiangling was in front and sat down on her butt. Meng Yuan took out the last boiled egg and threw it to her, and Xiangling happily took it. Little geldings, you're so nice. Su is a peer for a while. Xiangling to Meng Yuan raised the knife back bow is not afraid of. Grabbed Meng Yuan clothes hem. A smoke climbed to Meng Yuan's shoulder. It's so high. Higher than me hanging from a peach tree. Xiangling pointed out the way while peeling the egg, while still shoving the yolk into Meng Yuan's mouth afterwards. You eat. I don't eat. Meng Yuan refused. Xiangling obviously did not know the reasoning behind the 3 resignations and 3 concessions, and instantly stuffed it back into her mouth, and hummed twice in satisfaction, as if it were supremely delicious. After traveling for half an hour, I finally saw Xiangling's old home, Big Head Mountain. I can only see a bare high hill, which is the Big Head Mountain. Of course, Big Head Mountain also refers to the area around here. In front of the high hill there is a 10-foot square puddle. There is a lot of water in the area. It seems not shallow. This is the old turtle pit. Xiangling chatter, all the way to say this place where fun, where to sleep comfortably, but also said that the water here is good to drink clouds. This is it. When he rounded Big Head Mountain, he saw a small hill in the middle of the forest in trees. That hillock was covered with thorns and sour dates, and there were quite a few dead leaves and rotten branches surrounding it. You put it away for me? Don't make it dirty. Xiangling took down the broken flower-wrapped head, carrying the broken flower small bag, jumped down at once, drilled into the thorns. 3 times 2 turn over the dead leaves and chaotic branches. See the mountain bag cracked with a gap. The thin part is only a finger wide. The center of the wide place is also only 2 fists wide. It is really not easy to notice. Meng Yuan stood tall and looked into the gap, only to see that it was dark inside, 3 or 4 feet deep, in which there was really a tiny green plant. The green plant was about knee-high and bore 2 green fruits. This green plant is afraid that there will be a little sunshine into the daily lunchtime, but still have a thriving state. Obviously extraordinary. The sun is warming up near midday, steaming up a faint scent. I'll pick one for you right here. He. Xiangling was happy, but she saw that the little geldings didn't respond. She turned her head to look, only to see that the little geldings had actually removed the longbow on his back, and was calmly knocking his arrows. Xiangling was crying, "Little geldings, you're so bad. You're really an old pig with a baby. So what kind of grandmother are you pretending to be? Weasel to you to pay homage to the new year. Pretend what good people. My godmother said that people can't be trusted, so she didn't lie to me. She simply lay down, closed her eyes and raised her white belly. Oh, godmother said better to die than to live. You must be sharp. If it hurts a lot, I'll scold you for not being able to gild craftsmen." Xiangling whined and cried, but never felt any pain in her belly. She opened one eye to look and saw the geldings bending their bows and arrows, but not aiming at themselves, but aiming into the distance. Xiangling hurriedly stood up and burrowed out of the thorn bushes. When she saw the old fox half a man's height under a pine tree in the distance, the old fox, wearing green clothes, with his hand on a wooden staff and hunched over, was looking this way. "What have you been doing, old matchmaker?" Xiangling was overjoyed. What did the ant say? She had just laid down to die, and now she was thinking about the wedding. The old fox, however, ignored it and just stared at Meng Yuan's arrows and laughed. "Little friend, 2 fruits. Why don't you and I each get one? Is that okay? One was gifted to me by Miss Xiangling, and one was Miss Xiangling's dowry, so ask her," Meng Yuan said. The fox looked at Xiangling and said, "Xiangling, Auntie asked me to fetch the dowry." When Xiangling heard this, she shook her head vigorously and said, "The dowry is for me to bring over to support my face, so I don't need to give it to Auntie. In the future, if we divorce, I can still bring the dowry back." She actually knows quite a bit about marriage customs. She doesn't agree, Meng Yuan said. The old fox was silent for a while and said, "A plow ox in half a field. Harvesting also depends on the sky, and deserting also depends on the sky. Are you harvesting or deserting? What does she mean? I can't understand." Xiangling was no little cutie either. This moment to see that something is wrong. Lying on the ground, do not dare to move, but cannot control the mouth. The fox is saying that this precious medicine was planted by her, and that it is ripe today and is coming to collect the grain. As to whether or not I can receive it, it depends on what I can do, Meng Yuan said. This was raised by me and my godmother. 1 pea and 1 at a time. Xiangling whined again. I have always been kind to people. It's just that this time there is some urgency. The old fox took a step forward and said, "You may not be able to beat me. Why don't you and I each get one? And then heaven and earth will be vast. The young man will have a bright future, and there will be many pleasures on earth. At the moment I'm not fastidious," Meng Yuan said. The old fox's face was grim as he said, "Little foolish spirit, stupid monster, as if grass and trees, a snap of the fingers can die. Why do you need it? I have realized the greatness of Qiankuan, but I still pity the grass and trees." Meng Yuan's bow was like a full moon, shooting out. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The bow is like thunderbolt strings. As the arrow fired, the bowstring trembled more than a few times. The birds in the mountains and forests flew about, and Xiangling instinctively fell to the ground paralyzed with fear. 5 stone heavy bow. But in the end there is 100 paces away. Wild spirit demon and most of the natural sharp and agile. Although the fox is old, see the opportunity but fast, immediately moved 2 steps to the left, half of the body to hide behind a green stone. The arrow landed on the place where she originally stood, and the earth and rocks on the ground crumbled, showing the power of the heavy arrow. Ignorant martial artist. How can a mere arrow hurt my immortal body? The old fox was clearly hiding, but he even uttered a taunt. Meng Yuan's heart is a few more points of gravity. This old fox has a measure of speech, clearly has read the book, read the classics, and have seen the world, know how to fight with the martial arts, but also understand the world, is why the ridicule, hoping that their own young man was provoked by a series of angry shooting, so that the consumption of energy. Earlier in Peach Blossom Ridge, after hearing about Xiangling being coaxed by this fox matchmaker, Meng Yuan thought that the old fox was a mountain spirit and wild monster who was a trickster. But today, when we talked again, we realized that the old fox had disdained the Buddhist teachings transmitted by the Great Tail Venerable One, but instead said what to eat the sun and drink the dew, and what to really get away with the words of the Taoists. Then look at the behavior of the old fox at this time. It can be seen that this old fox is not an unusual monster, and not to take the martial arts cultivation path. It is very likely to be cultivated by the Taoist method. Meng Yuan was a fledgling brother who had only sparred with martial artists of the same rank, but had heard Master Nya talk about the ways of other families. The Taoists talk about the life of all cultivation, dining xia and drinking dew since there is, traveling the world since there is also, but only when the grade is high. and the low grade actually didn't have much ability. The chi is not as strong as a martial artist who fights at all times, and the body is even not as strong as a martial artist, but it knows some divine techniques. But when it comes to power, it's not really that great. To put it bluntly, when it comes to low grade, Rushi Dao is inferior to martial artists. If one is approached by a martial artist, it is highly likely that they will be taken down on the spot, or even killed by crossing the ranks. The doctrines of Confucianism and Taoism all make sense, but the sword of the martial artist makes more sense. I'm out. I'm in. The old fox on a wooden staff. Can be agile? Borrow that green stone. Back and forth to show his head. Really? Meng Yuan wasn't spoiling for a fight and drew an arrow, but the two are 100 paces apart. The old fox is like eating aphrodisiacs. It is really not good to shoot, and also taunted non-stop, but not shot. After shooting 3 arrows in a row, Meng Yuan thought to himself, 100 paces away is too far. The old fox and cunning. Really not sure to shoot. Of course, if once hit by a heavy bow, it would be useless without dying. Just now the old fox showed up to mention the equal share of medicine, and did not directly hands robbing. Visible old fox is not bound to win the chance of success. Meng Yuan guided the bow in his hand, and no longer shoot. Looked back at Xiangling, but saw her buried head, pouting ass looking this way. Stupid. Even if it's a waste, that waste Shannon is always on her side. Either way, with 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Meng Yuan drew his bow, fully concentrated, but did not make a move, and asked, Your Excellency is still not making a move? The old fox hid behind the bruised green stone and laughed strangely. How can a foolish mortal be worthy of seeing the wonders of my immortal law? This old fox's mouth was really hard. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and only said, Xiangling, you go and collect the fruit first, and go find the person who sent me the message, and say that there is a fox demon scourge, and ask him to bring his brothers from the demon suppression division. Ha! Xiangling was lying on her back in the thorn bushes, her 2 front paws covering her head, secretly looking this way. When she heard the guild maker's words, she hurriedly echoed back, He's also from the demon suppression division? Though it was strange, Shannon rose nimbly to her feet and pulled the small bundle around her neck before jumping into the cleft of the thorn bush. Meng Yuan naturally did not have the luxury of little Xiangling can be a success, this time only to force the old fox to show his head. That old fox delayed the means, visible in her hands of magic without very confident, and scrupulous about their own hands' heavy bow. This is the advantage. Using this advantage to force the old fox to come out for a duel, then the advantage will be even greater. As long as she has a slight break, then it will be the old fox's time to die. Soon, Xiangling came out of that rift with her bulging bag in her arms, and without walking, she stood up and looked at Meng Yuan in a babbling manner, and then at the old fox in the distance. Little geldings. Xiangling trotted over to Meng Yuan, tugged at the hem of Meng Yuan's coat, tilted her head, and said, Why don't you give mine to the old matchmaker? What if you get hurt in a fight and can't go back to work? It's better to die than to live. Meng Yuan glared at Xiangling. Little geldings, she's willing to give it to me. What kind of good guy are you still pretending to be? Are you going to swallow it all? The old fox laughed, and also used the title of geldings. This is a robbery, not a gift. If you cheat Xiangling's mother and daughter of their dowry, it shall be earthly fun, and I shall pay no attention to it. If you take advantage of my absence and cheat her out of her great medicine, I won't say anything either. An arrow shot out from Meng Yuan's hand. But today, when I am here, I cannot allow simple people who know what they are doing to be coaxed and bullied by you. Meng Yuan once again drew his arrow and strung his bow. Xiangling, run. Xiangling froze and finally nodded. Then I'll run faster and call for reinforcements for you. She finished her sentence and headed for the exit in a flash. Sure enough, the old fox grew impatient. In that case, leave it all behind. She hid behind the green stone, raised the wooden staff in her hand, and babbled. The wind breaks the ground. The water heaves the sky. The earth, fire, water and wind, rise. Just see a fresh breeze. And then the trees waved endlessly, startling the ground withered leaves and gravel. At this time it is near noon. Although there are many trees in the mountains, the sun is hot, quite bright, but the cloudy wind together immediately have a sense of darkness. Flying cooking fire. The old fox cast a big spell behind the green stone. As soon as the words fell, I saw the fire rain drift, attracting the dead leaves. Then the wind with fire, in all directions seems to have become a barrier. Meng Yuan surrounded the entire barrier, and the barrier quickly contracted. Meng Yuan's heart is becoming more and more calm. This wind and fire method seems to have a great momentum. In fact, the power of the general cannot create much injury, at most, obscuring the field of vision for sneak attack. The wind helped the fire. The fire increased the wind power, and the two drove the withered leaves and debris toward Meng Yuan. At that moment, he saw the old fox laughing as he swept out of the green stone, his feet stepping on the wind and fire momentum, his hands waving the wooden staff, surging toward Meng Yuan. Isn't this seeking death? Meng Yuan raised his bow to shoot, then immediately lowered it again and ran backwards in a hurry. After 3 or 5 steps to break out of the wind and fire barrier, he saw a green-clothed figure in front of him, clearly the old fox. Sure enough, just now that old fox came out from behind the boulder to beckon, a look of desperation. But here there is another fox. It must be that this old fox used some kind of blindfold method. That old fox on top of the wind and fire who wants to fight for his life is a fake. But the real one has come after Xiangling. Meng Yuan under the 33 full open. True Qi immediately infused limbs. After the first, faster than the old fox. That old fox found Meng Yuan chased up, face horrified. 2 furry hands want to pinch, but saw the knife light has already fallen. Ah! A scream echoed through the mountains. In a flash of blood, the old fox's tail was severed. With one strike, Meng Yuan's confidence has increased. This old fox is also a little demon law blindfold. Slightly ventilation fire art. In fact, the body is unbearable. Meng Yuan didn't dare to stop for a moment and immediately stepped forward to make up for it. The old fox paralyzed on the ground, the eyes of resentment in the extreme. The 2 furry hands grabbed a piece of blood, and then together, gritted his teeth and said, "Lead." For a moment, Meng Yuan felt the sky spinning when he met the old fox's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 42, The Second Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 42, The Second Perfection of Essence Flame. The bright moon was shallow, and after practicing hard all night in the schoolyard, Meng Yuan returned to his residence. The stomach was a little hungry again, but at this moment, Meng Yuan didn't really want to eat, simply because his mind was full of pussy. There's not much to think about in this life. Make a little money, get a little power, and sleep with a few more pretty girls and you're done. Meng Yuan saw that there was a subtle candlelight in the dead of night, so he went forward and pushed open the door. Just see Jiang Tang today changed into new clothes, head draped in beads and emeralds. Under the dim light is particularly good looking. Brother, I want to sleep with you. There was spring in tiny Jiang Tang's brows and eyes, and then he actually started to take off his clothes. This old fox's work is too rough, isn't it? With this level of cultivation? Meng Yuan rubbed his head and borrowed a phrase from Nye Yannian's comment about venerable great tail, then drew out his sword and slashed it once. For a moment, with a slight pain in his head, he heard a clear voice. Little geldings, I'll help you. Meng Yuan hastily opened his eyes and saw that the old fox had a short sword in his hand and was actually 2 feet in front of him. A brown-skinned, white-bellied figure with a crumpled bundle darted in, jumped up all at once, and took the old fox by the head. The old fox was going to hold down Xiangling with one hand, but when she saw that Meng Yuan had already opened her eyes showed horror, and she obviously didn't expect Meng Yuan to get rid of the secret method so quickly. She didn't care about Xiangling, and held her short sword in both hands and stabbed at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan immediately closed his stomach and retreated, while at the same time stretching out his hands to catch the hilt of his opponent's sword. The old fox's hand was short, and also injured. Meng Yuan immediately won the hand, and then twisted, went to the old fox's short sword. Spare me, young warrior, spare me. I'll send you a copy of the heavenly chance diagram. The old fox knew that the tide had turned and decisively begged for mercy. Meng Yuan was curious about what the heavenly chance diagram was and wanted to get a copy as well. But not now. Getting up and riding on the old fox, he pressed the fox's head with his left hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed the short sword and stabbed it viciously towards the fox's neck. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Meng Yuan also forgot how many swords he had stabbed, only to see that the old fox was dead beyond death, his head almost disconnected from his body. Only then did Meng Yuan get off the fox and sit on the ground, panting heavily. Looking next to them, the 2 Shanning's eyes were glazed over, staring blankly at the old fox's corpse. The matchmaker is dead. It took a while for Shannon to respond. Yes, the fox is dead. Meng Yuan wiped a handful of blood splattered on his face and smiled. You're scared? Xiangling nodded her head back and forth. Scared indeed. I remember you saying that your godmother taught you that it's better to die than to live. So why did you still desperately try to save me just now? Meng Yuan asked. Shannon sat down on her butt and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know. You're not afraid of death? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Fear. Xiangling was very reasonable and said, but godmother also said that it's good to live and it's okay to die. It's good to be alive, and it's okay to be dead. Meng Yuan repeated the sentence without saying anything else and came back to touch the old fox's corpse. This old fox, in addition to the body of green clothes, but also a short sword, a wooden staff. That wooden staff also seems to be an ordinary thing, visible fine poor. As for the so-called heavenly chart, it is also unknown where it is. Do you know where the matchmaker came from? Meng Yuan asked Xiangling. I don't know. Xiangling shook her head and scratched both ears. The matchmaker is actually quite nice. Sometimes she even tells us about the city. She's not a virtuous person. In the future you should also have more eyes. Meng Yuan said. I have a lot of heart eyes. As soon as Xiangling heard the gelding say that she lacked heart eyes, she immediately became anxious. Yes, 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 you have a lot of heart. Pick up some dead branches and let's burn the fox. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze any oil out of it and didn't want to bring it back to cause more trouble, Meng Yuan rose to the intention of burning the body. Xiangling was obedient at this moment and hurriedly went to look for dead branches, and Meng Yuan also came to help. Your arrows sure aren't bad for firewood. Xiangling retrieved an arrow and happily invited credit. Meng Yuan popped her in the head and brought her back to retrieve all the arrows again. The two of them worked for half a day, and that's how they got the fire going. The smell of burning stench came from Meng Yuan and Xiangling, and they didn't hide. Only that the former was reflecting back on the gains and losses of this fight, while the latter didn't know what they were thinking about. When Wolf Big ate my godmother, he burned it the same way. Xiangling cried. My godmother said that eating meat raw is a beast, and eating meat cooked is a demon, and she told Wolf Day to cook it before eating it. Meng Yuan covered his forehead, and for a moment he really couldn't figure out what was going on in the head of Xiangling's godmother. Are you eating? Shannon asked. Meng Yuan was indeed a bit hungry, but really didn't have half an appetite. So he shook his head. I don't eat either. Xiangling wiped her tears with her flowery headscarf and chanted. Little geldings, you can read and recite? Slightly learned a few words. Meng Yuan said. So you'll write my name? Shannon asked curiously. Meng Yuan immediately drew out a branch and wrote on the ground. Xiangling came across the table to look. Both eyes rounded. That's my name? Reverse? From my side. Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her to his side. Yikes! My name is so pretty. Xiangling had just been crying, but now, as soon as she sniffled, she jumped up and down and said joyfully, You write my godmother's name again. What is your godmother's name? Meng Yuan asked. My godmother's name is Flower Nun. Xiangling exclaimed. Meng Yuan wrote the name of the Flower Nun on the ground again. Shannon looked closely and gestured with her little paws. When Meng Yuan saw her like this, he took out the old fox's short sword and carved their maidens' names on a small stone. This way, you won't be afraid of the handwriting being blown away by the wind. Little Geld, you are so nice. Xiangling was so happy that she cupped the small stone in her hands, while she unclasped the bag on her back. This hasn't been given to you yet. Xiangling took out a tiny green fruit. Meng Yuan received the green fruit that he had gotten from fighting to the death and held it in his hands for a closer look. This fruit is only the size of a thumbnail. Surplus green with a hint of crimson. Close to the smell, there is a subtle aroma. Xiangling hid the small stone in her bag and carefully tied it around her neck, which was visible and cherished. You eat it quickly. Xiangling held another green fruit and said seriously. Godmother said that you have to eat it quickly when you pick it. It won't taste good after a few days. Didn't you say you could take it away as a dowry? How come you have to eat it when you pick it? Meng Yuan had thought to wait until this time when the essence flame had been perfected before eating it. I didn't say I was going to pick it as a dowry. It can be a dowry even if you don't pick it. Xiangling tilted her head with a look of a little cutie expression. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, not knowing what to say. I'll eat it too and forget about it. Xiangling's tone was sad again. Godmother originally gave me the idea to eat it in front of Auntie so that I could show off my family's wealth. As a result, I ate it in front of your face. She turned her back and clucked and ate. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't hesitate much and swallowed it immediately. It fell into his stomach before he could chew it. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt the lower 33 heavens vibrate slightly. There was a burning sensation in his dantian, and the various orifices seemed to have grown a few points larger. The body was slightly hot. After a slight stored thought, he saw that most of the nutrients of this green fruit had been drawn by the essence fire. That essence flame immediately rose, and only a few breaths had passed before it had enveloped the entire body, clearly consummating it. Meng Yuan had a feeling that as long as he urged in his heart, the essence fire would immediately disperse its power and quench his body again. But this moment is obviously not the right time. And, looking at Xiangling again, this little guy is covered with hot air, staggering and unsteady on his feet. This was obviously because the green fruit was too potent, and Xiangling's small body could not accommodate many of the medicinal effects for a while. Xiangling? Meng Yuan pinched the back of Xiangling's neck and lifted her up. Ha! Shannon was confused, her eyes misty. I'm hot and I want to be sleepy. Meng Yuan no longer say more, tucked her into the lapel arms. Short sword and long knife were good. Back long bow and arrow bag. This will go down the mountain also. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Separation. Chapter 43, Separation. At this point in the afternoon has been half. daylight westward slanting, the mountains and forests in mist. Her chest was warm, and Shannon stomped her feet from time to time and grunted, as if she were drunk. Manhwa pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and quickly returned towards the original path. After a rush through the mountains, Manhwa realized again that he was a bit different. The increase in chi is not much, but it is more durable. Moreover, his ears and eyes became brighter and brighter, and the circulation of blood and chi within his limbs and bones was unhindered and lighter. The dantian seemed to be a little broader, and the lower 33 heavens also seemed to be a few points larger. It was as if the river was wider and the river ran more smoothly. Nowadays, it seems that the green fruit seems to be able to enhance the physique, which is extremely beneficial no matter which pathway is cultivated. I lower 33 days all open, and by the essence of the fire to take away most of the nutrients. So the promotion is not too much, but if it were a regular person, or a small elf like Xiangling, the enhancement should be great. Manhwa summarized as he returned. But half an hour has been out of the mountains, seeing the distant pastoral farms and villages. Manhwa is a little bit relieved, and Xiangling carried out, with the same as a child in the arms of the building. The little one was limp, as if he had no bones. His body was slightly hot, his nose was moist, and his two eyes were closed, confused as to what he was saying. Manhwa had also eaten the green fruit and naturally knew that it was non-toxic, and it contained some kind of spiritual chi, which was quite beneficial to the person who ate it. While his own innocence was due to the fact that the lower 33 heavens were fully open and his muscles and bones were strong, it was also due to the fact that most of the nutrients had been absorbed by the essence flame. Unlike Xiangling, who is an unusual elf, she has no other ability except for a mouth that can barf. Xiangling is now like this, as if the deficiency is not enough to fill up, eat and hold out. Manhwa didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of thing, and with Master Nya absent, there really wasn't anywhere to find someone to inquire about how to deal with it. Xiangling? Manhwa felt that Xiangling's godmother should have taught the way to cope after taking the green fruit. Ha! Shannon answered in a daze. How are you doing? Manhwa asked close to her small ear. I'll be fine after a nap. Xiangling's voice was lazy, her eyes didn't even open, her nose arched upwards. You hugged me well. Good. Manhwa's heart was greatly settled, and he immediately stuffed Xiangling into his lapel again, covering his chest with one hand. When he returned to Makwang, Big Head Zhao was quite curious when he saw that Manhwa had blood on his body. He knew that Manhwa was going to look for his aunt, and he thought that he would lose his virginity at most on this trip, but he did not expect to make blood. It is the face does not look like the appearance of being drained, but glowing, but also has been pressing the chest. Also do not know what treasure hidden. Little Meng, you have an unlimited future. Let's forget about the taste, but you have to take the good with the bad. Big Head Zhao advised. I know. Manhwa smiled and didn't explain much. This matter must not be told outside. I know. Big Head Zhao hurriedly answered and asked. Are you going back to the city today? Stay another day. Now little Xiangling has not woken up. Manhwa also dare not take Xiangling into the city, so he intends to wait for another day. To be Xiangling woke up and then say, that's fine. Big Head Zhao didn't give it much thought. Since you're not busy leaving, there are some newborn cows and sheep in the manor, so you can help geld them. The Zhuangli didn't look for another veterinarian? Manhwa asked curiously. External. Live in Qingshui town, not resident in the manor. Big Head Zhao sighed. People come only when they have something to do, and they have to pay for it now. In the end it's inconvenient. I thought that since you're here, you'd lend a hand, and also save the princess her old man some money. Manhwa had to bring up a child at this moment, but there was no delay in cutting the eggs, so he answered. The two of them approached Sun Zhuantou, who, seeing Manhwa's sincerity, was naturally willing. Manhwa is not nagging, immediately maneuvered. From cows and sheep to chickens and ducks, one by one eggs were taken out. Chickens and ducks like grains of rice, cows and sheep like finger belly, all gelled clean. The craft is skillful, so you can see that you haven't lost your skills. Seeing this, Sun Zhuantou pulled his son into the distance and muttered. I figured out that he is now hanging out with Xuanmei, and seems to be enjoying himself in the royal residence. But in fact, he is not comfortable in his heart, and wants to come out to geld when he has nothing else to do. Remember, if he comes back again, let's get some pigs, dogs, chickens and ducks for him to enjoy. When it was evening, Manhwa was also finished with his work, and Xiangling was still sleeping soundly. After dinner, Manhwa returned to his former residence. Now that there were no veterinarians in the pastoral village, this place had been empty. First, he took Shannon out of the sash. She was still sound asleep, but her body was no longer hot and she was breathing evenly. Manhwa wiped her wet nose, unclasped her small bundle, put her on the bed, and then went outside to practice with his sword. Gale blade has long been practiced purely, this time between the dantian and the various orifices of the true chi running more smoothly, over and over again to make Meng Yuan only feel the power to increase a few points, but the feeling of stagnation remained, and it always felt like something was missing. Meng Yuan couldn't figure it out. Anyway, when he went back and asked Nyesher that was it, going to fetch 2 buckets of well water and carrying them into the room. Meng Yuan went to his clothes and scrubbed his body while thinking about the matter of the essence fire. Now that the second consummation of the essence flame had taken more than the first, without the green fruit, it was feared that it would take another half a month. However, since the essence flame was tough to contain, it was thought that this quenching of the body would be more effective. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry for the next day or two, and planned to quench his body after having a chat with Master Nya. Shame on the little geldings. I was just thinking about things when I heard a clear voice coming from behind me. Meng Yuan turned around and saw Xiangling lying on her back on the bed, her nose resting against the pillow, her 2 big eyes gleaming as she looked at herself. Little geld, how can you do business when you haven't even geld yourself? Xiangling was curious and couldn't take her eyes off of her. Meng Yuan put on his clothes and ignored her. Why don't you say something? Shannon pursued. How are you feeling? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. Shannon rolled on the bed and flopped down again, saying, thirsty. Meng Yuan brought her tea, and Xiangling gulped and drank several large mouthfuls. Still hungry, Shannon said. Meng Yuan had prepared for this and had 5 hard-boiled eggs on the table, so he brought them to peel. Xiangling watched from the sidelines, saw Meng Yuan peeled and fed him, then praised non-stop. You're still weirdly good. She clucked and ate 2 eggs and bounced happily twice more. Geldings, you're so nice. Has your godmother taught you what to do after taking the green fruit grand pill? Meng Yuan asked. I've been taught. Godmother said that after taking the great medicine, the brain works better and remembers more, so you'll be able to read and write. In the future, transforming into a form will also be faster. Xiangling looked at Meng Yuan very seriously and asked, Little geldings, do you live in the city? Yes. Do you want to go to the city? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Godmother said we have to wait until we have a human form and can read and write before we can go. Xiangling was very reasonable. Big Head Mountain is my home. She plopped down again, blinking her big eyes, and continued, when I take human form, you take me to the city to play. Good. Meng Yuan smiled and simply lay down, saying, tell me about your godmother. Xiangling then leaned over to Meng Yuan's ear and squeaked and tugged. Not a while later, perhaps the medicine has not yet subsided. Xiangling again fell into a deep sleep. When the night was over and Meng Yuan got up again, Xiangling was already organizing her little bundle. Geldings, I have to go home. Shannon looked at the table. There were also 3 hard-boiled eggs on the table, 2 of which Shannon had eaten last night. I'll walk you out. Meng Yuan gave those 3 eggs to Xiangling, and she happily received them all in her bag. Meng Yuan went to say goodbye to Zhao Daodu and Sun Zhuangtou, and did not eat breakfast, only rode on the little red horse, and tucked Xiangling in his lapel. When she was out of the manor, Xiangling showed her head, jumped onto the saddle, and said in a windy manner, Giddy up. The little red horse ran even faster, and when Meng Yuan saw that she was quite excited, he circled around a few times before stopping at the foot of the mountain. I'm going back. Xiangling jumped off her horse, still stretching out a little paw and beckoning. Little geldings, when are you coming to play with me? 1 month later, Meng Yuan said. You are so nice. Xiangling was even happier. She was about to turn around and walk away, but she seemed to remember something and turned back. Then next time you come, bring me some books. I want to learn poetry. Good. Meng Yuan smiled. When Xiangling saw Meng Yuan respond, she even made a bow and then went to the mountains in a huff. End of chapter. Chapter 44, The Way of the Martial Artist. Chapter 44, The Way of the Martial Artist. The horse was galloping, and he had already returned to the royal residence just halfway through the morning. First returned to the residence, carefully washed the clothes, and scrubbed the body with soap horn, changed into new clothes. Meng Yuan then went to the schoolyard. I asked Wu Changsheng and Hu Qian and realized that there was nothing wrong. Seeing that it was already noon, Meng Yuan went out again and headed for Drunken Moon House. My father happens to be here. Follow me. Nie Qingqing saw Meng Yuan arrive and spoke directly. I came to find my sister this time. Meng Yuan wouldn't make a mistake anymore, and immediately spoke tartly. Nie sure can see her from time to time, so there's no need to be in a hurry. But if you want to see your sister, you'll have to take a special vacation like today. Nie Qingqing smiled sweetly when she heard this and looked at Meng Yuan. Then, Mr. Meng, please. Meng Yuan spent the whole day either against a clear and stupid one like Xiangling or a simple and childish one like Zhang Tang. And this moment, when he saw a big sister like Nie Qingqing, who had little simplicity in her eyes but was extraordinarily flirtatious, he found it particularly appealing. The fiercest age ultimately looks better on the big sister. Going up to the second floor and choosing a place near the river, the two of them sat down. Gossip teasing, Nye Qingqing and love to laugh nature. Meng Yuan stroked her comfortably. Ying laughed her constantly. After a quarter of an hour or so, he saw Nye Yannian and Zhang Guangyan come out of a box. Half a month have not seen. Nye Yannian slightly frosty color. Visible is indeed outside the crime to come. Master Nye, Uncle Zhang. Meng Yuan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Nye Yannian saw his own daughter standing beside the teenager. The smile on her face has not disappeared. Visible is coaxed. He did not want to speak. Zhang Guangyan, on the other hand, laughed happily as he pointed at Meng Yuan and Nye Qingqing and said to Nye Yannian, I see it's a good match. Nye Yannian didn't answer, only looked at Meng Yuan and said, let's go. Back to the royal residence. After getting down from the Drunken Moon building and parting ways with Zhang Guangyan, Nye Yannian and Meng Yuan headed back towards the royal residence together. Master Nye, I heard from Sister Qingqing that you've been loaned out on official business? Meng Yuan inquired curiously. There was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, so I went along to take a look. Nye Yannian said, the Demon Suppression Division still cares about this? Meng Yuan also laughed. Except for the fact that you don't care about stealing women, they care about everything. Nye Yannian finally stopped pretending to be serious. He sized up Meng Yuan and asked, what are you looking for me for? Do you want a pimp? Just don't mention the old pimp. Meng Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard and only said, Master Nye, I've fully opened the lower 33 heavens and would like to ask Master Nye about how to consummate the mirror break. Nye Yannian stopped in his tracks, reached out and pinched his fingers, counting the days, before cursing with a laugh. You kid can. You haven't even finished your month, and you're about to give birth again. What kind of analogies are these? Meng Yuan said indignantly. Master Nye, I've never mooned before, but I have the ability to make others moon. Don't threaten me with Qingqing. Nye Yannian nodded Meng Yuan's nose. The two of them didn't say much on the way, and together they went back to the schoolyard. Nye Yannian first asked the trainees one by one, especially Wu Changsheng and Tainyo. He took extra care of them, which could be seen as valued. Go take a look at your broken courtyard. Nye Yannian finished training the cadets and joined Meng Yuan at the residence next to the schoolyard. At this moment, old Uncle Jiang is in the stables and Zhang Tang is at the plum-seeking place, so there is no one at home. There wasn't a hot tea in the house, so Meng Yuan remembered the altar of wine that Nye Qingqing had given him, so he simply slapped it open and took the wine to entertain. Nye Yannian looked at the wine altar as he glared at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan toasted 3 bowls before saying in a proper manner, please teach Master Nye. Nye Yannian didn't say how to satisfactorily break the mirror, and only said, I remember that I taught the method of true chi operation and the method of breathing that makes the gale blade, and since your 33 orifices are all open, have you tried it? Tried. Meng Yuan had tried many times. Tell me, how does it feel? Nye Yannian drank another bowl. According to the method transmitted by Master Nye, the gale blade technique has indeed increased in power by a lot, but vaguely, it's never been able to be rounded as it should be, as if it's separated by a piece of paper, and it's not comfortable to practice. Meng Yuan honestly said his own feelings. Isn't it like going to the courtyard, reciting a poem, listening to a song, paying for it, getting on the couch, stripping off your clothes, but you can only go through the motions and can't get into the alley, right or wrong? Nye Yannian said. Meng Yuan hadn't had this experience yet, but fully understood Nye Yannian's words, and was therefore nodding his head. It seems that you are indeed just one step away from reaching the realm of perfection. Nye Yannian nodded slightly. May I listen to Master Nye's teachings? Meng Yuan hurriedly poured the wine. You're a smart kid, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions about the path of the martial artist. Nye Yannian still didn't talk about how to arrive at perfection and pulled up something else. He nodded his chest and said, the lower 33 heavens are located throughout the entire body, with all the limbs and torsos distributed. So if someone with a broken arm or leg, would someone with a crippled body not be able to walk this path? Nonetheless, what broken legs and arms? Even if you are castrated, it doesn't delay walking this path. Even if the dantian is broken, it can be opened again, unless one is dead. This is the essence of Wufu. Not afraid to break and then stand is. Not afraid to lose, to fight back again is. Even if you fall to pieces, you can get up again. What is Wufu? Wufu is the path of resistance, the path of indomitability, the path of the sky. Even if there really is a road to extinction, there are still pikers who, in a fit of rage, cut out a path. Nye Yannian finished and sipped his wine, which was exceptionally soothing. Master Nye, who taught you these words? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It can't be something that old me realized on my own? Nye Yannian frowned with an angry look. Not quite. Meng Yuan intuited that this was Niesher borrowing someone else's words. You kid really has some insight. Nye Yannian nodded at Meng Yuan inside. It was Princess Wang's late brother who taught me this. But unfortunately I don't have the guts to break through, nor do I have the ability to go on. Your Highness's late brother also followed the martial path? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nonetheless, he is a Confucian disciple and follows the Confucian path, but he's well educated and knows everything. Nye Yannian was rather apprehensive. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't dare to ask about that deceased brother, and asked directly, Master Nye, then how should I be consummated? Simple. It's even easier with all your limbs and torsos. Nye Yannian drank the face red, and then born with the intention of Xing, Dantian True Chi at the same time impact on the lower 33 heavens, so that it is through, and then the 33 heavens reflect above the Dantian. Engraved correspondence. Since then the True Chi running unhindered. When this happens, the True Chi transportation will not have to run through the meridians to the various orifices. As long as the Dantian True Chi arrives at the place of reflection, the corresponding orifices will tremble and move, manifesting their power from the outside. This wine altar is the Dantian, with the lower 33 heavenly reflections inscribed on it, the middle 33 heavenly reflections inscribed within it, and supplemented by the changes of the upper 33 heavenly reflections. The upper, middle, and lower 33 heavens are fully opened and penetrated everywhere, followed by the transportation of True Chi and jade liquid through each of the orifices, and then one can open the secret hidden treasures within the body and obtain the law of heavenly chance. Why is it said that the upper, middle and lower 3 days are the foundation of a martial artist? It is here. Only in this way can you turn decay into magic and be considered a true martial artist. Nye Yannian was so excited that he all but stole the job of pouring wine for Meng Yuan, and as Meng Yuan listened to Niesher's words, he couldn't help but recall that the old fox had said something about the heavenly chance diagram before he died. Blooming spring thunder is the law of heavenly chance? Meng Yuan asked. Your kid's brain isn't slow when you're not hooking up with women, Nye Yannian said. My mind isn't slow when I'm hooking women, is it? Meng Yuan saw that Niesher was belittling people, but he didn't argue, only asked. Niesher, now that I'm fully open in the lower 33, how long will it take to be complete? Depends on the person, quick as 3 or 5 days, slow as a few years or 10 years. There are even those who can't be mirrored and engraved for a lifetime. It's impossible to say. Nye Yannian spread his hands. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Okay, you try it. Nye Yannian got up. I'm going to the outhouse. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Meng Yuan did as he said and directly sat down. First, he thought back to the method passed down by Master Nye, and then he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, not hearing anything outside his ears. After a while, he felt that his Dantian was warm and his True Chi was bulging. Meng Yuan's mind moved at will, and the True Chi slowly surged out from the Dantian, passing through the various meridians and arriving at the various orifices. The True Chi dispersed to arrive at the opened orifices, followed by an unceasing stream of infusion impacts. Meng Yuan only felt that his body was overflowing with Qi, and he only wanted to beat it up viciously. This kind of operation of True Qi could not be sustained. For one thing, it was extremely laborious, and for another, it was extremely consuming. After Meng Yuan swallowed the green fruit, although the Dantian increased in size by a few points and the True Qi was more abundant, the orifices also increased in size. After only a short while, most of the True Qi in the Dantian had already been depleted. Meng Yuan still didn't stop, forcibly squeezing the True Qi within his Dantian. After a while, suddenly realized something strange. The orifices above the head seemed to have a subtle connection with the Dantian under the impact of the True Qi infusion. This connection is like a wispy thread, although extremely subtle, but seems to be unable to cut off, unable to excise. And then above the limbs and torso, a silk thread was born, connecting to the Dantian as much as possible, reflecting the engraving. The last 33 filaments are again interlinked and entwined, seemingly disorganized and orderly. Meng Yuan had the feeling that as long as the True Qi in the Dantian arrived at the place of reflection, the location of the corresponding orifices would have the ability to manifest externally. In this way, the Gale Blade technique would be able to operate as it should, and its power would increase even more. Is this even done? Meng Yuan opened his eyes, Nye Yannian drink face red, to be out of the door of the room, only to realize that this is not the drunken moon house. There is no need to urinate to escape the account. Treat or my daughter send wine. Geldings froze a copper did not spend. Nye Yannian had the intention to go back and drink 2 more cups to mix it up, but when I looked back, the little geldings had already sat down, looking like they had finished today's work today. Seeing this, Nye Yannian was in no hurry and planned to go around the schoolyard before coming back. Although he had mentioned the method of penetrating the lower 33 heavens, There were still a lot of tricks and experiences yet to be told. And Nye Yanian felt that Mang Yuan would certainly find obstacles once he tried it, and would have to come back to ask for advice again. Nye Yanian had just left the courtyard door when he saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl come on the road outside the door. The girl was holding a couple of threadbare books, and it was none other than Jiang Tang. When Jiang Tang saw someone come out of the house, she blinked her big eyes at the other party, then hurriedly saluted and said happily, "Dare I ask if it's Mr. Nye? You recognize me?" Nye Yanian smiled. He secretly went to Muzhuan to check on Mang Yuan, so he naturally recognized Jiang Tang. But since the Jiang family's grandparents and grandchildren came to the royal residence, he had been busy outside, and this girl should not have seen herself. "I heard it from my brother." Kang Tang clutched his books and gave another salute. "What did your brother say about me?" Nye Yanian asked with a smile. "My brother said that it was teacher Nye who taught him martial arts, and told me to perform a junior salute when I meet him," Jiang Tang said obediently. "So it is." Nye Yanian had wanted to drink some more, but since his family was here, it was inconvenient to disturb them more. So he said, "Your brother is in the room, so go ahead. I'm leaving, Mr. Nye. I see that you seem to have been drinking. Why don't I cook you a bowl of sobering soup?" Jiang Tang hurriedly retained. Nye Yanian on this kind of false words heard more, but he looked at the little girl. See, this girl is very sincere, and no alienation to their own intentions, but rather familiar, as if they really take themselves as close to the elders in general. "Don't I remember you working over at Seeking Plum? How come you're back?" Nye Yanian looked at this little girl and couldn't help but think of his own daughter. "I came to see if my brother is back yet," Jiang Tang answered honestly. "Oh, where did he go?" Nye Yanian looked out into the courtyard. "Went to the pastoral village." Jiang Tang was very serious. "My brother said that nowadays the days have gotten better, but people can't forget their roots, so we have to go to the pastoral farm to take a walk, remembering the bitter and the sweet, in order to cherish the present more." This kid is a bit insightful. Nye Yanian was relieved to see that the geldings weren't looking for flowers, and asked, "Did the little geldings say anything bad about me?" "Nope." Jiang Tang immediately shook his head and said seriously, "My brother never comes not to badmouth people behind their backs. Besides, Mr. New is my brother's respected teacher. How could he possibly say that?" "And what was said?" Nye Yanian pursued. "My brother told me before he left for Makwan that when he wasn't home, if Grandpa and I were bullied, then we should put up with it for a while. If we encounter something big, we'll ask Mr. Nye for help," Jiang Tang honestly said. When Nye Yanian heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "The little geldings and you are both people who are looking for Plum. How come you don't look for Plum when things go wrong, but come to me instead? My brother said that Sister May can really shelter people, but after all, she's a bit far away. Teacher Nye is the one who can really do things. So if you have an idea you can't decide on, you should look for Teacher Nye." Jiang Tang hugged her books and said happily, "Since my brother said so, then Mr. Nye must be a family member." Nye Yanian smiled at his words and said, "The little geldings are glued to my old man." Jiang Tang also laughed and said, "Then it is only natural for me to cook you a bowl of sobering soup. Alright, you go get ready. I'll go around the schoolyard and come back." Nye Yanian looked at the little girl and saw that she was indeed sincere, not hypocritical and polite, so she answered. However, he was used to the world and knew that the little geldings were practicing at this moment, so it was okay for him to have a few words with the little girl on the way, but it was not good for him to enter the room again. Nye Yanian was about to go to the schoolyard when he saw the door to the house open and Mang Yuan walked out with a puzzled and bewildered face. "This is hitting a bump in the road. It looks like I still have to pass on the law." Nye Yanian laughed in his heart. "Master Nye." Mang Yuan walked up and patted Jiang Tang on the head again. "Go make a few dishes. I'll treat Master Nye to a drink." This time Mang Yuan has a sense of perfection, but Nye sure said that seeking the realm of perfection, fast but also 3 to 5 days, slow a few years are there, and they are only just a marigold tea. It is a little too fast. Therefore, I have to look for Nye sure to say, "By the way, ask about the opening of the 33 heavenly doors." "Good." Jiang Tang immediately answered and made another bow towards Nye Yanian before hurrying towards the small kitchen. "I've had too much to drink today. I have to go." Nye Yanian took it up. "Master Nye, I haven't seen you in a long time, so I just want to have a painful drink with you." Mang Yuan pulled Nye Yanian, just not letting go. Nye Yanian was dragged hard into the room, forced into a chair, and poured wine again. After pulling a few lines of nonsense, Mang Yuan directly opened the question. "Master Nye, how do you open the middle 33 heavens after completing the 9th grade? Look, it's urgent again." Nye Yanian drank a bowl and said, "The books haven't even been turned over yet, and you want to take the scholarship examination? Master Nye, it seems that I've perfected my reflection engraving feat, Meng Yuan made an effort to pour the wine. Nya Yannian casually said, "Then tell me what it feels like?" Meng Yuan immediately spoke of the feelings that were mirrored and engraved when he penetrated the lower 33 heavens. Nya Yannian sniffed and didn't say anything, tapping his knuckles on the table before saying after a while, "You're a ing talent. If you don't cut jade, you can't make it. If it wasn't for Master Nya's good teaching, how could I have gotten to where I am today? Drink from the source. Master Nya, please drink." Meng Yuan poured the wine. Nya Yannian took his finger to point at Meng Yuan, and after half a day of pointing, he didn't hold back a word. End of chapter. Chapter 46, The Second Quenching of the Body. Chapter 46, The Second Quenching of the Body. Jiang Tang served a few small dishes and prepared sobering soup, then went back to Mei Sun. Meng Yuan attentively urged wine, and only then did Nya Yannian talk about the matter of the 8 products. To be admitted to the 8 qualities is to open one of the 33 heavens in the center. The lower 33 are located in the skin and flesh, 4 in each limb, 16 in the front and back of the torso, and 1 in the head, making a total of 33. The middle 33 heavens have the same distribution of multiplicity as the lower 33 heavens, except that the middle 33 heavens are among the sinews and viscera. In order to open the middle 33 heavens, it is naturally inevitable to beat up the chi and loosen the tightness, but it is no longer the most important thing. Generally speaking, it is still true chi that impacts the orifices and then breaks through the blockage. Following that, the point is turned into a surface, and the whole thing is opened. But the middle 33 days in the viscera and sinews, not like the lower 33 in the flesh, is not very good to find. This is the difficulty. Therefore, we must first find the orifices, which is the work of induction. How to sense it? I've taught you the Gale Blade technique of running true chi, although it runs in the lower 33 heavens, but if you use it more, you'll be able to slowly sense the middle 33 heavens. At this point, you can then open your orifices, and the water will flow. Similarly, because in the viscera and sinews, a little carelessness will hurt themselves, is not urgent, can only slow. Nya Yannian passed it on in a brainwave, really not hiding anything. Then I'll try? Meng Yuan said. Don't. Nya Yannian remembered that just now Meng Yuan had said to try it out, and it turned out to be the 9th product consummation. He hurriedly pressed Meng Yuan's arm. No need to be in a hurry. Yes, Meng Yuan was an honest man, most obedient to advice, and immediately poured more wine. Wait a minute, slow down a bit. Nya Yannian was very solemn. This is from experience. He was about to leave after he finished speaking, and Meng Yuan rushed forward to support him. When he was out of the door, Nya Yannian turned back over to point at Meng Yuan and said, "When the Wangfei goes out for a trek, I'll take you to pay your respects, so don't you lose my face." This is another mention. Just what can the princess mention? Is she also a martial artist? Meng Yuan also do not know, but his own blue blood is loyal, the most afraid to see the princess. When will you leave? Meng Yuan asked. Nya Yannian was about to reply, but he saw Meng Yuan leaping to action. He hurriedly stretched his finger to point at Meng Yuan and said, "Don't be lawless at this moment. If you stutter your mouth when you see the princess, I'll tear it apart." Master Nya is too belittling. Meng Yuan immediately said, "That's because you haven't seen the Wangfei." Nya Yannian pulled Meng Yuan over and whispered, "Divine figure, understand? Really national color?" Meng Yuan asked in a small voice, "How can it be fake? I've watched your highness grow up." Nya Yannian bragged, and when he saw Meng Yuan rubbing his hands together, he hurriedly slapped them down and said in a bad mood, "Don't have any wrong thoughts. How could Master Nya defile someone's innocence out of thin air?" Meng Yuan immediately defended, "You have AF** king innocence." Nya Yannian was very clear. Meng Yuan had a guilty conscience in his heart and did not dare to argue any further. Nya Yannian took 2 steps, then turned back, pinched the flesh on the back of Meng Yuan's neck, and said, "You turn around and take the old geldings and their masters to the drunken moon house for a ride, and put it on my tab." Master Nya, is this a treat? How embarrassing. Meng Yuan laughed. "You don't have to be embarrassed. I'm not the one who invited you or gave you face. It's your little girl who cooks and eats for me. I'm giving her face." Nya Yannian didn't have the good sense to say. After sending Nya Shi away, Meng Yuan sat alone for a long time, reflecting on Nya Shi's words, and then Meng Yuan didn't go to the schoolyard, so he practiced the Gale Blade technique in the courtyard, supplemented by the True Chi operation method, with his Dantian True Chi being carried back and forth between the reflections and carvings. The first few times I practiced it I was not familiar with it, and I still had a feeling of stagnation, but after practicing it for more than 10 times in a row, it will operate without any obstacles, and I only feel that it is as round as I want it to be. Using the Gale Blade technique like this is faster, both in terms of power and speed. It has to do with the amount of one's own true chi. how fast or slow one can carry it, and experience. Therefore, even if two people of the same ninth grade perfection use the same set of gale blade technique, there is still a difference between high and low. Meng Yuan practiced for another half morning, until after he developed a sense of exhaustion. He still had not felt the middle 33 heavens. After he had eaten dinner, Meng Yuan simply locked himself in his room, intending to quench his body with essence fire. After the first quenching of the body, the lower 33 heavens were loosened, and up to this point they had been singing all the way to the completion of the ninth grade. And after that, the essence flame was slow to contain, and it wasn't until after swallowing the green fruit that it was consummated again. Meng Yuan estimated that this quenching of the body was afraid to be of higher utility. There is no hurry. First cultivate the spirit, to be true qi filling the dantian. After the spirit is clear, Meng Yuan simply stripped naked clothes, sitting on the ground. After a moment's thought, he saw the fire enveloping his body. With a heartbeat, the essence flame exploded. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that the flame in the body to run non-stop, along the meridians into the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, limbs and bones, viscera and bowels, like a raging flood, unstoppable. And then Meng Yuan will feel the lower 33 days of trembling. All the orifices were burned again. The flame actually drilled along the lower 33 days, followed by the internal organs of the sinews and bones of the quake, and finally the essence of the fire all fall into the dantian, as if to boil the true qi general. Meng Yuan only felt his whole body burning, especially the dantian was in severe pain. After 10 or so breaths, the essence flame slowly receded. After another long time, Meng Yuan opened his eyes. The physical discomfort was still there, and there was a tearing sensation in the dantian. Meng Yuan took a closer look at the changes after quenching his body. Not only was his flesh and blood condensed, but his meridians were also wider in all places. The first time the essence of fire quenching the body, there will be a rebirth. Washed tendons and marrow feeling, but compared to this time, only feel the body's weeds were all burned empty. There is a cleansing of lead. Goodbye to heaven and earth feeling. Not to mention that his body was as light as a swallow. His mind was clear, his qi and reaction speed had changed, and the lower 33 heavens that he had opened were also different. It was as if the river had widened and dug down deeper, and the dantian was even more expansive, as if the place of water storage was even more vast. Before the quenching of the body was originally sufficient true qi, full of dantian, but at this time there is a sense of emptiness. Its stored true qi is actually only one half. Visible dantian condensed and grew a lot, wistful again of the essence fire. It was again only the size of a soybean. This essence fire quenching still hadn't rushed through any orifices, but Meng Yuan had a feeling that the middle 33 heavens had loosened up. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Meng Yuan felt carefully and stored the water of the great river. Then he saw that under the lower 33 heavens, there was another river. Carefully searching for a place, Meng Yuan had the intention to invoke the impact of true qi, but a feeling of fatigue arose. True qi is insufficient and needs to be contained, and my stomach is still hungry. Meng Yuan didn't force himself. There was no rush to serve the crown princess anyway. Simply got up and went to the kitchen to nibble a few steamed buns to pad his stomach. Meng Yuan laid down to sleep, intending to talk about it tomorrow. Falling asleep in a daze. It wasn't long before I heard someone enter the room, and then the person tucked in the bedding, and took a small hand to probe his forehead, and finally came close to his ear and spoke. Brother, the food is in the kitchen, the shoes and socks are at the bedside, the knife is by the pillow, and the homework is on the table in my room. After a long time again, Meng Yuan opened his eyes and immediately saw a large face. Why are you here? Meng Yuan was startled to see Tainyo looking close to him. Tainyo, however, was very solemn and said, Brother, why are you sleepy? He wanted to lift the quilt but didn't dare. Auntie isn't hiding under your quilt, is she? My father said that if you just think about sleeping and don't have the energy to do anything, you'll have to be reminded. No. Meng Yuan knew that he couldn't reason with Tainyo, so he directly lifted the quilt. Auntie is not there. Then I'm relieved. Iron Bull sighed in relief, but still stretched his neck to look closer, as if he were looking for weasel fur. What brings you here? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. I almost forgot. Tainyo slapped his head. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng asked me to find you and tell you to hurry to the schoolyard. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Two Sides of the Fence. Chapter 47, Two Sides of the Fence. Who's in the schoolyard? Meng Yuan asked as he dressed. I don't recognize it. It looks oddly distinguished. Hu Qian asked me to come and shout at you, saying that you should hurry over. Tainyo was flustered and helped Meng Yuan carry his clothes. Tainyo. Meng Yuan pressed Tainyo's hand and said seriously, the sky hasn't fallen yet. Remember, no matter what you encounter, you must have a quiet spirit, especially for those of us who learn martial arts. In the future, When we meet enemies and encounter dangerous situations, it is even more important to store a point of quietness. When Tainyo saw that Mang Yuan was serious, he hurriedly answered. Mang Yuan put on his clothes, tied up his hair, and washed his face before he went out with his sword. The schoolyard was right next door, and before we even went in, we heard the chaos inside. Push open the door, then see the martial arts field. A total of 9 students. In addition to Hu Qian did not participate in the battle. The remaining 8 people, 2 against 2 fight, actually still use the real sword. These people have learned the Gale sword method, although I do not know the true Qi operation method, but after all, they are all day to beat the people, but also make the tiger wind. Hu Qian stood aside, her face rather somber. There was also a Ren de Biao who had recently come to the schoolyard from time to time, and he stood beside Hu Qian with his arms wrapped around him, from time to time sidling his head to talk to Hu Qian, who paid no attention at all. There were several other scholarly purists clustered around World Sun Dako Kyo, pointing at them from the sidelines. That Dugu hyper fat head, this time wearing literati attire, is a hand behind the back, a hand holding a fan in front of the chest, in front of the cadets in the degree of step, should be in the brewing of poetry. I thought it was something big, so it's the great poet who's here. Mang Yuan wasn't sure if the world sun was coming at him, so he wanted to find the familiar Wang Xiucai to ask what was going on, but realized that Wang Xiucai wasn't there. Unable to do so, Mang Yuan saw that Dugu Khan was looking seriously and didn't pay attention to himself at all, so he pulled over a literati helper to the side. What about Wang Xiucai? Mang Yuan and Nie Yanian had made silver to Wang Xiucai, an old relationship that had been hooked up. The idler saw that Mang Yuan looked familiar, so he said back, Old Wang is off today. You helpers still have shifts? Mang Yuan grew knowledgeable. What? When that gang of idlers heard this, they immediately became anxious. Cows and horses still have time to rest their breath, but we can't take a break from our vacation? It was my mistake. Mang Yuan hurriedly apologized and asked, how did Shitzi come here? The swords don't have eyes. It's not good if you get hurt. The crown princess summoned the world sun for questioning, and after coming out of the garden of silence, the world sun heard hooting and hollering over here, so he came to take a look. That helper idly stroked his beard, and added soothingly, don't worry, the world sun will go back after doing 2 poems. Mang Yuan nodded. Seeing that the world sun was not here for old scores, he let go. Previously, Mang Yuan also asked Wang Xiucai, this sun is indeed pure quality. Do not love women, do not crave food, do not drink wine, not good dress, do not love gold and silver, only like to do poetry. Daily do not do a few poems will not be happy. There are no bad intentions. He was born with a rich life. Since this was the case, Mang Yuan did not pay any attention to it, and waited for the world sun to finish his poem and leave. Over there, when Hu Qian saw Mang Yuan coming, she hurriedly ran over and said, it's so untrue. We become sellers of art to make people laugh, temporarily tolerate the anger for a while. Mang Yuan knew that her heart was high, so she was pacified. If Shitzi lets us perform martial arts, I actually don't care. Hu Qian pulled Mang Yuan to the side. After all, Shitzi is that person of pure quality. It's all because Rin de Biao is flirting around, one after another, making us spar. Mang Yuan sniffed and looked over at Rin de Biao. And over there, Rin de Biao also looked over and nodded smugly. There, World Sun Dugu Kong suddenly voiced out, his folding fan hitting the palm of his hand. Degree 2 steps forward. All of them looked over, and the group of sparring trainees stopped. I only saw Dugu Kong slowly chanting. I came to the schoolyard to watch the martial arts maneuvers. The big swords and long swords danced back and forth. Men and women are like fierce tigers, scaring the birds. What's all this nonsense? Mang Yuan felt that even if Xiang Ling were to sneak over and teach for 2 days, the poem would be better than this one. However, people's worldly son brought to hold the stinking feet. Those few literati purists have already bragged about it. Mang Yuan silently memorized the bragging words of the Qing guests, only waiting for the next day when Xiang Ling learns to do poetry. He can also be handy when holding a stink foot. Oops, I'm in a poetic mood. After being praised for his unrivaled poetic talent a few times, Dugu Khan was so happy that he immediately waved his hand. Quickly, play a little more lively. I still have to make a border poem. Mang Yuan glanced at the Qing guest of the party and touched out 10 taels of silver and handed it over, meaning hurry up and invite this great god away. To this son of the world, Mang Yuan has no ill feelings. After all, there is no heart, no bad intentions. Coax away. That Chinka should also be accustomed to hooking up, and immediately understood Mang Yuan's meaning, and immediately had to persuade Dugu Kong. Just then, that Rin de Biao stepped forward with an arch of his hand and said, then I'll make a show of myself in front of the world prince. After he finished speaking, he looked toward Mang Yuan and said, Meng Yuan, didn't Master Nye teach you a set of boxing techniques? Come, let me see how well you've practiced. Master Nye did not pass on my boxing skills. Meng Yuan smiled and said, Brother Run, it's getting late, it's time for lunch at the schoolyard. No harm done. Let's try the Gale Blade technique then. You were able to kill the Buddha demon, so I'm sure your skills aren't bad. Let me weigh them. Ren Dibiao unsheathed his sword. Meng Yuan remembered that when he had come out of Peach Blossom Ridge, Nieshir had said that he had gained something and Ren Dibiao had not, so he would be considered to have offended Ren Dibiao. Now it seems that Master Nie's eyes are really poisonous, and this Ren Dibiao is really still upset about the Peach Blossom Ridge incident. The trainees had never heard Meng Yuan speak about killing demons, and now that they saw Ren Dibiao speak about it, they all looked at Meng Yuan curiously. That world son Duga Khan also had curiosity, sidling up to Chinka and asking in a low voice, Ren Dibiao, you've already entered the 8th rank. He's been learning martial arts for less than 3 months. What are you rampaging for? Hu Qian chimed in. I'm not good at fighting. Brother Run, please. Meng Yuan didn't produce a sword. You don't even dare to hold a sword. Are you a good man? Ren Dibiao said. I took on the black and white sheep demon. One captured alive and one seriously injured. I pursued the wolf demon and fought to kill it. Meng Yuan laughed. Whether I am a good man or not, Your Excellency is afraid that you are not qualified to ask. Ren Dibiao only mixed a sesame credit in the trip to Peach Blossom Ridge. Hearing this, he was instantly annoyed and pushed his sword forward. Then let me see what you can do to kill demons. Meng Yuan paid no attention and even turned around, exposing his back to Ren Dibiao. Ren Dibiao's knife was extremely fast, and immediately arrived at Meng Yuan's back, but in the end he didn't dare to stab down. Meng Yuan has seen through this person. Practicing martial arts qualification is really good, but there is no tolerance for others. The color is strong but the courage is thin. When Ren Dibiao saw Meng Yuan belittling himself so much, he was instantly infuriated, and seeing Tainyo beside him, he knew that this man was the thickest with Meng Yuan, so he flipped his sword and headed for Tainyo. Tainyo have not yet understood what is going on. He saw the knife to come, hurried to raise the knife to block, but saw the other side of the knife light is extremely fast, actually avoided, but instead, in their own arm scratched a mark, and instantly broke the mouth. Have you gone crazy? Hu Chen really couldn't stand to watch and immediately brought her sword to the rescue. I'm going to tell Master Nye. When Wu Changcheng saw that Hu Chen had made a move, he hurried to do the same, raising his sword to slash Ren Dibiao's right flank, but Ren Dibiao has already 8 products. True Chi full. Knife is both fast and swift. Only one back. Bang 2 sound. Will be Wu Changcheng hands of the knife strangled down. Hu Qian is to keep the knife, but was forced back a few steps. Ren Dibiao didn't go after Hu Qian either, and only slashed at Wu Changcheng's left arm. Practice hard and cultivate hard. Enter the grade and break the mirror to get the true meaning of the sword. Ren Dibiao broke 3 people in a row. He went to look at Meng Yuan, but he saw that Meng Yuan still hadn't come to see him. He was about to show his body again, when he heard Dugu Kong sigh repeatedly. No fun. Impatience showed on Dokira Kang's fat face. What's the point of fighting something that's not as good as you? Let's go. Dugu Kong folded his fan into the back of his neck and immediately headed out. When he passed in front of Meng Yuan, he actually pulled him down and said, You come with me. Go tell us about killing the Buddha demon. Have you forgotten all about me beating your dog? The schoolyard is not yet under duty, so I'll speak for Shitsi again when the wind and sun are clear another day. Meng Yuan laughed. Are you really not coming with me? Dugu Khan looked back at Ren Dibiao and whispered again. If you don't go, he's going to beat you up later. This Seiji is not a cutie, right? Seeing that Dugu Khan didn't have a bad conscience, Meng Yuan laughed and said, There's no harm in it. It's just a sparring match. Dako Kyo looked Meng Yuan up and down. Then don't forget to find me about the Buddha demon. He patted himself on the back and left with the purser and the boy. The schoolyard was quiet again. Meng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist, saying, Brother Run, you and I are both of the Wangface people, and we've both been taught by Master Nye. You want to come and compete? Ren Dibiao's face showed caution. He only felt that at this time, Meng Yuan seemed to have the appearance of when he was in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, this person killed Wolf Dai, but the excitement in his eyes had not yet faded. A murderous aura. Brother Run, there were many outsiders just now, and you and I are in the same room, so it's inevitable that we'll hurt Princess Wang's virtuous name. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and said, I don't care if you crowd me, but Master Nye ordered me to be in charge here, and you hurt my companion. At this time, the outsiders have gone, so make amends and apologize to Tainyo and Wu Changsheng, and this matter will be settled. What if I don't recognize it? Ren Dibiao sneered. Then you and I will both split the difference between high and low, as well as decide life and death. Mang Yuan unsheathed his sword. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Ren de Biao saw that Mang Yuan was by no means bluffing, but really had the momentum of a knife to see life and death. He could not help but think of the appearance of this person when he carried the wolf big down the mountain. At that time, this person had already used up most of his strength to fight with Wolf Dai, but he still carried Wolf Dai on his shoulder, stepped on the mud, and fell on his buttocks, but he just gritted his teeth and made it to the bottom of the mountain without saying a word to ask for help or complaining. It was then that Ren de Biao felt that Master Nya didn't look at himself very favorably anymore and wasn't willing to teach himself anything. I have entered the 8th rank. You are not an opponent. Do you really want to humiliate yourself? Ren de Biao didn't want to weaken his voice, and immediately pointed out the strength of both sides. You've lost your guts. Mang Yuan was very confident that the other party had only entered the 8th grade, and the Gale Blade Technique's true chi transportation method was still in the lower 33 heavens, and had not yet entered the 8th grade transformation mentioned by Master Nya. When Ren de Biao heard this, it was as if he had been poked in the shorts, and he immediately gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Only Ren de Biao's figure was extremely fast, and in an instant, he bullied his way up. The long knife in his hand slashed out like a silver-colored train, slashing diagonally towards Mang Yuan's throat. This knife was extremely swift and even brought up a sharp wind-breaking sound. Mang Yuan did not panic. His toes lightly tapped the ground and took a step backward, waiting for his opponent's momentum to be exhausted before he launched his sword. With a clang, the two swords clashed, like the beginning of spring thunder, startling the birds in the distance. The two men were separated after a slight test, and Ren de Biao used this force to flip his body and take Mang Yuan's chest again. Mang Yuan raised his sword to block and counterattack his opponent's lower body. Gale Knife Law to swiftness as the key. Two people at the same time show a time fight difficult to distinguish. Knife Light Hua Hua. Really good to see. The students have learned this set of sword, although they do not understand the true chi transportation of the wonderful. But see the field of two people, every knife are as fast as the wind. The body is also moving endlessly. Let a person dazzled cannot help but give birth to the feeling of heart. You come and go. Knife light flashes. Not long after, Mang Yuan realized that although the other party had entered the 8th grade, and knew the method of true chi transportation, but compared to himself, no matter whether it was speed, strength, as well as reaction speed, are not as good. Mang Yuan thought to himself, one is his own twice-quenching body, Dantian true chi, than the other party full, wide aperture, true chi operation unhindered. 2 is, the other party seems to have not yet realized the reasoning of chi and force, intention and chi, or not taught by Nyesher. At this moment Ren de Biao has also found some wrong, although he fought with the other side, but always feel that the other side is taking their own knife grinding, from the beginning of retaining strength, to pushing his true chi as much as he could to make the sword. No matter how he exerted himself, the other party's eyes always managed to keep up, and the other party's sword immediately followed, and the other party's force and speed were not at all bad, and he couldn't even tell when the other party would run out of true chi. Ren de Biao frowned at the thought, sent a ruthless, was about to sing a word pretending to be even let it go, will feel the other side of the knife forcefully lifted. The force is more increased, the knife is more and more rapid, and even only see the shadow. A series of desperately blocked 7 knives. Ren de Biao breath did not change, are not talking to the air, only to feel that the other side of the force is heavy, far more than their own, has already shocked their own arms sore and painful. In a trance, Ren de Biao felt his back was hammered by the hilt of the knife, and then his internal organs shook, dizziness, unsteady, and the long knife in his hand was out of his hand. Ren de Biao staggered to the ground. He felt that his opponent seemed to have retained power in this blow. Lost, although lost, Ren de Biao heart, but there are a few points of ease of feeling, because the other side seems to have forgotten both high and low, but also to determine the words of life and death, and did not kill themselves. At the time of celebration, Ren de Biao was about to open his mouth to admit defeat, when he felt a pain in his left arm. Ren de Biao hurriedly turned his head to look, but he saw that it was Mang Yuan who had stepped on top of his left arm, which had been broken. A miserable cry resounded above the schoolyard, and Ren de Biao sweated and rolled over. The shadow of the sword weaves through light and shadow. The blade walks high and low to support heaven and earth, as fast as a shooting star chasing the sun and moon, as fast as lightning cutting through Kangwu. Mang Yuan retracted his foot. Brother Ren, failing to practice the Gale Blade technique is not a problem. Bullying the weak and hurting fellow soldiers is the big problem. Mang Yuan didn't wait for Ren de Biao to reply, sheathed his sword, looked at the trainees, and said, Master Nya passed on our skills, not to show off in front of people, not to make people laugh, but to protect the princess in the coming day. It's fine to spar and compete, but it's not allowed to fight in the same room, use neighbors as beggars, or kill each other. The people stared blankly at Mang Yuan. and then looked at Ren de Biao, who had broken his arm, and all of them did not say anything for a while. All memorized? Meng Yuan asked. Remember. A crowd of people shouted with a rushing sound. Meng Yuan went up to check the injuries of Wu Changqing and Tai Niu and was relieved to see that the wounds were not deep. Zhang Qing and Song Laowai carry brother Rin back to his place, and Wu Changqing goes outside to ask a doctor to come. Meng Yuan arranged the aftermath. Wu Changqing had forgotten to cover the wound on his arm. He looked at Ren de Biao, who was rolling over in pain, and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Meng, should we send him directly to the medical center?" But broke a bone. The body of a martial artist, to maintain 2 months is. You can just go outside and hire a doctor. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and emphasized, "Don't let brother Rin suffer. And look for a good doctor with both virtue and skill." Yes. Wu Changqing immediately led the order to leave. Zhang Cheng and Song Laohu also lifted up Ren de Biao and headed out. Hu Qian, Zhao Tainyo, come with me. The rest of you, drill at ease. Meng Yuan immediately headed out of the schoolyard. Hu Qian and Tainyo rushed to catch up. After walking for a while, a rare light of thought surfaced in Tainyo's eyes. He came close to Meng Yuan's ear, fearing that Hu Qian would hear him, and said in a low voice, "Brother, don't you want to go to find old Uncle Zheng and girl Zheng first? Running away without the two of them? Iron Bull, I heard everything." Hu Qian vigorously patted Tainyo on the back, then tugged on Meng Yuan and asked, "Where are we going? Why don't I go find my mother? She can still say a few words in front of the princess. Why do you two just want to go the wrong way? Why can't you be honorable? Did the princess allow us to learn martial arts so that we could do favors and run connections?" Meng Yuan offered harsh criticism and said seriously, "I hurt someone, so I should admit my mistake and admit my punishment. I was on my way to find Mei. That is, I didn't find the thorns. Otherwise I would have taken the blame." Hu Qian opened her mouth. She then realized that although Meng Yuan is all righteous, but it seems to be very familiar with this kind of thing, as if he is used to it. And when you say you're going to confess to a punishment, you look like you're going on a string. A person does things for a person. I certainly know that you are angry at this person, but after all, the person is my injury. The sin is in me alone. The two of you have seen Seeking Plum. You only need to tell the truth and testify for me." Meng Yuan said. Hu Qian speechless. She carefully run through things, found that this Meng seems to be everywhere in the right, even if the last injury can also be said to be the act of anger. And with the 9th grade breaking the 8th grade in a big way, Hu Qian just felt that with Niesher's nature, he might even have to boast a couple of times. "What exactly did your brother used to do?" Hu Qian pulled Tainyo and asked quietly. "Gelders, specialized in de-virginization." Tainyo looked like, "Why do you knowingly ask?" He didn't know any euphemisms. He just said it. "So it is." Hu Qian really realized, to remove the potential, we must first hold the potential of others. This potential is the reason. He went to the potential of others, and occupied for their own use. Others have no reason and no potential. His potential and reason is even greater. Hu Qian tugged at Meng Yuan and asked, "Is it like this?" Meng Yuan also do not know how to actually geld out of the learning, geld out of the reasoning. See people that look forward to the expression, then can only say, see the micro and know. Good. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Convincing People by Virtue. Chapter 49, Convincing People by Virtue. Hu Qian and Tainyo followed Meng Yuan to the plum-seeking place, but they saw Meng Yuan first ask someone to call out Zhang Tang. "Brother, why are you here?" Zhang Tang was happy. She saw that Hu Qian and Tainyo were also there, so she hurriedly greeted them. "Sister Qian." "Tainyo. Tainyo, what happened to your arm?" "I was taken by. He was cut by a knife practicing martial arts." "No big deal." Meng Yuan smiled and interrupted Tainyo. "Do what, Sister Qian?" Tainyo Ben was going to say more. When he saw Hu Qian pulling herself a bit, Zhang Tang was already convinced. She seriously said, "There is medicine at home. Grandfather asked me to prepare it. You wait here, I'll go back and get it for you." Just as he took a step, his pigtail was grabbed by Meng Yuan. "Don't be in a hurry." Meng Yuan smiled and said, "You go home first and wait. I'll look for Sun Mei to say something, and go back to you when I'm done." Zhang Tang nodded his head obediently and went back numbly. Hu Qian watched from the sidelines, and when she saw that Zhang Tang was far away, she said, "She follows Xuanmei and lives near the schoolyard, so she will always know. It's good to know later. She's only had a few good days, so when she's 2 years older, she won't have to avoid her." Meng Yuan laughed. Hu Qian nodded at her words. She saw that Meng Yuan doted on Zhang Tang and stood up for herself and the others in the schoolyard. She did have the style of an elder, so she said, "She's not too young. Your family doesn't have any female family members, and Sister Mei Xuanmei is too proper, so I'll bring her to sit with my mother some other day." As she spoke, she also winked at Meng Yuan. "Thanks a lot." Meng Yuan arched his hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. But Iron Bull froze and didn't understand what the two of them were smiling about. When they entered the courtyard, the three of them met seeking Plum. Xuanmei heard another fight. She did not feel rare. First let Hu Qian and Tainyo outside to wait quietly, only let Meng Yuan to say. Meng Yuan naturally said whatever he had to say and didn't hide it. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, Xuanmei summoned Hu Qian in and listened to what happened again. Finally, there was Tainyo, but Tainyo's speech was tangled and unclear. And within a few sentences he was pulling something like a brother was also forced to do so. Alright, after matching the statements and figuring out the cause, Sunmei looked at Tainyo's wounds again and asked Meng Yuan, why did you go to the schoolyard so late? Drinking with Uncle Nya again? Meng Yuan froze. He had prepared a bellyful of words, and at this moment should be talking about the fight. Why did he bring up drinking? A woman's thought process is always a bit strange. Meng Yuan immediately recognized. Drinking a little bit. He loves to drink. But you are just learning the art. You must not indulge in it. Know this, learning is like rowing a boat against the current. Once indulged, it's a short ride. A gentleman should have self-control. Seeking Plum Road. Yes. Meng Yuan immediately answered. This matter is not your fault. He hurt people in the first. You since the general leader of the school field thing. Out of the head is also should be. But in the end, see the blood. Later. Seek the Plum has not finished. Heard outside the house as thud 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 footsteps came. It's really against the grain. Nya Yinyan's voice arrived before he arrived, and as he stepped in, he poked Meng Yuan in the forehead with his finger. Out of breath you are. You're fighting in the same room, and you're fighting your own people. Uncle Nya, don't be angry. I've asked. There's someone else in the same room. He's stopping it with a sword. Sun Mei said. It's always his fault. The money for the tonics is deducted from his monthly silver. Nya Yannian didn't have the heart to drag Meng Yuan outside. Go to the schoolyard to receive your punishment. I've already punished. Xuanmei still want to say a few more words. She saw Meng Yuan has been Nya Yannian pinch the back of the neck to carry out. She hurriedly urged Hu Qian and Tainyo. Said. Follow up. Slightly chastisement is. Loyal and pure and good people do not want to be too harsh. Hu Qian and Tainyo immediately followed. Out of the office of the search for Plum. See Nya Yannian has let go of Meng Yuan. And also took the shoulder. Which has half to punish the appearance. You kid can. Daring to cross the grade to fight. With 1 point of the old man style back then. Nya Yannian hemmed and hawed. Nya division. My sister was about to put things over. You stirred up for nothing. The cost of medicines instead spread to my head. Meng Yuan ate a lot of flowers. The hands of the input is also less. Is therefore extraordinarily distressed money? You're stingy. A few dollars is nothing. Nya Yannian opened his mouth. Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. Then why don't we just give the big guys a vacation? Meng Yuan smiled and glanced at Hu Qian and Tainyo. You're the only one who can do a favor. Nya Yannian cursed and said. Let's give you face. He kicked Tainyo's butt. Go call out all the people and eat a drunken moonhouse. Master Nya. The dining hall is almost ready for dinner at this moment. Why do we have to go outside to eat? Tainyo was used to living a hard life and couldn't see waste. Hu Qian smiled at his words. You are also an unproductive. Drunken moonhouse can spend. Nya Yannian Ben angry pat Tainyo head. Said here stopped. Then go back to the schoolyard to eat. Tainyo still have inside He praised it instead. You two go outside and buy 2 jars of wine. Nya Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. I don't have any money with me. So Maester Meng will give some money for selling wine. Meng Yuan saw that Nyesher simply didn't want to spend a single cent as soon as he intended to save money. He could only show his hands. My girl is in charge of all my money. I don't have any on me. I still have a little silver. Tainyo was the most honest. And immediately had to touch his sleeve. When Hu Qian slapped him hard. Tainyo did not understand what it means. Heard Nya Yannian laugh. That's just the right time to turn to your home. Seeing that he had been eaten, Meng Yuan could only obediently lead the way. When she arrived home, once Jiang Tang heard that it was Meng Yuan who wanted to invite her schoolyard colleagues in Nyesher to drink, she directly gave her purse to Hu Qian. Sister Qian, I don't know how to drink. Please buy some good ones. Don't save money for me. Don't worry, that's it. Won't lose your good brother's face. Hu Qian took it with a smile, took Tainyo with her, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Jiang Tang heard the words of what a good brother. Her face instantly reddened. Only when she saw Tainyo run away did she touch the small medicine bottle again. Brother, you remember to put medicine on Tainyo. It will heal faster. Even a little girl is more of a scene than you. Nya Yannian escorted Meng Yuan to the outside of the schoolyard before saying, tell me carefully how the fight went. Meng Yuan naturally told the truth that he was able to win, but only because of his strength, swiftness and durability. Of course, it also lies in one's own courage to fight. while the other side is slightly frustrated. The heart is less and less able to do so. Winning over a rank is common on the path of a martial artist, but it's all between the lower ranks. Once you reach the 7th rank, it's harder and harder to defeat the 6th rank, so be careful, Nya Yanian mentioned. In the future, don't just casually cross ranks to face the enemy. There's no shame in running away and admitting defeat. I know. Earlier, when I was at the medicine manor, I said that it's fine for him to be prejudiced against me. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I don't care. Even if he bullies me, I'll tolerate it. I'm an honest person. Meng Yuan sighed. This time I really had no choice. I was really cornered. After reading a few crappy books, I didn't learn the good ones, but the stinking scribe's hypocrisy skills. You have long wanted to him, right? Nya Yanian pointed at Meng Yuan's nose and said, you have a problem. Your hands are ruthless and your heart is not ruthless. He provoked you. You directly dry passed on the line, but also have to take advantage of a reason to fight. Yeah, sure. This is called the hall. To convince people with virtue. Meng Yuan was poked and prodded, also not angry, but have a different opinion. Said, I am the people of the Wangfei. The Wangfei love books, knowledgeable, and compassion for the weak and lonely. I see the Wangfei also do things reasonably. Then I should also be like this. This is called to see the wise and think of the wise. Seeing the virtuous? Nya Yanian stroked his chin and smacked his lips. That's quite a bit of crooked reasoning. He surveyed Meng Yuan and praised. Maester Meng is Maester Meng. Not only loyal, but also virtuous. The books really haven't been in vain. Awesome, awesome. Master Nya is flattered. Meng Yuan accepted it as it was. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Breaking the Boundary. Chapter 50, Breaking the Boundary. The sun was warming up at midday on a spring day, and from time to time a bird of prey swept by. The meals at the schoolyard were average, the drinks were average, and Nya Yanian didn't want to stay much longer when he saw that he wasn't too comfortable here. Except for that gelding smith. Take a day off today. Practice hard tomorrow, and if you don't understand anything, look for Maester Meng. Nya Yanian got up and left. Meng Yuan immediately followed, catching up and saying, Master Nya is leaving already? Alas, I can't help it. Nya Yanian sighed hurriedly. I'm so poor that I can't eat, and the martial arts firms are breaking up, so I have to go and take care of them? I haven't even borrowed any money yet, and you're crying about poverty? Who just said money is nothing? Meng Yuan immediately followed the conversation and said, I think so too. Since Master Nya has a lot on his plate, I'll put more effort into the schoolyard. However, I know too little, just one gale blade technique. If Master Nya doesn't pass on something to me, I can teach Tai Nyo and the others. It'll also save people from saying that you're only worried about business, Master Nya, and don't care about the serious business of the schoolyard. There's no rush for these 2 days. Nya Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, wait until you're in the 8th rank and meet the princess. After pulling the crap, Nya Yanian numbly left, as if he was afraid Meng Yuan would ask to borrow money. As if I'm really only considered one of the princess's people if I meet her. Put a stamp on my ass? Meng Yuan belabored twice, then remembered that Niesher said that the Wangfei was a divine figure, and couldn't help but yearn for it. Left out of the world, pouring into the city and the country. Brother? You miss auntie again? When Tainyo saw that Meng Yuan was acting like Shitzi, with one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest, as if he was about to chant a couple lines, he grabbed Meng Yuan's arm and shook it vigorously. Everyone's waiting to give you a toast. A toast? Meng Yuan frowned, taking out Niesher's tone. You didn't learn the good ones, but you learned a whole lot of the bad ones. Back in the dining hall, everyone really didn't move their chopsticks and all looked at Meng Yuan. The eyes of these people were already a little different. Previously, Meng Yuan was the first to enter the ranks and was in charge of the schoolyard. In their hearts, they were actually convinced. After all, Meng Yuan practiced the hardest, put in the most effort, hit people the hardest, and acted fairly. But people are afraid of comparison. That Ren de Biao into the 8 products later stirred up a flurry. A lot of people were instructed by Ren de Biao. Consciously I has been different. Moreover, Meng Yuan has never told them how many orifices he has opened. And he also goes out from time to time, and often comes back in a drunken stench. And many people really thought that Meng Yuan's entry into the product was just a fluke, and privately pulled some words of what the hours were over. But today I realized that Meng Yuan has not only captured demons outside, but also killed them. And also with the body of 9 products, forced to break the 8 products of Ren de Biao, and is not a narrow victory, not a wise victory, but with the true ability to fight out of the great victory of a knife. That's not all. He injured someone, but he was sent back by Niesher specifically, as if he hadn't been half punished. Senior brother Meng, Wu Chongsheng picked up his bowl of wine, and Hu Qian also picked up her bowl of wine. The crowd immediately followed suit. Meng Yuan picked up the bowl of wine, drank it in one gulp, and laughed. I hope that everyone will practice diligently, gather their wills, and protect the princess. Hu Qian silently watched. She saw Meng Yuan after a mouthful of dry seems to want to smash the wine bowl, and then shouted a voice what loyalty and so on, but also very scrupulous touched Jiang Tang's purse. Seems to be afraid to lose the money of the wine bowl, so in the end to hold back. Loyal people can also be trapped by a blocking object. Hu Qian sighed in her heart, and remembering the theory of depowering that she had realized, she felt that the saying that if you don't have money, you don't have power was really true. Meng Yuan drank several bowls in a row, and was pestered by Wu Changqing and the others to talk about the battle against the black and white sheep demon before they were dismissed. When I got home, no one was there either. But Jiang Tang leaves a note in the kitchen questioning why Meng Yuan didn't eat breakfast. The more you manage, the wider it gets. Even though Meng Yuan said this, he still ate the meal left behind in a single gulp, silently storing thoughts. That essence fire was still as small as a soybean, only slightly growing a little bit. Essence fire according to this growth rate, even if 2 or 3 pounds of meat per day, I'm afraid it will take a small half a year, or even longer. The essence flame has already quenched the body twice. The efficacy is stronger than once. Now the sinews and bones and flesh are already far superior to those of the same rank, even stronger than those of the 8th grade, but it's also getting harder and harder to contain the essence flame. It seems that eating meat is ultimately a minor path, and if you want to quickly contain the essence flame, you still need to find the green fruit. I'll have to find Master Nye to have a chat and inquire about the spirit herb treasure pill, but before that, breaking the mirror into the 8th grade is the top priority. After sitting in meditation for a while and slightly receding from his drunkenness, Meng Yuan struck the holding pile nourishing Yuan Gong a few more times. The 33 orifices of the entire body bulged, and true qi filled the dantian. Meng Yuan drew his sword and began practicing the Gale Blade technique. According to what Master Nye had said, when performing the Gale Blade technique, one would be able to feel the response from the middle 33 heavens as they carried their true qi and wandered through the lower 33 heavens. Of course, with other methods can also work, such as boxing sword, the main or with the corresponding real gas transportation cycle method. There will be changes in the external moves, the internal operation of the real gas, the two together, through the discovery of the location of the 33. This is not a moment's work, need to practice hard, and the state of mind cannot be chaotic. However, Meng Yuan had already quenched his body for the second time, and the essence flame had long pried into the middle 33 heavens through the lower 33 heavens deep exploration. This time, the 33 orifices have been loosened. Meng Yuan only calmed his mind and struck the Gale Blade technique once. Then he felt that his entire body responded. After playing 2 more times, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat peacefully on his bed, closing his eyes and emptying his mind, skimming away distractions and calming his breathing. The true qi that was full in the dantian slowly traveled around, and did not seek to reflect the engraved place, but instead, like flowing water, went through a wide river, and came to the heavenly lingai, which was the first orifice in the lower 33 heavens opened by Meng Yuan. Through this orifice, the true qi slowly surges downward by an inch, and then it feels obstructed. This is the mud pill, is borrowed from the Taoist 9 palace mud pill palace called. The location is similar, but not the same place. The first step in entering the 8th grade is to break open the mud pills. Meng Yuan always keep in mind the words of Niesher. In the 33 days of the body in the body, the most easy to open the orifices when their own damage, so no longer dare to vigorously impact, only to slowly approach the true qi. After dawdling outside for a long time, the true qi slowly retracted and did not force its way in. Take a short break to refresh yourself and then slowly mobilize your true qi to rub it in. After repeating this several times, Meng Yuan then mobilized his true qi to gently abrade the blockage. I don't know how long it took, but the blockage became looser and looser. Suddenly, Meng Yuan felt a roar in his head, as if there was the sound of a yellow bell. Then the whole body of the skin, flesh and blood, sinews and internal organs tremble endlessly, as if there is a huge thing hidden in it, wanting to break out of the body in general. At this point the mud pill had been opened, and Meng Yuan had stepped into the realm of the 8th rank of the martial artist. This feeling is marvelous and incomparable, and Meng Yuan even has the feeling that the body contains all things in the world, but there is no corresponding method of outward manifestation. Master Nye said that by opening the secret stash in the body and obtaining the method of heaven's opportunity, one can turn decay into magic. Is this feeling the secret stash? How do I open it? You can peek into the law of heavenly chance by entering the 8th grade? Between Meng Yuan's careful thoughts, he suddenly realized that there was a subtle breathing on the side, so he opened his eyes to see. I only saw Jiang Tang sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a handkerchief and looking at himself with wide eyes, but a foot away. Tiny candlelight in the room. Outside the moon-hidden windowsill, Clearly it is already the second half of the night. Hungry? Dinner is always hot. Jiang Tang took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Meng Yuan's face. At night on a spring day, she spoke softly, as if the breeze was brushing the threshold. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Meng Yuan repays the favor, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 51, Meng Yuan repays the favor, request for follow-up reading. Early morning. After breakfast, old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang each went to work. Now Jiang Tang followed the search for Mei mixed. Listening to Jiang Tang said, search for Mei on her quite a promotion. Not only to teach her to count the learning, sometimes go outside the manor and store to check the accounts. Will also take her close to Zhu. Jiang Tang already has a few ladylike looks. Warm and lovely is there, but in the end it's a yellow girl. Meng Yuan has only pity for her. Comparatively speaking, Na Qingqing, who was charming, smiling and qualified, was much more appealing. Of course, neither of them were as much fun as the stone grinders at the schoolyard. As soon as the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren left, Meng Yuan practiced the gale blade technique 2 more times in the courtyard. Now that the mud pill had been opened and had stepped into the 8th grade of martial man, the enhancement was naturally there, but it wasn't big. 9, 8, 7 products to open the upper, middle and lower 3 days, is for the foundation of the martial artist, all for the future of the middle and high quality to prepare. Therefore, even if you raise a realm, it is only the first step on the mountain climbing. The strength of the enhancement is very limited. Not every other grade is a world of difference. The most significant time for the elevation of the 9th and 8th products is when they are complete. At this time, the orifices are fully open, borrowing the true qi to carry in the place of reflection and engraving, and supporting the stances, which can only be called the change of the 9th product and the change of the 8th product. Of course, even if the enhancement wasn't considered great, there was a point of benefit for opening one orifice. Now Meng Yuan is becoming more and more deaf, seeing and hearing farther, clear and unhindered in his mind, and his breathing is more comfortable, and when the realm was broken, the whole body was shaken, and there were also a few effects of quenching. The Dantian seemed to have condensed a few points, and held a bit more true qi. Collected the work, Meng Yuan took the silver money in hand. First to the schoolyard, mentioning the teenagers a few sentences, but also do not report to the people, directly away from the royal residence. After raising the rank, the monthly silver should also be raised. Now Meng Yuan had no input, spend or soft rice money, so want to go to the drunken moon house to ask about the treatment problem. It would be great to inquire with Master Nia again about spiritual herbs and precious medicines, and if he could borrow some money along the way, that would be great. Meng Yuan is too poor. The 200 taels of silver given by Niesher have been spent more than half, and he is even afraid of losing money by breaking the wine bowl to show his loyalty. Of course, the main thing today was to find Sister Flower, now poor to poor, but in the end settled down. Meng Yuan thought to return the favor of Sister Hua as soon as possible. A year ago in the snow, in front of the North City, a seat and a cake, although small, but the snow and the friendship. If this favor is not returned, Meng Yuan's heart will not be happy. Of course, like Niesher's preaching grace, seeking Mei's promotion, these two kinds of grace is heavier, but there is no need to hurry to pay back. After all, day to day can see, there is always a time to contribute, and Flower Sister lives in the ugly alley outside the North City, Pai said. When she is settled, month after month can go to whore her a few times. She will be satisfied. The royal residence is in the southern city. Meng Yuan is a little far away, can not often go, and did not have the intention of whoring. Sister Hua once said that Thea is heartless. She is a dark door child, the sorrows of which need not be mentioned, but there are still good deeds. Meng Yuan had no worries about food and shelter, so he should more than likely repay a little. Of course, it is not to provide for Sister Flower, but to give some silver money to help her get out of that quagmire. Then it will be considered a merit. Meng Yuan was poor and heartbroken for money, but did not value it. Just coming out of the schoolyard, he saw that old purist Wang Xiukai looking for him. When I asked, I found out that the person had come to apologize. Yesterday's recess, they didn't restrain Shitzi and disturbed you, brother. Really shouldn't. Wang Xiucai fished out a delicate wooden jar from his sleeve. A small apology. No offense. Meng Yuan did not know what to say. This old showman did not have a bit of literati pretense. Say he is noble in character. He receives silver to do things. Say he is not good in character. People do things but also manage the aftermath. Meng Yuan then felt that Wang Xiucai can be the head of the world's sons cleaners, and perennial, is really capable in the body. Shitzi has already forgotten about drunken moonhouse. Wang Xiukai was very steady in his work. Yesterday, he heard about you killing some Buddha demon, but he has been thinking about it, and said that he wanted to treat you to a tofu banquet. But don't worry, he'll forget about it in a few days. Yesterday, Kong quite a helping hand. Meng Yuan think that people are not really stupid. Is simple sum. The heart is not bad. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll invite you for tea some other time. Meng Yuan didn't have any ill feelings towards this Shitzi, but he didn't want to get in touch much either. Rather, it is this old chinka who does things properly, and Meng Yuan has seen the wise again. Carrying the jar of tea out the door, Meng Yuan went straight to Drunken Moon House. At this time is still a little early, but there are already a lot of people on the street. But the Drunken Moon House has not yet opened its doors to welcome customers. Meng Yuan pounced on the empty child. Meng Yuan wasn't willing to sit and wait, so he planned to go directly to Sister Hua. After a few steps, I saw an old Taoist priest on the road, carrying a long wooden stick with a rag tied to it as a flag sign, with 4 big words, iron mouth straighten up. That old Taoist priest wearing worn-out Taoist robes, his beard and hair mixed with black and white, pine wood for hairpins, and his eyes quite godly, was holding a broken flagpole in one hand and stopping a handsome young man with the other. Fortune-telling and fortune-telling. Just you, young man, you're going to have a bloodbath. This job is too rough, isn't it? Meng Yuan silently looked at it, thinking that if the green-skinned fox did this, the stupid roe deer and the little weasel wouldn't have been cheated out of their bodies. Old sir, I am actually a woman. I am a man traveling. You can't even argue this. You'd better go home and recite the sutra. That handsome youth waved his folding fan and left in style. The old Taoist priest didn't dwell on it and pulled another youth. You have blackness between your eyebrows. There's also a plague of blood. Tell me your fortune. Asterisk 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 off. The young man spouted obscenities. How do you curse? The old Taoist monk came angry and stretched out his finger to scold. If it weren't for the Taoist master's chi nurturing, I would have thrown you into the Dan furnace long ago. When the old Taoist saw that young man put on a vicious face, he didn't dare to go to meet his eyes and turned his head away. Seeing Meng Yuan, he pulled on Meng Yuan's sleeve. Young man, I see that you have a handsome face, have an extraordinary phase. In the coming days will certainly be feudal lords and worship ministers, petite wives and beautiful concubines. Just lately the luck is not good. I am afraid that I have to quarrel with people. How about, I went out without money? Meng Yuan said. This old Taoist was enthusiastic, but after hearing this, his face immediately lost its expression, and he took a wrong step to walk away. The world is a cold place, and when people are poor, even the crooks don't care about you. Meng Yuan shook his head inside, and had just taken 2 steps when the old Taoist turned back and pulled on Meng Yuan's sleeve. You brought money. The old Taoist priest held a flag trick in one hand while happily pointing at Meng Yuan. When Meng Yuan heard this, he stopped and sized up the old Taoist priest. Although he didn't know how the old Taoist knew, he should be somewhat capable. Then please ask the old gentleman to calculate whether or not my trip will go smoothly. Meng Yuan smiled. Going south or north? The old Taoist priest asked. North. Meng Yuan replied. But to kill and burn? The old Taoist priest asked. What's all this nonsense? Meng Yuan casually said. I am the most innocent. I don't dare to beat anyone, let alone killing and setting fire. Young man, you still have a few bits of blood on you. You've seen blood with someone in the past 2 days, haven't you? The old Taoist frowned, his hand nudging Meng Yuan, saying, it's fine for you to cheat Master Tao, just don't cheat yourself as well. It doesn't matter if Master Tao is cheated by you, just sing a sutra and get over it. You're going to suffer in the future if you cheat yourself. This man was somewhat capable, and Meng Yuan didn't speak blindly, only saying, then, old sir, calculate whether my trip will go smoothly. So what the hell are you going to do? The old Taoist priest asked. Go and return a point of the old righteousness of a helping hand. Meng Yuan said. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The old Taoist waved his hand. Even the vultures who preach about emptiness talk about enmity and karma. So if you go to repay your debt, you'll surely go smoothly. I'm telling you. He held out his hand. 10 taels of Makui Gua gold. You don't seem to be counting anything, do you? Just a lucky word? Do you look like a stupid roe deer or a stupid weasel? Meng Yuan looked back at the Drunken Moon building and thought, this is where I was pitched 10 taels, and I'm going to be pitched 10 more taels today? Old sir, haven't you calculated that this is the money I'm taking to pay back the favor? Meng Yuan laughed. When the old Taoist heard this, he apparently froze for a moment and said helplessly, then you can at least give something, right? Getting up so early in the morning. Master Taoist, I haven't even mixed a penny yet. Meng Yuan smiled and simply sent out the jar of tea given by Wang Xiaokai. The new spring tea is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. The old Taoist priest took it, opened the jar and took a look. It's done. At least I can take it to the guests. Meng Yuan saw that the old Taoist priest was at least 70 years old, but he spoke with great vigor. So he asked curiously, how long has the old Taoist priest been doing this? Just dry. The old Taoist sighed helplessly. the Guan is going to have guests, and a few disciples are not up to the task, so they can't get any money to receive them. I have to come to get some money with a thick face? No incense money? Meng Yuan laughed. If my disciple is not good enough to fool people, will people still want to come? The old Taoist looked like a hero. I heard that there are all big families here. Thinking that I can always meet a little cutie. I thought I could always meet a little cutie. Old Taoist master. Why don't you wait until I'm gone to say this? Meng Yuan all but laughed. I'm not talking about you. I wish you a straight path ahead. Free and easy ah. The old Taoist monk smiled and stroked his beard, actually having a bit of the weather of a Taoist master. May the Taoist master make a great fortune. Meng Yuan smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Sister Flower, Request for Catch-up Reading. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 53 Mother Luo. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 54 Another Meeting with the Buddhist Sect. You do not have permission to access this page. 55. Chapter 55 The Buddhist Path. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 56 All the Shackles Trapping the True Self. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 57 Floating Like Cave Heaven. Chapter 57 Floating Like Cave Heaven. Little man, where are you chopping the dumpling filling? Meng Yuan chopping is attentive. Suddenly heard someone talking, only to realize that he chopped too fascinated. The old monk has long been dead cannot be dead. Looking back, he followed the sound. At this time it is already dark. That Gong Zihua kneeling on one knee, with a knife to support the ground, lowered his head. On his shoulder stood a large magpie, several times larger than an ordinary magpie, comparable to a falcon. The bird's beak was black and glowing, its feathers were colorful, and its eyes, though small, were distinctive. Meng Yuan did not have the experience of fighting with a bird demon, but the speculation was so similar that even if the other party could fly, throwing a knife might not be impossible to hit. The magpie also seemed to see Meng Yuan's killing intent, and hurriedly called out, "Little guy, we're on our own." "Really? I don't believe it," Meng Yuan said. "Old Gong, you say something." Magpies also did not dare to escape, fearing that Meng Yuan could not resist the knife. Anxious fluttering wings, take the long beak repeatedly pecked Gong Zihua's ears. "It's one of our own." Gong Zihua breathless back. He raised his head. Eyes are still a few dazed. Visible also walked through the ups and downs of life. Almost shaved his head. "You two are also too trusting." When that magpie saw Meng Yuan put away his sword, his voice got a little louder. This old monk should be a perfect 8th grade, and has touched the edge of the 7th grade. He has the ability of the unhindered dialectical talent passage, and then borrows his heart passage, which has become a power. If it wasn't for me keeping an eye on it, you two little guys of the 8th grade would have been gone long ago. Meng Yuan saw that this magpie was a person who liked to brag about his accomplishments, but he didn't try to expose it, and asked curiously, "He is a telepath? Can see what I think?" "Little fellow, you are also too uneducated." This magpie seemed like he hadn't learned the power of enunciation, and his mouth was not polite. His heart pass is something they blew up, and he really thinks he can see what you're thinking? It's just that they can feel your mood and change your state of mind, and use it to lure you and confuse you, so that you can shave your head. "I see, I've been taught." Meng Yuan thanked. "Call me big brother, I have more than enough to teach you," Magpie said. Meng Yuan just pretended not to hear and looked at Gong Zihua, asking, "How is brother Gong? Hearing of life and death?" "Hearing of death and life." Gong Zihua pinched his brow, his eyes already clear, and laughed bitterly. "They are good at getting these dharmas that make people have great joys and great sorrows, and give birth to great remorse and great repentance, and use this to talk about the wonders of the empty door." "Old Gong, you're so uneducated. They talk about abstinence. Next time they let you get caught up in the realm of lust, there's something for you to see," Magpie said. Gong Zihua didn't bother with the magpie as he stood up. "8 products so soon. Elder Nye's eyes are really poisonous." He gently patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Thanks to you this time. Without him there's still me." "You won't die," Magpie argued. "It's just a matter of being of one mind." Meng Yuan laughed. Both of them smiled at each other, and neither of them paid any attention to the magpie. Gong Zihua examined the old monk and didn't search out anything. The old monk is dead. That middle-aged monk is seriously injured. Also cannot escape. This moment counter sitting up, closed eyes and closed. Do not know what to murmur. The sutra should be calm and universal sound, but he spoke very fast, as if the faster the read the longer the cultivation, by virtue of adding a few points of bizarre. "Let's go. Go watch old Zhang fight." Magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, looking in the direction of Yi Zhuan while urging. Gong Zihua lifted up the middle-aged monk, and Meng Yuan fished out the old monk's head, and one by one, they headed for the righteous village. At the end of February there is only a waning moon. and this is a suburb with a gusty breeze. I heard the sound of horses galloping back and forth in the distance, and there were many people holding torches. So it seems that this is the reinforcements that Zhang Guanyan said, and that dilapidated manor, but also at times burst out of light. There are bursts of thunder. There is also the Buddha's light surging, with the Yi Zhuang as the center. There were 10 or so men riding on horses all around, and another 10 or so men tackled Luo Mu's disciples. It seems that apart from Mother Luo, the rest of the Luo sect has been captured in its entirety. Zhang Lingfeng didn't say anything when he saw Gong Mang walking towards him. He only nodded slightly and looked inside the righteous manor again, only to see the already dilapidated Yi Zhuang, but also added new wounds. Zhang Guanyan held a long sword in his hand, and there was the sound of spring thunder around his body, and behind him was the image of spring thunder in the mountains and rivers. That Mother Luo hair, withered hands such as chicken claws, but also holding tightly half of the tin staff, although woefully extreme, but still from time to time laughing. That blind eyes are more often light. The two fought hard to distinguish, and on top of the roof of the righteous villa, there was a person who stood staunchly. Meng Yuan has entered the 8th grade, ears and eyes smart. At this moment to see clearly, only to see that the person is a 27 to 18-year-old man, wearing a basalt-colored Taoist robes, carrying a long sword, embracing the duster, eyes cold, although the appearance of the general, but the night wind under the moon, before the big battle on the spot. But there are a few points of floating and the sense of freedom to ascend to immortality. Who is that Taoist master? Meng Yuan asked the magpie. This magpie was a chatterbox, and Meng Yuan had been forced to speak to it by name, knowing that the magpie was called the Annunciation Immortal. I don't know. The magpie stood on Gong Zihua's shoulder, stretching his left wing and scratching his head. He was invited by Zhang Tu to press the issue, and it's our first time meeting. Gong Zihua smiled. Meng Yuan wanted to ask again, but then he saw a sudden change in the scene. That Luo mother has been disheveled to the extreme, clearly can no longer hold on, but still murmur a few chants. The skin and bones of the body actually seeped out a lot of blood. Blood with golden light. The whole person seems to be bathed in Buddha's light. The 7 orifices are blazing light. Only she is withered and wretched. The secret method is opened. Not like the Vajra god Buddha, but like a demon descending into the world. Zhang Guanyan also stopped. Carefully look at each other. He has been simmering each other. Just want to see each other have a few can, so as to use this to push each other origin. Brother Zhang, don't hold back. The Taoist priest on the roof of the room suddenly spoke out and said in a clear and cold voice, self-murder is strictly forbidden in the Buddhist sect. She is on the verge of death, forced to bring up the silence Dharma phase, destroying her own life cultivation, with the method of karma continuity, with you, and even we intertwined with karma, there will be cause and effect, and the harm will be endless. This sounded esoteric. But Zhang Guanyan did not hesitate and immediately leapt forward. Only a vision was born behind Zhang Guanyan, with many floating lights flickering. The long knife in his hand is also flashing a blazing light. To be long knife swung out, as if splitting a hole in the sky in general. Endless knife intent blade astral like streams of light is also, such as rain pouring down. The onlookers outside the courtyard let out gasps of surprise, as if they had rarely seen this kind of stunts. For a moment, Luo Mother, who had wanted to make a counterattack at the moment of death, was smashed by countless streams of light, and countless wounds appeared all over her body, and she no longer had any fighting strength. As for Zhang Guanyan, he had performed a stunt and was still 10 paces away from Luo Mother, but at this moment, he seemed to be drained, his face was pale, and he knelt down on one knee, propping himself up on the ground with his sword. Meng Yuan was outside the righteous village, 70 to 80 paces away, but he could still feel the might of this blade. Compared to blooming spring thunder, this slash was clearly stronger. Even several times stronger, and whether it was against a single person or a group, it was the ultimate slash. Is this also the secret hidden heavenly chance method? Meng Yuan was itching to see it and hurriedly came to ask the Annunciation Immortal. You don't even know this? The magpie's tone was contemptuous as it bounced on Gong Zihua's shoulder, and when it saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, it immediately couldn't help but say, this is the method of the heavenly chance, and it was named the floating light cave because of the floating light flickering as if a cave was in full bloom. Extreme depletion of true qi? Meng Yuan saw that Zhang Guanyan couldn't even stand up, so he had this question. No. The magpie quacked non-stop. A few will be the jade liquid all into the sword astral broadcast out. Do you think? When the magpie saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything again, it really couldn't wait for Meng Yuan to speak, so it hurriedly said, call me eldest senior brother and I'll teach you. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't bother. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. At this time, inside and outside of the righteous village is silent. Occasionally a few hurtful murmurs and birds quacking sound. Zhang Lingfeng entered the righteous manner and held Zhang Guanyan, touching a pill and stuffing it into Zhang Guanyan's mouth. And that Luo mother at this time is actually not dead. She sat paralyzed on the ground, the whole body bones and flesh broken, 7 orifices bleeding, but from the throat to probe out a few horse laughter. This is the image of the deathbed passing away. And Mother Luo laughed strangely while making the verse ascend to his realization. But before the sentence was even finished, the Taoist priest on the roof immediately leapt down and kicked Luo's mother in the face. Bothered or not, you have to recite 2 verses even when you take a recite. Recite what rounded verse? How can you? That Taoist priest is clearly the image of the breeze and spontaneity, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he looked as if the Taoist master was not to be messed with. In vain. There is a high monk's table, but not a high monk's smile. The elephant and seek, 1,000 miles at hand. Really draw a tiger like a dog. That Luo mother throat sound, but always cannot say a word. The body of the Buddha's light dispersed, covered in blood. Eyes have been hollow. The expression is still hideous and spiteful. All that was heard was a few ohs and the blood slowly flared up on her body. You have the method of planting thoughts. I have the ability to move heaven. Just see the Taoist priest forward probe hand, pressed on the Mother Luo brow, and then retracted. That Mother Luo body flame was actually all extracted out. Mother Luo seems to be also suffered a great deal of pain. The pain rolled. It's done. That Taoist priest stood up straight, one hand holding the handle of his duster, a bland smile on his face, clearly deep in his heart. Great joy, great joy, great joy. We can find the guru. The Annunciation Immortal flew up and hovered endlessly over the righteous village, quacking. But at that moment, fire was actually born on Luo mother's body again, slowly burning up from within her body outwards. The Taoist priest immediately panicked, casting spells repeatedly, but could not be extinguished at all. That Taoist saw Zhang Guanyan frowning and the rest of the people also had puzzled looks. He immediately broke out in a sweat and no longer had any semblance of a dashing look. Only panic remained. Soon, Luo's mother was reduced to ashes, and no one inside or outside the righteous village even made a sound. No joy. Unhappy. The Annunciation Immortal wanted to say more, but was glared at by the Taoist priest, and immediately obediently flew onto Gong Zihua's shoulder. This is karma fire. That Taoist priest was extremely solemn, as if he wanted to salvage his reputation, and said to Zhang Guanyan, Brother Zhang, it's better to invite someone else. The other party casts karmic fire, which is unending, and I'm afraid the grade is not low. With my ability, it is still slightly insufficient. It's just that this kind of high-level person must have an origin. But why did he let his disciples and grandchildren come here to fool around? In Buddhism, all kinds of behavior become karma, and karmic fire is the fruit that comes with karma, also known as karma. If a person has greed and anger in his body, he is bound to create a lot of bad karma, and in the future he will be rewarded with karma and suffer from the fire of karma. To put it bluntly, it's still that Buddhist doctrine of karma. Someone didn't just plant thoughts on Mother Luo, but also the cause of karmic fire. At least we know that the other party is a true master. Zhang Guanyan wasn't discouraged and smiled. There are always other survivors. The credit is not lost. He looked around at the people outside the righteous village. Examine this place and call it a day. With Zhang Guanyan's order, a group of people got busy, tying up all of Luo mother's disciples and stuffing them onto the donkey cart. Even the ashes of Luo's mother were collected, and the inside and outside of the righteous village were examined in detail. Little Meng, although you're not one of us, but in the end you saved my life and killed an 8th rank monk. Not a small amount of credit. When the time comes, I'll ask Zhang Tu to give you a recount of your merits. Gong Zihua was a gentle gentleman when he wasn't juggling swords, and spoke in a conciliatory manner. Thank you, Brother Gong. Meng Yuan smiled and answered, then asked curiously, how long will this merit reward come down? Meng Yuan is now poor and crazy, borrowed Niesher's 200 taels, half of which was handed over to the little girl to take care of, and the other half was not much left to spend today. That's why Meng Yuan wants to get some money as soon as possible. What's the hurry? The Annunciation Fairy interjected. Do you want to receive it without 10 days and half a month? Meng Yuan lost his smile in realization and asked again, Brother Annunciation, what is that merit reward? This has to go back and discuss. Carefully discuss the merits. With me and old Gong as witnesses. You can't run away from that little credit. Annunciation Fairy is very familiar, and added, when the time comes, please invite me to drink. Meng Yuan didn't find it outrageous, but instead felt that it was only normal. In less than a quarter of an hour, the group was packed. The monk has disappeared. The people riding horses to catch the car. Zhang Guanyan seems to have been very tired. Even horses do not ride, but sitting on a donkey cart dozing. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua and the others followed the donkey cart with their swords to the left and right. and the Annunciation Immortal led the way in front. A party of 40 or 50 men, mostly carrying torches, came in great numbers outside the northern city, and at once drew out the mudbloods of this place. There were many good believers at the time of the previous battle against Luomu, and they had brought the news back early. Some bold people even went up to ask the reason. Zhang Guangyan deliberately pointed to Gong Zihua and others to tell the mother of Luo first drug and cure the means. Gong. Meng Yuan was just thinking that if he didn't return so late, the little girl shouldn't be able to sleep. When he saw the Flower Sisters' younger brothers surging to their knees in front of him. I'm not a benefactor. Instead, I'm just returning a favor. Meng Yuan helped Sister Flower's younger brother up. Live a good life in the future. Remember, the proper sects are all about advising people to be good, filial to their parents, and loving their relatives and friends. Those who make you make offerings and have you memorize scriptures and sing songs are all people with bad intentions. Remember, they're not doing it for my good. They have bad intentions. There were tears in Sister Hua's eyes. I've come to realize that all the people in this world, one or the other, are all ES. Just Ngong is not A. Meng Yuan pinched his brow and said, go ahead and have a good time. What's your name? Hannah asked, turning back after a few steps. Meng Yuan smiled and shook his head, not saying much. Sagittarius is asking you your name. Zhang Guangyan was sitting on the donkey cart and still had time to snicker. When Sister Flower's brother walked away, Meng Yuan also sat on the donkey cart. At this time the night is deep. Zhang Guangyan touched the token. Let Zhang Lingfeng to go to people shouting open the city gate. In a short while the city gates were opened, and a group of people went into the city again. You kid can, not only the 8th grade, but also save Xiaogong's life. It seems that you do not only think of pussy in your heart. Zhang Guangyan sat on the donkey cart, reached out and patted Meng Yuan's shoulder, chatting, you have merit, go back to the guardhouse with me. I'll give you a credit. Let's put it on paper. Uncle Zhang, I came out today without reporting, so I have to hurry back. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry to catch up on his work, this time although it is a guest army, but in the end to fight to the death. The credit thing Meng Yuan and will not let half a point. This is their own deserved, but Meng Yuan sees clearly. He is a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and his skin is too thin. The previous was pitched meal money. If you follow to go to the narrative, 10% of the credit is estimated to be only 60% or 70%, will also fall on paper, may also have to take in a celebration of the money, and being unfamiliar with the situation at the guardhouse himself, he didn't know exactly how the credit would be divided. That's why you have to find someone who is thick-skinned, even shameless, and knows the market to talk to. This kind of thing can only be done by Master Nya. Moreover, his own ability was passed down by Nyesher, and if he went to ask for credit for his own achievements in killing the enemy outside, his face would have a face. I'll ask Master Nya to take me on a walk through the guardhouse tomorrow. Uncle Zhang took me to see the world. Master Nya must be grateful, Meng Yuan honestly said. Sure enough, Zhang Guangyan immediately became anxious. You came to help Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Zhang is happy. But for you to let old Nya come to recount his achievements, Uncle Zhang is not happy. It's good that Uncle Zhang is happy. When the credit comes down, I'll treat Uncle Zhang to mutton soup. Meng Yuan pretended not to understand, and seeing that he had already entered the city, he hurriedly clasped his fist at Zhang Guangyan, jumped off the donkey cart and ran. This kid, Zhang Guangyan opened his mouth. Originally see also strange loyalty, did not expect early with the old Nya learned bad. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Hu Qian enters the grade. Chapter 59, Hu Qian enters the grade. It was past noon before Nya Yanian slowly arrived at Drunken Moon House. Father, what took you so long? Duke Meng waited for you for a long time and thought he'd go back if you didn't come. Nya Qingqing was no longer full of smiles, but instead complained. Just go back. You're still not happy? If Lao Zi hadn't earned you dowry money, would I have gone without daylight? Nya Yanian was not amused. Say it like I forced you. Nya Qingqing wasn't in a good mood either. The geldings are here to borrow money again, aren't they? Soft Rice is kind of letting him play it out. Nya Yanian pointed his finger at Nya Qingqing. Don't give him any money. He's the best at climbing up the ladder. If you do, he'll be sure to eat you up from now on. That's not true. When Nya Qingqing heard this, she spread her face and smiled. He said that he made a feat with Uncle Zhang outside of the city yesterday, earning you face, and wanted to buy you a drink. Earning me face? Sesame green beans of merit. He just wants to borrow money from me. Nya Yanian had a look of understanding. Father, you're too much of a doorstop. Nya Qingqing helped Nya Yanian up to the second floor and said, I heard him say that he was the one who joined forces with the Gong family brothers to kill a demonic monk of the 8th rank, and was considered the second most important person in that group. Meng Gongzi is humble in nature and didn't go into detail. I figured that he saved the Gong family brothers and also killed someone. When Nya Yanian heard this, He froze for a moment and stopped calling himself a geldingsmith, saying, Maester Meng can do it. Didn't lose my face. He was so joyful that he didn't go up to the second floor, turned around and prepared to go back to the Wang Fu, but before he could get out of the drunken moon building, he saw that Zhang Guangyan came with Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng as well. Old Zhang, Nie Yannian pulled Zhang Guangyan, also did not let go, said, Yesterday in the end what is the matter? You give me a detailed account. Geldings speak are not careful. Caught Luo cult went. Zhang Guangyan casually responded, then looked at Nie Qingqing and instructed, the entire vegetarian feast in a while? I'll treat Nubizi to dinner in the evening. Just don't worry. Nie Qingqing smiled and answered, all the way to the second floor box, on the hot tea and snacks. Zhang Guangyan then talked about last night. After Zhang Guangyan said the matter of Luo's mother, Nie Yannian was also rare and serious, saying, we must find a high person to come. Maybe that person in the back wants to move up to the upper third. Zhang Guangyan nodded his head slightly with a heroic look. Nie Yannian also stopped asking more questions, and asked Gong Zihua about the great battle against the 8th rank monk. Gong Zihua is really a modest gentleman, naturally said one by one. Not to mention how qualified Brother Meng is in practicing martial arts. He didn't escape when I entered the reincarnation dream realm, but instead threw himself into assisting me. Similarly entering the reincarnation dream realm with a firm will. It is evident that Senior Nya has taught him well. Gong Zihua bowed down to Nye Yannian in a very solemn manner, over and over, barely considered to have not lost me just. Nye Yannian waved his hand in a cloudy manner, sighed again, and nodded. I taught him every day to treat the crown princess with loyalty, and to treat his friends and friends with righteousness, and in the end, he remembered some of it. Gong Zihua heard this, see more solemn. Zhang Lingfeng also have a solemn feeling. The two of them over there, Nie Qingqing and Zhang Guangyan, however, had a laugh. I have to go back to talk to him. Nie Yannian also did not sit down, immediately got up and left, but walked 2 steps and turned back, curious to ask, you guys are doing something outside the northern city, how did you meet him? Zhang Guangyan sipped his tea and laughed. He went to Lucky Lane to look for a secret whore, and did not pay the bill when he finished, and it just so happened that I came across him and relieved him of the problem, and that's not why he went to do something with me. Nie Yannian also laughed when he heard this, and he sat back down again, saying, are you saying that he took my money and didn't go to the flower boat or the courtyard to eat mountainous delicacies, but ran to the mud pit outside of the northern city to pick at the coarse chaff? Zhang Guangyan laughed, having been used to a hard life. He knows the truth of frugality. He is a good boy. Nie Qingqing was slightly stunned by what she heard, and when she saw Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng having a laugh, she realized that it was Zhang Guangyan who was joking. He's thrifty my ass. Nie Yannian couldn't help but laugh. The little geldings are stingy and shallow-eyed. But if you want to say that he doesn't recognize women when he gets off the bed, I don't believe it. Don't believe me. He said himself that he thinks about women in addition to practicing martial arts. Zhang Guangyan laughed. Nie Qingqing also covered her mouth and laughed, but she saw Nie Yannian frowning and looking over. Can I not know what he thinks? Nie Yannian was very confident and said, the geldings think, but he won't go to the mud pit to play with women. He's a bit like our one-face family in that he takes extra care of the people in the mud pit. He pointed outside and said, I'll bet that when he gets to that mud pit outside the North City, he'll be lucky if he can hold back from hitting the forked pole or the head of the handle. Those secret prostitutes in the mud pit are all pathetic people. I reckon he won't be able to take off his clothes when he sees them. That's because you didn't take him to a good place. Zhang Guangyan also laughed. He could tell that Nie Yannian knew that geldings very well and trusted him very much. He's so stingy that he's afraid to spend money even if you take him on a flower boat. He only dares to hook up with those who have never seen the world before, and call him son after hearing a few soft words. Nie Yannian was not amused. Father, you might as well make it clearer. Nie Qingqing said unconvincingly. I went with him to Yizhuang to find a place to ambush. Asked slightly, probably he had previously received a secret prostitute's favor, specifically to go to the people ransom, send money to pay off the debt. Gong Zihua said. Nie Yannian saw that Gong Zihua also did not know much, so he did not inquire. This is all trivial. Nie Yannian asked Zhang Guangyan about the origin of that Taoist priest again. After pulling a long time and eating some tea and snacks, Nie Yannian didn't drink any wine and headed for the royal residence. At this time has been over noon. The schoolyard, a group of people sitting, listening to Hu Qian preaching, but did not see the figure of Meng Yuan. That Hu Qian face with a smile. There is a sense of ease and leap, as if picking up big money. When the people saw Nie Yannian arrive, they hurriedly rose and saluted. Entered the grade? Nie Yannian asked Hu Qian with a smile. I had a feeling at the time of this morning, and it was only after senior brother Meng assisted me that I opened my orifices. Hu Qian laughed. Well, you're not slow either. Nya Yanian clasped his arms and said, if I can't be a little Taoist nun, it's good to be a chivalrous woman. In the future, I will help the princess to carry the sword, and it will be as awesome as ever. Hu Qian clearly thought the same thing, and immediately nodded happily. Where did the geldings go? How did he arrange it when you entered the character? Nya Yanian asked. He gave me a day off and told me to take a day off tomorrow, Hu Qian honestly said. Then simply rest today. Why tomorrow? Nya Yanian frowned in disbelief. He said to have his girl bring some gifts and go with me to talk to my mother, Hu Qian said. He didn't even buy a gift for Lousy. Nya Yanian cursed, then realized. He cursed even harder. How old is that girl? Little geldings really ah. Not so much, not so much. Hu Qian also laughed. He said he'd wait a few more years. It's still barely human. Nya Yanian was a little more relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Passing on the Power. Chapter 60, Passing on the Power. Nya Yanian pointed out a few words to Hu Qian, then left the schoolyard again to find Mei. I'm looking for the plums and I have a guest, but it's Jiang Xuanyo. Teacher Nya. Jiang Xuanxuan was uncomfortable and hurriedly saluted. What's the matter? Did Xuan Mei owe you money for your labor? Nya Yanian casually sat down and took the tea served by the little maid. Mei Seeker smiled and didn't make a sound. Do not dare to dare. Jiang Xuanyo humble very. I think the work is too easy. All day long nothing to do. Feed the horses and horses are someone. I want to go back to the pastoral farm to help labor. You can be too honest. Nya Yanian laughed at that. This was supposed to be a job for your retirement. My granddaughter has settled. Xiaomeng also see have success. I do not do anything, but also for nothing to receive the monthly silver. The heart is not good. Jiang Xuanyo said. This you don't understand. Nya Yanian took a sip of tea, nodded to Jiang Xuanyo, and said, the little geldings are the Wangfei's guards. Now is not yet assigned him a job. There will be a busy time in the future. When the princess goes on a trip and patrols the quiet garden, he will have to contribute. Jiang Xuanyo still had a confused look on his face and obviously didn't get it. Loyalty is the most important thing in the business of guards. If both loyalty and ability, then we must reuse. The little geldings were raised by seeking plum. I taught them by hand. And every day they hang their lips on what life between heaven and earth is like. And they are obviously loyal. And their ability is barely there. Nya Yanian patiently explained up, saying, guards are different from other positions. They are too close to the princess, so they have to be treated favorably. He pointed to where Meng Yuan lived and said, think about it. It's so close to the princess. If he can't afford to treat his family's illnesses and can't get a daughter-in-law, wouldn't he have to think of ways to get money? At that time, if he were to spread the word about the princess's personal affairs, or even engage in a collusion, wouldn't that be bad? That won't happen. Little Meng said that there is only one son in his heart, and that's Wang Fei. Jiang Xuanyo was very serious. Well said. Mei Seeker nodded in approval. Nya Yanian looked at Xuan Mei. In the end did not tear down Meng Yuan's stage, but then said, little geldings have me and Xuan Mei as a guarantee. In the future is close to the guards. In the past, it was a ministry, and in the army, it was to be adopted as a righteous son. Understand? Jiang Xuanyu finally understood. He froze out of his mind and said, worshipping Wang Fei as a righteous mother? Our Wang Fei doesn't engage in this. Nya Yanian laughed. In his heart, he definitely treats Wang Fei as a righteous mother. Jiang Xuanyo was very confident, and whispered, Mr. Nya. There was blood on Xiao Meng's clothes when he came back last night. But what happened? Xuan Mei obviously only just realized it, and she didn't intend to dish it out. Looking curiously at Nya Yanian. Yesterday I took him out to see blood. It's fine. Nya Yanian smiled easily and asked again. I heard the little gelding say that he had been favored by a secret prostitute when he was a refugee. Dark. Jiang Xuan have seen Seeking Mei frowned. He did not dare to say anything. Thought for a while, before saying, but outside the North City? Nya Yanian smiled and nodded. Remember? Tell me what's going on. How can I not remember? At that time, Chief Yang came to buy handsome young man. Xiao Meng almost followed, or got a good person to remind. Jiang Xuanyu seemed to recall that day of heavy snow, cannot help but sigh, and then said that day situation. Nya Yanian and Xuan Mei are both knowledgeable and know what kind of hook it is to buy a handsome young man. When he finished listening carefully, Nya Yanian smiled, seeking plum but much more solemn, asked, the so-called favor, just a broken mat and a dry cake? And the former is still for a righteous people who speak out of the body. The latter you share the food? Yes. Xiao Meng then I think more. He is still remembering people's favor. Jiang Xuanyo only felt a sense of the present is not the same as in the past, and even more so that today is not easy to come by. Alright, Lao Jiang you go back. Nya Yanian took a sip of tea and added, don't tell little geldings about what happened today. Yes. Jiang Xuanyo hurriedly answered. As soon as Jiang Xuanyo left, Xuanmei didn't plan to dish out any more, but only asked curiously, what did he go and do yesterday? Yesterday he went to pay off a debt to a secret prostitute, met an old buddy from the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse, and was brought in to do a favor. Nya Yani and hemmed and hawed. It's good to see some blood. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid of this. Xuanmei was very serious. I saw him as pure and simple at first, so I gave him a hand, and naturally I'm willing to see him excel. But Uncle Nya, I found that since he followed you, not to mention the good wine, but also often in and out of the drunken moon house. Uncle Nya, teenagers are most afraid of alcohol, sex, and wealth sapping their minds. Nya Yanian was furious and laughed. He's even more pure quality than Shitsi. It's all because I brought him down. I don't mean this. Xuanmei hurriedly got up to pour tea for Nya Yanian to make amends, saying, he is the person who was grateful for the reward. I see that your old man also lifted him up. Then he should pass on some real ability. More constraints to restrain. It's been passed on. Nya Yanian sighed and said, you don't know how much the geldings can pester. Then when Princess Wang goes on a trip, bring him along as well and recognize him, so that he can be allowed to do things in the future. Xuanmei discerned. Nya Yanian had meant to do this, so he immediately responded and asked, where did that kid go? He excused himself and took Jiang Tang out, saying that he wanted to go out for a trek. It was only then that Xuanmei returned to the flavor. What exactly did he do yesterday? Wang Fei hasn't stepped on the green yet. He stepped on it first. Nya Yanian laughed in a good-natured way and said, he fought with the monk, guessing that he was hit by some dharma that attracts people to enlightenment of life and death. Maybe in his dream he shoveled dung for his whole life, and the little girl suffered after him. When he woke up, he felt sorry for his little girl. I've seen this kind of thing many times. In a couple days it will be fine. All the more reason for you to pass on some real skills. Seek Mei said seriously. Got it. Nya Yanian impatiently got up and returned himself to the schoolyard. Arriving at the schoolyard, Nya Yanian simply asked Wu Changxing to move the recliners and talk to the cadets one by one. Only in the evening, seeing that dinner was about to start, did Nya Yanian leave. Out of the gate of the schoolyard, he saw Meng Yuan and his girl had just returned as well. The two of them didn't know what to say with their heads bowed down, and that girl couldn't stop laughing. Come over here. Nya Yanian picked his finger. Master Nya, I've given you a long face. Meng Yuan hurriedly went forward to claim credit. Nya Yanian knew that the geldings should talk about borrowing money in the next sentence, so he immediately said, alright, you're the one with the big face. When he saw that Meng Yuan was still holding a few books, he snatched them up, but they were actually some kind of 29 ancient poems, some kind of poetic rhymes, and some kind of long and short sentences. Oh no, the geldings have switched to poetry. TSK, elegant man na, able to be married to Shitsi. Nya Yanian scoffed non-stop. Master Nya, don't underestimate people. Meng Yuan was very serious. Poetry can be vulgar or elegant. It can be chanted by everyone from princes and nobles to peddlers. Fine. Then you compose a song. Nya Yanian grabbed Meng Yuan's arm. I'll see how you compare to Shitsi. I haven't learned it yet. Meng Yuan knew how to make a F*** poem, and it wasn't even for himself in the first place. It was for Xiang Ling. Poetry is the play of literary and elegant people. You can't learn the poetry immortal. Nya Yanian laughed, confidently said, but lousy teach you door lightness. When others let you do poetry, you can't hold back and run away. You simply can't hear the sound of others cursing you behind your ass. Not so much. I can still do 2 limericks. Meng Yuan immediately explained. A confidant of the Seiji. Let's go. Nya Yanian laughed. Didn't you say you'd wait to learn until you've met the crown princess? Meng Yuan asked curiously. And there's no need to go through this. It's all the same. Nya Yanian took a step and went back to the schoolyard again. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Flying Floss Technique. Chapter 61, Flying Floss Technique. The night is heavy. The teenage trainees practiced diligently, and Nya Yanian pulled Meng Yuan aside to talk about light body techniques. Learning lightness is good. I want to learn lightness too. Hu Qian came up. The next 33 days all open to learn. Nya Yanian in the end is a daughter of. See the girls on the side. His mouth will be convergence of many. People. Meng Bachelor has 8 products, known as Poetry Sword Double Best. You cannot? Master Nya, I really don't dare to be called the Poetry Sword Double Master. Meng Yuan was humble. So soon? It was only then that Hu Qian realized that Meng Yuan had entered the 8th rank. She opened her mouth and bent down to arch her hand. Senior brother Meng. Then it's back to drills and no more bull *******. Seeing that there were no more interruptions, Nya Yanian carried his hands behind his back, and while taking steps, he said, this method is called flying floss gong. What is flying floss? It has nothing to rely on. It flutters and moves with the wind. Using your true chi as the wind, your body is the flying floss, and when the wind is fast, the floss flies. The flying floss technique is as light as fluttering flakes, floating like a stream of clouds. It is not a method of vacillating in a square inch. It is a method of fast sprinting, and is especially effective in the mountains, forests, and wildlands. This is the dharma of pursuing the enemy. Manhwa realized. You can attack when you enter, but you can defend when you retreat. How can you just think about chasing and killing the enemy? The flying flurry kung fu can also run away. Nyayanian glared at Manhwa and said in a bad mood, a great man can bend and bend, and there's no shame in running away sometimes. It's just a matter of fighting back when you're well practiced. Just like when you met that old monk. You saw Gong Zihua's eyes glazed over. You should immediately go back to get help, because Gong Zihua has long been in the 8th rank. He can't even carry it, and no one will accuse you if you give him up to ask for help. Speaking here, Nyayanian smiled again and patted Manhwa on the shoulder. But you can stay and save people. That ruthlessness, it's a bit of the old man's style back then. After Nyayanian boasted for a while, he didn't hide anything and talked about the flying floss kung fu's method of stance and true chi operation, as well as the breathing technique. The stance of this flying flocculent gong is not difficult, nor is it critical. With the method of breathing it is possible to run around. But if you want to go further, you will need to have real chi to support it. The true chi operates first and foremost in the orifices on the torso, and later on the limbs. As long as it runs back and forth in the dantian reflecting the engraving, it will be considered done. After half a day of wrangling, Nyayanian spoke about the key points several times, and Manhwa first memorized the method of true chi operation, and then tried sinking his chi into the dantian according to what Master Nya had passed on. True chi running in the corresponding points of reflection. So the cycle of several times will feel the whole body light, the lower limbs and waist and abdomen powerful. A step out. There is a sense of endless life, like being pushed forward generally. After running around the schoolyard twice, Manhwa became a little more familiar with the method of carrying true chi, and the feeling of lightness in his body increased even more, and the true chi was carried around in the place where the reflection was engraved, and the consumption was not considered to be a lot. Manhwa estimated that, according to his own dantian stored true chi, so under the operation, an hour is afraid to be no problem. Even under full power, he could survive for half an hour. After running 3 more laps in a row, Manhwa stopped. Nyayanian came back to teach, saying, because of the reason that martial artists open the upper, middle, and lower 3 days, all the martial arts in this world have to be accompanied by the method of true chi transportation in order to increase their power even more. This flying floss kung fu can be learned as long as the full lower 33 heavens are open, but you have to understand that everyone is different, which makes it high or low. Where is the difference? The individual's original strength, the true chi stored in the dantian, the speed of the impact on the place of reflection, the amount of true chi consumed, and the unseen and untouchable nature of the heart. At the time of the lower grade, the 9th grade consummation is a change, and the 8th grade consummation is another change. But even so, even if 2 people are in the same realm and have learned the same dharma, the gap is still enormous. Nyayanian assiduously taught, full of sharpening intentions. Master Nya, isn't it true that the gap is smaller after reaching the middle and high grade? Manhwa asked curiously. I don't know about high grades, but I know the difference between medium grades. Nyayanian laughed. Manhwa listened curiously. Even ing bigger. Nyayanian was very emotional. This kind of thing in the martial path is very mysterious. After the others reach the middle grade, the difference of 1 grade is a heavenly rift. But this path of Wufu is different. A difference of 1 rank also has the possibility of a strong kill. Is it using the heavenly chance method of opening the secret kara? Manhwa asked. Not bad. Some methods are too strong. Like old Zhang's floating light cave heaven is a piece of, at best, just take a break. Some Tianji methods are simply 10 times more overbearing than floating light cave heaven. The body is 10 times heavier to suffer the repercussions, and its power that's needless to mention. Nyayanian nodded at Manhwa. That's why I've always taught you to be humble, to be restrained, and to be inward-looking. That's why. Master Nya, you've never taught me to be humble. You've only taught me to use my fists to solve things that money can't solve. When Manhwa finished speaking, he saw Nyayanian frowning and glaring, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Master Nya, what about yesterday's credit? Look, it's urgent again. Help me keep in mind. Nyayanian also solemnized, said, but you don't have any big expectations. Those dog officials improper people. The reward is very little, not more generous than our Wangfei out. He patted Manhwa on the shoulder and said seriously, at most, give a 30 to 50 taels of silver. This kind of bull **** will be able to fool Shangling's mother and daughter. Master Nya, it's naturally fine for you to stay moist, but can you at least leave me a pot of soup? Mang Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm dying of poverty, falling out of money at a young age. Nya Yanian scolded and said, the princess is going on a trip in 5 days, so practice hard in these few days, and I'll bring you to meet them then. Wang Fei travel thing said for a long time. See March, after the summer is the fall, finally is a settlement. Nya Yanian was going to wait for Mang Yuan to pester a few more sentences, to give a few taels of silver to get rid of, but saw that people do not shout poor, but is the crown, and straighten the waist, as if the princess is in front of you. Don't be a man of the world at this moment, but when you're in front of the crown princess, you'll have no talent to cry poor. Nya Yanian nodded Mang Yuan's nose. Mang Yuan was ashamed in his heart, and he did not argue, only making a noble appearance. When Nya Yanian left, Mang Yuan did not go away, and came to try the Feiwu skill in the schoolyard. Stop every few laps to reflect and summarize. This flying flocculation technique was the same as the gale blade technique, and the most important thing was the method of carrying the true qi. As long as the method of transportation is familiar and the true qi is full, then it will be considered a small success, according to what Master Nya had said. In fact, flying flocculation technique and gale blade technique, both of which use true qi to support their movements, could only be considered minor paths when they were of low grade. The only way to consider heaven and earth as vast is to open the secret hidden treasures in the body and obtain the law of heaven and earth. Running over and over again, the true qi rushed back and forth and impacted in the place where the reflection was engraved. Mang Yuan was just like when he was running the gale blade technique, and the middle 33 heavens gradually responded. A deep hidden viscera sinews in the orifice is slightly trembling, which seems to hide what? To break out of the shell in general. Mang Yuan went straight home, closed the door and sat down, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and after the Dantian true qi was filled, his mind moved slightly, and he came to rub the new orifices. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Spring Tour. Chapter 62, Spring Tour. The true qi comes out from the Dantian, passes through all the meridians, and goes downward at the mudball palace orifices, dabbing first, then grinding, slow abatement. In this way, I do not know how long, the true qi in the slow erosion and the depletion of most, that in the next sinews in the hole finally opened. The true qi was leaking out like a stream, and the transportation was unhindered. Mang Yuan actually had a feeling of strength and fatigue, and the hunger in his abdomen was unbearable, only to feel that it was even more tiring than the vigorous impact of opening the lower 33 heavens. It took a few moments to slow down slightly before opening his eyes. It was evening outside the door and windows. Mang Yuan remembers clearly. He was in the middle of the night to settle down, did not think that this time to open the orifices actually spent so long. Then when the first opening of the mudball palace is even longer. No wonder I'm so tired. So it took too long. It seems I'm still quite good at fierce, long and bitter battles. Of course, speedy battles are also windy. Mang Yuan lamented a sentence, and when he smelled the aroma of stewed meat, he felt even more hungry, so he got up and opened the door. I only saw that the house was bustling with activity tonight, and in addition to old Uncle Jiang and Jiang Tang, Hu Qian was also there. Brother. Jiang Tang saw Mang Yuan come out. She was first happy, and then her face was slightly red. She didn't dare to look at each other, mixed with no previous lively vigor. Jiang Tang followed Hu Qian today to meet Hu Qian's mother. She has not been taught by women, although she probably knows how it is, but still learned a lot. Moreover, Hu Qian's mother had been the royal concubine's nursemaid, and had pulled some things about bringing up children. Jiang Tang then listened carefully while being shy, and was close to taking notes afterward. Mang Yuan glanced at Hu Qian, who smiled knowingly, with a look of great success. Eat. Mang Yuan sat down. As soon as the stewed mutton entered his belly, Mang Yuan felt his qi returning. Just a little bit of stored thought. The growth of that essence flame remained extremely slow. Nowadays, although serving the crown princess is the top priority, the matter of containing the essence fire cannot be delayed. Mang Yuan was a calm gentleman, and while he lowered his head to eat, he thought about whether the words gathering the will and protecting the princess could be linked to containing the essence flame. Jiang Tang didn't say anything, and lowered her head to eat her meal, her face flushed, stealing a glance at Mang Yuan from time to time. Jiang old uncle is even more cautious nature. He knows that Hu Qian identity is not the same, so he also did not say a word. Hu Qian usually cooler, but after familiarization is also a talkative. But she saw all the people do not say anything, so she also honestly closed her mouth. After eating, Mang Yuan sent Hu Qian back, and practiced the gale blade technique twice in the courtyard to warm up his body, and then closed his work. Not practicing martial arts enlightenment again. This kind of thing is about a sense of relief. Just newly opened the orifices. Should be a little slow. Meng Yuan came to Jiang Tang's room and saw her practicing her writing and reading books in a well-behaved manner. So he didn't say any supervisory nonsense and just picked up the newly purchased anthology of poems and lyrics to read. Xiangling wants to learn poetry. She has the heart of a child. There is no guarantee that in the future will really become a talent, mixed with the name of the poetry fairy. Therefore, Meng Yuan intends to learn first, so as to be able to pressure her head, sleep for a day, to wake up in the morning. After eating meals, Meng Yuan first went to the schoolyard to teach the people some, and then practiced several times the Gale Blade method in Flotsam Gong. Until noon also did not see Nyesher too. Meng Yuan simply closed the opening of the orifices. This is another night, until the next day at noon to count another opening of an orifice. At this point, the middle 33 heavens had been opened in 3 places. Meng Yuan estimated that the middle 33 days located in the torso of the orifices are in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, is even more fragile. I am afraid to be even slower. After resting quietly for a day, it was already the day when the princess went out. Meng Yuan got up before dawn this day, burned hot water, rubbed his body vigorously, and took the soap horn to wash his head, and changed into the new clothes sent by Nyayanian. Jiang Tang was given a vacation by seeking Plum, but she was not idle and cheerfully combed and braided Meng Yuan's hair. When he was packed, Meng Yuan sat on his sword again and carried his longbow on his back. Not a moment later, Nyayanian searched for him, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw that Meng Yuan was neat and tidy. Bachelor Meng has passed the scholarship examination? Didn't say anything. I'll bring you a gift. Nyayanian had no good words in his mouth as he tugged Meng Yuan outside, nor did he go to the quiet garden where the princess resided, but first went to the stables to take the horses and waited outside the partial gate of the royal residence. There were already 5 people in this room, most of them in their 40s, and with Meng Yuan's general attire. They were all guards of the crown princess. Nyayanian pulled Meng Yuan and smiled as he went up to introduce them one by one, sort of mixing things up. Not a moment later, he saw 2 more people come out. Surprisingly it was Dugu Kong and Wan Lao Shiokai. I saw Dugu Kong riding a white horse, his forehead covered with jade, but the whole person wilted. Although he was dressed as a nobleman, he did not have any noble spirit. There are no servants, only Wang Shiokai. Visible Dugu Kong was detained. Teacher Nye, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, Teacher Xiaomeng. Wang Shiokai was a decent man, smilingly arching his hand towards Nyayanian and the others. I see that little teacher Meng looks familiar. Duo Kong looked at Meng Yuan. This is the first time I have followed your highness out. Meng Yuan didn't tell a lie. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, he saw a carriage pulling out, and the driver was a woman. There were 2 other women riding horses with swords on their sides, on the left and right of the carriage. Other than that, there was no one else. After all, let's go. Nyayanian made his assignments. He was in the front with Meng Yuan and another escort, while Dugu Kong was in the back, followed by the royal concubines' carriages, and finally the other 4 escorts. Generally speaking, when a noblewoman or young lady goes on an outing, she invites her peers of the right age to have a poetry session or an elegant gathering, and then she enters a joss stick to pray for the safety of her family members and elders. But the princess is just one carriage, not the least bit ostentatious, not to mention no noblewoman traveling with her. Horses' hooves clattered forward. Nyayanian perhaps saw that Meng Yuan was a bit puzzled, so he laughed in a low voice and said, Wang Fei is not good at rose, not good at disturbing the people. You'll get used to it in the future. Just a few of us. Is it really alright? Meng Yuan glanced back at the drowsy Dugu Kong, and said that if there were really thieves attacking, he was loyal and had to take the princess away first, and as for the world's son, that would be another story. Just don't worry. Nyayanian was very confident. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan did not ask any more questions. A group of people went out from the south gate of the city, and after traveling for a short time, they saw the Songlong River. It is late spring. The river is wide and full. Thousands of sails. Look up. Really have a sense of open-mindedness. I'm in a poetic mood. Giddy up. Dugu Kong came energized and urged his horse forward, crossing over Meng Yuan and the others, and Wang Xiaocai immediately followed. Follow your poet friend. Nyayanian laughed. Meng Yuan immediately patted the little red horses and followed Dugu Kong, only to see Dugu Kong came to the riverside. The horse stopped. He took out a folding fan to fan, looking at the wide river, but also really like in the belly. Meng Yuan didn't rush, just waiting for Dugu Kong to finish his poetry. After a while, Dugu Kong finally held it in, only to hear him chant, I looked at the river. The river was heaving into the distance. I scooped a scoop of water from the river and brought it back home to enjoy it slowly. Poetry just finished. Wang Xiaocai has already started to boast, just today to help idle on his one. Inevitably the momentum is not enough. Meng Yuan had already seen Dugu Kong make poems 3 times, a cloud viewing poem, a martial arts viewing poem, and this time a river viewing poem. 3. Limerick is naturally not on the stage, but the poem does not have a perverse meaning, no playboy atmosphere. From the poem to see the person, we can see that this son is really in not much bad intentions, and although this river watching poem is still the same level, but Meng Yuan carefully smacked, found that the beginning and end is not bad, and there are a few flavors, especially the last 2 sentences. Only take a dipper home, through which to enjoy the river. Quite a bit of self-satisfaction. Do not compete with the idea. And take a scoop does not damage the river water, but also in line with a few points of Buddhism and Taoism of a certain doctrine. World Sun didn't carry the entire Sanlong River home, instead he only took a scoop, so it's clear that he's a generous man. Meng Yuan was heartily impressed. Leading back Dugu Kong, Meng Yuan came back over to Nya Yanyan's side. Master Nya, where exactly is the crown princess going on a trek? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Treading what green? Nya Yanyan laughed, lifted his chin and pointed ahead. Just going to the temple on the hill in front. Meng Yuan looked and saw only a short mountain by the river. Earlier when I went to the medicine village to get rid of the demon, I had passed by this place, and at that time in early spring, the trees were not yet in full bloom, and I could still see several dilapidated temples. Nowadays, however, the branches have flourished and only a corner of the temple is exposed. For a moment, Meng Yuan remembered that Xiang Ling had said that her godmother was infatuated with a Taoist priest here, and was all about pouting her ass off at people. When we get to the place, I'll take you to meet the crown princess. Nya Yanyan was solemn. Don't you disgrace me. Meng Yuan nodded, thinking that it was finally time to put a stamp on his ass. End of chapter. Chapter 63, The Princess. Chapter 63, The Princess. Listening to the waves of the river, Meng Yuan came all the way to the foot of the short mountain, and saw the ancient stone steps curving upwards. There was an old Taoist priest in his 70s or 80s leading a middle-aged Taoist priest in his 40s. The former was holding a duster, and the latter was holding a jade vase, greeting him at the bottom of the steps. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this old Taoist priest was simply the one who had told his fortune. This old Taoist priest was cheating passers-by near the Drunken Moon building, and Meng Yuan was caught by him and had no choice but to ask him to calculate whether the search for Sister Flower would go smoothly. And the old Taoist priest muddled a few sentences, and hitched himself to a pot of tea. Meng Yuan remembers that the old Taoist priest cried out bitterly, saying that there are valuable guests to the door, but there is no money to receive. Can only give up the old face out to earn some money? Now it seems that the honored guest is actually the crown princess. And the old Taoist monk knows the princess, this kind of nobleman, but still peaceful and poor, did not ask for incense money from the princess, can be seen to be a little different. Nya Yanyan brought Meng Yuan off his horse, and there wasn't a Taoist boy to take the reins, which was really shabby. Old immortal master. Nya Yanyan smiled and arched his hand, standing on each side of the steps with Meng Yuan, waiting for the carriage in the back. Meng Yuan stared at the old Taoist priest, who was genial and smiling as he stared at Dugu Kong. Dugu Kong arrived close to the front, without losing etiquette, but has no more poetry, wilting to the old Taoist priest salute. Look at him, actually seems to have a few points of fear. How many bowls of rice a day nowadays? The old Taoist priest asked Dako Kyo. 3 bowls. Dokira returned. If your heart is not broad, your food will be restless. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and laughed. Solo Hyper lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Soon the carriage came up behind and slowed to a stop. Seeking Mei got down first, and then they saw a woman get out of the carriage. The woman wore a waist-length jacket with embroidered floral paneling at the collar and cuffs. The underskirt is long with a slightly wider hemline that flutters as you take a step. Hair bun with double-strand hairpin, body clad in silk cape. That cape is thin and long. Under the spring wind drumming, more show floating. Shanling so with a flower head wrap, carrying a small bag as a village woman out, is false fashion. This is the proper attire for a noblewoman to travel. Not only to show the flow, but also to travel conveniently. The woman is 24 or 25 years old. Although the clothes are flowing, but the national color is difficult to hide. There is a sense of grace and inviolability. For a moment, the red flowers and green grass are all reduced to a companion. Listening to the waves of the river from afar, I feel that this person is a fairy coming over the waves. Meng Yuan pressed his hand against the long knife. He had been cutting his balls and juggling knives for a long time, and he finally knew who it was for. But at this moment, Meng Yuan's eyes were unblinking, dignified and majestic. Sister, Uncle Shifu. The 2 Taoist priests performed the Taoist salute. Senior brother, senior nephew. One face smiled and returned the greeting, her voice quiet. The old Taoist priest and the princess ascended the steps side by side, with that middle-aged Taoist priest and Dugu Khan following behind. And then behind them were Xuanmei and those few female guards. Nie Yannian led Meng Yuan on both sides of the steps and took the lead in traveling upwards. The steps are old and weathered. There is still moss visible in this shabby place. Less people come and go. Incense does not flourish. After a few steps, less covered by trees, you will see the gate of the temple, with the 3 words Chongshu Guan on it. The princess followed the old Taoist priest all the way into the Chongshu Guan, and didn't stop at the main hall, but went in 3 times to a quiet courtyard. There are pine trees and sycamore trees in the courtyard, which are already green and leafy. Under the sycamore tree there are bamboo tables and benches, another tea stove. The old Taoist priest invited the princess to sit down and cook tea with his own hands. Meng Yuan could see clearly that the teapot was clearly still a gift from himself. 100 years old, 1,000 years to be but tall. Wan Fei looked at the pine tree and sighed with a smile. Senior brother, you and I are both getting old. You're only in your 20s. You're in the prime of your life. I haven't said old. Why do you say that now? The old Taoist priest, his arm holding a duster, poured tea for the princess. The princess smiled slightly. So Seeking Plum and the others all retreated. And that disciple of the old Taoist priest also came out from the courtyard. Guard the door. If the slightest thing goes wrong, you'll go home and pack your bunk. When Nie Yannian saw Xuanmei come out, he hurriedly put on a mean face. Die before you die. Meng Yuan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking like he was going to die. Uncle Nie, the more you scare him, the easier it is for things to go wrong. Sun Mei then helped to speak. Not true. Dokurakang also had something to say. Don't scare people silly. That middle-aged Taoist priest harmoniously bowed toward all of them and said with a smile, I will go prepare meals for all of you. Meng Yuan was speechless, all the way into this Chongshu Guan, in addition to the old Taoist master and disciple, and then no one else. Now prepare the meal. Even have to old Taoist disciple personally busy work. Keep an eye on this place. Nie Yannian barked one more sentence and walked with the rest of the guards towards the back of the courtyard. Meng Yuan just stood at the door and waited until it was past noon and the crown princess and the old Taoist priest hadn't finished talking. Skewed glance, only to see the 2 of them sitting on a bamboo stool, talking to the tea stove. Do not know what they are discussing. The shift was changed for dinner, and it was not until halfway through the afternoon that the old Taoist priest finished his lecture and was sent all the way out by the princess. Don't worry about 1,000 miles. There is a wind of arrival. The old Taoist monk holding a duster, smiling and kind, mixed with no more catching people fortune-telling obnoxious look. Sister, rest here for a few days. Nourish your spirit. Thank you, senior brother. Princess Wang performed the Dao salute. When the old Taoist priest left, the crown princess looked back to the sycamore in the courtyard for a long time. Third miss. Nie Yannian took a step forward, but he didn't even address the crown princess. The princess turned back to Nie Yannian and smiled. Brother Nie. She had a lot of respect for someone who had fought for his life after her elder brother. I don't dare. Nie Yannian smiled, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Third miss, you asked me to bring up that group of children, and aside from Hu Yao too, there's no one who's good at anything. He pulled Meng Yuan over and then said, This child is barely okay. I'll have him stand guard outside Third Miss's courtyard. If something happens, you can look for him. Meng Yuan immediately bowed and saluted, saying, Under the title of Meng Yuan, I am willing to go through fire and water for Third Miss. Lift your head, the princess uttered. Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at the king's consort, only to realize that it was a waste for this person to be any kind of king's consort, and that this face of the country's prosperity should be the mother of a nation. But the moment he met his eyes, Meng Yuan again felt that the princess' eyes had a light that was different. It is not like the kind of upright gentleman who can see the preference at a glance like Xuanmei, not like Jiang Tang, that kind of simple with a small mind, not to mention the kind of Hu Qian pretending to be cool. In the past, when Meng Yuan had not seen the princess, he had only heard about her and thought that she should be a decent elder who pities the poor and cherishes the weak. After listening to the words of Nie Yannian and others, and knowing that the princess is beautiful and loves to read, Meng Yuan felt that the princess is a person who has the wisdom of the past, and has the ability to read. But now on the eyes, Meng Yuan only felt that the princess' eyes bright and deep, dignified and generous, but also seems to be accustomed to the world, and even have a few points of cunning gas. Just like this moment Niesher let himself show his face in front of the Wang Fei, although he didn't say anything else, but the Wang Fei already knew what was going on. It doesn't look like it's too good to serve. Meng Yuan's face remained unchanged, and he slandered in his heart, seeing as it's the one who can do the job. Princess Wang sized up Meng Yuan and smiled at Nie Yannian. A good seedling. Nie Yannian immediately made another bow. Wang Fei nodded and smiled, did not say much, since back to the courtyard. Seeking Mei immediately followed, and then closed the courtyard door. End of chapter 64. Chapter 64, The World Has a Heart. Chapter 64. Wang Fei sat down under the sycamore tree, took out an old book to see, looking for the plum in the side of the cooking tea. Yanyan only has one daughter at his knee, and I see that he treats this teenager quite differently. Is this the acceptance of a righteous son, or has he recruited a son-in-law? The princess casually asked. Nye Qingqing has killed 3 people in a row. Who would dare to be his son-in-law? Seeking Plum laughed. As for the righteous son, there should be no such thing. Meng Yuan is quite talented in martial arts, and his character isn't bad either. In my opinion, Uncle Nye is in love with his talent and character. Wang Fei nodded slightly and flipped through the pages again, but saw that Xuanmei wasn't finished and said, he's also an up-and-comer, and while practicing martial arts, he also reads books and scriptures. What are you reading? The princess asked casually. He reads all the scriptures, histories, and books, and he also borrowed some Taoist texts from me, and I heard that he's been delving into poetry again lately. Seeking Mei laughed. I didn't want him to be a confidant of Dugu Kong. The princess smiled. Mei Seeker couldn't help it. Nye Yanyan has a brash appearance, but is actually a fine man. He brought that teenager to me, so it's obvious that he trusts him, but he has only taught that teenager for 2 or 3 months. How can he be so trusting? Wang Fei said. Perhaps it has something to do with what happened in North City. Uncle Nye did not have an heir and was afraid that Nye Qingqing would be eaten out of existence, so he looked for someone who knew what he was doing to be the heir. Seeking Mei immediately spoke in detail about the matter of Sister Hua, and even the beheading of the demonic monks also said as much as possible. Fighting for justice every more slaughtering dogs. The Dark Horde did not know the name of Meng Yuan, a seat in a cake of grace. Meng Yuan did not know the name of the old man, but was able to wrap his body and send it to the funeral. The old man did not know the name of the others, and died for the righteousness of his words. Very good. The princess smiled slightly. All the people in the world who have a heart are nameless. Seeking Mei poured the tea while murmuring the words of the princess. Since he killed the demonic monk outside, he is also considered to have done harm to the people. It can be seen that this Meng Yuan that you value is still capable. Don't reward him for anything in the open. Award him something in the dark. The princess glanced outside and then said, just remember, this person has respect but no fear for me in his eyes, and is by no means a stupid and straight person, and Nye Yanyan will not love a stupid and straight person. Beware of being bullied by him with a square. Yes. Seeking Mei immediately answered. Nye Yanyan is from the Demon Suppression Division, and all his martial arts are the heel of the Demon Suppression Division. In the coming days, you send some errands to that Meng Yuan. If he does his job properly, you come to me and I'll send him a copy of the Heavenly Chance Map. Wang Fei added. Miss is going to reuse him? Seeking Mei asked with a smile. Nye Yanyan is not an outsider. His people should naturally be used. As for whether or not to reuse them, that depends on whether or not he can be used. Princess Wang smiled and lowered her head to flip through the books again. Meng Yuan stood guard outside the courtyard, with the sound of waves faintly coming from the distance, not yet realizing that he had gained benefits for nothing. The spring breeze was crisp and cold, and I kept watch all night without encountering any midnight cloak and dagger solicitation drama. After changing values, Meng Yuan came to the mess hall to eat, but he met the middle-aged Taoist priest. Yesterday Meng Yuan had already inquired. That old Taoist priest Taoist number Xuanji Z, the middle-aged Taoist priest named Zhao Jing Shang, is in accordance with the seniority of Dao Tong Xin Jing. The small quan meals are simple, so I've made you laugh. Zhao Jing Shang was very modest. Meng Yuan would not be picky and asked with a smile. Your Guan is not a small place. Why haven't I seen a few people? I'm not hiding it from you. Originally I had a few more senior brothers, but it's just that my master disliked them for being noisy and was afraid of disturbing the purity of Master Ying's uncle, so he kicked them out. Zhao Jingsheng didn't feel ashamed and said what he had to say. In theory, I should have been kicked out as well, with eldest senior brother receiving you all. It's just unfortunate that eldest senior brother had to go out a few days ago. But did you encounter an emergency? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It's not exactly an urgent matter. Zhao Jingsheng sighed and said, eldest senior brother has always acted on behalf of his master, preaching in the back of the mountain and teaching us. There's a roe deer that comes every day to listen to eldest senior brother's sermons, but he hasn't come back for the last month. Seeing that the roe deer has not been coming, eldest senior brother said that we are not as attentive as the roe deer in listening to the lessons, and he plans to go looking for that roe deer. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow, sort of knowing who Hua Guzi's lover was, and asked curiously, and then? Eldest senior brother got up for a lesson, put his sword on his back and went out overnight. Zhao Jingsheng spread his hands. I advised and was kicked over by eldest senior brother. A few senior brothers didn't dare to say anything either, and even master couldn't persuade him. Daoist night battle sword? Meng Yuan said. Not. Zhao Jingsheng face has a yearning. Seems to be very admiring to that big senior brother. Big senior brother said that it is not interesting to discuss the Tao all day long. He is going to swing the devil. Zhao Jingshang said, even from the bosom touched out a wine gourd, looked toward the door, then barked his mouth twice. Very gluttonous whisper asked, drink or not? I have duties to perform. No offense. Meng Yuan pushed back and only inquired about this eldest brother. Don't rush. I'll tell you in detail. Zhao Jingsheng drank a large mouthful. My eldest senior brother Taoist named Jingsu, since young, followed the master. Taoist law is profound. Fist and feet kung fu is slightly sparse. The master said that the eldest brother is a person with a heart, but it is not the time to come out of the sword. He drank a few more sips, and his face was already red, and he didn't even need to hold the joke. He pulled all the have-nots by himself. Meng Yuan asked again in detail, and seeing that the other party was getting more and more endless, he hurriedly took his leave. Not sleeping either. Meng Yuan satcheled his sword in a circle and went to the back of the mountain that Zhao Jingshang had mentioned. This room on the north side of the mountain, away from the princess sitting quite far. Very clean. Only a small dilapidated courtyard. The ground casually placed a few gabion mats. There was also no one in the courtyard. So Meng Yuan made a brief check and was just about to leave when he saw some slight movement in the grassy shrubs under the short hill. Hiding behind a large tree to look, only to see a brown-skinned, white-bellied figure in the weed-strewn path, and carrying a small bundle, but no head wrap. The little guy was running fast, jumping up and running twice, looking back and forth with his hands on the cooler, not too bright, and humming. It's clearly Shannon. The sunny day so scenery is good. Red flowers or green grass. I joyfully forward. Xiangling all the way to trot up. See the big tree behind the sudden turn out of a silhouette. She has already braked. Instantly head heavy. Rolled forward. Just as she was about to turn back to escape, Xiangling realized that the small bag on her back was grabbed, and her entire body was brought up. Hastily, quickly let this great immortal down, or I'll make you look good. Meng Yuan turned her around. Who did you learn the word scare from? Yikes, the little geldings. It's you. Xiangling was immediately overjoyed. What are you doing here? Meng Yuan squatted down and set her down. I can't go back to my old home, so I'm idle. So I've come to burn a paper for my godmother. Xiangling was very old-fashioned, tugging at her small bundle, and said proudly, are you burning it? I've brought 5, but I'll lend you 2.5 at most. Is it much? Not much. Although she came to burn paper, but very happy, just also saying what happy words, really is her godmother that live quite good. Dead is also good timely and for the joy of words in the heart. End of chapter. Chapter 65 Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Martial Arts. Chapter 65 Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Martial Arts. The wind from the river swept up into the hills and it was exceptionally cool. Noticing Xiangling's words, Meng Yuan asked, why can't you go back to your old home? Xiangling smiled smugly. Her two short upper limbs hugged to one another, and with a wise look, she said, I heard sister-in-law Piggy say that someone was looking for an old matchmaker, so I hurriedly ran away. Smart nah, you can't even go home and you're still so happy? Meng Yuan laughed. Godmother says if you can laugh, you don't cry. Shannon made perfect sense. Your godmother has a lodging wisdom. Meng Yuan smiled. You can't go back home. Where will you go to stay? I'll go down to the village and stay there. They have a home school. I listen to lessons during the day and live in a manger at night. It's good nah. Xiangling was very solemn, but the problem of being a good teacher could not be changed. She frowned at Meng Yuan and said, if you don't study for 3 days, you'll be driven over by Xiangling. You have to study too. I study every day. Meng Yuan nodded with a smile and added, but you can't burn paper on the mountain today, so you should go back and study first. Why? Godmother can come here to pout. Why can't I burn paper? Xiangling stood up straight, her two paws resting on the pergola, curiously peering into the distance, her head slowly rotating, looking witty and naive. There are nobles here. It's not good to disturb them. Meng Yuan pinched her ear and said seriously, when things are over here, I'll make a special trip to bring you here to burn paper. Okay. Xiangling listened to the advice, but the person was a little lost. She whispered, it's a pity that I didn't bring a head wrap today, otherwise I could have competed with your excellency to see who's fashionable. Let's not compare this, right? Meng Yuan thought she was losing her mind over not being able to burn paper. Sure enough, the mother-daughter pair of Flower Nun and Xiangling could not be treated with common sense. Next time you tell me about what kind of head wrapping nobles wear. Xiangling admonished a sentence. Seems to remember what. He smile, and unlocked a little bit of baggage mouth, stretching claws in to touch out a few mulberry fruit, picked up on the road. You taste. Mulberries are usually ripe at the end of March, and it's only the beginning of March. When Meng Yuan took it, He saw Xiangling tighten the small bundle and jump 2 more times, old enough to clearly be looking to see if the bundle would fall apart. I'm off then. Don't forget to study. Xiangling was dry and breezy. Don't rush off. Hear me out. Meng Yuan pinched the back of her neck and said, you go back and continue listening to the lessons, or go to the herding villa and look for Big Head Zhao. Don't go back to your old turtle pits home for the time being. When I'm done, I'll go find you. Then you remember to bring your poetry book. I'll compose poems for you. Xiangling solemnly urged. I've already bought it, so I'll bring it to you then. Meng Yuan smiled. Little geldings, you're so nice. Shannon jumped happily. Then I'm off. When she finished speaking, she slipped down the hill, but after a few steps, she turned back and bowed with both hands. You have to return the gift. Meng Yuan could only get up and return the greeting. Seeing that Xiangling had already hidden into the grassy deep path, Meng Yuan then withdrew his gaze. Rubbing the mulberry, Meng Yuan swallowed it in one bite, turned back and was planning to go back, raised his eyes and actually saw someone in the distance. It was no one else, but the princess and the old Taoist master Xuanjizi. I saw that the princess had changed her jacket attire and was instead dressed in a basalt-colored Taoist robe. Xuanjizi, on the other hand, was still in his whitewashed and tattered Taoist robes, holding a duster in one hand. Third Miss, old immortal master. Meng Yuan stepped forward and saluted. Private meeting with little Xiangling is not considered a big deal. After all, Nie sure knows that he had saved Xiangling, but now that he is following the Wangfei, it still depends on what the Wangfei says. Meng Yuan had the feeling that this princess was extremely intelligent and not at all easy to fool. However, he was loyal all over, so he thought that his only son would not say anything. The princess gathered her hands in her wide sleeves and did not speak. Instead, it was Xuanjizi who smiled warmly and said, that friend of my little friend, her godmother is the roe deer who comes here from time to time to listen to the sermon? Yes, Meng Yuan honestly returned. Rather a naive and pure person. Xuanjizi smiled at his words and said, Jingshu carried his sword down the mountain. In the future, if you meet him, tell him to come back earlier. This Jingshu was Xuanjizi's eldest disciple, and Meng Yuan had heard Zhao Jingsheng mention it. Yes, Meng Yuan immediately answered. Since you have an old relationship with the daughter of the elk spirit, you have some fate with Jingshu. Jingshu is a humble nature. If you really have the fate to meet him, you can discuss with him about martial arts, or there may be improvement. Xuanjizi smiled and said, Senior brother Jingshu took the path of a martial artist? Meng Yuan was curious. This Chongshu Guan eldest senior brother didn't take the Taoist path, but instead took the path of a martial artist? Exactly. Xuanjizi is very amiable, mixed without the embarrassing appearance of the day to force people to fortune-telling. Gentle smile and explained, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own doctrines, or to seek to establish a life, or to seek the idea of nothingness, or to seek to get away from the fruit. Therefore, people who walk these 3 paths, more or less according to the doctrine of each family. He used his duster to point at Meng Yuan, and then said, but martial artists only cultivate themselves, is to explore their own ability, open the secret hidden heavenly opportunity, without all kinds of doctrines, concepts for the shackles, just like a blank sheet of paper. Meng Yuan realized and said, is it therefore true that those who follow the path of a martial artist can practice the doctrines of other schools as much as they like for their own use? Not bad. Xuanjizi smiled and nodded. If you enter the Buddhist sect, you will be a martial monk. If you worship the Confucian saint, you will be a Confucian warrior. And if you participate in my Taoism, you can also be a free guest. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are concepts and doctrines. As long as they honor the corresponding concepts, they are their disciples. Therefore, the 3 religions in the path of martial arts is also quite a lot of people, has long been seen. Then with all the doctrines and concepts in the mind, wouldn't it be adding another shackle to the martial artist? Meng Yuan asked curiously. This child is willing to use his brain. Xuanjizi smiled at the princess, then looked at Meng Yuan and said, the path of a martial artist is the path of endeavor, the path of indomitability, the path of resistance. The idea of emptiness and non-contention of the Sure Tao and Taoist schools is quite counter to this. It depends on whether you cultivate martial arts for the sake of cultivating learning, or cultivating the way of fighting. You don't need to be too concerned. There are many people in this world who have the martial arts and have studied the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Princess Wang suddenly spoke out. When you are in the low or middle grade, a few doctrines and concepts won't sway much progress, but will instead help quite a bit. Wang Fei looked at Meng Yuan and continued, remember, it is not a particular family's doctrine or philosophy that gives people shackles, but rather they themselves give themselves shackles. The Buddhists have the saying of ripping off the shackles, which is roughly the same thing. Thank you, Third Miss, for your teaching. Mang Yuan only felt that he had benefited greatly. Since you promised to discuss poetry with someone, I wonder how talented you are at poetry. Wang Fei face has a smile, like spring mountain flowers blossom, and go to find Dugu Kong. He is good at poetry, may as well ask for advice. Mang Yuan thought that the princess was going to teach herself how to cut rhymes and write poems by hand, but he didn't realize that he was looking for Dugu Kong. But the Shannon thing is kind of over. Or maybe people just don't care. Mang Yuan walked a few steps back to find out the meaning of the words of the princess. That Dugu Kong can only be a limerick. What is the poetic talent? And the princess let herself go to ask Dugu Kong for advice. Clearly is the intention of making fun of. A little bad. Who are you looking down on? Xiang Ling can even compose poetry. Do you know that I, Maester Meng, can't? Meng Yuan was most courageous after knowing the shame, and planned to do well in the coming days to impress the third miss. End of chapter 66. Chapter 66, Pills. Chapter 66, Pills. Meng Yuan had just returned from the back of the mountain when he saw Nia Yanian and Wang Xiucai talking in low voices outside the princess residence. So much for hooking up again. Teacher Little Meng. The world sun has recognized you and insists on hearing you speak about the extermination of the Buddha demon. When Xiu Kai Wang saw Meng Yuan arrive, he smiled and opened his mouth. Shitzi loves to listen to the rare, so go ahead and tell a story. Nia Yanian was much more solemn, having obviously received the silver. This, Meng Yuan sighed helplessly, not too willingly. Sir is not an outsider. I should not refuse if you ask, but I've been on duty all night and haven't rested yet. Later on it will be my turn to guard the door again. Please also ask Mr. Little Meng to bear some burden. Xiu Kai Wang stuffed a piece of silver into Meng Yuan's hand. Meng Yuan had wanted to be a bit more reserved, but when he saw Nia Yanyan's expression of almost done, he nodded. World Sun's elegance. I've long had admiration for it, so I just happened to ask for advice on the study of composing poems in words. Meng Yuan was a truthful person. Since the princess had asked herself to learn the way of poetry from Dugu Kong, then she would go and ask for advice. Wang Xiucai politely said a few words and led the way. From the princess residence, all the way out. All see the road down the mountain, before it is considered to be to the residence of Dugu Kong. This residence was right next to the gate of the punch bowl, away from the royal concubine's residence, away from the dining room, away from the great hall, and away from the back of the mountain. It was still not very spacious, and smelled musty, so it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. This is clearly the place where the guest lives, but Chongshu Guan is shabby, and there is no guest of honor. There were only a few stools and a broken table in the room. When Meng Yuan saw that Xiu Kai Wang was about to pour tea, he said, Mr. Wang, the matter of me killing the Buddha demon was originally not allowed to be spread out. I'm going to go outside to pick up the wind. You guys chat first. Wang Xiucai was happy not to listen as he closed the door with a smile. There was no one else in the room, and Dugu Kong laughed, personally helping to pour the tea, saying, Guard Meng is brave. I wouldn't dare. Meng Yuan smiled as he accepted the teacup and asked curiously, how does the world sun live here? It's clean here, and as soon as you go out, you can see that Songlong River. It's good. Dugu Kong took out his folding fan and shook it. It makes sense. Although this is a room of knowledge, but Chongshu Guan did not incense to come, even if there are roe deer, but also from the back of the mountain. It is indeed clean. However, yesterday when he went out, Dugu Kong was a kind of wilting, not very willing to go out of the appearance. After seeing Xuanji Zi is very uncomfortable. Now that you're living here, I'm afraid you're not deliberately avoiding Xuanji Zi and the princess, are you? However, people Dugu Kong usually do not have any evil deeds, not a traitor to play eagle, do not stroll the hook flower boat, do not humiliate the weak and small, occasionally can also make a few limericks to attract people to laugh, is a rule person. Let's have a little secret. Who doesn't have a little secret? As long as it doesn't harm anyone, it's not a big deal. Meng Yuan felt that there was something wrong with Dugu Kong, but since the intelligent princess didn't care, and Xuanji Zi, who had lived for an unknown number of years, didn't care, then he himself wouldn't do much. Does Shitzi have any poetry in him? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. No. Dokurakang directly refused. He moved forward and curiously came to ask, Protector Meng, please also tell us about the Buddha demon. It's all almost forgotten. Meng Yuan sighed, and only then did he talk about the matter of Venerable Great Tail. Solitary Hyper listened attentively, nodding from time to time. When the rip was over, Dokurakang nodded his head and criticized, it really is a Buddha demon. World Sun also knows Buddhist stories? Meng Yuan asked casually. How would I know? Dr. Hyper replied casually. Meng Yuan didn't see any flaws in Dugu Kong, and didn't have the heart to probe, but he wasn't willing to go. Instead, he asked others to teach him the knowledge of making poems. Shizi's poetic talent is unparalleled, and Guanzhang's poems are even more remarkable. Can you teach me how to make poems? Dokurakang clearly froze as he sized up Meng Yuan for a moment before nodding his head in response. After dilly-dallying for more than an hour and draining all the herbal tea from the teapot, Meng Yuan took his leave. Back outside the crown princess residence, Nye Yannian beckoned from afar. What did you and our son talk about? What took you so long? I asked for instruction in the art of composing poetry, Meng Yuan replied. Nye Yannian laughed when he heard this. He looked Meng Yuan up and down and said, Maester Meng's poetry and sword are both excellent? Not daring to be. Meng Yuan smiled. A limerick is also a poem. You dare to be one. Nye Yannian laughed, fished out another potion bottle and threw it out. Old Zheng gave it to you. This was the arrival of the credit for the matter of Luo mother. Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and asked curiously, what is this? 100 herb dan. Nye Yannian nodded with a smile. Meng Yuan asked Nye Yannian before. Most of the world's spiritual fruits and herbs are in places far away from the human world. Therefore, if you want to go looking for them, you should go to the high mountains, dense forests, rivers and densely populated places. Spiritual herbs and medicines are hard to come by. Some of them dissipate very quickly, but some of them can remain for a long time. Like some only show their heads when it snows. If they see the sun, nature is not good. Some are born in the Gobi Desert, cannot be watered by rain. It's okay to eat these things directly, but some of them are poisonous, and those who are not familiar with the medicinal properties will still damage their bodies if they eat them. Generally speaking, according to the genus of the 5 elements of the drug, accompanied by the king and minister of the drug, refined into pills, in order to remove the weeds and preserve the essence of the long-lasting preservation. Of course, even then, it would be preserved for half a year at most, and the medicinal power would slowly dissipate after a bit more time. Some elixirs were quite helpful for low-grade martial artists to improve their physique and open up their aperture to the grade. However, if one takes too many of them, the efficacy gradually diminishes. Some of them stored their essence and nourished their spirit, quickly recovering their chi and true chi. For martial artists, the most precious ones are the ones that help to open the orifices, upper, middle and lower 3 days. A step is harder than a step. Some people may just stay in a certain orifice for life. If you can have the help of the elixir, then add a few points of success. Meng Yuan had heard Master Nye mention that this 100 herb pill was a specialty of the Demon Suppression Division, and had always been prepared for accomplished martial artists. It is made with green undergrowth as the main ingredient, and a mixture of 100 kinds of herbs. Because the 8th grade martial artist opening the orifices consumes quite a lot of true chi and takes a long time, and this 100 herb dan can stimulate the true chi of the dantian and restore chi, and the medicinal properties are warm and moist. It is extremely suitable for swallowing before breaking through the barrier. And if you are on the verge of a battle, you can also take this elixir. The main drug, green undergrowth, was still considered a common spirit herb, and this 100 herb pill wasn't considered much more precious, but it was a legitimately good pill for an 8th grade martial artist. A green underworld grass produces 30 grains up and down. Here are 20 grains, which is not bad. Don't be in a hurry to eat it first, wait until you get back. Nye Yannian earnestly admonished. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. Since then a few days, Meng Yuan day by the sword outside the door of the princess. The shift rest will go to find Dugukong teach poetry. The day is not bad. Has been after 10 days. Came to the middle of March. The princess or no movement, even seems to not intend to go back. That night, Meng Yuan remained at the door. When it was midnight, the bright moon was thick. The courtyard door suddenly opened, and a dow-robed woman stepped out. Precisely the princess. The princess looked at Meng Yuan, who was straight-backed and meticulous, and asked, how's the poetry learning going? Barely able to sing and harmonize with Shizi's poetry. Meng Yuan still remembered Xiang Ling's admonition to let every day study, so he studied diligently every day, but remained humble. The princess laughed out loud at her words. The great river to the bright moon. When traveling with a high person, you go and inform Nye Yannian that it's time to go back. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. You told me to ask Dugukong for advice, but now you're telling me that Dugukong can't learn, so I need to talk to someone high up. So where can I find someone high up? Xiangling? Anyway, what people say is what they say. Meng Yuan is an honest person and will not talk back, and go out for 10 days. A little meat and fish did not dip. Meng Yuan every day tea and rice, and looked forward to going back to the big fish and meat. After receiving the order, Meng Yuan immediately went to find Nye Yannian. Nye Yannian was obviously relieved as well. I'll go talk to the old boys. You go find your poet friend. Don't be asleep when you have to leave in the morning. This is already the middle of the night. The moon is hanging high, cold and silent. The wind swings to the sound of waves. Meng Yuan came all the way to the gate of Chongshu Guan, and saw that there was still a candle flame swaying in the room of knowledge where Dugu Kong was staying. In these 10 days, Meng Yuan came to ask Dugu Kong for advice day after day, and realized that this son had some poetic talent, but not much. Meng Yuan also did not see Dugu Kong have any flaws, and Dugu Kong really not bad. Do not say dirty words nonsense. Not the kind of playboy look, but very courteous. Although there is some impatience on the face of Meng Yuan, but in the end, he endured, and taught some techniques of limericks. He is always wilting, not very energetic, and doesn't go out much. Meng Yuan went up and knocked on the door. Who? Dr. Hyper asked. It's me. Meng Yuan looked through the door of the room. Tomorrow we return to the city. Shitzi make early preparations. The door to the room creaked open, and Dako Kyo's eyes widened as he asked, can we go back? Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. Good. Dugu Kong couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly invited Meng Yuan to go in for tea. Meng Yuan was idle and readily agreed, because tomorrow we'll be leaving. The two people are in high spirits. Drink 2 mouthfuls of overnight herbal tea, and then a piece of the outside of the house to recite poetry to the bright moon. Dugu Hyper poetry talent is unmatched. Naturally, he started, only to hear him chant a what suddenly see a jade plate in the sky. Could it be that the gods want to eat sentence? Meng Yuan poetry talent is a little less, but also long lived in the room of orchids, since it is not the same as in the past, and immediately sang a sentence if not want to eat. Why is there a jade plate tonight? The two of them suddenly cited a few stinky feet, and sang and harmonized 2 more songs, and dispersed after the fun was over. This Shitzi really doesn't have any cracks at all. If it weren't for the 2 great mountains, the princess and Xuanji Z, being there, I guess he'd be running around the world spreading his wings at this moment. In that case, it's better not to borrow money from him for a while. Meng Yuan did not intentionally test Dugu Kong, really cannot see the other side of the heel, can only be slightly slander. Returning to the princess residence, Meng Yuan remained standing in front of the door and began to ponder over the matter at hand. Now that he had followed Niesher out for a trip, he had finally met the princess and gotten acquainted. What's more, Niesher asked himself to address Third Miss instead of Wang Fei, and the other party also agreed, clearly borrowing Niesher's face, becoming a beloved. The princess is not very nice to serve, but she is a bit of a badass, to say the least. Although the matter of Shangling was seen, but the princess did not say anything, and there is some mention. Meng Yuan thought to himself, the next Wang Fei will probably send himself some work. If he did okay, probably will be reused. The other thing is the martial arts advancement. Now that the 100 herb pill is in hand, I'll have to take some when I go back to see the results. If it's really beneficial for harboring essence flame, it might be worthwhile to think of ways to get some more. Also have to go to see Shangling. She has a home, dare not return. Can only be outside to study? Really poor. Of course, with Shangling's happy-go-lucky nature, she probably wouldn't feel sorry for her, but instead was happily engaged in her studies. When morning came, the princess changed into her jacket again, only in a different style from the one she had worn on her earlier trip out of town, and much more fashionable than Shangling. Xuanji Zi sent the princess all the way out of Chongshu Guan, and the two of them went to the riverside to chat for a long while before they were dispersed. By the time he returned to the royal residence, it was already past noon. All of you have labored, and please take a 5-day break. Travel silver to find Go accounts office to draw. When the princess returned to the Jing garden, Xuanmei came back to deal with the aftermath. She smiled and beckoned towards Meng Yuan. Little Meng, you come with me. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Don't run around blindly. Come to Drunken Moon House at night and have a meal together as a group. Nyayanian patted Meng Yuan and went back to talking to the rest of the guards. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed. It was just that Sun Mei didn't seem too happy after hearing this. Came to the office of the Search for the Plum. The Search for the Plum will say, I know that you have been hard these days. Drinking and talking about the day is not inevitable, but you must not be greedy for alcohol, and do not go to the place of fireworks afterward. Master Nya wanted to take me there several times, but I refused. I don't love looking at those head scratchers. Meng Yuan said, seeing that you are so understanding, I am relieved. Xuanmei praised, fished out a few silver bills from her sleeve, and said, the princess learned about the matter of Luo's mother, praised you for ridding the people of evil, and asked me to give you some silver money to subsidize your family. Don't tell anyone else about this, especially Uncle Nya. Meng Yuan took it. It was clearly 200 taels, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister, the princess is so good to me, I really don't know how to return the favor. Doing a good job is the reward. Seeker Mei laughs. After chatting a few more times, Meng Yuan went home. Only Jiang Tang was at home, and she didn't know that the princess had come back yet, and was reading at home. Seeing Meng Yuan return at this moment, She was overjoyed. Are you hungry? I'll prepare the meal. Not hungry. Meng Yuan pressed her. Is there anything going on at home in the past few days while I'm away? It's fine. Everything is fine. Jiang Tang tilted her head and smiled, staring at Meng Yuan to see. The other day she talked to Hu Qian mother. Already know very well. The person also added a few points of shyness. Meng Yuan took out a silver ticket and gave it to her, and urged some more not to save money. I'm not eating at home tonight. Why don't you go and find Xu and Mei first? She's just come back, so I guess there's a bunch of things to do. So a little help from you is a little help. She's a gentleman. There's no harm in learning more from her. Meng Yuan squeezed her hand. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, and just after she left the door, she turned back. Brother, I made you new shoes and a middle coat. They are placed right above your bed. Try them on later. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. As soon as Jiang Tang left, Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat quietly for a while before taking out the 100-herb pill, pouring out a capsule and swallowing it. Meng Yuan felt that most of the nutrients in the Dan pill were taken away by the essence flame. The essence flame grew slowly, but it wasn't much bigger. It was almost equivalent to Meng Yuan eating for about 3 days, but that was already considered good. According to Meng Yuan's estimation, if he only ate ordinary meat, it would take about 5 or 6 months for essence flame to be perfected for the third time. But now with this elixir, it does shorten the time significantly. 1 capsule is equivalent to eating normally for 3 days up or down. A total of 20 capsules will save almost 2 months. Meng Yuan did not intend to eat it all in one go, but took his time. Of course, he had to keep some as a backup, so that in case of an emergency, he could use it to quickly recover his vitality. We'll have to find Master Nya to ask around again and see if there's a way to get some more 100-herb pills. Paying for it is fine. Meng Yuan made up his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Shannon the Reader. Chapter 68, Shannon the Reader. After a slight reprieve, Meng Yuan got up and went to the schoolyard. After chatting with Hu Qian and the others, Meng Yuan practiced the Gale Blade technique again. When it was evening, Meng Yuan headed for Drunken Moon House. I haven't seen you for a few days, but Mr. Meng is still as elegant as ever. Nye Qingqing's eyes were moving with a few hints of coquettishness. Sister, you and I aren't outsiders, and I'm not some kind of eunuch, so don't ever call me that, Meng Yuan said. Nye Qingqing smiled and nodded. How has sister been these past few days? I've been thinking about sister outside. Meng Yuan touched out a small round pebble and said, I saw a green stone by the river and couldn't help but think of my sister's name, so I picked it up. Nye Qingqing took it and saw that it actually had her name on it. She smiled wryly and said, You have a heart. Have a heart. My ass. He's trying to save money. Nye Yanian suddenly appeared, vigorously tapping Nye Qingqing's forehead. You've got to be smart. Nye Qingqing collected the green stone and simply ignored it, walking straight away. Forget about being angry with me. Nye Yanian was so angry and vicious that he took his finger to point at Meng Yuan again and said, You spend a fortune. Meng Yuan didn't dare to argue. The two of them went up the stairs together, came to the box, not long before the colleagues arrived in turn, serving food and drinking wine. Meng Yuan did not make much noise, only to listen to them gossiping about Zheng Hu's stories. Stay until more than an hour before the group is considered to be dispersed, and no one proposed to go to the fireworks alley. After all, they are all about the same age as Nyesher, and each has a family. Meng Yuan stayed behind and didn't go, pulling Nye Yanian and asking about the 100-herb Dan. This thing is a division of the Demon Suppression Division, and the green underworld grass isn't that valuable, but this thing is very useful to us martial artists. Generally no one is willing to let it out, but if you really want to buy it, you can. Outside the price, a capsule is only about 20 to 30 taels of silver up and down. Sometimes it'll double, depending on the price of the main herb, green underworld grass. Nye Yanian was not hiding anything. Meng Yuan carefully calculated. A capsule tops their own meals for 3 days. 20 or 30 taels is indeed very expensive. However, it cannot be calculated this way, because the elixir can save a lot of time. Besides, you can still use it when you're on the verge of war, and you can't even put a price on it. So expensive? Meng Yuan was used to being poor. You can't even buy it if you want to. It's naturally expensive if you want to eat it every day as candy, but if you eat it as a precautionary measure, or before opening your aperture, it's not so precious. Besides, practicing martial arts actually costs money. Nye Yanian smiled. You have an idea? Master Nya has a doorway? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Nye Yanian thought for a moment, nodded at Meng Yuan, and said, Wait until you've finished eating. He was about to step away when he turned back. What's wrong with spending money on my girl? Every time I come, I see her using a green jade hairpin. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Meng Yuan laughed. That's right. Nye Yanian pulled Meng Yuan again and said, Remember to have your girl come sit down and get acquainted. Meng Yuan nodded his head in response. Going back in a drunken breath, Meng Yuan practiced the sword technique and the flying waddle technique several more times in the schoolyard, and also instructed Hu Qian a few times. Before returning home, Jiang Tang had already prepared hot water and sobering soup, and Meng Yuan chatted with her for a while, rinsed his body, and settled down to sleep. Woke up refreshed from a good night's sleep. After breakfast, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard to give a few more instructions, and then sat on his sword, carried a bow and arrow, carried a few hard-boiled eggs in his arms, and also brought a few rhyming books and word-cutting books with him before heading to the pastoral village to reminisce about his suffering. The horses' hooves clattered and traveled west out of the city. When he arrived at Makwang, Sun Zhuangtou was a little uncomfortable. There's really nothing to geld. I know you're addicted to it, but you have to wait for some days, and it's not as fast as geld. Sun Zhuangtou spoke helplessly. I just want to come and take a look around. Meng Yuan patiently explained a sentence, and took out the broken silver, asked people to take care of the horses, and then looked for Zhao Big Head to chat for a few words, and only then went out of the manor. When he came to the foot of the mountain, he waited until midday when the sun was at its peak before he saw a figure carrying a small bundle coming from the distance. The figure of brown skin and white belly, carrying a small bag of flowers. I do not know what to mutter in my mouth, but also walking and stopping, seemed to be thinking, and even more appear to be dull. It was almost close before Xiang Ling realized Meng Yuan. Little geld. She hurriedly increased her speed, ran to the front in 3 tries, came up to Meng Yuan, and said, You changed your clothes? Who made the new shoes? The alignment doesn't work. Just don't nitpick. Meng Yuan laughed and asked, What were you muttering on the way? Ugh. Xiangling sighed at the mention of this. The old gentleman assigned homework, and I was memorizing it. Just now saw a few flowers and butterflies. I chased and played for a while. I forgot my homework. Godmother said that playing with things loses one's mind. She really didn't lie to me. She looked at Meng Yuan and patted her little bundle again. Even more disheveled, small in size, with big eyes full of helplessness and annoyance. Little geldings, if only stealing learning was as simple as stealing a bundle. You stole someone's bun? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Don't you slander people. Xiangling immediately defended herself. I chased away all the rats from his granary. She spread out her upper limbs and gestured. His house is a big family, and the granary is huge. I went to get paid for my work, not to steal. Little geldings, how can it be considered stealing when it's the business of a scholar? Then who just said that they stole the buns? Meng Yuan didn't try to poke holes in her, so he asked, Then have you encountered any danger? No one can beat me, and the village dogs don't dare to say anything when they see me. It's not even my turn for the old gentleman to hit the bamboo board. Xiangling was old-fashioned and very serious, with her 2 short upper limbs folded over her waist, which were actually folded up to her armpits, and said seriously, I'm very powerful now. As she spoke, she ran forward twice, then twisted her body, her entire body in the air, and kicked Meng Yuan in the knee with a backward stomp. Then she used her strength to step back, rolled and got back on her feet again, hurriedly patting the dust on her body, really subdued and elegant. It hurts. Meng Yuan sat down. I only used 1 point of force. Xiangling stared wide-eyed, seemed to think it was unbelievable. She rushed forward and stretched out her 2 front paws to rub Meng Yuan's knees. Rubbing them twice was not enough. Yelling, Take off your clothes then I'll take a look. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan immediately said, It doesn't hurt anymore. Little geldings, if you are so unresistant to beatings, you are going to suffer in the future when you go out to run the world. Xiangling was very serious and rubbed it 2 more times, then frowned, looking like a teacher, and said seriously, I was hung from the peach tree by Big Tail Brother for several days, but I didn't even cry out in pain. So far, it's been you who's been on the losing end, hasn't it? Also, isn't that a bad example you're giving? Who was it that was begging for help? Educated. Meng Yuan gave her face in the end. You're still weirdly obedient. Xiangling smiles happily, then tilts her little head forward again, stares at Meng Yuan and asks, Are you just not in pain, playing with me? Meng Yuan laughed. Little geldings, you are so bad. Xiangling hemmed and hawed and fished out a green plum from the small bundle. Here you go, eat it, it's not sour at all. There is no such thing as a sour plum, and when the season is not yet over, it's even more sour. Meng Yuan took it and took a bite. Xiangling grinned, but saw Meng Yuan praise it repeatedly. Sweet. Really? Xiangling immediately came forward. I'll taste it. When she took a bite, there was doubt on her face. Then she took another bite and saw Meng Yuan having a laugh before she was finally sure. She jumped up and pushed against Meng Yuan's chin. Little geldings, you're so bad. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 69, Testimonials on the Shelf. On the shelf, on the shelf. The editor has notified that it's on the shelves, and it will be on the shelves at exactly 12 noon tomorrow, which is Wednesday the 27th. Thank you for all the love from all of you, for the monthly votes and recommendations, as well as the rewards from Topsy-Turvy Big Brother. It's much appreciated. 3 chapters will go up first tomorrow, each with 4,000 words, totaling 12,000, because I still have to go to work. After that, 2 more chapters per day, 8,000 words. As for the rules for adding more, I'll add more if I can. Without further ado, I continue to code. Lastly, I'd like to thank the bigwigs who helped with the chapter push during the book's serialization, and you can add a bookshelf to check it out if you like it. Practicing martial arts is too difficult. I choose to explode other people's power. Wei Fan traveled through the demonic and evil world. Fortunately, you can kill the enemy to explode the power. Laughing Pride of the Heavens, Liver from Flying Dagger Technique to Shattering the Void. Lin Pingon crosses the Laughing Pride of the Wanderer's Fu Wei dartboard and becomes an ordinary Dark Master of the board, coinciding with the face of the Qingcheng sect coming to exterminate the door, awakens the proficiency panel, and starts livering from the Flying Dagger Technique and treads through the heavens. The Great Tang Shuanglong, from Flying Dagger Art Liver to Knife Opening Heaven's Gate. Qin Shuang travels through the martial arts world of the Great Tang Shuanglong, awakening the Liver proficiency panel. Flying Dagger Art example of the 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 example, Divine Sword Knife Opening Heaven's Gate. Fishing for Creepy Fresh by Uncle Faunus. This Assassin is Bright and Straight is a great new book by the big guy. End of chapter. Chapter 70, The Old Man. Chapter 70, The Old Man. Under the shade of the tree at the foot of the mountain, Meng Yuan sat cross-legged. Shannon peeled the shells off her eggs as she riffed on her stealing learning from the beams of her room. Meng Yuan asked her how much she had learned, and she looked away for half a day, then ate 2 eggs, rubbed her stomach, and rolled around on the ground in contentment, and then with a steep start, turned her back toward Meng Yuan. Pat the dust for me. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and gently patted it for her a few times, then asked, how's it going in your old home? I also do not know. Shangling simply jumped into the Meng Yuan leg bend, lying on his back to reveal his white belly, adjusted the comfortable posture, said, you here is also strange Warmlo. I remember it was sister-in-law Peg who told you that someone was looking for old matchmaker, but did you ask what kind of person? Meng Yuan asked. Shannon sat up with a start and said seriously, it's a red-haired fox and a big gray wolf, and I've asked about both. Is it an ordinary elf, or is it one that has entered the character like Wolf Big Wolf too? Meng Yuan asked again. Sister-in-law Peg said the red fox is very Thai, the big gray wolf is very strong, but also ate the sister-in-law Peg 2 children. Xiangling slightly recalled. Then angry stomping, although sister-in-law Peg rude, but people also strange good Lu. Meng Yuan remembers clearly that the reason why Xiangling said that Piggy's sister-in-law was impolite was because Xiangling discussed with Piggy's sister-in-law and asked Piggy to pay for her children to be gelded, and then Piggy's sister-in-law told Xiangling to get lost, thus gaining a reputation for being impolite. Then let's go back and take a look. Meng Yuan smiled. Ask your friends when you get to the place and see if anyone else is inquiring about the old matchmaker. What if the red fox and the big bad wolf are still around? Shannon asked worriedly. They're no match. Let's snatch your house back. Meng Yuan said. That green fox old matchmaker is to take the road of the Taoist door. Probably is 9. Or just the appearance of the 8 products. And all the academic law is not much. The red-haired fox and the big gray wolf were of unknown realm and probably couldn't beat the old green fox matchmaker by much. And Meng Yuan is now at the 8th rank, and carries a heavy bow, and is equipped with the flying floss kung fu, so he can enter and exit without any hindrance, so he can naturally go and have a look. Geldings, why are you so nice to me? Except for my godmother. No one has ever treated me so well. Xiangling stood up, staring with 2 big round eyes and a wet nose, tilted her head slightly and stared at Meng Yuan, saying seriously, if my godmother hadn't died, I would have let her be your good friend. We're a family now. Meng Yuan smiled and got up, saying, your godmother has a good-looking son. In Chongshu Guan, he's not as good as you. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder with a look of reason. The two went into the mountains, because they had come once. Meng Yuan knew the way, and did not need Xiangling to point out the way, only to listen to her pulling some punishing students of the law. After walking crookedly for half an hour, he saw a bare high hill, which brought him to the boundary of Big Head Mountain. There is a depression in front of that bald high hill with standing water in it, the old turtle pit. Xiangling nimbly jumped down, ran to the old turtle pit next to a stone, drilled into the touch out of a broken flower-wrapped head with, and then a brain to climb up the big head of the mountain. 2 small paws hand on the cooler, exploring the head, turn around and back and forth to see. After looking for a while and probably not seeing anything, Xiangling slipped and came down again, Let's go find Mrs. Piggy, she's the best to talk to. Xiangling climbed onto Mang Yuan's shoulder and earnestly admonished. Sister-in-law Pig is very nice. You talk a little more harmoniously, and I'll praise your craftsmanship, so maybe she'll be willing to do business with you. At this point, let's not talk about business, right? Mang Yuan also did not answer, but Xiangling is a broken mouth and talk a lot of words, said in a low voice. Pig's sister-in-law saved a lot of self-clouds. Prospecting ahead, there was no path either, and Shannon pointed the way when she did, but the paths she pointed out weren't reliable, mostly convenient for her form to pass through, while Mang Yuan still had to make a detour, so crookedly walked 2 miles or so, came to a valley. Xiangling shook his head and looked back and forth. Before the mountains are humming. Today how no? Mang Yuan ignored it, only removing his longbow and leaning against a large tree, peering forward. Ha! It smells like blood. Shannon narrowed her eyes and pushed her black nose forward as hard as she could. Silence. Mang Yuan grabbed Xiangling and tucked her into the lapel of her coat before she poked her head out again, only to see 3 silhouettes walking slowly in the distance. The person in the center was a tall wolf demon, clearly the wolf 2 that he had seen in Peach Blossom Ridge. At that time, Mang Yuan was successful in hunting down Wolf Dai, and Run Debia was unsuccessful in his pursuit of Wolf 2. At the time of the delivery, Niesher had scolded Rin Debia for not daring to fight for his life. Mang Yuan did not realize at that time, but later slowly pondered over, guessing that Niesher must have beaten and disabled the great-tailed Venerable One early, and then rushed to chase himself and Rin Debia, which is why he saw his own fight for his life, as well as the rescue of the Xiangling matter, and Ren Debia did not dare to fight for his life, and his actions must have also been seen in the eyes. At that time, Niesher thought that the great-tailed Venerable One was already in the bag, and did not intervene in the fight between Rin Debia and Wolf 2, not knowing that later the great-tailed Venerable One's seed thoughts burned his body. But no matter what, Mang Yuan remembers clearly that it was after the Peach Blossom Ridge incident that Niesher was much closer to himself and became more and more distant from Rin Debia. It's just that now that Wolf 2 has appeared here again, I'm afraid that there are still Buddha demons behind him, and to the left and right of Wolf 2, there was a red fox and a white fox, about half a man tall, about the same as the old matchmaker. Each carried a sword on their backs, the spikes of their swords fluttering around, distinctly ethereal. At that moment, that Wolf 2 was holding a sword in one hand and a black piglet in the other, and he was gorging himself while talking to those 2 foxes, and that one red and one white 2 foxes are much more civilized. The dislike on their faces can't be hidden, but they still barely compensate for the smile. Mang Yuan watched carefully and set the battle. This Wolf 2 took the martial arts path son, but it was only the 9th grade. Mang Yuan did not put it in his heart, but those 2 foxes might be related to the old matchmaker, so we have to be careful. It is only that the old matchmaker took the path of the Taoist sect, and in her words she did not think much of the Sakyamuni, so how could she not know that these 2 foxes had hooked up with Wolf 2? But no matter what, 2 foxes need to be scrapped first. Mang Yuan held his breath and waited for a wolf and 2 foxes to walk to 100 paces away. Then he triggered his longbow to shoot, not caring whether he hit or not, and immediately drew his arrow and shot again. But the other party is extremely vigilant, only heard the sound of the string alarm. They hurriedly dodged to the back of the tree. Therefore, the first arrow hit the white fox's shoulder. The rest of the arrows fell short, taking from the top and getting from the middle. Only one white fox was wasted. Mang Yuan was already satisfied. Where is the Taoist friend setting up an ambush here? Wolf 2 asked with a loud roar as he hid behind a boulder. Ha ha ha, it's the dog thief from the Demon Suppression Division. Wolf 2 revealed half of his head and immediately burst out laughing after recognizing Mang Yuan. He's a 9th grade martial artist. Just a heavy bow. No need to worry. Side by side. End it quickly. Only a weak male voice came through, and then a delicate female voice droned. The wind breaks the ground. The water heaves the sky. Earth, fire, water, and wind, rise. As soon as Mang Yuan heard the familiar chant, he knew that the other party must be related to the old matchmaker. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Swinging the Devil. Chapter 71, Swinging the Devil. Sure enough, only to see a small whirlwind was born. But a few breaths, the whirlwind even turned bigger and bigger. And then the whirlwind is 1 minute and 2, 2 minutes and 4, 4 minutes and 8, 8 minutes and 16, and all the whirlwinds are in sight. Although that whirlwind was split in turn, its power was not slightly reduced, and it was much stronger than the old matchmaker's artistic avatar. It was mid-afternoon and the sun was slightly warm. For a moment, but see the dead leaves and debris were rolled up. 10 or so whirlwinds circled back and forth. Mang Yuan's heart became more and more calm. Although this whirlwind is strange, the power is really general, at most obscuring the field of vision for sneak attacks. Red Lady help me! Wolf 2 yelled. Go! Only several whirlwinds were seen heading towards Wolf 2, followed by a movement of Wolf 2's tail. Jumping into one of the whirlwinds in front of him, Meng Yuan immediately drew his bow and shot, but several whirlwinds blocked the way ahead, and even the heavy arrows were deflected. The red fox also took the opportunity to jump into a whirlwind, and then the whirlwind wandering around, rolling away from the stone-withered leaves. It has been indistinguishable from the red fox and the wolf too, in which a whirlwind, and a dozen whirlwinds surged and surged, already surging towards Meng Yuan in a hurry. Meng Yuan wasn't in a hurry and drew his arrows to shoot the whirlwind in turn. A few arrows were fired in a row, but Red Fox and Wolf 2 were seen jumping from one whirlwind into another, just to use the whirlwind to hide their shapes and dodge the heavy arrows. Seeing that the whirlwind had reached 30 paces away, he saw a ball of fire emerge, immediately igniting the dry leaves in the whirlwind. In a moment, a dozen fire dragons flew around, obscuring the field of vision, and all of them pressed over toward Meng Yuan. Little Geld, Godmother said to run if you can't beat them. Xiangling nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, revealing a small head and froze out. Hide it. As soon as Meng Yuan spoke out, he slung his longbow back onto his body while drawing his sword forward. Shannon froze and hurriedly shrunk her head back. Flying flocculent kung fu was fully activated, and Meng Yuan was like a light flocculent subjected to a swift wind, snapping forward to meet those 10 or so fire dance cyclones. 30 paces was just 3 breaths away. Meng Yuan saw the right moment, his true chi bulging all over his body, and he pressed his sword towards a whirlwind in front of him, with a sound of gold and gorgeous clashing. Even the fire dance cyclone was split apart by a knife. Wolf 2's left arm was cut off mostly along with his arm, paralyzed on the ground, clearly no longer able to fight. You broke the realm, Wolf 2 uttered in shock. Meng Yuan didn't pay any attention to it, and turned back to chop at a whirlwind behind him, but the red fox was extremely sensitive, and with a single step, jumped into another whirlwind. For a while, Meng Yuan chased, fire dance cyclone circumambulated, and the red fox fled. But even when the scene was chaotic, Meng Yuan was equipped with the flying floss kung fu, and was still much faster than the whirlwind circumambulation. One by one, the whirlwinds were dispersed, and soon there were only 5 left. Seeing that she couldn't maneuver any further, the red fox made another pinch, and the 5 whirlwinds merged into one and pressed all of them against Meng Yuan, while she turned around and fled. But although this whirlwind is fast, but the flying flotsam is the most good at running between the mountains. Meng Yuan immediately flashed away. See that the red fox has fled more than 10 feet away, then immediately take the bow to lead the arrow, and then shot. The arrow broke through the air and hit the red fox squarely on her left shoulder, and she instantly fell to the ground. Meng Yuan had the experience of fighting the old matchmaker, and didn't bother to go up to check, fearing that the other party would lead to any more compelling secret techniques, and only came to stomp on Wolf 2's head with his feet. Demonic arcane magic is fascinating to the eyes, but in the end, it can't withstand the power of a single blade. Meng Yuan put his bow back on his back and held his long knife against Wolf 2's neck. We meet again. Fellow Daoist fought 1 against 3 and broke the enemy in a few breaths, so it's obvious that the artist is bold. Right at this moment, a mellow voice came from not far away. Meng Yuan followed the sound and saw an old man standing more than 20 paces away. The man was 50 or 60 years old, with a messy black beard, scruffy clothes, and a pine hairpin on his head, but it was still a bit messy. The man had a long sword behind him, and his clothes were so worn and dirty that they could still be seen as Taoist robes. Meng Yuan quietly looked at the other party, but felt that this person's downtrodden and unkempt seemed to be not because of the days spent in the mountains, but that he was already like this, just so true to his nature. Unable to tell friend from foe for a moment, Meng Yuan held his sword to guard against it, but he saw the other party politely salute and smile. Just now I saw the firelight over here, so I knew there was a fight, so I came to take a look. I really don't mean any harm. Before Meng Yuan uttered a word, Xiangling poked her head out of her lapel, her 2 round eyes wide. Yeah, it's Godmother's lover. The old Taoist priest smiled and made a Taoist salute, and Xiangling hurriedly made a bow with her 2 small paws to return the salute. But is it Taoist Jingxiu, the first disciple under the seat of the Guan master of the Punching Void Observatory? Meng Yuan asked. Fellow Taoist recognizes my master? The old Taoist smiled happily, clearly recognizing the name Jingxiu. My name is Meng Yuan, a member of the Ying clan, and I have spent a long time in your Guan before, having benefited from the teachings of my honored teacher. Meng Yuan smiled. So it's Uncle Ying's people. Disrespectful. The old Taoist smiled and bowed again. Meng Yuan could only return the salute again. He had asked Zhao Jingsheng before and knew that this Grand Master of Chonshu Guan was in his 50s, a little old man, but Zhao Jingsheng only had good things to say, and would only make it a point to praise his big brother, not saying anything lousy. At this moment to see, Meng Yuan only feel that this Chongshu Guan big senior brother flat, and also secular very much, polite very much. Zhao Jingshang said his eldest brother with a long sword, take advantage of the night and go out to swing the devil. Really heroic. But Meng Yuan looked. People clearly when she very much, and not much luxury, in addition to scruffy point, is a good gentleman. Why don't you change your clothes? Xiangling stretched her neck outward vigorously and looked straight at Jingshu. Godmother said that no matter if you wear new or old clothes, you have to clean up before you can do so. She tugged at her small bundle and head wrap, signaling that she was clean. Didn't bring a change of clothes. Jingshu smiled, and he was polite to little Xiangling. Then why are you here? Shannon asked again. I come to swing the devil. Jingsu smiled peacefully, not half as imposing as swinging a demon. Xiangling was a bit confused. She nestled in Meng Yuan's lapel, tilted her head over, and made to raise it again to look at Meng Yuan. I've heard Taoist Zhao Jingshang say something about the matter of Taoist Jingsu. Meng Yuan asked with a smile. If you are a disciple of Master Ing, we are not outsiders. No need to be polite. Jingshu took 2 steps forward and smiled gently. Now that I am walking outside, I don't dare to use the name of Chongshu Guan. I am using my layman's name, Li Weijin. If you don't mind, just call me Brotherly. Brotherly. Meng Yuan and Xiangling spoke at the same time. If you guys talk, can you talk without stepping on my head? One of Wolf Two's arms was chopped off, but he still had something to say. Meng Yuan really stopped stepping, politely withdrawing his foot and sheathing his sword. You're not at home chanting sutras. Why did you come to the mountains to swing the devil? I can't even find a sutra reader when I go back to burn paper. Xiangling asked. Alas, I can't go on reciting. This is all devil everywhere. Even I have a devil in my heart, but I don't have the ability to break the devil in my heart, so I can only come to swing this devil in the mountain, Li Weijin said. When Xiangling heard this, she stared with big round eyes. One small paw scratched her chin, and twisted her head to look at Meng Yuan blankly. 1 chapter in 2. I still owe 8,000 words. I'll pay it back after work. End of chapter. Chapter 72 My heart is Buddha's heart. Chapter 72 My heart is Buddha's heart. The afternoon sun was bright, with rays of it scattering on the ground. The rubble and dead leaves left behind by the previous battle were still there, only in a state of disarray. Brother Li is also looking for the Buddha demon? Meng Yuan asked. Not bad. Li Weijin smiled modestly. I searched for a few elves and monsters in the Peach Blossom Ridge area in the south and inquired about them before realizing that it was a Buddhist demon that was causing trouble, and then went to the Jin Demon Division's guardhouse to inquire about it, and then searched for it again in the mountains. Meng Yuan remembered that before the second essence flame quenching, Master Nya had said that there was an old Taoist priest causing trouble, and that he had gone to help Zhang Guangyan turn it around. Nowadays, it seems to be about the same time as when Li Weijin went out. Moreover, Nya Shi is the person of the deceased brother of the Wangfei, and is considered to be a member of the Ying clan, so he does have this face. The mountains and forests are big. I wandered around the south for a few days with no results, so I came over here to take a look, and I happened to see you guys. Li Weijin smiled. We have fate. Are you looking for my godmother? Shannon asked suddenly. She listened to my sermons all year round, and is considered half of my disciple. Li Weijin smiled and looked at Xiangling, saying, since she has disappeared, I naturally had to go out and look for her. Godmother was eaten by a wolf. Shannon gesticulated. It's been a long time. Li Weijin was silent. Seeing this, Meng Yuan opened his mouth and asked, does Brother Li want to interrogate them? You're the one who captured it. You come. Li Weijin did not look like he was from the Taoist sect. Instead he was humble like a Confucian disciple. Meng Yuan didn't push back, and first went to ask the red fox and the white fox, and then finally came to ask Wolf too. It was only after this comparison that I realized that after the Great Tail Venerable, there came another white ape elder, whose Buddhist teachings were also profound. This white ape elder opened the door wide to teach the Buddhist school, and also ordered Wolf 2 and the others to recruit disciples, vowing to carry forward the Buddhist school. And that red and white fox and green fox old matchmaker is a family. This does not want to get involved in the white ape elders, but was the white ape elders to find the door, branded the scar of the ring, forced to degree. As for how much cultivation the white ape elder had, Wolf 2 and the others couldn't tell a thing or 2 or 3. However, there was no doubt that it was absolutely no worse than Venerable Great Tail, and there are also 4 Great Vajra under his seat, all of which are also extremely capable. I wish to sweep away the demons. Would you two like to accompany me? Li Weijin asked with a smile. Xiangling made an effort to crane her neck to look at Meng Yuan. Although Meng Yuan has the intention of sweeping away the Buddha and demons, but considering his own strength, he thinks it's better to go back and inform Nya Shi and Zhang Guangyan, so that they can do it. Go together. You have much protection for Miss Xiangling. I am also willing to protect Brother Meng's safety. Although Li Weizhenjin is unkempt, he is very sincere. You will look around more when you arrive. And you can also go back to Zhang Guanyan and others to tell them about the situation. Brother Li comes from the punching void view and is not an outsider. Since you opened your mouth, I naturally can't refuse. It's just that we agreed beforehand that I'm not capable enough. So if I'm in danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to do much to help. Meng Yuan's meaning was, I'll help if I can, but if I can't, I'll withdraw first. Good point. Li Weizhen smiled and answered. Dare I ask how many grades of martial artist Brother Li is? Meng Yuan was uneasy. If it's a 6th rank, I'll probably still have no problem against 1 or 2. Li Weizhen humbly said. Meng Yuan was quite relieved. When the two men agreed, they drove a wolf and 2 foxes to lead the way. The mountains were silent, with occasional birdsong. After traveling more than 10 miles ahead, Xiangling had something to say. Further ahead are all bad-talking demons. They are very fierce, and sometimes they come down the mountain to eat people. If they can't finish them, they hang them on the trees to dry and eat them. They stink. Continuing on for 10 or so miles, it was already evening, and Shannon were squinting for a nap. This is it. Wolf 2 was already injured, and by now he was running out of gas. Ahead is a dense bamboo forest. Gusts of mountain wind swept up the bamboo waves, hidden in which there is a fire. Li Weizhen stopped and looked at Xiangling. Xiangling still do not realize. Body nestled in the lapel of Meng Yuan, only exposed ahead, staring at the big round eyes to see. Little Miss Xiangling. Li Weizhen touched out an elixir pill and smiled. I brought sugar pills with me. Eating them will nourish your spirit and body. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiangling hurriedly took it, pasted it under her black nose and sniffed it, and peeked at Li Weizhen's hand. But in the end she entered the school. Her upbringing was not lacking, and she didn't dislike the old Taoist master for being sloppy, but blew on the pill and wiped it again before sending it to her mouth. It's gone before I can taste it, so I'll give it to another one. After entering the bamboo forest and continuing on for no more than 100 feet, there was a small mountain stream. Crossing the mountain stream water, he saw a bamboo house compound in front of him. Looking at the appearance should be used as a nunnery. At this moment, bright torches were lit in front of that courtyard, and there were 30 to 40 elves and monsters of all sizes gathered in front of the courtyard gate, and there were 3 dry corpses hanging on the door, and I don't know how long they had been drying. Xiangling's little head drooped down in front of her lapel, and she had already fallen asleep. A great battle is imminent. Blood aura is roiling the sky. She is innocent and pure. It's not appropriate to look at her too much. Please ask Brother Meng to understand. Li Weizhen explained. It is also what I wish. Meng Yuan stuffed the entire Xiangling into his lapel and pressed his sword to look ahead. He only felt that these spirits and demons were more hostile than the ones he encountered in Peach Blossom Ridge and were not afraid of people in the slightest. Elder. Wolf 2 stumbled forward and came to the door of the nunnery and knelt down, then simply lay down on the ground. There are evil people bullying me. White Fox and Red Fox also fell to their knees beside Wolf 2, calling out the elder's name. The elves and monsters gathered in front of the door were not panicked, but only twisted their heads to look at them, and pointed and talked, and in a few words, they divided Meng Yuan, but all of them thought that Li Weizhen was too old, and only a few old elves and monsters were willing to take it. Meng Yuan and Li Weizhen didn't make a sound either, just looking at the nunnery. Soon, a bull demon was seen coming out of the nunnery. That bull demon was tall, about 10 feet tall. He was dressed in black and black clothes, with a big red robe and 2 horns on his head like steel swords. Behind him slung wooden sticks the thickness of buckets, about equal height. Meng Yuan early with the Wolf 2 carefully asked. So at first sight know that this is the white ape elder seat of one of the 4 great Vajra Bull Vajra. Buddhist attainments are deep, but take the road of martial arts son, and just entered the 7th grade. Where are the elders? Wolf 2 asked. Niu Jin Gang stepped out of the nunnery courtyard door, hands folded, and ignored Wolf 2, only recited. And Master has said, my heart is Buddha, Buddha is heart. I observed the goddess of mercy. The demons immediately repeated Bull King Kong's words. That ox Vidra's eyes were slightly reddened, and he bowed again toward Meng Yuan and Li Weizhen. The monks have come a long way to work hard. Please stay a little while, and then pay attention to the scriptures after I've spoken them. Seeing the other parties preaching, Meng Yuan smiled and said, please. Niu Jin Gang sat down, said, Matty cloud, the mist between the mountains to cover the forest. The stream side of the stubborn stone lying in the past and present. The wind whisks the bamboo branches and the moon is in the pool and the shadows are sinking. Throw away the delusional realm to find the true meaning. The heart like glass everywhere spring. After reading this paragraph, Bull King Kong looked around at a group of monsters, and then said, the world is not enlightened, and only recognizes seeing, hearing, and perceiving as the mind, and is covered by seeing, hearing, and perceiving, and so does not see the essence of the essence. However, if you go straight down without a mind, the essence will appear. When this Ox King Kong recited a sentence, a group of elves and monsters hurriedly followed and recited a sentence. Even Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes followed. But the more Ox King Kong recited, the faster he recited, and the faster the demons recited. For a time, that Buddha singing sutra was all but devoid of any semblance of Buddhahood. Manhwa could see that the demons were clearly possessed, thinking that they could become Buddhas by reciting the true scriptures over and over again. So they recited it faster and faster, as if they could travel faster on the path to Buddhahood. But things in the world. Of course, there are shortcuts, but this goes on. I'm afraid that there is only the anxiety of quick success, as well as more and more cannot hide the evil and weird gas. Meng Yuan pressed the knife with one hand and pressed the sleeping Xiangling on his chest with the other. He glanced at Li Weijin, but saw that he was shaking his head slightly and didn't know what he was thinking. After 3/4 of an hour, the chanting finally stopped. Niu Jing'an's eyes were even redder and his body was bubbling with heat. Plowing without sorrow, the years pack spring and fall. I wear a yoke on my head and a plow on my body, and I hoof it in wind and rain. If I do not cry out for hardship, why should you? Ox King Kong still ignored Meng Yuan's 3, but instead scolded Wolf 2 and the red and white foxes. You are familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, but you have a chicken's gut and a rat's belly, and you have no heart to help others. He is thirsty. You cut blood for him to drink. He is hungry. You pluck meat for him to eat. He wants to kill you. You stretch your neck for him to cut. How can you complain about even a minor injury? You must remember that a Buddhist has great generosity and becomes a great man. These words not only confused Wolf 2, but Meng Yuan and Li Weijin also looked at each other helplessly. It is true that the Buddhist sect advocates tolerance, and even the cutting of flesh and feeding it to eagles, but these Buddhist demons who have taken a crooked path are afraid that they will not be able to do so. Meng Yuan clearly remembered that just now the demons were discussing how to cook themselves delicious. The 2 monks, but they have hurt people too much. Although the elder is not here, I, Earthshaker Vajra, have my own words. Bull Vajra remained seated, looked toward Meng Yuan and Li Weijin, and said, both of you listen to my true words and join my Buddhist sect. In the future, you will be blessed by observing the precepts, practicing meditation, and giving. When the blessings continue, you will be able to attain the great blessing of liberation from the cycle of birth and death. This is the method of practicing to become a Buddha. Why don't you come forward and kneel? Coming up and preaching. Meng Yuan immediately drew his sword. Cultivating for the purpose of attaining Buddhahood is all false Taoism. Cultivation for the purpose of seeking blessings is all chanting funeral sutras. Meng Yuan responded in a loud voice. Master's Buddha is not quite right. I can't learn it. You are so stubborn. The Buddha is going to kill you, throw you into a hot pot, cook you over a gentle fire. Just now this Bull Vajra also talk about what to be generous, to be patient, but just because of one sentence, the anger is unable to curb directly stand up, tearing the body of the velvet robe, dialing around the back of the giant wood, holding in the hands. The crowd of demons drummed up. When fire cooking, cook with fire. Your Excellency does not resemble the gradual cultivation sect or the epiphany sect. I'm afraid that you have really taken a crooked path. Li Weijin spoke out. What gradual cultivation? What epiphany? Ox King Kong danced back and forth holding the giant wood. What rain moistens the precious tree in the Brahma? What thunder travels the flatboat on the sea? It's all bull ********. My heart is Buddha. Moo dash a dull flood bell roar shook through the quiet mountain forest. Birds rustling. The group of demons vibration. Just see the Ox King Kong body is like a small mountain. The muscles around the body pancake. As if the copper cast iron pouring. Both arms around a bucket thick giant wood. Rumbling step came. Ox King Kong is extremely powerful. Sharp horns in front. And embracing the huge wood. It is really fast and fierce. 100 paces is not far. And a heavy bow is useless. Meng Yuan intended to temporarily retreat and watch Li Weijin perform. But he saw a golden figure appear in the bamboo forest behind him, which was actually a deer demon. This deer demon is also one of the 4 great Vajra, being on the Buddhist path. Seeing this, Meng Yuan wanted to pick a soft persimmon, but realizing that he was the soft persimmon, and that Niu Jin was clearly aiming at him, he hurriedly said, I'll circle with Niu Jin, then I'll deal with the deer demon. You must be careful. Li Weijin immediately answered and drew his sword towards the deer demon. That deer demon was holding a Zen staff in his hand, with the 6 divine powers added to his body, and his body flickered with Buddha's light. Meng Yuan didn't have the time to look at it either, and simply sidestepped. That cow King Kong really do not go after Li Weijin, only chased after Meng Yuan, but also howling endlessly what the fire cooking. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this Ox King Kong was a martial Dao 7th grade, but did not utilize the heavenly mechanism. However, due to his physical stature, Both his strength and speed were not to be underestimated, and thick skin and flesh, and embrace the huge wood, simply cannot be hard. Only maneuver, to wait for him to exhaustion, before there is a possibility of victory. Before coming, brotherly said to protect my. Meng Yuan carried his sword, not even squarely with Bull King Kong. Flying floss kung fu in full force, circled around and rushed toward the group of demons outside the nunnery courtyard door. The group of demons still shouted cooking with fire and came to block the fire. Meng Yuan didn't care and rushed directly in front of the group of demons, while his stance moved in his true chi correspondingly turned a right angle bend. And behind the Bull King Kong is the wind and rain, eyes red, the hands of the giant wood waving. See Meng Yuan change the direction, but he has been unable to break, not to avoid the fish in the pond. Several monsters hit the giant wood, was actually shot scattered bones and flesh, that wolf too on the ground. But the cattle King Kong has been crazy, did not pay attention to the wolf too, a random foot will be stepped on the death. Meng Yuan was more careful, using the terrain to circle back and forth, draining Bull King Kong's physical strength. Now twice quenched body, Dantian vast, full of true chi, far better than the same product, flying flocculent power under this show, an hour can be consumed. So Meng Yuan would like to play a war of attrition, only to wait for Li Weijian after the completion of the work, and then come back to 2 to fight 1. Sure enough, Ox King Kong didn't know how to spare his strength, and after a quarter of an hour, he slowed down. As Meng Yuan became more and more comfortable, he fled while chasing down the fleeing group of demons. Niu Jin Gang was mad with anger, but he could never catch up. Even if he catches up to more than 10 paces, the other party makes a sharp turn, and he falls behind again. Consumed another quarter of an hour. The bull gold just big mouth gasping unceasingly. He simply stops. A hand to fish to a goat demon monsters without eyes. Hard to smash in the giant wood. The goat demon head burst, and then was lifted up. The bull gold just tilted his head and opened his mouth to catch the blood and water plasma, so as to quench his thirst. But at this moment, an arrow came in a hurry. Bull King Kong flung the sheep demon's remnants to stop it, but another arrow immediately arrived and immediately stabbed into the huge right eye. Bull King Kong suffered pain and became even more insane. And when he saw that Meng Yuan was drawing his bow again, he hugged the huge wood and charged up regardless. Meng Yuan drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting Bull King Kong squarely in the left arm, then turned and fled. As you chased me and I fled. Bull King Kong soon became tired again, so Meng Yuan stopped shooting arrows, and Bull King Kong came back to chase him. After so many times, Bull King Kong finally stopped chasing. Stupid cow! Come help me quickly! The deer demon escaped from the bamboo forest, covered in blood and with no semblance of Buddha's light. Niu Jin Gang was opening his mouth to reply, when he felt a pain in his throat, which was clearly an arrow shot into his mouth. I can't, he's just running away, not fighting me. I've never seen such a bad guy, he's not a good person. The red light in Bull King Kong's eyes receded a lot. He pulled out the arrow in his mouth, sat on the ground, and even whimpered and cried, Elder save me, Elder save me. Why don't the elders teach me Tianji? Niu Jin Gang has not finished. His mouth received another arrow, his tongue was shot through, he was angry and pulled it out, bringing out a piece of flesh and blood, but then came a heavy arrow, shot in the left eye. So far, Niu Jin Gang both eyes are bad, howling miserably. Stupid cow, you gave up your stick to chase after him, you would have caught up long ago. The deer demon shouted in anger, quickly think of a way out. That old dog is not simple, will be the sky god down to the sky machine method. My Buddhist law is useless, let's go find the ape. Before he finished speaking, he saw Li Weijian follow him up, and behind him there was a subtle colored light that drove the sword chi, which pierced through the deer demon's chest. Deer demon mouth spitting blood, but still have to chant desperation verse. The end of the world cloud water road is vast, several times the vicissitudes of life to get. When Li Weijian's sword blade moved, the deer demon didn't even have time to finish his chant and directly died. Brother deer? Ox King Kong's eyes went blind and he wailed, Brother deer, Elder, Ching Guanzi. But as soon as this was said, a subtle light of fire lit up on Niu Jin Gang's body, followed by a rapid rise, which instantly enveloped Niu Jin Gang. Soon, Ox King Kong actually turned into residual ashes. Li Weijian took a look and saw that the area around the nunnery was in complete disarray. The group of demons had long since dispersed and there were still many remains left behind. He looked at Meng Yuan again. Meng Yuan already had a sense of exhaustion, one hand holding the knife resident, one hand pressing the shangling on his chest. After this battle, Meng Yuan felt that this Li Wei really is not very reliable. Against the 7th grade deer demon also wore for so long. Beforehand, swore, but in the end the strength of doubt. And Niesher seems to have a small gap. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to run and had a heavy bow in his hand, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with Bull King Kong. Li Weijin stepped into the nunnery and came out after wandering around, holding a wooden box in his hand, a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram and a copy of the Great Medicine. Do you want it? 2. Meng Yuan felt that Li Weijin was still reliable. The next chapter is very late. It'll be posted around 1 or 2. So don't wait. End of chapter. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Chance Diagram. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Chance Diagram. Meng Yuan took the wooden box and opened it. Then he saw a purple fruit with an animal skin pressed underneath. When he took the animal skin directly and looked at it, he saw 4 inked words on it, everything flows, and underneath it were small, densely written words of this sort. What with the upper 7 turning to the middle 9 and the upper 20 turning to the lower 7. Meng Yuan was a bumpkin, and Niashir always wanted to take things one step at a time and didn't teach himself. When he wanted to ask Li Weijin, he saw him sitting cross-legged in front of the remnants of the ashes of Ox King Kong, not saying a word. Meng Yuan had gained a great deal from this battle, obtaining the Heavenly Chance diagram and the Great Medicine. On the other hand, Niu Jin Gang was burned to death by karmic fire after revealing the name Qingguangzi. This Qingguangzi might have some connection with the master. Niu Jin Gang was a son of the martial arts school, but he was indeed a Buddhist. The word son as a title of honor is generally used by the Confucian and Taoist schools for people of virtue and conduct. As for Buddhist monks, most of them use Didi and Fa Shur as their honorific titles, and never use Z. Brother Li, where is Qingguangzi from? Meng Yuan asked as he sat beside Li Weijin. I don't know. Li Weijin shook his head. I honestly can't recall this one character. He raised his head to look at Meng Yuan and asked, I see that you seem to have practiced the flying flocculent technique. The amount of its true qi, and its ability to run fast and slow without any hindrance, is far superior to that of its peers, and even Bull King Kong was consumed to death. Who passed on your martial arts? Nya Yan Ian. Meng Yuan said. I know him. Li Weijin nodded slightly and said, he does have some real skills. Brother Li, how exactly does the Heavenly Chance diagram work? What is the explanation for the method of opening the Secretura Heavenly Chance? Meng Yuan asked directly. You first entered the 8th grade. Although it's too early, it won't hurt to know more. Li Weijin took a thin tree branch and drew it casually on the ground, while saying, how did you feel when you entered the 8th grade? The orifices tremble, as if there is a huge object hidden in them that wants to break out of the body. It even feels like there's another world within the body that can contain everything in the world. Meng Yuan said truthfully, just that although you realize that there is something different in it, there is no corresponding method of external manifestation? Li Weijin smiled kindly and then said, this is the secret stash. Once it is opened, there will be heaven and earth magical powers, so it can be said that the heaven and earth is as big as I want it to be. I wish to hear it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. The 9th, 8th and 7th grades are the foundation of a martial artist, which is the opening of the upper, middle and lower 3 days. Li Weijin instead said about the other, the most difficult, nothing more than the 8th product into the 7th product. It is because the upper 33 days are not in the flesh and blood, not in the internal organs, sinews and bones, but is located in the dantian. He nodded at Meng Yuan's chest. That's why after entering the 7th grade, the dantian is transformed, and one can transform true qi into jade liquid. Some people often say that the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are all low grades, not free from mortal flesh, but in fact, after entering the 7th grade, the world is already vast. Li Weijin took the thin branch and pointed at Meng Yuan's chest again, saying, I'm pointing at you, not your dantian. It's your chest that's slightly wet. Is it that Miss Xiang Ling wet the bed? Xiang Ling had been sleeping in his lapel, and Meng Yuan reached in and fished it out, saying, drool. The two men smiled at each other. Then let's move on. Li Weijin drew squares on the ground with a thin tree branch and said, the so-called method of opening a secret stash is not difficult. As long as you enter the 7th grade, you can come to use it. Even if you only open one orifice, you can come to use it. He knotted many more dots within the square and said, the method of the Heavenly Chance is actually to carry the jade liquid, so that it wanders and impacts according to a certain path in the place where the dantian is reflected and inscribed, which is complicated and strange. Then it can open up the secret treasure and become a martial arts aptitude. It is also known as the change of Heavenly Chance. Meng Yuan heard and understood. This Tianji map is a drawing. Dantian is the construction place. Jade liquid in accordance with the order of Tenji map impact orifices impact, wandering, will become a building. That is to say, the secret stash opens and the power of the heavenly planes manifests itself outwardly. In short, it is the jade liquid impact on the reflection of the various points of the orifices, and in a specific order, and even back and forth travel, in order to be successful. Most of the gong methods of the heavenly chart are complicated, some starting from a certain orifice in the upper heaven, some starting from a certain orifice in the lower heaven, and then impacting each orifice in turn, with tedious exchanges, as few as dozens of impacts, and as many as hundreds. Li Weijin nudged his brain. That's why. You need to be clear in your mind and practice more. And even if it's the same heavenly chance avatar, there are differences in its power. The Dantian is a field, and the rice that each person grows is also extremely different. When Meng Yuan heard this, he carefully counted the upper, middle and lower 3 days of 99 orifices. If the impact is less than a few dozens, more than hundreds, and also need to be in a very short period of time, or even rely on the continuous impact to maintain, then there are countless combinations. Educated. Meng Yuan arched his hand and asked, Brother Li, that martial arts seniors must have pioneered countless heavenly chance diagrams, right? I knew you were about to ask that. Wei Jinli smiled slightly. I wish to hear it. Meng Yuan sincerely asked for guidance. According to what you said, the predecessors should indeed have opened up countless heavenly chi diagrams. But why do you say that it is opening up secret collections and becoming heavenly chances? The heavenly chance lies in the unknown, and no one can know the heavenly chance. Li Weijin shook his head inside. The danger here is extremely great. Combining and functioning haphazardly is something that can go terribly wrong. If it is light, the body will be damaged. Or if it is heavy, the body will die. Or even, all the skills are dispersed by half. Seniors have tried many methods, many ways. Currently the most secure is from the 5 viscera and 6 bowels out, because it has 5 elements. It is able to show the power of the 5 elements, but it is not guaranteed. He nodded at Meng Yuan, who looked down at his chest. I mean you, not her. Li Weijin laughed. Secretora Tianji is magical to the extreme. Since you followed Master Nye to learn the art, you must know about blooming spring thunder and floating light cave heaven. Both of these are the best techniques of the demon suppressing division, but amongst the heavenly chance avatars, they can only be considered easy to learn, and can't be called superior. Meng Yuan listened carefully. When I first practiced martial arts, I felt that I was the only one in the world. But then the further I went, the further I climbed, the more my eyes gradually widened, the more I felt like a frog sitting in a well peering at the bright moon. At this time it was already dark. Li Weijin pointed to the sky and then said, even to the extent of having the feeling of a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Li Weijin really erudite, pulling up endless, and said, Taoism and Buddhism have their own arts and crafts. Martial arts people on the can't do? Just now I and the dear King Kong fight. His Buddhist stunts are very much, but cannot help me? You think why? Meng Yuan remembers that the deer demon seemed to say that Li Weijin had the method of heavenly gods descending to the earth. The secret hidden heavenly mechanism, as the heavenly god down to earth, all kinds of evil law does not invade, can maintain a quarter of an hour. He can only use the force to win me, but a quarter of an hour victory and defeat early divided. Li Weijin said here, remembered that his own quarter of an hour did not distinguish victory and defeat, then hurriedly changed his words, or look at the individual ability. What other bizarre heaven's chance aptitudes are there? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Much more, the ones that chase and run away, the ones that recover quickly, and even the ones that forcibly raise their own strength. Li Weijin sighed. Even the method of the same life in heaven and earth that drains itself and suffers endless backlash. There are even some Tianji Shinton does not show the power. The practitioner day by day according to the Tianji diagram traveling several times hundreds of times the jade liquid, accumulating decades of power. A release. Anyway, there are many. Each person can cultivate a variety of, depending on personal endurance. In short, the path of a martial artist, with or without as much as possible. A low grade can even kill a high grade. This is almost non-existent in other paths. So never belittle anyone, even if it's a lower grade than you. They might have a spell to kill strongly to the death. Li Weijin mentioned. After all, the path of a martial artist is that the sky is the limit. Meng Yuan was truly instructed. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Taking the Great Medicine. Chapter 74, Taking the Great Medicine. The night is late, and there is a bright moon shining brightly. Meng Yuan listened quietly, then took out the small wooden box and touched the animal skin. This heavenly chance diagram is named Everything Flowing Light. I wonder what it is interpreted as. Meng Yuan handed it over and asked sincerely. I have heard of it. Li Weijin but not pick up, smiled and said, Open Secretora will see the sky outside. Some of the method needs jade liquid cycle back and forth running, such as the Jin Demon division of the Blooming Spring Thunder stunt. Some only need to jade liquid back and forth once will be able to become, like the floating light cave is this. There are also need to run a few times a day, and even 100 times, usually do not show the power, just for a moment to show the outside. The most famous is the fish leaping to the blue sky. Speaking here, Li Weijin pointed to the animal skin and said, the flowing light of all things is the first one, which needs to be activated non-stop. The external appearance of the body is clad in streams of light. which is the method of escaping and pursuing. Once activated, it is like a stream of light traveling. Extremely fast hiding speed. Extremely strange. Rumor has it that it is a demon elder who has opened up a divine ability of heavenly opportunity. Meng Yuan heard and understood that the everything flowing light was the same as the flying flurry technique, but it was much stronger than the flying flurry technique. But how can I verify whether it's real or fake? If we try it hastily, if it's false, won't we hurt ourselves? Meng Yuan had already inquired and understood that it was extremely dangerous to randomly open up the heavenly chance method, and that it was equally dangerous to try out new heavenly chance methods, and one couldn't let the jade liquid flow slowly to try, because it was too slow to be of any use at all. One had to move the mind at will and rapidly impact the orifices to make it work. People say that the law is not lightly transmitted. Generally in the big clans and big sects there is the inheritance of the law of heavenly chances. Are many people who have participated in the practice? Since there is no need to worry about the danger. Li Weijun smiled, said, but all things flow light as you robbed. Since I do not know the true or false, need to heart random movement, jade liquid running, personally try before. Li Weijun saw Meng Yuan pondering without saying anything, so he smiled and said, you follow Master Nya to learn the art. He comes from the Department of Demon Suppression. You might as well walk through his door. Go to the Department of Demon Suppression to mix up some merits, but also in exchange for some of the methods of the heavenly planes, which have been used by many predecessors, are safe and secure and not too bad in terms of their power. Meng Yuan slowly nodded his head, but in his heart, he was thinking that he was carrying the essence fire, and he had quenched his body twice, so if he quenched his body a few times later, and his Dantianan body were even stronger, could he come to try out this new method of the heavenly chance by that time, or even open it up by himself? Of course, if one enters the Demon Suppression Division and rakes in some merit in it, not only can one mix up some pills, but one can also get the law of heavenly chance, which is indeed a good offer. Meng Yuan put away the beast skin and looked at the purple fruit. Now that he had the 100-herb pill in his hand, he was able to save 2 months of time for harboring the essence flame. Then with the addition of this fruit, that essence flame consummation could be expected. Li Weijun picked up the purple fruit and looked at it, saying, this thing has a bit of fire. It should be born in a sunny place, or a place near fire. It would be best if it can be practiced as a potion, but it's hard to find a ministerial medicine for a while. He pointed to his chest and said, the heart and intestines are the exterior and interior, and belong to fire. If you open these 2 orifices and swallow it, the effect will be the best. Of course, there is no need to deliberately wait, just go with the flow. As she spoke, Li Weijun handed it to Meng Yuan and laughed, if you take it back, someone might ask you for it, so I'm afraid it'll cause another twist. This was to let it be eaten now. Meng Yuan received the purple fruit and looked at Li Weijun. This purple fruit should be the fire bodhi. The people of the Buddhist sect are best at this, and the purple color means it's ripe. Among the lower grade great medicines, it is considered excellent. It's quite a bit better than the main medicine of that 100-herb pill you ate. Li Weijun didn't have a hint of greed and smiled. I'll come to protect Brother Meng. Why don't we go back and eat again? In case that what's her name ape elder searches for us. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. It was fine not to mention the protector, but as soon as he did, Meng Yuan remembered how Li Weijun had said how secure he was before he came. But after taking on dear King Kong, it had taken more than 2 moments. It wasn't that Meng Yuan didn't believe in Li Weijun's character, it was that he had doubts about his strength. There's no harm in it. With me as a protector, Brother Meng is bound to be safe and sound, Li Weijun said confidently. What heavenly chance mysteries does Brother Li cultivate? Meng Yuan asked curiously. It's not worth mentioning. What I'm practicing is just the dharma of encountering strength. Li Weijun laughed. Meng Yuan understands what it means to be strong when encountering strength, but he has never heard of being weak when encountering weakness. Since this was the case, Meng Yuan first swallowed a 100-herb pill, and then sat down for a few moments to nourish his true qi and spirit. After an hour had passed, Meng Yuan crossed his knees and closed his eyes, and only then did he swallow the fire bodhi in one mouthful, and then his body suddenly warmed up, his spirit doubled, and it was as if there was a wisp of fire swirling in his heart. However, after a moment of stored thought, Meng Yuan saw that the vast majority of the fire bodhi's energy and aura had been absorbed by the essence flame, and it seems to be because of the fire bodhi belongs to the cause of the fire, originally such as the size of a fist, but also have to contain half a year in order to complete the essence of the fire, but steeply rose up, step by step to grow, and finally even covered half of the body, only 1/3 short of completion. Meng Yuan estimated that if he swallowed all the 100-herb pills again, it would almost be complete again. Look closely at their own changes, because the nutrients of the fire bodhi mostly by the essence of the fire to take away, the body only slightly warm feeling. Warm body. After sitting in silence for a while longer, Meng Yuan heard the sound of a crackling fire in his ears, so he opened his eyes to see. I saw that the nunnery has been burning a huge fire. Li Weijian to the fire. Seems to be reading some scripture. The corpses of dear King Kong and the many goblins, as well as the 3 dried bodies hanging on the courtyard door, are all gone, and must have been thrown into the fire. Isn't it said to give me the protection of the law? Antlers cut or not? Meng Yuan muttered, raised his eyes to look at the bright moon in the sky, and realized that 2 hours had passed, and the shangling in the lapel was still sleeping, and from time to time, she even grunted twice. Digested it so quickly? Li Weijian finished reciting the sutra, and when he saw Meng Yuan waking up, he hurriedly came closer to look. The medicinal properties of that great medicine shouldn't have dispersed much, and since you're at the 8th rank now, it'll take at least half a day's time before it can be melted into all parts of your body. He took Meng Yuan's wrist and took his pulse, and saw that the pulse was soothing and slow, steady and heavy, exactly the pulse of a martial artist when he was meditating. Moreover, there was a sense of vigor, so it was evident that this person's true chi was abundant, twice as much as that of his peers. I'm afraid. And then a pinch of bones. Li Weijian more feel Meng Yuan sinews and bone strong, and extremely toughness, seems to be the appearance of more than 10 years. You have heat in your body. It is indeed an outward appearance after eating the Bodhi fruit, but it has not been digested fast enough. Li Weijian stroked his chin and concluded, older brother is indeed good material for the martial arts path. The stupid bird flies first, but it's just being more diligent. Meng Yuan was very humble. It was midnight, and the two of them talked again about the way back to their homes by the light of a roaring fire. Your master has a word, saying that if you are destined to meet you, he told you to return earlier. Meng Yuan said, I haven't walked enough. Li Weijian smiled coyly. Please ask brother Meng to send word. Just say that I intend to look for Elder Ape's whereabouts again, and if that doesn't work out, then head south and go to the Pinyin province for a walk to inquire about the origins of Qingguangzi. If that doesn't work out, then I'll head west and visit the Buddhist kingdom. When Meng Yuan heard this, he looked at Li Weijian and said, you're having such a hard time fighting with dear King Kong, and you're going to find Qingguangzi? I'm afraid it's not even easy to deal with the other ape elders when they come, right? After politely advising a couple of sentences, Meng Yuan did not say any more. I have written to take note of today's events. Li Weijian took out a letter and a piece of paper. You can give it to Zhang Baido of the guardhouse, or ask Master Nye Yanian to come forward. If they question you, just tell them the truth. I've written it all in the letter. They won't make things difficult for you and Miss Xiangling. I also know Zhang Baifu. Meng Yuan smiled and took the letter paper, thinking that embarrassment was bound not to happen, fearing that he would have to give Nyesher a long face again. In that case, let's go to the mountains and return in the next day. Although Li Weijian was unkempt, he was really thunderous. Immediately memorized his sword, smiled and arched his hand in farewell. At this time, the night will be bright. The firelight is still there. Li Weijian stride. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Perfection of Essence Flame. Chapter 75, Perfection of Essence Flame. There were 3 of them when they came, but only Meng Yuan and the little weasel in his arms were left when they went back. Along the way, lying not much time, we'll see the sky slowly revealing the sun. The mountains were cool and damp, steaming with mist, with birds of prey passing through them. Meng Yuan had a sword at his waist and a longbow on his back, with only a few retrieved and tattered arrows left in his arrow pouch. After walking for a while longer, he felt that the Xiangling in his lapel stomped his feet, and then he heard a yawn, and then Xiangling's head burrowed out of the opening of Meng Yuan's lapel. It's dawn. Xiangling's 2 eyes were round. Where is this? Her little nose twitched. Why do you smell like blood? Got in a fight? Xiangling numbly drilled out and stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder, probing and tilting his head to survey Meng Yuan's face, then barreling the arrow pouch before climbing down again. She carefully checked once and saw that there were no wounds on Meng Yuan's body. Then she climbed back onto her shoulders. Why didn't you wake me up for the fight? Don't look at me as small, but I'm capable. Xiangling gasped and scratched Meng Yuan's hair, saying, Godmother said that one person can't steal peaches as fast as 2. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Meng Yuan's footsteps didn't stop and he laughed. You're sleeping so soundly that you can't wake up at all. Xiangling heard this, staring at her eyes and scratching her head. My godmother said that sleeping is a mistake, so she really didn't lie to me. You pinch my ears, tickle me She scratched Meng Yuan's neck with her little paw and said seriously, Little geldings, call out for me in the next fight. Then she added, but you can't keep fighting. You have to make peace in business. That's natural. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Where's Brother Li? That Li Weijian had asked Meng Yuan to call him Brother Li. Xiangling also learned this name. Now she remembered Li Weijian, so she hurriedly climbed to the top of Meng Yuan's head, stood up straight, the two front paws on the pergola, looking around back and forth. Where's no shadow? Is he dead? Xiangling sighed. Next time you burn paper for your godmother, prepare two for him as well. She's actually thick and proper, so it's obvious she's a sophisticate. He's already left. Meng Yuan deliberately quickened his pace and bumped Xiangling while saying, those demons have all been driven away by us, so your home will be safe from now on. You guys are still weirdly powerful. Xiangling climbed back to Meng Yuan's shoulder, probed and looked at Meng Yuan with a crooked head, and asked curiously, little geldings, why are you so powerful? Meng Yuan laughed. Xiangling may be too much sleep, twittering non-stop. Mouth will not be empty. Not long afterward, she remembered about composing poetry and pestered Meng Yuan to teach her. Although Meng Yuan does not have the fault of a good teacher, but is a helpful. Since Xiangling wants to learn, it is not a bad idea to teach. And anyway, he has already done his homework in advance. There is nothing difficult in making a poem. It's all about the beginning and the end. And the beginning and the end are two pairs of couplets, the level and the oblique, the false and the false. If you have a great line, it doesn't matter if you can't even match the flat and oblique tones. The rules of style are nothing, as long as the words and phrases are true. Meng Yuan taught earnestly. Xiangling listened to this and fumed for a while, then said dully, little geldings, say something I can understand. You're still in school? What did you learn? Meng Yuan can only give her a detailed explanation. Xiangling listened carefully, nodding from time to time, just do not know whether to understand. I've brought rhyming books and word-cutting books for you. Haven't you got them all stashed away? Take a look at them more when you have time. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head in response and added, you compose 2 songs for me to listen to. Meng Yuan had prepared for this, and pulled some simple poems like I went to see the river, and came back to drink noodle soup. You're really good. Xiangling was a bumpkin, too late to enter the school. See Meng Yuan read the poems are catchy, then praised non-stop. Envy cannot be hidden. The two of them talked and walked. Mostly Xiangling was talking. She chattered, listened to all the crooked poems made by Meng Yuan in recent days, intoxicated, boasted that her throat was dry, and even drank the mountain spring water several times. When it was nearly noon, after walking 20 or so miles up the mountain in a crooked way, he came to the land of the pig's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Pig was scared away by Wolf too and had several children eaten. So poor. Xiangling was a warm-hearted person, so she stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder and called out for Pig's sister-in-law. Not a moment later, rumbling sounds came, and a black pig that seemed as big as a buffalo was seen running. When the black pig saw Shannon with the stranger, he turned and ran. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law Pig. Xiangling hurriedly jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and chased after her in a flash. Sure enough, the black pig ran about 200 paces before stopping and turning back to talk to Xiangling. Meng Yuan looked from afar, then saw the two seem to be in a piece of scolding Wolf too. To be scolded, Xiangling and forked over. Seemed to be teaching Pig's sister-in-law what things. Then Inuyasha directly arched Shannon's ass and ran off into the distance. Shannon stomped her foot in anger, then sulked back. You're persuading people to geld their own sons again? Meng Yuan asked. No. Xiangling stomped her foot in anger. I taught her to learn how to make poems, and sister-in-law Piggy said that she might as well have 2 more children if she had the time. Meng Yuan didn't know how to answer. The two of them made small talk and went piece by piece to the old turtle pit. Xiangling flipped out the rhyming book and word-cutting book sent by Meng Yuan, flipping through them in a serious manner, her mouth still not stopping. Let's go down the mountain together, without delaying the afternoon class, and we can also watch the old gentleman beat his poem. Meng Yuan smiled, intending to go back and ask Master Nie and Uncle Zhang to see if they could bring Xiangling back to live in the city. Of course, Meng Yuan felt that with Xiangling's nature, she probably wouldn't like the constraints and rules of the city. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain together, Xiangling pieced up her chest, then jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder and turned around. Stand here and don't move. I'll go get you a bun to eat. My treat. Stealing is just stealing, but also treating. Meng Yuan saw her running fast, so he followed for a while, and in less than half a mile he saw a manor. After a quarter of an hour, Xiangling came back, unwrapped the bag, and there was indeed a bag inside. Eat up, Shannon urged. Meng Yuan ate the bun, which made Xiangling grin happily. Give you some money to use. Meng Yuan touched out some broken silver and stuffed it into her baggage. Put it in the kitchen of a big household. It's enough for you to eat for a long time. Little Geld. You are so nice. Xiangling was happy, and while carefully beating the bag, she said, next time, I'll steal some snacks for you. Do you like sweet or savory? Anything. In the future, if you're hungry, go to Makwan and look for that friend of mine. Meng Yuan said. Xiangling nodded her head repeatedly and said, if you come back in a few days, I'll be able to compose poems. Meng Yuan laughed and pulled a few more words with her before she couldn't wait, saying something about classes starting. Only when Xiang Ling walked away with her bag did Meng Yuan head back. When he arrived at Ma Kuang, he and Sun Zhuanto politely said a few words, and Meng Yuan took out 10 taels of silver and said, Tainyo practiced hard in the Wang Fu, so please take care of some big head uncle. Meng Yuan had mentioned before that nowadays, Big Head Zhao had long since stopped needing to do heavy work, and was only responsible for driving the donkey cart and being the driver. After saying this, Meng Yuan sought out Big Head Zhao again. This is 10 taels of silver. Uncle Big Head, you take it and use it. Meng Yuan took out the silver and instructed, if auntie comes back, you prepare a few hard-boiled eggs for her. Big Head Zhao took the silver, opened his mouth, and said, Little Meng, you have a great future. You have to take it easy. Meng Yuan nodded. After a few moments of small talk, Meng Yuan mounted the little red horse and headed out of the herding village. This time to go out to dry fight. Harvest is extremely large. Tenji map 10,000 things flow light, needless to say. It then swallowed the 100 grass dan. The essence of the fire eyes looked to be complete. The third time to quench the body in the imminent. The horse hooves clattered back to Songhua Prefecture City. Meng Yuan went to buy a jade hairpin, a pair of strands of treasure hairpin, each packed. Returning the horse to the stables, Meng Yuan chatted with old Uncle Jiang for a few moments before heading home. Jiang Yao was also not there, so Meng Yuan fetched water to scrub his body and changed into clean clothes. After placing the double-stranded hairpin in Jiang Tang's room, Meng Yuan went to the schoolyard, and Master Nya was really not there. On the contrary, there was good news for Tainyo, who had already entered the grade and opened an orifice. Meng Yuan pulled Tainyo and chanted to the group of teenagers. As long as everyone has faith in their hearts and knows who they are practicing for, they will definitely be able to enter the grade. This is true for me, this is true for Hu Qian, and this is even more true for Zhao Tainyo. After pulling his words, Meng Yuan pulled on Tainyo. Go, I'll take you outside to eat. I'll go too. Hu Qian immediately said. Nya sure Jean? Tainyo was afraid of Nya Yanian. He doesn't dare not allow it. Meng Yuan pinched the wooden box in his sleeve, which contained a green jade hairpin, and glanced at Hu Qian. Seeing that she was looking forward to it, he said, anyone who is enlightened and enters the grade can go. The three of them wended out of the schoolyard, and Tainyo pondered over it again, and immediately said, Brother, in the future, let me lead everyone in shouting the trumpet, right? It's okay if I come. Hu Qian said happily. Loyalty isn't something you shout out. Meng Yuan immediately refused. The three of them pulled crap and made their way to the Drunken Moon building. Sister. Seeing Nye Qingqing and seeing that bulging mass, Meng Yuan immediately laughed out. Why are you here? Nye Qingqing smiled daintily and looked at Tainyo and Hu Qian again, especially staring at Hu Qian. I do recognize little girl Hu Qian. And this is? It's my brother Zhao Tainyo. Meng Yuan introduced with a smile. Nye Qingqing saluted, but it was Hu Qian who kept glancing between the two of them. Nye Qingqing and Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan told Hu Qian and Tainyo to go to the second floor, while he stayed behind to talk to Nye Qingqing. Come to find my father? Nye Qingqing asked with a smile. Looking for Master Nya is a bit of business. Meng Yuan was solemn, but still fished out a delicate wooden box from his sleeve. But seeing sister is also business. Nye Qingqing took it with a smile, slightly sideways looking at Meng Yuan, said, Hu Qian little girl I've seen long ago. Zhao Tinyo looked to be a Dunhuan generation, but it's when will you bring that one of your family to take a look? Some other day for sure. Meng Yuan said. Then I'll wait for you. Nye Qingqing smiled again, then said, Uncle Zhang took my father away, and I don't know what's going on, so you might as well wait. Meng Yuan naturally obeyed, came to the second floor, served the meal. Hu Qian again clamored for a drink. Nye Qingqing gave her face, sent a pot of Dream Lake Spring, but the three of them chatted for a long time, and when it was night, they didn't see Nya Yanian come back. Seeing this, Meng Yuan could only come and go back how he wanted. After sending Hu Qian and Tainyo back to the schoolyard, Meng Yuan went home again. Brother, Zhang Tang was happy to see Meng Yuan return in anything but, holding a delicate wooden box in his hand. He asked, Brother, did you leave your things on my desk? The little girl is getting more and more mindful. Meng Yuan smiled and said, It's just for you. Then you put it on me. Zhang Tang said happily. Meng Yuan came to her, and with a slight sniff, he knew that she had long since washed her head, washed her body, changed into clean clothes, and didn't have a single hair ornament on her head. The hairpin is divided into 2 strands and set in a bun. Meng Yuan talked to her for a while longer and then went back to his room, sitting peacefully for a few moments to meditate. Meng Yuan stored his thoughts on the essence flame, and seeing that it was growing stronger, he took out the 100 herb pill. Before the big battle with Bull King Kong, I took one in advance just in case something went wrong. Another one before taking fire body. And one at home before that. Leaving 17 left. Meng Yuan poured out a grain and swallowed it. Seeing the essence flame grow slightly. Then he poured out another grain to eat. One brain took 16 in a row. And only one is left. The essence flame also grew stronger and stronger. Not far from the realm of perfection. The remaining one was no longer eaten. And was kept for the time being. But even so, Meng Yuan had a feeling that in 3 or 5 days at most, the essence flame would be complete. The night passed, and only in the late afternoon of the second day did Meng Yuan open his eyes, having already opened another orifice. Meng Yuan got up and ate, in no hurry to find Niesher, and anyway, he had already asked Nie Qingqing to send a message on his behalf. If Niesher came back, he would definitely find his way to the door. After that, another 5 days passed, and Meng Yuan's middle 33 heavens opened 3 more places, but he never saw Niesher return. Moreover, Jiang Tang's daily supply of fish and meat was constant, and under Meng Yuan's gorging, the essence flame had already been perfected. End of chapter 76. Chapter 76, The Change of Essence Flame. Chapter 76, The Change of Essence Flame. It is late March. After the last body quenching, Meng Yuan had a hard time cultivating the essence flame and estimated that it would take half a year. But first he got the 100 herb pill due to the matter of Luo Mother, and then he got the fire bodhi, and even rushed to the perfect state in one go. Counting on his fingers, it had been less than a month since the last essence flame consummation. People say that no horse is fat without night grass. This is the same reason as making money. If you dare to take risks, plus a little bit of chance, you can immediately turn over. It was morning, and Meng Yuan had eaten breakfast with the intention of completing his body hardening as soon as possible. Going to the schoolyard to call for Tainyo, Meng Yuan made the instruction. Guard the door. Don't let outsiders disturb me. Tainyo is a loyal nature. He only thought that Meng Yuan was going to impact the middle 33 heavens, so he even patted his chest and made a guarantee. Meng Yuan returned to his room and sat in silence for a few more moments. When the mind is emptied and a little thought is stored, you will see the essence of the fire raging, and it has been perfected. As his mind moved, the essence flame exploded open and, for a while, that essence fire split into countless threads of fire, drilling into the limbs and bones, sinews and internal organs. This time the burning sensation is not as dominant as the previous two, but it is subtle and continuous. Just like Niu Jin Gang's phrase cooking with fire, the threads of fire were endless, entangled in the body, as if they wanted to churn the blood, flesh, sinews, and bones into fine pieces, finally grinding them into dust. The whole body is torn in general, from the dantian to the internal organs, as if being picked up and washed again and again. The lower 33 heavens, which had long been fully open, were even more stirred up, expanding many more times in a raw manner. Along the lower 33 heavens down to the place of reflection on the dantian, the line of fire again left a profound imprint, and then the line of fire continues to tumble. Hidden in the sinews and bones of the internal organs of the middle 33 days cannot be spared, as much as possible by the line of fire whipping burn. Those unclogged blockages have shaken, but have not been broken through. But that clogging place after the previous quenching, was already like a shaky and dangerous house, at this moment has become a paper. Finally, all the lines of fire are returned to the dantian, as if the fire burns in the wild. Seedlings are burned out, followed by barren weeds, and half of the field is opened up in the raw. At the same time, one of the orifices seem to be vibrating according to a certain rhythm. The upper, middle and lower 3 days are the foundation of a martial artist, and are the foundation for the opening of a secret collection. Previously, when he entered the 8th grade, Meng Yuan felt that there was a huge object hidden in his orifices that wanted to break out of his body, and this time, again have this feeling. But that huge thing seems to be a lot more huge, seems to be hibernating in the upper middle and lower 3 days. Once the coming day open, will be like a beast out of the scabbard. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that this feeling was extremely subtle, as if he was connected to the heavens and earth, and that he was the heavens and earth that could contain all things. I don't know how long it took, but the countless lines of fire slowly receded. The pain all over his body also slowly subsided. Only the feeling of headache did not go away, which was the result of too much depletion and depletion of true qi. Look closely at their own changes. The dantian is really empty. The true qi was swept away by the essence of the fire. However, the dantian was more solid and had grown another size, doubling the amount of true qi it could hold. True qi is the bottom. The more true qi you have, the longer you can fight and the more violent the battle will be. When Meng Yuan opened his eyes, the smell of blood hit his nose, and his clothes were dry but stuck to his body. It was evident that during this quenching of the body, the skin had bloodstains oozing out and was dried by the fire vapor. Water had long been prepared in the room. And Meng Yuan took off his clothes and wiped the blood off his body. The color of the skin is slightly brighter than normal by a few points, but there is no major change. But if you look closely, you will see the texture is subtle. If you pinch and pat, you will feel condensed and solid. Inside the sinews and bones are like copper cast iron, much tougher than the same level. Meng Yuan had previously fought against Bull King Kong, using heavy arrows to break the opponent's eyes, and had been shooting towards his mouth, which had drained the opponent's heart. But Meng Yuan had no choice, because if you were to shoot Bull King Kong's body limbs, at most the arrows would enter the flesh, which would not be considered as any injury at all. Meng Yuan thought to himself that the strength of his own muscles and bones was no less than that of Ox King Kong, who was a demon. If he could resist a blade of the same level, he could survive it. Of course, the internal organs and eyes remained the weak points. Clenching his fists, Meng Yuan felt more strength, so he wanted to whack something. Looked at the bronze mirror. Pain in the heart of the money, in the end did not go out. Remembering that Master Nya had once broken a stone lock with a single punch, Meng Yuan was tempted to follow suit and planned to go to the schoolyard in a while to take a look. And then I thought about the essence of the fire, and I realized that it had become a soybean again. I don't know how long it will take to contain it again this time. If there are no pills and spiritual herbs and fruits, I'm afraid it will take a year or two. Thinking in this way, Meng Yuan felt that the essence of the fire in the experience of 3 times from small to large, and then from large to small, seems to have some kind of change, as if with their own deeper connection. The fire fluttered with a thought. Meng Yuan opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of stored thought, he saw tiny flames sprouting from his fingertips. The fire looks like an ordinary firework. Not to see the mystery. I can be what I am today, certainly because I am diligent and studious, upright and down-to-earth, and loyal, but in the final analysis, what I rely on is still this essence fire. It was extremely difficult to contain the essence flame earlier, so I'm sure this time it's even more difficult. But now that essence fire can leave the body, is it possible to feed it directly? Thinking like this, Meng Yuan brought the dirty clothes he changed into, and the fire slowly extended out, and then retracted, as if the clothes couldn't burn. Tai Nyo? Meng Yuan clenched his fist to retrieve the fire and shouted outside. There are meat pies in the kitchen. Bring a few. Okay. Tai Nyo answered outside and quickly pushed open the door. He saw Meng Yuan sitting naked on the ground, so he put the meat patties on the table and said worriedly, Brother, why are you practicing martial arts so good at practicing naked? He thought extremely long term. What if you forget that day and arrive at the schoolyard naked? It's also true that I've always been humble. Wouldn't it be a shame to go to the schoolyard like this? Meng Yuan nodded. Isn't that a shame for you? Master Nye's face isn't glowing either. Tai Nyo was very serious. I see. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. You go out first and continue to help me protect my magic. Okay. Tai Nyo was a simple man. He stepped to the door and turned back. A brother, remember to wear clothes. After he finished, he hurriedly closed the door. This Tai Nyo, what does he take me for? Meng Yuan smiled, picked up the meat cakes on the table, and ate 3 of them in one gulp. There is no nutrient in it to be absorbed by the essence fire, so it can be seen that the essence fire can no longer be contained in this way. Looking at the remaining meatloaf on the plate, Meng Yuan probed his hand over. Only the tip of his finger was on fire, and that fire quickly climbed up the meatloaf, then covered it all up. Soon, the plate of meatloaf was reduced to as much ash as possible. The flames closed in and became solid again, only growing just a fraction of an inch. I was eating before, and the nutrients were intercepted by the essence flame. Now that I am more deeply connected to the essence flame, I no longer need to rely on eating to nourish myself. Essence fire is so capable, it will eat by itself, but the enhancement of essence fire by unusual meat is already small. Meng Yuan felt out a small porcelain bottle and poured out the last pill of 100 herb pill. The flames at his fingertips arose and instantly engulfed the 100 herb pill, while only leaving behind a fine trail of smoke. And while the essence fire did grow a bit, it was very limited. Certainly better than eating meatloaf. It seems that in the future, we can only use pills and spirit herbs to feed the essence flame. And what if it's a burning demon? Or maybe it's people? With this thought, Meng Yuan wiped the ash off his plate and shouted outside. Tai Nyo. What? Ti Nyo pushed the door open. Why aren't you dressed? Let's not mention the matter of putting on clothes. Meng Yuan still didn't put them on and only said, bring some more food to eat. Tai Nyo was obedient and immediately brought another basket of buns. 10 or so. You eat slowly. Ti Nyo put it down and went out again numbly. Meng Yuan ate 5 in a row, and then felt full. In the past, there was essence flame to share the moisturizing, but now that essence flame couldn't look at the meat buns anymore. Meng Yuan's meal size had dropped steeply. After he had eaten and drunk enough, Meng Yuan continued to sit in meditation to recover his true qi. It was late afternoon when I opened my eyes again. The loss of true qi in the dantian had already been nourished back and was back to being full again. Meng Yuan realized that there were many benefits after experiencing the third body tempering, and needless to say the essence of the change of fire, alone tendons and bones of the skin is tougher, will be able to dominate in the same class, and the dantian more and more broad and solid, the more adequate, and viscera, sinews, limbs and bones and the feeling of vitality, qi recovery is very fast. For a moment, Meng Yuan only felt that he couldn't use up all his strength. Put on clean clothes and take the change of dirty clothes to the kitchen and burn them. Meng Yuan ate some more food. Then he watched Tainyo practicing the wild wind blade technique in the courtyard. I'll do it. Meng Yuan drew his sword and immediately sneaked up on Tainyo. Iron Bull reversed to block, and the blow was split, and then tangled again. Meng Yuan didn't use his full strength, but he also forced Iron Ox to go left and right. Tainyo suffered for a quarter of an hour, and when the sword in his hand was knocked down, he saw Meng Yuan dancing his long sword again. Just see the blade into a shadow, the edge go high and low, a moment like a shooting star by the moon, a moment like a lightning shock attack, really is the fast this word make the most out of. Meng Yuan true qi wandering agitation, practiced 2 times, will feel in the 33 days have sensed, have trembled, as if to break out of the ground. Now Meng Yuan in the 33 days has opened 6 places, in addition to the head of the Mudball Palace, the rest are in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Seeing that God was full of energy, Meng Yuan sat down, intending to open another aperture. Before Meng Yuan open in the 33 heavenly orifices, the effort is extreme, and grinding and rubbing, often a night of foreplay, and then after half a day of flirting, and ultimately to make things happen. And now after the third body quenching, the orifices are also much wider, the viscera and sinews are stronger, without too much concern about the true qi injury to the viscera. Therefore, the true qi movement, after a little test, is some stirring. Not long after there is a sense of clarity, the true qi surging, impact on the orifices, the whole body tendons and bones viscera tremor, has opened another orifice, it is really a water to the canal. Opening his eyes, Meng Yuan only realized that today was different from the past. Previously, opening an orifice had been time-consuming and laborious, and his true qi had been depleted, and after the third quenching of the body, the true qi is consumed even less and is alive and well. Raising his eyes, he realized that it was only evening, only 1 hour had passed. I always feel that something is missing. I still miss the feeling of a long battle, a stalemate, and finally returning victorious. Meng Yuan lamented. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77, Demon Rebellion. Chapter 77, Demon Rebellion. Not long afterward, Zhang Tang also got off his duty from seeking plum. Where's your grandfather? Meng Yuan asked. Accountant Go is marrying his granddaughter and has invited Grandpa to drink the wedding wine. Zhang Tang said. Then let's go eat outside as well. Meng Yuan patted the little girl's head. It just so happens that Tainyo is also there. Meng Yuan planned to visit Drunken Moon House again. It had been 7 days since he had parted with Li Weijin, but Meng Yuan had never seen Niesher's shadow. 2 days ago also made a special trip to the guardhouse. Also did not see Zhang Guingyan figure. Even Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua is not. Meng Yuan cannot find acquaintances. Simply make the silver. I'd inquire only to know. Zhang Guingyan went out on business, but also took away 20 or 30 people. As for where he went, this is a secret of the guardhouse. Meng Yuan did not probe deeper. Going to Drunken Moon House? Zhang Tang asked. Yes, Tainyo will go too. Meng Yuan smiled. Good. Zhang Tang immediately answered. You guys wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes and come. Seeing her wind up entering the house, Meng Yuan then went out of the gate with Tainyo. But after waiting for 2/4 of an hour, Meng Yuan had given Tainyo half a day's lecture on the key points of the Gale Blade technique before Zhang Tang finally came out. I only saw that she had changed into new clothes and shoes, and her expression was still quite solemn. Since Meng Yuan brought Hu Qian and Tainyo to the Drunken Moon building before, this girl has mentioned the Drunken Moon building from time to time, so it can be seen that she has already hooked up with Hu Qian. After leaving the door, the 3 of them headed to Drunken Moon House together. On the road, I saw a sugar gourd seller, and Zhang Tang also bought a string for Tainyo. Why don't you buy it for yourself? Tainyo asked as he was holding a sugar gourd, but saw that neither Meng Yuan nor Zhang Tang had one. Zhang Tang gently stroked the treasure hairpin in her hair and laughed. I'm an adult. You're not as big as me, Iron Bull said. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Arriving at the Drunken Moon building, Nie Qingqing immediately saw Zhang Tang, and after a brief survey, she went forward with a smile. Zhang Tang seemed to have known Nie Qingqing for a long time and identified the person with a single glance. Without the need for Meng Yuan's introduction, the people pulled on the hand. Sister and sister shouted. 4 people went up the stairs. came to the corner to sit down. The two of them are still pulling non-stop. Meng Yuan cannot insert the words, also do not have the heart to insert the words, only pinch the candied fruit to eat. Sitting for a long time, the lanterns and candles are gradually lighted. When I looked downstairs at the river, I could see some crow-top boats passing by, and from time to time I could hear people talking in low voices. Meng Yuan's ears were sharp, and when he heard the footsteps downstairs, he immediately got up. When he came to the stairway, he saw Nishi walking parallel to Zhang Guanyin, followed by Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua, and two young men. After many days of not seeing each other, Meng Yuan felt that Nishi and the others had a sense of vicissitude, and there was blood on their bodies, so it was evident that they had something to say on the outside. Nie Yannian saw Meng Yuan and didn't say anything. He looked around and saw Nie Qingqing and Zhang Tang talking to each other. Cheerful. It's just that there's a Tainyo sitting next to him, stuffing his head and eating fruit. She used to be eyeballing 6 ways even when she was eating and chatting with people. It seems like your girl is capable. Now that Lao Zi is here, she doesn't even have time to come and take a look. Nie Yannian put his hands on Meng Yuan's shoulders and asked, "You're letting her be the big one and the little one?" "Master Nie, the little girl came here with me in distress," Meng Yuan whispered. Nie Yannian also did not put Meng Yuan's shoulder up, only stretching his finger to point Meng Yuan's nose. Okay. Zhang Guanyin was impatient. If he loses the little girl, you won't be able to see her again. Qingqing has killed 3 people. Even if the geldings are tough, they can't handle it. Nie Qingqing heard the commotion and hurried forward. "Father, Xiao Meng has been waiting for you. Why are you just coming back now?" Nie Yannian froze and poked a finger on Nie Qingqing's forehead. "How did you give birth to one like you? I didn't see you come up here to care about my old man first." Nie Qingqing seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago and only smiled as she saluted Zhang Guanyin and the others. "Alright, prepare the meal." Nie Yannian grunted twice. When the group of people arrived at the box, Nie Yannian sat down on his butt and didn't say a word. Zhang Guanyin was also a little tired, and even more so, he didn't say anything. Only Gong Zihua was a modest gentleman, and even with the vicissitudes of his face, he smiled and introduced his 2 colleagues to Meng Yuan. When the wine and food on the table, a group of people ate a hot meal. Nie Yannian see Meng Yuan pouring wine attentively, which said, "Meng Bachelor have something to find lousy." Encountered the Buddha demon again. Meng Yuan took out Li Weijian's letter. Nie Yannian took it, opened it and laughed coldly. So he's gone to do something big. He looks over to Zhang Guanyin and hands over the letter, pointing his finger at Meng Yuan, saying, "This kid is not to be outdone. Hooking up with people at home isn't enough. He's even raising a little weasel outside. TSK. When Gong Zihua and the others heard this, they came to survey Meng Yuan with strange smiles on their faces. Might as well have a Thai fox then. Young people are just not see sense. Zhang Guanyin received the letter, this face with a smile, but after reading it 2 or 3 times, his face became heavier and heavier. Seeing this, Gong Zihua and the others knew that the letter was bound to be important, so they waited for Zhang Guanyin to speak. "Tell me what sutras they recite, and what means ox Vajra and deer Vajra have." Zhang Guanyin looked solemnly at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan naturally wouldn't hide it, recounting one by one how the group of demons were eager to recite the scriptures. "How can you read the sutras like this? How can you read it too much and not get into trouble? Maybe we'll have to go down to the mountain to kill someone in the coming day." Zhang Guanyin pinched the letter and tapped his finger on the desktop. Old Nubizi said that Qing Guangzi might be the one behind it. But who is this Qing Guangzi? How come I've never heard of it? Must be a high person. To the top of the letter to ask. Let them inquire. Nie Yannian has no duties in the body, just help idle. Is therefore all light? Zhang Guanyin nodded, put away the letter and asked no more questions. When Meng Yuan saw that people were no longer talking more, he asked in a low voice, "Master Nie, where have you been these past few days? Can there be a place where I can be effective? I was going to take you there." Nie Yannian was not in a good mood, but it turned out that once I looked for you, I realized that you had gone to Makwang. I knew then that you were going to a private meeting with a weasel, and it really didn't make me wrong. He looked at Gong Zihua and asked, "Xiao Gong, you are also half a scholar. Is it true that all readers are good at this?" "Senior Nie, at least I'm not good at this." Gong Zihua never spoke ill of anyone. Nie Yannian smiled and didn't say anything. It's a demonic disorder that was born. We removed the demons. Zhang Guanyin took over the conversation and smiled. Those demons aren't like your little love child. They all have fangs to eat people. Meng Yuan was wanting to try to see if he could refine demons with essence fire. So he was naturally interested, and hurriedly poured wine for Zhang Guanyin, saying, "Uncle Zhang, Master Nie passed on my martial arts skills, and his kindness is profound, and since he's gone, there's no reason for me to be at home and sleep a lot. Nubizi said that you consumed the 7th grade ox King Kong. Tell us how. Zhang Guanyan should not. Instead he asked about other things. Hearing this, Gong Zihua and the others looked at Meng Yuan again, having lost the joking look they had when they heard the weasel just now. Meng Yuan then told the situation of fighting and escaping in detail, and did not hide it. When Meng Yuan finished speaking, Nie Yannian did not resume his appearance just now and only nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Guanyan was about to speak when Nie Yannian pressed his shoulder. This kid, I just casually taught him something, and you said he really gasped on, daring to fight someone else's 7th grade bull demon. Nie Yannian nodded his wine bowl and looked at Zhang Guanyan, saying, next time you help me teach him. By the way, old Zhang, when you were this big, how many demons have you killed over the ranks? End of chapter 78. Chapter 78, The Way of the World. Chapter 78. Nie Yannian is an honest man. He will never praise Meng Yuan, but instead pulls Zhang Guanyan, so that Zhang Guanyan can point out Meng Yuan's response mistakes. Zhang Guanyan buried his head in his food and didn't say anything. Nie Yannian poured wine for Zhang Lingfeng and Gong Zihua one by one again. Don't just eat the food. Give some pointers too. Zhang Lingfeng ate with his head down, not saying a word. It was Gong Zihua who was humble and said that he had been busy lately and had not yet thanked Meng Yuan for saving his life earlier. Nie Yannian also ignored Meng Yuan pulling his sleeve and asked the room of people. Indeed, not a bad job. Zhang Guanyan also really break up. Not that you can endure much. 8th grade martial artist originally also not much can endure. However, you encountered that what shakes the earth Vajra did not panic, did not flee, did not go close to fight, but circled to consume. Alone this calm is not bad, is a person who will do things? Nie Yannian glared at Meng Yuan, who hurriedly poured wine for Zhang Guanyan. But you really do have two problems. Zhang Guanyan smiled and took a sip. After we enter the 8th product, with the more the orifices open more and more, the dantian is more and more condensed, more and more wide, but the difference will not be too big. Into the 7th product is only a change. He pointed at Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng, as well as the other two young men, and then said, Flying Flocculation Gong is the Kung Fu of the Demon Suppression Division, and we are all familiar with it. To utilize Flying Floss Kung Fu, it's nothing for an ordinary 8th grade to maintain it for half an hour, but under full force, it's probably going to be folded in half. According to what you said, you circled around with the earth-shaking Vajra for more than 2/4 of an hour. You must have been fully energized, so you can see that your true chi is thick and more resistant than an ordinary 8th grade dantian, and you are afraid that your dantian's true chi has doubled. Zhang Guanyan didn't just say to Meng Yuan, but also to Zhang Lingfeng and others. Individuals have their own personal destiny, different situations and qualifications, the ability to vary greatly, and the amount of true chi in the dantian also varies greatly. I think this is where your confidence lies, but you are also overconfident. Also that earth-shaking Vajra chanting sutra reading stupid. Otherwise abandon the heavy wooden stick to chase you. Afraid that as you have Flying Flotsam Gong in hand, it is also difficult to maintain for too long. Quickly say thank you Uncle Zhang. Nie Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Meng Yuan could only obey. Zhang Guanyan barked his lips and added, secondly, it's still too big. The earth-shaking Vajra has only entered the 7th grade and has yet to practice the heavenly chart technique. You have to know that things like the Flying Flurry technique and the Gale Blade technique are all minor paths. Before the heavenly chance avatar, they are nothing more than dirt. His tone was a bit more solemn. Another thing is that after entering the 7th grade, you will be able to lock your chi. Even if that earth-shaking Vajra's eyes and ears are broken, he can still know where you are and what you want to do. After you broke his eyes, he cried and wailed to lure you closer. It's just that he didn't have the chance to strike again. Meng Yuan benefited greatly. After all is said and done, it's still our Maester Meng's good luck, isn't it? Nie Yannian laughs. When a man has the will to rush to the sky, he can't make it on his own without luck, so how can luck not be important? Besides, I'm saying geldings are cautious and careful. What's your hurry? It's not even your son-in-law. Zhang Guanyan did not have a good mood to pass, and look at Meng Yuan, asked, I remember you just entered the 8th grade, now in the 33 heavens, opened a few places? 7 places, one new one opened today. Meng Yuan poured wine for Zhang Guanyan and said, Uncle Zhang's bottle of 100 herb pill really helped me a lot. Now that I've finished it, when will you get me some more? Zhang Guanyan was drinking wine, but when he heard this, he frowned and looked at Meng Yuan. Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng also stopped eating, and even his two colleagues had strange gazes. I remember when you killed Mother Luo, you had just entered the 8th rank? Gong Zihua broke his fingers before realizing, not even a month. I'm not hiding it from Brother Gong. This time, along with Daoist Jingshu, I obtained a fire bodhi, and I've benefited a lot. Meng Yuan didn't hide it. It was in his belly anyway. It doesn't hurt to be upfront about it, and it will come across as honest. Of course, even with the assistance of the fire Bodhi, the advancement was still a bit too fast and unusual. However, Meng Yuan had long since revealed his martial arts qualifications, and his entry into the product had been extremely fast, so it wasn't too sudden at this moment. Besides, the martial arts qualification is not money. It is not enough to hide the time to cover up, show some ability, but also can be better for the 3 miss service. I say old Nya. Zhang Guingyan hooked Nya Yanyan's shoulder, said, you at least as the Jin Demon Division stayed famous, and also followed the Wang Fei elder brother. I still think that our Qingqing niece is a little bit inappropriate. You finally said something human today. Nya Yanyan nodded. How about this? Zhang Guingyan made a suggestion and smiled. I have a distant niece. Her character and appearance are not bad. Your family Qingqing can't see it. Then let my family child first trip the water. I don't mind being a small disgrace. When did I say Qingqing couldn't see it? Nya Yanyan immediately shook off Zhang Guingyan's arm as he immediately ordered Meng Yuan, saying, keep your crotch in check, don't go out and fool around, turn around and listen to my arrangements. Seeing this, Zhang Guingyan smiled, got up, touched his stomach, and said, let's go back first, take a rest before we talk. It's been a few days without a day or night. He nodded his chin, and Gong Zihua and the others followed suit. Nya Yanyan didn't go to see him off, and only pulled Meng Yuan to talk. What old Zhang just said wasn't bad, you have to keep it in mind. Nya Yanyan lost his expression of saying something joking. I know. Meng Yuan naturally responded, pouring him another glass of wine and asking in a low voice, Master Nya, where exactly did the demonic chaos occur? Nya Yanyan drank a cup, raised an eyebrow at Meng Yuan, and smiled. Do you still remember last year's catastrophe? Can't forget it for the rest of my life. How could Meng Yuan not remember? Last year, there was a great drought in the north followed by heavy snowfalls, and the displaced people fled in all directions. Some went north toward the capital, some went south toward our side, and some went west. He pointed to the west and said, the ones going west went out of order and killed a lot of people, but our side is not bad. The governor is also will do something, barely considered resettlement of the victims, but in the end, there are some mistakes. Do you still remember? Why do you have the opportunity to enter the royal palace to learn the art? Meng Yuan naturally remembers that after arriving at Manhwa last year, almost a month or so later, there was civil unrest in the towns north of Songdefu, and many large households were robbed, which made Wang Fei wary and intent on practicing some of her young cronies. But then Meng Yuan heard about it, and that civil unrest was not small, and many big families died, and the stragglers also died extremely much. As I recall, it was a civil unrest in the northern town. Meng Yuan said, it's the west. Songdefu can't collect so many people, and they don't go over to Tsanlong River. Can they wait for death? Also cannot return, just to the west on the food, the road and then a tandem. It makes a mess. Nya Yani inside, but in the end did not become a climate. Next to the garrison, immediately extinguished. But in the end, some people died. Several counties and towns were affected. He nodded to the table on the wine and food, outside the life and death. But our Songdefu still hot and boiling oil. Why? For one thing, it is built near the river. The river is smooth, and the upper reaches are the granary. Secondly, is the state master retreat out of the rainfall spell? The drought in the north a little relief. Most of the displaced people into the spring will return. Then what does this have to do with demonic chaos? Meng Yuan was still a bit puzzled. Silly boy. Nya Yanyan laughed and nodded at Meng Yuan. You don't have to spend a lot of time with the little weasel to think that all demons are good-tempered. That's because our Songha prefecture has a wharf. Lots of people coming and going. Soldiers upstream. And the 100 House of the Demon Suppressing Division. So the surrounding demons are knowledgeable and understanding and don't dare to mess around too much. He nodded at the table and continued. But the townships and small counties down there are a different story. There are some things where either you're overpowering him or he's overpowering you. The catastrophe has also affected our Songha province. And several counties and towns in the northern part of the territory have fled to the south. So the people are all of a sudden empty. Nowadays, the stragglers have returned home to resume farming. But those lands have long been occupied by demons. When they see people coming back, they retreat for a while, but there are fierce ones who kill a few people and see that no one dares to clean up after them. So they naturally go on the rampage. Don't think you're the only one who likes to find an elf to play with. Can't other demons find someone to play with when they're tired of eating people? This is still light. I even saw the Tiger King organizing a banquet over there. TSK. Nya Yanyan shook his head and frowned as soon as he said this. Meng Yuan took a sip of wine and didn't say anything. You're the maester who rules the history books. Tell me when the demonic rebellions were mostly frequent? Nya Yanyan asked. In times of natural disasters. In times of chaos, when it is difficult for ordinary people to live. Meng Yuan said. That's the truth. Why do they say that demons come out of chaos? Because there is no one to take care of it. A lack of people to take care of it. And the lords can't spare their hands to take care of it. Nye Yannian laughed in a low voice. We can't say it's a chaotic world nowadays. But it's just a catastrophe. And there are people in charge after all. After a few years, those wild demons and elves will be honest again. Can a demon eat it? Meng Yuan was intent on it. Not only could he nourish the essence fire, but he could also rid the people of evil. So why not? It's definitely okay. Nye Yannian seemed to have read Meng Yuan's mind and said, after entering cultivation, the demon's own aura is more sufficient, and its sinews and bones are more valuable than ordinary meat. Especially if it's of a slightly higher grade, it's even more valuable. So it is. Meng Yuan touched the corner of his mouth. Eating is edible. Demons eat humans and humans eat demons. Eating more and more is indeed beneficial to oneself and to martial arts cultivation. But proper Rusher Dao disciples don't eat it. Nye Yannian Salam Alat said, ordinary monsters eat no use. Is why you see a lot of monsters in the mountains, but few martial arts to catch. Is this reason? Meng Yuan nodded. But still can not eat to not eat. The sperm monster gives birth to the spiritual light. The horizontal bone refining. The mouth spits out human speech. Although there are still beast habits, but with the beast is already different. Is more and more like a human being. Nye Yannian points to Meng Yuan's chest. There is a momentary use, but eat more. The state of mind is easy to go wrong. You may be fine for the rest of your life, or you may slowly develop problems. Even if you want to move up, it's a bit harder. Depends on the person. He spewed wine breath and then said, just like medicinal baths help enlightenment, but you can't keep relying on medicinal baths, or else you'll be more and more different from those who are down to earth and enlightened. Anyway, it's not a big deal to take some occasionally, but don't be greedy. So demons can eat people? Meng Yuan laughed. That's why our human race is flourishing and the demon race is in decline. Only daring to lurk in the mountains and forests. Only daring to show their heads in times of chaos. Only able to admire our splendor. Nye Yannian laughed. Teacher Nye's golden words are instructed. Meng Yuan arched his hand. Nye Yannian smiled and patted Meng Yuan's head. May I go again? Is there anything you need me for? Sister Qingqing has been worried about you, and it's always a good idea for me to follow. Meng Yuan felt that he still needed to go and try. After all, there really wasn't any other way to raise essence fire nowadays. You're thinking of picking another young daughter-in-law? Nye Yannian asked with a smile. Then I'll trouble Master Nye to help me pick. I listen to Master Nye the most. Meng Yuan smiled. Nye Yannian looked at Meng Yuan and only felt that the more he looked at this kid, the better he looked. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79 Eating. Chapter 79. Wait for me to find you the day after tomorrow. Nye Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. When the two of them went out of the box, they saw Jiang Tang still talking to Nye Qingqing, and Tainyo sitting by the side with empty eyes, saying goodbye to Master Nye and his daughter. The three of them, Meng Yuan, headed back home. At this time has long been night, but the street is still very lively. The treasure car stallion in a row. Vendors picking and carrying to and fro. For a moment, Meng Yuan felt as if the demonic chaos he had heard just now in this place were two worlds. But when you think about it, it's not bad. It's two worlds. And while it is true that he is here because he is hardworking and motivated, he does have a few lucky breaks. Carrying the lantern sent by Nye Qingqing, Meng Yuan walked in and looked at Jiang Tang next to him, but saw that her face was a little red, her head slightly lowered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ugh yo! Without taking a few steps, Jiang Tang tripped and pulled Meng Yuan's hand with both hands in the process. I haven't grown much in age, but my heart is growing. However, the Qing national culture is rough, and men and women holding hands in the street is not a big deal. Moreover, it was nighttime, so Meng Yuan let her hold his hand. This ground doesn't look uneven. Tainyo bent down to measure whether the road was level or not. What did you guys talk about? Meng Yuan asked. It's not much. Sister Qingqing asked me about my time in the royal residence. Jiang Tang gently replied back, her body getting more and more next to Meng Yuan, her head still rubbing towards Meng Yuan's arm. Obviously she was quite a lady just now, but she's changed now. All the way back home, Jiang Tang saw that old Uncle Jiang had also returned, and was also carrying a slight odor of alcohol, so he hurriedly cooked another sobering soup. After drinking the soup, Meng Yuan returned to his room to meditate. Only after another orifice was opened did he sleep peacefully. The next day to the schoolyard to pack the bow and arrow, long knife, and carefully polished, attracted Hu Qian frequently to ask. She clearly had itchy hands and wanted to go out too. Sharpening the knife is not a mistake. When you are more capable, there will be a time to work for the princess. Meng Yuan was a master teacher as soon as he opened his mouth. Hu Qian grunted twice and really walked away. After a day of drudgery at the schoolyard, Meng Yuan went home and opened another orifice. And then it was already the day that Master Nya had said he would set. This morning after the meal, Nya Yanian looked for, pulled on Meng Yuan and left. Not tell Mason Mei? Meng Yuan was a steady man. It was arranged long ago. Nya Yanian smiled. The two of them pulled their crap, sidestepped their swords and carried their bows, and each led their horses out the door. Nor did he go to the guardhouse to find Zhang Guingyan, but directly went out of the North City gate and waited quietly just outside the gate. After half of the morning, only to see the town demon division guards show up, surprisingly out of 60 or 70 people, dozens of them on horseback. There are more than a dozen 2 donkey carts, covered with sacks. Should be food. This is not to mention, there are also government officials, strong man helpers 200 to 300 people, some driving donkey carts, some pushing a wheelbarrow. The government offices and the guards of the Jin Demon Division are not subordinate to each other, and one is a civilian sequence and the other is a military sequence. However, the matter of demon extermination is related to people's livelihood. The two families do cooperate from time to time, which cannot be avoided. And we still have to bring food? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The governor's heart is kind, said he couldn't bear to disturb the people, so he let bring his own food, the guards still given by him. Nya Yanian nodded his chin towards the group of Yamen surrounded by Confucians. The governor's Zhuayerguan. He's keeping an eye on us. Meng Yuan nodded, thinking that this governor was still acting quite well. The official army is not contributing? Meng Yuan asked again. Your brain is becoming more and more useless. Nya Yanian laughed. If the official army goes, the more demons are killed, the more food is eaten, and the fewer people there are. Meng Yuan nodded and asked no more questions. After dawdling outside the North City gate for another half a day, the group finally set off. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua mixed familiar, so the two parallel in front, chatting and talking. This destination was Qingtian County, more than 200 miles away, and there were already demons from time to time over there by the mountains and the water. Later, when there was a disaster, the people left, and the demons came down to the mountain to cause trouble, and even circled the land. When the catastrophe was over, the displaced people returned. There was a demon eating people, but at that time, the Qingtian County office was understaffed, and the county household was small, so it could not take care of the demon. Later, it was reported to the prefecture, but there were many counties and towns in the same situation, so the Department of Demon Suppression couldn't manage it, and there were also Buddhist demons and the Luo sect, so they simply couldn't spare their hands. Now it is considered to be free to manage, but the demons have already eaten meat and eat out of flavor. Qingtian County below several towns and villages have suffered from the demonic plague. After Meng Yuan inquired carefully, he had a rough idea of what to expect. Most of those demons that came to disturb the people were elves, and the ones who led the way were mostly old demons of the 9th or 8th rank. As for the 7th grade, it was a little less to be able to call a great demon. After traveling forward for more than 10 miles, the sound of hooves suddenly rang out from behind. Meng Yuan turned around to look, only to see a dozen people embracing a male son on horseback. That gentleman's BMW sword, vigorously urging his horse, overtook all of them. The governor's SWAT-2 officer and a few constables also followed immediately, quite anxious, and that male laughed freely in front of him. I'm going to kill the demon, to rid the people of evil. Who is this gentleman? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. It is the second son of the prefect, seems to be named Xieshan. I heard that it is also a, famous noble son. Gong Zihua smiled. Meng Yuan understood that noble dude means dude, not afraid of the second generation waste, but afraid of the second generation to do something. In comparison, Meng Yuan felt that Dugu Khan was really clear-eyed and talented in poetry, all the way along the official road, until nightfall only traveled about 50 miles. After resting for the night in the deserted post station, Zhang Guangyan made an assignment after dawn, leaving the provisions in the care of the Yamen while he led the men ahead. Another day of urging the horse, and only at nightfall did he enter the boundaries of Qingtian County, and that second son of the governor has long been unknown where he is. Rest another night. To the early morning hours, Zhang Guangyan Point Will Gong Zihua said, you take Small Meng forward to explore the road. Encountered things how to do. You know clearly. Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan were obedient enough to ride off at once. All the way forward, only less than a dozen miles, we saw the official road next to the field. There are farmers running away, followed by 2 dog demon. The 2 dog demons each wielded a sword, jauntily, and one of them held a bloody human arm in his hand. Meng Yuan immediately urged his horse forward and took his bow to draw an arrow. When they were 100 paces away, the 2 dog demons heard the commotion and wanted to escape, but it was too late. An arrow was shot directly from the eye, and the dog demon staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground. On the other side, Gong Zihua had also built up his strength and shot an arrow into the stomach of another dog demon. The two of them dismounted to check. Gong Zihua went to ask himself about the dog demon that had not died from his wounds, while Meng Yuan came to the dog demon that he had shot to death. With his back to Gong Zihua, Meng Yuan had fire on his fingertips, slowly falling on the square dead dog demon. The fire darted and then the whole thing covered the dog demon. Gong Zihua over there heard the commotion and saw that Meng Yuan had already set the demon's body on fire, and didn't say anything, but when he turned a little sideways, he saw that Meng Yuan's face was actually a little intoxicated. Gong Zihua did not know how to say, only feel that this person is like light mixing more than 10 years of the man, steeply married a small daughter-in-law like, but also like to come to eat the seat, rather than in order to kill the demon merit. Is there going to be another killing god? Look at him quite quiet. Nye Seniors also said that he read through the Confucian and Taoist classics. Favorite lamp reading history. Gong Zihua murmured. End of chapter. 80. Chapter 80, Old Bitch. So long. Chapter 80, Old Bitch. So long. The days will be summer. The morning sunrise is half hidden. The distant sky is slightly sunken. Seems to have late spring rain brewing. The dog demon's body slowly lit up with fire. First the fur, then the flesh and blood, and even the sinews and bones, until they all became ash. This dog demon was only an enlightened essence, not yet in the grade. The essence flame had only grown a little and was not very effective. But even so, Meng Yuan was certain that the path of feeding fire to demons would indeed work. The difference is that the higher the rank of the demon, the more effective it is to feed the essence fire. Previously, Niashir had said that although people can eat demons and monsters, but because the demons and monsters are somehow similar to people, so it is easy to eat too much of the state of mind problems. But now Meng Yuan burned the demon with essence fire, which is a great thing for the people to get rid of the harm, and did not taste it personally. There is no obstacle in the state of mind, but there is no need to worry about this problem. The essence flame retracted into his fingertips and disappeared. Meng Yuan got up and looked at Gong Zihua, who was interrogating the severely injured dog demon dozens of steps away. Walking forward, Gong Zihua looked at Meng Yuan and saw that the dog demon's corpse had turned to ash, so he asked curiously, "The two aperture points of your heart and intestines have been opened?" Exactly. Meng Yuan has long been prepared. Their own essence fire can only burn away meat, but cannot burn away other things, so the method of piling up firewood to burn the corpse cannot be used. By the time the body is burned, the firewood is still burning, and there is no reason to be suspicious. And this trip to burn corpses from time to time cannot avoid people's eyes, so it is better to directly change the word. Unusual martial artists open up the heavenly chance avatar as if they were blind men feeling an elephant, but borrowing the 5 elements from the orifices of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to open it up is a relatively stable one. The kidney sacs are the surface and the interior, both of which are water. The heart and intestines are both fire. When a martial artist uses these 2 orifices to catalyze the fire intent, the blade can contain the fire intent. Of course, this method was extremely taxing on true chi. If one was not a perfect 8th grade, or had entered the 7th grade, it simply could not last. However, if one is a gifted and talented person with an abundance of true chi, one can make it work. Meng Yuan had swallowed the fire bodhi, and Gong Zihua and the others knew that their dantian was much broader than an ordinary person's, so this reason could be used in any way possible. Sure enough, Gong Zihua nodded at his words and said, "Elder Nye has wise eyes." He always felt that Meng Yuan was gentle with a murderous spirit, and whispered, "We are killing to stop killing. Brother Meng must not lose his heart." Many thanks to Brother Gong for mentioning it. Meng Yuan smiled and arched his hand. The two of them didn't talk much nonsense, lifting the severely injured dog demon and asking about the origin. When I asked, I found out that the dog demon had another leader, named Bitch Ancestor. That old ancestor also walks the martial arts road, son, but only 8 products, has always been in the mountains to claim the king. Old ancestor wants to get married, and ordered us to find a few young men to make some good seats. The dog demon said. Wait. Meng Yuan kicked the dog's head and asked, "Bitch Ancestor, wanting a wife?" Old ancestor calls himself Bitch Ancestor, but he's not a real. That dog demon perked up, asked carefully again, only to learn that the old female dog ancestor is in the village at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Only waiting for noon will be a wedding. The custom is dusk. Why did you choose midday? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Old Bitch Ancestor said that sooner or later something is going to happen when you come out, so you can only do big things in the middle of the day. The dog demon said. Meng Yuan was speechless. You'll get used to it later. Gong Zihua nudged his temple. There aren't many normal ones here. They're all crooked. Seeing a few people probing in the distance, clearly the villagers who had been chased by the dog demon earlier, Meng Yuan waved at them. Those few villagers hesitated for a while, Only one old man and one young man rushed here, while the rest ran away. Seeing that the fear of demons is like the fear of soldiers, the old man kowtowed with tears and snot, saying, "I beg the two great officials to save my granddaughter. There's no rush. Speak slowly," Gong Zihua said gently. The old man was still kowtowing vigorously, with a lot of tears and snot flowing from his eyes, but he just couldn't speak clearly. Only when the teenager was replaced did he tell a general story. It turns out that just in front of the Yellowstone village, the group gathered more than a dozen demons. The villagers have run out. Bitch old man married wife married the young man's wife, but also that old man's granddaughter. The two of them were going to the county office to ask for help, but no one came to care. Seeing that the teenager was not far from what the dog demon had said, Gong Zihua discussed with Meng Yuan that the old female dog ancestor was only of the 8th grade and was not in much danger, so he could just go and capture it alive. The two of them had already decided to discuss the matter, and after hacking the seriously injured dog demon to death, they urged their horses to move forward. The old man and the young man were eager to save the others, and also staggered after them. After traveling 2 miles, I saw a village. At the entrance of the village, there was a human head hanging on a dead tree, swinging in the wind. At this time the sky is more and more cloudy. The last spring rain in Linxiao will arrive. The village has sworn a drumming sound, but no sense of celebration. There is no guard at the entrance of the village. Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan shed their horses and hid in the dark, slowly moving deeper into the village. This Yellowstone village is a small village, around a few earth houses. You will see a brick courtyard. There were several tables set up outside the courtyard with bloody meat on them. There were 4 dog demons sitting at each table, and there were also dog demons standing directly on the tables. A few people played swana and drums, but their eyes had lost their vigor, just like the Walking Dead. Soon, a tall dog demon came out of the courtyard, wearing a cloth flower on his head and a large red robe. This is bound to be the bitch old man, only to see the bitch elder ancestor grinning a bloody, joyous and extraordinary smile, and holding a dowager woman in his hands. The woman's head was covered with a cloth and she was shivering, but she didn't dare to say anything. Ha ha ha, the bitch old ancestor laughed heartily, fishing up a human arm and nibbling on it before saying, 60 years ago, I traveled down the mountain, and heard people say that the bitch in prosperity gets it, and the bitch in difficulty is exempted from it. I named myself bitch since then. Ha ha, everything went well for me. I first worshipped Sangshan Jun's door to learn the ability, and then set up my own family, countless descendants, and today I married a beautiful wife. Old, it's so long. Old, it's so long. Bitch old man comes to pay his respects, and sleeps every day for a long time. The crowd of dog demons shouted out, which was truly evil. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua glanced at each other. Kind of know the origin of the name asterisk 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 asterisk. In fact, the original sentence should be in the wealth not to get, in the difficult not to avoid. It is evident that this old ancestor either met a half-assed scribe, or she got her ears turned off. In short, the learning is still short of shangling. Ya, the bitch ancestor's nose twitched as she looked toward Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan's hiding place. Some dogs are coming. Do it. Gong Zihua no longer covered up and shot out an arrow, but the old man was alert and instantly dodged away. Seeing this, Meng Yuan didn't bother to shoot and went straight forward with his sword. There was a difference of more than 100 paces between the two parties. Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword, and his flying floss kung fu was fully mobilized, heading straight for the bitch ancestor. Just then, he suddenly heard the roar of horses' hooves outside the village. Soon, they will see there are 8 horsemen come. The leader is that the governor's second son Xieshen. Just see these 8 people are faced with vicissitudes. Xieshen also no longer noble gentleman posture. Think these days quite suffer from the pain of bumps. However, there was no blood on his clothes, so he should not have encountered any difficult demons. Kill! Xieshen wailed and shouted. Meng Yuan didn't care about the incoming person, and only headed towards that old man. That old ancestor from the crotch to draw a long knife, was about to meet the battle. Visible Meng Yuan stepped extremely fast. Where he passed, several small demons have been cut off the head, and there are reinforcements to come. He hastened to clip up the tail, give up that bride, even directly run away. Meng Yuan could not let the bitch ancestor walk away, and no longer cared about the little demon, chasing after the bitch ancestor straight away. After chasing after him for more than 100 paces, the bitch ancestor saw that he really couldn't run away, so he simply stopped, showed his canine teeth, and shouted, Come, 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 let grandpa bitch fight you, only to see the bitch elder ancestor pulling a blade flower, then dancing faster and faster, yelling under his breath, Look at my cloak of the 7 blades. Meng Yuan arrived close, jumped up violently, and did not talk about any skills, just borrowed the impetus. Downward force slash. Having quenched his body 3 times, Meng Yuan's muscles and bones were far stronger than those of his peers, and his strength was even more extraordinary. Only to hear a bang, the bitch old man's long sword immediately shattered. His left shoulder was cut in half, and his internal organs were exposed. That fancy cloak of 7 absolute swords was not worth mentioning in front of absolute power, as if it was paper mache. Who is Sanshan Jun? Meng Yuan had just asked, when the sound of strings moving came from behind himself. Meng Yuan's entire body muscles were tense, but he saw that the old ancestor's left eye had been pierced by a heavy arrow, clearly not alive. Turning back, he saw Insaichin holding a heavy bow in his hand, standing more than 20 paces away, smiling and very proud. I killed him. Meng Yuan had no intention of arguing with the dude and only silently memorized the shape of this person. Seeing this, Xiaoshen gave another smug smile before turning back to go after the rest of the dog demons. There are many of them, and let him be for a moment. Gong Zihua stepped forward and gently patted Meng Yuan's shoulder, shaking his head slightly. The two couldn't say anything, much less take a shot. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaoshen's retinue had finished off all the dog demons, and the ones that escaped were chased back. The mutilated corpse of the bitch elder was carried back, leaving a few lesser demons alive. Meng Yuan could see clearly that of these 7 escorts, 5 were of the 9th rank and 2 were of the 8th rank. As for Xiaoshen, he was also an 8th grade martial artist, and he did have a few abilities. The sky is getting more and more cloudy. The wind is carrying a bit of moisture. Rain is coming. At this time, the old man and teenager earlier encountered finally rushed to. The two staggered forward. See a field of mutilated corpses, but also see that the bride is fine. The 3 people immediately embraced together, whimpering and crying. The few villagers who were blowing gongs and drums still had blank stares, just kneeling on the ground without saying a word. Why are you crying? Xiaoshen struck out with a whip and lashed out at the old man's face, saying in a bad humor, go and burn the fire to cook. I haven't eaten anything hot for a few days. That old man did not dare to complain. Thud thud kowtowed, hurriedly pulled on his granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law, went to burn the iron pot in front of the door. You are Zhang Guanyan's men? With the matter settled, Xiaoshen vacated the room. Gong Zihua knew that the visitor was not good, but was still gentlemanly enough to cup his fists and said, under the 100 household small flag officer Gong Zihua. So it's a small flag. Xiaoshen smiled disdainfully. Why don't we see anyone else? We came to explore first. Gong Zihua said. Xiaoshen no longer asked more questions. Have the escort to move the bench. Was about to interrogate the few live. The sky really rained. There is no way out. The people moved to the room. Xiaoshen one by one to ask. Gong Zihua and Meng Yuan also listened to the side, but asked one by one. A few small demons only know that Sanshan Jun is a wear mountain armor, but do not know where to live. Not to mention what skills. Kill them all. Stew them and eat them. Xiaoshen waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that the rain is not small, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua cannot travel, so they wait here quietly for the rain to stop. Not a moment later, the smell of meat came from the old man and the teenager came in wetly holding a tile jar. Benefactor lords, the dog demon meat stew is ready. Xiaoshen immediately sat down to eat, chopsticks grubbing non-stop, found a dog egg before grumbling into the mouth. No noble gentleman tutelage. When people didn't invite them, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua didn't crave for food and each took out dry food to nibble on. To be full of food and drink. Xiaoshen beautifully stretched out. To be sleepy. Don't I remember a bride? Xiaoshen pointed outside. Bring it in and I'll take a look. A group of escorts laughed strangely and quickly led the dowry maiden in. The woman's appearance was average, but she was young. It's not so bad. It can relieve the fatigue. Xiaoshen heatedly laughed and scooped the young girl into his arms. That young girl had long been so bewildered that she even forgot to cry for mercy. Benefactor master, let my granddaughter go. The old man and the teenager rushed in, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing and begging one after another. Xiaoshen kicked over the 2 men and headed for the inner room with his arm around the woman. You let us come back to farm, and you let the high price of the loan of the seedlings, and now you come to rob my wife? I didn't even sell it when I fled the famine. The teenager was lying on the ground, tilting his head, eyes red, then lowering his head again, thumping as if he wanted to crack his forehead. It was me who helped you kill the demon. What's wrong with sleeping? Xiaoshen couldn't care less. How many people want to sleep but are not qualified? The teenager was stunned, then rose violently and charged forward. Xiaoshen smiled disdainfully and drew his knife to point it at the teenager's chest. Demon trouble is killing people, but human trouble is eating people. Seeing that the teenager was about to hit the blade, a blade suddenly fell and pressed against the back of Xiaoshen's blade, followed by a light movement of the blade, knocking the teenager back. Flowers bloom again, and people are never young again. Meng Yuan did not sheath his sword in his hand, but only held the sword and arched his hand, saying, the young couple has a strong bond. and just now they broke the mirror. So why jeopardize the good thing? Mr. Xia, we are here to fight the devil, to protect the people. Your honor this way, is not it bad for your father's good intentions? A host of squires pressed the hilts of their swords. Xiaxun looked Meng Yuan up and down, then hugged the woman even tighter and laughed. Then what if I don't listen to you? Meng Yuan took a step forward. Gong Zihua hurried to pull someone, but he heard Meng Yuan already out. Old, so long. End of chapter 81. Chapter 81, The World's Chains Trap the True Self. Chapter 81, The World's Chains Trap the True Self. The sky was overcast as if it had been depowered. The rain was sparse, like blood running down the drain after depopulation, but no one slapped on a handful of grassy ash to stop the bleeding. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Gong Zihua hurriedly stopped in front of Meng Yuan and saluted towards Xiaxun, saying, Mr. Xia, this time the credit is all yours. We don't want anything. After saying his words, he pulled Meng Yuan outward, but he couldn't pull anyone. How many people in the world are suffering more than them? Can you save them? Gong Zihua persuaded in a low voice. Brother Gong, do you remember that old monk? He told me that I am bound by the will of heaven, by cause and effect, and that I am trapped by all kinds of shackles. I don't think so. I don't accept the will of heaven. I don't accept karma. I don't want to be trapped by chains. I don't want to take the credit, and I can tolerate his bullying and insulting me as much as I want. But this time I retreated to avoid. Next time where to retreat? Where will I retreat to next time? Can I fight back when I've practiced? But I'm dead, and I've planted the devil in my heart. Meng Yuan never moved his feet. In the past, I was just like this family of three. I could only move around to survive. I had no sword, no money, no power, and relied on the kindness of others to get me here. Now have a knife. Can't still dry look right? Therefore, according to my opinion, when it is to avoid the will of heaven, avoid karma, all kinds of shackles trapped real me. Others have helped me. I will continue this karma. Things come. Someone has to come forward. He pushed Gong Zihua outward and said, please also quickly go and ask Zhang Baifu. I can hold out as long as I can. Gong Zihua heard this. He was silent for 2 breaths and whistled. A magpie quacked in the sky and then flew away. Don't think Gong is a crude martial artist. You saved my life. How can I go alone? Laozi also reads holy books. Gong Zihua directly drew his sword and said impatiently, Xiaxun. One word. Release or not. Xiaxun seemed to be used to arrogance, and had never seen this kind of scene of being refuted to his face. He froze, forced a laugh, and said, if I don't let go, what do you think? Xiaxun, do you really think we are afraid of you? But a playboy, relying on the power of his father and brother. Others give you a few points of face. Who do you think you are? Are your fists hard, or are your swords sharp? Gong Zihua was really mad. It is you people who are too many, causing the people to be unable to carry even one drought. Otherwise, why do we need to go out to suppress demons? Why do we need to go out to seek the Luo religion? A man-made disaster is better than a natural disaster. False demons come out from the mountains to eat people, but real demons hide in the big houses to eat people. He literally cursed all the flesh-eaters. Meng Yuan did not expect the usual gentle scholar General Gong Zihua. At this moment was so hard. There was no need to say anything more then. As Meng Yuan drew his sword and lined up side by side with Gong Zihua, Xiaxun had a sword in his hand, holding the woman in his arms, and the rest of the escorts had drawn their swords as well. The two sides confronted each other, and the old man and the teenager sat paralyzed on the ground, not even daring to make a sound. With the rain pattering outside and the cool breeze swirling around, the aroma of dog stew and the smell of blood came pouring in. The house was surprisingly quiet, as if it were empty. Xiaxun frowned, one hand wrapped around the woman, the other holding his sword. He finally stopped laughing because he did feel the wrathful aura, and even the killing aura, of the two people in front of him. When they grabbed the credit earlier, these two didn't say a word and silently recognized it. But just for the sake of this worthless woman, he drew a knife and became ruthless. Xiaxun was a little puzzled. Both of you are 8th grade. We have 3 8th grades and 5 9th grades. Xiaxun sneered. As soon as he heard the other party start to pose their strength, Meng Yuan knew that the other party had gone soft. These so-called noble daughters, those who are really bloodthirsty, have gone out to make a career long ago. The rest are either incompetent or fake bloodthirsty, only daring to be cruel to those who are weaker than them. But as soon as the knife is flashed, when it is flashed to give him chills and make him feel a real threat to his life, the bloodlust is immediately gone. Meng Yuan was a geld and knew how to geld this kind of person. As long as he showed his geld, the other party would immediately behave. You can try all you want. Meng Yuan raised his blade slightly, the remnants of the bitch ancestor's blood still on it, and looked around at all of them. I've just cleaved the bitch ancestor. I wonder which of my friends would like to come and try the blade again. The crowd of escorts sniffed and were each alert again. Some of them had seen Mang Yuan pull out his sword, while others hadn't. However, the two 8th ranked escorts were the ones who saw it, and the two of them were even more solemn, only shaking their heads slightly towards Xiaoshen. Xiaoshen was originally angry with these two people for obstructing him, and now that he saw his subordinates advising him, he couldn't help but be even more fired up again, and laughed strangely at Mang Yuan. If you want to save her, I'll kill her first. Before Mang Yuan could say anything, he saw Gong Zihua loudly say, "Surname Xie, we're not here to save her. We're just doing justice for their teenage couple and for this old man. We are swatting away demons, and are here to protect the realm and the people." He gritted his teeth, his eyes already glowing red. "Go ahead and kill, just to see if you can get out alive." Both Mang Yuan and Gong Zihua's swords were pointed at Xiaoshen as if they were geldings. Xiaoshen stood in the doorway of the inner room, obviously the innermost, and the fight was naturally unavoidable. "You see what's going on here? What's all the fuss about?" As soon as the fire broke out, a middle-aged escort suddenly dropped his sword, raised his hand, and laughed. "Just now, we were still killing the enemy side by side. What kind of sword are we raising at this moment? Put it down, put it down." He first waved his hand towards a group of escorts, and those escorts hesitated twice and actually put it down. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua naturally would not drop their knives, and the middle-aged man did not force the issue, only coming up to Xiaoshen. "We are all friends who have come here specifically to exterminate the demons. There is no reason to hurt our peace." The middle-aged escort held down Xiaoshen's knife and persuaded him. "Second son, look at how ugly this girl is. Can you really do it? If word of this gets out, people will laugh at you. When we go back to the city, there will be countless beautiful women waiting for you." With those words, the middle-aged escort yanked the woman outward from Xiaoshen's arms. I don't need to get angry with these two illiterate mudbloods." Xiaoshen really took advantage of the situation and let go of the woman. "Who are you talking about? Dog?" Gong Zihua's eyes were still red. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled Gong Zihua, saying how this scholar can't get down once he goes up. Xiaoshen froze, and the middle-aged escort hurriedly pushed him into the inner room. All right. The middle-aged squire picked up the young girl, and helped the teenager and the old man up, smiling. "We're here specifically to kill demons. How could we bully people? My family's male son is joking with you guys." He touched out a silver ingot and stuffed it into the old man's hand, saying, "Now that there are no more demons to cause trouble, you take the money to pay back the green ceiling loan and live a good life. Your granddaughter and son-in-law are all blessed. The blessings are still ahead of you." The old man took the money and pulled his granddaughter towards the middle-aged man to kowtow. The young man, however, had some insight, and he kowtowed to Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua. Meng Yuan helped him up and didn't say anything. "Both of you, the rain has stopped. Are you still not leaving?" the middle-aged squire asked with a smile. "Your honor goes first," Meng Yuan said. "Dare I ask Lang Jun's honorable name?" The middle-aged squire arched his hand. "I don't dare to call you honored. My lowly name is Meng Yuan." Meng Yuan arched his hand in response. The middle-aged escort arched his hand again, brought out Xiaoshen, and together with the rest of the escorts, all of them really drove their horses away, feet in the mud and blood. Xiaoshen looked back at Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua, sneered, and seemed to say something. "Eunuch." The teenager came back to kneel at that moment. Meng Yuan helped him up and gave him another ingot of silver, saying, "People's hearts are fickle. Take your family with you and leave this place to make a living somewhere else." The teenager froze, knelt and kowtowed again, and led the men away. Summer is approaching and the spring rains are soft. "Brother Gong, Master Nya told me to listen to you, but I brought you to offend someone, and I'm afraid I'll have something to say about it later, so it's my fault." Meng Yuan bowed and saluted. "Just treat me to a drink when you get back." Gong Zihua seemed to have broken free of his shackles and returned the greeting with an easy smile. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82 Feud. Chapter 82 Feud. A little break in the spring rain. The courtyard was a mess. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua examined some more. 7 dog demons were skinned and boned into the pot, and there were 9 other mutilated corpses. The old female dog was fortunate enough to stay because of her high longevity and not good enough to be cooked. No rush. Gong Zihua saw that Meng Yuan was going to burn the corpse again, so he hurriedly stopped it first. 8th grade dog demons are already considered somewhat precious. Canine teeth and bones are useful. You burn something else. The most valuable one is the old female dog ancestor. Meng Yuan couldn't do anything about it, so he gathered the remaining dog demon remnants outside the courtyard and probed his hand to summon fire. It didn't take long for the corpses of a bunch of dog demons to be reduced to ashes, and the essence flame finally grew a little stronger. Meng Yuan saw Gong Zihua peeling the skin and removing the bones is quite familiar, so he carried to remove the dog meat, together and burned. but even an 8th grade old was limited in its ability to help the essence flame. For one thing, the sinews have been taken away, and for another, they've all been dead for 2 hours. Managing to kill and bury is good, but only if you bury it in time. Manhwa made a summary, while calculating what to do afterward. Before long, a magpie chirp was heard in the sky, followed by the sound of horses' hooves. Only Zhang Lingfang was seen leading 5 riders, all clad in straw raincoats, going up and catching up. Zhang Lingfang asked slightly and didn't say anything, just waiting quietly. It was only halfway through the afternoon that Zhang Guingyan and Nye Yinyan's large force arrived. There was no one from the government office to accompany them, but the hundreds of people from the guardhouse also filled the village to the brim. Nye Yanyan is a fine person. He first pulled Zhang Lingfang and Gong Zihua asked. Would have liked to ask the few drumming villagers again, but people are almost a little cute. Naturally, he couldn't ask anything. Instead, it was Zhang Guingyan who came first to appease Meng Yuan, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Xiao Gong is a truthful person. He keeps saying good things about you, so it's obvious that you didn't do anything wrong. He pulled Meng Yuan to a corner and whispered, Coach Qingqing to be comfortable. Have a drink at night or something. You're a young man. You know better than me. By the time the raw rice becomes cooked rice, that old dog will have no room for regret. Understand? Say what? This side is in the middle of a face-to-face meeting. Nye Yanyan broke in, pushed Zhang Guingyan away, and tugged Meng Yuan to the side. The two of them came outside the village before Nye Yanyan said, Is it remembering your little daughter-in-law? There's that for a reason. Meng Yuan replied frankly. Fortunately, the few people on the other side are all softies, all incapable. What if the other party was a 7th dash, 6th dash, or 5th ranked high-ranking person? You still have to draw your sword? Nye Yanyan was not amused. At that time I had the ability to save, and the certainty was not small. If the other party is so high that I have no power to fight back, I am not a little cutie, naturally waiting for another day to come. Meng Yuan honestly said, You're a gelding smith. I don't see much skill in cutting eggs, but you're quite capable of pulling eggs. Nye Yanyan took his hand and pointed at Meng Yuan's forehead. I told you long ago, you're ruthless with your hands and not with your heart. He pointed to the village behind him and said, People eat medicine when they are sick, and the world eats people when they are sick. If you don't eat him, he will eat you. If you ask me, why don't you just get mad at that time and kill them all in one brain? One fire and all traces are gone. You and Gong are stupid. You're worried about hurting the innocent. It's hard to accomplish anything with your hands tied. Meng Yuan had obediently lowered his head, but when he saw that Nye Shi had more guts than he did, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Nye Yanyan. Don't look at me. Netting me trouble. Nye Yanyan didn't have the good sense to say, You went crazy with Xiao Gong, insulting and chasing people like dogs. A grudge has been made. He asked, Do you have any idea why things have come to this? Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and said, It's because my sword isn't sharp enough or fast enough. You kid always has some brains. Nye Yanyan, still not in a good mood, continued, But have to remember, your knife is faster, and your status position has to move up. That way others don't have to see your sword. They only see your clothes, your person, and they know they have to salute first and say nice things. Master Nye is saying that I should practice martial arts again and find a way to become an official? Meng Yuan said. And practicing martial arts and becoming an official, the thick and thin are all for you to eat. Nye Yanyan was not in a good mood. Meng Yuan pretended he didn't understand the profanity and only said, Going the way of Uncle Zhang? Old Zhang counts for nothing. He tried the 100 households to 100 households, or I gave him the doorway. Nye Yanyan smoothly knocked down his friend. Besides, someone from the Xie family is in the 1,000 households office, and he's on top of old Zhang. Meng Yuan understood and immediately said, Your Highness? Not bad. Nye Yanyan put his hand on Meng Yuan's shoulder and said, Wang Fei's ability is greater than you think. If it's just a small fight, we don't need your Highness. If you want to go a little further, a little smoother, then it's up to our Wang Fei to step in. He nodded Meng Yuan's nose and said in a bad mood, It's useless for you to sing poetry with that stupid son of the world. If you can sing poetry with the princess, then that's what I call real ability. Master Nye. Meng Yuan spread his hands helplessly. If I could do proper poetry, would I need to sing and harmonize with Shitzi? It's true. The king's 8 green beans can only look at the right eyes. Nye Yanyan finally laughed out loud. He patted Meng Yuan's shoulder and said, Go back and wait for the arrangement. The Wang Fei reckons that she still has to measure. To see you. He stopped swearing in time, so it was clear that he did have respect for the crown princess. What about the matter of solving Shun? Meng Yuan asked again. Dude. What the hell? Nye Yanyan had just scolded Meng Yuan for causing trouble, but now he cursed back. Wait until we get back to the capital city. For a few days thereafter, Meng Yuan still partnered with Gong Zihua. The two men led a team that swept through several villages and towns, capturing a number of small demons, but there had been no news of the Pangshanjin, the mountain armor. It is the interrogation of the little demon. Also said a variety of things, but that Sangshan Jun really no harmful things, and only in the mountains, always not down the mountain, can be seen as a cautious. There was no way to keep spending all this time, so Zhang Guanyan immediately ordered to go to another county. In total, it took 10 days to sweep through the two counties, capturing and killing more than 20 demons and monsters that had entered the character, and hundreds of the remaining elves and monsters. However, even if it was a demon of the entry level, the highest was only a demon of the 7th level, and it was still cultivated. It was Zhang Lingfeng who had the honor to meet it and was destroyed by Zhang Guanyan's team. Meng Yuan did not have the chance to see it and could not even burn it if he wanted to. So far there was nothing more to it. So Zhang Guanyan ordered to return to the city. 2 or 3 days on the road. 10 days sweeping. A line of people are not touching the ground. Really tired. Even the horses are not eating well, not sleeping well, are losing fat. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua are still the advance officers, the two riding alongside each other and followed by a dozen or so white servants. After traveling in this manner for most of the day, he came to a deserted post station, where he intended to spend the night. It was April. There were creepers on the walls of the stagecoach, and 3 corpses were hanging from the door, apparently having died only a short time before. Moving forward, he recognized a teenager, a young girl, and an old man, all of whom looked familiar. Gong Zihua was on his horse, not knowing what to curse in a low voice. It's the work of a demon, quickly bury it. Meng Yuan looked back and saw that the large force was still early, which gently patted Gong Zihua on the shoulder. Spring rain for several days. It is not appropriate to collect firewood to burn. A few white servants dug a shallow pit, the 3 corpses all thrown in, and then casually covered. It is considered to be fooled. Brother Gong, this matter should not be reported. Just treat it as an ordinary demon killing, Meng Yuan said. Gong Zihua turned back to look at Meng Yuan. He saw Meng Yuan riding on a small red horse. Slightly frosty face does not have any expression, only holding the knife in his arms. One hand to take the hem of the clothes to wipe the knife sheath. One hand but pressed the hilt of the knife, as if the knife will be transformed into a dragon in the sheath, wanting to break out of the box in general. He nodded, grabbed Meng Yuan's hand, pressed it heavily, and said, "Let your brother know when you arrive." Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, Xiangling learns poetry. Chapter 83, Xiangling learns poetry. It's April and the weather is getting warmer. Meng Yuan rode on his horse and already saw the northern city gate of Songgafu. When I first saw this place last year, it was still snowy, just for a full meal. Instead, he is now riding a horse with a sword, and has a few guards to protect him. Meng Yuan had gained a lot from this trip. His experience against the enemy had grown a lot, and he had really seen the world. Go out for half a month, although busy day to day running around, but still open is an orifice. Up to this point in the 33 days to open up 19, has been over half, and also found a way to contain the essence fire. This line, the guard force is divided into several places, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua all the way, but all the demons that Meng Yuan handled, it is difficult to escape the end of the burning, but in the end did not encounter any big demons, mostly 8 and 9 small demons, so the essence of the fire did not grow too much, only a quarter of the way. Meng Yuan then thought that he should hurry up and get to the 7th grade and find some 7th grade demons to kill before he could do so, or get a couple people to try it out. After entering the city, Zhang Guinian promised Meng Yuan another bottle of 100 herb dan, but Nya Yanian said it wasn't enough, and the two argued for a while before dispersing. Meng Yuan joined Nya Yanian, and the two of them rode on their horses and made small talk again. Not a moment later, Nya Yanian said, "I have to go to the martial arts firm to take a look. You go back and rest for 2 days. Alright, I'll go back to the royal residence first." Meng Yuan didn't have much interest in martial arts. After all, he had borrowed all his money and didn't need to go to martial arts to make money. "I say Bachelor Meng." Nya Yanian frowned and nudged Meng Yuan's nose. "Just got back from outside. Go see what's wrong with my daughter first? I want to take a shower before I go." Meng Yuan laughed. "Go directly." Nya Yanian didn't have a good mood and directly urged his horse to go. Meng Yuan was obedient and honest, and when he did, he went directly to Drunken Moon House. "Sister, the day gets hotter and hotter." Meng Yuan saw that Nye Qingqing's clothes were thinner and thinner, which seemed to hide a monster, so he shouted more and more affectionately. "Being out for a few days, you've suffered a lot, haven't you?" Nye Qingqing asked with concern. "That's nothing." Meng Yuan took out a feather fan. "I met a wild pheasant outside, so I borrowed some feathers to weave a feather fan. Don't mind if sister doesn't mind." Nye Qingqing took it and surveyed it. happily saying, "The day will be hot. This is just the thing." She greeted the people to prepare the meal and didn't avoid people, pulling Meng Yuan up to the second floor. Meng Yuan did not eat hot for some days, and did not mind eating poorly, not to mention not being afraid of the beauty on the side, so he hollered and started to eat. Nye Qingqing sat next to her, one hand supporting her chin and one hand lightly shaking her feather fan, and she didn't say anything, just looked at Meng Yuan. Once he had eaten and drunk enough, Meng Yuan planned to run away. "You don't eat as much as you used to," Nye Qingqing said. In the past, it was necessary to nourish the essence flame, which was why he ate a lot. Now that there was no essence fire to grab food, Meng Yuan's meal size had returned to normal. "Before, I practiced martial arts hard and ate more. Now I'm better." Meng Yuan smiled and got up. "Sister, I have to go back." Nye Qingqing smiled and got up, sending him downstairs before realizing something was wrong. "Where's my father? You still remember your father?" Meng Yuan smiled and said, "Master Nye went to the martial arts school." Nye Qingqing was relieved, and didn't say anything about her father, only said, "Bring the Jiang family sister some other day. I rejoice in her tightly." Meng Yuan naturally responded. When he returned to the royal residence and came to the back door, he saw a doorkeeper talking to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a donkey in his hand, the donkey carrying 2 sacks, should be books and so on. This person is slightly thin, his looks are not surprising, and his clothes are plain, so he is undoubtedly a Confucian. Meng Yuan casually listened to a few sentences. "Should be this person and the princess as old, want to transfer some things." The door son asked for the invitation, but the other side is poor. Even the invitation is written. The door son naturally not happy very much, not having the leisure to care either. Meng Yuan returned the little red horse to the stables and went straight to find Mei. This time, although it is said to be on official business with the people of the Jin Demon Division Guards, but Meng Yuan is a person of the royal family, naturally looking for Mei to deliver the errand. Jiang Tang was also there. She saw that Meng Yuan's clothes were a bit dirty and disheveled. Although there was concern in her eyes, she patiently kept quiet. "You go out first." Seeking Mei drove Jiang Tang away before she looked at Meng Yuan and said, "Uncle Nye insisted on letting you go out to see the world, and it was useless for me to persuade you, so at least you weren't hurt. Nye sure is also for my good. The precious sword sharpens itself. Although I'm not a precious sword, I can see more of the world and grow more capable. And I'll be more comfortable doing things for your highness in the future," Meng Yuan seriously said. Xuanmei carefully asked about what she had seen and heard during the trip, and she lamented, "More than 200 miles apart. It is a world apart. The world is suffering. When will it be cured?" Before Meng Yuan could answer, Xuanmei immediately said, "You've read a lot of books. Go back and write down all the things you've done on this trip. Turn around and give them to me. The crown princess might want to take a look." Meng Yuan did not expect things to be done and still have to write a summary. He wanted to shrug it off, and then he saw Xuanmei added, "Granted you 5 days leave. Take a good rest." She smiled and pointed outside, saying, "The little girl has no energy to do anything when you're not here these days, so take her away." Meng Yuan had no choice but to respond. Back home, Jiang Tang then carefully pinched Meng Yuan's arm. "See no damage. Is considered to be relieved. I'll boil water. You take a hot bath." Jiang Tang winded up and got busy. When the water boiled, Jiang Tang was about to help scrub the bath. "It's not an outsider." She perked up. Meng Yuan pushed her out, rubbed himself for half a day, changed into clean clothes, and came out to see that the meal was ready. "You remember." Meng Yuan pulled Jiang Tang's hand and said, "These days there's some chaos outside, so don't go out. Just follow Seeking Plum and do your work." That Xieshan killed someone afterward not counting, but also hung on the road that must be traveled back to the city as a demonstration. Meng Yuan expected that the other party would naturally not come to the royal residence to act recklessly, and as he himself was a member of the royal consort staff, if he wanted to retaliate, he would only dare to do so in secret. But no matter what, this matter was still pending, and Meng Yuan didn't want to. Jiang Tang nodded her head obediently, but she didn't ask any more questions and only gave Meng Yuan dishes. When the second day, Meng Yuan got up early in the morning, came to the schoolyard to teach a pass, and was planning to leave to take Shangling to chant poetry and burn paper, then saw Wang Xiucai looking for. Wang Xiucai pulled Meng Yuan as a tug. When he finished listening, Meng Yuan slowed down for a while before saying, "Mr. Wang, are you saying that Shitzi wants to establish a poetry club? With him as the president and me as the vice president?" "Exactly," Wang Xiucai said. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow. He knew that this Dugu Kong had a problem. The so-called poetry society matter was probably a farce, figuring, or wanting to inquire about going out to kill demons. "Mr. Wang, this time I went out, quite seeing people's livelihoods wither. Have already thrown my pen into the military heart. No longer do poetry and poetry. Meng Yuan was very solemn. Please also convey this to Shitzi. That Wang Xiukai was all confused as he sized up Meng Yuan and said, little teacher Meng really does have a big belly and a big heart. He arched his hand and said, then I'll go back to the world prince. He had asked me to ask how much monthly silver you want for your role as vice president. Don't go. Don't go. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled the person back. There's still money to take here? How much does Shitzi want to give? 20 taels a month. Shou Kai Wang stretched out 2 fingers. Meng Yuan, now broad, has long looked at this silver, then waved his hand and said, please Mr. Wang, pass the message. Said in the following, know the heart of the sun, but why the duty, when it is inconvenient to discuss poetry? Wang Xiucai knew that Meng Yuan thought that the money was too little, but he did not say anything and left after a few polite words. Alas, the son of the world has also been convinced by my literary skill. Meng Yuan boasted, took the little red horse and went out to buy dried fruits and preserves, as well as hard-boiled eggs, before leaving the city, all the way to Makwang. Big Head Zhao became more and more worried. You didn't take Tiu outside to play, did you? He's still a kid, Big Head Zhao asked. Meng Yuan smiled helplessly. Tainyo is doing well, and will be able to pick you up and take you to live in the city before long. Only then did Big Head Zhao let go and whispered, Auntie sent word that if you come, to go directly to the mountains to find her. She doesn't have time to come down. What does she do? Meng Yuan asked curiously. She said something about preaching and teaching and solving problems, but we don't know what that means either. Big Head Zhao spread his hands. Meng Yuan understood. Xiangling used to be a good teacher, which only entered the school today, finally became a teacher. Then there was no need to say anything more, and with his things in his pocket, Meng Yuan went all the way into the mountain. When I came to Big Head Mountain, I saw a big black pig lying next to the old turtle pit, with a dozen piglets running around and grunting at the side. Xiangling stood on a green stone, with a small bundle on her back, a head wrap on her head, and a bamboo whip in her hand. Behave yourselves. If you don't behave, I'll beat your little hooves. The piglets didn't listen at all, and Xiangling crossed her arms and sighed. I've been teaching for so many years, but you guys are the most stubborn. She has the tone of a teacher, so it can be seen that she has actually been to school. Xiangling. Meng Yuan showed up, and that big black pig rushed off with a start, and a bunch of little piglets immediately followed. Seeing that the students ran out in a brain, Xiangling was not angry, and threw away her bamboo whip and hurriedly ran toward Meng Yuan. Little geldings. She happily climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and asked, are you coming to listen to my lecture too? You're all teaching nowadays? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Don't look down on people. Xiangling stared at her round eyes and said seriously, I've learned a lot of abilities, and I can even write poems. Then compose a song for me to see. Meng Yuan smiled. You wait, gotta let me think. Xiangling jumped off Meng Yuan's shoulder, climbed up that high hill with a brain, slid down again, reached the rubble of the old turtle pit, burrowed into one of her nooks, and then jumped out again. While others compose poems that seek silence, she has to run for a while before she can do so. Meng Yuan was in no hurry, so he sat down in front of the old turtle pit and waited. There, Xiangling spun around and happily stepped forward. Little geldings, I was so happy when you came to me that I had a poem. Please try to speak, Meng Yuan said. Xiangling tightened her small bundle, squared her wrapped head, and took a very solemn step and chanted. Big head of the mountain, big head of the mountain. I'm at the top of the mountain laughing ha ha ha. After laughing I go back home and laugh ha 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 again at home. Xiangling finished her painful chant and came to see Meng Yuan's reaction. Wonderful. The flat and oblique rhymes are meaningful. Meng Yuan was not stingy with his praise. He. Little geldings, your speech is still strange good to listen to. Xiangling was happy, and urged, say 2 more sentences. People wanted to hear compliments, so Meng Yuan said, this poem is catchy, simple and innocent, fitting the scene and the mood. Say 2 more words. Shannon grew more and more pleased. Poetry words and phrases are the last thing. The first intention is important. If the intention is true, even the words and phrases do not need to be modified. Since it is good, this is called not to harm the intention by the words. Meng Yuan thought for a while this time, before he complimented. This verse of yours is good, little geld. You're so nice. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulders and pounded his back. After 2 whacks, Xiangling probed forward to see Meng Yuan's face and said, little geldings, are you in trouble? If you're unhappy, tell me. I'm good at coaxing people. She spoke, pounding her back harder. How did you see it? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Godmother's good-looking son is also like this. I knew it as soon as I saw it. Xiangling flopped onto Meng Yuan's shoulder and whispered, do you want to go fight? I don't want to burn paper for you again. That's not true. Meng Yuan smiled and said, I came here today because I wanted to take you to burn paper for your godmother. There's no hurry. Xiangling had an idea for the day, and while she pounded her back with her two hind legs, she said seriously, I'll burn a book of poems to my godmother when I've published it, and when my godmother reads it then, she'll have to praise me for my accomplishments. End of chapter 84. Chapter 84, Sharpening the Knife. Chapter 84, Sharpening the Sword. The mountain breeze is slightly cool. Xiangling stood on Manhwa's shoulder, peeled off the egg shell, nibbled on the egg white twice, took out the yolk, and stuffed it into Manhwa's mouth. Eat an egg yolk and sleep well. The two of them went down the mountain together. She cackled and ate non-stop, and her mouth was never idle, discussing the way of poetry with Manhwa, and it was really like that. The two half-wits pulled a long time, finally came to the foot of the mountain. Xiangling is about to say goodbye, said to go to class. When you come next time, let's start a poetry club. Let's call it the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club, and you'll be the vice president. Xiangling swore with great ambition. Poetry clubs are for elegant people to play with, but when combined with the words Old Turtle Pit, it looks awkward. Manhwa cannot help but sigh with emotion. Dugu-kan wants to let himself be the vice president. Xiangling also wants to let himself be the vice president. It can be seen that the person who is burdened with talent, no matter where they go, they are all shining, and cannot be covered up at all. Respectfully, Manhwa smiled and acknowledged it, thinking of turning around and asking the crown princess if she wanted to start a poetry club. He. You talk so well. Xiangling was one that couldn't stand coaxing, and was instantly happy. Then I'll go to class. She happily jumped down from Manhwa's shoulder, ran a few steps forward, seemed to remember something, and hurriedly turned back, the two hind legs supporting the body to stand up, the two upper limbs open, the small head forward, eyes round, said, Godmother said it's good to be alive, and it's okay to die, but I still think it's best to be alive. Don't die outside. Little geldings, if you want to fight, remember to come to me first. I'm very powerful. Good. Manhwa smiled and answered. Remember to come find me. Shannon repeated again, and without making a bow, she happily waved her hand and went off to class in a huff. Manhwa saw that she was nowhere to be seen, and only then did he return to the pastoral farm. Taking the little red horse, he leisurely returned home. Manhwa closed the door, intending to open the orifices again, when Jiang Tang actually looked for him. Sister Mei is looking for you, Jiang Tang said. Didn't you say you were on vacation for 5 days? Did you come to press for the demon notes? Manhwa got up and asked. Did you say what it was about? A gentleman came yesterday, probably related to that gentleman, Jiang Tang said. For a moment, Manhwa was reminded of the donkey-carrying Confucian scholar he had seen yesterday. In this world, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are parallel. Manhwa has seen Taoist priests and monks, but has not dealt with serious Confucian students. Of course, that Shinka Wangshutsai is also a Confucian scholar, but Manhwa did not discuss his learning with him, only from time to time to hook up. Since this was the case, Manhwa didn't nag and immediately went to find Mei. The search for the plum was not in her office either, but in the quiet garden. This is Manhwa's first time into the quiet garden. Jiang Tang in front of the lead. One came to a pond, then see a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a man, dressed in plain clothes, with his hair tied with a red rope, putting plums into the wine jar, making plum wine. Although Xiangling is a bumpkin, no matter what she does, she is neatly and decently cleaned up, while this winefei is very casual, as if she just got out of the bath. Manhwa came to the steps of the gazebo and first saluted the princess, who paid no attention. Called you for business. Mei Xuanmei stepped out of the gazebo and smiled for the sake of it. It turns out that it's really related to the Confucian scholar I met yesterday. The name of that Confucian scholar was Chen Shuku, and his wife was the enlightened teacher of the Wangfei when she was young. Chen Shujiao's wife has long been sick and died. He examined his wife's belongings, found that his wife also received some of the princess's old lyrics. Because he had been serving outside, he was not allowed to send it. Chen Shajuan went to Hedong County this time, just passing through this place, so he returned the relics to the princess. Mr. Chen is a clean official. The officialdom is not allowed. These years shall not be promoted. Has been hovering around as a governor. Xuanmei was much more solemn. The crown princess felt his kindness and righteousness, and seeing that he had no one to follow him around, she wanted to send someone to escort him to his post. Manhwa understood that the crown princess was assigning herself a job, and this task is not difficult. Hedong County is just south of the Tsanlong River. Across the river, traveling a little more than 200 miles is. Your Highness has ordered me to do so, so I naturally wouldn't dare to excuse myself. Manhwa immediately responded. He is not familiar with the place. After you arrive in Hedong County, stay for some days, Or you can help him organize his affairs and learn some things. Seeking Mei smiled and said. This was the intention of the mention, but Meng Yuan still said, Sister Mei, when the time comes and I'm out of town, will I act cheaply? Or just listen to Mr. Chen? Meng Yuan is not afraid to do things, but also willing to do things, but do not want to tie their hands. I have to make it clear that I want to kill someone because of Chen Shujuan, and get into trouble. You should be 3 ladies to give me wipe my ass to cover the bottom? After all, this was the first time working for the crown princess. If it were a different Niesher, Meng Yuan wouldn't even bring himself to ask. Seeking Mei heard this and looked back at the princess. Wang Fei picked up a green plum, looked at Meng Yuan, and said, You can write and fight, so if you listen to him or not, you can decide for yourself. Meng Yuan understands. The third lady this is promised to cover the bottom to wipe the ass. But pull that sentence what can one can martial arts, clearly in the loss of people, obviously born a heavenly beauty, and a dignified and generous, but loved to bully honest people. Meng Yuan was an honest man and only arched his hand in response. Go back and have a good night's rest, and leave tomorrow. Seeking Mei smiled and took out a note. Mr. Chen is frugal and doesn't accept Shengyi. You go and collect 200 taels of silver, as a right to spend on the road. Meng Yuan took the note and left the quiet garden, feeling that the opportunity for revenge had come. That Xieshen is the second son of the governor's family, although arrogant and domineering, but will never dare to kill to the king's house. And Meng Yuan couldn't possibly kill the government office. At least, not now. Therefore, as long as in the city of Songgafu, in fact, both sides are not very good hands. But now Meng Yuan is going out on business, so there's a chance to make a move. That Xieshen killed and demonstrated, making it clear that the matter is not over, and will never let it go. And Meng Yuan does not want to let it go either. Meng Yuan believed that Xieshen would inevitably come to his door if he knew he was out. Arriving at Go's account, Meng Yuan handed over the note, still thinking about how to protect Qin Shoujia and how to deliver the message to Xieshen. Why are you here? Let me look for you. Just after receiving the silver, Nie Yannian searched for it with gusto, snatching the silver ticket in one hand. Meng Yuan also does not care. The big deal is to borrow back with Nie Qingqing is. Soft rice are used to eating. Nie Yannian saw that Meng Yuan was not anxious about the silver, so he felt that the silver ticket grabbed no taste, and asked, What fortune? Your Highness has an errand to run. Meng Yuan spoke truthfully. After hearing this, Nie Yannian threw back the silver ticket and rubbed his chin. I was thinking of sending you work in a few days, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. He dragged Meng Yuan towards the Wangfu outside, while saying, Hadong County in the south of the Big River, not affected by the last year's stragglers, when the silver can be salvaged. I'm not familiar with that side. I only know that it's a center county, not too big or small, and it's not a thoroughfare. There aren't many high-profile people in that area, and an 8th grade martial artist can set up a stick. The 7th grade is also very few, or even none. If you are cautious and careful, it's not a big deal. After the experience of going out and swatting the demon, Nie Yannian is very confident in Meng Yuan, knowing that this son is strong and powerful, can be a force of 10, and know how to drag the knife to maneuver, is not a brute generation. 2 or 3 of the same class are not rivals. Nie Yannian felt more and more that this son was extremely gifted in the martial arts path, and that his future was unlimited. In the future, if he gets some more opportunities, the 6th grade, the 5th grade is not impossible to reach, and even the 4th grade can be touched. He took Meng Yuan's shoulder, and seeing that the teenager was obedient, he became more satisfied and said, Qingqing takes a chicken feather duster without leaving his body. Did you give it to him? Meng Yuan smiled and nodded, still enlightened. Nie Yannian laughed. Master Nie, how is the matter of Xieshen going? Meng Yuan asked. I'm looking for you to say this matter. All have been dealt with. Nie Yannian solemnized a bit. That dog thing is not a person, but his elder brother is a refined and modest. Once the words are said, even if the past. Meng Yuan didn't know what kind of disposition Xieshen's elder brother had, but knew that Xieshen would never let go of his killing heart. People are much more polite when they know we're the princess people. No one was hurt anyway, and it's not uncommon for young people to have a few arguments. Nie Yannian pulled Meng Yuan out of the royal residence, his chin nodding in the distance. I only saw a man holding a horse beside the stone lion, and it was the middle-aged squire who had persuaded him to make peace that day. Nie Yannian pulled Meng Yuan back and said in a low voice, I know you're not convinced, but there's no need to rush, waiting for the future rank up. We will fight back what's a mere governor? When the time comes, in front of everyone, give him 2 slaps. Doesn't he have several concubines? You sleep in front of him. Meng Yuan was just thinking about how to notify Xieshen when this person came. But, Meng Yuan looked at Nie Yannian and asked, Nie division, people personally come to the door, We are so big face? It's not that you have a big face, or that I have a big face. His elder brother, Untying Ping, is a dignified gentleman and personally came out to mediate. Nya Yanian was not amused. I see, but can it be reconciled? People are dead. There was no need to say anything more then, as Meng Yuan immediately smiled and stepped forward. Yeah, brother Meng. The middle-aged man smiled and went forward to arch his hand. I don't dare to call you brother. Meng Yuan arched his hand in return and smiled. I still don't know your brother's high name. My lowly name is Xia Yongliang, a vassal of the Xia family, just a nobody. He smiled and said, earlier, I didn't know that my brother was a member of the royal family and almost made a joke. It's also because I was a bit reckless. Meng Yuan smiled. As the saying goes, don't you know each other without fighting? Xia Zhengliang smiled faithfully and casually said, I don't know what happened to that family of three. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have met. I gave up silver money at that time. Now I see it as a gift of thanks. As he spoke, he stared carefully into Meng Yuan's eyes. Indeed, Meng Yuan also smiled. I came back in a hurry and forgot to go back to take a look. When I'm free in the future, I really want to go back and take a look. Xia Zhengliang saw that Meng Yuan appeared to be unusual and did not have any half-exceptions, as if he really did not encounter those three corpses on the road. Looking at Nya Yanian again, he saw him yawning, unconcerned about it, as if he knew he had come to go through the motions. Today, my prince has organized a banquet and sent me to invite brother Meng. Let's drink and have a good time. I wonder if brother Meng would be kind enough to honor me. Xia Zhengliang said. I shouldn't have pushed back when Duke Xia was so kind. Meng Yuan smiled helplessly. I just got an errand. And tomorrow morning I will be going to Hedong County on official business. So I guess I will have to stay for some days. When I come back, I will organize a banquet to host, and then invite Mr. Xia to share a drink. How? I see. It's a bad time for me to come. Xia Yongliang smiled apologetically. Then I'll wait for brother Meng to return and we'll share a drink. After a few polite words, Xia Yongliang rode away. Nya Yanian pulled a few more words and left as well. Meng Yuan returned home, fetched water from the well, and brought in the whetstone. It was getting late. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. Meng Yuan sharpened his sword one by one. End of chapter 85. Chapter 85 Eating several bowls of powder. Chapter 85 Eating a few bowls of noodles. In the morning of the second day, Meng Yuan packed up early and went out the door to see Tainyo guarding the door, like a door god. Seeing that he had a sword at his waist and a bow on his back, he really looked like a fierce warrior. Brother, Master Nya asked me to follow you, saying that he wouldn't let you go meatless. Why is that? You're not even allowed to eat meat? As soon as he opened his mouth, the air of a fierce warrior was gone. This meat is not his meat. Meng Yuan smiled, helped him straighten his clothes, and said, this trip is very dangerous. Do you really want to go? The news of this trip to escort Chen Shuku had been learned by Xieshen. Meng Yuan expected that Xieshen would never let it go and would definitely keep a close eye on himself, and that Chen Shoujuan is a court official. Xieshen is not a little cute. He was not a little sweetie, when he wouldn't do anything about it. Therefore, Chen Shoujuan has nothing dangerous. The real danger is himself. But if Tainyo was also there, he certainly wouldn't be targeted by Xieshen. But Tainyo was extremely close to himself, and with his nature, he would definitely fight for his life if he went wrong. All the more reason to go. We are good brothers. Tainyo took it for granted. Hearing this, Meng Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder and said, then you must listen to me on the road and follow my arrangements. That's for sure. Tainyo still took it for granted. The two of them agreed to go directly to wait in front of the king's house. It was only after half an hour that they saw Xuanmei and Dugukong sending out Chen Shoujuan. This Chen Shajia is very simple. The mount is that small donkey. Above also hangs a bag, which should be loaded with some change of clothes. Meng Yuan asked yesterday, this Chen Shoujuan really come to send Princess old things? Looking for plum want to send a horse did not send out, not to mention the money. Chen Shouxiao rode on a donkey, was sandwiched by Meng Yuan and Tainyo, and also shorter by a large head. He did not half uncomfortable, but also smiled and came to ask the name. Mr. Chen, how should this official be? After traveling for a while, Meng Yuan was idle, and started a conversation, wanting to see Chen Shouxiao temperament, so as to determine the arrangement of the road. If they are good-natured, then all will be happy. If they are stubborn, then they will be coaxed. I am 2 years older. If you guys don't mind, just call me Brother Chen. No need to be polite. Chen Shouxiao was humble. Your wife is the princess's teacher. If I call you Brother Chen, wouldn't I be a generation older than third miss? Brother Chen. Meng Yuan arched his hand. Sage Brother Meng. Chen Shoujuan smiled and bowed his hand in return, saying, I've never been a big official. and have been working as a county magistrate in a small remote county all these years. If I talk about the experience of being an official, yet I have some. Meng Yuan came to listen carefully. Those who would really be county officials should have momentum. Chen Shoujio pointed to the sky. The superior officer is the external aid, the adjutant collects his heart, and the powerful gentry are the eyes and ears. In this way, the Su officials will listen to the orders, and the affairs of the county government office will be like an arm's reach. No people what? Iron Bull asked curiously. If you worry about the people, then there will be the upper officials' constraints, the Zhua officials' separation of powers, the magnates and gentry will be like strangers, and all the Shushu mandarins in Yamen will be incompetent. Chen Shoujuan laughed. Iron Bull scratched his head. He didn't understand. What the gentleman means is that if the governor doesn't prevent people from making money, then the official will be stable. If you don't let everyone make money, things won't get done. Meng Yuan smiled. By and large. Chen Shoujuan smiled approvingly. Looking at Mr.'s mount, it should be the latter. Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Chen Shoujio waved his hand and smiled. Riding a small donkey is better than riding the people. Just seeking peace of mind. Meng Yuan also no longer asked more questions. Only always let Iron Ox closely follow Chen Shoujuan. They are a little farther away. But watch out for half a day. Froze not a little abnormal. Cross the Tsanglong River and continue south again. After 2 nights, we can see the city wall of Hadong County, but we haven't seen that Xieshen's movement. When he arrived at the city gates, he saw that a row had already been set up, and a group of gentry and officials, with several old men and many students, came to greet him. We didn't even show our tracks or tell them in advance, so how come we're here to greet them? Meng Yuan laughed. It is evident that the visitor is not good. We're the ones who came, right? Iron Bull wondered. Chen Shouxiao went up and chatted briefly with the leading scholar squire, then refused the reception banquet and directly took Meng Yuan and Tainyo towards the county office. The squires see the new magistrate is not easy going. They hurriedly gathered together to discuss, but there is no argument. After all, the new magistrate has not yet made a move. There was no way out. The men had to disperse. One of them, a middle-aged gentry named Li Tianyun, immediately returned home with his slaves. Not as good as a sip of tea. He immediately wrote a letter, sent people to send out, and sent people to keep an eye on the county office. After 5 days, there were several more people in Li Tianyun's home. It was none other than Xieshen who came, along with Xie Zhengliang and the others. After leading him to the room and dismissing the unrelated people, Li Tianyun respectfully saluted. Duke Xie, cut the crap and tell me how well you did. Xieshen said directly, that Chen Shoujuan doesn't accept gifts, doesn't accept banquets, and doesn't take in oil or salt. Instead, he reviewed past case files, and my old housekeeper was arrested. Li Tianyun screamed bitterly. I don't care about the surname Chen. I'm only asking about the martial artist surnamed Meng. Xieshen frowned. He left the Zhao Tainyo to follow Chen Shoujuan, while he went out every day, ate out every morning, noon, and night, and even ran to the Dark Horse Den to take a look around. Li Tianyun said, the old man is out and about. He still has the leisure to eat? Xieshen all but laughed. Eat? He has a good appetite. 3 bowls of vermicelli in the morning, 2 bowls of noodles in the middle of the day, and he even buys a cooked dog leg to go back in the evening. Li Tianyun said. Xieshen looked at Xie Zhengliang and smashed his wineglass in anger. I see him eating and drinking well. It's worse than killing me. He got up instantly. If I hadn't been busy the last few days, I would have killed them all on the way. Let's get it done tonight. Xie Zhengliang hurriedly pacified. Chen Shoujio is an imperial official. In case something happens, the top will definitely still want to investigate. We can't kill him. The investigation must also go through my father's hands. Xieshen said. Isn't this just a waste of time? We are here to avenge our anger. We don't have to kill that Chen Shoujuan. Xie Zhengliang said. So what the hell? I have to go through a lot of trouble to kill a guild? Xieshen was angry. Xie Zhengliang immediately said, the Grand Duke said, that Chen Shuku every dominant party, to make a fuss, and so that the group of gentry anxious, will certainly have to take action. This is not now going to be chaotic? Let's take advantage of this chaos. Kill people is. By then who can think of our head? Does it have to be so much trouble? Xieshen frowned. The Grand Duke said that it's not advisable to cause trouble lately, and he didn't want the second Duke to go out in the first place. In case thing is more serious, there will be twists and turns for no reason. Xie Zhengliang said, killing him like this is cheap. If I don't kill him, I won't be satisfied. Xieshen's face was much more gloomy. And that surnamed Gong. All must die. Surname Gong is a person of the guard. Kill him well. Xie Zhengliang whispered to pacify. Anyway, Gongzi don't go out to show your face. Left but rest for 2 days. We can definitely cleanly solve the surname Meng. Xia Xin is silent. Li Tianyun was the one with many ideas. He saw this and asked, Duke Xie is trying to clean up those two young teenagers? That's good to say. I will personally go and do it. Tell me. Xia Xin said. I see that those two teenagers have never seen much of the world, and they pay for their meals, and they are very peaceful. So this kind of person is the best to pin down. We'll invite some people to put him on a plane, and he'll be able to wipe his own neck. Li Tianyun became confident. Doesn't he like to eat noodles? Let's let him eat it. Li Tianyun was full of confidence and whispered the idea. Can it be done? Xia Xin came to be interested. This is the method of dealing with impulsive teenagers and dealing with decent people. It's best if it succeeds, and it's fine if it doesn't. Anyway, Magistrate Chen's official reputation is definitely going to be bad. Li Tianyun laughed. Go and do it. When it's done, your son's errand will be done. Xia Xin immediately said. Slow down. Xia Zhongliang held down the joyful Li Tianyun and said, Be careful. Don't let others follow the trail and find us just after we arrive. Don't worry, don't worry. Li Tianyun immediately responded. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86. Look how many bowls I've eaten. Chapter 86. Look how many bowls I've eaten. The sky was slightly stuffy. Since arriving in Hedong County, Meng Yuan had Tainyo follow Chen Shoujuan at all times, while he himself went out to wander around blindly. Meng Yuan's habit was that whenever he came to an unfamiliar place, he needed to map out the terrain and path first. Hedong County is the middle county. Not big. Meng Yuan in the past few days has already understood the pattern of the county. Where is the land of the gentry? Where is the mud leg residence? Where the literati gathered? Where to hide the dirt? All clear. Of course, Meng Yuan was mainly waiting for Xie Xin to make a move. But after a few days of wandering around, giving chances and creating opportunities everywhere, people froze. Meng Yuan was aware of several people tracking themselves, but the counter followed the pass to check. Are the county gentry sent people? Really did not find abnormal. Even the nightly visits to the houses of the gentry, listening to half a dozen plans for people to conspire, and hearing nothing against himself. Xie Xin knows I'm here, and with his demonstrative behavior, it stands to reason that he would never let me go. Although I am a member of the Xin Wang Fu, but without real power of the idol prince, people at most respect, but will not be afraid. As long as it's done cleanly, it's nothing. Evidently, there are still concerns about the Ying clan. Therefore, he is hiding in the dark, wanting to play a borrowed knife to kill. But there aren't many 8th grade martial artists in this county. What tricks can they play? Of course, it could be that something is wrong and people are tripping. Meng Yuan pondered for a while and didn't have a clue. But he didn't panic. Nowadays, without power and influence, it is not unusual to have a fog shrouded in front of you, but with a knife in his hand, he will be able to cut through the thorns and not be afraid of the clouds covering his eyes. In any case, Meng Yuan was strategically contemptuous and tactically cautious. As long as Xie Xin showed his head, he dared to make a move. After slightly calming his mind, Meng Yuan closed his eyes and sat down to impact the orifices. However, in an hour, Meng Yuan exhaled deeply and felt a sense of relief, because he had opened another new orifice, all the way from Songdefu. Today is the 7th day. Apart from traveling for 2.5 days, and the 2 days after arriving at Hedong County, when Meng Yuan had to be constantly vigilant and didn't rush to open his orifices, he came to impact his orifices when he had the time in these 3 days. At this point in the 33 heavens, 28 points have been opened. In less than 5 more days, all the orifices will be opened, and by then, they will only need to be mirrored and engraved, and they will be able to obtain the 8 perfect products. It was nearly evening. Tainyo knocked on the door. Brother, there is a student fight in the county school. Mr. Chen has to go there. Are you going? Just follow. Remember, listen to Mr. Chen in everything. Meng Yuan said through the door. Okay. Night still open meet not? Tainyo asked again. Drive. Meng Yuan was happy to spend more money since he didn't have to pay for it himself anyway. Good Lu. Tainyo joyfully answered, and then hurriedly ran out. Meng Yuan was not assured of Tainyo, but assured of Chen Shoujuan. Just came to the county office. Meng Yuan also wanted to help some help, but people Chen Shoujiu skilled first took the past files to see, has not been hitched to the side. The county magistrates were the magistrate and the chief bookkeeper, followed by the academician and the historian, and also the 6 houses of the officials, all of whom waited in silence. To stay up until midnight, Chen Shoujuan called people one by one. After talking to each other individually, they engaged in the trick of exposing each other. Originally, these people discussed a united front, but Chen Shoujuan is very old-fashioned. Under the soft and hard, combined, it can be said that everyone is guilty. Chen Shoujuan made the crime not the merit, united the chief bookkeeper and canonical historian, and hollowed out the second-in-command county chancellor, and the following 6 houses of Shuyun, is not at all into the rank, directly remove 3, another new replacement. One night passed, the county court was divided into 2 factions, Chen Shoujo and Turn Up the Old Case, only to make efforts to rectify the 3 Hadong county's 3 old gentry. Other families are light to take light to put, really is the pull a faction to fight a faction. The set of tricks play the stove fire perfect, when the Qing official, and also when half a lifetime of the Qing official, when there is no pedantry, but instead, used to the world, means very much. Moreover, Meng Yuan also felt that Chen Shuku was a Confucian scholar who had entered the grade, only that he had not seen the means used and did not know how high it was. Meng Yuan sat in meditation for a few more moments, waiting for his breath to stabilize and his true qi to fill up before he got up. At this moment it was already evening, and in half an hour it would be dark. Meng Yuan put on his sword and left the door. Now Meng Yuan lives in the back hall of the county government office. From the back door out, walk not a few hundred steps, then see a stall, have a bowl of noodles with shredded meat. Meng Yuan sat down. This vendor was known as Old Zheng Tu, and Meng Yuan was quite familiar with him. After all, he had eaten here for the past 2 days. That Old Zheng Tu immediately answered and quickly served the noodles. Meng Yuan ate a mouthful, only to feel that the flavor was not as good as in the past, but still barely finished it, and only then did he drop the copper plate and get up to go. Guests usually have 2 or 3 bowls. Do you have no appetite today? Old Zheng Tu asked curiously. I really don't have an appetite today. Meng Yuan smiled. Carrying the knife, he went to buy another cooked dog's leg, which was for Iron Bull. Returning to the backyard of the county government office, Meng Yuan was about to write about swinging demons, when he saw someone looking for him. Master Little Meng. The visitor was dressed in a yamen uniform, and was the county office's Sheriff Yang. This person is very old-fashioned. Some ability under the hand, is into the character. However, his background is too low, and he has no family background, so he is not powerful, and this person is good at greeting. For Chen Shuko dislike, although not dismissed, but directly sitting on the bench. Meng Yuan and Tinyo in the county office no position, but the two have been following Chen Shoujuan around. Meng Yuan was Chen Shoujuan, also called Meng Xiandi, so others are when Meng Yuan is Chen Shoujuan's distant relatives, and already have a name. Outsiders say what small Meng master. Of course, Meng Yuan knew that he was just passing through, and did not deliberately make friends with these people, but only coldly watched and saw the world. Something wrong with Sheriff Yang? Meng Yuan asked. Someone has come to cry out for justice. Please go and take a look. Master Xiaomeng. Sheriff Yang said anxiously. Crying foul? Then go ask the magistrate. Meng Yuan did not go. Sheriff Yang moved closer and whispered. It's related to you, Master Xiaomeng. All the more reason not to go. Meng Yuan spread his hands. Go when the magistrate comes and summons me. Yang Sheriff froze. He and the small Meng master not too familiar, but no is a peaceful, although every day with a knife, but did not see to make, but that Zhao Tinyo every day to play on a few times. As for how many grades of martial arts, Yang Sheriff is not clear, only know that Zhao Tinyo into the grades not long, think Meng Yuan cannot be higher, and this young Master Meng is more like a literati, the day before yesterday also in the restaurant with people than poetry, but seems to have no ink in the belly, but was driven out. But anyway, this little Master Meng is a reasonable one. Sheriff Yang said bitterly, Master Little Meng, if you don't go over, they're going to come in looking for you. As he spoke, he actually pulled. Seeing this, Meng Yuan sized up Sheriff Yang, smiled, and said, then go take a look. Sheriff Yang, you'll have to help me out some when the time comes. That's for sure. Sheriff Yang joyfully responded. Slinging his sword to his waist, Meng Yuan accompanied Sheriff Yang to the lobby of the county courthouse, only to see that this place is actually very lively. The left side sat a few senile old men, at first glance as a respected. On the right sat a few Confucian shirt literati. A look is familiar with the holy book. Inside and outside the door are also surrounded by several layers of people, but there is not a magistrate in. Master Little Meng, a middle-aged scribe sat motionless, his hand shaking a folding fan, his gaze serious and upright. Meng Yuan remembers this person, is the county's famous scribe, known as Mr. Chi, has always made friends with all the gentry children, in the county office also said. Of course, now that Chen Shajuan was in charge, he naturally couldn't say anything. Is there something wrong with Mr. Chi? Meng Yuan looked around at all of them, and his gaze landed on Mr. Chi's face again. You ate 2 bowls of noodles and paid for one. Mr. Chi shook his folding fan with one hand and pointed at old Zheng Tu who was shrinking his head. Meng Yuan look at Mr. Chi, only to feel that this person is righteous, and look at the old Zheng Tu, really shriveled, and then look at the onlookers. There is a low smile. There are bewildered. More numb. Meng Yuan had really encountered quite a few tricks for this kind of false accusation. In the past, he was stigmatized as having a set of mouth and a set of heart, and he was also stigmatized as eating soft rice, and Meng Yuan had long been used to the wind and rain. However, looking at today's situation, it is clear that it is a setup. It is for himself. It is for Chen Shoujuan behind himself, but a bunch of showmen, coming to slander a martial artist, suspecting that my sword is unfavorably sharpened? Meng Yuan pressed the knife in his hand and said, Old Zhang too. Just now I ate a bowl of noodles and gave you money for a bowl. Old Zhang shrank his head and didn't dare to respond. Instead looking at Qi Shoucai. How many bowls did he actually eat? Mister. She looked to Old Zhang too, frowning as he came to ask. Old Zhang had lowered his head and held his words. 2 bowls. Impossible. Sheriff Yang kicked Old Zhang too in the ass. Master Xiaomeng is the younger brother of the county parents. How can he owe you noodle money? Meng Yuan looked at Sheriff Yang and nodded at him. It's just eating 2 bowls and only paying for 1. Old Zhang too screamed. The county parents have come to Hedong County to straighten out old cases and refresh the officials, and have come to give justice to our people. Mister. She got up and arched his hand towards the empty seat in the lobby. I'm here today to demand justice. Ask who? Ask Master Xiaomeng, the younger brother of the county parents. Why? He ate 2 bowls of noodles and only paid for 1. Is that justice? He looked at the people and then said, since the brother of the county parents is leading the charge against justice, are the county parents still county parents? Are the county parents really here to give us justice? The people inside and outside the lobby nodded their heads in agreement. Surname Qi. Sheriff Yang stepped forward. Master Xiaomeng is the most fair. How can he owe money for a bowl of noodles? Did you see it with your own eyes? Ha ha, mister. Qi walked forward and laughed disdainfully. Sheriff Yang, you're bulking here? What? The county honored master is going to promote you? Old Yang, only speak for justice. As soon as he pushed Mr. Qi out of the way, Sheriff Yang looked at Meng Yuan and exclaimed, Young Master Meng, 1 bowl is 1 bowl, 2 bowls is 2 bowls. Everyone trusts you. You paid for 1 bowl and ate 2 bowls of noodles. You don't have any money, do you, mister? She nodded towards Meng Yuan's nose. I'll give it for you. The old folks are all here. I'll show them how Chen Xinzuan's people bully honest people. Meng Yuan pressed the knife on his waist, looked at Old Zhang Tu, and asked, Are you an honest man? Old Zhang Tu cowered, not daring to say anything. What? Poking at a soft spot and going for the knife? Mister. Qi sneered. You're a villain. I'm a martial artist. Meng Yuan loosened the hilt of his blade, took out a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against his stomach. It seems that I have no choice but to cut open my belly and prove my innocence. Little Master Meng. Bloody. Sheriff Yang immediately said. A few glints appeared in Mr. Qi's eyes. Okay, as long as it's a bowl of noodles, I'll kneel down and be an ox for Master Little Meng. In the future, I'll do whatever county honor tells me to do. Meng Yuan took a few steps forward and said, Then look carefully at how many bowls of noodles I have in my stomach. A crowd in the hall moved forward with wide eyes. I see, mister. She did not finish his words, but there was a miserable cry, only to see a ball of blood light burst from Mr. Qi's left eye, followed by a red and white object flying up into the sky. Meng Yuan held the dagger in one hand and probed out with the other, catching the eyeball. Mr. Qi covered his left eye and howled in pain. My eye, my eye. Those inside and outside the hall were all in an uproar. Dissecting the belly is too painful. Meng Yuan held his eyes in one hand and said, I can only ask your eyes to come and look inside my belly. For a moment, everyone looked blankly at Meng Yuan. They didn't expect Meng Yuan to gouge out someone's eyes in order to make them see a little more clearly. All of you are virtuous elders. Would you like to enter my abdomen for a look? Meng Yuan looked toward the several old, venerable elders. The guys immediately shook their heads and some even threw up. What about these few who are well versed in the holy books? Meng Yuan held his eyes in his hands and looked at those few readers. The faces of these few people were so pale that they didn't dare to say anything. It's just like that when a showman meets a soldier. Meng Yuan looked at Old Zhang Tu and asked, How many bowls of noodles did I eat? Old Zhang Tu winced. A bowl. Meng Yuan looked at Sheriff Yang again and asked, Sheriff Yang, you're the fairest of them all. I'll have to ask you to take another look. I don't look. Yang Sheriff staggered back 2 steps, then directly kneeled on the ground, thumping his head. He hadn't even seen how Meng Yuan had made the blade, but there was no doubt that the other party was far superior to himself. Anyone else want to see? Meng Yuan held Mr. Qi's eyes and looked around the crowd. No one dared to answer. They were all bewildered. Seeing this, Meng Yuan looked towards Qi Xiujie who was rolling on the ground, walking forward and half squatting down. Meng Yuan said, It's hard to see black and white with one eye. Mr. Qi, You read a sage's book and do what's fair, but please let me take my right eye again and return justice to me. When Mr. Chi heard this, he hurriedly covered his right eye again. No need. I don't dare. So how many bowls of noodles did I eat? How many bowls were paid for? Meng Yuan asked. A bowl of noodles. A bowl of money. Mr. Chi's head was covered with blood, kneeling on the ground, still covering his head and face, his speech trembling. Mr. Chi is indeed a fair man, Meng Yuan said. Mr. Chi didn't dare to say anything else and went out on his knees. Slow. Meng Yuan stepped on the corner of his coat. Father's essence, mother's blood, must not be abandoned. As he said this, his eyes fell to the ground. Meng Yuan bent down and said, take up your left eye and let it look on behalf of your parents, on behalf of you, to see how many parts of the holy books you read have become tinsel, and how many parts have become dirty. Mr. Chi sniffed, looked at the ground eyeballs, and froze. Crazy. You are crazy. He made an effort to crawl out on his knees, his mouth crying out, Masterly, save me. Save me. Hearing this Masterly, Meng Yuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. The only gentry in Hedong County with the surname Li is Li Tianyun. When Meng Yuan had been wandering around for the past few days, he had been followed by people from the Li family. However, Meng Yuan had visited the Li family twice, but hadn't sensed anything unusual. And although Chen Shoujuan arrested his family's housekeeper, but did not do anything else. Therefore, this Li family did not collude with other gentry. But honestly, being so honest, but suddenly venturing out today and coming at himself, Meng Yuan didn't feel right. Looked outside, but saw the morning sunshine fine, the sky more and more dull, clearly as the rain will come. The last time I met Xieshan, it was a rainy day. End of chapter 87. Chapter 87, Only Death. Chapter 87, Death. It was late in the day and there wasn't a breath of wind. Li Tianyun carried a lantern and brought nothing with him, and hurriedly arrived in the back garden. There was a pavilion beside the small lake here, and Xieshan was talking with his arm around a songstress. Li Tianyun came forward, wiped his sweat, and said the matter of the county office. He is a martial artist who has killed demons. It would be strange if a few sour showmen could help him. Xia Zhongliang didn't feel disappointed either, but looking at how he acts, he's a ruthless one. There is rain tonight. Xieshan looked at the sky, but saw that the stars were dark and the bright moon was hidden, and said in a deep voice, a waste of a clan's waste of a guard, and you still have to be concerned? Go directly to the county office and kill him. I don't want to stay in this Thai place much longer. Duke, Xia Zhongliang hurriedly advised. The Grand Duke said, that Chen Shoujuan has been in the ranks for more than 10 years, so he probably has the ability. We really can't break into the county office, he advised in a low voice. Why don't we wait for Surname Meng to leave, and then take a boat to cross the river, and let's overturn his boat, so at least we won't let him live more. Blah blah blah. Do something shrinking. Xieshan was impatient. Why are you angry? My lord? The sky will be raining. It's the right time to drink cheerfully. The singer-songwriter flirtatiously picked up a glass of wine. Is there a place for you to talk here? Xieshan waved his hand and knocked away the wine cup, grabbed the singer's hair and threw it into the small lake in front of him. The songstress was terrified, fluttered twice in the water, shouted a few times for help, but no more sound. Xia Zhongliang didn't bother, but only came to persuasion. After saying a few good words, Xieshan finally subsided, so he waved his hand and rushed that Li Tianyun away. Li Tianyun did not dare to say anything, and immediately returned with the lantern. The sky was dark and there were no stars or moon. The garden road is complicated. Li Tianyun walked very slowly, but after traveling 100 or so steps, he suddenly fell to the ground, and the lantern rolled down with him. Xia Dunliang ear sharp, immediately noticed, but the distance is too far. Across the flowers and trees, the sky is very dark, really do not really see. They came at noon, and had been avoiding people, and there were no bystanders in the garden. Xia Yongliang whistled. Their trip totaled 8, the same as last time, because of the midday only to arrive here and not the field, is not to do what hidden stakes defense. In addition to understanding the Shin and the loyal in the pavilion, the rest of the car and horse labor, have eaten and drunk, are in the next courtyard rest. Xia Zhongliang whistled 3 times in a row, but no one responded. He immediately knocked off the lanterns hanging in the gazebo, and shielded himself in front of Xieshan, saying, all of our people are gone. Old he is an 8th grade martial artist, and there are 5 9th grade, but the other party sneaks in without a sound, kills without a sound, and its strength is afraid that it is already a 7th grade. Even if it's the same rank as the 8th rank, I'm afraid that it has already been perfected, and it's equipped with several great skills. Xieshan was not stupid and also immediately thought of it, so he hurriedly copied the knife. The two were on full alert when they saw a man walking in the distance. The man wore black clothes and a bucket hat, carried a longbow on his back, and had a sword sheathed in his hand. Xia Zhongliang has recognized the visitor. He did not expect that he only arrived at noon. This moment was sought. It can be seen that it is that Li Tianyun matter revealed the tale. This person comes and goes to this place, killing people without moving, visible means, and has long been familiar with the terrain here. Xia Zhongliang figured out that his own party wanted to kill the other party, and the other party also had every intention of trying to kill himself, so much so, that the other party could not wait at all, and when the matter of the county office was squared, they ran straight to it. Brother Meng, when it's really not worth it. Xia Zhongliang had the feeling that he himself and Xieshin couldn't hold each other even if they joined forces, and it was even difficult for both of them to leave. You guys committed another offense when you wanted to kill me? Meng Yuan raised his sword and sprinted directly forward towards that Xieshin. Gongzi, we only have 2 people Qi. You don't run. Xia Zhongliang said his plan, but he saw that Xieshin pulled his legs and ran. There was no way out. Xia Zhongliang knew that the visitor was more familiar with this place than he was, and that running would surely lead to death, and the only way to have a chance of survival was to fight for his life. Xia Zhongliang saw that Meng Yuan didn't have any flowery stance and didn't make any moves, so he ran wildly and came and slashed straight with his sword. Tough with me? Xia Zhongliang a knife to meet, then feel a strong pressure down, simply like a high mountain pressure top, actually half cannot shake, cannot help but give birth to a sense of despair. With a bang, Xia Zhongliang saw his long sword shatter, while his opponent's blade was more than that, slashing heavily at his body. Brother Meng, why bother? Xia Zhongliang was covered in blood. His face was no longer half bloody. He trembled. You spare my life. I'll be an ox or a horse. I'll listen to you. He was paralyzed on the ground, holding his oozing viscera in one hand while looking at Meng Yuan, only to see Meng Yuan just 5 paces away. His hand had changed to a longbow, followed by one arrow after another, all missing into the darkness. Soon a miserable cry was heard. Clearly Xieshin was hit by an arrow, and Meng Yuan still shot endlessly, directly replenishing 5 arrows before stopping. Brother Xie, it's not hard to spare you. Meng Yuan put away his bow and raised his sword in his hand again. When you killed that family of 3, did they ever beg for mercy? Xia Zhongliang hesitated and was about to come to his defense when he saw that the other party's knife had already fallen. As the sky spun around, Xia Zhongliang watched his tattered body get farther and farther away before he realized that his head was split in 2. Without another glance, Meng Yuan immediately went after Xieshin. 100 paces forward, he saw Xieshin sprawled on the ground, bloodied from 6 arrows in his back. The 8th grade martial artist does not have the Tianji divine power to protect the body, even if the sinews and bones are much stronger than normal people, but the heavy arrows and body. In the end, it is difficult to block. This heavy arrow has been hurt to the internal organs and flesh. Xieshin no longer half arrogant look. You can't kill me. Xieshin saw Meng Yuan approaching and immediately spoke in panic, clearly having been depowered. Meng Yuan really stopped his sword. If you spare my life, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Xieshin saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything and thought that his heart was moved. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly continued. Brother Meng, you have a high talent for martial arts. You were born with godly strength, and you will definitely be able to reach the 7th rank in the future. I have the heavenly chance diagram to give to you. Is there more? Meng Yuan asked. Be an officer. I can make you an officer. A great official. When Xieshin saw Meng Yuan come to ask, his desire to live became stronger, and he staggered to his knees, squeezing out a smile. You're talented, but what future can you have staying under the hands of an idle prince? I'll sponsor you. You just need to be promoted by a nobleman. Really? Really? Not lying to me? No kidding. Meng Yuan simply sat down and said, tell me carefully. Your natural talent is good. An 8th rank can kill several of the same rank. Surely you should not be a civil official. You should take the path of a military official. Xieshin's face had a little bit of blood color, and a little bit of madness. Said, if you want to enter the Jin Demon Division, my brother-in-law is in the 1,000 households. As long as you enter the 7th rank, then the Songha Prefecture Guards will be your one word. If you want to enter the army, my father has the same year at the border. When you are in the 7th rank, you can also have a wife and children. In the end, you still have to wait for the 7th rank realm, otherwise it's all vanity. Meng Yuan sighed. That can't be helped. The 7th grade is a watershed, but with Brother Meng's talent, it'll only take a year or 2 or 3 at most. Xieshin was especially polite and talkative. By then, I'll send 2 more copies of my unique heavenly chance diagrams, and Brother Meng won't spread his wings and take off? That's true. Meng Yuan nodded. Where's the heavenly chance diagram? Keep it at home. Xieshin wasn't stupid at all. When did you come to Hedong County? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not until noon. Xiaxin returned. What did you do? Meng Yuan asked. Didn't do much. Went with my brother to meet a friend. Xiaxin returned. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, only looking up at the sky. The night is deep and silent. The stars and moon are hidden. The wind is low and the clouds are low, so it is clear that rain is coming. Duke Xie, it's getting late. Meng Yuan got up. Then let's talk tomorrow. Xiaxin was immediately happy. We'll be brothers from now on. We'll have plenty of time to talk. Forget about tomorrow. Meng Yuan refused. I'll have to go back after I kill you. Seeing as it's going to rain until tomorrow, I don't want to go out in the rain. Xiaxin froze at his words and forced out a smile, saying, Brother Meng, weren't we talking about our future just now? Brother Meng, you can trust me. I'll make sure you become a 1,000 household officer within 3 years. Duke Xie, you don't think I really intend to let you go, do you? Meng Yuan unsheathed his sword. Then you. Xiaxin couldn't squeeze out another smile as he stumbled backward. You let that family of 3 go, gave them hope, and then ended up abusing them. I'll give you hope as well, and then kill you. Meng Yuan brought his sword forward. Release me. I will change. Xiaxin crawled forward in a vain attempt to escape, shouting out of the side of his mouth, My mother eats fasting and never kills, and my brother is a good man. I can save 100 people like that. Save 1,000. Save 10,000. I'll change. I want to be good. I want to be good. As he climbed, he shouted as if he were speaking from the bottom of his heart, to the core of his heart. Meng Yuan bent down, his knee against Xiaxin's back, the tip of the knife resting against his back. How is someone like you going to change? The blade slowly stabbed. Xiaxin gritted his teeth and twisted his body, but his back seems to have a high mountain suppression. He can only powerless swing limbs, but no half-use, mouth, nose and eyes with tears gushing out crazily, and even can't say half a word. Meng Yuan slowly pressed the knife, encountered the spine blocked, but the knife was like a wave of moisture, a forward, only death. After a long time, Meng Yuan got up and drew his sword back into its sheath. When I look around, I see the rain coming, but I feel that the sea is wide open. Thank you for the reward from Windy Ruashi. I've forgotten to thank you, so I'll hurry up and make up for it. End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, Harvest. Chapter 88, Harvest. The day grew more and more sultry and gloomy, like a dead Dessen. Meng Yuan first touched the corpse, followed by a fire at his fingertips. After burning the Dishin and the loyalists in turn, Meng Yuan withdrew his essence flame, only to realize that it had grown again. Moreover, Xiaxin's assistance to the essence fire was even greater than that of Xia Zhanliang, so it was evident that this person was somewhat stronger than Xia Zhanliang. However, when we met the battle, Xiaxin ran the fastest. When we know that this person into the color, clearly is only power to bully others, to really see the blood. Fear, just like the dog, was removed from the momentum. Regardless, the trip has been a success. In addition to the deconstruction of Shin and the disintegration of Zhanliang, all the other 6 were also killed, including an 8th grade martial artist. With the help of these people, the essence flame had grown much stronger, and had already passed the halfway mark. And this search yielded more than 200 taels of silver ingots, and 3,500 taels of silver bills. As for the waist plate and jade pendant, they were destroyed by Meng Yuan. Other than that, there were no more precious things. The heavenly chance diagram was naturally absent, but a string of rosary beads was obtained from Xiaxin. This is found in both the Buddhist and Taoist schools, and the Taoists call it a flowing pearl. Generally speaking, the Buddhist form is mostly 108, symbolizing 108 kinds of troubles. In Taoism, there are mostly 81 and 108, symbolizing the number of 99 and the number of stars and dippers in the circumference of the sky. In fact, the role is the same, is to record the number of times the chanting, as well as meditation and tranquility of the use. The string of rosaries consists of 108 beads, each of which is engraved with a sketch of a long-lasting lamp for some unknown purpose. I couldn't tell which one was from the Buddha or the Tao, but the material is Bodhi seed, so it must be something from the Buddhist sect. And Xiaxin, this kind of reckless people, and is the governor's son, but with the Buddha's things, can be seen bizarre. That Xiaxin also said that his mother ate fasting, said that his brother is good, but a family of good people. How to raise such a son? How did they raise such a son and such a brother? Don't you think we have a mother Luo in the family? Compared to this, Dugukong does not love treasures, does not covet food, does not kill, does not deceive the good and the good, is simply a saint. Meng Yuan didn't know much about Buddhist matters, so he didn't think much about it, and only washed his arrows and sword by the pool. Then both returned. The line didn't last long, and the nightshirt was changed and burned, and regular clothes were put on. Hurriedly returned to the backyard of the county government office. into his house, which heard a muffled thunder, followed by rain came. After meditating for a while, the rain outside grew heavier. Footsteps came to the door. Brother, Mr. has prepared wine and said he wants to invite us to drink and enjoy the rain. Hearing this, Meng Yuan immediately got up. After the earlier incident at the county office, Meng Yuan realized that something was wrong and immediately escorted Mr. Shi and Sheriff Yang to the backyard. With a few tricks, he knew that Mr. Shi had received money from the Li family, while Sheriff Yang had only received money from Mr. Shi. They are all just dogs and don't know about Xiexin. Since he decided to strike, Meng Yuan will never show any mercy, and directly killed Mr. Shi and Sheriff Yang. And once the fire burned and the wind blew, there was really no half-trace. And then Meng Yuan didn't wait for Chen Shijia to come back, so he went straight outside to look for his enemy. That Xiexin and others only arrived in Hedong County at noon, and before they could lay out their moves, they were pursued by Meng Yuan. They live in the garden away from the crowd, and there are no bystanders in the side, and together with Li Tianyun and others all turned into ashes, to be watered by the rain. Half of the trace is not noiselessly, no one knows, and even Chen Shoujuan is afraid that he will not expect that he has opened a killing spree. Of course, when Meng Yuan came back just now, the candlelight was on in Chen Shoujuan's room, but people waited for a quarter of an hour before coming to summon people, clearly a tacit understanding. And although the martial arts people do not have the art of recourse, but Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own magical powers. Today kill and set fire to the door. The next day may be looking for the door. It's not scary to be approached. It's scary to be approached and not be able to beat them. Therefore, I need to sharpen my sword. When the time comes, I won't have to wait for anyone to come looking for me. I'll go looking for them myself. Meng Yuan settled on the grand plan of diligent cultivation and pushed open the door to see Tainyo standing outside the door with an umbrella. Brother, I heard about the county office. Where did you go? Tainyo curiously surveyed Meng Yuan, holding the umbrella with one hand and touching Meng Yuan's arm with the other. Nothing. Meng Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder. The two of them came to Chen Shoujuan's room, only to see that he had prepared a small fireplace with a tiled pot, in which mutton was stewed. Chen Shoujuan invited Meng Yuan and Tainyo to sit down, and even personally poured wine for them, without a bit of the stance of a scholar. The two virtuous brothers sent me all the way, and helped me a lot in this place. I toast you too. This is polite. Meng Yuan and Tainyo did not put in much effort, at most to buy some meals for others just. I didn't even put in the effort. By the way, what about my brother's case? Tainyo hurriedly came to ask. Sir, they're coming for my brother. You have to be impartial. Young Sheriff and Mr. Shi are nowhere to be found. They should be absconding with their crimes. Posting the sea capture paperwork tomorrow is. Chen Shoujuan smiled and said. Tainyo didn't hear the defense in the words, and muttered half a dozen more times, saying things like my brother is the most honest. Watching the night rain with a glass of wine is also considered to have a different flavor. Chen Shoujuan smiled again and raised his glass. Wang Fei praised you for being able to write and fight, and you are especially good at poetry. Does your younger brother have any good lines? Meng Yuan will only be a limerick. Barely able to sing and sing with Duga Kong, are to be Xiangling pressed head to head. Therefore, if you talk about poetic talent, that is half of nothing. Third Miss is good at everything. Good looks, generous to the people underneath. Just a long mouth. I'm really not good at this. Meng Yuan smiled modestly, but when I was out, I saw a green mountain under a dark cloud. I remembered that I saw a sentence in an ancient book, which made me reminisce for a long time. That is, I see the green mountains are more charming, and I expect that the green mountains should be like this when they see me. Wonderful. Chen Shoujuan immediately stroked his palm, and Tainyo also praised while eating. Wonderful. Meng Yuan means that you came to Hedong County to be a clean official to do justice to the people, and I went out to get rid of the people. So we are all the same. And since the other person has praised it, there is no need to ask more questions. The tacit understanding is in the wine. But virtuous brother? Chen Shoujuan said with a soft smile when he saw Meng Yuan pouring the wine. This poem has the name of the royal consort in it, so you can't go chanting it carelessly. Meng Yuan stayed in the royal residence for a long time, only knowing that the princess was surnamed Ing, and only today did he realize that the princess's first name was Ing Rui. I really do not know. Meng Yuan also did not feel rude, but only asked curiously. This name seems to be a common term used by the Buddhists. Ying's had been a Buddhist ritual? Nonetheless. Chen Shoujuan smiled and waved his hand. Wang Fei rose 3. His eldest brother is taboo to seek yes, and his eldest sister is taboo to make yes. Meng Yuan heard and understood that the names of the 3 siblings of this Wang Fei were probably in response to some kind of change of mind of the father. First of all, I want to seek yes, although I can't, but my mind wants to be firm, vowing to find yes. which is the system of yes. In the end, they still can't find it, so they can only compromise and think that it's almost enough, which is like yes, Mr. Chen, I've been in the royal residence for a long time, but I know very little about the wife's mother's family. Meng Yuan poured Chen Shoujuan some wine and came to ask curiously, can you enlighten me? Sir, Wang Fei's late father, elder Ingong, and late brother, little Ingong, have all passed away, and the only words they left behind have been banned, so it's unusual that you don't know. Chen Shoujia drank a mouthful of wine and was silent for a while before he said, Your Highness's father and brother are the great scholars of the world, the model for thousands of readers in the world, and even the people of the three religions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all revered the two of them. The three religions are honored? Meng Yuan was a bit surprised. When Wang Fei's late father and late brother passed away, Buddhist monks came west, and the three sects of Taoism also went to the capital to pay their respects in person. Not to mention Confucianism. Chen Shoujia said, many people are most unhappy in life, is not with the two should be Gong died. At that time, the princess was only a small girl. Why do you think you can survive? He pointed to the rain outside and said, Buddhists talk about the equality of all living beings. Taoists have the lament that heaven and earth are not kind to all things as ruminants. And Confucianism also has the saying that the people are noble and the ruler is light. Confucianism entered the world. Many doctrines and schools of thought came out in response. There are countless amazing talents in Confucianism, and from ancient times to the present, they have all sought to seek the law of peace for all ages. The same is true of old Ingong. Meng Yuan had heard Niesher mention before that the crown princess was the real backer. He also said that if he wanted to go higher and farther, the princess was a great help. Previously, Meng Yuan could not empathize, but now he understands. People Wang Fei inherited the reputation of his father and brother, which is indeed more valuable than any wealth. I don't know what school of thought old Ingong is in and what he advocates. Meng Yuan was even more curious. This dynasty is not allowed to talk about this. Chen Shoujuan smiled slightly. Please drink. Seems like a not so good proposition for meat eaters. Meng Yuan was tickled by the hook. But thinking of the princess's reputation for benevolence and kindness, he guessed that it had something to do with the mudbloods. Of course, Meng Yuan himself was a mudblood. Remembering that Niesher had once claimed to be some kind of traitor under the Ying clan, Meng Yuan planned to ask Niesher about it when he returned. But becoming more and more curious about the third young lady, Meng Yuan poured wine and asked, Sir, how was the princess given in marriage to King Xin? I don't know. Chen Shoujuan smiled. King Xin has no virtuous name and no power. Songdefu was not originally King Xin's fiefdom. It was moved here later. I wonder where King Xin's original fiefdom was. Meng Yuan asked casually. He used to be in the Pingan province, but then his original wife died and he was driven back over here. Chen Shoujuan had no semblance of respect for the King of Faith and whispered, It seems like the King of Faith caused trouble over there. I don't know if it's true or not. Pingan province is the only place in the territory of the Kingdom of Qing where there is a Buddhist legacy, a nest of monks. For a moment, Meng Yuan thought of Duga Kong. That King Xin came to Songdefu has been 9 years. At that time Duga Kong 10 years old or so, already understand things. And then a little pondering. Duga Kong does not love women, not greedy for money, do not love food, as well as before also had planned to invite himself to eat tofu feast. For a while, Meng Yuan felt that Duga Kong really did have a bit of a monk's flavor. And it's a proper monk, not like the kind that goes off the rails like the great-tailed venerable and the earthshaker. Meng Yuan had long known that Duga Kong wasn't normal, but hadn't specifically inquired about it. And since the princess doesn't care and Xuanjizi doesn't care, it is evident that Duga Kong can't afford to pounce on the wind and waves. But now that he had gotten that string of rosary beads from Xieshen, Meng Yuan thought that he could find a chance to try Duga Kong. After all, the matter of Xieshen was unfinished, and Meng Yuan was ready to be approached by others. Sharpening the knife was important, but it would be better if he could probe the other side again. Eat lamb, drink cloudy wine, and listen to the rain. Three people only gossiped to chat. Mostly Meng Yuan inquired about Chen Shaojuan's official travel, but also interesting. Another 5 days have passed, and Hedong County is not half abnormal. Li Tianyun has disappeared, but the Li clan has not made a statement. Meng Yuan also specialized in returning to the scene of the crime, but there is no abnormality, only that several sons of the Li family fought, and at present the oldest two have the upper hand. The main thing, of course, is that no one came looking for Xieshen. Moreover, the 33 heavens in Meng Yuan were already fully open, just waiting to be consummated. End of chapter 89. Chapter 89, Compatibility. Chapter 89. Halfway through April. That night, Chen Shaojuan again set up simple wine and food. Now that Hedong County is left with only trivial matters, The two virtuous brothers might as well go back early to escort the crown princess. After tugging for a while, Chen Shoujuan stated his purpose. Meng Yuan also feels that it is time to go back. Now in the 33 days of the full open, the need for the reflection of the carving, to be complete before the impact of the 7th grade of the martial arts person, we'll have to get Nyesher to have another chat in the meantime. And kill that Xieshan has been 5 days, but did not see his brother Xie Ping to look for, and did not see the governor's people to ask. Meng Yuan had also thought that if the other party had looked for it, and then thought of trying to unlock the screen's ability, but did the calculation in vain. Now that Chen Shoujiu is driving people away, Meng Yuan is also happy to go back and ask about the Xie family again. Please trouble Xian Di to pass it on to the princess on my behalf. Chen Shoujuan took out a letter. Meng Yuan took it, and the letter had a wax seal, but it could not prevent the villain. But Meng Yuan was a simple gentleman and had no intention of prying. When he got up in the morning of the next day, Chen Shoujuan came to see him off in person again. Xian Di, Hadong County is short of manpower. If I encounter a difficult situation in the future, and there is a time to borrow the force of Xian Di, please come and help my brother. Chen Shoujuan laughed. That's natural. Going to a letter is just that. Meng Yuan's impression of Chen Shoujuan as a Qing official was too good to be true, and he was also a Qing official who was not stubborn, rigid, and intelligent. After a few words of small talk, Meng Yuan rode with Tainyo all the way back to Songhua Prefecture. This trip also did not Chen Shoyo's small donkey, so the two teenagers urged the horse like flying, and not save horsepower. In the afternoon, they went to the Tsanglong River, paid money to cross the river, and by evening, they had already entered the city. Meng Yuan is a disciplined person, and does not turn the corner, directly back to the king's residence, before the sword and the bow and arrow were removed. Meng Yuan first went to seek Mei to hand over his duties. When they arrived at the place, they saw that Nia Yanian was also there, and the two of them didn't know what they were discussing. Yo, back here? Nia Yanian sat and beckoned, and Meng Yuan and Tainyo hurried forward. Nia Yanian patted Tainyo's arm and asked with a smile, Tainyo, go out for half a month. Did Bachelor Meng take you to have meat? Open every day. Tainyo was overjoyed. The dog's leg was eaten until it was full. I even ate beef a few times. Good. Nia Yanian patted Tainyo on the shoulder. You're not bad at this meat. Tainyo is loyal. Don't tease him. Uncle Nia. Seeking Mei was a thick-skinned person. She smiled and looked at Meng Yuan, asking, did the trip go well? Everything went well. Mr. Chen treats people kindly and knows the way of being an official. To be honest, Tainyo and I really didn't help much. We just ate and drank. Meng Yuan laughed. As he spoke, Meng Yuan took out the letter. Mr. Chen entrusted me to give it to the crown princess. Seeking Mei took it, and seeing that the envelope was intact and not half creased, he smiled and nodded. Looks like it was done well. No shame. Nia Yanian also laughed, fished out a few paper deeds from his sleeve. Maester Meng will be a true maester from now on. Off the books. Meng Yuan took it and saw that it was the contract he signed last year. I sold myself to the princess for a meal. I've been cutting eggs for the princess for a long time, and I've been playing with knives for the princess for a long time, and now I'm finally a free agent again. Master Nia, I don't have to show up at the government office to draw a pledge, and this is a done deal? Meng Yuan asked curiously. You're so full of. Nia Yanian laughed badly. He was very reasonable. I used to have an old buddy. He went out on a business trip for 2 years, and went home with a full-term daughter-in-law in labor. People didn't think it was strange. What are you surprised about? Is it the same? Meng Yuan laughed. Nia Yanian smiled back. Okay. Sun Mei also held her forehead and shook her head and laughed. Tainyo is a loyal person. You two don't talk about this in front of him. She took the letter and said, come with me to meet the princess. Meng Yuan didn't expect to hand over a letter, but even had to see the third miss in person. And it's dark now. Thinking of the previous Wang Fei in that pavilion, that square out of the bath, carefully picking out the plums, Meng Yuan immediately said, yes, it's not a big deal. The crown princess has always slept late. Seeing Meng Yuan's solemnity, Xuan Mei explained, and the Wang Fei said in advance that she wanted to hear how Mr. Chen would govern in Hadong County and how he would rule the people. I'll wait for you at your house. Nia Yanian, however, didn't follow. He waved his hand and left first. Seeking Mei led Meng Yuan and Tainyo to the outside of the quiet garden. Let me go and take a look first. Seeking Plum told Meng Yuan and Tainyo to wait quietly. She went ahead herself. Meng Yuan knows that the princess is not dressed properly, and Xuan Mei is afraid of losing her honor. Not long after, Seeking Plum came again, which brought Meng Yuan and Tainyo into the Garden of Silence. Again the pavilion. The four corners did not hang lanterns. Only in the center of the case there is an oil lamp, but also put an unopened letter. Ing Rui was dressed in Taoist robes, with one hand loosely supporting his chin and the other holding a scroll, his head slightly tilted as he was reading under the candlelight. Green silk draped over the back of the head. There is no half makeup. Extraordinarily lazy. Under the dim light, but there are a few points of the sense of dust. It's not ladylike. It's like she's waking up from a nap. The grassy hall is full of spring sleep, and the sun is late outside the window. Mang Yuan murmured a sentence in his heart and came to salute at the foot of the gazebo steps. Ing Rui turned her head slightly sideways, smiled faintly, and said, "Tell us about Mr. Chen's business in Hedong County." Mang Yuan knew what Ing Rui wanted to hear, so he first said that Chen Shuko had subdued the county magistrate, and then said how to pull a faction to fight against the gentry, as well as reopen the old case, to eliminate the harm for the people. After listening for a while, Ing Rui put down the scroll, picked up the letter, and tore it open. After looking at it, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Mang Yuan, and didn't say anything, only slightly smiling at the corner of her mouth. Good people under the lamp a smile. Mang Yuan face color unchanged, only detail to speak Hedong County to see and hear. When Mang Yuan finished pulling, Tainyo said much simpler and unfocused, only saying how Chun Shajuan is good to the people. I remember that you are already a martial artist of the 8th grade. How many orifices are open now? Ing Rui copied the scroll again, using his hand to support his chin to look at it. All open, Mang Yuan replied. When Sun Mei heard this, she tilted her head to look at Mang Yuan, and Tainyo also looked at Mang Yuan in utter bewilderment. Ing Rui put down her book again, only supporting her chin with one hand, and looked at Mang Yuan carefully. Only after a while did she ask again, "What martial arts did Nia Yanian pass on to you?" "Flying flurry technique and wild wind blade technique." Mang Yuan knew that this was a delivery, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. Not bad. Ing Rui nodded slightly. Go back and work hard. I'll need to use you another day. It's a promise to preach. And maybe it's still a sky map. Mang Yuan and Tainyo bowed and retreated. And it was then that Ing Rui looked at Xuanmei. Miss, did Mr. Chen say any words? Seeking Mei asked curiously. Chen Shijio said that in the coming day, he asked me to lend this man to him. Ing Rui smiled. He came to the schoolyard before last year and entered the rank in the middle of the first month. It's only been 3 months and he's already opened the center for 33 days. Ing Rui put down the scroll and said, he has the heart to go forward, and he can work with his head down. I can think of a scroll of heavenly chi diagrams that matches him. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90, Ascending to the Third Heavenly Stage. Chapter 90, The Third Step of Ascension. Mang Yuan, the Princess Loyal Escort, exited the Garden of Silence. As he was heading back home, Tainyo fiercely pulled down Mang Yuan's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you thinking about Auntie again? Heaven and earth." Mang Yuan was thinking of the Crown Princess. No. Mang Yuan was somewhat powerless. You just smiled out of place. Tainyo was very wary, and he took another close look at Mang Yuan's face before asking, "Brother, I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I?" "Not wrong," Mang Yuan said. "That's good." Tainyo wiped the sweat from his forehead. "My father said that I have to kowtow when I see the princess, but I forgot. I didn't even dare to raise my head just now. Do you think the Wangfei will think I'm too timid?" "No." Mang Yuan patted Tainyo on the shoulder and said, "As long as there is loyalty." Iron Bull nodded vigorously. The two of them made small talk and returned home. Nia Yanian and old Uncle Jiang were sipping in their room while Jiang Tang was busy in the kitchen. Mang Yuan pushed Tainyo into the room, while he himself came to the small kitchen, and without going in, he leaned against the doorframe and looked in. Candlelight in the kitchen. Jiang Tang tied apron, head scarf, a housewife look. If you carry a small bag, you can compare with Xiangling, who is fashionable. She hummed a shepherd's song while fanning the fire with a fan. Even working alone, she couldn't hide her happy joy. "Brother!" Jiang Tang finally spotted Mang Yuan. She hurriedly dropped her fan and happily went forward. Mang Yuan held her hands and brushed her face again with the back of his hand as he asked, "Is there anything going on at home lately? Only Nia's sister came to me twice and sent some food." Jiang Tang's face was flushed, even more shy under the dim candlelight. She whispered, "There's more. Brother, Sister Qian's mother said that I can give birth to a child." She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Mang Yuan either. Mang Yuan grabbed her hand, smoothed her sleeve, and put a jade bracelet on her. "Bought outside. Good looking." Jiang Tang happily surveyed, then slightly tilted her head sideways to look at Mang Yuan again, blinking her eyes, clearly asking Mang Yuan to pick up on Fang's words. The more this girl grows, the more she thinks. As they say, the closer you are to Zhu. It seems that she hasn't learned the merits of seeking plum, but is a bit like the princess you'll have you to give birth to in the future. Mang Yuan laughed. Only then did Jiang Tang's heart blossom. She hurriedly pushed out Mang Yuan. "Uncle Nia is here. You go quickly." I'll cook 2 more dishes. Meng Yuan flicked her forehead and went back inside. Nye Yanian and old Uncle Jiang sit and sip against each other, and Tainyo does not say anything at the side. Just eating. Come, Bachelor Meng, Nye Yanian beckoned, and when Meng Yuan sat down, he put his hand on Meng Yuan's shoulder. Tell me what you've seen outside. Meng Yuan was prepared for this and immediately pulled up. Nye Yanian didn't ask about anything important, but just made small talk. After the dish had passed the 5 flavors, Nye Yanian wanted to take his leave. Meng Yuan and Tainyo came to see them off, and Nye Yanian knew that Meng Yuan had something to ask, so he turned the corner and came to the schoolyard. It was already dark and the teenagers were still hard at work drilling. Now that Meng Yuan didn't come to the schoolyard often, Hu Qian became the leader, and when she saw Nye Yanian and the 3 of them coming, she went forward to salute. Alright, take the children to practice. I'll ask Maester Meng for some poetic advice. Nye Yanian nodded slightly. Hu Qian didn't believe it. She didn't say anything more, and immediately returned to the team with Tainyo. The body contract has been given to you. You're a free agent now. What are your thoughts? Nye Yanian and Meng Yuan chatted idly as they circled the schoolyard. I was born as 3rd Mrs. Person and died as 3rd Mrs. Ghost. Meng Yuan directly said. I'll do whatever 3rd Miss tells me to do. Don't say this in front of the crown princess. She's intelligent and doesn't like to hear this. Nye Yanian laughed. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. Nye Yanian also laughed as he pointed at the teenagers and said, 4 more children have entered the grade. How are you doing? That's what I wanted to discuss this matter with Master Nye. Meng Yuan had an inviting tone. I am now in the middle of the full opening of the 33 heavens, just waiting to be reflected and inscribed. Does Master Nye have words to teach me? Nye Yanian broke his fingers and counted, entering the product in the middle of the 1st month, now in the middle of April. He nudged Meng Yuan's nose. You're really an old sow giving birth, one after another. Meng Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. This is very fast progress you're making. As far as I can remember, it seems like there's only one that fully opened the lower 33 heavens in 2 months. Nye Yanian stroked his chin. Much more serious. But don't be proud. The 8th and 9th products are actually just the first step in a journey of 10,000 miles. He took his chin again and pointed at the group of drilling teenagers, saying, we martial artists have the saying of ascending to the 3rd stage of heaven. Do you know that? I was about to ask Master Nye for advice. Meng Yuan said, 8th grade into 7th grade is a 1-day step. 6th grade into 5th grade is a 1-day step. And 5th grade into 4th grade is another 1-day step. This is the 3 steps of ascension. Nye Yanian laughed. What about the back? Could it be that 4 into 3? 3 into 2? 2 into 1? Is a bit easier? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The heavenly steps can still be climbed, but beyond that, it depends on creation. Its toughness is not humanly possible. Nye Yanian clasped his arms in an inscrutable manner. Master Nye taught me. Meng Yuan hurriedly came to ask. Those of us who study martial arts often talk about qualifications and talent, but in fact they are all just words to scare people. It's not that we don't talk about qualifications and talent anymore, but most martial artists simply can't reach the day when they can fight for qualifications and talent in their lifetime. Nye Yanian laughed. What kind of talent do you need for the 9th or 8th grade? You practiced hard, practiced desperately, not afraid of hard work, not afraid of tiredness, have perseverance, is a dog can become. He pointed at the teenagers in front of him again and continued. Just out of this group of kids, I'd bet that most of them have been at the 8th rank for their entire lives. It's hard to go any further. Master Nye is saying that the 8th grade into the 7th grade is the first hurdle we martial artists encounter that requires talent and qualifications. Meng Yuan said. Not bad. Nye Yanian patted Meng Yuan's shoulder vigorously and said. Perfection of the 8th product is one difficulty, and the difficulty is in reflecting the engraving. Entering the 7th product is one difficulty after another. This is the first stage of ascension. He simply sat down. Entering the 7th grade is for opening the upper 33 heavens. In the past, there was a saying that the upper, middle and lower 33 heavens were chains and shackles, locking up the opportunities of living beings. And as we open the lower 33 heavens step by step, and then open the middle 33 heavens, this upper 33 heavens is the final chain. Meng Yuan nodded, feeling that this statement made sense, fearing that it was derived from the Buddhist and Taoist schools. The more chains are opened, the more capable we are. Once the upper 33 heavens are opened, we will be able to glimpse the wonders of the heavens. Nye Yanian was getting more and more energized. His face was red. When the upper, middle and lower 3 days are fully opened, it will become the foundation of a martial artist. And from then on the sky will be high and the sea will be wide. Meng Yuan rubbed his hands together. Master Nye taught me. There's no rush. Nye Yanian took it up. I brought Sister Qingqing a 1-step rocker. Meng Yuan fished out a small, delicate gift box from his sleeve. Master Nya will pass it on for me. You're all young people. How good is it to deliver it yourself? Nya Yanian didn't answer. Where were we? Mang Yuan put away the gift box and said, speak of the perfection of the 8 products and the opening of the 33 heavens. 8th grade consummation is actually the same as 9th grade consummation. It needs to be mirrored and inscribed in the dantian. Nya Yanian saw that Mang Yuan didn't forget his daughter to bring a gift. His voice was much gentler. The difference is that the lower 33 heavens are on the surface, and the middle 33 heavens are in the interior, which is why it's harder to reflect and carve a bit slower. Some people become in 10 days or a month. Some people can't become in a lifetime. He nodded at Mang Yuan's chest and continued. When the reflection engraving is complete, and it penetrates through the middle 33 heavens and then connects to the lower 33 heavens, then it will be considered complete. What about entering the 7th grade? Mang Yuan had previously heard Li Weijin say that the upper 33 heavens were in the dantian, but did not go into detail. The difference in qualifications between people becomes apparent at this point. Nya Yanian was much more serious. The upper 33 heavens are located in the dantian. One needs to be connected to the place where the middle and lower 2 days are mirrored and engraved, and then seek out the corresponding orifices of the upper 33 heavens. He drew a square on the ground. The dantian is like a field in acres. The vertical one is a ridge. The horizontal one is a ditch. And the place between the horizontal and vertical ones is the place where you go up to the 33 heavens. This is roughly what it means. The difference in talent and qualifications is that some people have obvious ridges and furrows, and the horizontal and vertical are clearly defined. Some people have a rotten mud field and can't distinguish the ridges and furrows at all. Mang Yuan heard and understood that the position of the middle and lower 2 days of the orifices is set early, and then through the corresponding place. The place of reflection and engraving in the dantian is then corresponding, and then go on to set the position of the upper 33 days. Since then true chi has transformed into jade liquid? Mang Yuan asked. Not bad. Entering the 7th grade, the dantian is like remodeling, more vast and solid. Since then the true chi has turned into jade liquid. Nya Yanian said. Master Nya, what about the other 2 heavenly ranks? Mang Yuan came to ask curiously. You haven't finished eating from the bowl yet and you're thinking about the pot? In fact, the 2 heavenly steps of 8 into 7 and 6 into 5 are preparations for 5 into 4. The Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism have similar sayings. Confucianism is called establishing the heart. Bald donkeys are called nirvana. And we martial artists are celestial incarnations. Nya Yanian spread his hands and said, if I knew exactly what it was, why the hell would I be sitting here with you? Mang Yuan smiled and said, then I'll try? Fine. You try. Nya Yanian waved his hand. The bright moon was in the sky, and Mang Yuan immediately sat down, first calming his mind, and then the heart moved at will, and the majestic true chi within the dantian was quickly mobilized and arrived at the middle 33 heavens via the various meridians. As in the beginning, the true chi arrived at the 33 orifices that had been opened, to be an endless stream of true chi into the orifices, and then slowly impact. Mang Yuan will feel the body has a sense of bulging, that one of the orifices seemed to hide a beast, waiting for their own open cage. Mang Yuan had been tempered by the essence fire 3 times, and the vastness and permeability of his orifices were far superior to those of his peers, so he was quite consumed by his true chi. But the dantian is also when the 3rd quenching is rubbed and widened. The true chi more and more full, but it is as much as can be consumed. I don't know how long it took, but the true chi became less and less, but there was still no reaction within the dantian. Mang Yuan didn't stop and only fought to press down the true chi within his dantian. In a trance, Mang Yuan only felt as if he had fallen into a realm of nothingness. When you raise your eyes to see, you only feel that heaven and earth are in your eyes, and even in your hands. Returning to his senses for a moment, Mang Yuan felt a subtle connection between the orifices of the mud pill palace at the top of his head and his own dantian. It is like a silk thread that is misty and subtle and invisible, but it seems to be so tough that everything cannot be cut off and everything cannot be catalyzed. Mang Yuan opened his eyes and felt only a slight strength deficiency. He was under the 33 heavenly reflections engraving, once all completed, this time but much slower, but also only engraved a place. One step on the path of a martial artist is harder than the next. If you can't do it once, do it next time, try more, and when you become skillful, you'll be done. Nya Yanyan's voice rang out. He patted Mang Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. Teenagers, it's not uncommon for them to be too busy to find a place. I've already carved one spot. Mang Yuan came to ask curiously. Master Nya, can I break my body? Your kid is really a person. Nya Yanian complimented the words have not finished, frowned, to see Mang Yuan has a hopeful look, a look of rushing to go to his own daughter. He made up his mind. The future does not open a yellow mouth in front of this person. What do you want to do behind my back? You, Nye Yanian also did not praise. His hand point Meng Yuan. Open his mouth half a day. Actually a complete sentence did not hold out. We'll talk tomorrow. Nye Yanian got up and walked away with a slap on his ass. Then I'll go find Sister Chingching tomorrow. Meng Yuan immediately shouted. End of chapter 91. Chapter 91 You are all monks. Chapter 91 You're all monks. After a night's rest, Meng Yuan was again refreshed and energized. With his Dantian true chi full, Meng Yuan practiced the gale blade technique in the courtyard, only to feel that the place where the reflections were engraved bulged from time to time. After breakfast, Jiang Tang pulled Meng Yuan to chatter for a while, saying that she wanted to go see Nye Qingqing, and then explicitly and implicitly said that she was not small anymore, and what her peers are married to clouds. Driving the little girl away, Meng Yuan went back to the schoolyard, and after carving another spot, he carefully nourished his true chi. Meng Yuan chatted with Hu Qian for a while, gave a few pointers to the teenagers, and only when he saw that the sun was rising and it was almost time for dinner, did he leave the door. Carrying a walking stick in his arms, Meng Yuan had wanted to go find Nye Qingqing, but then turned the corner and went to find Dugu Kong first, came to the residence of Dugu Kong, sent people to send words in, and soon Wang Xiaocai welcomed out. Little mister, Meng just came back? Previously, when Chen Xiaojia left, Xuanmei and Dugu Kong went out to see him off, and Wang Xiaocai was also there at that time, so he knew about Meng Yuan's business trip. Returned yesterday. Meng Yuan smiled and touched out a jar of tea, a specialty of Hedong County. Don't mind if you don't mind. Sir, good to say. Xiao Kai Wang honestly accepted it and asked with a smile, looking for Shitzi to discuss poetry? Poetry is in the air. Poetry is in the air. Meng Yuan also learned from Dugu Hyper. Please. Wang Xiaocai smiled and led the way. He went through the rooms and came to a courtyard. He saw Dugu Kong sitting under a grape arbor, holding a big cake in his hand, gnawing on it while tilting his head to look at the grapes. When Meng Yuan looked around, he saw that the courtyard was small and simple. There was only a grapevine in the corner, and a large water tank in the center of the courtyard with lotus leaves growing inside. It's not even necessary to look at it. It's a monk. May I have a few words alone with Shitzi? Meng Yuan smiled and looked toward Xiao Kai Wang. Please. Wang Xiaocai smiled and arched his hand as he turned his head and walked away, not caring at all what Meng Yuan wanted to do. Meng Yuan walked to the grape arbor, but saw the green leaves shade. The vines have produced soybean-sized green grapes. Alas, before Meng Yuan on this side could make a sound, Dugu Kong sighed. I only saw him nibble another bite of the big cake, put one hand behind his back, and said, the world has misjudged me, slandered me, and defended me. So what? My heart is bright. My heart is righteous. I haven't even tested you yet. What the hell is this? Seiji? Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand while looking at it. I am not stupid, but pure. Dugu Kong took steps under the grape arbor and chanted casually, as if he was singing the final poem. Meng Yuan didn't know why Dugu Kong stopped pretending, but since it was so, he didn't bother to make a salute. This Qing country devalued Buddha. In addition to the Pingan province, the rest of the places are not allowed to monks walking, not allowed to preach, and even more not allowed to set up temples and statues of Buddha. But Dugu Kong is a royal family, actually really become a monk. I know that the Buddha demon and Mother Luo have been making a lot of noise lately, but you don't have to look for me as soon as you come back. Dugu Kong waved the big cake in his hand and smiled at Meng Yuan. His fat face was no longer pure quality. Instead, he seemed to be pointing out, you are practiced in human affairs. You use the name of asking for poems to carry out supervision, and discuss poems with me from time to time, and not half impatient. I am grateful in my heart, but in the future there is no need to be like this. You and I wasted a lot of tea, but only discussed some limericks, futilely causing people to laugh. He took another bite of the large cake and said, please also tell Missing San that I have been honest and have done nothing in this place, so there is no need for me to visit from time to time. Listening to these words, it was clear that the crown princess knew the bottom line of Dugu Kong. Meng Yuan also roughly understood that earlier when he approached Dugu Kong to ask him about the way of poetry, he asked the reason, and knowing that it was the princess who had sent him there, he thought that the Buddha demon and Luo mother were making too much noise, and that he had come to keep an eye on him. Think about it, on the Dugu Kong that poetry talent, there are people who specialize in asking for advice, and not to meet for personal gain, indeed a little less normal. Who would have thought that it was Wang Fei wilting and damaging people? Meng Yuan obeyed and did as he was told, but this Dugu Kong directly opened the words. This is not at all pretend. Self-loathing. Visible mind is not too good. That's what you're doing? Your son. Meng Yuan wasn't afraid anymore, and only smiled. How could your son recognize that his homeland is his hometown? Meng Yuan means that if you don't learn, You are not allowed to practice Buddhism in the state dynasty. Hearing this, Dugukong curiously looked at Meng Yuan and said, "Where my heart is at peace is my hometown." Meng Yuan understood. Dugukong means recluse into the empty door I am willing. Just suddenly, Meng Yuan recalled that when he was at Peach Blossom Ridge, Nieshur had asked Venerable Great Tail where he came from, and Venerable Great Tail had said something similar. "Which faction are you from?" Meng Yuan simply asked. "You people are always like this. Why should there be such a clear distinction between the Gradual Cultivation School and the Epiphany School?" Dugukong smiled. "Monastery Master Meng, you're obsessed. What is your Dharma name?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. "Junior Monk Duokong." Dokurakang clasped his two hands together. "When did you enter the empty door?" Meng Yuan asked. "Since I was young, I have been oriented to Buddhism." Dokurakang said. "The king doesn't care?" Meng Yuan asked. "He has the face to care about me?" Dr. Hyper said. Hearing these words of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Meng Yuan suppressed his surprise and asked in a low voice, "He has also entered the empty door?" "That's not true." Dokurakang united his two hands, holding a large cake, and said, "Slowly you'll see. That still looks like it did the dirty deed." "When did your highness learn that you were a monk?" Meng Yuan asked. The third young lady is intelligent. Dugukong mentioned this actually quite resentful, not like a monk who eschews greed and anger. He said, "Once I entered the royal residence, I could see it." He shook his head again, nibbled a mouthful of big cake, tilted his head to look at the green grapes, and said, "She entered the Xin wine house, did nothing. First let me eat pork. Said it is the sacrificial meat for the Confucian sage. Not eating it is not honoring the Confucian sage. This is the style of the third young lady. She's not a bad person, but she's a bad person." Meng Yuan stifled his laughter and asked, "Did you eat it then?" "I'm a proper disciple who holds the precepts. How can I break them?" Dugukong took it for granted. "You are obsessed. The meat is empty. The sacrificial meat is empty. The Confucian saint is also empty. And your heart is not empty." Meng Yuan laughed. "You come and become a monk with me. Let's practice wild fox zen, not closed mouth zen." Dokurakang proposed. Meng Yuan smiled and asked again, "How many grades of Buddhist are you?" 8 pints. "Third miss didn't tell you?" Dugukong looked at Meng Yuan and encouraged. "Don't you. And don't mention any shitsi. Just call me by my Dharma name." He was very much looking forward to it, as if he had been starving for a long time and had seen the cook. "Shitsi, don't move around here." Meng Yuan was the one who didn't listen, instead planning to go and speak to Third Miss before asking about that rosary. "I didn't move. It was your heart that moved," Dokurakang said. Meng Yuan has seen out. This Dugukong is indeed a serious monk, pretending to be pure quality installed for many years, did not say a few words of knowledge with people, want to play the machine or no one to play. This moment wanted to play a trick of playing wit. Meng Yuan did not pick up on it. Earlier in Peach Blossom Ridge, Nye Yannian had said that some monks read a few Buddhist scriptures and thought they had the ability, so they tried to find people to play wit all day long, saying some mindless nonsense, which was actually fart. At this moment, Meng Yuan empathized. There are some words that a high monk can say to convince people, but when they are replaced with the self-exploding Dugukong, they are laughable. Meng Yuan was about to leave when there was a knock on the door outside. Solo Hyper hurriedly withdrew his gesture. That door slammed 3 times, and after several more breaths, Wang Xiucai pushed the door in. "Shitsi, little teacher Meng." Wang Xiucai smiled and bowed, then looked at Meng Yuan and said, "The door came to send word that someone is here to look for little teacher Meng. May I say who it is?" Meng Yuan asked. "It's a middle-aged man, claiming to be surnamed Xie." Wang Xiucai smiled. As soon as he heard the surname, Meng Yuan knew that it was Xieshen's family who had sought him out. Moreover, it was probably Xieshen's elder brother, Xie Ping. Meng Yuan has only heard Nieshur mention the unlocking of the screen, saying that it is an extremely gentle gentleman, but he has not personally seen. Since this is the case, there is no way to hide, so Meng Yuan plans to meet, and incidentally see the other side of the bottom. "I'll go take a look." Meng Yuan pressed down on the hilt of his sword and immediately headed out. "Then I'll go and take a look too." Dokurakang followed as he nibbled on a large cake, and he shouted, "I see you're toward learning. Learn from me." Meng Yuan ignored it and quickly walked to the outside of the partial door of the royal residence. I saw a middle-aged man in his 30s standing outside the door, wearing a Confucian scarf on his head, with a smile on his face and a handsome appearance, and at a glance, I knew that he was a gentle gentleman. "But Brother Meng?" The visitor smiled and arched his hand. "I'm Xie Ping, Xieshen's cellular brother. My name is Meng Yuan." Meng Yuan smiled and returned the greeting. "And this is?" Unraveling the screen to look at Dokurakang. "This is Prince Xin." Meng Yuan introduced. "So it's Shitsi. Disrespectful." unwrapping the screen and saluting. Solo Hyper nodded his head, squeezing a smile out of his fat face, and not another bite of the pie in his hand, not even saying a word. Meng Yuan saw that they do not know, also do not feel strange, that unlock the screen's father is the governor, is the flow of the official, and the letter of the king is no real power of the royal prince, must be very little interaction, do not know is not strange. Unwrapping the screen and seeing that Dugu Kong was not salty, he looked at Meng Yuan with a smile again and asked, "It's really rude of me to take the liberty of disturbing brother Meng today. I don't dare. I don't know what brother Xia has to do. If there is something, send someone to deliver a message and I will come to your door. Why do you need to come in person?" Meng Yuan laughed, truthfully. Untying Ping smiled helplessly and said, "Sure, brother Xieshan is nowhere to be found, and I heard that Xian Di had an appointment with him for a wine banquet, so I came to ask about it." No coincidence. Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. "I went out on business and returned yesterday. I had planned to meet brother Xieshan for a drink today, but I didn't want to be delayed because the son of the world invited me to appraise the poem." Dako Kyo cocked his head and looked at Meng Yuan, still not squeaking. "So it is." Untying the screen side. "I don't know where he has gone. Jia Ci misses him a lot. I guess it's not unknown that it's an outing." Meng Yuan smiled. "I'll send someone to search for it again." Untying the screen clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "Please forgive me for bothering you more. When we have free time in the coming days, let's get together and talk about poetry and songs. I don't dare to dare. I'm just a royal guard, a man of grass and weeds. How can I dare to discuss poetry with the governor's son?" Meng Yuan was very humble. "My father is most compassionate to men's poor and weak and loves the people like a son. I respect the fact that Xian Di went out to kill demons and rid the people of evil." Unwrapping the screen and arching his hand again. "Farewell." He arched his hand toward Dugu Kong again and smiled. "World son, farewell." After saying that, he unlocked the screen and left in a hurry. When Meng Yuan saw that untying screen was far away, he looked sideways at Dugu Kong, who didn't say a word, and asked, "Are you afraid of him?" "How could I be afraid of him?" Solo Hyper said. "That look you had just now was just like when you were in the punching void observatory." Meng Yuan came closer and asked, "See anything?" "He's just like me," Dr. Hyper whispered. "Is he also a bald ass?" Meng Yuan asked. Dokurakang rubbed his head, glanced sideways at Meng Yuan, and then nodded. "How can you tell?" Meng Yuan asked again. "You don't understand." Dokurakang was furious again, sweat on his fat face. "I shouldn't have come out with you anyway. He must have seen me coming too. With a heart like yours, why don't you stop practicing Buddhism?" Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and didn't make a sound. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92 Arrangements. Chapter 92 Arrangements. The sun was warming up at lunchtime. Dugu Kong and Meng Yuan stood outside the side door of the royal residence, neither of them saying a word. "Oops, Shitzi, Mr. Xiao Meng." It was only now that Wang Xiukai gasped and chased after him. When he saw Dugu Kong pondering, he looked at Meng Yuan and asked, "What's wrong with the world sun?" "The world sun is in a poetic mood and is playing with his belly. Mr. doesn't need to bother. I'll just follow." Meng Yuan laughed. "So it is." Hearing this, Wang Xiukai arched his hand and smiled, and without saying much, he walked away numbly. Solitary Kong remained speechless as he looked at the large cake in his hand, then nibbled on it twice before tearing it in half and sharing it with Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan took it and broke off all the places where Dakokyo had nibbled on it and stuffed it back into Dakokyo. One big cake can't be finished. Sharing half of your belly is still full. While eating, Dugu Kong recited another limerick, trying to get Meng Yuan to come up with an idea. "Yesterday we lamented the difficulty of famine. Today's hardship is like an idle moment." Meng Yuan nibbled a mouthful of cake, meaning that this was nothing. When Dugu Kong heard the words of singing and harmonizing, he looked sideways at Meng Yuan and said, "There are a few moments of seeing the nature of Buddha and governing without hindrance. You are optimistic and open-minded like this. You have Buddha nature." Meng Yuan ate the cake and laughed. "I'm not a monk. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm naturally optimistic and open-minded." Dugu Kong froze for a moment, and couldn't hold his tongue. "But you and I are poet friends and confidants. Your affairs are my affairs." Meng Yuan patted Dugu Kang's shoulder and said seriously, "Third Miss said that you have a pure heart of goodness. She didn't ask me to supervise you, but only mentioned that I should talk to you to relieve my boredom. I also feel that Shitzi is good and kind, and I went to find you today, when it was really just about poetry." "Really?" Dr. Hyper asked. "Although I am not a monk, I do not deceive," Meng Yuan said. Dugu Kong sized up Meng Yuan again, nibbled on a mouthful of cake, and said, "Someone who can fight with Wang Yaozu and Nye Yanian is actually not deceitful? The world sun has been playing dumb for days, and is he in line with the Buddhist precepts again?" Meng Yuan laughed. The world only looks at my skin, but my heart is indeed pure quality, and there are no offenses, Dugu Kong said. Meng Yuan wanted to say a few more words, but he saw that Dugu Kong was looking forward to it. Meng Yuan wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Dugu Kong was looking forward to it, he was clearly luring himself to fight with him and the so-called wit, so he hurriedly stopped his mouth. Since you can see that he is also a monk, can you see what kind of monk he is? Meng Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and only asked the serious question. Is he a monk like you? Or is he like the great-tailed venerable one? Vaguely, Meng Yuan felt that the recent events of the Buddha and Demon and Luo sect might have something to do with unlocking the screen. Or rather, unscreening is a big part of it. Do you know why I know he is a monk? Dugu Kong raised his fat hand and stretched out 2 fingers. For one thing, I also avoid people practicing Buddhism, and at a glance, I realized that he looked like his kind. It turns out that like repels like. Meng Yuan was waiting to hear the following, but when he saw that Dugu Kong had been grumbling, he said helplessly, what about the 2? There were a few points of solemnity on that pure quality face of Dugu Kong. The second one is that, between the noiselessness of his party, he has used the secret method of his heart passage. Meng Yuan had seen his heart pass, and had also heard the Annunciation Immortal and Gong Zihua talk about it. His heart passage is not to see what others think, but to feel the change of others' moods and states of mind, and then to use this to perform the law. Of course, in the case of monks of high realm, they do have the ability to spy on what others are thinking. Meng Yuan did not perceive any semblance of abnormality in the party, nor was there any reincarnation dream invasion, so he asked, how did you perceive it? As soon as he saw me, he also sensed that I was different and came to test me first. I realized it then. Duo Kong said, World Sun is truly extraordinary. Meng Yuan casually praised him, nibbled on another bite of cake, and asked, about how tall is he? There are at least 7 grades. Dugu Kong wiped his forehead sweat, although both he and I do not reveal the truth in front of people, but my mind has no thoughts, and I follow the path of a proper Buddhist participant. He is higher than me, but his heart is not quiet, tranquil, and empty. And in turn, he is not as Buddha-like as I am. I see. Meng Yuan nodded slightly. Even if a person who is a serious Buddhist practitioner is equipped with divine powers, he can pretend to be void of thoughts and harbor the mind of equality of all living beings, and he will definitely not test people with his divine powers as soon as they meet. That's the truth. Dugu Kong was very sure. The state of Qing honors Confucianism and respects Taoism and depreciates Buddhism, and as the eldest son of the governor's family, he has entered the Buddhist sect. So it can be seen that there must be a demon. When Meng Yuan heard this, he came to look at Dugu Kong and said, he's the governor's son, and you're still a member of the clan. Dr. Hyper opened his mouth and whispered, it's all just empty. Let's go. Follow me to meet Third Miss. Meng Yuan said, just go. I won't go. Solo Hyper muttered, you're afraid? Meng Yuan asked, my heart is empty. What am I afraid of? Solitary Hyper held back a sentence. Still afraid. Meng Yuan didn't ask much. Just tugged Dugu Kang's arm forward. The 2 of them ate the pie as they walked. By the time he came to the door of the quiet garden, the big cake was finished. Nor did he go to find Mei, but only asked the little maid at the door to pass on the message. And after waiting a while, the 2 were let in. Again coming to that pavilion, he saw Ing Rui wearing a Taoist robe, sitting in the pavilion, holding a scroll in his hand. Lazily, the 2 of you have come hand in hand. But are you going to discuss poetry? It's a pity that I'm not good at this. Ing Rui waved his hand and dismissed the maid. Meng Yuan saw that the third young miss didn't have half the poise of a princess, but instead came up to the yin and yang people. So he didn't say anything and only looked at Dugu Kong. Dugu Kong waited for the maidservant to go far away before he joined his hands and saluted at the bottom of the pavilion steps, saying, Amat Ba Buddha, Master Ing, I've been sent on my errand. Ing Rui sniffed and looked at Meng Yuan. I looked for Shitzi to discuss poetry and did nothing. He confessed directly. Meng Yuan was also innocent. Ing Rui lost his smile at his words. There is a Buddha's mind, a Buddha's nature, and no mind. I have familiarized myself with the Buddhist scriptures, but I am missing a void. I think you should go out for a walk and become an ascetic, or you may be able to sharpen your skills. I'm here to ask for Scholar Ing to make up his mind. Dugu Kong had no semblance of a monk's demeanor. He spoke in a low and humble voice, but he didn't go any further than to look at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan took a step forward and said, the governor's eldest son, Xie Ping, came to me to ask about his brother Xieshen, and the world's son happened to follow, and both of them knew that the other was a monk's matter, and they also fought the law with his mind pass. Speaking here, Meng Yuan added, the world's son deduced that unraveling screen had taken a crooked path, was not proper Buddhism, or had something to do with the matter of the Buddha demon and the Luo mother. Should I go out for shelter? Solo Hyper asked. Unlocking the Pingxiu misdemeanor law. Should be afraid of him? What are you afraid of? You belong to the patriarchal government. Even if the incident can still kill you not? This kind of mentality cannot want to practice what Buddha set out for nothing shame. Ing Rui put down the scroll. Very bashful. Look at your poet friend. Killing and setting fire to do business. But look more pure quality than you. Dugu-kan lowered his head and looked at Mang Yuan, but he saw Mang Yuan's face was calm, as if he wasn't talking about him. If my expectation is correct, Untying Ping is bound to go out and take shelter in order not to involve Jifu Xia. Ing Rui picked up the book. Go back to your poetry, Buddha. Even when she drives people away, she doesn't forget to undermine them. Yes. Solo Hyper clasped his fists in half and closed them again. Mang Yuan was about to follow, but he heard Ing Rui speak out. Mang Yuan stays. This was going to be a secret message, so Mang Yuan hurriedly stood still. King Xian's residence is small, and those who come here as guards are at most of the 7th rank, and they are still people who have no hope of rising in rank. Further up, people won't be able to look at this place. Ing Rui looked at the scroll and faintly said, Nye Yanian said that you are a man of action, and Chen Shoujuan also said that you can handle things. What are your future plans? But listen to third miss arrangements. Mang Yuan said, Nye Yanian had wanted you to stay in the royal residence for more time, but with your 7th rank on the line, there is less sharpening in the end here. What future does a guard have to speak of? Ing Rui looked at Mang Yuan and said, a young man should be ambitious and upwardly mobile. Do you want to enter the Demon Suppression Division? Mang Yuan wanted to raise his essence flame, and the Demon Suppression Division was indeed a good place. More importantly, the Demon Suppression Division would be able to learn the Heavenly Chart technique as long as it was meritorious. The Flying Flocculation technique and the Gale Blade technique that Master Nya had previously passed on were also martial arts of the Jin Demon Division, and they were not forbidden to be learned by outsiders. However, the Heavenly Chance diagram could not be taught outside at will, such as Blooming Spring Thunder and Floating Light Cave, both of which could only be practiced by people from the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, being a guard is a job that can be seen at a glance, but if you enter the Demon Suppression Division, you are still the third young lady's people, and in the future to climb up, you can also borrow the third young lady's power. Think, Meng Yuan would never play false in front of a smart person. Ing Rui smiled and nodded, saying, just wait for Nye Yanian to make arrangements. She lowered her head to her book again, signaling that the words had been spoken and the person could leave. Third miss, that untie the screen not end. What do we do? Meng Yuan saw the midday sunlight under the steps. Should be like a Yaoqi flower tree, clean and light, like a fairy. It is not willing to go. Unraveling the screen will inevitably hide the trail. When there is no evidence, what else can be done? Ing Ru Shi was still looking at the scroll. She saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, so she said, don't worry, I'll spread the word about this matter, and there will be someone to deal with it. When you join the Demon Suppression Division, you can also inquire about it. Third miss, why are the Buddha demon and Mother Luo, why are they obsessed with preaching? Meng Yuan asked again. The Buddha wishes to realize all sentient beings, so the children of the Buddha naturally go to all sentient beings. But is it easy to realize all sentient beings? The monks in this world can't even help themselves, so how can they talk about helping others? How can they talk about the enlightenment of all beings? Seeing that Meng Yuan was listening attentively, she continued, universalizing all sentient beings is the great wish of Buddhist monks. For the realm of ultimate happiness, Buddhist children love to make grand wishes ever since they enter the pin. Why? In the Buddhist path, if you want to enter the upper 3 grades, you must make a grand wish and fulfill it. Is this not also a case of if the top is good, the bottom will be even better? So it is. Seeing that there was nothing more to ask, Meng Yuan arched his hand and said, Third miss, what do I do when I arrive at the guardhouse? Just do your work at ease. Ing said as such. Seeing that people didn't want to talk anymore, Meng Yuan arched his hand and took his leave. Out of the quiet garden, that Dugu Kong actually still waiting. Look at his appearance. Seems to have got Ing Rui's appeasement. The whole person to restore the spirit. Fellow Daoist Meng, would you like to sip tea and discuss the Tao? Solitary Hyper asked expectantly. Meng Yuan didn't have the heart to fight the machine. At this moment, he only wanted to hand over the stepping rock to Niechingching, and then go home to practice martial arts. World son, I'm not good at this. Meng Yuan pushed back. When there are people, you call me Seiji. I don't pick on you. Now that no one is around, what do you call me? Duo Kang's eyes burned. Little Master Daikong? Meng Yuan said. Hey. Dokura Kang's entire body was soothed. Meng Yuan really didn't want to interact with monks too much, especially unreliable monks like Dugu Kang, so he directly said, borrow some money. Dokura Kang's entire body was confused. End of chapter 93. Chapter 93, Seeing the Rosary Beads Again. Chapter 93, Seeing the Rosary Again. Arriving at the Drunken Moon building, Meng Yuan first let Dugu Kong go upstairs. Sister Qingqing. Meng Yuan looked at the hairpin on Ye Qingqing's head and couldn't help but look down 2 more times before he took out the gift box. I happened to see a step rocker when I was traveling on business and thought of sister. Ye Qingqing received it with a beaming smile. Meng Yuan saw that there were already autumn waves in her eyes, which became more and more charming. So he hurriedly suppressed his evil thoughts and whispered, "Ask for more money later. The world's son's treat. How much?" He said he brought 100 taels. "We'll just take 90. He's the son of the world. Isn't that a bad idea?" "Good for you." The two settled on a plan and gossiped again. "I've made a new set of tables and chairs." Ye Qingqing spoke in a thin voice and said, "When will you come to my house to take a look?" If someone else were to ask this kind of question, naturally it would be a bit wrong, but the two people have long been familiar with a very, and still Nyesher set things, is therefore not out of line. She had to take care of the business of Drunken Moon House during the day and was only free after closing time. If you go to her home a few more times, I am afraid that you still have to warm wine and gossip, and finally enter the alley. Meng Yuan thought to himself, at most 3 times can be achieved. Even on the first day, beauty was present, and Meng Yuan's heart swam as he looked at what was in front of Nye Qingqing's body. If it was the old days, then tonight, after all, he wanted to try out what he could do. But there are too many things happening today. The matter of Xiexin is not yet finished, although it did not beat the small to the old, but it cannot be underestimated to solve the screen. While missing San's inference was naturally justified, Meng Yuan was thinking of drying out the screen once and for all. And the matter of joining the Jin Demon Division is also to be finalized. This job can be much more difficult than being a guard. There may be a great risk of life and death. However, Meng Yuan wanted to cultivate essence fire and learn more heavenly chance divine abilities, and taking the path of the Demon Suppression Division was the best, not to mention the fact that the guardhouse is full of familiar faces. Therefore, while beauty was certainly coveted, Meng Yuan still wanted to enter the 7th rank as soon as possible. Wait until some days later. Meng Yuan refused. When Nye Qingqing heard this, the smile on her face stopped slightly, then she smiled again and said, "That's nothing." Meng Yuan didn't want to leave a sticking point, and only boldly held her hand, saying, "Recently, Wang Fei has made some arrangements for me, and I've reached a critical moment in my martial arts practice, so I really don't dare to be distracted by distractions, not that I mean anything else." When Nye Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan had opened up the conversation and was still bold enough to do so, she blushed her cheeks and nodded her head, saying, "Good." She spoke softly and contentedly. Upstairs, Meng Yuan sought out Dugu Kong, and the two of them sat by the river. "Brother Meng, you are an outstanding talent, and I can see that Third Miss holds you in high regard, but the more this is the case, the less you can indulge in women's colors." Dugu Kong had a long mouth. "Does King Xin know that you have entered the empty door?" Meng Yuan also grew a mouth. "No." Dugu Kong really hard cannot, voice are decadent a lot, and a look of reluctance to say more. Meng Yuan took out the rosary. "Take a look." Dugu Kong took it and scrutinized it for a while before saying, "Generally speaking, the rosary beads should be engraved with Buddhist truths, but this one has a long bright light on it." He scratched his head and said, "I can't see the calendar. I guess it's a mouse that became a Buddha and remembered the experience of stealing lamp oil, and that's why it was carved into the rosary beads." Meng Yuan withdrew his rosary and said that this is also half-assed. However, when Dugu Kong saw Meng Yuan bowing his head to eat, clearly unable to look at his own learning, he came forward and said, "When I left Ping'an province, my master also gave me a string of rosary beads." His old man said that there are some schools that have the saying of a rosary given by the master as a sign of inheritance. Hopefully you still don't know. Who gave you the graft to shave your hair? And how did you enter the empty door? Meng Yuan asked curiously. "My teacher is a great virtuous monk of Lanrua Temple." Dako Kyo ate the fruit with some vigor. "As for the reason why I entered the empty sect, in fact, everyone is the same. I wish to hear about it." Meng Yuan came to be interested. People are confused by ignorance in their lives, feeling suffering and creating karma, and are not allowed to be centered. All beings suffer. Dugu Kong started a tune. "A father without a son, a wife without a husband. I heard that the Buddhists have the theory of reincarnation. Cannot expect? Poor people have nothing to rely on, nothing to depend on. Heard of the Buddha's afterlife. Cannot report a hope? Everyone has pain. Without pain who would come to the empty door? I see. It's because one wants to seek emptiness, and then find one's own place of support within that emptiness." Meng Yuan shook his head, realizing that this was not the right way to put it. But to seek emptiness is in fact to be caught up in emptiness. One must look oneself in the eye before one can see the true self, so that one can realize the Dharma of Prajna and see the Buddha. Dugu Kong froze, then nodded. You are a good hand at arguing the scriptures. No wonder you can coax Nya Yin Yin's daughter into your hands. If you go to Ping'an province, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. Meng Yuan didn't want to say more, and only lowered his head to eat. When he had eaten and drunk enough, Dugu Kong still wanted to pull some more wit with Meng Yuan, but Meng Yuan was not interested. 90 taels? 90 taels for a vegetarian feast and some fruits and vegetables? Dugu Kong was dumbfounded when he settled the bill. Fine. Give. He handed over the money and huffed and puffed. But a little bit of a test will show that greed and anger are still there. Meng Yuan caught up, brazenly. You two are just cheating money. Don't talk to me about this. Dugu Kong is not really stupid. Next time I bring my cleaners here, they will invite a couple of calligraphy and painting dealers to lure me to buy, so we can cheat together. Is this a monk? Meng Yuan originally thought to pit Dugu Kong once, and in the future less deal with him, but it turned out that this is also a shameless, pulling nonsense. Meng Yuan returned to the royal residence, but saw an ox cart in front of the house, as well as several grannies, with Jiang Tang directing from the sidelines. Brother! Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan return and happily went forward. What's going on here? Meng Yuan asked. Sister Mei has changed the place for our family. Jiang Tang pulled Meng Yuan into the house. It's not that far from the Jing Garden, she added in a low voice. Also, I accompanied Sister Mei to meet the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess said that I am still quite resourceful and asked me to follow her from now on. Meng Yuan had only gotten a letter from the third young lady saying that she wanted to work in the Demon Suppression Division, and then her daughter-in-law was detained by her side. But looking at how third Miss acts, it doesn't seem like she would hold a hostage in her hand. Did the Crown Princess say anything about what she wanted you to do? Meng Yuan asked. Said he was going to tune me up. Kong Tang said. Teaching? Meng Yuan sized up the little girl for a while and let his heart go, but then remembered that this girl has a lot of heart and soul, and the third young miss has the most damaging mouth. So he whispered, don't you learn from her is bad. Kong Tang's eyes widened. I'm saying that your highness is knowledgeable and you should also read more books. Meng Yuan changed his words. Only then did Jiang Tang nod her head, and she dragged Meng Yuan again, to meet with a rich old lady, saying that she was Hu Qian's mother. After gossiping for a while, Meng Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this and headed to the schoolyard to escape a clean slate. Thereafter Meng Yuan simply closed the shutdown, daily only in the schoolyard. Even the new home did not return, only to concentrate on carving the reflection in the 33 days. This reflection engraving was much tougher than the lower 33 heavens, and each of them took an extreme amount of true qi. However, Meng Yuan's dantian was wide, and his true qi recovery was extremely fast, so it went smoothly, and he was able to reflect and carve 3 places in one day. As more and more places are carved, Meng Yuan feels more relaxed, and the dantian seems to have expanded. The more true qi, Meng Yuan daily in the schoolyard not out, Dugu Kong every day to find. He said that the news of the unlocking screen is to say that the boat overturned when crossing the river, and even buried in the belly of the fisherman. That solved the screen, although no official position in the body, but widely traveled. Many Confucian students have gone to the Riverside Memorial, 10 days in a hurry. In the morning of that day, Meng Yuan closed his eyes in the small room in the schoolyard, only to feel the true qi stirring in his dantian. Hiddenly, there are 33 silk threads in the dantian connecting the viscera and sinews, which seems to be messy, but is in line with some kind of reasoning. Moreover, those 33 threads were like chains again, and Meng Yuan only felt that there was something huge inside his body that seemed to want to break through the cage. This time, the middle 33 heavens were all mirrored and engraved, and the next step was only to penetrate the middle 33 heavens and the lower 33 heavens, and then it would be complete, and one would be able to impact the 7th grade. Meng Yuan got up, went out to eat his meal, pulled a few moments with the teenagers, and was about to close the door again when Nye Yanian looked for him. Why haven't you gone out to look for Qingqing these days? Nye Yanian was curious. Qingqing wears a walker every day and is still silly and happy. Why did you lie to her? When have I ever lied to anyone? Meng Yuan spread his hands. Aren't I practicing diligently? I couldn't spare the time to go out for a while, and I didn't even return home. Although you used to work hard, you weren't this indistinguishable from day and night. Nye Yanian frowned as he sized up Meng Yuan and asked, I heard that Xieshan couldn't be found, and that Xieping died in the center of the river. Was it you who did this? This keen sense of smell. Meng Yuan lost his smile and said, I was at the schoolyard when I unlocked the screen of death, and everyone was watching. Then you can't harbor the schoolyard every day. You have to be loose and tight. Nye Yanian believed this and said, I said how Qingqing forced me to go to live in the martial arts center in one foot, and then took me back in the next. The original fox charming child did not take as, is that what a father says about his daughter? Meng Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Pack up and change your clothes. Nya Yanian smiled. Do what? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The princess arranged for you to enter the demon suppression division. We have to go to the guardhouse to go through the motions, right? Nya Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. You also know old Zhang and the others. So if you go, you're one of us. Going now? Meng Yuan asked happily. Or what? Sit for a month before you go? Nya Yanian pulled Meng Yuan outside. Does Master Nya have anything to teach me? Meng Yuan asked. No, old Zhang is not an outsider. He won't treat you badly. Nya Yanian obviously paved the way early. Remember, it's not easy for others to climb up the ladder when they enter this guardhouse, and their martial realm is less than that. He pointed in the direction of the Jing Garden and said in a low voice. But you're different. When you enter the 7th rank, you'll be able to immediately promote you and pass on a few more heavenly chance aptitudes. If you make some more merits, you will definitely climb faster than others. However, that place is dangerous. You have to be more mindful. Speaking of this, Nya Yanian was much more solemn. The Department of Demon Suppression is a military position, and the world is vast in the future. But we have to remember where our roots are in order to go the long way. I was born as 3rd Mrs. Person and died as 3rd Mrs. Ghost. Meng Yuan said. That's right. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed, wrapped his arm around Meng Yuan's shoulders, and said, Old Zhang has a mission in the next 2 days, so you'll be able to get credit for it right away if you go. What mission? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Do you remember when you and Li Weijin demolished Zen Master White Ape's lair? Nya Yanian laughed. The White Ape is back? Meng Yuan immediately thought of Qing Guangzi. There's news of the White Ape. Nya Yanian smiled and said in a low voice. Old Zhang invited people from above and had a fight with the White Ape, but the White Ape still gave a run for his money. Run away? Can you get any clues? Where did Qing Guangzi come from? Meng Yuan asked after him. Just got some scattered rosary beads and a few broken robes. Didn't see where they came from. Nya Yanian said. Is there anything unusual about the rosary beads? Meng Yuan came to be interested. I've read that the rosary beads are engraved with a long-lasting light. I haven't heard of any of the monk temples over in Ping'an province that have this custom. Nya Yanian said. Meng Yuan nodded. The rosary he had gotten from Xieshan was also engraved with a long bright light. End of chapter 94. Chapter 94, Meng Xiaoqi. Chapter 94, Meng Xiaoqi. Back in her new home, she changed into new clothes and tied up her long hair. The new home wasn't much, but it was close to the quiet garden and secluded. You kid is still strangely handsome. Nya Yanian saw Meng Yuan looking at the mirror endlessly, so he made a conspiratorial remark. It's just skin. Meng Yuan had a tone of enlightenment. Oh, Nya Yanian smiled disdainfully at the words, and said, I heard that the little girl was received by the Wangfei side of the tutelage. Tutelage a what? I don't know either. Meng Yuan was a bit helpless. She said that the crown princess wouldn't allow it to be said, and that the matter of the Jing Garden couldn't be spread out half the time. It's not a bad thing anyway. Nya Yanian was very relieved at the correspondence. The two of them pulled crap and made their way out of the royal residence. Jin Demon Division Pine River House Guard is located in the south of the city, not much far from the government office. Nya Yanian was a fine person, and on the way, he first told Meng Yuan about the Demon Suppression Division. Jin Demon Division is located in the capital city, created at the beginning of the founding of the country, and now slowly improved the scale. More and more personnel. The capital of each region has 1,000 household office, and each prefectural city has 100 household office. The 100 households office is in charge of the demon situation in the counties and towns under the prefecture. And as for the Luo cult, the focus of the 100 households office is even more on the evil and crooked paths. Of course, if there are huge robbers or bandits that cannot be dealt with by the government or county offices, the 100 households office will also be invited to cooperate. However, the civil and military are different, and the 100 households have the responsibility of monitoring. The local government offices also want to prevent the 100 households from encroaching on the handling of cases of authority, so the relationship between the local government offices and the guards are generally general. 100 households belongs to the inferiority of the position but the power. There is one main hall official 100 households, one deputy trial 100 households, and the official positions are of the 7th rank and the 7th rank from the 7th rank. The martial realm is at least the 7th rank, and even the perfect realm. After that, there is the chief flag officer. The official position is the 8th grade, which requires the 8th grade of martial arts to be perfect, or even the 7th grade. Under the flag, there are several small flag officers. The official position from the 8th grade also need the 8th grade realm. Finally, there are the lowest level of lieutenants, white servants and so on. Of course, the situation varies from place to place, with some places being peaceful and others having a lot of demonic situations. The staffing will be different. Those who can enter the guardhouse are either good sons of clean families, Or those whose grandfathers and fathers have exchanged their merits for shade. Or else it's the likes of you, who were stuffed. Nyayanian is very serious. If you don't have any roots and want to climb up the ladder, enlisting in the army or joining the Jin Demon Division is a good way out. You can see more, and learn more. If you dare to fight for your life, you can still climb up the ladder. His voice solemnized. Remember, when you're hanging out in the Demon Suppression Division, two things are the most important. One is credit, and the other is the person who gives you credit. With these two things, there is no worry of not being able to climb up. The latter is old Zhang. The former has to depend on you. As for third miss, when you take old Zhang's position, that's when third miss will contribute. Meng Yuan nodded. Also, get on good terms with the big guys. Nyayanian put his hand on Meng Yuan's shoulder. I understand. Meng Yuan was not of the nature to cause trouble. Nowadays, old Zhang and the vice post of the guard station test 100 don't agree. The two people are fighting internally. But last year's catastrophe, this year and made a fuss about the Buddha demon. Old Zhang is the post, but also the person who is doing the work. But it is a steady pressure on the deputy head. Nyayanian mentioned another sentence. A small guardhouse still needs infighting? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Where don't you fight? There's still fighting in the ant's nest. As long as you haven't stepped past the 7th rank in your martial realm, then you can't hide from the flies and dogs in the officialdom. Nyayanian snorted and continued. But don't worry, when you enter the 7th rank, you'll be the number 3 person in the guardhouse. No one will dare to underestimate you. Meng Yuan heard it. People say that they honor Luo Yi before they honor people. But for martial artists, it's not just the official position of power that is honored, but also the strength. Although the 7, 8 and 9 products are the next 3 products, but the 7 products in the end is not the same. Can open the secret Fura? Get the heavenly chances of divine power. As long as you step past the first of the 3 steps of the ascension, and enter the 7th grade of the martial realm. After, not to mention that Meng Yuan will not be promoted, even if he is depreciated, others still have to respect. Besides, with such a young 7th rank and someone behind him, there were only bullies, not those who were bullied. Meng Yuan wasn't interested in infighting and didn't want to get involved in the chores. He had come to the Demon Suppression Division for 3 purposes, one of which was to nourish the essence flame, the second was to cultivate the Heaven's Chance avatar, and the third was to make progress. And now that the 7th rank is on the horizon, as long as he crosses the heavenly ladder and then takes care of each other with Zhang Guangyan, he can already walk horizontally in the guardhouse. After that, you can serve the third young lady comfortably, and you can still move up the ladder step by step. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Nyayanian smiled smugly. When you enter the guardhouse, you don't have to start as a lieutenant. Old Zhang is a guarantor, so you can directly become a minor flag officer, and then raise the general flag when you've established merit. Meng Yuan nodded his head. The lowest level of this guardhouse was the white servant, all of which were not in the grade. As for the school lieutenants, most of them had entered the 9th rank of the martial arts path, and were not much stronger than the regulars. And only after that was the little flag, an 8th ranked martial position that also required an 8th rank in the martial realm. What about further up? Meng Yuan came to mind. We are following the path of a martial artist. In the end, it still depends on our own realm. Nyayanian nodded his chest. You see, Lao Zhang is a 7th grade military official. Sounds like a sesame official, right? It's actually worth a lot of money. It's already not easy for ordinary people without roots and feet to get to his point, but it's not good enough for him to mention. Unless he's at the 6th rank of martial arts, old Zhang can't go up anymore. He was very serious in his exhortation. You remember, official positions seem to be promoted by your superiors, but in the end, it is one's own strength. I understand. Meng Yuan nodded. Nyayanian saw that Meng Yuan obeyed, so he went into detail about the personnel camps of the Songhua Prefecture 100 households, in case Meng Yuan had been pitched and didn't know it. Master Nya, how much will my monthly salary be when I become a little flag then? Meng Yuan asked curiously. A junior flag officer has to enter the 8th rank of the martial arts path to be eligible, with a monthly salary of 7 taels of silver and 2 stones of rice. Nyayanian said. The salary of the Demon Suppression Division is so low? I remember when I first joined the rank, third miss gave me 10 taels a month. Meng Yuan was shocked. You don't understand. Nyayanian heatedly laughed. There are a lot of ways in here. It's definitely more than that. And it's more than a few times more than that. Otherwise, you think I opened the martial arts firm? Opened the Drunken Moon House? Why did I let old Zhang into the shares? Speaking of this, Nyayanian nodded at Meng Yuan and said seriously, but don't you delve into these evil ways. They're only for hopeless old geezers. You just need to make merit and get promoted, and the money will run into your pocket by itself by then. I know. Meng Yuan didn't have this in mind. After all, He had just gotten more than 3,000 taels from Xieshen and wasn't short of money at all. Even if there is a lack of money in the future, there is always more to coax Niechingching. Seeing that he had arrived at the gate of the guardhouse, Meng Yuan asked in a low voice, Master Nye, when I'm inducted, can I bring back an elf? It's just like the Annunciation Immortal. Since the last time in Xiangling respectively, Meng Yuan went out on business for half a month, and retreat for 10 days, looking at a month without meeting, are to Mei, but have not yet gone to see Xiangling, but also strange want. Thinking about your little goblin? Nye Yannian glared. Master Nye, Xiangling and I only discuss poetry. Besides, Taoist Li Weijin entrusted me to take care of her. Meng Yuan said, when I see a fox, I think of a vixen, I think of retribution, I think of red sleeves, I think of burrowing. Nye Yannian sked. You've caught the maester's disease before you've even become a maester. Master Nye, why do you need to slander me? Between Xiangling and I, it's a pure friendship with poetry. This kind of friendship, you probably wouldn't understand. Meng Yuan was an honorable man and really didn't think too much about it. Who believes it? Nye Yannian was not in a good mood. How come I've met all of you who are good at finding hairy things? Every one of you is a pain in the ass. The two fought and went into the guardhouse together. Nye Yannian is a regular visitor to the guardhouse, and people he meets along the road smile and arch their hands. Nye Yannian also returns the smile, and sometimes stops and gives people a few words to pull and introduce Meng Yuan. After the lobby, came to a room in the back, saw Zhang Guangyan in many vicissitudes. Temples seem to have a few more strands of white hair. Are not outsiders. Zhang Guangyan is not nagging. He called Gong Zihua, you take Xiao Ming to register, and then recognize the place, recognize the people. Under the duty let's eat. Gong Zihua obviously knew about this, and immediately took Meng Yuan out the door. The two of them did not talk about Xie's business, but only made some small talk, and after 3 turns, came to the clerical room, took out Zhang Guangyan's recommendation letter, and pulled a bunch of nonsense, grinding half an hour, before recording the file, and then went to play the identity card. Meng Yuan is considered to be really become a small flag officer of the Jin Demon Division Songdefu Guard Station. Meng Xiaoqi. Gong Zihua smiled and arched his hand. Gong Xiaoqi. Meng Yuan smiled and returned the greeting. The two of them smiled at each other, and Gong Zihua brought Meng Yuan back to meet his fellow officers. Nowadays, the guards are divided into 2 factions. The 100th Zhang Guangyan is promoted by virtue of his ability, and the trial 100th is sent down, so he must not be mistaken. I heard from Master Nye that you guys met that white ape elder and got some remnants. Can I take a look? Meng Yuan asked. Self-family, what can't we do? Gong Zihua brought Meng Yuan all the way to the pavilion treasury, and then he saw a middle-aged man, who immediately smiled and arched his hand, saying, General Flag Yang. That young General Banner was holding a wooden box in his hands. He immediately put it down and smiled. Xiao Gong ah, ha ha, this is Meng Yuan Meng Xiaoqi, a new recruit. Just now we were looking for you, saying that we'd let Chief Flag Yang mention a few things. Gong Zihua said. Meng Yuan smiled and saluted. That General Banner Yang was polite and said with a smile, at first glance, he is a good boy. What is General Banner Yang looking at? Gong Zihua stepped forward. Meng Yuan also came 2 steps closer, only to see a dozen Bodhi rosary beads in the wooden box in front of General Banner Yang. The rosary bead was engraved with a long-lasting lamp, exactly the same as the one in Xieshen's hand. We also came to see this object. Gong Zihua smiled. That's quite a fate. Flagship Yang asked curiously. This object was obtained from Elder White Ape. Is it indeed Elder White Ape's belonging? The one from the capital said that the rosary was probably given to Elder White Ape by Qing Guangzi. Gong Zihua whispered. So it is. Chief Banner Yang nodded slowly and asked, what is the utility? No, it should be a token or something. Gong Zihua said. General Banner Yang slowly nodded his head, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled and asked about Meng Yuan's origins. Meng Yuan didn't have anything to hide and answered one by one. When General Banner Yang took his leave, Gong Zihua said, we now have 2 General Banners in the guardhouse, and that one is General Banner Yang Huai Yang, who comes from the Yang family in Songdefu, and is one of ours. When Meng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but remember that last year during the heavy snowfall, someone had specially come to buy a juvenile book boy, and that person had called himself the chief of the Yang mansion. Now it seems that Yang house chief and this person are afraid that they are a family. After all, there is only one famous Yang family in Songhua province. Does he have any hobbies? Meng Yuan asked in a small voice. Rather, I've never heard of it. General Flag Yang is very good-tempered and has always been non-competitive. Gong Zihua smiled. He has been perfecting the 8th grade of martial arts for many years, and is not allowed to advance any further. stuck at the first of the 3 stages of ascension. Nowadays, his children are both complete, and he has never gone out to take risks, not to mention taking power, and he has almost become a civil servant. Meng Yuan nodded and did not inquire more. There was plenty of time anyway. By the way, how many orifices have you opened in the middle 33 heavens nowadays? Gong Zihua asked with a smile. All open, Meng Yuan said. Gong Zihua froze and smiled bitterly. Then within a few days, I won't be able to call you Meng Xiuqi, but rather Meng General Banner. He actually arched his hand. When do you and I even distinguish between these? Meng Yuan laughed. End of chapter 95. Chapter 95 Elder Peacock. Chapter 95 Elder Peacock. The dinner was set at Drunken Moon House. In total, there were a dozen men, and in addition to the small flag, there were several young lieutenants, all of whom were Zhang Guiyuan's close henchmen. It was that young Huai young General Banner who was also present. A push and pull along useless nonsense. This is considered to be dispersed. The banquet was for Meng Yuan, who naturally drank a lot. However, Meng Yuan is absolutely not dare to get drunk. People are still sober, only slightly drunk. Why don't we go to my house to rest for the night? Nie Qingqing proposed in a small voice. When Meng Yuan saw that Nie Yannian was still talking to Zhang Guiyuan outside the Drunken Moon building, he felt that things were not feasible, but to smell the faint aroma, and view Nie Qingqing's chest, Meng Yuan heart stirred. In the end, quietly pinched her hand, said, wait for me to be off duty tomorrow. Nie Qingqing nodded, a slight blush on her face. I'm planning to buy a mansion. Does sister have a favorable place in mind? Meng Yuan asked. Why waste money? Nie Qingqing had a smile on her face. Just stay at my house. It's not too far from the guardhouse, and I can even come over for a meal at lunchtime. This isn't very good, is it? Is Master Nie willing? Meng Yuan asked in a low voice. There's another mansion over at the Wushang side. He likes to live over there. Don't bother. Nie Qingqing swore. Just follow sister. The beautiful woman was so kind. Meng Yuan only felt like he was going to eat his fill. Meng Yuan is a shameless one. Anyway, it's fine to rely on Nie Qingqing at home and third miss outside. After the two of them spoke for a while longer, Meng Yuan bid farewell to Zhang Guiyuan and Nie Yannian, all the way back to the king's home. See the kitchen lit candle. Jiang Tang actually still busy. Brother? Jiang Tang happily stepped forward and sniffed. I happen to make sober soup. She nudged toward the hall room. Shitzi has been waiting for you. And that Mr. Wang, Grandpa has been talking with him for quite a while now. Meng Yuan naturally heard the commotion a long time ago. So he said, you go to sleep first. Don't worry about it. I'll boil some more water. Jiang Tang cheerfully, I'll soak your feet later. Good. Meng Yuan rubbed her head and went to find Du Gukong, not entering the house, but only looking in from the window. I only saw a table with Du Gukong and Mr. Wang sitting on each side, listening with great interest to Zhang Xuanyo's riffing on the knowledge of geldings. Meng Yuan listened for a while before pushing the door in. Oops. Meng Shishang is back. Du Gukong was overjoyed. Meng Yuan only felt powerless. This Du Gukong is perhaps too long to hold back, pretending to be pure quality for too long. Few people say something serious to him, and even more no one to play wit with him. Therefore, after Meng Yuan knew his identity, he came to find Meng Yuan from time to time. Even if Meng Yuan didn't make a sound to pay attention to, he also had to pull something, only hoping that Meng Yuan interface, and then play some boring to the extreme wit. World's son. Meng Yuan didn't even bother to arch his hand in salute. Mr. Xiaomeng has been drinking outside? Mr. Wang asked with a smile. Slightly drunk. Meng Yuan was very nonchalant and said, I'll send Shitzi back. Just sit for a while longer. Do Kirakang had a thick skin. Then I'll go back first. Wang Xiucai was quick-witted and ran straight away. Meng Yuan then dragged Du Gukong all the way out of the courtyard. What did you do today? I got a wonderful sentence. Du Okong laughed. I'm now a minor flag of the Demon Suppression Division. Meng Yuan spoke in a low voice. I specialize in capturing demons, and I don't spare the evil ones either. Amitabha Buddha. I hope that the monk will do less killing. Du Gukong folded his two hands as if he didn't hear the threatening words. You are not allowed to come to my house to look for me in the future. Meng Yuan set the rules. Old Uncle Jiang is old and cannot stay up late. The little girl follows third miss around and has to go over at the crack of dawn. She also needs to go to bed early. After saying this, Meng Yuan added, if you dare to come here again, I will never say a word to you again, never sing and harmonize a poem with you again, and never fight with you once more in a Machiavellian manner. I'll listen to Senior Meng. Seeing that Meng Yuan was so ruthless, Du Gongkong hurriedly stated his attitude. Say, what is it? Meng Yuan said. Unraveling the screen is bound to be undead, and there are no rumors of me cultivating Buddhism in the city. so it can be seen that he didn't spread the matter of me cultivating Buddhism. Dugukong saw him a lot. I guess, he plans a lot. I cannot be counted as a target. You have to be careful. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and asked, is that why you're talking about this? Also, I want to ask you when you're going out. Let's go for a walk together and play some more machinations. Solitary hyper-expectation said. You're too caught up in the moment. Hitting the machine is empty. Not hitting the machine is empty. Let's talk about it when we have time. Meng Yuan sighed helplessly and asked, you also go out more often in your spare time, poking around for news. What news? Dr. Hyper asked. Anything goes. Meng Yuan muddled. Only after sending Duokong back did Meng Yuan return home again. Old Uncle Jiang had already gone to bed, but Jiang Tang was waiting in Meng Yuan's room. The water is boiling. Jiang Tang brought the water and said happily, come, come, come. Meng Yuan didn't want her to wash it, but Jiang Tang had a great idea and had to do it herself. Unable to argue with this girl, Meng Yuan could only let her do her bidding. After washing his feet, Meng Yuan sat down and said earnestly, don't go out lately either, so you can only follow Wang Fei around. I have a job outside now, so I won't be back tomorrow. Then you must be careful. Jiang Tang nodded, then suddenly said, brother, you're not going to stay over at Sister Nia's house, are you? Meng Yuan only felt that he was still happiest with Tai Niu, without having to use his heart and mind. Squeezing Jiang Tang's hand, Meng Yuan said, whether we stay overnight or not, you and I are family. Ginger Tong nodded and whispered, I'm big too. She muttered for a while, and Meng Yuan could only squeeze her hand and say nice things for a while before finally persuading her to leave. When the second day came, after breakfast, Meng Yuan mounted the little red horse and rode all the way to the guardhouse. After ordering the dawn, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua hadn't even had a few moments to chat, when they saw Zhang Guingyan assembling his men. Departure. Speak on the way. Zhang Guingyan didn't nag, and ordered Gong Zihua, Zhang Lingfeng, and Meng Yuan, along with 12 other lieutenants. I'll go too. General Banner Yang Huai Yang suddenly voiced out. Old Yang, you didn't like to go out before. What's wrong with you today? Zhang Guingyan asked with a smile. Brothers are going. It's not good for me to keep hiding things. Don't worry. I don't mess with the command. Let Xiao Zhang Xiao going to manage it. I rub a credit. Yang Huai smiled and said. Besides, with Meng Xiaoqi upstart, I have to know more about the shame and courage. We can't compete with young people. Zhang Guingyan laughed. As the two of them spoke, Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua were in the lead, and together they exited the guardhouse and headed south. What are we going to do this time? Meng Yuan had been mentioned by Nya Yannian long ago, saying that he would be able to establish himself in the next 2 days, but didn't know the details. The scouts below have reported that there is another Luo cult, Gong Zihua said. When was it? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Before there was. Ben not climate. No big fish. We have not been confiscated net. Gong Zihua whispered. But a few days ago, said there is a high person to come, today is going to preach. Tall man? How high? Meng Yuan asked with a frown. Who knows about that? Gong Zihua became quite serious and said, I have only heard that the name of that high person is Elder Peacock. We have outside help, right? As soon as Meng Yuan heard about the Peacock Elder, he immediately thought of unlocking the screen. Naturally, Gong Zihua smiled. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96, sitting in a well and watching the sky. Chopping off karma and karma. Chapter 96, sitting in a well and watching the sky grow wide. Chopping off karma and destroying karma. The name Elder Peacock was too reminiscent of unraveling screen. Meng Yuan had only met Untying Ping once, but was extremely impressed. Although this person is the same as Dugukong, are secretly practicing Buddhism, but it is not like Dugukong that cannot be on the stage. Dugukong pretends to be a fool, and has few friends, while Xieping is quite famous among the Confucians, and makes friends with guests from all directions. When he and Dugukong saw each other's details, Dugukong was trembling and only dared to eat the cake, which was evident that his heart was extremely poor, while unwrapping the screen was always unperturbed, smiling and laughing, and was very confident. This man is gentle and humble and knowledgeable on the outside, but resolute on the inside. When he knew that his identity had been exposed, he directly faked his death and got away without any delay. In this case, even if there is something different at his home, I am afraid that he has already made arrangements. People like Xiexin just need to carry a knife and go up to cut, without having to use too much brain. And people such as Xieping are much harder to deal with than Xiexin. Not to mention how his realm is, his mind and strategy alone is not a good match. Besides, unraveling the screen to cultivate Buddhism is the same path as Venerable Great Tail, Earthshaker Vajra, and Elder White Ape. Thinking about the madness of the great-tailed Venerable One and the eagerness of the earth-shaking Vajra when he led the demons to recite the sutra, It is clear that underneath the uprightness of untying the screen, there must be madness and paranoia. It is clear that underneath the upright appearance of the unraveling screen, there is bound to be madness and paranoia. An unraveling screen has more brains than Earthshaker. Thinks and does things. In that case, it is clear that the person who faked his death to get away should have stayed dormant for a while. So why did he get involved in the Luo sex affairs again? If the local government can find out about the Luo cult, the prefectural government should also know about it. And this person is the son of the prefect, so he can't be unaware of it? Why did unlocking the screen enter the empty door? His sect is used to preaching. Are there any abnormalities in his parents? Have his friends been planted? All sorts of things. Cannot see the beginning. Although the Buddha demon rampant, but has not yet made a big deal. Luo religion although sometimes, but its momentum is not as much as the gathering tsunami of the stragglers. Third Miss had said that will be unlock the screen thing to pass out. Then since someone to dispose of. But now 10 days or so. Do not know how the third Miss arrangements. Meng Yuan pondered that it would be better to tell Niesher about this. And the pot would be taken by the third young miss. Who do we have as outside help? What's the realm? Meng Yuan heard Gong Zihua say that he had help, but he didn't feel much reassured. I don't know, but I heard it's the 6th rank. Gong Zihua whispered back. Hearing this, Meng Yuan was quite relieved. As long as it wasn't Li Weijian's kind, there shouldn't be anything wrong. The group exited from the east gate of Songgafu, while crossing the river. After crossing the river continued to travel more than 30 miles, came to a deserted courtyard, surrounded by no village or town, clearly avoiding people. Zhang Guanyan ordered to pack up while resting on the spot. The Annunciation ferry was flying in the sky, and there were people patrolling the perimeter, and there was nothing unusual. Brother Gong will protect me. Seeing that there was nothing going on, and it wasn't even noon yet, Meng Yuan planned to meditate. Last night, drinking wine, Meng Yuan rarely went to bed early. Today's mission, there was no need to be so anxious. However, thinking that the other party may be unlocking the screen, Meng Yuan did not dare to be careless, so he wanted to see the seams. He only hoped that he could make further progress and be perfected as soon as possible, so that he could have a better chance of success when he met the enemy. Just don't worry, Gong Zihua laughed. Meng Yuan didn't say anything more, only sitting down on his knees. Now in the 33 heavenly reflections carved has been, just missing through the middle and lower 2 days. First, sit quietly to soothe your mind and look closely at the dantian. Only 33 silk threads were seen connecting the viscera and sinews, and 33 silk threads were seen connecting the skin and flesh. A wide orifice, through these threads, was all reflected in the dantian. Meng Yuan's mind moved slightly, and wherever his true qi impacted the reflection, the corresponding orifices would have the ability to manifest themselves externally. Following that, the true qi impacted the middle 33 heavens and the lower 33 heavens in turn where they were reflected, and those 66 silk threads were as if they were going to be torn apart from the chains. All the threads are interlinked and entangled at one time, and at another time they are separated, and at one time they are disorganized, and at another time they have a sense of well-being. Whenever the threads touched, there was a burning sensation in the dantian. Whenever they separated, there was a pulling sensation. After an unknown period of time, Meng Yuan felt that the threads seemed to be disconnected and reconnected, and the middle and lower total of 66 days, all connected to the general. For a moment, Meng Yuan's dantian trembled tremendously and was hardened much. Then the whole body trembled non-stop. Meng Yuan only felt that the body seems to have a different mystery. The sound of the flood bells deafening, actually seemed to see the vision. There is the sound of rumbling thunder. There is a rainstorm raging. There are monstrous waves. There are endless flames. The vision seemed to break through the body's cage, and then it seemed to be completely contained within the body. Meng Yuan forced himself to endure the feeling of discomfort and hardened himself for a long time before the feeling of the vision slowly faded away. Looking closely at himself, the dantian had increased and expanded again, but it was not as effective as the 3 times of quenching the body. There is only a little bit of true qi left, but there is a sense of condensation. The next step is simply to break through the stone door and step into the 7th grade, and then you'll be able to peek into the secret celestial mysteries and gain a glimpse of the sky and sea. Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of blooming spring thunder and floating light cave, and the flow of all things that come by chance, that all things flowing light need to go up to the 33 heavens to open 4 places. Is the method of chasing and running away? After another moment, Meng Yuan exhaled and opened his eyes, only to see that it was not yet evening and only halfway through the afternoon. Here, Gong Zihua handed over the water bladder. Meng Yuan took it and drank it in one gulp. After eating a few more cakes, Meng Yuan closed his eyes to cultivate and recover his true qi. It waited until dark, and only then did it start up again. Tonight I was supposed to discuss wine and poetry with Nie Qingqing. When I went out in the morning I had set up to 7 times of abstinence from speech. but I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to return at all. It was the first time Meng Yuan had gone out and only followed Gong Zihua. The group traveled north for a dozen miles before crossing the river to the opposite side, and then to the west. They actually returned to the northern city outside of Songdefu. Meng Yuan again stupid also see understand. From the Songdefu east door out, and then turned back to the north door. This is clearly a circle. It was a way for outsiders to think that they and others had gone east, when in fact they had shot back. Our Weiwei has an inside man for the Luo sect? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not really, but someone is definitely watching. Gong Zihua didn't hide it. Generally speaking, if you go out to capture demons, you don't have to do this. But if you are looking for fake monks, fake Taoist priests such as the Luo cult and the Rice cult, then you have to avoid people. He lowered his voice and continued. Because there are so many people in this kind of sect, perhaps the government has their people, or there are people in certain big families who are also involved, or, perhaps, there are also people from the guards. Can't check? Meng Yuan asked. We can't check the officials, but our own people can. Gong Zihua smiled. So far, our people are fine. Head Zhang is just in case. He's used to being steady. Meng Yuan understood and stopped asking. The group continued west, not lighting torches, and traveling not too fast. But this direction, after all, was toward Mukwang. That Muzhuan was more than 40 miles away from Songdefu, and after Zhang Guangyan traveled about 10 miles, he turned the corner and headed northwest. It was only then that Meng Yuan realized that this trip was to Qingshui town. That Clearwater town was in the northeast of Songhua province, more than 20 miles from Mukwang. Although Meng Yuan had never been there, he knew the general location. By the time it was past midnight, it had come to 2 miles outside of Clearwater town, and the group had finally stopped. When the Annunciation Immortal called out, 3 people came out from the shadows. Zhang Guangyan whispered a few words to those 3 before he spoke to Meng Yuan and the others about the trip. There's a Clearwater river outside of Clearwater town, and there's an old Yin family mansion next to it. The head of the family is a widow, with a young daughter and 2 old servants below. Now that the Luo sect are all inside doing their homework, when Elder Peacock shows his face, there will be someone to deal with him. Let's just deal with the 5 little ones. Don't let get away. Zhang Guangyan made the assignment, and the group spread out and slowly touched the side of the Qingshui River. Each of them held their positions and waited in peace. I waited and waited until the morning light was bright and the red sun was halfway up. Meng Yuan hid himself in the green leaves of a tung tree and looked down at the surrounding area, only to see the morning sun rippling on the Qingshui River, and there was no movement in a small mansion not far away. After a while, he suddenly heard a subtle ringing sound coming from the forest on the east side of the river, and then the ringing became louder and louder, accompanied by the sound of Brahma. Meng Yuan looked closely, only to see 8 people carrying a bright sedan chair out of the forest. The bright sedan chair has no canopy, and there is no cover in all directions. On the sedan chair sits a woman, wearing a lotus flower crown, a robe that looks like a thin shirt, colorful, revealing a large part of her body, her hand in the shape of a flower. Behind the sedan chair was a man carrying a large yellow paper umbrella with bells, a line totaling 10 people, each clad in morning glory, mouth quickly chanting Buddhist scriptures, listening only to the heart of the chaos, when it is really strange. Last time Mother Luo went out at sunset. This time Elder Peacock went out at sunrise, all to borrow the sun. Meng Yuan held his bow in his hand and looked around, but he didn't see any reinforcements coming out. Zhang Guangyan jumped out, he took out a scroll and looked at it, took 2 steps forward, frowned and asked, Mrs. Yen, Amit Ba Buddha. That Mrs. Yen had a smile on her face with both hands in the form of a flower. She spoke in a kindly voice, when she really had a few moments of compassion. How come Elder Peacock doesn't dare to show his head? Zhang Guangyan knew that this was Lady Yen being cast with a wonderful spell and was now speaking on behalf of others. Mrs. Yen and Peacock. That's not much different. All for the karmic fire burning people just. Lady Yen smiled back, clearly admitting it. Scholar Zhang, the young monk has never dared to kill, and is only bent on universalizing the world. Why are you seeking trouble from me 3 times? Evil and crooked ways, everyone must be punished. Zhang Guangyan exclaimed. The world does not want people to live. Mrs. Yen smiled faintly. I am a survivor, with only a young daughter at my knees. My late husband's elder brother was trying to seize the property by colluding with outsiders. Fortunately, Princess Xin was able to save it. She ordered a token to be sent to me, saying that if I were to be bullied again, I could go and find her. She sighed quietly as she held a flower in her fingers and said, if all the people in the world were as good as Princess Xin, would it not be a common world? Wouldn't it be a place of great happiness? However, Princess Xin is a bodhisattva on earth, and while she can certainly protect me for a moment, she can hardly protect me for a lifetime. Elder Peacock, is this your reason for tricking Lady Yen into joining the Luo sect? Zhang Guangyan sneered. All beings suffer from the pain of karmic fires. It's just one person's merit for the young monk to help one person. Lady Yen folded both hands. Demon monk, found you. Suddenly, when he heard a long whistle in the distance, he saw a grey-robed Taoist, holding a duster in his hand, flying towards the forest. Amitabha Buddha. That Mrs. Yen, however, ignored it and smiled more and more kindly. How can all beings see my true Buddha if they refuse to turn back? She looked around at all of them, not forgetting to glance at Meng Yuan in the tree, sitting in a well and saying that the sky is vast, angrily pointing out that the Qiankuan is wrong. Bang! Meng Yuan arrow hair, shot off the yellow paper umbrella, and then jumped down from the tree. You can never become a Buddha. Mrs. Yan's face was kind with a smile, and when she heard this, she immediately looked angrily, saying, our generation exists to save the world, and degree thousands of suffering beings. This is the Buddha. Chanting sutras can't save suffering beings, much less become a Buddha. Meng Yuan drew his sword, but didn't go any further. The 8 people carrying the sedan chair went limp, and that Mrs. Yen then fell, and then fainted. It's also a delay of a few breaths. Zhang Guangyan looked at Meng Yuan, then shouted, enter the mansion and arrest them. The group had been ready for this for a long time, and immediately entered as planned. After a busy day, all 5 monks stayed behind, including 3 9th-ranked monks and 2 8th-ranked monks. As for the people who came to listen to the lectures, there were even 70 to 80 of them, mainly elderly people and women. Meng Yuan captured a demon monk of the 8th grade, and then did not go to grab the credit with others. Anyway, only a pile of credit is enough, and then into the 7th grade. The total flag is stable. Un gung. Meng Yuan was about to ask about the Taoist priest when he heard a familiar voice. Looking at the sound, he saw 2 familiar faces among the group of people who had been searched by the Luo sect, and they were clearly the Flower Sisters' siblings. Why are you guys here? Meng Yuan walked forward and asked with a frown. Eunuch. Sister Hua knelt on the ground, a smile spreading across her face. Didn't I give you money to live your lives? How come you're in the Luo cult again? Meng Yuan asked. Didn't enter. I'm remembering all of Un Gong's words. I didn't get involved in the Luo cult's business. Sister Hua moved forward, trying to grab the hem of Meng Yuan's coat. Meng Yuan immediately took 2 steps back and said, why have you come to Clearwater Town? Qingshui Town is my mother's hometown. Sister Hua knelt on the ground and said rightfully, come with me. Meng Yuan brought the 2 of them out of the crowd to a secluded spot, looked at his brother who was looking at Sister Hua, and said, you speak. Sister Hua's younger brother hurriedly said, we siblings came back this way when we got the money from the benefactor. We leased a house, and we both grind tofu for sale. When Sister Hua heard this, she put on a flirtatious look, but with tears and snot still in her eyes, she said, selling tofu is too hard. The chickens don't crow, they get up when they don't crow, and they grind like a donkey, so I don't make as much as I do selling tofu. Kong, please help me again, put away your look. Meng Yuan wasn't of a nature to let people demand, and only asked, I asked you why you're involved in the Luo cult again? Someone told us to come. Sister Flower's brother said, gave my sister 10 taels of silver and said he came here to hear someone preach. To put down such a large amount of money? Meng Yuan didn't quite believe it and said, then what? The man said that when we both arrived here, we could see someone we knew and asked us to pass on a message. Isn't that Kong? Sister Hua snatched the words. Is that person in his mid to late 30s? Elegant and quiet? Meng Yuan immediately thought of unlocking the screen. Yes, that's it. Sister Hua immediately said. What did he ask to be passed on? Meng Yuan asked. Chop, what came? Flower's sister grinding half a day. Also did not think of. But her brother whispered, chop karma chop cause and effect. Meng Yuan instantly understood that unlocking the screen meant that the matter of solving the Shin was not finished, or that the matter of the rosary beads was not finished. Just as well. I don't intend to finish. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword. I was dragged to a blind date after work and came back too late, so there was only 1 shift. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I'll make up for it in 3 shifts tomorrow. End of chapter 97. Chapter 97, Strange Changes. Chapter 97. It was only early in the morning, but the early May sun was already a little hot. The day has dawned. The Qingshui River on the fog floating if anything. This moment also completely dissipated. Only the reflection of the burning red light. In front of the Yen family's mansion, the bewildered people who had been compelled were gathered together to register their names and surnames. The 5 monks' arms and legs were all wasted, and at the moment they were tied up tightly, with wooden strips stuffed in their mouths and cloths covering their heads. Meng Yuan stood by the river and looked at Sister Flower's younger brother. whoever was sent to deliver the message. But Sister Hua had to deliver the message, which is a naked threat. The siblings weren't deeply connected to themselves, but they could be found if they wanted to. But the insights of the open screen did use the heart, and also know that they have entered the department of Jin Demon, as well as today will certainly come. But what do you want? To solve a declared vendetta? Or the rosary? Meng Yuan pondered for a moment, looked at Sister Flower's younger brother, and asked, what else did he tell you guys? That humane one is very popular, not as handsome as you, but not bad either. When Sister Hua saw Meng Yuan's winks at her, she immediately withdrew her expression, wiped away her tears, and said, I saw that I could get silver for nothing, so I thought that it would be polite to serve him without charging him for a time. Wouldn't it? Hey, he even did not sleep. Alas, honest people are not handsome and not honest. When Sister Hua saw Meng Yuan's face grow more and more off-color, she hurriedly said, he advised me to return to my old profession. A monk? Persuading a conventual sister to go back to her old ways? Meng Yuan was a bit confused. How so? That man is talking nonsense. Sister Hua smiled disdainfully. He advised me to open the door and accept customers, and not to collect money, saying that it's a way to cultivate good fruits and become a bodhisattva. That's bull ********. If you don't take money, you're still a whore. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and said, go back and live a good life, and never dabble in these things in the future. Gung. Sister Hua knelt down again and said, I see Gung's hands are very good. My brother sells bean curd all his life as a no good goods. You see, can you help him? Let him hold a horse. Pouring a water can be. He's very smart at. Sis. Seeing that Meng Yuan didn't make a sound, Sister Hua's younger brother hurriedly pulled down Sister Hua's sleeve, and then he looked at Meng Yuan and whispered, that man was very kind, and talked to my sister about grinding tofu, and asked about the profit margins, and how many caddies he could sell each day. In the end, my sister said that 10 taels was too much and that she was going to return some of it. The man then said that there was no need to return it and simply brought a few more words. What words? Meng Yuan came to be interested. He said that what's his name gave it to you, and also said that you, Kong, have the Buddha's heart and means to help people, and that you should enter the Buddhist sect. Sister Hua's brother said, the whatchamacallit is, naturally, the Buddha beads. However, since Xie Jinping wants to set himself up as a Buddha, then the so-called words of chopping karma and karma, I am afraid that it does not only refer to the matter of Xie. To cut off karma and cause and effect means that I should stop early, not create karma and cause and effect, and enter his Buddhist sect? I haven't slept with a woman. I haven't drunk enough wine, and I haven't traveled all over the red dust to enter your mother's Buddhist sect. After pondering for a while, Meng Yuan raised his eyes to look at Lady Yan and the others who were still unconscious. Then he looked at Sister Hua and said, we'll talk about the future later, so go back and live your life in peace first. After saying that, Meng Yuan did not wait for Sister Flower's younger brother to kneel down, and then immediately came to find Zhang Guanyan. Zhang Guanyan didn't even put up a fight today, and when he saw Meng Yuan coming forward, he said, go, let's go help the old Taoist priest, and slow down. Meng Yuan hurriedly pulled back and said, something's not right. Zhang Guanyan was not a reckless person, and was much more solemn at his words. What's wrong? Then the peacock elder behind Lady Yan should be unscreened. Meng Yuan said, I guessed that too. Zhang Guanyan was slightly surprised, but not so much. He smiled and asked, did you kill Xie? Old Nia said that you were steady in your work and would only kill him after entering the 7th rank. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. How did you know that the unraveling screen was Elder Peacock's? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Word has come from above that the governor has been secretly watched. Zhang Guanyan smiled confidently. Which one up there? Meng Yuan only felt that it was a message handed out by Third Miss. Someone sent down by the State Master. Zhang Guanyan whispered. Third Miss had even directly invited the State Master's people? Meng Yuan was stunned, feeling more and more that his loyalty to Third Miss was unshakable. But we still have to be careful. Meng Yuan was very serious. Tell me, Zhang Guanyan asked. Unlocking the screen yesterday entrusted that sibling to bring word to me, so it can be seen that he arranged today's events yesterday. But to have Mrs. Yen show up again is clearly redundant. Nothing has been accomplished, and the deed has been revealed for nothing. Meng Yuan pointed to the flower sister and brother in the distance. Since he let that sister and brother bring the message, he expected us to come. Expected me to come. It's obvious that he's bold and meticulous, quite capable of planning. Then he cannot know that we secretly have helpers? However, he still showed up, so maybe there was a change in his plan. Are you saying that we have helpers in the dark, and he also came to help? Zhang Guanyan immediately understood. Or even that in the end, when you provoked him, he was faking it? It's to get people to go after him. Not necessarily, he's a monk like Venerable Tao. Both epileptic. But defense is not an option. Meng Yuan said. Old Nya was really right when he said that you're sometimes cautious and sometimes brash. Zhang Guingyan smiled and patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. Don't worry, we still have experts. And, Meng Yuan was surprised. This time, we came to find out who Akiji is. Can manpower not be properly prepared? Zhang Guingyan laughed. There was nothing more to say then. So Meng Yuan said, I'll go and take a look as well. Alright, go see the world. Zhang Guingyan answered and looked at young Huai who was not far away, saying, Old Young, I'll take the cubs to chase after Taoist Master Ku. You send those 5 demon monks back to the guardhouse. It's better to let Ling Feng send them back. Young Huai laughed and said, Ling Feng has also gotten credit for something. I didn't get anything, so I'll go with you to check it out. Maybe I can mix it up. This young doubt as the flag officer, always is not to compete. Also listen to Zhang Guingyan words, seldom this kind of request. Zhang Guingyan naturally could not refute the face of such a subordinate and immediately responded. Xiao Gong, Xiao Meng follow. The rest of you all stay behind. Zhang Guingyan did not babble, nor did he ride his horse, and led his men straight towards the forest in the northeast direction. After exploring a mile or so ahead, he saw a broken forest. Looking further ahead, among the mori green, there is a hidden green and yellow light. Clearly someone is fighting. Don't get too close. As soon as Zhang Guingyan's words fell, he saw a man walk out from the acacia tree. The man was tall, dressed in moonlight white clothes, with both hands folded, his head bare, and his face devoid of joy or anger. Without saying a word, Zhang Guingyan directly carried his sword forward, only to see a floating light flashing around him, while a blazing light flashed out from his sword. When they were 7 or 8 feet apart, Zhang Guingyan's sword slashed down. This blade seemed to split space, in which there was light from a cave, and then floating light poured down like rain. I have a golden body, and the sure master is empty and busy. Elder White Ape muttered under his breath, a faint Buddhist light appearing on his body as he launched a palm forward. Countless streams of light pouring down, but by that palm shot most of the scattered. The rest of the streams of light fell on top of the golden body phantom, but did not break the golden light at all. Only a few points on the moonlight white clothes faint blood marks. Zhang Guingyan already had a strike without success. The whole body chi does not exist. Pale face was swept by the golden light palm wind. Immediately spit out blood. A 7th grade martial artist could certainly kill a 6th grade monk, but that was a rare case. At this point in time, the difference in rank became apparent. Moreover, Elder White Ape was a demon origin, and his body was already strong. Brother Gong, go get reinforcements. Brother Meng, quickly go and ask for help. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua immediately drew their swords and stood in front of Zhang Guingyan. Young Huai gritted his teeth, drew his sword and stood behind Zhang Guingyan. Old Zhang, where are the helpers? Diligently practicing the precepts and quenching greed and anger. The almsgiver waved at me without a word. Before the White Ape Elder finished his words, he suddenly stopped and looked to the left into the forest in consternation. The people followed and looked over, only to see a sword light rushing from 100 feet away. That sword light was like a comet attacking the moon, breaking through the layers of forested trees, and then driving countless green leaves, attacking with an unrivaled momentum. For a moment, that White Ape Elder was actually stunned and unable to move, and the Buddha's light on his body slowly dispersed. Meng Yuan held his sword in one hand while looking towards the sword light. However, the sword light was really dazzling, like a white rainbow crossing the sun, and he didn't even know who had sent it. And vaguely, Meng Yuan only felt that his body was fixed in general. His hands and feet could not move half a point, and even mobilized the real chi also line. And then look at Yang Huai and Gong Zihua. The two are even more cowering. The hands of the knife actually fell to the ground. The target of the person who sent out the sword was clearly Elder White Ape, but surprisingly, it was still able to ripple through the people around him, so it was evident that this person was powerful. It's divine might like hell. Zhang Guingyan still knows a lot. Our people have arrived. Before Meng Yuan was assured, he saw that the White Ape Elder trembled all over his body, and then his white clothes were torn, and he appeared in his original form. All actions are impermanent. All dharmas are selfless. The White Ape was clad in Buddha's light, only to see him fold his hands and murmur, all pervasive. As the White Ape uttered his voice, his figure seemed to be several times larger, and the Buddha light on his body became more and more dazzling, and his person was in the Buddha light, as if he was a real Buddha, and the sword light that attacked from afar actually lost half of its might for nothing. When that sword light came close, there was no longer any light. The White Ape laughed wildly and poked his huge palm forward, wanting to palm through the sword blade, but the sword light came close, but also burst out a huge power. In a flash will break the White Ape body of the Buddha's light, along with the left arm and the left chest was also all churned up. That sword light was successful in one strike, and then like the wind, retreated to 30 paces away. So it was evident that this person was also jealous of this white ape elder. The sense of confinement on Meng Yuan's body had disappeared, and when he looked with his eyes, he only saw a handsome, cold-faced youth holding a sword in his hand. That person's waist was thin and straight, green silk with jade hairpin, and his temperament was cold. Although this person is dressed in men's clothing, but clearly is a woman. In the Qing dynasty, it is fashionable for women to dress in men's clothes when they go out. Peacock. The white ape's body was tattered, its back against a large tree, its organs dangling and bleeding. Sure enough, a big fish has come. Unwrapping the screen from the white ape behind the tongue tree came out, both hands together. Warm smile. Amitabha Buddha. Sure, master is not easy to come from afar. May I allow the little monk to treat the vegetarian food? Where's Kur Seeker? The woman asked. There's no need to worry. Dao Friend Ku is in the Bodhi leaf. Unraveling the screen closed his arms and smiled. The woman was silent, and the sword in her hand was suddenly covered with a stream of jade liquid, like a torch. Amitabha Buddha. Unwrapping the screen was not in the least bit of a hurry, and there was still room to salute Zheng Guanyin, saying, the floating light cave sky of the Demon Suppression Division is truly beautiful, but unfortunately, it is also like a dream bubble. He smiled and folded his arms toward Meng Yuan again, saying, Master Meng, would you like to join my Buddhist sect? Enter your mother. Meng Yuan said, then let my lay mother come next time. She loves handsome young men the most. Unwrapping the screen very politely bowed his head and saluted. Meng Yuan had learned many marvelous swear words from Nyayanian, but at this moment, he was completely unable to pick up the words. Yes, Zheng Guanyian's face was pale and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood, but he still had words. Little Meng, you're going to be a father. Don't take advantage of this now, right? Everyone close to Nyayanian is like this. Then you're a grandfather. Meng Yuan said. End of chapter 98. Chapter 98. Fear from both sides. You do not have permission to access this page. 99. Chapter 99. I'll try. You do not have permission to access this page. 100. Chapter 100. A time of danger. You do not have permission to access this page. 101. Chapter 101. Floating light cave sky. You do not have permission to access this page. 102. Chapter 102. The boat passed away from here. You do not have permission to access this page. 103. Chapter 103. Performance. You do not have permission to access this page. 104. Chapter 104. Xiangling summons. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 105. A higher power's friendship. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 106. The Poetry Society. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 107. The Old Turtle Pit Poetry Society. You do not have permission to access this page. Chapter 108. Yang and King Xin. Chapter 108. Yang and King Xin. Halfway through the afternoon, the sun was still shining. Meng Yuan covered Xiangling's ears and asked curiously, why are you guys here? Come with Dao Master Ke to pay your respects for earlier. Zhang Guanyin explained. So it is. Meng Yuan understood, and asked, Miss Mingyue's righteousness and assistance. I respect it in my heart. I wonder if Miss Mingyue's injuries are healed. Zhang Guanyin had discussed with Meng Yuan how to touch the heavenly chance diagram from Mingyue's hand, so he understood Meng Yuan's meaning. So he said with a straight face, Miss Mingyue's good fortune will always have a heavenly destiny. Besides, it's not a trauma. It's nothing. On the contrary, it's you. Miss Mingyue has treated you well, so you should go and visit her. I understand. I understand. Meng Yuan pressed both palms on Xiangling's ears, his chin a little lower. This, my friend, can you arrange an errand just like the Annunciation Immortal? Zhang Guanyin frowned when he heard this. Are you still planning to arrange all the wild dogs and wild boars from your old home to work as guards under the guard, and eat a share of the imperial grain as well? He nodded at Meng Yuan. I'm telling you, as long as I, Zhang Guanyin, am around, never think of nepotism. Uncle Zhang, the people have gone far away. Meng Yuan said. Gone? Zhang Guanyin twisted his head and looked around, seeing that Zhao Jingsheng and Kutsushen were already 100 feet away. Then he changed his face and laughed. Yo, this is your little love interest? Zhang Lingfeng also had a laugh. You were just being a man of the world. Now you're not serious? Luckily I covered Xiangling's ears in advance. Meng Yuan suddenly felt that he hadn't thought things through well, and that it would be better not to let Xiangling work as an errand boy in the Demon Suppression Division. Such a good seedling of the Poetry Fairy. Then learn to be as noisy as the Annunciation Fairy. Not to mention learning a mouthful of foul language, when it is not worth the loss. Those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to Ink are black. Meng Yuan believes that Xiangling should enter the room of Jilan, not the restaurant of Bao Yu. She's still a child. Uncle Zhang, watch what you say, Meng Yuan solemnly admonished. Before releasing Xiangling's ears, Xiangling shook her body vigorously, then stared at her big eyes, then tilted her head to look at Meng Yuan, and then Zhang Guanyan with a confused look. Gu. Zhang Guanyan looked at the crushed head flower on Xiangling's head, reached out and lifted it with his finger, and laughed at Zhang Lingfeng. It's still oddly fashionable. Trendy, isn't it? Zhang Baifu, you're weirdly fashionable too. Xiangling couldn't stand people's compliments the most, especially when they complimented her for being fashionable. Old Nia had an apprentice in the past, and he was good at this. Zhang Guanyan was happy. Now it's rare to meet an outstanding one. I think the old Nia will be angry to death. There's another disciple? How come I haven't heard him mention it? And Sister Qingqing hasn't mentioned it either. Meng Yuan asked curiously. He has the face to mention it? He used to work in the capital city demon suppression division. His old buddy died, leaving his son. Old Nie taught a few years. Talent is not bad. The work is also quite capable. Zhang Guanyan lowered his voice. His laughter could not be suppressed. It's a pity that child. Old Nia and his old uncle, two people took turns to fight. Did not fight back. Meng Yuan didn't know how to interface for a moment. Zhang Guanyan lifted Xiangling's head flower twice more and asked, Great niece, do you want to enter the Jin Demon Division as an official? Xiangling shook her head vigorously. I'm most unproductive. You see, the other girl is unwilling. Zhang Guanyan smiled and spread his hands. It's better not to enter. Meng Yuan had already considered it clearly, and could not bring the child Xiangling into the mud pit. Send your family's princess to play with it. Ying's has a teachable moment, so she might be happy to bring it to you. Zhang Guanyan laughed while taking out 2 potion bottles. Here. Meng Yuan took it and knew it was the 100 herb dan with a single sniff, and was surprised. The reward is here? What are you thinking about? Zhang Guanyan all but laughed. It's about the last time we did an errand. How long has this been going on? Meng Yuan was speechless. Not arriving until the day you gave birth is already not bad. Zhang Guanyan laughed. Brother Meng, what are you doing here? Zhang Lingfeng asked. There's nothing to hide. Meng Yuan immediately said. This child's godmother used to come here to listen to Taoist Jingxiu's sermons, and the two of them fell in love. Then her godmother died, so she wanted to come here to burn a paper. Godmother didn't get it on with the Taoist priest. Xiangling immediately corrected. Godmother pouted her ass and the Taoist priest didn't even look at it. Meng Yuan took Xiangling out of his lapel and helped to unravel the small bundle. Shannon took out a crumpled piece of paper and tilted her head. Borrow a fire. Meng Yuan stepped forward and helped her light it. Xiangling is a decent, but also a deep understanding of the customs of the world. While burning paper, while muttering, as if reading burn when it is really burning poetry. Over here, Zhang Guanyan and Meng Yuan pulled up business. Come to the guardhouse tomorrow. There are things arranged for you to do. Zhang Guanyan whispered. What is it? Meng Yuan asked curiously. We'll know tomorrow. Zhang Guanyan, however, did not say much as he pulled a few more words, took Zhang Lingfeng with him and left. Meng Yuan waited for Xiangling to burn the paper, and only then did the two of them return the same way. Xiangling also did not much sadness. On the contrary, good mood. Said something about the wind in the mountains is just right for burning paper. Descending to the bottom of the mountain, he met up with Dokurakang, and the three of them went into the city together. Xiangling didn't really want to go, but Meng Yuan said that Dugukong wanted to invite her to a tofu feast, so Xiangling happily agreed. Together, they entered the city and returned to the small vineyard of Dokurakang. Before the meal was ready, there was a knock on the door outside, and Xiangling immediately hid in Meng Yuan's lapel. Wang Xiaokai led a 16 or 17-year-old teenager into the room. The teenager was wearing practice clothes, not bad looking, no joy or anger on his face. The young man glanced at Meng Yuan and ignored him, stepping forward to salute Dugukong, saying, His Highness has been ill recently and is not able to go out. His old man said that the ceremonies for the anniversary of the late Wang Fei's death will be taken care of by Shitzi alone. I know. Solo Hyper's face didn't look too good. The teenager bowed again, following which he and Wang Xiaoxai retreated. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this should be Dugukong wanting to pray for the late Wang Fei together with King Xian. But King Xian gave a refusal. What's his name? Meng Yuan saw that Dugukong was lost in thought and didn't look like a monk, so he helped him sit down. Who? Dr. Hyper was bewildered. That teenager from the party. Meng Yuan asked. He seems to be called Lu Fandeng. Solo Hyper said. For a moment, Meng Yuan remembered that when he first arrived in Songgafu, the sky was filled with snow, and there was a steward from Yangfu who came to buy a book boy, and the first person he picked was named Lu Debao. Time has changed. More than half a year has passed, but Meng Yuan remembers the situation very clearly. This teenager is Lu Debao, only changed clothes, Better color? Long ago did not look like the original tail wagging and begging for life of the stragglers, but this man was clearly taken away by the Young family as a scholar. How did he become King Xian's man? Thinking about it, Meng Yuan felt that it was probably the Young family who had tempered it and then offered it to King Xian. The King of Trust has no real power, but is an idle prince. Why should the Young family flatter him? What kind of roots does this person have? Meng Yuan asked. I don't know. Said they are adopted stragglers. Dako Kyo whispered and closed his eyes. The world is suffering. No? Then it seems that the Yangs are private offerings. Meng Yuan also did not ask more questions, just suddenly thought, the guards of the Yang Huai Yang flag is also from the Yang family, and the Yang family seems to have private dealings with the King of Faith. According to what Gong Zihua said, Yang Huai is a person who has always not cared about anything, but before the Qingshui town matter, Yang Huai first followed the outing, and then forced to replace Zhang Lingfeng, had to follow Zhang Guanyan to help, so much so that he ended up falling into the grotto under the river and almost folded inside. It's true that Yang Huai is a bit of an anomaly, but he's not dragging his feet. Meng Yuan could not determine whether Yang Huai's move was intentional or unintentional, but if it was intentional, then what was being plotted? I remember that your father practiced martial arts, right? Meng Yuan asked. I am a monk, with no parents, no brothers, and no sisters, Dugu Kong explained twice, then whispered, the monk is talking about Dugu Shang, right? Nodded Meng Yuan. He took the martial path. Dugu Kong was very serious. There are rules in the state dynasty that the clan can cultivate all the other paths except for the scholarship sect, but most of them cultivate the martial path. When Dugu Shang was young, he guarded the Ping'an prefecture in Yunzhou, but then he lost his power and was relegated here for some reason. Ping'an province is more than 2,000 miles from here, which isn't too far. Meng Yuan smiled. Do you know how many grades of martial artist he is? Not quite sure. Haven't seen him for a long time. Solitary Hyper spread his hands and whispered. He hasn't shown his face since Master Ring came here. Meng Yuan nodded his head in understanding, intending to check and inquire. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Once Shangling entered the royal residence. Chapter 109. Once Shangling entered the royal residence, Wang Xiukai sent that Lu Fandang away, and did not rest half a minute, and went to the quiet garden. When he arrived at the entrance of the quiet garden, he asked someone to pass the word, and before long, a small Taoist nun holding a duster came out. Old Mr. Wang. Is it Meng Jusher who has returned? Zhang Tang bent down slightly, when he really did have the appearance of a Taoist child for a few moments. Aren't you a married couple? How come you're a monk now? Are you nuts for learning Taoism? Wang Xiukai slandered a sentence, but on his face, he was very kind, stroking his beard and smiling. The son and Mr. Meng just came back. The son is in high spirits and has already prepared a banquet to entertain Mr. Meng. Thank you, Elder Wang, for passing on the message. Zhang Tang made a bow, a show of hands. I dare not say thank you. Shokai Wan was polite and didn't lose his manners just because Zhang Tang was a little girl. Zhang Tang politely said a few words, then turned back to the Jing garden. It was already evening, and the colorful sunset filled the sky. Zhang Tang came all the way outside the gazebo and saluted profusely. Inside the pavilion there are two people. Is the princess and a woman dressed in men's clothing. The woman was born fair, cold and unsophisticated. This morning the princess was free. I wanted to pass Meng Yuan to see, but people are not even in. Said with the sun rode out of the city, discussing poetry to go also. Zhang Tang had no choice but to ask old Xiucai Wang to keep an eye out and pass on a message when Meng Yuan and the world's sun returned. Now that Meng Yuan has returned, Zhang Tang is not sure if the princess still wants to see. After all, there are guests at this moment. Your Highness, Meng Jusher has returned. Zhang Tang held the duster and spoke softly. I would like to meet with senior monk, but surprisingly, I still have to wait for his convenience. Ing Rui smiled faintly and looked at Mingyu, saying, do you still want to see him? Since he is your person, it doesn't matter if you see him or not. The bright moon is still very cold. You give him more promotion is. Speaking of this, Mingyu recalled the floating light cave on that day and said, the vastness of his dantian and the abundance of jade liquid are far superior to those of his class. His qualifications are excellent, and he also has the heart to go forward. If he is well trained, his future will be unlimited. There was a slight curiosity on the bright moon's clear and cold face as he said, I wonder when he will enter the grade. He is from a straggler's background and entered the rank at the beginning of the year. Ing Rui nodded. Only entering the grade at the beginning of the year? Mingyu heard this, now in the middle of May. In just 4 months, he broke through the stone gate and stepped through the first of the 3 stages of heaven ascension. This kind of qualification, you won't meet one in a few hundred years. Mingyu amused slightly and looked at Zhang Tang. Go and invite your poet sword lover boy. Ing said. Jiang Tang had long been accustomed to this mouth of the princess. She immediately responded and went to find someone. On this side, Ying Rui had a smile on her face and said, "You've started to cherish your talent? He's so fast. It's hard to come across in 100 years. Manhwa was very solemn, although it is only the lower third grade, but I see that the fundamental of the martial arts has become a reality. In the future, if there are no obstacles, the future is unlimited. He's my man, use him as you see fit." Ying Rui smiled and said, "Just don't give him too many good looks." "Why is that?" Akatsuki then became curious. "What do you think of his character?" Ying asked rhetorically. "I didn't say a few words to that Meng Xiaoqi, but judging from his behavior, he should be an upright person with responsibility." Manhwa always had her sword in her hand. She recalled briefly. "I took him out of the cave and rode with him in the canoe, and he was careful to maintain his behavior, and did not overstep his bounds." Taoist Master Ku also had words of praise, so it can be seen that his character is not bad. He is a righteous person. It's the decent people who are not easy to deal with, especially the decent people who have a heart. Ying Rui poured tea for Mingyu. That Nya Yanian was his martial arts master. Because he liked his qualifications and temperament, gave him some color, he opened a dye house. Now what do you think? That Nya Yanian has been hollowed out by him. Not only the trouble of planning him into the town of Demon Division, outside those who earn the silver is afraid to return to him. And Dugu Kong. I guess Dugu Kong already owes him a debt. Mingyue, who was originally of a cold and quiet nature, couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard this, saying, "How did he do it? He's the best at coaxing people." Ying Rui had a look of understanding. If you are upright, he is upright. If you are intelligent, he has no heart. If you reveal a flaw, he will definitely be able to catch it. Mingyue thought for a moment and said, "Then this is not a fault. Coming from a humble background, it's only natural that it should be so, and it's not unusual to be more lively. What I mean is that this person is the best at coaxing people without realizing it." Ying Rui laughed. "I'm light in nature. I'm not talkative by nature. He can't coax me in any way." Mingyue spoke in a bland voice. Ying Rui glanced at Mingyu and said no more. At this time, Jiang Tang had already brought two maids and sought outside Duga Kang's small courtyard, and was talking to Wang Xiucai. Wang Xiucai is a decent person, knowing that this Jiang Tang was brought by the Wang Fei to teach, and in the future, he might want to be in power as much as Xuan Mei, and this woman's young husband is also capable of mixing. Look at the smile. In fact, the hand is very ruthless. In the future may go higher and higher. For this kind of person, Wang Xiucai would only make friends and would not lose any semblance of etiquette. Girl, wait a moment. Wang Xiucai knocked on the door and soon saw Meng Yuan walk out, his chest still bulging, not knowing what treasure he had hidden. That Duga Kong, however, is only in the courtyard, and does not dare to show his head. I do not know who he is afraid of. Wang Xiucai is very resourceful, arched his hand and smiled and hurriedly slipped away. Brother, the crown princess has summoned you over. Jiang Tang didn't talk nonsense. As she spoke, she also lifted her finger to poke Meng Yuan in the chest. Xiangling immediately showed her head, startling Jiang Tang. Are you the young gelding's daughter-in-law? Still oddly handsome. It's just that the dress is not too fashionable. Xiangling was not stingy in her praise, but also did not forget to pick faults. The two big eyes looked hard at the red spot on Jiang Tang's brow. Jiang Tang was confused and didn't know how to reply. She is a fellow of the guardhouse. No need to be afraid. Meng Yuan pressed Xiangling down. What does your highness want with me? I can't say. Jiang Tang was extraordinarily solemn. It was only yesterday that I told you about my reading medical books in the quiet garden, and the princess knew about it. Said that if I tell you about the Jing garden again, she'll shave my head and become a little nun. This Ying Ru is too much. My Jiang Tang is such a good kid. Why do you have to scare her? I was thinking that it's not easy for you to be a widow, so I'll try to comfort you some other time. I think it's better to forget it. Then don't say anything. Let's not get into it with her. Meng Yuan was the most knowledgeable. Wang Fei is scaring me. You still take it seriously? Jiang Tang instead laughed first. Besides, when the little Taoist nun does not delay the two of us. She was extraordinarily stubborn. Then let's go see the princess first. As I see it, it should be a good thing. Good. Meng Yuan also roughly guessed what was going on. It couldn't be third miss picking a fight for no reason. It's not a problem to take this fellow officer, is it? Jiang Tang asked frostily. There's no harm in it. This is my fellow officer. Your highness can't control it. Meng Yuan is not afraid to respond as such. Anyway, since she brought Xiangling to the royal residence, she couldn't hide from the third young miss, so there was no harm in letting her take a look. If she doesn't like the idea, just don't hang around her in the future. Besides, according to the generation count, Xiangling's godmother and Jingshu have a leg up. Jingshu is the third lady's nephew. Counting down Xiangling is the grandchildren generation, and Shannon is a decent, competent person, or a budding poet who has always been on top of her game and would never disgrace herself. Who are we going to see? Shannon asked. Noble, Meng Yuan said. Luckily I brought a head flower. Xiangling pressed her ears, afraid that the head flower would be crooked and lose its honor. With that said, the group arrived at the Jing Garden. All the way inside, the sky is already dark. The pavilion inside and outside the hanging lanterns is exceptionally bright. Jiang Tang saluted and slowly retreated. Only then did Meng Yuan step forward with a salute and said, "Your humble servant, Meng Yuan. Meet Princess Wang. Meet Miss Mingyue." As he spoke, Meng Yuan had a joyful face and asked with concern, "Miss Mingyue's sword split the water and saved me from the fire. Are you feeling better now?" Meng Yuan never mentioned his help, but that Mingyue girl was cold and just held her sword without saying anything. Obviously, I thought of playing a shot with dates or without dates, but now it seems that I can't play. I'm lucky to get it, but I'm lucky to lose it. Meng Yuan is very happy. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Leading an Errand. Chapter 110, Leading an Errand. Who did you bring? Ying Rui looked toward the bulge on Meng Yuan's chest. Meng Yuan raised his hand and flicked Xiangling's buttocks. Then he saw Xiangling reveal her head. Xiangling was used to big scenes. She slipped out, stood on the ground, made a bow and said, "My name is Xiangling. I'm the little poetry fairy of the old turtle pit on Big Head Mountain." During the meal, Meng Yuan and Du Gakong, the two enthusiasts, unanimously praised Xiangling as a poetry fairy, and she humbly added Old Turtle Pit small in front of the word poetry fairy. She stood on the ground, corrected the head flower in the small bag, and saw that the person sitting on the head without a headdress, just a hairpin. But there is a different temperament. Do not need headdress and clothing. It is already the absolute color of the world. Xiangling is a wimp. She saw the other party did not say a word. Eyes calm, as if they look at all of themselves through. Even the small baggage hidden in the body were looked at. The ever-competent Xiangling couldn't afford to be decent any longer, so she shrunk down, hugged Meng Yuan's calf, and said, "If you don't like to call me Little Poetry Fairy, you can also call me Little Xiangling. Since you dare to call yourself a poetry fairy, do you have any poems?" Ying Rui had seen Xiangling at the Punching Void View, and had also heard Meng Yuan and Xiangling chatting. And now, with her hands together, she was really interested. "You know poetry too?" Xiangling immediately unwrapped her small bundle and took out a piece of paper, clearly written just before the meal. A trio of masterpieces from today's poetry session at the Old Turtle Pit. Xiangling was in her line of work, and she immediately came forward with her poems. Ying Rui took it, and after taking a look at it, her always dignified face actually frowned. Akatsuki peered forward as well, and she couldn't help but frown as well. "Who did you learn the poem from?" Ying Rui picked up a piece of dried fruit and handed it to Xiangling. "You're so nice." Xiangling happily took it and nibbled on it before saying, "I taught myself." She took it for granted, holding the dried fruit in both hands, and could only hold her head toward Meng Yuan and nod, saying, "It was the little geldings who taught me the metrical rhymes, and the latter were all my own realization." Shannon was exceptionally proud. The two women looked at Meng Yuan, and the always thick-skinned Meng Yuan couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look at him. "I only know that quack doctors harm people, but today I realize that quack teachers harm people even more." Ying Rui was furious and laughed. Mingyue also held her forehead. Misguided. Meng Yuan was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to argue, just bowed his head. "Mingyue has a heavenly chance diagram to present to you." Ying Rui actually didn't want to talk much as she threw out a roll of sheepskin. Go quickly. I haven't even hit the dates yet, and they just came down on their own?" Meng Yuan hurriedly took it and thanked. "Thank you, Miss Mingyue. Don't spread the word." Akatsuki had only 4 words. Meng Yuan arched his hand in another salute and winked at Xiangling. Xiangling stuffed all the dried fruits into her mouth and was about to walk away when she felt that her small baggage was being held by someone and her body left the ground. She looked back and saw that the bright moon girl had her sword unsheathed in her hand, but she had picked her small bundle. "You stay," Shall said as such. Xiangling looked blankly at Meng Yuan, who nodded at her and said, "Wang Fei is erudite, so you ask for a good lesson in poetry." "I," said Shannon, still not quite willing. "Do you know who I am?" "It should be said as such." Shannon shook her head vigorously. "Who is your godmother's favorite son?" "Shall be asked as such." "It's the old Taoist priest," Xiangling said. "The old Taoist priest needs to address me as senior uncle when he sees me." Ying Rui laughed. "Then how should you address me?" Xiangling froze as she broke her fingers and counted, then stared wide-eyed and puzzled. "Grandma?" Ying Rui nodded slowly. Seeing that Ying Rui had already asked Xiangling what book she was reading, Meng Yuan bowed and retired. Meng Xiaoqi, Akatsuki walked up, taking measured steps toward the lake. Meng Yuan tightly gripped the Tianji map in his hand and said, as long as you talk, I have a way to coax another copy. Miss Mingyue. Meng Yuan followed behind Mingyu. What else did unscreening say to you? Akatsuki asked. When Meng Yuan heard this, after a little pondering, he knew that this girl with a cool appearance was still holding a grudge, to the point of not saying anything important. Meng Yuan took out the string of rosary beads. Unraveling the screen says that this is an invitation to enter a certain Taoist meeting, and I hope that the girl will accept it. Meng Yuan stood up straight, pressed his waist sword, and said earnestly, I only hope that after the girl inquires about the origin of this bead, as well as the origin of the Qingguangzi, she will let me know. Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan, but didn't say anything. My skills are not good, and my position is not more than a small flag, but I do have the heart to rid the people of harm. Meng Yuan said word for word. I heard the deputy at the guardhouse gave you a hard time? Akatsuki said. That's nothing. Meng Yuan waved his hand. If you want to do something, it's inevitable that you'll be made to suffer. He sighed and said, the tougher it gets, the more you have to do things. I heard a wise elder who mixed martial arts say that you can't love this martial arts only when you win. Akatsuki nodded slightly. Still not speaking. Meng Yuan saw that people did not move, then also no longer use their energy. Anyway, after hitting the pole, turn around and see if there are any dates falling. Farewell. Meng Yuan didn't say anything nonsense and left with an arch of his hand. This time, Meng Yuan counted 20 and didn't see anyone behind him speak. Enduring his loss, he returned home and Meng Yuan immediately hid in his hut. Light the candle and open the sky chart to see it. God's might is like a prison. Meng Yuan looked at it in detail and realized that the heavenly chance divine power like a prison was not considered complicated, but in essence, it was actually the ability of a 7th grade martial artist to lock down qi to another level. As long as the qi entangles the other party, it can make the other party unable to move, and the heart gives birth to a great fear, as if it is like drawing the ground for the general. It works best if used on people below you. This heavenly chance avatar belonged to the category of the stronger one was over the other. The greater the utility, similar to some sort of high-ranking pressure, but even between the same product, it has a great effect, suitable for surprise attacks. Stalking. However, divine might is like a prison that needs to go up to the 33 heavens to open 17 places, and it cannot be learned for a while. Previously, the flow of light of all things, need to open 4 places, but also laborious. After Meng Yuan pondered for a while, there was a knock on the door, but it was Jiang Tang who had returned. Opening the door and coming in, she had changed her attire, no longer looking like a little Taoist nun. When Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan sitting upright on the bed, she hurried forward, plopped down, and said, Wang Fei said she would keep Xiangling for a few days to correct her learning. You remember to cook some eggs for Xiangling, Meng Yuan mentioned. Kong Tang nodded. She stayed in Meng Yuan's room and let him teach her to compose poetry again, milling about for a while before it was considered done. When the second morning came, Meng Yuan dressed up, mounted his little red horse, and came to the guardhouse. After drinking several bowls of tea, all of which had watered down the tea leaves, Zhang Guanyan showed his face. Governor Xie's sentence has come down. Point out the manpower and go raid Governor Xie's house. Zhang Guanyan gave the order, took Meng Yuan by the shoulders, and asked in a low voice, have you ever fought with a Confucian? Heaven and earth. Meng Yuan spread his hands. Zhang Baifu, I've never been a fan of fighting with people. That's true. I'd forgotten about your reputation as the poetry sword duo. Zhang Guanyan nodded and said, anyway, you lead the team this time. Don't make any mistakes. Yes, Meng Yuan responded. The first time are a bit uncomfortable. It will be fine later. Zhang Guanyan encouraged. What's wrong with this guy? Speaking of itchy hearts, Meng Yuan decided that after today's job, he must go to find Sister Qingqing. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Qingguangzi. Chapter 111, Qingguangzi. Meng Yuan is a fledgling brother. According to theory, after entering the Jin Demon Division, should study the strengths of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and also have to go through the past case files, learning the law of war. However, since Meng Yuan came to the guardhouse, the ass did not warm up to go out to do. After the dry and rest, even with Nia Qingqing enjoy the moon is not empty. Frozen did not have time to turn the book. Since his debut, although he has experienced great battles, those he has encountered are the enemies of the martial path and the Buddhist path. Meng Yuan benefited from the repeated exchanges. Because of his own martial arts training and having Master Nia around to give him advice at all times, Meng Yuan had the deepest understanding of the martial arts. The second is the Buddhist pathway, which is, after all, several fights. Seeing that all the people had been counted, the men set off. Although Zhang Guanyan ordered Meng Yuan to lead the team, he is also going to go in person. With 2 eyes, Meng Yuan crashed at the end of the line and asked about the Confucian pathway. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and martial arts actually have their own strengths. Zhang Guangyan didn't treat Meng Yuan as an outsider, and immediately mentioned, Confucianism's method of cultivation is actually reflected in their doctrines. He pointed to Gong Zihua in front of him and continued, Little Gong is following the path of a martial artist, but he actually believes in Confucianism, and then he can be called a Confucian. But those who truly follow the path of Confucianism are still somewhat different from him. Meng Yuan heard the third lady talk about this theory. Is that the martial artist has no doctrine to rely on? Learning Confucianism is Confucian warrior. Learning Buddhism is a martial monk. I've heard that you are both a poet and a swordsman, and that you have studied history and Confucianism. Do you know what is the most important thing in Confucianism? Zhang Guangyan asked. Confucianism's entry into the world is about cultivating one's body, aligning the family, ruling the country, and calming the world. Meng Yuan said. No wonder old Nia said you're half-assed. You're really half-assed. Zhang Guangyan scoffed first. Meng Yuan was not ashamed to ask, and immediately said, Uncle Zhang taught me, it is naturally correct to cultivate one's body and align one's family to rule the country and pacify the world. Zhang Guangyan rode on the horse, holding the whip in his hand, and said in a low voice, but in fact, Confucianism is seeking the truth. It believes in benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith, and with this as the foundation, this is the only way to cultivate one's body, chi family, rule the country and pacify the world. It is only then that there is a heart for heaven and earth, and for the people, to establish what you should know. Meng Yuan looked carefully. This Guangyan is actually also a half-decent, but in the book just, what about the Confucian pathway? Meng Yuan asked. Confucianism speaks of the inner sage and the outer king. When Zhang Guangyan saw Meng Yuan's joke, he got excited. The 9 grades of the Confucian school are generally known as the Mingqiao Xin. It means that one is familiar with the classics of the sages, and one has aspirations of one's own. This realm is actually similar to that of our martial artists, with greater chi power than ordinary people, a clear mind, and the cultivation of one's own chi. Why do Confucians need to learn the 6 arts? Why do they run around with a sword every day? Idle? It's actually a habit developed in the 9 arts. It's for bright virtue and bright behavior. But this is the table. Inside is to cultivate the heart, is to raise the spirit of the vastness. This realm, read all the classics can become. Not know a word cannot become a Confucian? Natural can become. Look at the self-heart. The 8 qualities of Confucianism are the realm of grasping things. Things have their origin and end, and things have their always. If you know the sequence, you are close to the way. In this realm, the focus is on grasping. The 8 qualities of Buddhism are for purifying the mind. It is to get rid of greed and anger. Confucianism is actually pretty much the same. Observing, thinking, and finding out how everything works. And Taoist thought is actually so similar, but different. Anyway, the 3 schools merge a lot, and some truths are common in the 3 religions. At the 8th rank realm, the strength has not increased much, but the mind becomes more and more clear and sharp, and it's extremely easy to find breaks and patterns. It's very difficult to disorganize the mind with ordinary illusions and phantasmagoria. When Zhang Guangyan said this, he looked at Meng Yuan and quizzed. Taoism has the saying of 3 talents. So does Confucianism. Do you know what it is? Both families speak of heaven and earth and man. Among the 3 talents of Confucianism, there is also wisdom, benevolence, and courage. Meng Yuan was so learned that Ten Shangling couldn't compare to him. So naturally he was hard to beat. Not bad. Zhang Guangyan praised a sentence. Confucianism's 9th and 8th classes, their essence is in opening up wisdom. The wise are not confused, the benevolent are not worried, and the brave are not afraid. Meng Yuan had a sudden realization. If you have all 3 talents, you can be called a saint. Good. Zhang Guangyan was very happy. We martial arts people have the saying of ascending to the 3rd stage of heaven, into the 7th grade to get the secret heavenly secrets. Confucianism and Buddhism are the same. Buddhism is to open the Dharma phase. Get all kinds of wonderful methods. Confucianism is for the right mind, to maximize the knowledge of things, the sincerity of the right mind. Then you can be called a Confucian student. Meng Yuan understood that Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism placed great importance on the cultivation of the heart. As in the case of the Buddha's 9 qualities as the state of clear mind, it is the planting of Bodhi seeds to attain the Buddha's mind. This is a very mysterious statement, and it all depends on one's own realization. Once one realizes the Bodhi seed and develops the Buddha's mind, one is considered complete. Likewise, Confucianism is pretty much the same. In contrast, the martial pathway is really a step-by-step. Opening an orifice can be 1 point stronger. And the 9th grade consummation and 8th grade consummation are even more of a change. When he came to the 7th grade, he opened the secret Zhang Tianji, and his strength soared even more. What kind of magical powers and wonders are there? Meng Yuan was only thinking about the dry run. He who wishes to cultivate his body, first corrects his mind. If you want to correct your heart, you must first be sincere in your mind. When the object is characterized, then the knowledge will be realized. And when the knowledge is realized, then the intention will be sincere. Zhang Guangyan said, "Does Uncle Zhang mean that the 7th grade Confucian scholar has attained no confusion?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. Not bad. Zhang Guangyan was very pleased and smiled. The 7th grade Confucian's physique has changed, but it has not been transformed. Its fundamental method is wisdom, which can glimpse all kinds of changes, can see the changes in strength and weakness, and can find your weak points. He may not be able to beat you, but as long as he fights with you once or twice, he will know how to break you. That's why a 7th grade Confucian is strong even when he says he's strong, and weak even when he says he's weak. In that case, if there is a 7th grade Confucian as a helper, wouldn't he be invincible? Meng Yuan frowned. Only the benevolent can be invincible. Zhang Guangyan pointed at Meng Yuan with his horsewhip and said, "In fact, where is there no confusion? Where is wisdom? It's just talk. Can you really break the enemy?" Taoism also says that we should move with the times and respond to changes in things. Things and people are like water, always changing. Are weak spots so easy to find? He pointed to the front and said, "Are the officials who come out of Confucianism less whoring and corrupt? Their non-confusion is the table, and they can certainly see the changes in the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents, but there is no non-confusion within themselves. Otherwise wouldn't everyone become a saint? It's just that they have their own insights into the laws of all things in their hearts." He pointed in the direction of the government office, then said, "The real change is the 5th rank, which is the gentleman's realm. Having gained benevolence, a gentleman does not weaponize, a gentleman does not worry, and a gentleman does not party. I've seen a gentleman who has cultivated the idea of pushing oneself to others to the extreme, and amongst the same rank in the 5th grade, even martial artists are no match for him. What he doesn't want to do, no one else can do. What should I do if I meet an unusual Confucian?" Meng Yuan asked. "Chop him." Zhang Guangyan, don't think that Confucians cultivate the way of the saints, so they are all noble, but in fact, they are hiding a lot of nastiness. Their own force is not bad, and their vitality is not bad either, but it is not as domineering as our Tianji avatar. If it's a fight, what should we do? Meng Yuan asked bluntly. You have to understand one thing. Buddhists cultivate nature in emptiness, and want to enlighten themselves and others, so you have to beware of their Vajradharma and the method of enlightening people. Zhang Guangyan mentioned in a low voice. Confucianism cultivates oneself, as well as one's relationship with others, with the world. It is reason and benevolence. Their path gets stronger the further back they go. Even if the 7th grade is a change, it is not much stronger. What is defended against is nothing more than the spirit of vastness, the law of the gentleman. Zhang Guangyan sighed and said, Xia Jifu's 7th grade Confucian scholar, but he also fell into the way. I wish to hear about it. Meng Yuan came to be interested. Governor Xia's appearance is pro-people, but in fact, he has already given away all of Songdefu's taxes, population, surrounding fortifications, and official connections. Zhang Guangyan actually had a worried look on his face. That Xia Xiaping is a monk of the 6th rank. He is just one of the links. Mrs. Xia is the root of the problem, and I can't believe I didn't find her. Didn't you keep an eye on Governor Xia's couple in advance? Meng Yuan asked. That Mrs. Xia is a fake. The real one didn't show her head at all. Zhang Guangyan said. The real Mrs. Xia practiced joyful Zen, had all kinds of colorful looks, and had already charmed Jifu Xia to the point of being upside down. He touched out a portrait. Meng Yuan took it and looked at it. This Mrs. Xia looked at 40 years old, but also strange charm. Meng Yuan remembered that unwrapped screen said that he wanted to introduce himself to his mother. So what he said was true. Can you find any clues? Meng Yuan asked. Mrs. Xia is extremely vigilant, and there is no trace at all. Zhang Guangyan was exceptionally certain. However, Taoist Master Ke said that what they are trying to do is very big, and Mrs. Xia probably didn't leave. What is the figure? Meng Yuan asked. Zhang Guangyan nodded his chin forward. This is not coming to check. In front of them was the Xia mansion, which was already full of soldiers inside and outside. Not only was Yao Jiamu from the guards present, but there were also constables from the government office. That Yao Jiamu face has a vicissitude. There is tiredness, only to see him go forward and arch his hand. Said, strict defense are all ready. The solution of the house without a person out. Good. Once this matter is resolved, I will claim credit for Brother Yao. Zhang Guangyan laughed out loud, looked around and said, I thought there would be Confucian scholars coming to open the eyes of the Xia family, but I didn't expect not a single fart to come. Meng Xiaoqi, take someone to do a search. Meng Yuan immediately pressed his sword forward and tore open the official seal on the gate before kicking it open. Once the door opened, see inside a group of people, young and old, are all the slaves and family members of the House of Solutions, only to see everyone lose color. Some cry, some dazed, and some kowtow more than. In front of this group of people stood 17 or 18 family slaves, each armed with a sword. Looking at their appearance, they should have entered the martial arts. Meng Yuan took out the paperwork for copying the family and read it aloud, then pressed the hilt of his sword and said, "Your crime is not to death, but if you resist, kill." Those house slaves hesitated, and when one of them dropped their blades, the rest followed suit. Meng Yuan waved his hand, signaling that he could begin. This was the first time Meng Yuan had experienced this kind of thing, but it was good that there was someone to mention it and someone to help. Entry-grade martial artists are all tied up, the mandarins are in the front yard to record objects of all colors, and the white servants of all the lieutenants of the guards are the main ones to enter the house to copy and carry them. Remember, first escort all the women and slaves of the Xiefu to the front yard. Meng Yuan gave the order and raised his steps forward. The previous rule was that the mandarins followed us to copy the inspection, and then realized that it was delayed, so they changed the system. Gong Zihua said, "Delaying getting rich?" Meng Yuan asked. Gong Zihua nodded. The two chatted piece by piece, moving forward past the lobby to the backyard. One by one house search, did not find abnormalities. Even the residents of the couple of the governor of the solution, the residents of the solution of the screen also searched, did not see anything wrong. Meng Yuan went to find the women and family slaves to ask, but there is no clue. In fact, think about it is right. That insufficient heart Dugu-kan cannot reveal the cracks, let alone unlocking the screen and solve misses. Such a person. When Meng Yuan turned around, he saw a wigwam crawling with grapevines. May grapes are verdant. Meng Yuan drew his knife and chopped off the vines. The jade liquid appeared outside, and the light of the knife was hefty, and the knife chopped to the wigwam. The wigwam broke open and inside was hollow. A small secret room. Secret room is now in front of people. Then see a mud sculpture of the four sides of the city. Look at the vertical and horizontal roads. Is the Songdefu undoubtedly? However, the mud sculpture city is mostly in disrepair, in which the houses are destroyed and the four gates are wide open. There were no people coming or going, only uncountable clay rats crawling all over it. And in the middle of the city, there was a tall clay sculpture of a green rat demon sitting on a plate. That green rat demon was clad in a robe. His rat whiskers were all white. His eyes were small and godless, and he looked like he had a few moments of pity and a few moments of treachery. This is. Gong Zihua took 2 steps back. Looking at the imagery, it seems as if it's going to turn the area of Songdefu into a land of Buddhas and demons. Meng Yuan reasoned. As the two were talking, they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, he saw that it was Zhang Guangyan accompanying Kutsuxian. End of chapter. Chapter 112 The Path to Buddhahood. Chapter 112 The Path to Buddhahood. The chamber under the wigwam is small, but the imagery in it is extraordinary. Considering the paranoia and insanity of Venerable Great Tail and Elder White Ape, Meng Yuan only felt that this Qingguangzi might be coming for real. Look at this meaning. Qingguangzi wants to massacre the city and turn Songdefu into a land of Buddha and demons. Zhang Guangyan frowned, stroking his chin and measuring, but Songdefu is adjacent to the Great River. It's easy to transit people. Surrounded by high-ranking guards, this King Guangzi still dares to plot here. Could it be that he's stupid for cultivating Buddhism? He looked to Kutsuxian and asked curiously, Taoist Ku, what do you think? Cultivating Buddhism will only cultivate paranoia and a search for emptiness, but not stupidity. Kutsuxian held his duster in his arms and pondered for a while before he said, Miss Mingyue had deduced this earlier. She said that this Qingguangzi is a rat demon that cultivates Buddhism. Looking at it now, it is indeed so. When he saw that Zhang Guangyan was still puzzled, he whispered, the path of cultivation in Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and martial arts is difficult, and each school has the 3 stages of ascending to heaven, but the further back you go, the more nebulous it becomes, and you have to catch a ray of heaven. The 4th grade of Buddhism into the 3rd grade does not rely on enlightenment or Zen meditation. It is to set up a great wish, and become a great wish, in order to advance. Meng Yuan had heard the 3rd Miss speak of the Buddhist sect's grand wishes before, but he hadn't thought too much about it at the time. At this moment, after hearing Kutsuxian's words again, he immediately recalled them. Does Taoist master mean that Qingguangzi either made a grand wish to transform Songdefu into a land of Buddhas and demons? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Or so. Kutsuxian shook his head slightly and said, but my concerns are the same as Zhang Baifu's. A place like Songhua Prefecture, which is adjacent to a large river. It is not difficult to cause chaos, and all one needs to do is to encourage the monsters, Buddhas, and demons, and to build the Luo sect. but if you want to do a massacre, I'm afraid it won't work. Mang Yuan understands what Kutsushian means, which is to say that it is fine for Sangafyu to have a small fight, but it is difficult to make a big mess in this environment. Kutsushian walked up and took a closer look at the clay green mouse, saying, Buddhists don't set up idols. This is clearly going the wrong way. Therefore, it cannot be measured by common sense. What they think and feel is different from ordinary monks. He sighed, and then said, the governor is a rogue official. When he returned to the capital to report on his duties, did not see the problem. Is a dereliction of duty. However, we have found some clues. When I report it, I will send some people down. Taoist Master Ku. Zhang Guanyan is a sitting official. He is cautious. Qing Guangzi should have been laying out here for a long time. Xia Jifu's family has become Buddhist demon spies, just waiting for Qing Guangzi's order to open the door of convenience. In my opinion, there may still be people of Qing Guangzi in the city. The people from the 1,000 household office will also be here soon, so you will explore together then. Kutsushian was obviously not good at official affairs. He waved his hand and said tiredly, when you need me to do something, just call me, and don't move here for a while. There are still people coming to see it, so we'll dispose of it when the time comes. Kutsushian left a sentence, and with a flash of his person, he actually flew away. Zhang Guanyan did not know what to say for a moment, and Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua were also speechless. I told you that the Demon Suppression Division can't have Taoist priests and Confucian scholars. The former don't want to contribute, and the latter are net pickers. Zhang Guanyan exasperatedly said. Zhang Baifu generalized. Gong Zihua self-identified as a Confucian, so he defended a sentence. Then do you want today's harvest? Zhang Guanyan asked. Gong Zihua didn't say anything. Zhang Guanyan beckoned, pulled Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua to him, and said, just now I looked. There are a few pretty ones. Do you want them? It's a rule of copying the family. If there's something good, internalize it first. As long as you don't cut off too much, there's nothing wrong. Meng Yuan and Gong Zihua looked at each other. Both of them are extremely upright gentlemen. Naturally not good this. When the afternoon came, the bright moon did seek out the woman, and the woman in the red cloak. Please. Meng Yuan was very enthusiastic, but Ming Yu was still cold and lacked even an expression. As for the woman in the red cloak, she was even more veiled, and only knew that her figure was slightly shorter, and her expression could not be seen. Having no choice but to be honest, Meng Yuan could only bring the two of her to the wigwam. After looking at it for a long time, the woman in the red cloak sneered. How can one become a Buddha? She actually sounded a little naughty. Ming Yue, however, did not say anything more, only pulled out the sword, and then a flash of swordlight. That King Guangxi's clay sculpture chopped into pieces. It can be seen that she is still resentful in her heart, and has the idea of seeking Qing Guangxi for a big battle. Meng Yuan didn't have a chance to make conversation and sent the two women away again. Until the evening, the matter of copying the family was not yet finished. However, most of the items and family members have been placed, just waiting for further arrangements. Meng Yuan and his group returned to the guardhouse, all exhausted, more tired than from a fight, sealing the stolen goods again. Meng Yuan was then considered to be off duty. Let's go. I'll invite Uncle Zhang to Drunken Moon House for a drink. Meng Yuan invited Zhang Guanyan, Zhang Lingfeng, and Gong Zihua. Naturally, no one refuses such a good thing. All the way to the Drunken Moon building. The sky is already dark, but along the street lanterns all over, still lively. That Jifu was plagiarized, but it did not delay Songafyu by half. When he arrived in front of the Drunken Moon building, Meng Yuan saw Nyesher sending out an old man, who then saw himself. You boy. Before Nye Yanian could finish his sentence, Meng Yuan threw the reins over. Master Nye, feed my little red horse pounds of beans and break a few more eggs. You. Nye Yanian looked at the reins in his hand and froze. Then he saw that Meng Yuan had already walked into the Drunken Moon building, smiling and talking to Nye Qingqing, and not like a guest at all, as if he was the master of this room. After saying a few words, he took Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng upstairs. What did you do today? Nye Yanian asked as he pulled Zhang Guanyan with one hand and the reins with the other, feeding the horse behind him. Zhang Guanyan was also tired, and immediately talked about the plagiarism. The two of them pulled their crap and went up to the second floor, where they saw Nye Qingqing just coming out of a box. Father. Nye Qingqing stepped forward and tugged on Nye Yanyan's sleeve, saying, how's Wu Xing doing these days? Very good. Nye Yanian nodded Nye Qingqing's forehead vigorously and said, did you come to drive old me to live outside? I'm saying that when I have time. I'll bring Xiao Meng to the martial arts firm to take a look, and he'll be able to contribute a bit. Nye Qingqing said, you still want me to lose both my people and my money? Nye Yanian waved his hand with a look of impatience and pulled Zhang Guanyan aside to drink. The two of them talked in detail about the matter of the mansion. Nye Yannian then saw Nye Qingqing changed like a new person today, as if she was fidgeting, but also as if she was looking forward to something, the same as a little daughter-in-law who is getting married. You say this is not even married yet. Qingqing is like this, how can we stand it in the future? Nye Yannian was quite worried. Sooner or later, Zhang Guanyan was not heartbroken. That kid came for a meal. Qingqing didn't charge a single copper, and the drinks were casual. That's even if you don't have to pay for the treat. Nye Yannian broke it up. How can this work? Zhang Guanyan immediately slapped the table in anger. Who says not? Nye Yannian saw that his old buddy was on the same page, so he also agreed. If you're not even close to the end of the deal, what will you become later on? Is there such a reason? Not this. Zhang Guanyan was very reasonable. He seriously said, this drunken moonhouse has your share in mine. Qingqing doesn't charge. I don't care if you take your money to raise a Hanyu, but you can't take my money to raise a Hanyu. You. Nye Yannian was unable to speak for a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 113 Nye Qingqing. Chapter 113 Nye Qingqing. It was late in the day, and the bright moon reflected above the river. Upstairs on the drunken moon, the outsiders had all left, and Nye Yannian sat in the riverfront position. The two people next to him were Meng Yuan and Nye Qingqing, but these two people didn't seem to take themselves seriously, and were chatting away. In a trance, Nye Yannian had the feeling of losing both human and financial resources. At the beginning of the year, Nye Yannian was still only cultivating this person as a good seedling, when the geldings later showed a talent for martial arts, and there is perseverance. A rare thing is to do things steadily. Nye Yannian will know that this person is bound to have some success. Ben has the intention to promote under. This person even also see the opportunity very fast. See to please yourself is too difficult, then cross their own to steal the old family. Although he was half pushed and did not deliberately block, Nye Yannian still felt that the geldings were a little too fast. Faster than practicing martial arts. Nye Yannian had thought to wait a little longer, but after seeing the princess, the geldings were getting faster and faster on the road of martial arts, and the 9th and 8th grades were not an obstacle at all, and 1 foot past the first of the 3 stages of the ascension. Moreover, having only stepped into the 7th grade, he was able to invoke the floating light cave, showing the depth and breadth of the Dantian. Just by relying on the ability displayed today, he might be able to reach the 4th grade realm in the future. Although this person is not good at drilling, and the nature of a little decent, but after reading a few books, but also learned the ability to learn from the gelding's craftsmanship out of the way to deal with people. This kind of enlightenment, if there is a princess to help, Nye Yannian feels that the geldings have an unlimited future. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the end of the count, old man is high on the list? Nye Yannian barred his lips and drank another glass of wine. You go and get busy. Nye Yannian pushed Nye Qingqing away and said, I'll have a word with the geldings. Father, little Mang still has to get up early tomorrow for duty, so don't drink too much. Nye Qingqing was not too happy. Nye Yannian waved his hand impatiently and was about to pour Meng Yuan a drink when he saw Meng Yuan move his glass away. Drinking is a mistake. Meng Yuan was embarrassed. Meng Yuan really has something to do, and he has to discuss poetry with Nye Qingqing on the moon later, so he really can't drink wine. As for whether or not he could make a difference, Meng Yuan was quite confident. 10 years to sharpen a sword. The frosty edge has not been tested. Meng Yuan was confident that his poetic talent was unparalleled and would definitely be able to make Nye Qingqing sigh in admiration. With the errand, it's just steady. Nye Yannian drank a cup to himself. Master Nye, when will you teach me blooming spring thunder? Meng Yuan made a strong request. You're in a hurry. Before Nye Yannian could finish, he heard his own daughter say, it's not like it's an outsider. Teach it first. How do you coax people? Nye Yannian sized up Meng Yuan, and if he hadn't been familiar with the bottom line and character of the person in front of him, he would have almost felt that he had been entrusted with the wrong person. And drink less. Nye Qingqing nodded towards Meng Yuan before she got up and left. Nye Yannian opened his mouth before saying, Blooming Spring Thunder is a martial art of the Demon Suppression Division. You have to take merit in exchange for it. You can't teach it privately. It's not like we're private. Meng Yuan nodded, signaling to continue. The chest has the exciting thunder but the face is like a flat lake, which is an image of the thunder of the blooming spring. February festival. Everything out of the Jin. Jin is thunder, so it is called hibernation. It is the stinging insects that are frightened and go out. This is the second image of the blooming spring thunder. When it is invoked, it is accompanied by the image of mountains and rivers, and there is a thunderous roar, which will quickly suppress the opponent's jade in spirit. The chi entangles and traps and kills the opponent. Nye Yannian said in a low voice, This Tianji Shintong is a swift method. The stronger you are, the more powerful you will be. How many orifices need to be opened? Meng Yuan asked. The Jin trigram is thunder. The Jin and Sun trigrams are wood. and spring is the wood element. Both have the meaning of sprouting and stimulating. Nya Yanian is not hiding anything. Therefore, this method, in addition to open the stone door, but also the need for the liver and kidney, two internal organs, correspond to the theory of mutual growth. This is the Jin demon division of the people first learned of the heavenly chi magical powers. Of course, if you can all open on the 33 heavens, the power can be greater. Mang Yuan nodded in understanding. When you've opened these two places, I'll secretly teach you the method of operation. Nya Yanian. Simply teach now. Mang Yuan made to pour the wine, and when he saw that Nya Yanian didn't say anything, he immediately said, I have to accompany Sister Qingqing in these few days, so I probably won't have time to ask for more lessons. Nya Yanian then realized that in the past, he had pinned the little geldings, but now he was pinned by the little geldings everywhere. The situation of offense and defense is different. Nya Yanian took a breath and said, then you keep it in mind. He immediately detailed the method of operation of the blooming spring thunder, and Mang Yuan memorized it by heart. Nya Yanian asked Mang Yuan to repeat it a few more times and saw that there were no mistakes. I've thought it over carefully. When Nya Yanian saw that Mang Yuan wanted to pat his butt and leave after he had gained an advantage, he hurriedly pulled back and said, the imagery in that secret room is indeed to destroy the city. Whether it can or can't be is another story, but Qing Guangzi definitely has a plan. Mang Yuan sat down and said, what insights does Master Nya have? Don't just talk. Drink. This matter is too big, and old Zhang's level is not enough. Someone from above will definitely still come to inquire about it, and by then old Zhang won't be able to say anything. Nya Yanian said, what does Master Nya mean? Mang Yuan poured the wine. I mean, there is something, don't head out. You peacefully follow the old Zhang. Credit can be mixed on, can't be mixed, also no harm. Nowadays, the official position and so on are all imaginary, and it is only proper to open up the 33 heavens earlier. Nya Yanian said, I know, merit and fault never go hand in hand. I don't seek merit. No fault is merit. Mang Yuan was well aware of the fact that being poor was a good thing, and now that he was not capable of doing enough, he should still focus on improving his strength. Not bad. Nya Yanian praised. Master Nya, what exactly is that young Huai's heel? Mang Yuan was again reminded of Lu Fandang, whom he had encountered at the royal residence. Yang Huai is a side branch of the Yang family. The Yang clan is a local powerhouse, and the entire Songhua prefecture has their doorways. But in the end, they haven't produced anyone of great ability, so they're not considered a great family. Nya Yanian knew Mang Yuan well and immediately asked, what's wrong with Yang Huai? Mang Yuan didn't hide anything from his old husband, and immediately talked about some of Yang Huai's abnormalities during his previous mission, as well as Lu Fandang's relationship with the Yang family. Are you saying that it's possible that King Xin is secretly colluding with the Yang family? Nya Yanian stroked his chin. But that's not a big deal. There's also King Xin's little hobby, which isn't outlandish, and there are plenty of big families who are good at this. When King Xin was in Ping'an province, there were these rumors. Nya Yanian patted Mang Yuan's shoulder and said, anyway, you remember that King Xin is at least in the 6th rank realm of martial arts. Maybe 5th rank. Don't mess with it, and don't go check it out. I'll just tell old Zhang. Yes. Mang Yuan immediately responded, then got up and said, Master Nya, I have to go back and rest. Mang Yuan got the benefit of the doubt, and seeing that it was already late, he planned to secretly go to discuss poetry. Don't rush. Nya Yanian pulled Mang Yuan back. There are many martial acts. I have to go over and greet them. You go send Qingqing off later. He said seriously. You won't bully Qingqing, will you? Master Nya, what do you take me for? Mang Yuan had never bullied anyone. He had always been bullied. You can't bully her in the future. Nya Yanian was very serious. She's really a prosperous husband's life. You have to cherish it. He tugged at Mang Yuan with one hand and poured wine for him with the other, saying, don't listen to the people outside talking nonsense about killing 3 people. In fact, it's all because the others were too weak to suffer. Nya Yanian broke up his fingers and said seriously, the first is a teaching gentleman's child. Set not half a month. He eloped with someone, both died outside. The second is my old buddy's child, died on a mission. The third one is a child of my old buddy. He died on a mission. And the third one is a child of my old buddy. He died on a mission. He grabbed Mang Yuan's arm. My daughter is dressed as a woman for business purposes, but she's still a young woman. Master Nya, I'm measured and careful. Mang Yuan said. Nya Yanian froze, gasped. I mean, let you treat everyone the same in the future. Don't think that your girl is spoiled because she's small, and my girl can be aggrieved because she's big. Master Nya, what do you take me for? Mang Yuan said squarely. The two of them pulled half a day. Seeing that drunken Moonhouse should have closed, Nya Yanian then got up and left. Meng Yuan went to send it off and was pulled back again, pulling a bunch of nonsense about not messing around before heading towards the martial arts bank. Meng Yuan only felt sadness, all master and disciple status, yet he was still wary of himself. As soon as Nye Yannian left, Meng Yuan then led the little red horse with one hand while pulling Nye Qingqing back. Nye Yannian has saved a lot of family money, and the mansion he lives in is a 3-entry one, with Nye Qingqing living in the backyard and Nye Yannian living in the front yard. When the two returned home, Meng Yuan handed the little red horse over to the old servant and instructed him to take good care of it, then went back to the guest room to rest. After half an hour had passed, Meng Yuan avoided people and went to the backyard. When he reached the backyard, he pushed the door in and lit the lantern. Then he saw someone under the flower tree in front of him. That person wearing plain clothes, under the moonlight smile and soft in charm. Under the clothes seems to hide something, so that people cannot move their eyes. The lantern was slightly raised, and he saw Nye Qingqing with her hands folded in front of her chest, and her face was even more red, with pieces of peach blossoms hanging on her snow-white face. The night was clear and dustless, and the moon was silver. Some parts of the person in front of him were whiter than the moon, more beautiful than the moon, more mysterious than the moon. The two of them chanted a few crooked poems to the bright moon, and then turned to their room. After drinking a few glasses of wine, I saw the candle flames swaying, warm and smoky and intoxicating. Because of Nye Yannian's summary, the two know the future of the matter, and each other look right in the eyes, so there is no storm in the feelings, simply smooth sailing, water to the canal. Nye Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan's words were not stopping, more and more coaxing people's hearts, and his hand was getting more and more excessive. She pressed it in time. You really haven't looked outside? Heaven and earth, Meng Yuan said. Then why are you so familiar with it? Nye Qingqing asked curiously. My father taught me many ways to defend myself against denizens, and you've hit them all. Meng Yuan froze for a moment, then remembered that Mingyue was cold and indifferent to herself, and was afraid that she had been instructed by someone. The difference was that Nye Qingqing was willing to go into the jar, while Mingyue had grown a heart. Nye Qingqing straightened and stopped her waist. Ying had a smile. However, I'm happy to do so. Meng Yuan then stopped being reserved. For a while, but see the full snow, full of fragrance. After a while, Nye Qingqing suddenly tensed the arch of her foot, and her white, rounded heel was even whiter and brighter than the bright moon outside the window. A refreshing murmur actually rocked upwards, as if it had all kinds of feelings. Following that, the voice, if anything, could not return to silence. Meng Yuan was immersed in it, and he felt a sense of enlightenment for a few moments. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Rejoice not knowing the sun or the moon. When it was early morning, Meng Yuan opened his eyes. To open the Secretura and obtain heaven's opportunity, where is the end of martial arts? What is the end of Ru Shi Dao? When my generation cultivates martial arts, do we seek peace and quiet? Or do we cut through the thorns and chase after the strongest? Or do we seek peace? Or do we chase after the strongest? Is it time to cultivate one's body and family? To rule the country and pacify the world? Or should we travel to infinity and seek true freedom? Or should we leave behind the worries of greed, anger and dementia to achieve true freedom? Meng Yuan thought a lot of time. A few wise man's realization. As soon as he turned his head and saw those several tails of meat, he threw it all out of the sky. After finishing his work, Meng Yuan put on his clothes. Actually, it's not much fun. Then will you come back at night? Nye Qingqing asked. Come, Meng Yuan said, 3 times quenching the body in being a teenager. Although Meng Yuan labored all night long, but after a little bit of recuperation, he was full of vitality. On the way to buy a few meat buns to fill the belly, Meng Yuan people happy. The horse is also happy. Meng Yuan was already the 7th rank of the martial arts path, and this matter was known to everyone in the guardhouse, although it is still the title of a small flag officer. But in the end, it is not the same as the treatment of Gong Zihua and others. Dedededa arrived at the guardhouse and ordered and was served hot tea. The matter of copying the family is not yet finished, but it is no longer necessary for Meng Yuan to care about it. Before Meng Yuan finished his tea, he was summoned to the lobby. He saw Zhang Guingyan at the head, Yao Jiamu below him, and 2 chief flag officers and 7 lesser flag officers. Come and sit. Zhang Guingyan beckoned. Meng Yuan sat at the bottom of Yang Huai's head and didn't say much. Meng Xiaoqi is walking at a brisk pace. But did you meet something happy? Yao Jiamu asked with a smile. Took a cool bath when I woke up in the morning and was in a happy mood. This Yao Jiamu has always been at odds with Zhang Guingyan. Meng Yuan is Zhang Guingyan's man and has a beef with Yao Jiamu, so he doesn't cover up at all and directly satirizes the other parties jumping into the river in search of people. As expected, Yao Jiamu immediately changed his face and said, if it wasn't you who let go of An Kai Ping, why would we need to work any harder? Why doesn't Bai Huyao seek out Taoist Master Ko to talk about it? Meng Yuan laughed. Taoist Master Ko's scenery is clear. If he doesn't pay attention to this, naturally someone else will. Yao Jiamu sneered. When Meng Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. In this Songhua prefecture 100 households, Zhang Guanyan is a hand, promoted from the bottom. Yao Jiamu, however, is the one who was inserted into the Qianhu office, and his connections are all on the top. This is where Yao Jiamu's reliance lies. Now look, I'm afraid that the 1,000 household office is going to be someone, and it's still Yao Jiamu's backer. This matter has already been finalized. Zhang Guanyan gently nodded the table. At that time, Meng Xiaoqi's strength was exhausted. He really did not have the strength to fight again, and he needed to shelter Miss Mingyue. He did the right thing. Taoist Master Ko has also said so. Yao Jiamu was going to say more. Then Zhang Guanyan smiled and said, Brother Yao, Taoist Master Ko's position is attached to our Demon Suppression Division, but he is the State Master's man. Miss Mingyue is following Taoist Master Ko, and Taoist Master Ko respects Miss Mingyue very much. Do you think it's important to untie the screen or Miss Mingyue? Yao Jiamu was stunned and stopped talking with a cold snort. Someone from the 1,000 household office will be coming in the next 2 days. The one leading the way is 1,000 household Li Jin Yunli, and trial 1,000 household Yu Qingtian. Zhang Guanyan said. Meng Yuan heard Gong Zihua mention that Yao Jiamu's backstage is Li Jin Yun of the 1,000 households. As for Yu Qingtian, he is a deputy. Generally speaking, the 1,000 households are subordinate to the 100 households. The chief officer is the Qianhu, and there are 2 deputy Qianhu under him. One of the deputy positions is a military position, which requires the 7th grade of martial arts to be perfect, and is designed to assist the 1,000 households in their affairs. The other deputy position is a civil position, mostly held by Confucians, and is a service officer. Even though there are people coming from above, we should not let our guard down. Zhang Guanyan pulled a ball of crap and fished out a few more sheets of paper to distribute down. Meng Yuan took a look. It was the same Mrs. Xia. This is naturally something to pay more attention to, lest you be hooked by the joyful bodhisattva. Everyone should be more careful. Zhang Guanyan admonished. When he was off duty, Meng Yuan made a trip back to the royal residence, and then went to Drunken Moon House. For 3 days in a row, Meng Yuan had been staying at Nie's house, and had gotten quite a kick out of it. Seeing that it was already late May, Meng Yuan actually had nothing to do. The previous pursuit of unlocking the screen, Meng Yuan and met the flower sister brother. That flower sister begged Meng Yuan to mention his brother. Meng Yuan didn't respond at the time, but said he would come and take a look. In the morning of that day, Meng Yuan then took the pretext of patrolling and went out from the west gate to Qingshui town. After turning around, I saw a small storefront with a small stall outside. Sister Hua and her brother were busy inside, and there were quite a few people who came to buy tofu, but all of them would tease Sister Hua a few times. It was obvious that these people clearly knew what kind of business Sister Flora had done in the past. Benefactor? Sister Hua saw Meng Yuan leading her horse and wiping both hands on her body. She rushed forward. Her brother leaned over and arched his hand, but didn't quite dare to speak. How's business? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. It's just too tiring. Hannah sighed more than a little when she said this. It's more tiring than being a. I used to go there and lay down with my legs. Sister. That Sister Flower's brother immediately said. Why do you want to come here? Sister Hua had seen too many people and didn't feel embarrassed. Are you here for official business? She looked at Meng Yuan with anticipation. Her expression unconsciously made a flirtatious appearance, but when she remembered that the person in front of her was not close to women, only then she got serious again. Seemed to want to beg, but was afraid to say something. I came over here on some business and stopped by to see you guys. Meng Yuan smiled and held Sister Hua's wrist, and with a slight flip, he saw that Sister Hua had thick calluses on her hands. Pressing her brother's wrist again, she saw that it was also thickly calloused, and only then nodded slightly. Grinding tofu is the hardest part of the job, so it's clear that the siblings really did put their hearts into it. Benefactor. Flower rubbed her hands together, wanting to speak but not daring to. We really do have some karma. Meng Yuan smiled and said, What's your name? My name is Zhang Hua, and my brother's name is Zhang Jiao, the Jiao of Jiao Dragon. Sister Hua immediately said. Meng Yuan nodded and said, We've known each other from outside the northern city, and we've only gotten our names through now. Seeing the two siblings looking at themselves expectantly, Meng Yuan then said, I do have some doors to help your brother now, but how it will be in the future will also depend on your brother. Zhang Hua and Zhang Jiao hurriedly knelt down. Meng Yuan pointed to the tofu stand and said, There are many things in this world that are more tiring and bitter than grinding tofu, especially if you want to move up the ladder. It's even more bitter. I'm not afraid of suffering. Zhang Jiao cowed out again and again. Meng Yuan helped the sibling up and said, In that case, follow me, or there may be some karma. You follow your benefactor. I'll take care of this place alone, Zheng Hua said as she wiped her tears. Meng Yuan did not say any more, and immediately rode ahead, returning to the guardhouse with Zhang Jiao. In fact, there is no good work for Zhang Jiao, but it is just a white service in the guardhouse. But it's a real opportunity to take a step up compared to selling tofu. Just after arriving at the guardhouse, Meng Yuan sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere here. End of chapter. Chapter 115 Idle Men. Chapter 115 Idle Men. Meng Yuan didn't need to ask. He knew it was Shangguan who had come. Sure enough, a lieutenant immediately ran up and smiled smugly. Flag Officer Meng, Centurion Yao asked you to go to the lobby as soon as you arrive, saying that there is something to discuss. This lieutenant was Yao Jiamu's descendant, as if he was called something like Yao Ziqing. I've been promoted to chief flag? Meng Yuan asked indifferently. Not yet, but Li Qianhu is here, and the promotion to chief flag must be very fast. That Yao Ziqing smiled strangely, clearly squeezing. Meng Yuan looked in the direction of the lobby and only felt that it was meaningless. They sent someone from above, and instead of working in unison, the moment they came, they fought within themselves. Come here. Meng Yuan waved at Yao Ziqing. Yao Ziqing thought that Meng Yuan wanted to ask for details, so he stepped forward. Meng Yuan slapped him across the face. Since he was going to be targeted, Meng Yuan didn't pretend anymore that Yao Ziqing couldn't dodge at all, and took a hard hit on his face, stumbling a few steps to the side, with blood all over his mouth, and half of his face instantly reddened. As long as I am not the chief banner, I shall not be called the chief banner. Colonel Yao, it's time for you to learn a lesson. Meng Yuan handed the reins to Zhang Jiao and said, wait for me here. Yes. Zhang Jiao took the reins in bewilderment, and saw his benefactor stride forward, and the beaten lieutenant covered half of his face and stood on the spot, not even daring to say anything. Zhang Jiao has seen Meng Yuan move the knife, but he still thinks that the benefactor is a peaceful person. After all, was repeatedly offended by his sister, did not say a word, but this moment suddenly hit people, and the hand is quite powerful. The man's teeth were knocked out a few. The benefactor looks very capable. But it seems that someone wants to make things difficult for him. Zhang Jiao is not very old, but he is accustomed to seeing the cold and warm. The benefactor wants to arrange a job for me. I don't know if I can make it. If it doesn't work out, I'll just go back to selling tofu again. So don't make it difficult for people and jeopardize the friendship. On this side, Zhang Jiao kept thinking, and on the other side, Meng Yuan had already arrived at the lobby of the 100 Households office. Just see Zhang Guanyan and Yao Jiamu sitting on both sides. The former face is not very good, but the latter has a few points of complacency. Behind the two people each standing a general flag and a few small flag officer. Some people laugh and some people sad. There are also 7 unfamiliar faces. Look at the dress should also be 100 households. Should be the top down. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the lobby, with a sword hanging from his waist, a bearded face, and eyes containing authority. This person should be Li Jinyun Li Qianhu of the 1,000 households, the 6th grade of the martial Dao. That Li Jinyun under the head sat a Confucian shirt literati, less than 50 years old. This person should be Yu Qing Tian. Just look between his eyes. No Confucian within the modest, but rather eyes quite a few points in the sense of condescension. Neither of these two people struck Meng Yuan as bizarre. What was strange was that there was even a bald monk in this room. The monk was 50 years old or so, wearing coarse cloth velvet clothes, eyes closed tightly, with a ring scar on his head, a rosary bead coiled in his hand, his lips moving slightly. I don't know what sutra he was reciting. Greetings, Qian Tu Li and Mr. Yu. Meng Yuan arched his hand, and then another towards the monk, saying, I don't know the master's dharma name? Qian Hu Li didn't say anything, while Yu Qing Tian was flipping through the case file, neither looking up. That Yao Ziqing followed behind Meng Yuan, covering half of his face and giving Yao Jiamu a glare. Amitabha Buddha. Poor monk Xuanzhen. The monk opened his eyes, folded his two hands together and remained seated, only nodding slightly towards Meng Yuan before closing his eyes again. Grandmaster Xuanzhen is a martial monk, at the 7th level of perfection. Zhang Guanyan helpfully spoke up. Master's Buddhist studies are profound. He was sent by Lan Ruai Temple to assist in investigating the matter of Qingguangzi. Meng Yuan understood as soon as he heard it. So it turned out that this Master Xianzhen was also on the martial arts path, but only participated in the Buddhist teachings and entered the Buddhist sect. This is also common. There are also many martial arts practitioners in the Buddhist sect, and over the past few thousand years, they have also pioneered many celestial aptitudes that are in line with Buddhist rhythms. Meng Yuan again arched his hand and said no more, and was going to stand behind Zhang Guanyan, when that Yao Jiamu opened his mouth first. Where has Meng Xiaoqi gone this time? Why are you only here now? Yao Jiamu sneered and asked again. And how did Lieutenant Yao get injured? Go and inspect the west side of the city. As for why Colonel Yao was injured, might as well let him speak. Mang Yuan only felt that it was pointless, and that it would be better to have a painful fight. That Yao Zicheng saw Yao Jiamu's eyes signaling, so he hurriedly said what happened just now. This matter is actually Mang Yuan occupies a very reasonable. Subordinates overstep the rules, out of discipline. This is ordinary. Besides, there was the difference in martial realms, so others couldn't say anything. Sure enough, Yao Jiamu's face hardened for a few moments, and in the end, he only stifled a sentence. Then you can't hit people either. This side is cold. A young man came in from outside, saluted and said, 1,000 households. Taoist Master Ke said that there is no need to wait for him. Let's just discuss it, and then call him if there is something wrong. This new busy. Li Jinyun slapped the table in anger. Since Taoist Master Ku is not coming, then the poor monk does not have to wait. I do know the origins of Lady Xie. Xianjun opened his eyes and immediately spoke of Lady Xie's roots. It turned out that Mrs. Xie had lived in Ping'an Mansion 10 years ago. That Ping'anfu has the most monk temples. Mrs. Xie went specifically to incense, and over hooked a lot of monks into the jar. And Mrs. Xie picks her food. It has to be a young, showy monk, and says something about monks degreeing people and her degreeing monks. For a while, many monk temples in Ping'an province became places of rejoicing. After all, this matter could not be hidden from the public, and later the monks of Lanrua Temple noticed it. So Mrs. Xia went far away. Mrs. Xia calls herself the Bodhisattva of Joy. In fact, she has her own name, which is Slender-Waisted Slave. Monk Xuanjun was very serious. When Mang Yuan looked at Yang Huai, he couldn't help but remember that King Xian had also stayed in Ping'anfu. Daring to do this kind of thing in a bald donkey's den. I guess it must be that whole making grand wishes thing again. Yao Jiamu let out a cold laugh. Then realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly bowed towards Xianjun and said, I made a slip of the tongue. Not intentionally. Xianjun glanced at Yao Jiamu, but did not pursue the matter, only saying, it is true that my Buddhist disciples make many grand wishes, and the intention is good. It's just that some people take a crooked path, and their grand wishes are naturally crooked. Indeed. Yao Jiamu immediately agreed. Xuanjun did not pay any attention to this and continued, in my Buddhist sect, there is the phase of the realm of the land of joy, which is the phase of the breaking up of ignorance and troubles. In my Mahayana Buddhism there is the Tantric sect, and the joyful Buddha is the phase of sorrow and wisdom, the phase of controlling desire with desire. There is no path of evil desire in the authentic Buddhist lineage. After explaining, Xianjun continued, the fine-waisted slave took a fork in the road, and the cultivation of the joyful phase naturally forked out as well. She can't afford to be short of people around her, and she especially likes handsome young men. If the sinews and bones are strong and the physique is different, that would be even better. Having said this, Xianjun looked around at all of them, and actually paused slightly on Mang Yuan's face for a few breaths. All of them also noticed Xianjun's movements, and they couldn't help but look at Mang Yuan as well. Mang Yuan wasn't afraid of life or death, but he still didn't look too good at this moment. He really didn't want to discuss father and son with unwrapped screen. What the fine-waisted slave begged for was medicine, and what she spit out was dregs. Zhang Guanyan immediately took sides. Let's just take our time to investigate and find it. The fine-waisted slave is at least 6th grade. There's no need to send people to risk their lives. In my opinion, all of you might as well go to the land of the wind and moon more often to look for her. Xianjun seemed to know slender-waisted nun very well. She has been operating in Songha Prefecture for many years, and since the matter of Qingguangzi has not yet been resolved, I don't think she will go far. Then let's do it. Li Qiandu slapped the table and said, disperse all the people. Set off fireworks whenever there's a commotion, and Taoist Master Ko and I will take center stage, and will definitely not let the fine-waisted slaves get away. Li Qiandu is the 6th grade martial arts. Ku Taoist is the 6th grade Taoist. There are two in that fine-waisted slave as long as the traces of the exposure. I'm afraid it is difficult to escape. Zhang Guangyan naturally have nothing to say, only said, just must also prevent fine-waisted slave as unlocking the screen general. Hands have treasure. That's Taoist Master Ke's business. If he fails again, he should be punished. Not our business, Li Qiandu said. When Meng Yuan heard this, he knew that she and Tuli and Taoist Master Ke didn't get along. But the Qingguangzi case is such a big deal. Why are these people fighting amongst themselves as soon as they arrive? Shouldn't they send people from above who are compatible and good at what they do? With this group of bugbears, how can we eradicate the Buddha demons? Meng Yuan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Li Qianhu over there even gave a direct order, saying, Zhang Baihu was ineffective in catching Xie Shiping. This time your guardhouse will be presided over by Yao Baihu. The people I brought with me. I'll make my own arrangements. He nodded towards Yao Jiamu, and without any regard for Zhang Guanyan, he even walked straight away. Yes. Yao Jiamu immediately rose and arched his hand, full of joy. Meng Yuan looked at this scene, and knew that Li Qianhu must have thought that this trip would be a success, so he left all the credit to his own people. And with his own 7th rank in martial arts and meritorious service, the official position of chief banner was on the horizon, already threatening Yao Jiamu's position. Meng Yuan then felt that he was probably going to be placed in an insignificant place, and that he would not be able to mix in half of the credit. However, Meng Yuan did not feel disappointed. The last 3 days of indulgence in female sex, enlightenment or slacking off, should also meditate and practice blooming spring thunder earlier is. The martial Tao was the root, and Meng Yuan didn't care about the ups and downs of the moment at all. Sure enough, Yao Jiamu immediately made his assignments, and all the little flags got their assignments, but Meng Yuan fell behind. Meng Xiaoqi was injured earlier, so he'll be at home for a few days to recuperate. Yao Jiamu let out the word. This is empowering? Meng Yuan all laughed and immediately responded. When the meeting broke up, Meng Yuan pulled Gong Zihua. This is that sister Hua's brother. I promised to find him an errand. Brother Gong will help bring him a few days first. Meng Yuan pulled over Zhang Jiao. Small matter. Gong Zihua smiled and responded, sizing up Zhang Jiao and saying, follow me. Seeing that the group of people had dispersed, Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan, the 2 idlers, sat in the room and drank tea. That's how it is in officialdom. Ups and downs. If you want to be evergreen, you have to be a 5th rank in the martial arts, and as long as you don't make any major mistakes, you'll pretty much be able to bless your children and grandchildren for generations. Zhang Guanyan shared his experience. Meng Yuan didn't care, but was just curious. What is the relationship between Yao Jiamu and Li Qiandu? I heard that Yao Jiamu gave his daughter to Qianhu Li as a concubine. Zhang Guanyan lowered his voice and hemmed and hawed. People are sons-in-law. Meng Yuan was speechless for a moment. Seeing that it was already late in the day, Meng Yuan made some small talk and left. When he arrived at Drunken Moon House, Nye Qingqing immediately greeted him. Perhaps it was because of the several spring breezes. As soon as Nye Qingqing saw Meng Yuan, there was spring in her eyes, and she saw even more softness. Where's Nye? Meng Yuan hadn't seen Nye in the past few days, and wanted to ask what he had fed the little red horse, who was in good spirits. My father has been staying outside for the past few days. Nye Qingqing was obviously older than Meng Yuan, but at the moment she actually had a little girl's attitude. She asked in a low voice, are you hungry? Will you go to my house at night? Hearing this, Meng Yuan couldn't help but shift his sight downward. When Nye Qingqing saw that Meng Yuan had gotten the wrong idea, she didn't correct her, and she couldn't help but remember the nonsense of these 3 nights. The person in front of me does have the ability, and also knows the cold and hot, is not a person of manipulation. Anyway, in a daze, it is a wonderful place to linger. Meng Yuan had just made up his mind on the road to go back to the king's mansion to sleep tonight, but now that he had seen Nye Qingqing, he thought it would be better to practice diligently tomorrow. It's natural to go at night, Meng Yuan said. But, Nye Qingqing lowered her head again and whispered, I'm having my period. Meng Yuan glanced at her body in front of him, then at the smile on his lips, and thought it would be better to wait a little longer. So he said, I forgot to mention that recently, I had to close my eyes for a few days to meditate. Nye Qingqing froze, reaching out to pinch Meng Yuan's arm. I also have a little maid. Then forget it. Meng Yuan really wanted to go back and see how Xiangling was doing. End of chapter. Chapter 116, I'll kill your whole family. Chapter 116, I'll kill your whole family. It was late at night when I got home. When he opened the door and entered the courtyard, he saw that the light was on in Zhang Tang's room, and there was someone inside talking. It was still hot at night, and the window was open, so Meng Yuan went close to look. I only saw Zhang Tang sitting at her desk, sewing a purse. Xiangling in front of the look, a needle and thread to see clearly. She has changed the color of the cloth flower on her head, and her back is no longer a small bag, replaced by a small school bag. You're not very good at this. If you get married in the future, your in-laws will be missing an egg. Xiangling's voice was crisp and clear, and she swore, with the tone of a person who had been there before. Who did you learn these truths from? Zhang Tang asked curiously. Godmother taught me. Shannon made perfect sense. Your godmother married someone? Zhang Tang asked. Nope. Shannon returned. Zhang Tang smiled and stopped paying attention to Xiangling. Meng Yuan knocked on the door before pushing it in. Brother! Kong Tang got up happily. Brother! Xiangling followed suit. She jumped up in a flash and landed on Meng Yuan's shoulder, then poked her head out, tilted her head, and got close enough to survey Meng Yuan's face. Her nose on Meng Yuan's face. I made you a purse. Zhang Tang happily took out a purse and tied it to Meng Yuan's waist. with a jade pendant hanging from it. There's also vanilla in it. I'm the one who gleaned it. Xiangling took credit for it. Meng Yuan glanced at him before saying, I'll be home for the next few days, so ask the princess tomorrow if she wants to see me. With that said, Meng Yuan sat down and grabbed Xiangling down, holding her in his arms and stroking her fur upside down. Scratch belly. Shannon rolled over, revealing her white-furred belly. Meng Yuan scratched her stomach while making small talk with Jiang Tang. Let's have a poetry match. There's someone else in the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club, and Taoist Master Jiang has joined. Xiangling said happily. Meng Yuan of course responded. Jiang Tang, however, stopped and said, the princess said that you can only sing with Shitzi from now on, not with Xiangling. Disliked again? Meng Yuan only felt that third miss was too broad in her control. The three of them tugged at each other for a while, and seeing that it was already late in the day, Meng Yuan let Jiang Tang rest. I'll sleep with little geldings. You're hot and nice nah. Xiangling climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder. Happy. Meng Yuan was naturally happy. Back in the room, Meng Yuan washed up, and Xiangling also washed up, or Meng Yuan wiped her face. Meng Yuan was also not sleepy and sat cross-legged on the bed, so Xiangling nestled into Meng Yuan's leg nest. Little geldings, it's not so good in the city nowadays. They're not as fashionable as I am. Xiangling sighed. Not a single person wears a head wrap. Is that out of fashion for you? What then? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. I don't know. Xiangling was slightly confused. Third grandma said that my dressing up fashionable is fake fashionable, and that I have to be literate to be truly fashionable. So you have a literary talent? Meng Yuan asked. Third grandmother doesn't pair poems with me, and I don't know if I have any. Xiangling said. Meng Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. Little geldings, how are you doing out there? Xiangling rolled over, exposing her belly, and tilted her head. Don't go fighting for your life. My godmother says that you can muddle through your whole life. I'm currently idle, so I don't have to fight for my life. Meng Yuan said honestly. That's not bad. Shannon made perfect sense. Godmother said that the opposite is the movement of the Tao. It'll be fine in a few days. When she saw that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, she said, you have to study don't you even understand this? Shannon got serious. Let me give you an example. I went to sneak play after class, and I heard people talking under one of the windows. The old lady wanted to feed her granddaughter eggs, and her granddaughter would not eat. The old lady then said, if you don't eat again I will throw it out. She spread her hands and said helplessly, and as it turned out, I waited until dark and no eggs were thrown out for me. Speaking of this, Xiangling's eyes glistened and she said happily, I was sad to go back to sleep. It turned out that 2 silly chickens laid eggs in the manger I was sleeping in. It's called the movement of the antagonist's path. Xiangling had a fuzzy tone. Meng Yuan pinched Xiangling's belly and said, your godmother really died? No. Shannon swore. After a while of bull *******, Shannon fell into a deep sleep. When morning came, Jiang Tang walked in, scooped up Xiangling, and headed for the Jing Garden. The third young miss didn't summon either, and Meng Yuan meditated in peace. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed, and Meng Yuan opened 2 more orifices, corresponding to the liver and kidney orifices in the middle 33 days. Once these 2 orifices were opened, one could practice blooming spring thunder. Meng Yuan had long since memorized the method of operation of the blooming spring thunder in his mind, and there wouldn't be any mistakes at all. However, when this heavenly chance avatar is invoked, there will be a thunderclap, drumming in all directions, with a sense of all things sprouting. Before this method could be invoked, one needed to lock onto the enemy with their chi and then activate it. Blooming spring thunder could be continuously urged, and could cause the opponent's chest to swell with the feeling of stirring up thunder, and as if the body was suffering from the feeling of lightning strikes, it would become more and more weakened, tired, and even seriously injured. And the longer the blooming spring thunder is transported, the more powerful it is and the more it is consumed. This bloom spring thunder if you meet low quality, or unusual people, even if not to lock each other with the chi, listening to the person if you listen to a long time, there is also a sense of dizziness, as if the chest and abdomen of the thunder staggering. Meng Yuan didn't want to catalyze inside the royal residence, so he planned to go outside for a walk. Now that we're in June, it's getting hotter and hotter. Meng Yuan idle at home, did not go out to go around, but Gong Zihua came to find once, said nothing outside, taking the little red horse. Meng Yuan was about to leave when Jiang Tang came holding Xiangling. Little geldings, Xiangling spoke solemnly, tomorrow it looks like it's going to rain, so I have to go back to my hometown. There are so many lotus leaves in the old turtle pit, I have to pick some up. She changed her tone as she said, Godmother loves to bake eggs wrapped in lotus leaves. It smells great. Shannon spoke and licked her lips. Meng Yuan was intending to go out, and since Xiang Ling wanted to go back to her mother's house, she would go and take a look. Immediately mounting the little red horse, the two of them left the city together. Putting the little red horse in the pasture, Meng Yuan went up the mountain with Xiang Ling, but after walking not much time, Meng Yuan realized that something was wrong, and it seemed that someone was falling behind him. Meng Yuan did not move, and when he and Xiangling came to the old turtle pit, they saw that it was full of lotus leaves. Xiangling picked up lotus leaves and wrapped the eggs to bake. The two of them pulled half a day's worth of nonsense. So Meng Yuan took his leave. I'm going to look for Mrs. Piggy tonight, and tomorrow I'll come down the mountain to look for you. Xiangling was very serious. Meng Yuan responded, when it comes to the second day, it is true that, as Xiangling said, in the morning, the sky is cloudy. Not a moment before the raindrops fell. The day of June, the face of the godmother, changes at the drop of a hat. Xiangling is a competent. Immediately folded a lotus leaf to carry the small package into the arms, and flew down the mountain. She was so happy that she kept reciting poems on her lips. 1 egg is not enough to eat. 2 eggs are a bit less. 3 eggs are so easy. And Xiangling is covered in fat. Agu. A thunder fell. The mountain rain and slippery road. Xiangling was scared and fell on his butt. She hurriedly climbed up and shook off the rainwater on her body. Alas! I didn't get the little geldings into business, and I fell again. I have to find third grandma to ask how to coax the little geldings. Shannon muttered as she darted forward. When Xiangling was a few steps away, she saw a man come out of the bushes. This man was 27 or 18 years old, with a sword at his waist, and was none other than Yao Zicheng, the lieutenant officer who had been slapped by Meng Yuan at the guardhouse. Yao Zicheng pressed the hilt of his sword and took a few steps forward, looking at Xiangling in front of him, and was about to chase after him, when suddenly a sense of fear arose in his heart, and when he was about to be puzzled, he saw a person coming out of the bushes in front of him. The visitor was clad in a straw raincoat, with a bucket hat on his head, and also had a sword on his waist. I only saw that the man raised his bucket hat, and it was none other than the small flag officer Meng Yuan. Officialdom's harboring fights are harboring fights, and the trouble is not as bad as your family. I'm resting at home. Why do I have to kill your whole family? Meng Yuan drew his sword. End of chapter. Chapter 117, I am not a Confucian. Chapter 117, I am not a Confucian. The wind chased the rain. The mountain road is slippery. The material is like a ghost cry. Meng Yuan considered himself to be an honest man, and even more of a disciplined man. In the pastoral village, was Li Zhuangtou difficult, sent a lot of force work. Meng Yuan no complaints, until he was cut off from the path of advancement. Meng Yuan only overturned the table. After arriving at the royal residence, Meng Yuan was even more modest to learn and practice diligently, which led to the promotion of Xuanmei and Yesher. After entering the guardhouse, although Meng Yuan knew that each mountain, but also did not think to provoke right and wrong, just diligently do things. Even Meng Yuan has long been expected, both into the guards, although there is a superior officer to protect the blessing of the superior officer, but the superior officer on top of the superior officer, so it is cold, sidelined, or even sitting on the bench are there. Meng Yuan's heart was prepared, so he didn't feel anything. Anyway, he received his salary for nothing, and it's not bad to concentrate on practicing martial arts at home. As long as the martial realm came up, any floating clouds would disperse. The official field of pulling step on the suppression, but a moment of ups and downs. But now there are people who are still not enough, even sent someone to track himself, and even intended to disaster his family. This matter is actually directly reported on the best. After all, their own innocence, it is Yao Jiamei first. But this is not learning martial arts and can play the knife. Since the other party had crossed the line, what Meng Yuan wanted was to do something clean. It had been a long time since he had killed anyone, and Meng Yuan was a little eager. The rain was in full swing, and Meng Yuan carried his sword. Stepping forward, that Yao Zicheng froze, becoming more and more frightened in his heart. He was quite sure that he had been locked into the other party's aura. If you want to escape, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Yao Zicheng took 2 steps back and slipped to the ground. He looked at the knife tip facing downwards, rainwater sliding down the tip of the knife, as if it was gushing blood. Yao Zicheng had inquired about the origins of this Meng Xiaoqi, and knew that he was a geldingsmith by birth, and then entered the royal residence to learn the art, and by virtue of the appearance of the body and a mouth smeared with honey, hooked up with Nia Yanyan's only daughter. Also because of this, got Nia Yanyan's promotion, and the qualification is really extraordinary. Since then the momentum. As for more information, it is not very good to explore. There are a lot of rules in the Xinhuang mansion, and news doesn't go out. And when in the guardhouse, this Meng Xiaoqi is also very amiable, with a smile at times, and has always been no official authority, not to throw a face. Yao Zicheng quickly weighed the strength of the enemy, but remembered that the other party had already entered the 7th grade, and had once used the floating light cave to forcefully kill the 6th grade white ape. And even though the white ape would have been seriously injured at that time, his strength was still far superior to his own. Master Mang Xiaoqi, Mang Xuangjie. Yao Zicheng dropped his sword and knelt on the ground to kowtow, smashing the rainwater erupting. All right. Meng Yuan frowned, his tone unkind, a lieutenant of the Hall Demon Suppression Division, and Yao Baifu's closest relative. What is the proper behavior? Yes. Yao Zicheng hurriedly stopped and wiped the rainwater on his face, revealing a pleasing face, forcing out a smile, and asked in a serene manner, "You won't kill me, right?" Meng Yuan withdrew his sword and returned it to its sheath. "You're Yao Baifu's nephew, so I'll send you to see him and ask him why he sent people to follow me." When Yao Zicheng saw that Meng Yuan had collected his sword and said that he would send himself back, he was quite relieved and hurriedly said, "Yes, that's how it should be. We're colleagues. My uncle is not doing the right thing." He even stood up as he spoke. "I do have some issues with Yao Baifu, so it's fine for him to send people to follow me. Why is he following my friends?" Meng Yuan asked. "It was Mr. Yu Qingtianyu's idea." Yao Zicheng wiped the rainwater from his face and was a little afraid to speak. This Mr. Yu Qingtianyu was with Li Jinyun, down from the 1,000 households. He practiced Confucianism, 7th grade realm. Meng Yuan hadn't even said a word to him, and he didn't know how he had offended people. "Where are Yao Baihu and Mr. Yu?" Meng Yuan said. "It's just west of Changshui town." "But Mr. Yu is in Yan's mansion, the one where we arrested Luo's mother last time." Yao Zicheng was relieved to hear this. "Why do you live in Yan?" Meng Yuan didn't finish his words before he realized it. "Mr. Yu has compassion for widows and orphans." Yao Zicheng smiled lewdly. "I see that Yan is really pitiful to me. If Meng Xiaoqi is interested, I'll help arrange it. Who else is there? Where's Li Qiandu?" Meng Yuan was not afraid of Yao Jiamu, much less Yu Qingtian, a mere Confucian scholar, but only worried about Li Qiandu, a 6th-ranked martial artist. 1,000 household is in the city, Yao Zicheng said. "You can't believe all of this kind of talk. Meng Yuan still needs to go and take a look before he can do so. Come on, let's go to the confrontation first." Meng Yuan stopped the other party's words. Go. Yao Zicheng was greatly relieved, and also said very solemnly, "But, Mr. Yu really didn't mean any harm." "Oh, then what exactly did Mr. Yu say?" Meng Yuan asked with a smile. "Actually, this is also good for Meng Xiaoqi." Yao Zicheng smiled and opened his mouth. "Mr. Yu said that as long as he catches the slender-waisted slave this time, my uncle will be in a regular position. By then, when Zhang Baifu retires, my uncle will still have to use people. You've been idle for so long, you must be unwilling, and when the time comes to recruit, you'll definitely be willing." That Yao Zicheng saw that Meng Yuan didn't move, so he continued, "Mr. Yu said that it's best to catch you in the act. It's called making merit, not as good as making mistakes. My uncle is happy to do so, and he's willing to let you follow him." Meng Yuan immediately drew his sword and directly chopped off Yao Zicheng's left arm. Yao Jiamu worked with Zhang Baifu. Does he not know Gong Zihua's and Zhang Lingfang's temperament? Based on this, Baihu Zhang treats me like a nephew, so how would I turn to others? Meng Yuan turned the hilt of his sword and the rain washed away the blood on the blade. Baihu Zhang told me that Yao Jiamu has no tolerance for others, so Yao Jiamu will only think of ways to get rid of me and will never recruit me. Meng Yuan put the tip of the knife against Yao Zicheng's throat and said, "You're playing games with me?" Yao Zicheng did not expect that this person just with a smile, but in the twinkling of an eye on the hands, and the hands of the ruthless, simply do not give people the opportunity to turn back. And he was so perceptive that he realized that he had deliberately said something unpleasant. Yao Zicheng covered his broken arm, gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and said, "My uncle told me to keep an eye on your movements and figure out where you went. Mr. Yu said that he said to take care of you first, and then take the fine waist slaves. Just because of what happened on the boat that day have been holding a grudge?" Meng Yuan righted his bucket hat and laughed. "Mr. Yu is a Confucian scholar and came down from above. Why did he help Yao Jiamu so much? He has a son and nephew to be arranged into the guard. The qualification is not bad. Said that after 2 years will be able to 7 products. Also want to be the general flag." Yao Zicheng said. "So I was the one who blocked the way. No wonder I was able to chat with Yao Jiamu." Meng Yuan shook his head. Yao Zicheng knelt on the ground, one hand covering his wound. He tilted his head and begged, "You will let me go, right?" Meng Yuan raised his sword and slashed. The rain in the mountains washed out the blood and water. Meng Yuan stretched out his hand and a flame enveloped Yao Zicheng's corpse, unafraid of the rain. Soon, Yao Zicheng had no more traces, and Meng Yuan withdrew his essence flame. A 9th grade martial artist dares to follow me. Your grievance is no less than Yao Jiamu's. This person did not help the essence flame very much, but Meng Yuan knew that if Yao Jiamu and Yu Qing Tian, then the essence flame should be complete again. After washing his sword, Meng Yuan headed down the mountain. When I arrived at the old place, I saw Xiangling standing on a stone, holding up a lotus leaf to block the rain, standing on tiptoe to look at the direction of Ma Kuang, and I don't know what she was muttering in her mouth. She didn't go under a tree to get out of the rain, so you can see that she is indeed smart and strong. Yikes, why did you come down from the mountain? Xiangling spotted Meng Yuan and bounced happily. Your bucket hat is so pretty. I'll turn around and make one too. Meng Yuan walked up and saw that her bag was bulging, so he asked, "What's inside?" Sister-in-law Peg's hair. Xiangling was very proud. Your little daughter-in-law cooks me eggs every day to eat. I'll make her a better hairbrush. After saying that she added, "Third grandma even. She's bad." Meng Yuan smiled and said, "You go to the homeschool for half a day first. I'll go back to the pastoral village for some things." Xiangling didn't have much heart. She held up the cloth flower on her head. "I'm just going to take a look at that group of bumpkins." The two of them talked, and Xiangling broke up half a day of Ing Rui's evil behavior, which came to the outside of that manor. Meng Yuan saw her climb nimbly to the beams of the room of the family school, and only then did he head towards Qingshui town. The sky was gray and rainy, long since washed away last year's drought. Neither did he go to the herding village to get a horse, and Meng Yuan was even less likely to take the main road. The road is muddy. There are no pedestrians. Flying flocculent kung fu in full swing, but half an hour. The town of Qingshui is already in sight. The rain curtain is pale with the sound of frogs and cicadas. Meng Yuan straightened his cloak and straw raincoat, pulled a piece of cloth to cover his face, and then the jade liquid ran all over his body, and the wet clothes quickly turned dry. After circling around Yan's mansion twice and seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Meng Yuan scaled the wall from the backyard. The jade liquid is running, the mind is clear, and the ears are sharper. Amidst the layers of raindrops, Meng Yuan heard a subtle human voice. It was one of the innermost courtyards, guarded only by two men outside, who were gambling on the porch. Meng Yuan had some impression that it should be the two white servants of the guardhouse. The sky was overcast as if it had entered the night, and Meng Yuan landed lightly, one slash at a time, noiselessly. Essence fire probes outward and burns to ashes, and then entering the courtyard, Meng Yuan pressed his sword and stood outside the window. There was a subtle woozy sound inside, while Yu Qingtian's voice was much louder. The sages have said, a gentleman honors and does not lose, is respectful and courteous with others, and is, all within the 4 C's. The jade liquid erupted and was instantly infused on top of the long blade as Meng Yuan broke through the door and his chi was instantly locked. I only saw Yu Qingtian wearing a Confucian shirt, while Mrs. Yen wore a morning dress. However, the morning clothes were slightly shorter, and the room was messy, so it was clear that she was performing a good deed. Yu Qingtian was still at a loss. When he saw the sword astral deity compelling his body, the gentleman is correcting his body. Before the Confucian technique could be invoked, he felt a sharp pain coming on. Meng Yuan a knife to the momentum, and then the blade turned again, went to Yu Qingtian limbs, belly and broke open a knife. Has become a human swine. Seeing that Yu Qingtian was about to cry out in pain, Meng Yuan stomped on his neck, stifling his cries of pain, and then Meng Yuan's blade swung lightly and slapped on the back of Lady Yan's neck, knocking her out. Yu Qingtian fell to the ground, looking at the intestines running out of his stomach, wanting to reach out to pocket it, but simply didn't have a hand. You are Meng Yuan. Yu Qingtian eyes are fear. He never expected that this person dared to come to the door, and a shot is a killing move. Completely do not give half a point to turn around the opportunity. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Yu Qingtian just repeated. Just now I heard you recite the words of the sages, but there is so much to learn from Confucianism. May I ask what Confucianism is really about? Is it bullying the undead? Or is it assassinating a fellow colleague? Meng Yuan raised his foot slightly, giving the other party some respite. Jen, it's run. Yu Qingtian's mind raced. I've been studying this for half my life, and in fact Confucianism only deals with one word. It's run. What is benevolence? Meng Yuan asked, carrying his sword. The word ren is two people. It's yourself and others. And after that, it's yourself and more people, and even the world. Yu Qingtian saw that the other party had stopped his sword, so he hurriedly delayed. Mister, you has penetrated it? Meng Yuan asked again. I have now only penetrated what is between myself and others. That is, what is between me and you. You help me. I'll help you. And in harmony, we'll all rise to the top together. Yu Qingtian panted heavily. His limbs couldn't stop spewing blood. He forced himself to endure the pain and said, I've already found the trace of the slender-waisted slave. Brother Meng just need to work in unison with me. The credit will be easy to come by. We'll all get promoted and get rich together at that time. I don't think Mr. Yu's words are quite right. Meng Yuan always held his sword. The sage said, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. These 8 words begin with oneself and end with others. And I think they say where benevolence lies. Is that why you want to kill me? But I can't kill you? Yu Qingtian froze and said, it's Yao Jiamu who wants to get rid of you. I'm just helping out with ideas. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And I'm just moving the knife. You can't kill me. Yu Qingtian was trembling. I know the whereabouts of the slender-waisted nun. I really know. Then tell me now. Meng Yuan said. No way. You kill me, the clue is gone. You have to consider for the living. You can not only small benevolence. No big benevolence. The sages not only said that what you don't want to be done to yourself, don't do it to others, but also said that the aspirants, without seeking life to harm benevolence, have to kill their own bodies in order to fulfill their benevolence. Yu Qingtian was still talking when Meng Yuan had already swung his sword and slashed up. I'm not a Confucian. End of chapter. Chapter 118, The Slave with the Slender Waist. Chapter 118, The Slave with the Slender Waist. The pursuit of the fine-waisted slave is related to the whereabouts of Qing Guangxi, which is certainly important, and even concerns the safety of the city of Songdefu. However, Meng Yuan did not stay his hand and only slashed. If you're poor, you're good at what you do. Although Meng Yuan has the heart to save the suffering, but will never be held hostage by the so-called justice. If that Yu Qingtian said the whereabouts of the thin-waisted slave, it was death. If he didn't say it, it was still death. Flesh-eating people are still fighting you and me, and Meng Yuan does not care about the flood. Meng Yuan lamented in his heart and looked at that Mrs. Yen again. At this moment, Mrs. Yen had already passed out and did not hear any living breath. In fact, this Mrs. Yen is also a poor person. Her husband died last year, leaving only a daughter. The 10,000 count family fortune and was uncle on the mind. If not for their own report, the princess sent in time, I am afraid that has been eaten by the extinct family. But the peaceful days didn't last long, and then they got involved with the Luo sect, and the old house became a meeting place for the Luo sect. Meng Yuan heard Gong Zihua said, since the Luo religion after the incident, Mrs. Yen has been honest. The fields are rented out, only to stay at home to teach their daughters. The days are not bad, and Gong Zihua also specifically warned a few jerks in Qingshui town, so that they are not allowed to make things difficult for Yen's mother and daughter. I thought I could raise the orphan daughters safely and securely, but I didn't expect another Yu Qingtian to come out, and her husband has been dead for almost a year, and still let her wear a plain white mourning dress. This is really no wonder that people enter the Luo religion, but also be forced to do so. Mrs. Yen, you've seen me kill people, so you can't blame me for killing people. Meng Yuan made a sound and slashed down with his sword. The blade stopped just short of landing on Mrs. Yan's neck, although Meng Yuan covered the face, and in advance to shoot the other side. But in the end Yu Qingshan called broken his name, may be born wrong. Seeing that Mrs. Yen did not make a sound, Meng Yuan stopped trying. Niashir said that my hand is ruthless and my heart is not ruthless. Then he looked at Yan's thin clothes, revealing many snowy whites, so he lifted the knife, picked up the thin quilt, and covered Yan's body. Meng Yuan stopped trying, and the essence flame fell, quickly covering Yu Qingtian's corpse. In a moment, the blood, flesh, sinews, and bones turned into ash, and the essence flame grew much stronger. As long as there's another Yao Jiamu, that essence flame is bound to be complete. The fourth body tempering is not far away. Meng Yuan calculated in his mind, so he stepped out the door. That Yao Jiamu lived not far from here, but Meng Yuan didn't want to find the door again. Yu Qingtian is an outsider and is a civil servant in 1,000 households, with few people around him. But Yao Jiamu is now in charge of the Songhua Prefecture guardhouse, and when he travels, he is bound to follow a lot of people. Meng Yuan was confident that he could instantly kill the other party with the floating light cavern, but if there were more people, he was afraid that it would be difficult to get rid of them one by one. Before he came, Meng Yuan had made various plans. Now that he had killed Yu Qingtian, he should think of ways to lure Yao Jiame here. With this thought, Meng Yuan carried his sword, exited the small courtyard, and headed out. When you get out of one more yard, you will see the gate. Meng Yuan tapped on the door, and someone outside answered. Mister, you asked 100 households to come over, saying that there is something to discuss. The rain was dense, and Meng Yuan lowered his voice. What are you discussing, mister? You is tired of playing and looking for our leader to take his place? Strange laughter came from outside. Cut the crap. Meng Yuan slapped the door vigorously and swung back to go. The man standing guard outside had no doubt, and laughed strangely twice more before he went to deliver the message. Meng Yuan returned to the backyard, closed the courtyard door, and didn't enter his room. Taking out the Dan bottle, he swallowed 3 pills of 100 herb Dan in advance. For a moment, the already full of jade liquid will increase the sense of vigor, only to feel that all the body is full of strength, eager to give vent to it. Meng Yuan stood in the small courtyard, wearing a bucket hat on his head and a straw raincoat, carrying endless rainwater, with his knife sheathed in his hand, just waiting for the visitor. Not far to the west of Yan's mansion, there was a tall building. Yao Jiamu was drinking wine upstairs, and in front of him was a woman holding a zither and singing lightly. Soon, a lieutenant came up and bent down. "Mister, you sent word for 100 households to go there, saying that there was something to discuss. I'm going over there? Find him?" Yao Jiamu looked out of the building into the smoky rain and couldn't help but stare. The lieutenant didn't dare to say anything. "Do you really think he's a ing dish? Without me, can your men come in and work as an errand boy?" Yao Jiamu's wineglass slammed onto the singer. "Get lost." Cursing like this, Yao Jiamu still got up. "It mustn't be the wind right away, right? I'll go take a look." Down the stairs, took the umbrella, Yao Jiamu in front, because the small flag officers are dispersed out, followed by only 3 lieutenants. He came to Yan's mansion and stepped inside. Here he came early, although Yao Jiamu and Yu Qingtian are in a mess. But annoyed Yu Qingtian always put the saint's words on his lips, which is why he recommended Mrs. Yan to Yu Qingtian. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingtian was instantly hooked. Originally, the two also discussed a piece of the first to solve the Meng Xiaoqi, but Yu Qingtian last night too much pleasure, and today it is raining, but delayed. Yao Jiamu walked all the way to the mansion, and when he came to the innermost small courtyard, he was about to push the door in, when suddenly his heart trembled. No! Yao Jiamu suddenly realized that his chi was locked, and the other party's ability was extremely strong, and it was difficult to break free from the chi entanglement. Yao Jiamu's body immediately radiated green light, and there was green light drumming behind him as he retreated backward sharply. Before the 3 lieutenants behind him could understand what had happened, they saw what looked like a glow in the door of the small courtyard. In a moment, the courtyard door was destroyed and all but disappeared. Following that, thousands of floating lights gushed out, as if they were great rivers. 3 lieutenants fell into the river, immediately became a sieve, and that floating light is endless. Its momentum does not stop. Actually, will Yao Jiamu whole entangled. The green light on Yao Jiamu's body is getting thinner and thinner. This floating light is also too much. Before the words fell, there was no more life. Yao Jiamu looked at Meng Yuan dumbfounded, wanting to reach out his hand, but no longer able to, only to fall to the ground with a bang. Meng Yuan held onto the doorframe, but he saw that Yao Jiamu had no good spots all over his body, and his tendons, bones, and flesh seemed to have been stabbed by thousands of flowing needles. "I thought how capable you were." Taking a step forward, Meng Yuan probed the essence flame. Soon, Yao Jiamu and the 3 lieutenants were all reduced to ashes. The essence fire has been perfected. Meng Yuan took 3 more pills of 100 herb pill and simply returned to the small courtyard and sat in the house, intending to recover for a while first. The rain was getting heavier and the thunder was unceasing. "The most annoying thing in my life is Confucians." There was a sweet and cloying whisper. Meng Yuan turned his head and saw Mrs. Yan sitting on the bed. At the moment the rain is thick, the wind is howling, and it is gloomy like a lamb that has been forcibly depowered and is painfully upside down. Confucians have the most things to do, holding your feet, smelling the stench, and playing with them while talking about the saints. When you see the right chapter, you have no real skill, and you are not as good as a wild dog by the side of the road in 3 strokes. It is therefore the Confucians who are the most disgusting. Mrs. Yan's cloud bun is half loose. Jade face is piled up beautifully. White morning dress is loose, revealing delicate white skin. Between the eyes turn, obviously 30 years of age. Between the hands and feet but flavorful. People on that cover reverie endless. Next is the Taoist priest. Day after day they talk about nothingness and purity, but backhandedly they take out love-aiding elixirs, drawing circles on you, talking about yin and yang, too also boring. Most of all, I rejoice in robust young men. Her eyes seemed to harbor the world of ultimate bliss as she looked at Meng Yuan with a smile and said, "If it's a handsome young man like you, it couldn't be better." "Fine-waisted slave?" Meng Yuan uttered. "Meng Lang knows my nickname?" Mrs. Yan hid her mouth and face, seemingly shy. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. The morning is half over. The rain abated a little, but the sky was still gray. There is sparse thunder in the distance that seems to be driving the rain in again. Outside the courtyard, the wood shavings turned into dust, wet by the rainwater as much as possible. Inside the courtyard, the rain was shallow, and a few flowering trees swirled slightly. There was no blood or water in or around the yard, and the few footprints had long since been washed away by the rain. This is an impromptu assassination. Summer Rain Lei Ming. Yu Yao, two people and happen to live apart. Take advantage of the timing. Meng Yuan with a few points of strength, a few points of luck. Smooth end of the two people. Up to this point in time, there was no major problem with Meng Yuan's planning, but since we are doing something, there are bound to be oversights. Meng Yuan's face remained unchanged as his mind raced, thinking of ways to deal with the enemy. Just now, in order to seek stability, Meng Yuan swiped all the jade liquid dry and turned it into floating light. Now that the dantian was empty, even after swallowing the 100 herb pill, it would be difficult to see immediate results. However, if one can pass another quarter of an hour, or even half a quarter of an hour, then one's already vast and vigorous dantian will be able to nourish jade liquid, and one can use it to fight. Now that Meng Yuan had obtained 4 copies of the Heavenly Chance diagram, due to the small number of orifices opened, Divine Midas Prison and 10,000 Things Streaming Light could not yet be practiced. The only things they relied on were the Floating Light Cave and the Blooming Spring Thunder. Meng Yuan sat cross-legged in the doorway, and when he saw that the rain was like a curtain, he pressed the hilt of his sword, intending to delay for a moment or two. The monks of this lineage are both paranoid and crazy, and love to argue about the Tao and the scriptures. Meng Yuan is well versed in geldings, the so-called one way to pass all the ways, and the fight is actually just a competition of whose geldings are faster, and who can geld to the geldings better than the other. Meng Lang is afraid to look up at me? Is there something wrong with me? The slender-waisted nun's voice was sweet with a bit of tenderness in it. Plain white mourning clothes slightly shorter, between the eyebrows like sadness and resentment. If it was an ordinary person who came here, he or she would not be able to hold on immediately, but Meng Yuan just feel that this person is too heavy. Stinking. Although the Qingqing sister also has a delicate atmosphere, but the inner gentle and lovely, the bed on the couch is also the most obedient. Meng Yuan often borrows Sister Qingqing to wash her face, which has a meditative effect. 100 thin-waisted slaves couldn't compare to Sister Qingqing, and Meng Yuan didn't even want to look at the thin-waisted slaves for half a minute. If Meng Lang had dropped the knife and killed the slave, there wouldn't have been a lot of trouble. The slender-waisted slave took a few steps forward, smiling cheerfully. Does Meng Lang regret it? Her voice grew softer and softer. How could I regret it? Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand and held up his bucket hat with the other, saying, 1,000 more times, 10,000 more times, I won't make a move. How can one become a great Tao by pitying these useless grasses and trees? Do you not hear that one will become a great man? The thin-waisted slave laughed. Killing for the protection of life. Is it possible to be a great general by stepping on 10,000 bones? Meng Yuan laughed. Female Bodhisattva. It is not desirable to reverse the result for the cause. Killing to protect life. The thin-waisted slave murmured. This is Meng Lang's path? I don't have any big ambitions. I'm just living in the world. Haven't even bothered to find my Tao yet. Just groping for it. Meng Yuan was humble. It's better to be early. The 7th grade of the martial arts person opens the secretura to obtain the heavens opportunity. In fact, it is still preparing for the next step. The thin-waisted slave actually mentioned, when the 5th grade enters the 4th grade, you need to go through the heavenly human transformation. At that time you need to understand the way you seek. Many thanks to the female bodhisattva for her guidance. Meng Yuan sincerely thanked him, while being alert in his heart that he must not be seated with thoughts, since you have yet to find your way. Then you dash. The thin-waisted slave took a few more steps forward, her brows springing up, causing people to feel pity at the sight of her. May I first feel and grope my way? We're in the middle of a conversation. Why are you talking dirty all of a sudden? For a while, Meng Yuan couldn't even pick up the words, and it was obvious that he lost the first round of the fight against the machine. Seeing this, slim-waisted slave covered her mouth and laughed lightly, saying, Peacock said that he had once had a question and answer session with you in a fishing boat, discussing the Tao in the center of the river. He praised you for being born with the appearance of a Buddha and having a compassionate heart. It's really true. Don't dare. Meng Yuan was humble and asked curiously, is Brother Xia well lately? He's recovered from his injuries and is out in meditation. The thin-waisted slave bent down, revealing a large portion of snowy whites, and reached out to ruffle Meng Yuan's clothes with her fingers. Let's go. The peacock has lured you as a confidant, and said that she will help you to become a Dharma protector Vajra of my Buddhist sect. Do not forget each other if you are rich. Brother Xia is a generous man. Meng Yuan sighed. The phase I cultivate is the phase of joy, with all the colors. Slender-waisted nun smiled with increasing joy. Degree the world and gain joy. Meng Lang, I would also like to degree you into my Buddhist sect. You are truly a born seed of the martial arts path. That jade liquid sown with floating light. My concubine really wants to taste it. She actually licked her tongue. My 6 roots are impure. so I really can't enter the Buddhist sect. Meng Yuan excused himself slightly and changed the topic, curiously asking, is the female bodhisattva here waiting for me? Knowing the past life is predestined brightness, knowing the future is heaven's eye brightness, and breaking off troubles is leaky brightness. Slender-waisted nun smiled. I only have heavenly eyesight. No heavenly eyesight brightness. Peacock is not interesting. I just came to find some joy. Happened to meet you Qing Tian. I was going to probe for some news, but I didn't expect you to come. She hooked her finger. Come on, let's go find Peacock. Female bodhisattva. I don't really want to go. Meng Yuan said. Good Meng Lang. It's not up to you. The thin-waisted slave's voice was ethereal, and there was a subtle Buddhist light in her eyes, as if the 3,000 worlds of bliss were turning. In a trance, Meng Yuan saw a Dao-robed woman in front of him. The Dao-robed woman turned her head back, clearly having the posture of a mother's honor, but at this moment, her silver teeth clenched darkly, her eyes contained anger, and she smacked over. Evil servant deceiving the master. Meng Yuan was unable to dodge, and actually received a slap on the face and fell to the ground. Before Meng Yuan could finish, he saw the other party turn around and ride up. You're not allowed to be on top from now on. At a loss. Meng Yuan's head hurt and he opened his eyes. Lust deposits. See who? The thin-waisted slave laughed. Meng Yuan ignored it and closed his eyes for a moment to feel it. Then he felt a sense of confinement in his dantian. After giving birth to some jade liquid, it actually stopped breeding, clearly being suppressed. Let's go Meng Lang. The thin-waisted slave smiled happily, took a bamboo umbrella and held it open. Stepping into the rain, Meng Yuan lifted his sword, squared his bucket hat, braced himself on the ground and stood up, following behind. Ordinary martial artists use the floating light cave heaven, often rest for 3 or 4 days to restore the full strength. It is because the jade liquid is instantly withdrawn and the body is under heavy pressure. Meng Yuan quenched his body 3 times, and was able to recover as good as new in almost half a day. However, at this moment, the dantian was sealed, but the feeling of weakness in the tendons and bones was already slowly receding. The thin-waisted slave was in front with an umbrella, and Meng Yuan was behind with a sword, picking up a bamboo as a staff. Out of the door, the white service of the guards as if they could not see the people in general, still complaining about the rain. Gotta hurry, their people are to the south, not much farther from here. Even when the thin-waisted slave was urging, she did so with a few winks. Would the female bodhisattva like to give me a degree now and then let me go back? Meng Yuan gave in. That won't do. The thin-waisted slave laughed daintily. Peacock said it's a good seedling for you. If I bring you back, he'll be happy. So you're not trying to degree me. You're trying to degree brother Xie. Meng Yuan laughed. I just want to see when he'll break the screen. The thin-waisted slave actually had a few moments of hope when she talked about unbreaking the screen. Meng Yuan took a look at the thin-waisted slave and asked again. Where exactly is Qingguangzi? Is it not for me to know the Dharma land where the guru meditates? The thin-waisted slave waved his hand. You all think that I am above Peacock, but in fact Peacock is the one that the guru looks up to as an ordained person. Is your master trying to slaughter the city of Songhua Prefecture and use it to become a Taoist? Meng Yuan asked everything. How can I know? Slender-waisted Nu looked at Meng Yuan curiously and smiled, saying, but if the Peacock has received you, the master will surely have a method to pass on to you, and then you will also know. Meng Yuan heard and understood. Isn't it that he wants to let himself be seated with thoughts just like Unkai Ping? Qingshui town was located in the west of Songhe province, and the two of them went out of the town, passed 2 more villages, and then entered the mountains. After walking forward for another mile or so, Meng Yuan asked, how much longer will it take to reach Brother Xie's resting place? It's a long way off. I guess it's going to be night. Are you cold? Do you want my slave to warm you up? The thin-waisted slave smiled. You can't trust this woman's word. She says it's nighttime, but it might be a while. Meng Yuan didn't believe it, so he stopped and didn't go. The thin-waisted slave twisted his waist and held the umbrella, and traveled forward for a while, seeing Meng Yuan not moving, before he turned back over, with a charming smile on his face. She's confident. Is Meng Lang tired? The rain was light in the mountains. The drops were interspersed with birds flying and frogs chirping, making it even more clean. The thin-waisted slave's voice wasn't loud, but it just managed to fall on deaf ears and was deliciously cloying. Can't go any further. Meng Yuan dropped his bamboo staff and gripped the hilt of his sword. Oh, the thin-waisted slave was still wearing a smile, clearly confident. My friend is at the schoolhouse. I have to pick her up after school. Meng Yuan said sincerely. When the floating light cave heaven is executed, the jade liquid in the dantian is rapidly withdrawn, and the person has the feeling of being burdened by a high mountain. Slim-waisted nun slanted her umbrella and approached slowly with a step. Meng Lang, your jade is empty. I'm afraid you can't fight again. My jade liquid is empty. The female bodhisattva's golden sea is not yet dry, so we're not that far off, Meng Yuan said. The slender-waisted nun sniffed, put away his smile, frowned slightly, and said, your dantian is sealed. There are few jade liquids, and no heavenly chance aptitude, so the battle of the trapped beasts can't even be considered a battle. The foundation of a martial artist is the upper, middle and lower 3 days. It's not like it's a jade liquid. Meng Yuan smiled and took a step forward. That day in the fishing boat question and answer session, Brother Xia had taught me that if I encountered a monk of the 6th rank, I needed to avoid them for a while, or, perhaps, learn more about the law of heavenly chance. Peacock is pertinent words. He does value you, the slender-waisted slave said. He also said that martial artists are inherently in the habit of crossing over and killing strongly, stepping out on a path where there is no path. This is originally the path of those who pursue the martial way. The two sides were separated by more than 30 steps. Meng Yuan still stepped forward step by step. His clothes under the bucket hat and straw raincoat were all wet. I've also heard a senior say that the path of a martial artist can be cultivated by everyone. Broken legs and broken arms. Even if you are castrated, there is no delay in taking this path. Even if the dantian is broken, it can be opened again, unless one dies. There is no doctrine on the path of a martial artist, but the key point is not to be afraid of breaking, to break and then stand up. If you are not afraid of losing, you can fight back again. Even if you fall to pieces, you can get up again. Wufu is the path of resistance, the path of indomitability, the path of the sky. Even if there really is a desperate path, there are pikers who, in a fit of rage, cut out a path. For a moment, the only remaining jade liquid in Meng Yuan's dantian seemed to be boiling, striving to impact all the orifices. If the dantian is confined, then the dantian is destroyed. The jade liquid rushes around in the opened orifices of the upper, middle and lower 3 days, not functioning according to any celestial chart. This kind of brainless rushing may uncover new methods of heavenly chances, but may also make big mistakes. Injuring themselves is still small, or cut off the way forward. But Meng Yuan didn't care and just urged on without stopping. The stone door rumbled, the clay pill trembled, and the heavenly aura looked like it was about to break open. This is the method that Meng Yuan thought about for a long time on the road. This is the method of wielding a sword when there is no other choice but to spell out all one's own possessions. Meng Yuan didn't know if it would work, but the path of a martial artist is that you can't be afraid of losing, and even if you fall to pieces, you still have to slash out. Are you crazy? Slender-waisted nun frowned. She already understood what Meng Yuan was going to do. A martial artist of my generation is one who steps out of no way, and breaks the path of birth in a desperate situation. Although the jade liquid is dry, there is still longevity. There is still flesh and blood. Meng Yuan only felt that his blood and qi were full, but his flesh and sinews were collapsing, and it seemed that it could not last. But at this moment, there was already the principle of the sword. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. Chapter 120, Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. Although it is already summer, the mountains are still cool, and then the mountain rain. A time of wind and bamboo sparse rain. Very lonely. As the jade liquid ran away, the dantian and even the whole body turned upside down. Meng Yuan seemed to be able to see all the subtle changes in his own self. There were tiny cracks in his tendons and bones, and there were tearing wounds in his internal organs. The dantian changed drastically, surging with many blood qi, in which the chains became dust in a flash. In the middle of the stone door, there was a little bit of light, which should be the slightest thought that was planted, but the blood qi swept away. The upper, middle, and lower 3 days correspond to each other. All of them tremble with a roar, in which the secret machine seems to be coming out of the body. 30 paces apart, his aura was already locked, and Meng Yuan rushed forward with his sword. Even if there was not much jade liquid left, the strength of the sinews would be enough. The slender-waisted slave saw Meng Yuan pass through the rain curtain like the wind, his body stirring up powerful blood qi, and blood seeping out of his clothes before he even engaged in battle. This is forcing the potential, already at the cost of all the body's qi and blood. Slim-waisted slave was not poorly informed, knowing that there were 3 stages of ascension in the path of a martial artist, but the 3rd stage of ascension was merely the threshold of touching the sky. The habit of martial artists to kill strongly across the ranks is the same as the habit of making grand wishes in my Buddhist sect, both of which have been passed down from the top down. When entering the higher grades, if a martial artist truly wants to step into the upper 3 grades, he needs to experience the desperate situation, go through the heavenly gate, and with the body of a 4th grade, cross the grade to strongly kill a high grade. Thinking in this way, the thin-waisted slave then felt that the person in front of him clearly had not practiced the Tianji method of living with the heavens, but just walked out of the way of dying with the heavens. Too close to each other, it was too late to escape. the thin-waisted slave's mind moved and hid into a tree. But steeply, the thin-waisted slave will feel the other side of the line of chi far better than the same level. A time simply cannot break free from the chi lock. Slim waist slave's 6 aptitude are open. But the method of planting thoughts has been useless. The other side of the blood chi outward surge. As if it is inexhaustible general. As if the Tianji aptitude of heavenly gods down to earth. Before, he even hooked on at the drop of a hat. It's clear that he deeply harbors a heart of lust. The fine-waisted slave cursed. And immediately the joyful phase became all phases. Meng Yuan rushed forward. And in a split second, he arrived within 10 paces. Only to see where there was still the figure of the thin-waisted slave in front of him. Which was clearly Jiang Tang. That Jiang Tang was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Holding a brown-skinned, white-bellied weasel. And was looking at himself pitifully. Meng Yuan's mind was in turmoil. And he was about to retract his sword when he felt a stabbing pain all over his body. A sensation of collapsing flesh and blood. While this was happening, Meng Yuan came back to his senses. Only to see that thin-waisted slave covered with Buddha's light. Seems to have the phase of Vajra. But his face was horrified. As if he was regretting. Meng Yuan didn't care and instantly swung his sword. The remaining jade liquid turns over in the orifices. And the floating light cave comes out again. For a while, the dantian seemed to be kneaded and flattened in a million ways. Squeezing out some jade liquid, the bones of the body seemed to be crushed, and the flesh and blood seemed to be ground up and squeezed out raging blood chi. The rain was dripping, and there was a blood-red floating light flashing around Meng Yuan's body, and it seemed that a blood-colored cavern was chopped under the knife. In the cavernous sky, millions of fine red colors, as if they were flotsam, all surged toward the place where the chi was locked, with thousands of bloody floating light running out. Meng Yuan only felt that the dantian was pinched in half, and his body seemed to be carrying mountains, and his flesh and sinews and bones were like being in a grinding wheel, being finely ground into pieces. The knife in his hand had turned to dust. Meng Yuan's chi and blood were in great loss, and he was even more tired than he had been messing around with Niechingqing for 10 days. Blood continued to ooze out of his body's clothes, and it actually seemed like he couldn't stop it. The whole body's tendons and bones were in excruciating pain, and seemed to have been severed inch by inch. With blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, Meng Yuan's body was in excruciating pain, and he immediately slumped to the ground. After a moment of stored thought, the consummation of the raging essence flame quickly retreated and began to feed back on itself. Looking ahead again, the blood-colored floating light had receded. Slim-waisted slave body of plain white morning clothes has long been shattered into dust. Both arms have disappeared. Thighs only a root. 2 shoulders collapse. The head has been cut off the canopy. The face is only left with a single eye. Chest and abdomen broken open, ragged as if underwater viscera all exposed, ribs all broken. She cultivated phallic trespassing techniques, rather than cultivating the body and skin, but into the 6th grade for many years, practicing all kinds of magical powers. This hard resistance to the blood-colored floating light, only to protect the body of the tight places. Meng Yuan did not wait to think about it carefully, rolled and crawled, and touched the thin-waisted slave's body. The thin-waisted slave was left with only one eye, her ears and nose were gone. Her skin was not present, and the outline of her skull was visible. Seeing the thin-waisted slave with one eye open, looking at his chest and abdomen, and then looking at Meng Yuan, horror flickered, and then he bit down on his few remaining teeth, and a light appeared in his blood-drenched eyes. Meng Yuan didn't care, stretched out his blood-covered hand, directly inserted it into the eyes of the thin-waisted slave, and snapped it out with one hand. Female Bodhisattva, didn't you satirize me for being kind and ask me if I regret killing you afterward? Ha ha ha. I don't regret it because I can kill you again. Meng Yuan, half of his body was lying on top of the slender-waisted slave. His eyes were clasped in his hands, and then his hands moved down and pressed on the slender-waisted slave's stomach, and then his hands probed into his chest and abdomen, and the slender-waisted slave's already tattered internal organs were immediately shattered layer by layer. My eyes, my body. The thin-waisted slave's voice was no longer coquettish and seductive, but rather terrified. Meng Yuan was spitting blood out of his mouth. But he still sneered. Don't you Buddhists regard the body as a skin bag? Why do I see that you seem to value the skin? You, the thin-waisted slave trembled unceasingly. Why do you need to fight to the same death? You, I asked you to let me go. You didn't, and now you're blaming me? Meng Yuan wanted to stick to fine-waisted slave's ear to speak, but couldn't find an ear, so he could only slowly stir in her stomach with one hand. Where is the unraveling screen? Meng Yuan's voice trembled. Why should I talk when I'm going to die anyway? The thin-waisted slave spoke like a toothless old woman. I'm only going to ask a few questions, and afterward you'll come back to me once more. If you can live, I'll let you go. Meng Yuan said. Slim-waisted slaves with 2 empty eyes, arms and legs or no, viscera broken. Degree, Degree you? Yes, I rejoice. Meng Yuan pressed to the hole in her ear. One word at a time. And blood sprayed up. Peacock is 7 hills to the west before he shows his head, and I don't know exactly where he lives. Thin-waisted slave said. Where and when is the dawning of the rosary invitation? Meng Yuan asked again. July 7th. In the mountains behind the river Watch Cliff. The thin-waisted slave returned. Who runs the Tao Society? What is the relationship with Qingguanzi? Meng Yuan pursued. It's the lay brother of the guru. The thin-waisted slave returned. Ha! Stinking rats too! Meng Yuan's face was covered in blood, and he was injured both inside and outside. But as the essence fire rapidly fed back, he felt more and more vitality in his body. The thin-waisted slave was silent. Can there be a treasure? As Meng Yuan spoke, he realized that his hands were gradually gaining strength, so he went to rummage around in the belly of the fine-waisted slave. There is, said the thin-waisted slave, holding back the pain. I have a map of heavenly chances in my umbrella. The heavenly chances method of my Buddhist martial arts monk. After she said this, she seemed to make another soft and charming sound. Can you let me go? You're not quite like Venerable Great Tail and Elder White Ape, who aren't afraid of death. Besides, you don't even have arms or legs. How can you walk? Meng Yuan wanted to laugh more and more. Female Bodhisattva, you are the Buddha of joy. Haven't you always wanted to save me? My life fire is about to end. My injuries are too severe. I need you to come to my rescue in order to rejoice. The slender-waisted slave wanted to speak, but was no longer able to do so. She only felt that her own Buddha's destiny had ended, as if there were countless tiny threads of fire drilling out of that person's hands, and then her own body was dyed with fire, and she eventually became ashes. Meng Yuan's chi color changed for the better. I've got another killer move here. By replacing the jade liquid with a body full of blood and serious injuries to come out, the power seems to be even greater, but it needs to be filled with essence flame to feed back my injuries in time. Can I trade my life for life in the coming days? Meng Yuan was panting, and before the feeling of hurt in his body subsided, he simply lay down. The mountain rain is cool, and the ears listen to the sound of the leaves through the forest. Meng Yuan has the heart to chant and sing, but no longer have the energy. End of chapter. Chapter 121 Loyalty. Chapter 121 Loyalty. The rain has stopped and the sky is still cloudy. The mountains are lush, and when the wind blows the leaves, there is the sound of clattering, dense falling rain again. The sound of the cuckoo is crisp and clear, adding to the ethereal nature of the mountains. Meng Yuan was soaked to the skin, his clothes stained with blood, and his bucket hat and straw raincoat were torn. Sitting up and swallowing 2 more hundred herb pills, Meng Yuan took a closer look at his own changes. It was as if his entire body had been rubbed to pieces once, but under the essence flames feeding back and nourishment, Meng Yuan had the feeling of being broken. Dantian seems to condense a few more points. The feeling of vigor of the body's muscles, bones and internal organs is more prevalent. The jade liquid was nourished and the chi was long, clearly restored as before, but the cost is not small. Earlier, after killing Yao Jiamu, the essence fire was already complete, but after fighting to the death, internal and external damage, blood chi greatly reduced, the essence fire quickly feeds back on itself, to the point that it is as thin as a lamp and candle. It was only when he took the life of a slave with a thin waist that the fire of essence grew again. The self-injury was too heavy. The essence fire was as if it was pumping water and adding water at the same time. But even so, the fine-waisted slave of the 6th grade of the Buddha Tao was a great help to the essence fire. And in the end, the essence fire was still halfway from being perfected. With his strong enemy dead, his body intact, and his experience against the enemy increased, Meng Yuan did not feel at a disadvantage. The jade liquid was running, and the body was bubbling with hot air, and the clothes dried instantly. Meng Yuan got up and sought out the bamboo umbrella. When he crushed the handle of the umbrella, he saw a thin scroll of cicada wings tied with a hemp rope with 4 words, Nirvana back to heaven. Meng Yuan looked carefully at the Tianji map. This Tianji divine power Nirvana back to heaven only needs to go up to the 33 heavens to open 6 places. This heavenly machine divine power is just as its name suggests, with the wonders of Nirvana and return to heaven. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, even if the sinews, bones, blood and flesh are greatly damaged and the jade liquid is dried up, they can still squeeze their own potential, as long as one catalyzes Nirvana to return to heaven. The various dharmas that the body has been subjected to are dissolved, and the person is restored to his or her full strength, or even as if he or she has been there, or even doubled. After this heavenly chance avatar is activated, it is sent and received in the heart, but it will suffer the power of backlash afterwards. As for how much to withstand the force of the backlash, depending on their own openness, secret hidden heavenly opportunity, extracted how much potential, may not be much trouble, rest a few days on the good, may also be directly out of breath and died. or blink of an eye green silk into a white head. Meng Yuan thought about it carefully. This dharma seemed to be the same as the floating light cave, both of which were dharmas that extracted themselves, but the essence was different. Floating light cave is instantly pumping away the entire amount of jade liquid, which is why there is a feeling of weight bearing, and the whole body is weak, but there is no harm to the body, just like people in the brothel. A day after 10 days of work, certainly tired and weak, but the martial arts, more rest will be good, and nirvana back to heaven is different. It's like a person in a brothel. Playing to the tiredness and gas deficiency can no longer be a battle after swallowing the tiger and wolf medicine, is bound to make sister happy. As for the power of the backlash, it depends on how many tiger and wolf pills are swallowed. Swallowing one capsule doesn't have much backlash, but it probably won't make sis happy for long. If you swallow 10 capsules, the backlash will certainly be heavy, but it will definitely make sis happy and satisfied. If I learn this method, after using the floating light cave, I will be able to use the floating light cave once more by activating Nirvana Return to Heaven, and the backlash should not be multiple. It's just that this method is a bit violent, but it does have the power to return to heaven, but it's unknown whether it can Nirvana afterward. Master Nya once said that some heavenly chance techniques need to withstand a tenfold, or even greater, backlash. It sounds easy for a martial artist to kill strongly across the ranks, but it's actually difficult. Meng Yuan collected the heavenly chance diagram, then headed down the mountain. The sword had long since been destroyed in the battle, and Meng Yuan picked up a bamboo staff and summarized the review as he descended the mountain. There was nothing wrong with this one. Starting from killing Yao Zicheng to ambushing Yao Jiamu, it's not even a big deal to be held by a thin-waisted slave and end up fighting to the death, but with their own physical strength, the blood of the strong. This is not so heavy to be injured in exchange for a great victory. The Real is the first time I do this kind of thing. Just focus on rushing. I do not know to stay power. After harvesting a copy of the heavenly chance diagram, his entire body broke and flourished a few more points of toughness. Although it took a lot of essence flame to feed back, it was not a big problem. As long as his life is still alive, he will be able to raise the essence flame again. Talent is capital. There is also the rat doctoring session that slender-waisted slave is talking about. That Taoist meeting was opened by Qing Guangxi's lay brother. The location is in the mountains behind the Wangjiang Cliff. The time is scheduled for July 7th. There is still a month. Wangjiang Cliff is on the south bank of the Canlong River, looking up to the river. Meng Yuan Pai did not have time to ask in detail. The real thing is that the injury is too serious. The essence of the fire has been as fine as beans. Meng Yuan anxious to rejoice. Alas! The thin-waisted slave confused Mr. Yu, and ambushed and killed Yao Baifu. The two officers have a big case of Buddha demon in mind, but they ended up dead, although I witnessed it with my own eyes. But the superior officer is not clear. Li Qiandu nepotism. Even if I tell the truth about the Mao's Taoist Association and the unraveling screen, I'm afraid I'll still be suspected by the superior officer. The world is a tough place. It's hard enough to stand on one's feet, and it's even harder to do something about it. During the fishing boat question and answer session, Brother Xia sighed that the will of life is like a long river. I didn't understand it at that time, but now it's kind of a deep feeling. Meng Yuan, bamboo staff in hand, sighed and descended the mountain. At this time it was already noon. Meng Yuan avoided the crowd, and did not go to find Xiangling, but went straight to the pastoral village, sneaked in quietly, changed his clothes, burned off the bloody clothes, and washed up, saw that there was no more blood on his body, and then he went to take the little red horse. Are you really not going to geld today? Sun Zhuangtou was very enthusiastic. How about 2 bowls of deer blood? Just don't drink. Meng Yuan smiled and refused. After leaving the manor and arriving at the agreed place, Xiangling was already waiting. Her small bag was on her back and she had flowers in her arms. Little geldings. Xiangling cheerfully jumped onto Meng Yuan, climbed onto his shoulder, and stuck that flower on Meng Yuan's head. You're so pretty. She stood on Meng Yuan's shoulder, her 2 little paws holding Meng Yuan's head, her little head stretched out crookedly, staring at Meng Yuan's face and asking, what did you go and do? Busy with things at Makwang. Meng Yuan smiled. I went to look for you at the pastoral village and you weren't there. Xiangling stared with wide eyes and said seriously, when I was in class, I remembered the way you looked when you left, the same as when my godmother was there. Your godmother really died? Meng Yuan laughed. Really? Xiangling burrowed into Meng Yuan's arms. I thought you were like godmother and wouldn't come to see me again. Don't worry, I won't leave. Meng Yuan shook the reins. The two of them made small talk as they made their way back to the city. When he came to the west gate, he saw a large group of people come out from inside. The first one rode a high horse with a sword at his waist. This man was brought in by Li Qianhu, a centurion named Huang Yusheng. That Huang Yusheng was followed by a group of people. Nye Yanian and Zhang Guangyan were among them. A small flag officer with sharp eyes saw Mang Yuan stationing his horse at the side, so he immediately urged his horse forward. Why are you here? Where have you been? What is hidden on your body? That little flag officer had also come down with Li Chendu. Not knowing his name, Mang Yuan had all but avoided the roadside, and after hearing this, he didn't reply, his horsewhip shaking out. That little flag tilted his head to avoid it, but the horsewhip instantly turned and left whip marks on his face. What kind of thing are you that you're worthy of asking me? Mang Yuan withdrew his whip, his face in disbelief. The man covered his face and said angrily, you and I are both small flag officers. How dare you make a move? He pressed his hand on his sword and pulled it halfway out, revealing the blade. Behind him, all the lieutenants also gripped the hilt of their swords, just waiting for the order. Zhang Guingyan and Nie Yannian spoke in low voices and ignored them. It was Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfeng who urged their horses forward. Mang Yuan had no sword in his hand, and only pressed one hand on his chest to appease Xiang Ling, while saying, you and draw your sword and go forward. That little flag was stunned, and actually didn't dare to draw his sword, but just went back to look at Huang Baido. Stand down. Huang Baifu urged his horse forward and said, you are only the 8th rank of martial arts and have not yet been perfected. How dare you speak to a 7th ranked martial artist like this? Even if you are the same minor flag officer, you are still being rude. Centurion Huang arched his hand toward Mang Yuan on his horse and asked, where is brother Meng going? I have nothing to do, just walking around for a break. Mang Yuan arched his hand in return. Without further questioning, Huang Baihu urged his horse forward, and the rest of the men all followed. Mang Yuan looked at it, probably heading towards Qingshui town. Where is this going? Mang Yuan saw Zhang Guangyan come to his heels and inquired in a low voice, Qingshui town. Zhang Guangyan had a smile on his face as he said, there's no trace of the one surnamed Yao, and Yu Qingtian has disappeared as well. It seems like that Yan has a problem. Are you going or not? People didn't ask me to go, so why should I join in the fun? Mang Yuan instantly refused and looked at Nie Yannian, asking, Master Nie, are you going too? Old Zhang is uneasy. I'll follow and take a look. Nie Yannian yawned as he waved his hand toward Zhang Guangyan and the others. You guys go. I'll have a word with Maester Meng. He grabbed Mang Yuan's reins and pulled them to the side, reaching out and flicking his finger down Mang Yuan's chest. Shangling immediately poked her head out and pressed her forehead with her two little paws. You're bad. Nie Yannian smiled smugly and said, isn't Laozi's daughter 10,000 times better than this little guy? Speaking of this, Mang Yuan immediately asked, is Master Nie coming back late tonight? After this experience of life and death, Mang Yuan's heart toward the Tao was certainly stronger, but he also needed to soothe his heart a little. And Qingqing's sister broad-minded, good to appease the hearts of the people. Mang Yuan really heart yearning for. Have you been at home too long and gotten bored? Nie Yannian didn't see Mang Yuan's ghostly thoughts as he whispered, this is all momentary. You've got the skills and the ability, so you're still afraid of this? He pointed ahead and said, even if in the end the Songha Prefecture 100 house really changed its head, that's fine. Remember, you are third Mrs. Person. She won't see you being given a hard time. You're a great poet and swordman. You're not a bad person. You're gifted, and I'm the one who introduced you to her, so you're still her person. So she can't help you. Since Qin Huli won't let you do anything, then you should rest at home and spend more time with Qingqing. Nie Yannian flicked Shangling's forehead again, then urged his horse to leave. Mang Yuan was suddenly enlightened. The two gains from this battle were the whereabouts of the unraveling screen and the Mouse Road Club. Both are not their own, cannot just get involved, but both involve Cheng Guangzi, the safety and security of a city, need to pass the news to those who have the ability to do. Mang Yuan had been wondering if he could break it off with Miss Mingyue, but now he figured it out. Yeah, I've got Miss Three's stamp on my ass, and if she doesn't wipe my ass, who will? Besides, is this wiping your ass? I forcibly killed the slender-waisted slave and gave third Miss a long face. The last time the identity of the unraveling screen was exposed, Duga Khan was so scared that he couldn't sleep. I reported it, and without saying a word, third Miss invited Taoist Master Ku. Even if third Miss won't let me be up there, then I can still serve third Miss down there, because I was born as third Miss's person and died as third Miss's ghost. Loyalty. While Sister Qingqing can soothe my heart, third Miss can give me confidence. With this in mind, Mang Yuan pressed Shangling's little head and asked, what do you think of your third grandmother? Third grandma is bad. Shangling immediately said, don't say this in front of her. Mang Yuan admonished, don't you underestimate me. I have the best eyes. Shangling said seriously. End of chapter. Chapter 122 Third Miss examines my body. Chapter 122 Third Miss examines my body. The horses are flying and the mud is flying. All the way to Clearwater Town. Yan's house was already surrounded. Huang Baihu entered with Zhang Guanyan and the others. Gong Zihua wanted to follow him in but was stopped. Gong Zihua did not say anything. Anyway, since Li Qiandu came, the guards have changed days. The 10 days was not busy. Since you're here, go back and see your sister. Gong Zihua looked at Zhang Jiao. This Jiao was given to Gong Zihua by Mang Yuan, so he was quite attached to Zhang Jiao. This 10 days contact down. Gong Zihua think the son is very progressive. A little passive style, catching the empty practice. The key is that this person is really not bad. Even if he knows that he and Mang Yuan lost power, cannot promote him, but he did not complain. Still loyal and obedient. Many thanks to Gong Xiaoqi. Zhang Jiao happily arched his hand as a salute and was about to go find his sister, but before he took 2 steps, he saw his sister following a lieutenant. Sister? Zhang Jiao froze. I knew you were here too. Zhang Hua all wiped her tears and hurriedly went forward to take Zhang Jiao's hand, and then saluted towards Gong Zihua and Zhang Lingfang and the others, not forgetting to throw winks. Where is our benefactor? Zhang Hua saw that Zhang Jiao had changed his clothes and looked clean, just a lot darker, so he couldn't help but feel distressed. He won't let us call him benefactor. From now on, we can only call him Meng Xiaoqi. Zhang Jiao earnestly admonished and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" He looked to the lieutenant. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lingfang asked the lieutenant. "Mister, you looked for her yesterday," the lieutenant whispered. "Nothing." Zhang Hua looks like he is used to big scenes. "Yesterday an official summoned me, smelled my feet and did not sleep, said the smell of beans is too big, stinking impure. I'm a tofu seller, can't I have no soy odor? Sister, you've even gone from good to good." Zhang Jiao was furious. "People come to me, how can I push them away?" Zhang Hua spread her hands. "I also want to find an honest man to live with." Seeing that Zhang Hua was getting more and more outrageous, Gong Zihua immediately waved his hand and told that lieutenant to bring people in. Zhang Hua entered the Yen residence and made his way forward to one of the innermost courtyards. There were quite a few people in this room. Qi and Tuli and Taoist master Kukue Xin were there, as well as the martial arts monk Xinjin and several hundred officers. When Li Qianhu saw the people coming, he made a wink, and Huang Baifu inquired. Zhang Hua has seen the scene and is not afraid of anything, so naturally he said what he had, shaking the smelly foot sniffing thing out. The field was shocked. Nie Yanian and Zhang Guanyan couldn't help but laugh, and Li Qianhu was even frozen in place. Infinite Heavenly Father, Amit Ba, Kutsuxian and Monk Xuanjin had never seen this kind of scene either. After Zhang Hua finished speaking, Huang Baifu looked at Kutsuxian. What this female cultivator said is true, Kutsuxian said. Huang Baifu waved his hand, causing people to take away Zhang Hua. Things are clear. Li Qiandu made an inference. The fine-waisted slave pretended to be Mrs. Yen. Yu Qingtian found something strange, came to test, but unexpectedly got ambushed. And then the fine-waisted slave falsely summoned Yao Baido. Yao Baido also realized the abnormality, and made the floating light cave to fight for his life, and exerted his strength through the door. But the result was unsuccessful, and he could not fight again under the dislocation, and also gave the hook away. He looked around at the people, and when he saw that no one had said anything, he looked at Kutsuxian. The wood shavings are outside the courtyard, so it's clear that someone is making a move inside the courtyard. Nie Yanian laughed coldly. Perhaps the thin-waisted slave was outside, and Yao Jiamu sneaked in from behind the courtyard. It can't be that some martial artist killed Yao Jiamu first, right? Li Qiandu spread his hands and said doubtfully again. Nie Yanian, I remember that you're not from the guardhouse, right? I was invited by Zhang Baifu. Nie Yanian smiled. Li Qiandu didn't bother to pay much attention to it, and only looked at Kutsuxian, saying, Taoist Master Ku, Monk Xuanjin is a martial arts monk, so it's up to you to say what you want to say at this moment. What can I say? Kutsuxian waved his duster, scattering a lot of wood shavings, saying, there is no trace here. Some wood shavings are scattered. The fine-waisted slave's skill is not below mine. How can I trace it? Confucians don't cultivate virtue. Martial artists don't cultivate strength. How do you become this 1,000 households? This was followed by another dry eye from the guys. The heavy rain swept away the traces. It's really not easy to find. Nie Yanian spoke out. From my point of view, slim-waist slave played Yao Baifu and Mr. Yu in the palm of her hand, and I'm afraid she already knew about our arrangement. She can't be without a man to moisturize her, and she's bold, so maybe she's gone to the city again. Anyway, this kind of person's mind can't be fathomed, and it's really hard to get it without someone high up to pursue it. What you said is the same as what you didn't say, Li Qiandu complained. Nie Yanian smiled and didn't say much. A group of people to wrestle for a while, helplessly dispersed the meeting. Li Qiandu again scattered people. On the way back, Li Qiandu sighed. I brought fewer men with me, and once old Yao died, I still had to use Zhang Guanyan. I should have known better than to press him. He has a grudge against Yao Jiamu, and I've left him idle. So how else is this going to work? Li Qiandu frowned. It's not that simple. Huang Baifu immediately said. He should have been a chief flag officer already. You promote him to chief flag officer. Then mention some martial arts. And teach him a divine power of heavenly chance. That's all. This will work? Li Qiandu wondered. Gotta use some tricks. Huang Baifu looks like he understands. At that time, he must be at a loss. Not understand what you mean. I knocked a few sentences. Said the 1,000 households originally like his qualifications and temperament. Intends to promote. But look at his young sharp. Just very easy to fold. They want to grind his temperament. So that future success. So let a long time to sit on the cold bench. In fact, secretly has been testing him. Now I see that he can withstand loneliness. No disillusionment of the heart. I know is a good. Huang Baifu was full of confidence. And then said, I'll tell you your good intentions. And even if he has a high heart, when he hears this, will he not bow his head? At that time, you then take the opportunity to mention a few words. Accept him as a righteous son is no problem. Wonderful. Wonderful. Li Qiandu stroked his palm in admiration and asked, then what if he doesn't worship me? He's a sitting household. One of Zhang Guangyan's men. This kind of person is well qualified. And there won't be few people willing to promote him. The longer it takes, the more powerful he will become. When he reaches the 6th rank, then he can't be stopped. Huang Baifu was very clear. Anyway, try it out and achieve success. If you don't. Huang Baifu remembered the scene in front of the city gates and said, we must be more on guard. Over here, Meng Yuan had already returned to the royal residence. Came to the front of the quiet garden. With someone to pass the word. Not long Jiang Tang holding the duster came out. Shangling jumped into Jiang Tang's arms in a flash. Showing off her pig hair. Jiang Tang collected the pig's hair before she was free to say, the princess does not see guests. There's an emergency. Meng Yuan said. Come on then. Jiang Tang said. Meng Yuan was confused and asked, this will do? The crown princess said you could meet if you had an emergency. Jiang Tang blinked and smiled. There's that pavilion again. Something wrong with Meng Shuangjie? Ying Rui spoke lazily. Sister, I'm your loyal escort. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Meng Yuan made a wink. And Jiang Tang hugged Xiang Ling and left. Third miss, please help me check my body. Meng Yuan was very serious. I seem to have been planted with thoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Lycanthropy and Lycanthropy. Chapter 123, Lycanthropy and Lycanthropy. The sky has not cleared up after the rain. Quiet garden, small lake, frogs chirping, bursts. Pavilion in a short case. Should be as if sitting cross-legged in front of the case. Behind the back of the chair is a hand press volume, a hand propped up on the brow. Instead of her usual Taoist robes, she was dressed in loose household regular clothes. Wooden hairpin pinned up hair casually, without powder. People are also lazy. People say that water comes out of hibiscus, naturally unadorned. So it is. Meng Yuan can see clearly. The reason why this big sister does not want to see the guests, is the reason why the party just out of the bath. However, they are their own people, slightly out of the ordinary. Ying Rui finally turned her head slightly after hearing Meng Yuan's words. She did not put down the scroll in her hand, measured the young man in front of her, saw that the young man was dressed in cloth, with an unusual face, no disease, no harm, and an upright look. So she said, you have quite a lot of thoughts, and it's nothing to be seated with a few more by others. Is this the attitude of a master? When I'm in the middle of serving you and my mind wanders, don't scold me for being an evil servant who deceives his master, and don't slap me in the face. Third miss. Meng Yuan took a step forward and said helplessly, I've committed a crime. Meng Yuan knew that although the third young miss had a damaged mouth, she was an extremely intelligent character. With this kind of person, that true 9 false 1 method may not work very well, and it's better to tell the truth. You don't go to find Nye Yanian. Instead you came to find me. So it's clear that this matter is not small. Ying Rui held the scroll in her hand and nodded to the front short case. Sit. Meng Yuan had come to the Jing Garden many times, and in the past, he had always stood to reply, but now he was finally able to sit down. You can see that being able to cause trouble is also an ability. After saluting and coming forward, he sat cross-legged across from Ying Rui, the two of them separated by a short case. There were frogs chirping all around, adding to the quiet. The breeze is light. Meng Yuan but saw Ying Rui ear temple's side of the green silk slightly moving. If there is a fragrance comes, as if it is a lotus flower light fragrance. Meng Yuan's eyes looked at the nose looked at the heart, and his eyes did not squint, just like a gentleman. You have been dabbling with demonic monks since you entered the martial arts path. Ying Rui put down the book and said, Nye Yanian and Zhang Guangyan must have already told you how to guard against seated thoughts and against all sorts of psychedelic spells. She looked into Meng Yuan's eyes and asked, You are well versed in the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Do you know that there is a principle and an end to things as stated by Confucianism? This is in the essence of the deep. Meng Yuan immediately said, things have their origin and end. Things have always. If you know the order of things, then you can enter the way. If the world is regarded as one thing, then the country is the foundation. If you look at the country as one thing, then the family is the foundation. I do not know if it is right, worthy of the poetry and sword. Ing Rui praised and laughed. I Taoists have the saying of yin and yang. Yin and yang change at any time. It is the difference in the place where they are. For example, you and I, men are yang and women are yin. But if you look closely, I am at the top, you are at the bottom. Therefore, I am the yang. And you, what are you thinking? This was too perceptive, wasn't it? Meng Yuan just couldn't help but recall the slap he received in the illusionary realm. But he hadn't thought that it would be detected by the third young miss. Meng Yuan has no evil thoughts in his heart, but the person in front of him is, after all, the main family, but also the dignified national color. The illusion of a while, so Meng Yuan heartstrings slightly moved just. Thunder in my chest, but my face is like a flat lake. Have you learned to bloom with spring thunder? Should be asked as such. Learned. Meng Yuan returned, picking up again. I thought nothing of it. You'd better not think of anything. Ing Rui was not in a good mood and said, otherwise your little daughter-in-law would not be a little Taoist nun. But the little nun will just bully honest people. Meng Yuan raised his head and looked at Ing Rui, only to see a slight one-point smile at the corner of her mouth. So it was evident that she also knew that she was bullying honest people. Where was it said? Shall asked as he did. The Taoist yin and yang change. Meng Yuan honestly returned to the extreme of emptiness and to the quietness of the world. Among the three religions, much of the learning is similar. Ing Rui's face was as usual, obviously no longer pursuing the matter. She continued, I said all this to tell you that the Buddhist path is to first plant the Bodhi seed, followed by the Buddha's mind, and the 3 conversions and 5 precepts to remove greed and anger. Is this not also planting thoughts? One should continue to mention, as it were, it is therefore the method of planting thoughts, which is supposed to be the basis of their initiation into the way. What does third miss mean? Meng Yuan asked. I mean, this law of thoughts is the strongest law and the weakest law. In life between heaven and earth, all thoughts are in the mind. It is not true that if one does not have greed, one is not subject to the erosion of greed. It is not true that if one does not have lust, one's thoughts of color are difficult to disturb. Seeing that Meng Yuan had the heart to seek, Ing Rui carefully taught him, Buddhists cultivate the nature and the heart, so they are most adept at attacking the heart. A Bodhi seed is planted in the heart. Whether it is difficult to break the shell or a big tree in the future, it is all up to you. Third miss is teaching me to brush diligently from time to time and not to stir up dust? Meng Yuan realized. You have wisdom roots. Ing Rui smiled. The Buddha seeks emptiness. The Epiphany school is unique, but the gradual cultivation school is more suitable for us to attend. Ing Rui looked at Meng Yuan and continued. Cultivate your mind to remove long-lasting thoughts. May I help you cut down your thoughts? How do you chop? Meng Yuan asked. Buddhists use the method of meditation and contemplation to cut off thoughts. Confucians use the method of correcting the heart and sincerity to cut off thoughts. And Taoists use the method of sitting in oblivion to cut off thoughts. Ing Rui's voice drifted as he said, open the upper, middle, and lower 3 days wide, and I will help you remove momentary thoughts, momentary obsessions, with the method of sitting in forgetfulness. My intention was to seek a divine principle of heavenly chance. How can I let you enter my body at will? Thinking like this, Meng Yuan's mind unconsciously thought of evil servants bullying their masters and not distinguishing between them. And there was also the matter of the essence fire. Meng Yuan really didn't dare to let the third young miss look at it casually. There is no listening to the ears but listening to the heart. And there is no listening to the heart but listening to the chi. Ing Rui's voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens, and it seemed to rock up to the 9 heavens. Third miss, I think it's better for me to come up with my own ideas for chopping yen. Meng Yuan was very serious. I was originally born a geldingsmith, and I'm best at finding places to start. Ing Rui stared into Meng Yuan's eyes before snorting. You need to know, with an evil heart, there is no need for others to plant thoughts. How do you slander people? Meng Yuan was ashamed in his heart and did not dare to answer, but made up his mind that in the future, he must never be happy or angry, and must never let the third young lady see his mind again. Is it a thin-waisted slave? Shall ask as such. Yes. Meng Yuan honestly returned. Killed? Yes. Who else? Yao Jiamu and Yu Qingtian. Why did you kill them? They tried to kill me. The two of them quickly asked and answered questions. And Ing Rui didn't ask for details and directly knocked on the short case. The brown-skinned, white-bellied Shangling immediately ran from a distance, bowing and saying, What work will third grandmother assign me? Go and summon Mingyue here, and tell her that there is news about the person she wants to find. Ing Rui tossed out a copper plate. No money this time. Shangling took the copper plate and put it back on the short case, then ran away happily. Meng Yuan looked at this scene, and said that my girl was used by you as a Taoist child, and Xiao Shangling also became your errand boy. Ing Rui glanced at Meng Yuan and said, do you know what to say? I know. Meng Yuan had thought that the two of them were in a mess and should smile at each other, but when he looked up, he saw that the other person was frowning, as if with some dislike. The two were silent, and the cicadas grew noisier. However, in a short while, he saw the bright moon walking, accompanied by the woman in the red cloak. The two men, one tall and one low, one holding a sword, one gathering hands in a round cloak, came to sit in front of the short case. Ing Rui didn't say anything either, only picking up the scroll and reading it again, and the bright moon and red cloak looked at Meng Yuan. Alas, it's a long story. Meng Yuan had long since stood up and saluted before sighing and saying, coincidentally, I have a subordinate from Clearwater Town. When I went to Makwang, I remembered this matter and planned to go see my subordinate's family. When I passed by Yan's mansion, I remembered that Mrs. Yan is not easy to live with, so I went by the way to take a look. However, I found that Mrs. Yan was none other than the slender-waisted slave, who had just mutilated Yao Jiamu and Yu Qing Tian. Meng Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, I was discovered by the slender-waisted slave and fled into the mountains in a panic, and in the end, I took advantage of the terrain and killed the other party strongly with the floating light cave. Speaking here, Meng Yuan sighed again. Although I am a small flag and not capable enough, I also know that a low position does not dare to forget. Alright, the woman in the red cloak interrupted, seemingly too lazy to listen to such nonsense. Ha! The ever-cool bright moon also had a cold laugh. Why can't these people believe what I say? Meng Yuan could only sigh once more. You are third Miss Ying's person. I naturally believe you, and you don't need to be sophomoric. Mingyue opened her mouth. Still cold. You only said, what news you got? Meng Yuan immediately told him about the whereabouts of the unraveling screen and the Mouse Road Society. This rosary is the invitation to the Taoist meeting. With this you will attend the meeting. Meng Yuan held the rosary in both hands and offered it to Mingyu. I'm too dirty. Mingyue didn't take it. You keep it. Meng Yuan froze, put away the rosary beads, and said, if Miss Mingyue has any use for me, I will definitely go through fire and water. You're strongly using the floating light cave sky. Rest for 2 days first. Let's forget about it this time. Mingyue said. Meng Yuan originally did not want to go. That unlocking the screen is not a good match. Although this time it is possible to take down the unlocking of the screen, but it is still important to open the orifices early. Thinking like this, Meng Yuan faced regret, but then clenched his fists, was about to say a couple of words of the scene, saw the third lady face seems to have a smile, then hurried to hold back, for fear that more words will be lost. One must guard against fraud. Shall be admonished as such. Mingyue answered and immediately went out the door, and the red cloak immediately followed. Meng Yuan had wanted to say a few more words to the third young lady, but he saw that she had already read her scroll, clearly not wanting to talk much. Having no choice, Meng Yuan arched his hand and retreated. Little Geld, not far away, Xiang Ling jumped out, climbed onto Meng Yuan's shoulder, and said seriously, don't go out and run around. I've thought of a good method, and I'll take care of your food and drink from now on, so you don't have to go out and take risks. You also clean up and dress fashionably. What method? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Wait for my good news. Shannon didn't say anything, but she patted her chest with great confidence. And she took out a handful of pig's hair. This is for the Dokoroko students. I'm the president, and everyone in our old Turtle Pit Poetry Club gets a share. What about mine? Meng Yuan laughed. Don't be in a hurry. Xiangling whispered. Let's let Doksan make his own brushes, and I'll personally make yours for you. Don't you dare tell him. I know. Meng Yuan accepted the pig's hair, and the wolfish too smiled silently. However, Meng Yuan did remember that Dugokong still owed himself a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram. It was just the right time to go and fetch it. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Going to the Fire. Chapter 124, Going to the Fire. Meng Yuan didn't stop hoofing it and directly found that small courtyard of Dugokong, opened the door and went in, but saw a Taisher chair under the grape arbor, and Dugokong sat on it upside down. As this trip was to collect a debt, Meng Yuan's attitude was a bit gentler and he said, why is Master Daikong sitting upside down? Sigh the beings refused to turn back. Dr. Hyper sighed. Meng Yuan turned around and saw a sheepskin scroll hanging on the wall behind him. Taking it out and opening it up, he saw 4 big words, smoke and rainbows. The young monk never lies. When I say I will gift you the Heavenly Chance diagram, I will gift you the Heavenly Chance diagram. Solitary Kong turned back and folded his two hands. Really? Meng Yuan swept through the heavenly chance diagram before he opened his mouth to ask. Really? Dr. Hyper returned. Farewell. Meng Yuan took a step and left. Don't go. Dugu Kong hurriedly stepped forward to pull Meng Yuan, saying, Monk, let's chat for a while. It was only after Meng Yuan had collected his debt that he finally took on the appearance of a debtor. After being coaxed by Dugu Kong for half a day, he sat down under the grape arbor. Please do. You're really wheezing. Dako Kyo attentively served hot tea. Alas, I'm a small flag officer of gelding's origin, but I'm able to be served by the world's sun. Meng Yuan sighed. What kind of tea is this? Grab me 2 pounds. I'll give it away. You think it's flour fertilizer? And 2 pounds? I'll take 2 taels. Dugu Kong really took it out. And he said, a filial honor to the president. Meng Yuan was a bit embarrassed and took out a handful of pig hair. The president gave it to you to make a new pen so that you can write great sentences. The president can be more real than you. Dako Kyo was touched. Meng Yuan also ignored it and lowered his head to look at the smoky rainbow flying rainbow heavenly chance diagram. This heavenly chance avatar needs to go up to the 33 heavens to open 3 places. Dugu Kong introduced it first. You can tell by looking at the 4 characters of smoke and rainbow flying rainbow that they all belong to water. You need to open the 2 corresponding orifices of kidney water and lung gold, plus the stone gate, and then it will be considered a success. If you can go up to the 33 heavens all open, the power is even greater. Meng Yuan, in order to learn blooming spring thunder, has opened the liver and kidney, 2 internal organs corresponding to the orifices, so as long as another open one, will be able to accomplish. This is good, Meng Yuan complimented. You don't know what you're talking about at first glance. Dugu Kong saw that Meng Yuan was a bumpkin. This spell is not the same as the Demon Suppression Division's blooming spring thunder. It is made of 2 segments. What is the solution? Meng Yuan snatched the teapot and poured tea for Dugu Kong. When this method is activated, there is a hazy vision of smoke and rain, so it will not be easy for the other party to try to lock onto your aura, or even impossible to locate your aura. This is 1. Dugu Hyper is obviously also suffocated. Direct heave, to be out of the move. There are flying rainbow degree out, can be very fast to your lock chi of the person in front of the body. This is 2. It is therefore said that this is the method of gradual progression, made in 2 sections. I see. Subterfuge surge is the essence of smoky rainbow flying rainbow. Meng Yuan said. Dugu Kong froze and said, your qualifications for practicing martial arts aren't bad, and your perception is also okay. Master Daikon, thank you very much. Meng Yuan sincerely thanked. What are we polite about? Dugu Kong smiled. Happy, not half of the monk look of seeking emptiness. He warmly said, do not call me master, call me empty small master on the line. Little Master Daiko. Hey! The 2 men shouted and responded, repeating themselves several times. Is this your Dugu clan's heavenly chance avatar? Meng Yuan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Speaking of this, Dugu Kong sighed and said, I went to beg Scholar Dugu Sheng to pass on a copy to me, but he wouldn't give it. Dugu Kong looked blearily at the parchment scroll, his face sad, and said, the smoke and rain flying rainbow was left to me by my mother. She always hoped that I would walk the martial arts path and have more masculinity. This monk is also 6 roots are not pure. Meng Yuan gently patted Dugu Kong's shoulder, asked, you and I brothers also? This is also counted as your hall passed on to me. I do not know the high name of your hall. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I personally go to pay my respects. My mother came from Qingyang Palace. There were wistful thoughts in Dugu Kang's eyes as he said, she was actually a Taoist priest, but practiced martial arts, and her lay family name was Yun. This Qingyang Palace was one of the 3 great sects, with a great reputation, and had always had disciples walking under the mountain. Smoke and rain flying rainbow is the heavenly chance avatar of Qingyang Palace's hidden scriptures. It can only kill evil people, not good people. Dako Kyo admonished again. If you meet someone from Qingyang Palace in the future, don't use it in front of them. Even if you use it, don't say that I gave it to you. Meng Yuan hurriedly stuffed the parchment scroll into his arms. I've always had a tight mouth. The 2 men pulled half a day, each with their own hurt feelings, and even forgot to play the machine. How about going for a walk? Lone Hyper suggested. Meng Yuan had just gotten a favor and couldn't refuse, so the 2 of them went to the schoolyard together. Sister Mei Xuanmei said that she wants you to take us to see the world sometime. Hu Qian jumped at the chance. I heard that you were punished at home by the Shangguan? A momentary rise and fall is nothing. Meng Yuan was cloudy. When there's a case in a few days, I'll bring you guys to see the world. After half a day of bull ********, Meng Yuan and Dugu Kong went to Drunken Moon House again. It wasn't that he coveted those few taels of meat, while washing his face could certainly calm his mind. Meng Yuan had a greater yearning for the martial arts. Smoke and rain flying rainbow only needs to open one more hole to become. Meng Yuan is looking forward to learning it earlier, so that he can have one more skill to protect his body. Meng Yuan had to personally go to see Nie Qingqing. It was to clarify the situation. You can't sleep on the front foot and be like a monk on the back foot, letting people think nonsense. There's a lot going on these days, and I've reached a critical moment in my practice, so I won't be able to accompany you for the next 2 days. Meng Yuan held Nie Qingqing's hand and held back his wild thoughts. Then after the critical moment, don't forget, Nie Qingqing got the taste, although the shyness was still there, but after all, she was a big sister and had the demeanor of a big sister. This is natural. Meng Yuan was also thinking about it. When it was nightfall and he returned home, Meng Yuan only saw old man Jiang and Jiang Tang, but did not see Xiangling following. Why don't you see Xiangling? Meng Yuan was still planning to forward the filial gift that the members of the society had sent to the president. As soon as Jiang Tang heard this, she pulled Meng Yuan back inside and whispered, "She's been confined. She's still a child." Meng Yuan was all confused. "How do you confine her?" Jiang Tang sighed and whispered, "She gave the princess a marriage proposal." For a moment, Meng Yuan recalled that when he left the Jing garden in the afternoon, Xiangling had confidently patted her chest, saying something about letting herself eat and drink without having to go out on adventures, and also letting herself dress up. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and asked, "What does it say?" Jiang Tang glanced at Meng Yuan and said, "I can't talk about it. Anyway, you're fine these days, don't go to the Jing garden." "I know." Meng Yuan took out the tea canister. "Give it to Xiangling tomorrow, and say it's a filial favor from the Dach member." Jiang Tang nodded and took it. Meng Yuan also stopped asking more questions and only closed the door to meditate, not asking about anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and finally another aperture point was opened, and he was already able to cultivate the smoke and rainbow flying rainbow. Halfway through the first half of June, the weather is getting hotter. Before Meng Yuan could go out, Tainyo approached the door. "Brother, Xuanmei is looking for you." Tainyo drilled into the house and looked around. "You are now practicing martial arts and finally wearing clothes. Xuanmei originally asked Sister Qian to come to find you. I hurriedly stopped, just afraid that you do not wear clothes. What does Seeking Plum want with me?" Meng Yuan immediately asked. Now that Meng Yuan's status has risen, there is no need to search for Mei to pass on to the third young lady. Seek Mei in charge of the princess of the accounts. Meng Yuan did not have much to do with the search for Mei. Is therefore not common to see, and searching for the plum does not accept gifts. Do not sit at the banquet. Meng Yuan only occasionally sends some worthless knickknacks. A long time did not sit together to talk. "It seems like there is something for us to do," Iron Bull said. "Going through fire." Meng Yuan was energized when he remembered his days of shoveling manure. He changed his clothes, hung up his saber, and went out at once. End of chapter. Chapter 125 Mandate. Chapter 125 Mandate. It was late afternoon and the cicadas were chirping. Meng Yuan joined Tainyo at the plum search. Now that his status was growing, Meng Yuan was no longer a fledgling brother and knew more and more about the affairs of the royal family. Ying Rui has a lot of properties under her hand. In addition to the various manors, there are several other stores, and even a fleet of merchant ships. Most of these businesses seeking Mei in the management, and should be as to seek Mei trust extremely. Even a supervision of people are not sent, and allowed to seek Mei raised cronies, and Ying Ru is not like to go out. The king is also an avoidance of people do not see. The son of the stupid. Seeking Mei generation Ying Ru is dealt with. In the king's house just like a big man. Seeking Plum is a decent gentleman, doing things fairly, rewarding and punishing, but also has the hearts of the people. Senior brother Meng. When they entered the hall, Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng immediately stood up. "Come and sit down." Seeing Meng Yuan salute as usual, not half slow, not to mention the brutal habits of martial artists, but humble and courteous, just like a gentleman. Xuanmei felt very gratified. "I remember years ago when I first met this person. Looking for Mei Pai felt that this young man does not look bad. Can read and write will count." She was thinking of teaching some. Sent to the store to do things in the future to do the bookkeeper or shopkeeper it. But this person has the heart to learn martial arts. Looking for plum good people to do in the end, he fished into the royal family, but did not think that showed great promise. Got Nya Yani in favorite, and then all the way up. Has broken open the stone door, advanced to the 7th great realm of martial arts. Got the recognition of the princess not to mention, but also into the Jin Demon Division Guards. Worship small flag officer. Xuanmei could see that the crown princess also had expectations for the teenager, or else she wouldn't have brought Jiang Tang around to raise him. It was only half a year or so since he had gone from being a stray geldings to where he was now. Xuanmei sized up Meng Yuan, but saw the young man handsome. She previously knew that Jiang Tang could not restrain this person. and was worried about being brought down by Nya Yanian, but recently listened to Hu Qian to know that Nya Yanian probably rotted the meat in the pot. Just do not know who was a big, who was a small. I heard from Jiang Tang that you've been at home for the past few days, but something went wrong with the 100 house? Seeking Plum first served 2 bowls of chilled sour plum soup. Hu Qian and Wu Changchang also both looked over curiously, and Tai Niu nearly choked on his sour plum soup with his head buried in it. The officer has other arrangements just so. I happen to be at home concentrating on my martial arts training. Meng Yuan laughed. Seek Mei nodded slightly. She did not ask more. Anyway, there is the old man to help. Besides, the young man suddenly gained power easily born arrogance. Grinding a temperament is also good. What is it that Sister Mei wants? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do it. Meng Yuan was very sincere. What can I have? Seeking Mei smiled and took out a letter. It's a letter from Mr. Chen Shajuan, saying that he wants to ask for your help on something. I don't know if you're available. At first in Hedong County killed 4 sides. That Chen Shoujiu is clearly in the eyes, but did not say through. But more maintenance. Meng Yuan has been reading this favor. Since people had opened their mouths, Meng Yuan had no reason to push back. Received the letter. Tore open to see. It turned out to be Chen Shuku has a case is quite difficult. Want to ask Meng Yuan to go to help a favor. Now that Meng Yuan had become a minor flag officer, he had a general understanding of the operation of the government below. In most of the counties and towns, the county magistrates would govern themselves and report on time. If there are huge bandits or robbers that cannot be solved, they will be reported urgently to the prefectural capital, and then the prefectural government sent people to solve the problem. But if it was difficult for the prefectural government to solve the problem, it was necessary to ask for the assistance of the military personnel of the 100 households, or even to report to the military. Generally speaking, most of the problems can be solved when the 100th house is out. After all, there are many low-grade and few medium-grade products, and the low-grade ones are good to clean up, and those from the 7th rank upwards, who were either recruited by the court or were on one side of the force, would take it upon themselves to maintain order and profit from it. Of course there are exceptions, such as the thin-waisted slaves and the unraveling of the open screen, and even some people with strange temperaments, which will need to be sent from above to be resolved by a special person. Now Songdefu Xie has just been plagiarized. The 100 households and just died a deputy. A civil and military chaos into a pot of porridge. Simply cannot spare a hand to manage the following things, and this case is not really a big one. It's a town within Chen Shaojuan's jurisdiction that has a flower thief. That big thief should be a 7th grade martial artist, with Tianji divine power in his body, specializing in hiding his form. Meng Yuan does not know what cases, and does not know how to catch thieves, but it is clear to see that Mr. Chen is bound to have some plans, and only lacks a fast knife. Moreover, he had previously learned from the slender-waisted slave that the Mouse Road meeting was being held in the mountains behind the River Watching Cliff. The exact location is unknown, but behind the River Watch Cliff is where the mountains roll further south, and the town where the crime took place was called Seven Waters Town, just over 100 miles south of Wanjian Cliffs, just over 30 miles from the rolling hills. Meng Yuan was also able to use this case to visit the Mouse Road Society. How? Is there any difficulty? Mason smiled and looked at Meng Yuan. No. Meng Yuan put away the letter and said, Mr. Chen is a good official, so I am naturally willing to serve. That's good. Seeking Plum nodded, wrote another note, you happened to bring the 3 of them, also counted some insight. Mr. Chen has always been clean, do not exchange greetings and receive gifts, you do not eat that meager salary. She handed the note to Hu Qian and said, Hu Qian, you manage the money, 500 taels is enough for you to spend. Hu Qian happily took it and asked eagerly, are we leaving now? There's no rush, we'll leave in the morning. Seeking Mei put away her smiling face and said seriously, Hu Qian, Zhao Tainyo, and Wu Chang Shang, the 3 of you are the most outstanding in the schoolyard, but this time you are going out in order to grow in insights, so you can only listen to Meng Yuan along the way. Seeking Mei looked toward Meng Yuan and admonished, if anyone disobeys, you can just dispose of them. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. After chatting a few more times and refilling 1 more cup of chilled sour plum soup, the 4 of them bid farewell to the search for plums. After the 4 of them had not gone far, Meng Yuan said seriously, the 3 of you go back to the schoolyard, examine the blades and bows and arrows, and then rest for the night, and in the morning I'll go and find you. Hu Qian's 3 people obediently responded, obeying uncharacteristically, driving these 3 people away. Meng Yuan came to the entrance of the Garden of Silence and begged someone to go look for Jiang Yao too. Brother, Jiang Tang clutched her duster without half the purity of a young Taoist. She worried, you'd better not come to the Jing Garden these days. I came to find you. Meng Yuan flicked her forehead and asked, is Xiang Ling still in confinement? Jiang Tang shook his head. Released. Practicing writing every day. That's good. She's a reading seed. You learn more too. Meng Yuan saw that no one was around, so he grabbed her duster and looked at it, while saying, I've taken on a mission. I'm going out tomorrow. I don't think I'll be back until a few days later. Then I'll make you something delicious tonight. Jiang Tang stared into Meng Yuan's eyes. This. Meng Yuan returned the duster. I will ask for advice from Master Nya in the evening. Brother, you can just say that you're looking for Sister Nya, and there's no need to hide it from me. Jiang Tang grabbed the duster and said, then when you come back, take me out on horseback. I also want to watch De Jiang compose poetry. Good. Meng Yuan immediately responded. After sending the little girl away, Meng Yuan went and took the little red horse and headed for the guardhouse, although now idle at home. But in the end the official position is still there. This time to go out. Need to talk to Zhang Guangyan. When he came to the guardhouse, he saw Gong Zihua guarding outside the lobby, and when Meng Yuan looked inside, he saw Li Qiandu, Ku Xiu Xian, and Zhang Guangyan and other 100 households talking about things inside. And Akatsuki was there as well, only she was sitting on the sidelines, intently flipping through the case files. What's going on here? Meng Yuan pulled Gong Zihua aside and asked in a whisper. 2 days ago, Taoist master led people into the mountains. Qian Huli and our head Zhang, as well as Miss Mingyue, Senior Nya and others all went, and just returned today. Gong Zihua whispered back. Still can't seem to find the unraveling screen. Meng Yuan smiled and asked, what about not seeing Nyesher? As soon as he came back, he went to the martial arts organization. Gong Zihua smiled. The two of them were getting together to talk, when Li Qiandu got up in the lobby. It's futile. Taoist Master Ke's news isn't very accurate either. Let's discuss this another day. Li Qiandu made a tired sound and stepped out of the lobby. Meng Yuan then realized that Li Qiandu's gaze towards him was actually a bit affectionate. Have you recovered from your injuries? Li Qiandu waved at Meng Yuan, still with a smile on his face. Do you know that I killed someone? Meng Yuan looked at Mingyu, but saw that she was in the lobby, still looking down at the dossier. Meng Xiaoqi, didn't Yao Baifu say last time that you had injuries and asked you to recuperate at home? Have you recovered? Huang Yusheng beside that Li Qianhu said with a smile. Meng Yuan finally realized that his reason for being idle at home was really to recuperate from his injuries. I was about to say something, but I saw Li Qianhu nodding slightly and saying, I see that your temperament has been sharpened to about the same extent. What's all this? Meng Yuan was at a loss. Meng Xiaoqi, Huang Yusheng 100 household side, said, are 1,000 households like your temperament? Intends to promote. But look at your age is small. Worried about just extremely easy to fold. They want to grind a. What are you doing? You're trying to recruit me when you're trying to crush me? I'm Miss Sand Sword. I can use it for Mr. Chen and Zhang Baido, but not for you. Does 100th household Huan mean that 1,000th household wants to enable me? Meng Yuan was a straightforward gentleman, and immediately laughed. I am subordinate to 100th household Zhang, so I might as well speak directly to 100th household Zhang. After saying his words, Meng Yuan also cupped his fists toward Zhang Guangyan and said, Zhang Baifu, my recent injury has flared up again, so I don't think I can do it nowadays. The guardhouse is under the charge of Qian Tuli, so you should speak directly to Qian Tuli. Zhang Guangyan said seriously. When Meng Yuan was kicked back, he said, Qian Tuli, my humble servant's injuries are recurring and I will have to recuperate for some days. That Li Jinyun frowned at his words, where he still did not know that this person did not care about his gesture of goodwill. He snorted coldly, and immediately stepped away. That Huang Yusheng instead smiled cheerfully at Meng Yuan before slowly following. You kid is just dead-eyed. If the officer shows goodwill, you should climb up the slope and eat and drink in the future. Zhang Guangyan taught seriously, and also nodded at Gong Zihua and the others. Don't follow Xiao Ming's example. Alas, you guys just fight. That Ku Xiuxian walked out, shaking his head and sighing. Taoist Ku, you know what I am. Zhang Guangyan hurriedly explained. Ku Xiuxian said no more and walked straight away. Mingyu also got up. She glanced at Meng Yuan. Her face was clear and cold. Without saying a word, she also headed out. You have a few friendships with her. Go send. Zhang Guangyan was about to wink at Meng Yuan when he saw that the others had already flown up after him. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. After exiting the guardhouse, Mingyue was in front on foot, and Meng Yuan was leading 2 horses, following side by side. Miss Mingyue, have you gained anything from this trip? Meng Yuan was very serious. Now that I've gotten well, I'm willing to serve the girl. Mingyue carried her sword in her hand and shook her head slightly, not even speaking. Previously, Meng Yuan and Mingyu had the love of joining forces side by side and the friendship of being in the same boat. Meng Yuan see clearly. Mingyue girl should be cold outside and hot inside. Grudges clear people. But this moment is still so cold. Maybe there are bad people in the dark. Too bad. Meng Yuan sighed. I don't have a sky map to send you. Akatsuki opened her mouth. You have something? What do you take me for? Seeing that Meng Yuan didn't know how to be polite and hypocritical at all, and actually spoke words that directly poked his heart, he seriously said, the girl gifted me the divine Midas prison heavenly chance diagram, so I'm already thankful for that. How could I dare to think too much about it? He sighed and said, I do want to ask the girl for a favor. Mingyu glanced at Meng Yuan, remembering what Ing Rui had said. She said nothing. Xiang Ling has been confined by the princess. I can't beg for mercy, so please go back and turn the girl around, Meng Yuan said. When Mingyue heard this, the corner of her mouth actually hooked. What did she commit? I'm not too sure. Meng Yuan helplessly spread his hands. I heard from Shangling that you guys even formed a poetry club? Mingyue asked. It's the old Turtle Pit Poetry Society, with Xiang Ling as the president. I'm the vice president, and Shitzi is a member of the society. Seeing Mingyue talking more, Meng Yuan then said, does the girl want to join the club? Course martial artists. They can't seek out chapter and verse, much less understand elegant poetry. Mingyue said, is that a polite refusal or just a hint? Who did you learn that from? Meng Yuan didn't say anything either. You just offended the superior officer. How will you be promoted in the future? Mingyue suddenly asked. It's nothing if you get promoted or not. Meng Yuan is the best at this kind of talk. Although I am now a small flag officer, although there are a lot of things to do, but there are 100 households and the general flag to preside over, I feel at ease to listen to the words, and to eliminate the demons. Are you willing to be a minor flag officer for the rest of your life? Akatsuki asked again. Miss Mingyue, I'm from a straggler background, so I'm already satisfied to have an official position. Meng Yuan was very serious. Maybe in the next day I'll get lucky and become 100 households, 1,000 households, or even go further, but no matter when, where, or what realm, I will never forget that today I am Meng Xiaoqi. This is called not forgetting the original heart. Only then will I be able to achieve the same thing. So, you killed Yao Jiamu and Yu Qing Tian because they were in the way of your first thoughts? Ming Yu coldly said. Seeing that people didn't eat their own set of words, Meng Yuan immediately changed his tactics and said, I'm just trying to find the whereabouts of the slender-waisted slave. The means is a bit bad, but it's also a good intention. Oh, the corner of Akatsuki's mouth twitched. Miss Mingyue. Meng Yuan made a serious expression while going to touch the purse. There are 2 silver ingots here. You tell me which one is noble and which one is. Me money? Looking down, the purse was gone. When he looked at Mingyue again, he saw a slight smile on her face and a purse in her hand. I only saw Mingyu tossing and lifting it upwards twice, then opened it, pinched out a grain of broken silver, and threw it to the sugar-gourd seller next to her. No need to look for it. Meng Xiaoqi is treating. She then removed a candy cane and tossed the purse back to Meng Yuan. I don't know if there is nobility in silver, but I know that I have to keep the purse first. Mingyue's shell teeth gently opened and took a bite of a sugar gourd. The purse is embroidered with mandarin ducks and herbs. When the body of the soul is not all in one. Miss Golden Jade's words. I'll keep them in mind. Meng Yuan arched his hand and saluted. Do a good job. Mingyue took the reins and said, when the July 7th Taoist meeting is over, you go over there as well. If you can help, I'll have a reward. To the soup and the fire. Meng Yuan said. Akatsuki raised an eyebrow, signaling to look forward. Meng Yuan looked over, only to see Nie Qingqing standing in front of the Drunken Moon building, looking at the place. Wake up to the bright moon. Get drunk in spring. Good place. Good name. After Mingyue finished speaking, she mounted her horse and walked straight away. When Mingyue left, Meng Yuan went to the front of the Drunken Moon building. She came with Taoist Master Ku and is a guest of the Crown Princess. Meng Yuan didn't want his own family to misunderstand, so he said directly, I'm just greeting her. It's nothing. I didn't ask. So why are you explaining? But is your heart weak? Nie Qingqing laughed. Meng Yuan hurriedly held Nie Qingqing's hand and shouted several times for a good sister before coaxing a smile out of her. The two of them went inside to talk, and Meng Yuan talked about going out on business tomorrow. When night fell, the two returned home hand in hand. A few ups and downs. That doesn't need to be said. When it was early in the morning, Meng Yuan climbed up for his morning exercise. After washing up, Meng Yuan planned to leave without eating, but was forced to stay by Nie Qingqing. How many times can you get full? Let's eat first. If you don't eat, you won't eat anything else. Nie Qingqing put on her clothes and had the demeanor of a big sister again, and her words also seemed to have been passed on by Master Nie. Meng Yuan was taken in hand and could only listen obediently. Eat and drink enough. Back to the king's schoolyard. I saw Hu Qian. 3 people have long been ready. and has been practicing in the morning. Meng Yuan also practiced in the morning. That Wu Changsheng and Tainyo both wore unusual clothes, but Hu Qian was different. She was seen dressed as a man, with a red cloth tied around her forehead, a sword on her left side, a sword on her right side, and a long bow on her back. Meng Yuan couldn't help but take a couple more glances and said, "You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, and it seems to be a little smaller under the neck, and I don't know how many wraps." Meng Yuan was unable to persuade her, and planned to take her to meet Sister Qingqing later and ask Sister Qingqing to persuade her. Going to fetch the horses, the four of them went out of the royal residence together, but they saw someone shouting behind them, "Mr. Meng!" It was actually Dugu Kong and Mr. Wang who chased after him. "Today, I have something on my mind, and do not care about the interest of the poem, World Sun, let's talk about it some other time." Meng Yuan cupped his fists and smiled. "Not this." Dugu Kong led the horse. His obese body climbed onto the horse's back with a surge, pulled Meng Yuan's reins, came to the side, and whispered, "I'll go with you." What a joke! Meng Yuan immediately refused, saying, "Master Daikong, this trip is not a trip to swim in the mountains, it's a matter of important business." I know. Dako Kyo was very serious. "I went to the Jing Garden to ask for instructions." Really? Meng Yuan didn't believe that Third Miss was being so nonsensical. "Look." Solo Hyper took out and removed a piece of paper and presented it. Meng Yuan opened it and saw that there were only 3 words on it. "Let him go." The key: these 3 words are ugly. Not at all the handwriting of the third young miss. Even if Third Miss had agreed, she would never have been crude enough to write these 3 words directly. This writing is just like that of an old turtle crawling. And you're telling me that it's handwritten by Third Miss? Meng Yuan was furious. "Brother Dugu, do you take me for pure quality too? It was written on behalf of our president." Lone Hyper said. Meng Yuan froze, put away the paper, and said, "You'd better be at home." "Teacher Little Meng," Duo Kong begged, "please, I'm suffocating, I really don't feel comfortable at home." Meng Yuan was unmoved. "My mother also has a copy of the heavenly chart." Solo Hyper said. "Alas, Third Miss has agreed, what else can I say? Besides, you and I are brothers, we should be in the same boat." Meng Yuan sighed. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. It was early morning, but the red sun was already scorching. Meng Yuan and Dugu Kong rode ahead, while Hu Qian and the others followed far behind with Mr. Wang. That Mr. Wang is the origin of the Qing guest. 3 words on the Hu Qian. 3 people boasted of the sky rarely, the ground absolutely no. To wait for the 3 Daisy brother are blushing embarrassed. Only then said, "The sun is not willing to take guards to follow. This time I have to thank the 3 teachers to take care of more." He took the silver check and handed it out. And both Wu Changsheng and Tainyo came to see Hu Qian. The first hand of this trip was naturally senior brother Meng, and the second hand was Hu Qian. "Mr. Wang." Hu Qian rode on his horse with a cloth tied around his forehead and said seriously, "Since the sun of the world must follow, we are naturally willing to act as guards. It's just that our trip is to cut down the traitors and get rid of the evil, so I'm afraid we won't be able to be distracted when the time comes. Please let Mr. Wang know." When Hu Qian saw that Mr. Wang still wanted to give money, she added, "As for silver money, we will not accept it. If you don't believe me, ask senior brother Meng, he would never accept a gift either." Seeing this, Mr. Wang made a few more polite remarks before urging his horse forward. Hu Qian was watching from behind, and saw Mr. Wang hand over the money towards senior brother Meng, who said a few righteous words of excuses, and then put the silver ticket in his pocket. "It's called a poetic sword?" Hu Qian muttered. The group went out from the gate of the southern city, and then they saw the big river. Mr. Wang had already paid the money for crossing the river first, and all of them took their horses and boarded the ship. Before Meng Yuan could conceive a verse, he saw a man wearing a bucket hat, a velvet coat, and a bamboo staff also boarding the boat. There were 2 other people traveling with this person, which were Huang Yusheng Baidu and another Baidu. As soon as Meng Yuan turned around, he saw that Dugu Kong had already drilled his way to the stern of the ship. "You guys go and look after Shitsi. He will be poetic in his crossing of the river. Don't let him throw himself into the river in his excitement." Meng Yuan stalled away Hu Qian and the others. Meng Yuan has long been with Zhang Guing and inquired. That Li Qiandu brought a lot of people, but only 500, of which Huang Yusheng is considered to be the most trusted, and another 100 named Shoukum, is Li Qiandu's mother's family. Meng Xiaoqi isn't at home recuperating from his injuries. Why did he go out and come here? Huang Baifu asked with a smile. "Come to Jiangnan to extend the famous doctors." Meng Yuan laughed. "So that's how it is. Ha!" Huang Baihu smiled skinlessly. "What is 100th household Huang doing to go?" Meng Yuan asked with a smile. The important matters of the public sector are also something you can ask? That hundred households came out. This person's name was not to come with enmity, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was in the posture of feuding. Meng Yuan was a peaceful person and didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person, but he suddenly realized that the other party had locked onto his chi. Between martial artists, verbal disputes are nothing, but if it triggers the chi, then it is a sign of action. Having offended Li Qianhu before, Meng Yuan knew that this surname Chiu was here to find fault. That Huang Baifu smiled and didn't say anything, and Monk Xuanzhen didn't say anything either. I've been speaking with Huang Baifu since. Which crazy dog is talking? Meng Yuan laughed before looking at Chiu Bubu, and after a slight survey, laughed. So it's Chiu Baifu. Disrespectful. That vengeance doesn't come to sniff. And said angrily, Li Qianhui gave you the face you don't want, so you want to seek death. He immediately drew his sword. District Little Flag Officer, come let me weigh your abilities. I am not capable of much. Meng Yuan also drew his sword. But I've only just entered the 7th rank, and I've only learned the floating light cave. If your excellency wants to test the blade, please do so. This floating light cave is a life-fighting heavenly opportunity divine ability. Once it is sent, it can't be stopped. If it is accomplished, it is accomplished. If it is not accomplished, it is lost. Seeing that the other party was going to fight for his life as soon as he opened his mouth, Chiu didn't come. He froze, took 2 steps back, and said, there are 3 of us, and you're only one. Seeing that Monk Xuanzhen didn't say a word, Meng Yuan laughed and said, one of you 3 is bound to die. Guess who will die? For a moment, vengeance wouldn't come to mind that this person had once forcefully defeated a 6th grade Buddhist demon with his floating light cave heaven. It is rumored that this person jade liquid surplus wide, floating light endless, than the ordinary 7th grade martial arts person to be 3 or 4 times more powerful, can be said to be out of the necessity of death. The river boat is not big. The deck is full of people. At this moment see people pulling out knives. Boat passengers all avoided away. Hu Qian in the stern of the boat also found abnormal. Immediately ran to, have drawn their swords, standing behind Meng Yuan. All of you get off the boat. I'm just killing a dirt chicken and a dog, so I don't need any help yet. Meng Yuan only stared at vengeance not coming. Chiu come not to come has never seen so unreasonable. He retreated 2 more steps, stood on the side of the ship, looked at Huang Baifu, Hu Qian and the 3 of them didn't leave either, and one of them stared angrily at vengeance not coming. Why bother? Huang Baifu stood between the 2, and when he saw Meng Yuan in a desperate stance, he hastened to say, they're all fellow officers, they should be amicable. I've heard it said that if you encounter a wild dog on the road, you should never turn to flee. Seeing this, Meng Yuan did not retract his sword, but only looked at the 3 Hu Qians and taught, if you are hard, the wild dogs will be soft. Amit Ba Buddha. Xuanzhen leaned on his bamboo staff and declared the Buddha's name with one hand, saying, as you have gained power with your own life, why would you need to be verbally humiliated when you have already gained power? If the 7th grade martial artists really fought, I don't know how many people on the boat full of people would be killed or injured. Just now I was weak and strong. Others borrowed the master's power words to force. The master did not help to turn around. When I see that I'm going to drop the can, the master is taking the boat full of people to dissuade? Meng Yuan coldly laughed. People say that the Buddhist people are compassionate. Master, this compassion can be compassionate really time. Amit Ba Buddha. The bucket hat on Xuanzhen's head was so large that it covered his face and bald head, and his body trembled slightly before he said after a short interval, the poor monk is a martial arts monk, and is not good at arguing the scriptures. When I have time in the coming day, I would also like to ask the monk to give me some pointers on fisticuffs. Begging for it. Meng Yuan said. All put away their swords. At this moment Mr. Wang also came, and he also came to advise Meng Yuan to put away his sword. After half a day of fooling around, the big guys put away their swords, and Meng Yuan went to the stern of the boat by himself. That Huang Yusheng saw Meng Yuan and the others walking away, pulled Xiu Bu and urged, this kid is not a good fighter. Don't press him with your official position in the future. He's also a 7th grade martial artist. You're no match for him. This side Huang Yusheng arching fire. That Shobri did not come but frowned and said, I see that he is also very goatish. Most of them are pretending to be tough. When my chi was fixed on him, his chi didn't dare to fix me. He is also afraid that I will make a move. Ha! Huang Yusheng froze. He swindled people? Amit Ba Buddha. He is indeed swindling people. But it's not a forced chi. It's a true desire to fight. Shenzhen made a sound. His chi is fixed on the poor monk. So I don't have to die. Vengeance wouldn't come still in a daze. Huang Yusheng, however, understood that the outside world said that monk Shenzhen was in the realm of 7 perfections. But in fact, It was the upper, middle, and lower 3 days that were fully open and had not yet reached perfection. However, there was no doubt that Xianjun was the strongest among the three. And by saying this, Xianjun is clearly saying that people don't take you too seriously at all. This also showed that Xianjun was not sure of blocking the floating light cave heaven of that Meng Yuanyu liquid in full bloom. Master Xuanjun, how tall do you think he is? Huang Yusheng asked. I can tell from a distance that the muscles and bones are strong, but as a fellow martial artist, who can say? If a martial artist puts up a fight, the river can flow backwards. Xianjun pondered slightly for a while and said, however, the two of you will never be able to catch his floating light cave. Even with the protective heavenly chance method, it will be difficult. The three of them over here couldn't stop talking, and Meng Yuan and the others were also having secret talks at the stern of the ship. A brother is so honest. Why do people keep bullying him? Tai Nyo was still indignant. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng looked at Tai Nyo and said, you're the only one who thinks he's honest. Elder brother's argument about the wild dog makes sense. Hu Qian came back to reflect, but fighting to the death can win over the wild dog. What if we meet a fierce tiger? Fight if you can. Leave if you can't. Meng Yuan said. Wouldn't this be humiliating? Hu Qian was surprised. Meng Yuan sized up Hu Qian and said, life is most important. Then senior brother Fong was 1-on-3 and didn't say that life is most important? Hu Qian blinked her eyes. I have a method. Meng Yuan looked at these three and said, so in the future, if I tell you to leave, you'll leave. You guys are, instead, in the way. What senior brother means is that we have become senior brother's potential, and when we are held, it will not be good for senior brother to vacate. Therefore, once we leave, senior brother is equivalent to removing the potential for himself. Others will have no potential to go. Hu Qian understood. Who did this guy learn this nonsense from? Meng Yuan couldn't help but scratch his head, and actually couldn't pick up the words. Riffing on the conversation, it wasn't long before the ship docked on the south shore. That Xuanjun three people got off the boat and went southwest. Meng Yuan estimated that it should be heading towards Wangzheng Cliff. Getting off the boat and riding, Meng Yuan had Hu Qian and Mr. Wang and the others in the front, with himself and Dugu Kong in the back. What is that person's origin? Dokurakang only had the time to ask at this moment. The bald donkey from Lanrua Temple, monk number Xuanjun, is a 7th grade martial monk. Meng Yuan said, just now on the boat. Meng Yuan did not attach much importance to Huang Yusheng and Xiao Bubu, but more and more felt that Xianjun was not simple. Dugu Kong touched his head and said, this martial monk disciple grandson of mine is not simple. You have to keep an eye out in the future. Apprentice grandson? Meng Yuan all but laughed. He remembered that the teacher who gave Dugu Kong the guidance was a great monk from Lanrua Temple, but he didn't realize that Dugu Kang's seniority was so high. The generations in Lanrua Temple are ranked according to Yuan Mingjingji, Juewu Xinchang, and clarifying Juehai. I'm of the generation, and he's of the Xian generation, so it's correct to call me senior grandfather. Dugu Kong seriously said, is this martial monk of the gradual cultivation school, or the epiphany school? Meng Yuan said, look at you. Coming back to talk about the gradual and temporary distinction. Dugu Kong looked like he was teaching. Actually, it's not that clear. Moreover, in Lanrua Temple, amongst the two schools of gradual and Dang, there are also several schools of thought. It's very chaotic. Just one Lanrua Temple, after dividing it into two sects, there are more sects within it? Meng Yuan laughed. It's just a difference in cultivation and doctrine, but there are still so many doors? What's so rare about that? Buddhists already love to debate the scriptures, and everyone is not convinced of each other. What's wrong with dividing a few more factions within the two schools of Graydon? Dugu Kong took it for granted and said, the three of us in the old Turtle Pit Poetry Club can still be divided into two factions. Why can't others be divided into factions? How did the poetry club split into two factions? Meng Yuan was a bit confused. Don't think I don't know. The president is close to you. The two of you go out to play and discuss poetry without me, but it is not ostracizing me. Another faction. Dugu Kong was very aggrieved. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Horsehooves clattering. Is this Lanrua Temple's martial monk good to deal with? Meng Yuan didn't pull anything else and only asked about the fundamentals. You want to fight with people again? Dugu Kong was worried. Amit Ba Buddha. You should restrain yourself. Monk Meng. Master Wukong couldn't be more right. Meng Yuan immediately obliged inside. I once heard a senior monk ask and answer a question. Asking, if someone in the world slanders me, bullies me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, maligns me, or cheats me, how should I deal with him? The answer was, just bear with him, let him be, avoid him, be patient with him, honor him, pay no attention to him, stay a few more years, and you will see him. Mang Yuan nodded his head understandingly and said, I am just like this. Your words are indeed in line with my Buddhist teachings. Just when you say it, can you not press the hilt of your sword? Dugokong scrutinized Mang Yuan and said, I don't believe a single word you said. I've fought with you once. You hurry up and tell me about the Orchid Temple martial monks. Mang Yuan stopped acting. Look, again. Dugokong saw Mang Yuan was going to urge his horse, so he hurriedly changed his words and said, Lanruwa Temple martial arts monks have been inherited for a long time, and there are extremely many heavenly chances and magical powers. He obviously knows his stuff. As for how much my disciple grandson has learned, that's unknown. But after a martial arts monk's upper, middle, and lower 3 days are fully open, according to the rules of Lanruwa Temple, he is to go out to cloud travel as that ascetic monk, usually within the Ping'an province, but of course there are also outbound, still traveling in the clouds? Mang Yuan asked curiously, what's so rare about that? You're so rare. Dako Kyo smiled. Among the people of the Epiphany faction, there's also the girl who talks about girls, Miss Talon? Mang Yuan only felt outrageous. The Buddhist sect in Ping'an province flourishes, and every family worships Buddha, often inviting Buddhist disciples to perform pujas at their homes, over and over. The bad guys are innocent, no one around the two, but Dugokong still lowered his voice. But my Lanruwa Temple's rules are strict, and I don't dare to do this. So does the Ping'an mansion have an ant? Mang Yuan asked. There is. The biggest tranquil Zen center is the nunnery. Seeing Mang Yuan's expectant face, Dugokong frowned and said, Scholar Mang, what are you thinking about? Didn't think anything of it. Mang Yuan said. Dugokong sized up Mang Yuan and kindly said, Monk, a woman will only delay our cultivation and meditation, it will only delay you from drawing your sword and your future. Right. Mang Yuan responded, moving on to the martial monks. Obsessive Dugokong took the trouble to nudge him, but seeing that sure Master Meng was an elm, he helplessly said, the matter of the martial monks is actually something I'm not too clear about. However, I have heard that martial monks who go out to travel in the clouds have at least 3 heavenly aptitudes, 1 defense, 1 escape, and 1 attack. As for the ones who have gone out of the peaceful mansion, I'm afraid that there are 2 more disciplines. So many? Meng Yuan was surprised. That's natural, and most of them are Tianji divine abilities that are the most masculine and rigid. Dugokong sighed. Lanruwa Temple has a very long heritage, and there are a lot of heavenly chance avatars. That's why many people who are addicted to martial arts travel to Ping'an province, hoping to worship in Lanruwa Temple. The local authorities don't care if Qing devalues the Buddha? Meng Yuan asked. Naturally managed. Ultimatums are not issued outwardly. Dugokong smiled. But if you become a lay disciple, a registered disciple, then it's not good to manage. There is a policy at the top, and a plan at the bottom. Meng Yuan also laughed. I guess there are requirements for being this named disciple or lay disciple, right? Of course. With a division, having learned the ability, naturally need to maintain Lanruwa Temple, and have a favor to help. Dugokong sighed and said, that's why Lanruwa Temple is famous. Even after going out of Ping'an province, there are still many people who send money to Lanruwa Temple to make offerings. He turned back and pointed, saying, that my disciple's grandson was able to come here to investigate the Buddha demon is certainly extended by your demon suppression division, but I'm afraid that it was also with the help of the Orchid Temple's lay disciples. What else is there to say about these martial monks going out to travel and practice in the clouds? Meng Yuan asked again. There are 2 bad faults in Buddhism. One of them is making grand wishes. This is a top to bottom fault. As you know, Dako Kyo got serious. The second is preaching, and that doesn't need to be said. His voice trailed off. Secondly, it's a degree, and it's mostly for evil people and evil demons. The more evil they are, the happier and more energized they are. Most of the former are accepted as disciples, making them do good deeds, which is the intention of turning back to the shore. The latter are accepted as mounts, and there are also those who are disciples. Dugokong seriously said, disciples who are traveling in the clouds cannot preach the way, but they can guide people. I heard that there was once a great virtue who used his profound martial arts to turn back a vicious woman who was addicted to killing. The woman finally came to her senses, but the great master died of his wounds. Afterward, the wicked woman never killed anyone again, never did any evil, and became a commoner in hiding, got married and had children, and lived happily ever after. Meng Yuan did not agree with the practice of this great monk, but admired. In his own place, he would have killed and then burned it, and it would have been counted as a degree when it became ash. The two of them chatted, mostly Meng Yuan asking questions and Dugokong answering. Meng Yuan knows a lot of things about Lanruwa Temple, and knows more and more about the gradual Tun controversy, but Dugokong never mentioned who his master was, and did not talk about the ant, so it is not inevitable to spoil the fun. We need to walk faster while it's not too hot. Hu Qian saw Meng Yuan and Dugukong grumbling and finally looked away. The poem will be right another day. Seeing that people were coming to rush him, Meng Yuan was obedient. A line of people run faster and faster. Midday is really hot. The horse cannot carry. We'll be in a tea store along the road to rest. It was not until halfway through the afternoon that the horses slept and drank, and only then did they set out again, pushing the horsepower hard. It was only in the evening that they arrived at Hedong County. Master Xiao Meng, Master Xiao Niu. That old Zheng Tu saw Meng Yuan coming and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow. Meng Yuan asked Tainio to help him up, and that old Zheng Tu insisted that Meng Yuan and the others eat a bowl of noodles before leaving. Then let's eat here. Hu Qian always remembered Sun Mei's words and didn't dare to spend Shen Shujiao's money. Let's eat before we go. Mr. Chen isn't poor. Meng Yuan glared at Hu Qian. Although Mr. Chen is poor, he still treats his guests well. When the group arrived at the backyard of the county office, they saw Chen Shoujuan killing fish. What brings you here? World Sun? Chen Shoujuan immediately washed his hands and invited Dugukong to sit down. It was Protector Meng who nonetheless asked me to come. Dugukong was naive enough to see that there was no more meat, so he asked curiously, "Is this all you eat, sir?" 30 pounds of sheep in Hedong. How can I dare to buy and taste with a thin salary? Only the fish and shrimp for 2 meals. Belly today is a small fish pond. Chen Shoujuan laughed. Dugukong froze. Before picking up, although the wine and meat is fragrant, we rarely taste it, and the beautiful wives and concubines do not enter the room. The wind and 2 sleeves of the heart are not panic. Mr. Far better than Meng Dalong. Wonderful. Mr. Wang had complimented. Not too wonderful. Mr. Xiao Meng is also very good. Elder brother, you answer it. Hu Qian urged. Meng Yuan rubbed his forehead. Wu Chongsheng, you don't kill the fish. Let Hu Qian do it. You and Tainio go and cook. After a simple meal, Chen Shoujiao fished out a few more melons from the well and distributed them to the people. While eating, Chen Shouyo talked about this case. End of chapter. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. It is night and the stars are thick. In the courtyard behind the county government office, also did not light the lamp, only by the light of the stars and moon. All the people while riding the cool, while nibbling on melon. Chen Shouxiang this said, that Seven Waters Township is located in the westernmost part of Hedo County's jurisdiction, with the backdrop of Mount Vernon, surrounded by mountains and water. This is a beautiful place. Among them there is a medicinal material market, occasionally produces precious medicinal materials. There are many merchants, so it is still quite prosperous trade. As early as half a month ago, there were rumors of flower pickers over there, but no one has been complaining, supposedly for fear of losing their reputation. And then the flower thief touched a rich family's housewife's room. The result is that the family is a strong, rather than die, killed by the flower thief, but also died 2 guards. That flower thief doesn't rob unmarried girls, but only looks for married ones. One of the most tragic is the newly married man and woman, to be performed after the wedding ceremony. The flower thief only to the groom down. The result of a pair of newcomers died in the wedding night. In the past half month, 7 cases have been reported, ranging from 17 to 18 newlyweds to 40 to 50-year-olds who already have grandchildren. Chen Shoujia took the constable to visit the inquiry, got some clues, inferred that the thieves should be the 7th grade martial arts, and ruthless, never a novice, and then Chen Shoujia pretended to go back to hit the road back to the house, secretly returned, really waited for the other side, but the thief is very good at escaping, and there is a kind of Tianqi magical ability to hide the shape, and even chased lost. It is reasonable to say that after a martial artist reaches the 7th rank realm, no matter whether he joins the government or does camping, he is already not worried about food and clothing, and there is no shortage of women, but people have strange hobbies. After finishing the case, Chen Shoyo made an inference and said, this person has committed a big case. Generally speaking, he should avoid it, not show his face for the time being, or change the place to commit the crime. But 2 days ago, there was another case in Seven Waters Town, and it is obvious that that person still did it. I get it. Hu Qian got it again. What Mr. means is that this person doesn't even look the government in the eye and is extremely conceited. Miss who is a bellwether. Chen Shouxiao praised. This person is indeed quite skillful, and also has the ability to be conceited. And I reckon that he probably has other important matters, and won't be able to go far for the time being. Hearing this, Meng Yuan thought that the Funyo mountain behind the Seven Waters town is behind the Wangjiang cliffs, and it is only 100 or so miles away from the Wangjiang cliffs, so could it be that the flower thief is actually waiting for the Mouse Taoist Association? Then is there anything else unusual about Seven Waters town? Meng Yuan asked. That's not true. There is a medicine collection in Seven Waters town. and although it is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, it is actually in order. Chen Shoujiao smiled and said, of course, the reason why Seven Waters Town has the output of cherished medicinal herbs is that the people from that place go into the mountains from time to time, and it is heard that they secretly have dealings with elves and monsters. Corresponding with elves and monsters? Hu Qian frowned. It's nothing bizarre. Chen Shaojie explained amiably. Some pill-picking families even marry the demons in the mountains. Hu Qian's eyes widened. Tainyo then pinched Meng Yuan's arm in a death grip. Worried to death. Doesn't the government care? Dokurakang asked curiously. Chen Shoujia said, they have a tacit understanding with the demons in the mountains, and the demons rarely come down to the mountains, so there are very few things that hurt people. The people do not report, the officials do not investigate. How many years have been so over? Besides, they have clans. As long as things are not too big, they usually discuss and solve the problem themselves. At that, the guys were silent. Meng Yuan is now a small flag officer of the Demon Suppression Division, and is not surprised by this kind of thing, and heard Gong Zihua and the others say that the mountain spirits around Songdefu also have their eyes. In fact, many of the elves and monsters do not have any ambition. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Just honestly muddle through. Mr. Chen, what should we do then? Hu Qian leapt to her feet. There's no rush. Let's wait until tomorrow when we go over together and talk about it on the way. Chen Shoujiao smiled and said, Mr. Chen. Wang Xiukai made a bow. The son of the world is here to pick up the wind, so I won't follow him on this trip, right? This is natural. Chen Shouxiao didn't want to bring a burden either. Dokurakang skimmed his lips and wanted to say something, but he had an early agreement with Meng Yuan on the road that he would not go to Seven Waters Town. Everyone take a good night's rest, and we'll set off in the morning. Chen Shouzhuang said, I'll sleep with brother. Tainyo immediately said, you sleep with Wu Changsheng. I'll sleep with Meng Shuangjie. Dugu Kong came to grab it. Tainyo wanted to say more, but Wu Changsheng pulled him back. Hu Qian barred her mouth, but in the end no words came out. Entering the room, lighting the lamps and candles, and closing the door of the house, Dugu Kong fanned his fan with a solemn expression. I'd better go with you. Solitary Hyper held his tongue for half a day before finally speaking out. Meng Yuan ignored it. I've come to the 7th grade realm. Dokurakang said, the Buddhist pathway enters the 7th grade with greatly strengthened sinews and bones, and allows one to practice a variety of divine powers, such as the 6 divine powers. As for the geometry of power, it varies from person to person. Meng Yuan wanted help, but it was never Dokurakang. The two of them pulled half the night, and on the second day, before dawn, Hu Qian came knocking on the door. I bought food for everyone. Hu Qian always remembered Sun Mei's words and didn't dare to spend Chen Shoujiao's money. All of them ate their meals, and only then did they head towards Seven Waters Town together. Out of Hedan County, all the way west. Aside from Meng Yuan's 4 men, Chen Shoujuan only brought 2 constables with him. I'm not well liked. I can't find any martial artists to help, so I can only labor a few of you to work hard. Chen Shoujuan was still riding a donkey and was polite. But it's not. Hedong County was not a few famous martial arts. A little bit of ability are also the children of the family. You Mr. Chen stared at the family hit. People are naturally not happy to help you help. After traveling for a while, Meng Yuan drove Hu Qian and the others to the front, and he talked to Chen Shujia himself. In this part of Seven Waters, the front fence walks the cat and the back fence runs the dog. Chen Shoujiao was very knowledgeable. Because of the medicine collection, there are quite a few outsiders, but in the end, it is a small town, and most of the merchants who travel to and from it are familiar with it. What you mean, sir? Meng Yuan smiled brightly. Is that the flower thief is either hiding in the mountains or in the marketplace, and is still following the medicine dealer? Precisely. Chen Shoujuan took out a paper fold from his sleeve. Meng Yuan took over and looked at it, and it recorded the medicine merchants who had traveled to Seven Waters Town in the last month to make purchases, as well as the time they had stayed, and the general goods they had purchased. The size of these drug dealers varies, with as few as 2 or 3 casual visitors, and as many as 50 or 60 out and about, and there were mostly casual customers, with only 6 large merchants. There are only 3 that still stay in Seven Waters Town today. When Meng Yuan looked at it carefully, he saw that one of the large merchants was labeled as Yang. This is the property of the Yang clan of Songhua Prefecture. Seeing Meng Yuan come to ask, Chen Shajuan answered carefully. The Yang family of Songdefu is the Yang Huai family, but Yang Huai is a partial branch. For a moment, Meng Yuan thought of Liu Debao and King Xan again. Vaguely, Meng Yuan felt that it was the Yang family who did it. How many martial artists are there? Meng Yuan asked. Among these merchants, there are also those who have entered the martial arts path if they are casual customers. Most of them are in the 9th grade realm, opening 3 or 5 orifices, increasing some chi power. Among the big merchants, There are martial artists accompanying them. And most of them are 9th grade martial artists. And the 8th grade ones are even the leaders. Chen Shoujuan said. What about Yang? Meng Yuan asked again. The one leading the Yang clan is a martial artist. 8th rank realm. There are 2 other 8th grades and 5 9th grades. Chen Shoujuan said. What does Mr. Chen plan to do? Meng Yuan asked. The other party is nowhere to be seen. But as I see it, this person is headstrong and should commit another offense. Chen Shoujuan was much more solemn. We are in the light. The other party is in the dark. We can only wait quietly. Meng Yuan thought the same way. And there really wasn't any good method. All the way to the west, traveling 70 or so miles. Along the way tea stalls will be more. The green hills in the distance are the Fernio Mountains. Continuing on for more than 10 miles and crossing a stone bridge, there is the town of 7 Waters. All of them are plain clothes, although carrying a sword with a bow. But no one said anything. After all, there is a market in this area. There are often swordsmen escorting goods. Entering the town, Chen Shoujuan first went to visit a squire. Meng Yuan and the others accompanied and chatted for most of the day. All meaningless words, but they also knew that the flower picker hadn't made a move in the past few days. And then Chen Shoujuan went to an inn and found the 2 constables who stayed here, and asked some more questions. Still nothing. We might as well go back to the place of the crime and take a look? Hu Qian was resourceful. Chen Shuku was not a problem. The group was busy with the sun until late in the evening, with nothing more to do than listen to the wailing of the sufferers. 7 Water Township Squire early arranged a place to stay, but Chen Shoujiao did not agree, but went to Lisa courtyard. I'll go see Yang. Meng Yuan was an idle one, changed his clothes, brought along Hu Xiaowu, and went to look for Yang together. That Yang's come here to collect medicine. A total of 43 people. Maybe they are regular customers, but also big customers, more access. They do not live in the inn to rest, but least 3 yards next to each other. The 3 yards were next to the medicine collection, not much farther from the center of town. On the door, Meng Yuan claimed to be Yang Huai's best friend. With a pass, there is a young man of 25 or 26 years old welcomed out. My name is Yang Yoji. The young man, dressed as a scholar, politely bowed and saluted. I don't know your name? How do you recognize my father? So Chief Flag Yang is your father? Meng Yuan laughed brightly and said, my name is Meng Yuan, a junior flag of the 100 households, and I have always worked under your father. So it's Meng Xiaoqi. Disrespectful. Yang Yoji gave another heavy salute. How is business for brother Yang? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. It's just a matter of doing something for the family. Yang Yoji was polite and invited Meng Yuan and the others inside. After serving tea and chatting for a while, Meng Yuan asked about the flower picker. It's a big deal, but we're all men on this trip, and there are a few martial artists, so it's peaceful. Yang Yoji said, this person is telling the truth. Meng Yuan found a reason, one by one to meet the Yang's martial artists. Indeed, 3 8th grade, 5 9th grade. This Yang Yoji is the 8th grade martial artist. Meng Yuan's chi locked onto these people, and none of them noticed anything wrong. Pulled a pass. Meng Yuan could not find a place of suspicion, would have liked to leave, but was forced to stay for a meal, and only then went back to rest. Meng Yuan gave careful instructions to Hu Qian and the others and made many arrangement plans, but has been waiting for 10 days. The flower thief and then did not move, has not been doing the case. End of chapter. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. It's almost the end of June, but there's no progress on the flower thief case. Meng Yuan and Chen Shoujuan made a big fuss about the fake retreat trick, but the flower picker still didn't show his head. There was no way out. Shin Shuko couldn't stay long, so Meng Yuan advised him to leave first. After another day, Dugu Kong and Mr. Wang actually came. Meng Yuan was too lazy to host a banquet, but Dugu Kong was so enthusiastic that he had to drag Meng Yuan to the tea house. I heard what Mr. Chen said, and I don't think this matter is too simple. As the two of them sat down, Dugu Kong saw that Meng Yuan was still not too enthusiastic, so he whispered. He tapped Meng Yuan on the shoulder and asked, do you know the hidden shape avatar? Meng Yuan certainly knew that. The so-called divine ability to hide one's form was not just being invisible out of thin air. Rather, after this type of divine ability is activated, the chi is converged and difficult to detect, and the blood flow is extremely slow, and even stop running, as if it were a dead thing. Martial arts people to find the enemy. One is to set the chi machine. The second is to listen to the sound and smell the gas. Therefore, if not in person, it is not easy to detect. As for the Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, although each has its own method of defeating the enemy, but since people are like dead things, it is also difficult to find. The hidden form of the divine power to activate the jade liquid consumption is not large, can be maintained for a long time. Sounds strange, but since people like dead things in general, The six senses are naturally weak. Defense is also insufficient. Some of the hidden form of the avatar. If you want to change the attack of the divine principle, you need to turn from a dead thing to a living thing, and it is not possible to turn the thought into a reality. Manhwa's newly cultivated smoke and rainbow avatar is cast in 2 segments. The first segment also has the ability to isolate the chi, but in fact, it is for the second segment of the stabbing to prepare. The 2 segments complement each other. It is a surprise sneak attack method, not a long-lasting hidden ambush method. The hidden shape avatar. Isn't it just hiding and concealing your shape and shielding your chi? Manhwa shouted for someone to serve tea. You're still too young. Dogu Kong had the appearance of an accomplished master. Manhwa ate this, and immediately brought him tea and asked, "Please also ask Master Daikon for guidance." Dogu Kong also did not take the teacup and said, "The martial artists opened up the Tianji Shintong. There is the method of attacking and attacking. There is the method of tracing, and there is the method of hiding and sneaking. Tianji Shintong encompasses everything, and there is even a dual cultivation method of Tianji. Let me tell you what is concealment and hiding. You talk about the dual cultivation first." Manhwa stopped. Dokurakang froze for a moment and said, "I'm serious with you. Brother Daikon, you speak." Manhwa served tea and admitted his mistake. Dogu Kong took the teacup and paused before saying, "Mang Shuangjie, let me ask you, what is hidden? What is hiding?" Willing to listen to instruction. Manhwa was polite at this moment. People say that the small is hidden in the wild, the medium is hidden in the city, and the large is hidden in the dynasty. Dogu Kong was very serious. You martial artists recognize other people's realm, either by having a fight, or by going up and probing the dantian orifices, or by locking the chi. You will know the general level. Those higher than yourself can't be seen, but those lower than yourself can probably be seen. I see what you mean. Manhwa nodded in understanding. You're saying that this flower picker's method of hiding his form might not only be hiding his breath and hiding in shady places, but it might also be suppressing his realm and walking through the marketplace on a daily basis. After all, no one would look more than a few times at a person with a low realm. Good. Dogu Kong rarely complimented someone. A little bit of insight. No wonder Scholar Ing likes you. Third Miss likes me? Manhwa rubbed his hands together. I mean appreciate. Dogu Kong frowned, sizing up Manhwa for a moment. Although I am a monk, I also know that an evil servant bullying his master is a treacherous act. You really have a heart of gold. Cough cough. Brother Dogu, you're really being petty. Manhwa immediately straightened up and asked curiously, what's the difference between this type of hidden shape technique that conceals the realm and the mayfly heaven and earth and other methods of storing power? You know still oddly much. Dogu Kangao looked twice and said, both have to operate according to the heavenly plan at all times, but the method of storing power is like drawing a bow. The more the bow is bent, the more powerful the arrow is. It may be 3 or 5 times the usual power, or 10 or 20 times, or even 100 times the power. In fact, it is the realm of the pressure. But the hidden realm's hidden form method, the key is in hiding. Even if you go to probe the other party's dantian, you can't see the reality, but you can strike at any time. I understand. Manhwa nodded and said, I will pay more attention. This person should indeed be at the 7th rank realm, and someone at the 6th rank should not be able to do such a thing. Manhwa looked at Dogu Kong and asked, which family and which sect did you say this heavenly chance avatar that conceals the realm is from? I knew this family. It was passed down from the Western Buddhist countries, and it does fit the intention of my Buddhist sect to seek emptiness. Dogu Kong smiled bashfully, just like a high monk. Are there any drawbacks to this method? Manhwa asked. Guess, since the realm is hidden, then if you set the other party's chi, they might not be able to detect it either. Dogu Kong spread his hands. Actually, I don't really know. Then who did you hear these things from? Manhwa asked curiously. My mother. Dokurakang took it for granted. You weren't much older when your hall passed away in immortality, were you? Manhwa asked. If you stay in the house all day and don't go out, you can read to the mirror for a day. Not to mention my mother. Dogu Kong straightened his clothes. I've been smart since I was a kid. My mother was determined to let me follow the martial arts path, and told me a lot of things about the martial arts. I tell you, I know more about martial arts than you. A martial artist. Then why did your hall teach you the lessons of the concealment avatar? Manhwa came to be interested. Dogu Kong sighed, but did not answer, only said, we both belong to the same old Turtle Pit Poetry Society, and we are confidants and discerning friends, so I'm not going to hide anything from them. Anyway, don't tell anyone about today's incident, especially don't let old Wang know that he is Dogu Shang's man. Manhwa nodded his head in understanding, and courteously poured tea for Dogu Kong again, while grabbing the fan and heading out. What are you doing? Dokurakang hurriedly followed. Go back to bed. Manhwa said. Really? Solo Hyper was surprised. I'll go swindle. Meng Yuan stepped back and looked for Hu Qian and the others first. Bring your bows and arrows. After making the arrangements, Meng Yuan made his way to the medicine market bazaar and took a step into Yang's rented courtyard. What brings Brother Meng here? May I recite a poem and sing? Yang Yoji and Meng Yuan had gotten acquainted over the past few days. No need. Meng Yuan smiled, surveyed the surroundings, and asked curiously, Brother Yang has stayed here for more than a month, yet he hasn't left. What exactly is the reason for that? I heard that there will be a big medicine for sale in a few days. That's why I came to wait. Yang Yoji said. So it is. Meng Yuan pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Then an arrow shot from the distance, rigid and overbearing, stabbing straight at Yang Yoji. That Yang Yoji heard the sound of arrows and hastily retreated. Then 2 more arrows came. Yang Yoji raised his sword and swung it away. His sword chi was strong. Clearly he had entered the 7th grade realm. Brother Yang, you're in trouble. Meng Yuan drew his sword. Yang Yoji looked at Meng Yuan angrily, then said helplessly, I didn't want to kill you. End of chapter. Chapter 131, 7 stars renewal. Chapter 131, 7 stars renewal. The sun is shining. When the people in the small courtyard heard the commotion, some got on the ground, some fled, and a few martial arts masters came out, each armed with a sword, and surrounded Meng Yuan. Yang Yoji pressed his sword in his hand and frowned at Meng Yuan. He heard his father talk about the things of Wei. Know that this person comes from the house of the King of Faith, although just stepped into the realm of the 7th grade, but the Dantian surplus wide, the jade liquid of the much better than the same level, through which to make the floating light cave, really is 1,000 floating light, endless. Therefore, since Yang Yoji knew the purpose of this person's visit to 7 Waters Town, he had been careful and did not make any mistakes at all. Even once he had asked this person to give him some pointers on how to cut, and he did not reveal any half-breaks, but vaguely, Yang Yoji found that this person seems to be particularly concerned about their own, had been all night stalking their own place, and even a group of helpers and martial arts masters all stared at once. This is also let it go. During the day also often run to their own place, favorite chat with a few martial arts masters, and then fish some herbs on the go. As an official for a few days, the ability to eat, take, occupy and rob have all learned. Therefore, Yang Yoji is more cautious. These days has been holding this person, and he talked about poetry and words, but unfortunately, this person is only an empty shelf. Poetry is not as learned as a 7-year-old child. Meng Yuan pressed the knife and stared intently at the person in front of him. Since coming to the 7 Water Town has been 11 days, has been the whole 7 Water Town touched all over, who Lady Handsome have inquired out, but still do not see the flower thief reappeared. Although Meng Yuan has many doubts about Yang, but people are really rules and regulations. The leader, Yang Yoji, studied and practiced the sword all day long, leaving the procurement of medicinal herbs to his deputy. Procurement of a pen record. The price and season are not wrong. Accompanied by laborers and martial artists are always on the move. Acting is quite stable. Some of the middle of the night out of the house, but also to find the dark door. As for Yang Yoji, Meng Yuan had also locked onto the other party's chi, but the other party was oblivious, and cut the time also probed the other side of the Dantian. True chi although thick, but not see the jade liquid. On the 33 days is not open. Is the 8th grade of martial arts people? Meng Yuan has been on the lookout for several nights and has not found anything unusual. Previously, Meng Yuan and Chen Shoujia discussed, that flower thief is very conceited and arrogant. Even if they really want to go away, I'm afraid that they also want to do a final case before going away. But since he came to 7 Waters Town, for 11 days in a row, this place was actually peaceful. But it's not too much of a coincidence that it just so happens that the Yang family is here. The Yang family seems to be secretly with the King of Faith, and Yang Huai behavior is different. Yang Huai's son happened to come to collect medicine. The town of 7 Waters is backed up by Mount Vernon, which is just behind the Wangjiang cliffs, and the period of the July 7th Taoist meeting is approaching. Because of all the coincidences, Meng Yuan has always suspected that Yang Yoji in the preparation of the July 7th meeting, or waiting to receive someone, so has been in the dark staring at each other, but did not suspect that Yang Yoji hidden strength, limited to his own vision. Meng Yuan's knowledge of the divine principle of heavenly chance was insufficient, and it was only after a few pointers from Dugu Kong that he came to his senses. Sure enough, under the heavy bow test, Yang Yoji didn't dare to be careless, so he revealed his figure. At this moment the arrows are no longer shooting. Meng Yuan has already arranged. Hand presses the hilt of the knife then shoots arrows. If the knife is drawn, then Hu Qian 3 people will need to retreat again, in case it is stolen by Yang's martial arts master. The yard is narrow. There are date palms. The corners of the walls are full of debris. The sound of cicadas is more and more noisy. Meng Yuan and Yang Yoji each wielded a sword and led without firing. After entering the 7th grade realm, martial artists are no longer simply fighting over swords. The jade liquid is released, and the sword is made into the sword's astral sword chi on top of the sword. Ordinary blades against the sword astral sword gas. Touch both broken. The distance of the attack depends on the strength of the individual, and can borrow the viscera orifices to run into the 5 elements of the gas. There are 5 elements of gas. There will be 5 elements of change, so the sword gas can contain water and fire, and even lightning and electricity. But in essence, it is still a short fight. Sword fighting. The most extraordinary thing about a 7th grade martial artist is the method of opening the secret and obtaining the heaven's opportunity. The law of heavenly chance is ever changing, and there are corresponding laws for both offense and defense, as well as for avoidance and escape. Its might, its divinity, and its treachery were all far superior to the swords and daggers and sword chi phasing. The strength of a martial artist, even in the same realm, may vary greatly depending on the amount of jade condensed, the strength of the muscles and bones, the speed of the opportunity, and the amount of experience. However, the martial artist has a fighting chance by virtue of the divine principle of heavenly chance. Even if their strength is far different, even more so, it was possible to cross the ranks and kill them. At the moment, the two were only separated by more than 10 feet, and they were both 7th grade martial artists, and with the activation of the heavenly chance avatar, they could arrive in the blink of an eye. Brother Meng, how did you see that? My father doesn't even know that I've entered the 7th rank. Yang Yoji suddenly spoke. I didn't see it. It was your companion who missed and gave you up as well. Meng Yuan smiled. I have no companions at all on this trip. Yang Yoji sneered. Brother Meng, your lies are as poor as your poetic talent. Meng Yuan was not angry at this mockery, but only asked, Brother Yang, you come from a family. What kind of girl can't you find? Why did you choose to join the thieves? When Yang Yoji heard this, his face was quite despondent. This kind of thing, you wouldn't have understood. Meng Yuan was silent, then said, Brother Yang likes to find a married woman, and also let someone watch from the sidelines. Is it possible that Brother Yang has also suffered from this kind of treatment? You seek death. Yang Yoji flipped his wrist, and that long sword was instantly covered with a layer of light. This is the middle of the day in summer, but that light is dazzling. Visible this person Dantian vast, jade liquid condensation. The sword in Meng Yuan's hand was also glittering. Not losing to Yang Yoji, the two men's chi entwined. Their swords and knives parted when they touched each other, followed by the sound of thunder. Why is Brother Yang annoyed? I still want to see my sister-in-law when we return to Sangafyu. Brother Yang doesn't need to worry. I've always been good at caring for people, so Brother Yang can just watch from the wall. Meng Yuan laughed. Blooming spring thunder? Yang Yoji, however, should not respond to Meng Yuan's words. He frowned slightly and laughed coldly. I thought that you had only entered the 7th rank and only had the floating light cave, but I never imagined that you had opened 3 orifices and learned the blooming spring thunder stance. As he spoke, the light on the sword became even more brilliant, and at the same time there was a sound of thunder, clearly also blooming spring thunder. You still say that your father doesn't know that you're 7th grade. Isn't this secretly passing on your blooming spring thunder? Meng Yuan scoffed. For a while, the two invoked the heavenly chance avatar blooming spring thunder and fought together again. Spring thunder erupted under a clear white sky in a continuous stream. It's thundering. Collect the clothes. Some ignorant merchant outside the yard shouted blindly. All around the people feel that there is a revival of all things. The feeling of vitality. But a little feeling, and feel the body has a roaring sound with the spring thunder. Hard to commit nausea. The body is soft. The gas is not good. Meng Yuan and Yang Yoji were entangled in a fight together, and no one dared to come on to help. Avoid. Fetch the bow and arrow. The experienced martial artist immediately shouted. If you don't use the floating light cave sky again, you will definitely stay here today. Yang Yoji became more and more courageous the more he fought. When Meng Yuan saw that the few martial artists had already taken out their bows and arrows, he hurriedly seized the road and fled in the direction of the Furnace Mountain to the west of Seven Waters Town. How can I let you get away? Yang Yoji chased after him, and ordered a group of martial artists, return quickly, and tell them that I've had an incident. Both of them didn't have a running away type of heavenly aptitude, but with the jade liquid running, they were already faster than a running horse. At this moment is the hottest time of the afternoon. The street pedestrians are very few. The two men catalyzed the blooming spring thunder non-stop. The thunder continued, and the people in the stores on both sides of the road poked their heads in to see. The Seven Waters town was not considered a big town, and the two of them had already left the town in a short time, and came to the countryside on top of a small road. When Yang Yoji saw that Meng Yuan no longer ran away, but instead turned back to fight, he drank a good sound. He had been practicing blooming spring thunder for many years, and he knew the wonders of this heaven's chance divine ability. Once catalyzed blooming spring thunder, their own chi vigorously, while the other party is suppressed, followed by the slow operation of the jade liquid, poor circulation of chi and blood, the brain born of thunder, and even the internal organs also have a sense of rumbling, slow reaction. This divine ability is the stronger one is, the more powerful one is. However, if the strength is similar, you can also use this method to slowly wear down the other party and trap the other party, depending on who can resist. Although Yang Yoji knows that the other side of the jade liquid surplus wide, even if he opened 2 more orifices and cultivated the blooming spring thunder, but in the end, it is only into the 7th grade, and will never cultivate other Tianji Shintong again. Therefore, as long as you slowly consume, trigger the other side of the body of the spring thunder, is the chance of victory still not sending the floating light cave? When the jade liquid runs out, that won't be of much use. Yang Yoji laughed sarcastically, but the other party was really patient with his temper and kept pinching the floating light cave sky without sending it out. Yang Yoji didn't dare to push too hard, and just consumed it slowly. But a quarter of an hour passed. Yang Yoji himself first difficult up, abdominal cavity and brain thunder constantly, jade liquid running more and more slowly. The circulation of blood is not smooth. There has been a sense of panting, and then look at that Meng Yuan. The astral energy on his sword is not reduced by half, seems to be exhausted. The movements were still sharp and the reaction was quick, seemingly unaffected by the spring thunder. Yang Yoji knows the beauty of the blooming spring thunder, even if the other side of the strong bones and muscles are not afraid, because this method is to attack the heart. So if the other side of the dantian solid, tough and strong internal organs, open the stone door and mud pill palace and other orifices broad and solid, that the blooming spring thunder of the power will be greatly reduced. What other heavenly aptitude have you cultivated? Yang Yoji assumed that Meng Yuan was secretly running the body-protecting avatar. Meng Yuan at the moment the actual battle to know. Their own 3 times quenching the body at this moment to see the work. Blooming spring thunder only slightly vibration of the muscles and bones of the internal organs. The impact on their own negligible. The other party, however, was different, and his face was already showing pallor. The two fought for a few more moments. Yang Yoji became more and more anxious and scolded. Why don't you use the floating light cave sky? Meng Yuan is not a little cutie. The floating light cave is a pressure box technique, and once it is used, it will be used to separate the winners from the losers. And the other party urged several times, obviously prepared. Therefore, Meng Yuan would never use the floating light cavern without exhausting the other party to the point of half-death. Brother Yang, how does your wife look like? Meng Yuan bloomed spring thunder attacking his heart and his mouth. That Yang Yoji was as crazy as he was, striving to catalyze the blooming spring thunder, and actually had the intention to fight to the death. When the two of them exchanged swords and fought, there were suddenly 3 arrows shooting in unison. Yang Yoji was concentrating on the enemy. His long sword was divided, and his sword chi immediately swept away an arrow, but then Meng Yuan's sword dangled. Yang Yoji gritted his teeth and was hit by 2 arrows on his back. Meng Yuan gained the momentum. Jade liquid sent out, the blade astral more and more dazzling. Immediately in Yang Yoji's shoulder a stir, seriously injured his people, and blooming spring thunder is also non-stop. Finally attracted Yang Yoji body spring thunder. In a flash we'll see its limbs torso on the spring thunder, bursting out fine blood mist. The summer sun is in full bloom, the grass is green and the field is green, and the rainbow colors are reflected in the place, only to see that Yang Yoji's shoulders were all broken into crumbs of bone, his limbs and meridians were chipped, and there was a huge knife wound on his stomach, which had already exposed his internal organs. Obviously, this person was no longer able to fight. For a moment, Meng Yuan couldn't help but recall that at the beginning of the year, that great-tailed venerable one was also like this, only that the great-tailed venerable one's injuries were much more severe. However, Meng Yuan was quite puzzled. This person urged himself to use the floating light cave, originally thought that he had a foolproof method, but never thought that he had already lost. Just wondering, Meng Yuan saw that Yang Yoji, whose face was full of blood, actually squeezed out a smile, and there were a few changes on his face, as if he had aged a few points, only to see a faint starlight floating around Yang Yoji under a clear sky. 7 stars renewal. End of chapter. Chapter 132, Ferrying People to Ferry Themselves. Chapter 132, Ferrying People to Ferry Themselves. Yang Yoji body wounds no longer bleeding out, turn actually recovered. Light was born again on his longsword, and he gritted his teeth as he raced toward Meng Yuan, his cave heaven manifesting, floating light cave heaven. But suddenly, Yang Yoji saw the phase of smoke and rain around Meng Yuan's body, and his aura was extremely thin. Yang Yoji didn't care. His long sword swung out and cut through the cavernous sky, and that Meng Yuan's aura became more and more remote. but there was no need to care. His person was right in front of him and would never lose his target. Just as countless floating lights surged out from the cave, he saw that Manhwa's aura abruptly dissolved without a trace, and a flying rainbow rushed out from the smoky rain around his body, extending out in a flash and coming in front of him. The rainbow is like a bridge, then gathered to their own front. Yang Yoji suddenly, but saw Manhwa also came with the rainbow, but noiselessly, as if the body and the rainbow merged into one general. The method of sudden stabbing? Yang Yoji was unable to dodge, much less fight again, and then he felt a sharp pain on his body. Manhwa collected Yang Yoji's sword and retreated more than 10 paces away. This time, Yang Yoji invoked the floating light cave, intending to fight to the death. Manhwa borrowed the first section of the smoke and rainbow flying rainbow to eliminate the chi, and then borrowed the second section of the method of stabbing, so that most of the floating light did not have a place to fall, but there are still 2 to 3% of the floating light along with Manhwa. Manhwa didn't have a defense and hardened himself against it. At the moment, his entire body was covered in tiny wounds and bathed in blood, but 3 times quenching body. Manhwa's sinews and bones of the strong far better than the same level. Seems to be covered in blood. In fact, are flesh wounds only. Sinews and internal organs have not been damaged. I said, why you keep tempting me to use the floating light cave? So you have the method of renewing life and returning to spring. Manhwa figured out that as long as he used the floating light cave, Yang Yoji, even if he was seriously injured, then he could fight again. And at that time, when he was exhausted of his jade liquid, his muscles and bones were weak, and he had no more strength to fight. Naturally, it was him who won. Calculated well, but still underestimated people. Smoky Rainbow was so treacherous that a first encounter could easily be taken by surprise. Yang Yoji spat out blood in a large mouth but didn't say anything. Manhwa swallowed a pill of 100 herb pill. What's the name of the technique you use to hide your realm? Yang Yoji's jade liquid had dried up, his body was drenched in blood, and his face seemed to have aged a few more points. At this moment, he sat paralyzed on the ground, and only after a while did he laugh and say, the name of Tianji is Thin Burial. Do you want to learn it? Think. Manhwa said. Ha ha, let go and I'll tell you. Yang Yoji said. Yes. Manhwa resided with his sword. I can also send you back to Sungha Mansion, so that you can watch me and my sister-in-law have springtime and greedy fun, and you can point out my shortcomings afterward. Yang Yoji froze and said angrily, traitor, evil thief, lascivious thief, who sent you? Manhwa took 2 steps forward and said, if you don't tell me, I'll go back and make sure to send your wife to the dark door outside of North City. Yang Yoji was trembling all over, and only after a short interval did he say, I can't say it. I'll only die one death if I die, and too many if I say it. He forced himself to sit up and actually tried to kill himself. King Xin will take care of your wife and children? Manhwa asked. Yang Yoji froze, closed his eyes, and tremblingly reached out his hand to pull out his internal organs. Just then, a long whistle came, swinging from the distance, low but powerful. The sound of cicadas stopped immediately. Follow the sound, only to see a velvet hat people feet on top of the grass, a step of 3 or 5 feet, as if flying off the ground. The visitor is clearly Monk Xuanzhen. Manhwa had been fighting with monks lately, but didn't have much ill will towards them. There are people of great virtue in the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and there are also people of despicable temperament, which is unusual. Monk Xuanzhen followed a martial arts path and practiced proper Buddhism. Manhwa didn't know him well and didn't have any friendship with him, and had even been at war with him. Leave someone under the sword. Xuanzhen rushed forward, folded both hands and recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha. He went straight forward, one hand joined together to recite the Buddha's name, and one hand pressed down on Yang Yoji's head, only to see Xuanzhen did not know what sutra to recite, and then withdrew his hand. That Yang Yoji's hair actually fell off in full. Manhwa frowned, carefully measuring Yang Yoji, but saw that he has no more self-murder. The injury seems to be a few points better, but his eyes are blank, as if he has lost his mind. Is this the heavenly chance avatar that confuses people's sanity? Manhwa asked curiously. Amitabha Buddha. This is a poor statement by the monk Meng. Xuanzhen took off his bucket hat, revealing his bald head, holding the hat and bowing his head with folded hands, saying, this is my Buddha's heavenly chance divine ability, named entering my Buddha's sect. It is actually a method to persuade people to be good. How could it be an evil method to confuse people's sanity? He said. See who Qian 3 people came close to, and again, bowed, said, Fong just in the town of fasting, heard the sound of spring thunder, then know that there is something in this place. It is just that I came down late. Do not blame the dare not dare not dare. Manhwa took the water bag handed over by Wu Changsheng. Tons drank 2 mouthfuls, and added, if I had known that master had come, I wouldn't have had to suffer this injury. Amitabha Buddha. If the almsgiver does good deeds, he will receive good results. A few injuries, some days of nourishment and you'll be fine. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Yoji again and said reverently, from today onwards, your Dharma name is obscure and bright. The obscure, dim and unclear, is the evil of your coming path. The bright, bright and brilliant, is the good of your going path. Great monk, this is the thief we jointly took down. Hu Qian held her arms and frowned, saying, you took him as a disciple, but you want to take him away? This is natural. Shenzhen took it for granted. My Orchid Temple's children go out to travel in the clouds, firstly for austerity, and secondly to eliminate evil. You measure evil, but you measure the people we captured? Hu Qian tugged at Meng Yuan's sleeve. Haiming is a good Dharma name. Meng Yuan stroked his palm in admiration. In the past, obscurity was presently bright, and there is no loss or gain. It can be seen that Master has a gully in his chest and is deeply aware of the mystery of the four great emptinesses. Amitabha Buddha. The monk is wrong. Xuanzhen was very polite as he said, Meng Xiaoqi, you may as well sell poor monk a face. Poor monk will report back to Qiantali and he will never make things difficult. You are now suppressed by Li Qiandu and others. The official position cannot be promoted. The career cannot be developed. As if the dragon is trapped in the shallows. Cannot be free. Poor monk is still some face. Might as well poor monk to do in. Custodian Li Qiandu will Meng Xiaoqi will lead as a beloved. Seeing that Meng Yuan didn't say anything, he spoke more and more vigorously. That Yao Baifu's martial arts is not as good as Sure Master. His intelligence is not as good as Sure Master. And his heart is not as good as Sure Master's. Since he is dead, it's time for him to fill the vacancy. Since he's dead, it's time for you to fill in the gap. In the future, the matters of Songhafu will certainly be Sure Master to manage. Master said yes. Meng Yuan nodded his head in agreement and said, I was born as a vagrant, and although I am hosted in the royal household, I have little to rely on, and I am indeed prostrate on the earth, and I am not allowed to be free. Xuanzhen nodded slightly. Murder pays for life. Hu Qian suddenly blurted out. Yang Yoji committed 7 cases and 11 people died, one of whom was a child. Female monks don't worry. Shenzhen folded his hands. This person has done a great deal of evil, but he also has skills in his body, so if he changes his ways in the future and performs more good deeds, wouldn't that be an act of repentance as well? I understand what Master means. Meng Yuan nodded slightly. It means that this person has done great evil by virtue of his skill, and after correcting himself in the future, he will also be able to do great good by virtue of his skill. Goodness, goodness, goodness. That's exactly how it is for Monk Meng's spiritual platform is clear. Shenzhen's gaze toward Meng Yuan grew more and more kind. There is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and correcting them. What the Grandmaster said is the supreme truth of the earth, and it couldn't be more true. Meng Yuan smiled and laughed, and with his sword stationed, he eyed Shenzhen and snorted. But as I see it, Master understands some of the great principles, but his Zen participation has gone to the dogs. Killing to pay for life. Your Buddhist theory is no match for my reasoning. Xuanzhen frowned and looked toward Meng Yuan, saying, Monk Meng, the ritual of shaving the hair has been accomplished. Do you still want to block it? There is no purity in the robe, and the red dust is not tainted by the emptiness of nature. Meng Yuan laughed. Since Master Shenzhen can degree people, why don't you come and degree me once more? Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Meng suffered from the floating light cave heaven in the previous battle. Is he really able to fight again? Shenzhen folded his arms and saluted. Very humble. Meng Yuan lifted his sword. I can't kill pigs and dogs, but I can kill bald asses. Good, good, good. Hu Qian clapped her hands. Senior brother. Wu Changcheng came up and whispered. It might be a good idea to go and ask for help for a while. Tainyo is also not a little cute. Advising. Brother, you taught me to do things with a quiet spirit and a quiet mind. Avoid. My ass. Quiet. My ass. Bald asses talk about cause and effect. Meng Yuan raised his leg and kicked Wu Changcheng and Tainyo over. Get out of the way. I'll fight side by side with senior brother. Hu Qian was bold. Meng Yuan had lifted his leg and wanted to kick again, but when he saw Hu Qian's warrior woman outfit, he withdrew his foot. All avoided. Meng Yuan held his sword in his hand. Let me test the high priest's abilities. Seeing Meng Yuan's solemnity, the 3 Hu Qians did not dare to disobey and retreated to more than 20 paces away. Amitabha Buddha. Why should the monk be obsessed? Monk Xuanzhen sighed and walked 10 paces away, shaking the bamboo staff in his hand. The bamboo pieces shattered apart, revealing a preceptor. Master Feng said that I am a dragon trapped in the shallows and not free, but I am also seeking up and down. Indomitable. The sword in Meng Yuan's hand radiated light here. The 2 people's chi steeply entwined together. That Shenzhen didn't go to attack, only holding the sword with both hands. his body radiating a light yellow light. The poor monk will use the golden body indestructible to try out the sure master's floating light cave heaven. The sound of spring thunder rang out, followed by hazy smoke and rain around Manhwa. Xianjun frowned slightly. There are quite a few great skills of the sure master. It's just that the battle is in full swing. How much of the jade liquid is left? If we consume a bit more, the floating light cave sky will become less and less powerful. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the other man running. Xianjun did not dare to be careless. Both hands pressed the preceptor. The golden light around his body became stronger and stronger. It was clear that the golden body indestructible had been catalyzed to the extreme. His face was serious, staring intently at the other party, and then he saw a flying rainbow sticking out of the smoke and rain, coming into sight. And then his person actually seemed to melt above the flying rainbow, and his aura was steeply missing. Frozen in concentration, I saw that the rainbow in the sword gang fell, and then seemed to tear the cave sky. Thousands of floating light fell. Amat Ba Buddha. Xianjun only felt that this floating light cavern was the only one he had ever seen in his life, and that the amount and breadth of its floating light was seemingly endless. Golden body indestructible bitterly maintain. Body jade liquid urging. But the other side of the floating light really did not have the end of the general, and the might is greater than the others of the floating light cave. After only 7 or 8 breaths, cracks appeared in the golden body. After another 10 or so breaths, the golden body shattered. The rest of the floating light surged in front of his body. Xianjun ring blade pushed forward, but still could not block all of it. Then he felt countless floating light like fine needles fall onto his body. And that floating light is like a fine needle, but the power is huge. Can drill through their own hard practice of flesh and blood, and then to the sinews and internal organs. After a while, Xianjun slowed down his body, but he saw the man gasping for air, came to Yang Yoji's body, and cut off Yang Yoji's head. With that, fire poked out of his hands and the bodies all turned to ash. I respect the name of your precious temple. Since the master has the heart of eliminating the evil, may as well collect the remains of the body ash, buried under the Bodhi tree. I think that in the coming year we'll be able to bear more fruits. The monks of the combined temple cannot finish eating, but also to give some to the poor priests to share. Manhwa wanted to take Yang Yoji's head, but the bald head is a little bad to take, can only kick away. Tainyo to take the head. End of chapter. Chapter 133, 3 times and twice. Chapter 133, 3 times and twice. The hot sun burns. The great battle is in full swing, and the cicadas are chirping again. Manhwa sat on the ground, his face pale and panting heavily, his tattered clothes soaked with blood and sweat. The muscles and bones of the body are sore and weak, as if they have been lost in the flowers for a long time, which is a sign of exhaustion. This time, against Yang Yoji first, Manhwa had not spent much jade liquid, and even if Yang Yoji had used the floating light cave in the end in a desperate attempt to die, his skin and flesh would only be damaged. That Tianji divine ability smoke rainbow was divine. The first section did not consume jade liquid in any way, but when the second section was stabbed abruptly, the body and the rainbow merged, and a large amount of jade liquid was consumed in a steep manner. Manhwa had quenched his body 3 times. His dantian was already vast, and the amount of jade liquid was 3 or 4 times greater than that of his peers, or even more. But as soon as the second segment of the smoky rainbow's sudden thrust came out, about 1/10 of the jade liquid was consumed, and as the body merged with the flying rainbow, there was a tearing sensation all over the body, painful and awake. Having used the smoke rainbow twice, Manhwa had also gained experience. This heavenly chance avatar was overbearing and treacherous, and it could dodge sneak attacks and close the distance between them in the blink of an eye. However, the disadvantage is also very obvious. That is, it consumes too much jade liquid. Moreover, the amount consumed was also variable. It was that after the appearance of the smoke and rain vision and the handing out of the flying rainbow, the self merged with the flying rainbow and stabbed in front of the enemy at a very fast speed. And the further the distance of this section of the flying rainbow stabbing, the more the jade liquid was consumed. Within 20 steps, 1/10 of the jade liquid would be consumed. If it was further away, the jade liquid would be consumed even more. However, the benefit was also obvious, which was that when catalyzed, the chi was invisible and swift as thunder. Manhwa went back to see the monk Xuanzhen. This time, 2 times against each other, one of the opponents died and one was seriously injured. Manhwa had twice used the smoke rainbow and finally catalyzed the floating light cavern, and had also dried up his dantian and exhausted his jade liquid. That monk Xuanzhen was sitting on the ground. His bald head was covered with blood, which was especially bright under the hot sun. Monk Xuanzhen's preceptor had long since shattered into dust, and his velvet clothes were full of gaping holes, still seeping blood out. The 2 small arms and lower limbs were bloody, and the bits of bone that were exposed were covered with cracks and had dense pinholes in them. However, the skull and torso was not very much. although also hung full of blood. But the internal organs and brain should not suffer much damage. Visible he is in the last moment, focusing on protecting these two places. 7th grade martial artist versus 7th grade martial artist? Between life and death. Meng Yuan had many more gains to make, and had another high opinion of this monk Xuanzhen. When this person hardened himself against the floating light cave heaven, he used at least two kinds of heavenly mechanism divine abilities, the golden body indestructible main defense, and another method of concealing qi. The general defense method of a 7th grade martial artist was to have jade liquid covered all over the body, but it consumed quite a lot, and it was also difficult to block the swords and daggers. Meng Yuan estimated that monk Xuanzhen's golden body indestructible was the same, but it was stronger and consumed much less than the jade liquid covering the entire body. After all, it was a defense class of heavenly mechanism divine power. But Meng Yuan borrowed the smoke and rainbow to ride into the face of the other side. Even if the smoke and rainbow is used twice, even if the jade liquid is only less than 60% left, but 3 times the work of quenching the body, the vastness of its own jade liquid is also far better than the same level. The floating light cave heaven was catalyzed by the person affixed to it, and it was truly invincible within the same rank. And Xuanzhen was only seriously injured but did not die, so it can be seen that this person does have some sense. Meng Yuan shivered and took out the damn bottle, and was about to pour it out and eat it when Hu Qian snatched it away. Elder brother, you are awesome. Hu Qian poured out the 100 herb pill, sniffed it against her nose, and asked, how many grains to eat? 3 grains. Meng Yuan was breathless. Hu Qian picked up 3 grains and pinched the pills and sent them towards Meng Yuan's mouth. Seeing Meng Yuan's slowness, she shoved the dan bottle into her own chest, freeing a hand to pinch Meng Yuan's face and lifting it upwards. Her mouth opened and the dan was immediately thrown into the eye of her throat. Meng Yuan hadn't even complained out loud yet, when that Hu Qian unclasped the water bag on her waist and directly disliked it. Meng Yuan almost choked, but Hu Qian was not aware of it, and poured water on Meng Yuan's face again, while his hand wiped it twice to wash away the blood, which was even more rude than when Meng Yuan washed Xiangling's face. No wonder it is said that martial artists are coarse. This Hu Qian is obviously a small Taoist nun origin. Immortal style and Taoist bones are not seen, but the problem of coarseness is dyed in the wool. Meng Yuan sighed in his heart. Brother, the head is here. Tainyo had already packed up young Yoji's head, wrapped in his clothes. Senior brother is too good. That Hu Qian actually sat up on her knees and helped pound her back. Stop whacking. Meng Yuan glared at Hu Qian, then looked at Wu Changsheng, and said, shoot the monk 2 arrows, at his stomach. That Xuanzhen monk strongly urged the golden body indestructible to resist the thousands of floating light. I am afraid that it is also the jade liquid exhaustion. The golden body is not only difficult to support. However, this person is from Lanruwa Temple, and is walking outside. Meng Yuan is worried that this person will fight for his life, as he generally burns his own life, forcibly exchanging his life for his life. When Wu Changsheng heard this, he was a bit bewildered. As long as a martial artist doesn't die, there's a chance for a turnaround. Hu Qian was an insightful one. Senior brother is so stable. Meng Yuan looked at Hu Qian, and thought that this girl used to be quite a cool person. How come today's ass patting is endless? Wu Changsheng didn't hesitate and immediately knocked his arrow. Amitabha Buddha. Xuanzhen had been closing his eyes to heal his wounds. When he heard this, he immediately opened his eyes and hurriedly said, there is no need to worry. Monk Meng. The poor monk admits defeat and no longer dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Wu Changsheng looked to Meng Yuan, just waiting for instructions. Elder brother. The fact that he's scared means that the potential has been gone. Hu Qian said with realization. You are not allowed to speak. Meng Yuan stopped Mistress Hu from speaking before looking at Xuanzhen. The two parties were more than 10 paces apart. Meng Yuan wanted to kill this person in his heart, and Meng Yuan knew that Xuanzhen knew that he wanted to kill him. That Xuanzhen saw that Meng Yuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly hiding his killing intent. He was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from the distance. Xuanzhen immediately sighed in relief when he heard this. Sure enough, soon ran from the direction of the Funyo mountain 2 people. Those 2 people each wearing a straw raincoat bucket hat, waist-hanging knife. When they got close, they revealed their real faces, which were 100 households Huang Yusheng and Xiao Buhua. I saw a dazzling light over here from afar, so I guess it's someone strongly transporting the floating light cave. Huang Yusheng smiled on his face and said, so it's Meng Xiaoqi. The 3 of them, Hu Qian, were the ones who had fought with Huang Yusheng, and when they saw that the visitor was not good, they immediately protected in front of Meng Yuan. Master, what's going on? Xiao didn't come to ask. It's just a case of both sides losing out when Monk Meng prevents me from taking in a disciple. Monk Xuanzhen folded his 2 hands and sat down peacefully with his eyes closed. Stinking bald donkey really wanna be shameless. Hu Qian was never ashamed of herself. You're still a loser? Who was the one who wagged his tail and begged for mercy? Xianjun had already gotten reinforcements and was exceptionally calm, not paying attention to Hu Qian's words. Huang Yusheng and Xiao Kum did not look at each other, and the two of them did not say anything, just pressing their hands on top of the hilt of their swords. Hu Qian and others saw that the offense and defense were different, and immediately drew their swords. Elder brother, you go first, let's drag it out. Hu Qian was bold. Just two pig dogs, no need for you to make a move. Meng Yuan forced himself to stand up and reside with his sword. Meng Xiaoqi, that Huang Yusheng was still smiling. Rigidity is easy to break. 100 folds. Meng Yuan said. You seriously injured Master Xuanzhen. We're taking you back for interrogation. Xiao didn't come out loud. It is the stinking bald donkey who picks things first. We have to say more. Hu Qian still want to say more. Suddenly felt a palm pressed on her shoulder. She turned her head, first looked at the hand that was all bruised, and then followed the arm to look at Meng Yuan. Don't say much. I'll handle it. You guys go. Meng Yuan said. I'm not leaving. We all came out together. We should stay together. Hu Qian immediately said. Me too. Iron Ox's eyes were bloodshot, obviously furious. It's better for everyone to be together. Wu Changsheng also opened his mouth. Meng Yuan didn't say anything, just eyed Huang Yusheng and Xiao Kum. The blazing sun burned his heart, and just as it touched down, he suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves. I am King Xin's son, Dugu Kong. Dugu Kang's obese body pressed the horses to spit out their tongues. He had a head full of sweat. He came between the two teams and didn't dismount. With an arrogant look, he said, no fighting allowed. That Huang Yusheng still wanted to say something, but Dugu Kong threw down his whip and said angrily, what kind of dog are you that you don't salute me when you see me? Huang Yusheng stepped back to avoid, surprised to look at Dugu Kong. For a moment was a little confused, not to say that the Prince of Faith is a little cute. How come he looks like a fool? How come he looks like a fool? That's all. Xianjun opened his eyes and looked deeply at Dugu Kong. Huang Yusheng had seen Dugu Kong from afar while crossing the river, and the man was indeed real. At this time if the force to do it naturally also into, that the letter of the king although no real power, the sun is also a pure quality, but after all, is the clan, even if it is done cleanly, but also bound to suffer endlessly. Huang Yusheng knew that things were not to be done, so he smiled and arched his hand, saying, Shitzi is well. Meng Xiaoqi and I both belong to the Demon Suppression Division, but we just want to help look at the injuries. He immediately took up Monk Xuanzhen with Qiu Buhua and immediately went to Seven Waters Town. Only then did Dugu Kong dismount. Without me, you'll all be finished. He was extraordinarily proud. Many thanks, Shitzi. Meng Yuan smiled. Seeing this, Dugu Kong suddenly didn't say anything again, obviously quite worried. Shitzi, you're not bad at all. Hu Qian had a smile on her face and complimented her. Then she patted Tainyo. Carry your A brother back. Tainyo immediately bent down, and Hu Qian didn't wait for Meng Yuan to speak before putting him up. Returning to his residence in Seven Water Town, Wu Changsheng called in 2 more buckets of well water. Senior brother should wash first. Meng Yuan looked at Hu Qian, who grunted twice and said, you two help some. Senior brother has no strength at this moment. Only after Hu Qian left the room did Meng Yuan get out of his bloody clothes. Elder brother is able to fight again and has good capital. He really cultivates both inside and outside. Wu Changxing gently rubbed his back while saying nice things, and curiously asked, eating eggs really works? Old Uncle Jiang said that a brother has eaten the eggs of tiger medicine. That's why his body is full of heat and he has to practice martial arts naked. Tai Nyo had a point. Out. You two out. Meng Yuan was physically and mentally exhausted. After driving Wu Changsheng and Tai Nyo out, Dugu Kong and Meng Yuan were left in the room. As a geld, you specialize in de-virginization, but your heart is not quiet, and you only think of lewd things. You should geld yourself. Dugu Kong remembered that this man seemed to have covetousness for the princess, so he advised him kindly. Without lust and evil, all actions are lifeless. Meng Yuan washed away the bloodstains on his body, and many fine wounds still remained on his skin, but they were no longer a big problem. 3 times quenching the body, not only were the muscles and bones strong, but they also recovered extremely quickly. The accumulation of weight will eventually harm you one day. Dugu Kong shook his fan vigorously and added, I guess Xinjin can see that I'm a monk. It's fine. He's going to die soon. Meng Yuan said. You, Dugu Kong froze, said, it is better to make fewer killings. He will not speak to the public. Also, the Buddhists talk about the round of silence. Usually do not say death. Are you saying that he will still come and take the initiative to befriend you? Meng Yuan laughed. Dugu Kong nodded and said, Lanrua Temple is trapped in the land of Ping'anfu, and they have been befriending the powerful and noble people outside, so Xuanzhen still has to keep it a secret for me. You'll be allowed to contribute after you can eventually. Meng Yuan smiled. Then let's talk about it. Duo Kong sighed and asked again. What about Yang Yoji's matter? There's no rush. Let's wait for me to recuperate first. That Huang Yusheng and vengeance don't come with harmful intentions. Meng Yuan happens to have them as well. Dokurakang was not acute, so he did not come to pursue the question. Brother Dugu, thank you for your assistance today. Meng Yuan smiled out when he saw him about to leave. We're in the same club. Dokurakang smiled happily. End of chapter. Chapter 134 Interception. Chapter 134 Interception. 7 Waters. Huang Yusheng found an inn and settled monk Xianjun down. Xuanjun has changed the clean velvet clothes, limbs sprinkled with medicinal powder. No pain on the face of the color, but the hand buckle rosary beads, murmuring Buddhist scriptures. More and more have a sense of high monk's inscrutability. Master, that floating light cave heaven surnamed Meng really can't stop it? Seeing that Xianjun had taken the elixir and was looking slightly better, Qiu Buhai opened his mouth to ask. Xianjun opened his eyes and said after a while, as I see it, this monk Meng's dantian is broad and his jade liquid is full and wide, far superior to those of the same rank. He flicked the Buddha beads in his hands and said seriously, someone should have helped him open up his dantian and refine the jade liquid for him again. But even so, Master's undying golden body can't block it? Huang Yusheng asked curiously as well. Xuanjun glanced at Huang Qiu, 2 people, said, dantian like martial arts library, jade liquid like swords. His arsenal is vast, countless swords. This one win, his jade liquid is not only more, and condensed and tough, others are like a mortal sword. He is a precious sword, its power is even more prevalent. This too win, he is armed with the method of sudden stabbing to rainbow as a bridge. Itself will be in a swift and thunderous momentum of surprise attack to the body in front of the body, so that people cannot avoid. This 3 win also, the method of sudden stabbing? Qiu didn't come to frown tightly. I remember it hasn't been long since he opened the stone door. He snapped his fingers. First he cultivated the floating light cave. Then he obtained the blooming spring thunder. And now he has cultivated the method of sudden stabbing. How many orifices has he opened in the end? Xianjun shook his head slightly and said, in terms of martial arts qualifications alone, this is really the only thing I've seen in my life. He stared at Huang Qiu and the 2 of them, then said, this person's future accomplishments are bound to be far above the 2 of you. Huang Yusheng laughed dryly and said, we're boiled down 7th grade. How can we compare to junior 7th grade? Master, how does the method of sudden stabbing come to defense? Qiu did not come to ask in detail. Xianjun pondered for a moment and said, this Tianji Shintong is originally the method of surprise attack, so either one cultivates the method of defense, or one cultivates the method of surprise attack, or one needs to pinch the secret technique in one's hand. He was very serious, then said, his method seems to be the divine power of the Taoist sect. This type of heavenly machine divine ability wins in the treacherous, come and go quickly, has exceeded the speed of the 7th grade should have, and even the body and the rainbow together, all for the bow one strike, is why the jade liquid consumption is quite large. Master means that he can't use it more than a couple times either? Qiu didn't come to ask. If it were an ordinary person, in the way of how much jade liquid there is, about 2 or 3 times would be enough to deplete the jade liquid. Xianjun was insightful, but him, I would estimate it to be double. Once this was said, Huang Yusheng and Qiu Xia didn't come to look at each other, and both of them didn't say anything. However, Xianjun laughed out slightly when he saw this, saying, he previously suffered from that flower picker's floating light cave heaven invasion, and then strongly transported the floating light cave heaven to win over me, twice using the method of sudden stabbing. For a while, I'm afraid that he doesn't have the strength to fight again. Huang Yusheng and Qiu Buhai understood. Both of them were from the Demon Suppression Division and also practiced the floating light cave, so they naturally knew the power of this spell. If it was an ordinary person, he would have to rest for at least 2 or 3 days before he could recover his full strength. Even if he wanted to have the strength to fight again, he would have to slow down for a day. Therefore, if you want to find bad luck with this person, you need to do it as soon as possible. If they waited for others to recover, they were afraid that the 2 of them would have difficulty blocking that treacherous and unpredictable sudden stabbing avatar. What is he doing here? Huang Yusheng asked curiously again. It's for the flower picker. Xianjun had actually just entered 7 Waters town, but had already probed clearly and knew that Meng Xiaoqi had been invited by the magistrate of Hedong County. Huang Yusheng asked in detail, did not say anything more, said goodbye to Xianjun, and Qiu not come out the door. The 2 of them came to a restaurant, ordered a meal, and ate while discussing it. Without saying a few words, I saw the commotion outside, and it turned out to be the magistrate of Hedong County coming. In theory, tonight is the best chance, but we've revealed our whereabouts. That stupid Shitsi is there, and the magistrate of Hedong County is here, so it's even worse. Huang Yusheng said after pondering for a long time. Then let him live for a few days. Can he still not fall alone? Xiao didn't come to be open-minded. After we find out what happened at the July 7th Taoist meeting, we'll give him a job and let him go into the mountains. And then we'll do it. That'll have to do. But we also have to return as soon as possible to deliver the news. Huang Yusheng sighed. Shouldn't have offended this kind of person. The two of them had a full meal. And Xiao didn't come originally felt that it was the hottest time in the afternoon, thinking to wait for darkness to cool off before setting off. But Huang Yusheng was not allowed to do so. After arguing for a long time, Huang Yusheng couldn't do anything but submit. Xiao did not come to go to the town to sit in the brothel, and only in the evening did the two hastily bid farewell to Xianjin and rode all the way to the west. This is not an official road. The road is lined with trees and weeds. The moon is in the sky, reflecting the ground silver white. After traveling for more than 20 miles, Xiao Buhai suddenly pulled on the reins. It's not right. Someone is fixing my qi. Before he finished speaking, he saw a flying rainbow arriving in front of him, and before he could return to his senses, he saw the rainbow retracting sharply and shrinking to his heels, with a light shadow following that rainbow. It's Meng Yuan's method of sudden stabbing. Huang Yusheng immediately drew his sword, but that sudden stabbing method was too swift. Before he could aid his hands, he heard a bang, only to see that vengeance did not come to ride on his horse. His head was already gone, and the blood sprayed high. Only 5 steps in front of him, there was a man wearing a bucket hat, holding a sword in his hand, with the appearance of smoke and rain around him. Huang Yusheng didn't expect Meng Yuan to have drained his jade liquid only at noon, and only 3 or 4 hours had passed since then, and he had the power to fight again. Brother Meng, spare your life. It has nothing to do with me. Huang Yusheng was horrified in his heart, his jade liquid running, covering his entire body. Before he could finish, he saw the flying rainbow arrive again. Really when Huang Yusheng angrily shouted. A knife cut through the cave sky, thousands of floating light revealed, but steeply the other side of the qi disappeared, and then the person has arrived in front of the eyes. Huang Yusheng strong transportation floating light cave sky, already exhausted, and feel a huge pain in the shoulder, actually by the other side to pretend to fall out. You're even worse than Yang Yoji. Meng Yuan received another wave from the floating light cave, but the injuries were subtle, and only one swing of his sword severed Huang Yusheng's limbs. At this moment, Huang Yusheng's limbs were severed, his shoulder was blown up, and he was seriously injured on his abdomen. Don't kill him. Mingyue suddenly stepped out from the shadows. What brings you here, Miss Mingyue? Meng Yuan was taken aback. He really didn't realize that someone was flanking him. Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan, but didn't say anything. Meng Yuan didn't ask any more questions, but only pointed his sword at Huang Yusheng and asked, "Why did you kill me?" Huang Yusheng looked at his broken body, actually forgot about the pain for a moment and could not speak. Why don't you say anything? Are you weak? You and I belong to the same colleagues, should have worked together, to help the country. I work hard, but in the end, I can't get a promotion, but instead, I ended up with an idle home. It's not enough that you only care about your own interests and suppress your colleagues, but you want to kill them. Meng Yuan was furious. Stir it up. You guys just stir it up. Stirring up Cheng Guangzi slaughtered the city, stirring up chaos in the southeast, and bringing about the death of the great Qing kingdom. I'll just accompany you to the end. Okay. The bright moon couldn't even look at it anymore. She held her sword in her arms. The person under the moon was independent. The corner of her mouth smiled slightly. Meng Xiaoqi, I don't mix with the officialdom. Moreover, I'm not your superior officer. Please go elsewhere for you to show your loyalty. If the girl doesn't want to listen, I won't speak next time. Meng Yuan laughed. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Thoughts. Chapter 135, Thoughts. The moon is shining. The night breeze was cool, and the smell of blood drew the dogs from the distant village, barking with the subtle chirping of cicadas. The color of the moon such as silver. The bright moon appearance is very beautiful, tall, and the nature of the cold nature. It should be like a fairy in the moon in general. But at this moment, holding a sword in his arms, with the close black civilian clothes, not only can not be near the sense of profanity, there are people do not approach the intention, although the immortal gas is still there, but hidden a few points of murderous gas. Meng Yuan is a proper gentleman, and did not stare at people to look closely. Just think that Mingyue is not dressed in men's clothes tonight, instead of holding the sword in front of the chest, but it shows a few outlines. In contrast, Meng Yuan will feel Hu Qian and Ming Yu not much worse, but Hu Qian is hiding, wrapped up do not know how many circles, and lost the balance of the way, wasted his mother's hard work, and Ming Yu is clearly aware of the truth that too much is not enough. Before the middle of the night, one person in this room was dead, one was wounded, and each of the two was armed with a sword. 100th household Huang. Meng Yuan didn't know when Mingyue came, and didn't bother to ask in detail, but only stepped forward and asked, "You've been in the mountains for half a month, and what have you spied on?" "Ha ha ha." Huang Yusheng spat blood out of his mouth, and at this moment laughed sinisterly. "Meng Xiaoqi, we worked hard to investigate, but we were sneak attacked by you. You don't care about the big picture. You don't care about the people of the country, and yet you want to probe for information at this moment? You all put a knife to my neck at lunchtime, and if it weren't for Shizi's assistance, at this moment I would have already been a dead man." Meng Yuan smiled disdainfully. "You also deserve to talk about serving the country?" Meng Yuan crouched down and said softly, "I was waiting for this moment the moment you started to kill me. I don't care about the big picture. I just want to kill you. When you die, I will also find your house and sell your old wife and concubines, children and grandchildren, the men as slaves and the women as prostitutes. See if I can do that. Traitor you. Huang Yusheng had known that this son was eloquent in speech, but at this moment he was still angry and spitting blood from his mouth. His eyes were red, but his limbs were severed and he couldn't even get up, so he could only look angrily at Meng Yuan, and then finally looked at Mingyu and said, "Mistress Mingyu, you don't kill this kind of person? Kill him? Dirty my sword." Akatsuki said. Meng Yuan curiously looked at Mingyue, but saw that she was slightly tilting her head, looking at the bright moon in the sky. "One day, I will let you know whether I am dirty or not." Meng Yuan is of the nature that gets more and more courageous the more frustrated he gets, not looking at the momentary gains and losses. Huang Yusheng was stunned. Tears of blood appeared in his eyes. "It's all because of the surname Chiu. I said to leave early, but he insisted on going to the whorehouse." All right. Meng Yuan consoled and asked, "How did you inquire about the July 7th Taoist meeting?" "Not this," Mingyue voiced out. "You asked him if he had met anyone from the Western Buddhist kingdom in the mountains." Meng Yuan instantly realized that Miss Mingyue should have also checked into the matter of the Tao Society. "No." Huang Yusheng endured the pain and recalled for a moment before saying, "We didn't dare to go deeper. We only asked a few elves and monsters outside." When Mingyue heard this, she stopped asking questions and turned around, seeing that Mingyue had no more questions, but he still had many more. Meng Yuan then asked, "Where will the Taoist meeting be held? Can you draw a map?" "The Tao will be in the area of Huluden Mountain, and we have mapped the sketch." Huang Yusheng looked to his chest. Meng Yuan went inside and molded, took out a thin bamboo tube and poured out a roll of animal skin. "Spread out and look at. From Wangjiang Cliff all the way to the south, marked to the 7-water town near. That gourd mountain is then further southwest of the Fernia mountain, to go over 7 or 8 hills, already deep in the mountains." After collecting the animal skins, Meng Yuan asked again, "What is Monk Xuanzhen's relationship with Qian Tuli?" "Qian Tuli's native nephew has been taught by a high priest of Lanrua Temple," Huang Yusheng said. "It turned out to be a lay disciple." Meng Yuan realized, and asked again, "What other people has Monk Xuanzhen been with?" "Never heard of it again." When Huang Yusheng finished speaking, he saw Meng Yuan raise his sword, and he panicked. "You don't want to know why Qian Huli wants to deal with you? I'll tell you. I don't want to know." Meng Yuan laughed and plunged his knife into Huang Yusheng's chest. "You still want to kill Li Qianhu?" Mingyue saw this and came to ask in a soft voice. "Without killing, hatred never ends." Meng Yuan put away his sword and wiped it clean, then said, "But I won't kill him. I'll use virtue to sensitize him." Mingyu glanced at Meng Yuan as if to say, "What kind of virtue do you have? Is it because you think you can't beat him for the time being?" The two enemies were dead, and Meng Yuan carefully searched his body and got 2 bottles of pills, 600 taels of silver bills and loose silver, and an identity token. Crushing the token and throwing it away, Meng Yuan probed flames from his fingertips. The night was so clear that from a distance it looked as if ghostly flames were flickering, and the 2 corpses turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The essence fire rages and grows and has been perfected. Meng Yuan was satisfied. "This kind of thing you are skillful at doing." Mingyue seemed to have gotten close to Ing Rui and learned a few mouth skills, but unfortunately did not get the real skills from Ing Rui. "It's just a matter of life." Meng Yuan sighed helplessly and asked, "Why did the girl come here?" "I also went into the mountains to explore." Holding her sword, Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan and said, "I was already in 7 Waters Town last night, so the girl has been secretly protecting me all along." Meng Yuan bent down and said shameless words. Mingyue didn't deny it either, and seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense. Meng Yuan didn't care much about it, and holding the picked-up Dan bottle again, he asked curiously, "Miss Mingyue, what kind of elixir is this? I just joined the Demon Suppression Division not long ago, and I haven't seen it." Mingyu glanced at it and said, "This is the life-restoring pill. It is made from the flesh chi spirit herb, and it is most capable of healing wounds, with the effect of flesh and white bones." "Then let's split it." One for you and one for me. Meng Yuan is a real person. The girl secretly protects me. I'm very grateful in my heart. What filth! Take it away. When Mingyu saw Meng Yuan holding the Dan bottle towards her, she hurriedly spoke out. Meng Yuan knew that this elder sister didn't like to touch other people's things and definitely wouldn't want it, so she opened her mouth to give it to her. If it were someone else, she wouldn't have asked for it. Alright then, I'll keep it for you for now. Meng Yuan reluctantly put away the life-restoring pill and asked curiously. The girl just mentioned the monks of the Western Kingdom, but do they have people coming as well? Akatsuki nodded slightly, but didn't say much. How do you distinguish between being a high monk and a demonic monk? Meng Yuan asked. Simple. Catch and kill and burn it. Those with relics are senior monks. Those without relics are demonic monks. Meng Yuan nuzzled towards the ashes. Aren't you quite good at this kind of thing? You used to be quite cool, but after a few days with the third miss, you've become more talkative. Not to mention eccentric. Meng Yuan took it as if he didn't understand and added. It's the middle of the night. Let's go back first. No need. I'm going back to Sungha Mansion. Mingyu looked at Meng Yuan and said. The method of sudden stabbing is the method of surprise and swiftness. This is where it wins and this is where it loses. If someone knows the root of the technique and is prepared in advance, or even has a countermeasure, the backlash will be even more severe. You should keep this in mind. Thank you for your guidance. Miss. Meng Yuan arched his hand and bowed. Meng Yuan nodded slightly and added. You should wait in Seven Waters Town. I'll come find you another day. That won't do. Meng Yuan must go back to Songgafu. This time, although killed Yang Yoji, but from his words can be seen, he is associated with the King of Faith. Maybe planning something, so need to report to the three miss. The most valuable thing in life between heaven and earth is not to forget one's roots. Meng Yuan has never forgotten that his loyalty is not to the court, but to the third miss. And no matter how much of this loyalty is mixed with selfishness, and how much of it is arrogance, loyalty is loyalty. There's something big that must be told to third miss first. Of course, by the way, to see his own girl, as well as sister Qingqing. Miss Mingyue, I'll go back tomorrow as well, and I'll be at your heels at any time then to take orders. Meng Yuan said. Mingyue had all taken a step away. When she heard this, she couldn't help but measure Meng Yuan again and laughed. You don't want to accompany me? You want the one from Drunken Moon House, don't you? Of course there are reasons for this. Meng Yuan is colorful but not lustful, not a person who stays in bed, and as you wish. Mingyue said no more and immediately headed north. Meng Yuan eyed him for a moment before raising his sword to the south. This time out also did not ride a horse, but more than 20 miles is not far. Meng Yuan all the way fast. Fine counting this time to get. 2 ill-intentioned enemies have died, and no sound, no witnesses. Of course, there was still the possibility of being suspected by Li Qiandu, and that didn't need to be said, but as long as he was getting stronger and stronger and hugged third miss and Mingyue hard, then there was no need to worry. As for the war profits gained, the silver taels were trivial, and the 2 bottles of elixir were a good thing, and more crucially, this time the essence flame was once again perfected. However, Meng Yuan did not intend to immediately quench his body for the 4th time. Essence fire could nourish the body and quickly recover from injuries, and now that people were still outside, there might still be danger, so there was no rush. That Huang Yusheng and Xiao Bubu are dead, although the monk Xuanjin is a bit bad, but at this moment the injury has not yet healed. It is a good time to start. This person is unreasonable. In fact, is not deliberately targeting themselves. Belonging to the killable cannot be killed. But this person is very likely to see the identity of Dugu Kang's bald ass. In the future, if this is used to blackmail Dugu Kang, I'm afraid of starting trouble again. Meng Yuan was grateful for Dugu Kang's help at lunchtime and thought of removing a hidden danger for his friends. In less than half an hour, he returned to Seven Waters Town, and touched the inn where Xianjin was recuperating from his injuries, and saw the darkness in his room. Quietly, he lurked closer, but couldn't hear anything alive inside. After waiting quietly for another quarter of an hour, Meng Yuan went in to check, and indeed there was no one and no ambush. Gone? So resourceful? Meng Yuan didn't stay any longer. When he returned to the small courtyard where he lived, he saw Hu Qian guarding his door with his sword under the moonlight, just like a door god, and Tai Niu and Wu Changsheng were sitting opposite each other in the courtyard, not knowing what they were talking about. Meng Yuan entered the room from the back window, and then pushed open the door. Elder brother. Hu Qian saw Meng Yuan come out, happily grabbed Meng Yuan's arm, and also gently pinched it, then rolled up her sleeve to look closer. Elder brother, you're so white. Meng Yuan drew back his arm and rubbed his brow, forgetting what to say for a moment. Years ago when he first entered the school field, Hu Qian is obviously quite cold, but then the more lively, and after the daytime battle, it is even more enthusiastic. Meng Yuan see clearly, This Hu Qian early did not have half of the little nun appearance, has become a real martial artist. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Discussion of the Way. Chapter 136, Discussion of the Way. Senior. Wu Chongsheng and Tainyo also hurriedly came. Hu Qian lit up her big eyes and stared carefully at Meng Yuan. The three of them had experienced a great battle in the midday, and had seen Meng Yuan successively use the heavenly chance avatar Blooming Spring Thunder, as well as the method of sudden stabbing, and even the extremely splendid floating light cavern, to forcefully kill a person of the same rank, and suppress a monk, which was truly overbearing. Tainyo and Wu Changsheng have insufficient knowledge, only feel dazzled, while Hu Qian is insightful, knowing that Meng Yuan refined rapidly, on the 33 heavens is bound to open a few more places. This kind of progress is not comparable to an ordinary martial artist. It is a rare position of genius. He remembered that when this person first arrived at the schoolyard, he had also discussed his learning with himself, but in the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the 7th grade realm and was able to use the heavenly chance avatar. Hu Qian used to mutter in her heart about senior brother Meng eating the Nye family's soft rice, but today, she is really envious and admiring, and she only hates that her family doesn't have any soft rice for people to eat. Where's the world's sun? Meng Yuan asked in a deep voice. At Mr. Chun. Hu Qian snaps. Meng Yuan nodded and said, go over there piece by piece and take a look. Midday battle. Dugu Kong's strong intervention. That Wang Xiucai was driven to invite Chen Shoujuan. It didn't take long for Chen Shoujuan to arrive and take over the matter of Yang Yoji, and even the people brought by Yang were locked up and taken away. However, those few martial artists had gotten away, and the matter could no longer be covered up. Meng Yuan hadn't gone out, and had only meditated in his room to recover, in order to wait for the battle at night, so he hadn't talked to Chen Shoujia. But Meng Yuan knew that Chen Shoujuan was sitting in the small courtyard that Yang had rented, not too far apart. The four of them arrived at the place and saw several constables sitting in the courtyard, and Mr. Wang was also there. Oops. Mr. Xiao Meng. Shou Kai Wang hurriedly went forward and saluted. Shitzi and Mr. Chen are inside. He pressed forward again and added, and that monk Xuanzhen too. Meng Yuan nodded and turned his head sideways to the three Hu Qians. You guys guard the outside. When he entered the room, he saw a lamp, Chen Shouxiu and Xuanzhen sitting opposite each other, and Dugu Kong sitting in the middle of the two. You're here? Dr. Hyper said. I'm coming. Meng Yuan said. Sit down. Solo Hyper invited. Meng Yuan pressed down on his sword and sat across from Dugu Kong, flanked by monk Xuanzhen. That Xianzhen had cloth wrapped around his hands and feet, with blood oozing out of them. He glanced at Meng Yuan's face, and then raised his hand, and closed his hands in a salute towards Meng Yuan. Monastery Master Meng is truly gifted, with 2 sudden stabs at the divine ability, and a strong push for the floating light cavern. He has healed up so quickly. The color of the face is just better. Meng Yuan sighed and said, now that my tendons and bones are still weak and feeble, I've only come over to take a look because I'm bracing myself. If Grandmaster makes a move at this moment, I don't have the slightest power to fight back. Don't dare, Xuanzhen whispered. This time, the matter of capturing the thief is thanks to virtuous brother. Chen Shoujuan smiled and poured tea for Meng Yuan. Wise brother is resourceful. Without you, I still don't know how long it would have taken to investigate. Just part of the job. Meng Yuan frankly accepted the title of virtuous brother. And Mr. Chen's late wife was the third young lady's teacher, which is also considered to secretly take advantage of the third young lady. When Meng Yuan saw that Dugu Kong had been silent, he said, are the three of you here to discuss poetry? The night is clear and the thieves are newly removed, so you must be having an elegant time? My humble brother has no poetic talent and no longer dares to discuss poetry. Chen Shoujia pointed at Xuanzhen and said, having nothing to do, the world sun invited me to discuss the Tao with this high monk of Lanrua Temple. Meng Yuan glanced at Dugu Kong, who shrunk his neck and said, what insights does little flag Meng have as we discuss the word Tongda, and what do you all interpret? Meng Yuan asked. Dugu Kong came to a point of vigor and said, I said that people have not to do anything, and then they can do something. It means that if one knows how to take and give, and is not tied up in trivialities, then one can have a clear mind and be able to do something. The emphasis is on the word take and give. This is a Confucian viewpoint. Shitzi is erudite. Meng Yuan complimented and looked at Chen Shoujiao again. What I am discussing is the Jieshue worrylessness. Chen Shoujiao smiled and shook his head, saying, I have read the Taoist classics and barely gained a little. The emphasis is on severance and abandonment. It's saying that the heart is clear and dust-free, which is similar to some of the claims of the Buddhist gradual cultivation sect. Meng Yuan looked toward Xianzhen and asked curiously, what about Master Xianzhen? Poor monk still martial arts. Always read less scriptures. Zen meditation on did not put in hard work. Xuanzhen although this is said, but then said, but the teacher taught me, is to say that let go of the heart of the obsession of the distractions, the coveted delusion, and then drive away greed, anger and dementia, do not ask yes and no, and then can get the heart of the pure, from then on the body of the wisdom, the clear mind and see the nature of the obscurity of the clear and unobstructed. This is a sudden break in madness, and break is bodhisattva. The emphasis is on the word let go. Chen Shoujiao stroked his palm in admiration, then looked at Meng Yuan and asked, has virtuous brother gained anything? The three of you are in front of me. I'm a rude martial artist. I really don't understand these truths. Meng Yuan was very humble. Although I have read a few books, I am really stupid and have no knowledge. However, Meng Yuan looked toward Xianjun and said, I don't understand the great Tao, but I have some slightly shallow insights into the word Tongda, Amit Ba Buddha. Xianjun only felt that this person was still talking in a peaceful manner, but when he looked at himself, his murderous aura rose. He leaned to the side, closer to Dokurakang, the so-called through and through. Meng Yuan said as he pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand while holding his teacup. In my opinion, it's just that I talk sense. Then you can't just say whatever makes sense, can you? Dr. Kwa probed forward, curious to come to the question. What Shitzi said is good. Meng Yuan praised and smiled. I also thought about this matter, how I should be reasonable. Then I figured it out, and I've been through it ever since. When Xianjun saw Meng Yuan looking at himself again, he moved to sit next to Dugo Kong again. How? What's the axiom? Duo Kong came to be interested. He had been pure quality for many years, and he loved to play some boring wit with people. Where is there any such thing as an axiom? It's nothing more than my fists are hard, and what I say is justified. Meng Yuan put down his teacup. It's precisely because my fists are hard that my thoughts are through and through. Dugu Kong opened his mouth, but he couldn't even say anything. Amit Ba Buddha. Xianjun lowered his head and murmured the Buddha's name. Xian Di is indeed understanding. Chen Shouzhuang sighed in admiration. This is how a martial artist should be. What obstacles, what thorns, what difficulties, a broken sword, or even a pair of fists, open up his brother knows me. Meng Yuan immediately responded. It's a pity there's no wine. Don't you squeeze me. Seeing that Xianjun kept leaning on him, Dugu Kong pushed Xianjun away and said, where's that ruthlessness of yours at the beginning of the morning? Scholar Meng said that there is no purity in my robe. I thought about it and recalled it, and now that I have a clear mind, my thoughts are already clear. Xuanjun said, this is to say that his heart is not pure, and that he has a mind that is nostalgic for mundane things and vanities, and so he cherishes his life. And the thought of being enlightened is to say that he has admitted defeat. Xian Di, there is wine. Chen Shoujia touched out a small altar of wine and did not open it, but just looked at Meng Yuan and said, the world's son and master Xianjun invited me to be the center, but I have always known that Xian Di's temperament is that of a quick-witted person. Foolish brother can't excuse himself, and only agreed to help turn it around a bit. Meng Yuan had known this was the play. He glanced at Dugu Kong, and Dugu Kong didn't dare to look at him. He just didn't know how Xianjun believed Dugu Kang's words and how he bowed his head. I've never had any harmful intentions, and I've only been sparring with Grandmaster Xianjun, not harboring any other thoughts. Meng Yuan said. Xianjun didn't say anything, just flicking his Buddha beads. Dako Kyo nudged Hyunjin. Only then did Xianjun touch a letter and a parchment scroll. In the future, if you arrive at Ping'an province, the poor monk would like to do his duty as a landlord. This is the heavenly chance diagram of the indestructible golden body. Please accept it. Monks. Meng Yuan didn't accept it and just frowned. It's true, Chen Shoujuan said. Alas, there was no enmity in the first place. Master is so polite. Seeing that he could no longer be killed, Meng Yuan sighed and helplessly accepted the heavenly chance diagram. End of chapter. Chapter 137, Changes in the Heavenly Chance. Chapter 137, Changes in the Heavenly Chance. Meng Yuan was a geldingsmith by birth, and knew the importance of momentum, and was also the best at sizing up the situation. When he didn't enter the door, Meng Yuan had locked Xianjun's qi, but after drinking 2 or 3 cups of tea and discussing 7 or 8 sentences on the Great Tao, that Xianjun didn't explore his qi, but instead leaned on Dugu Kong. It is self-evident that Xuanjun's momentum has been lost. During the daytime, he was still confident, yelling to fairy people to ferry themselves, but at this moment, he is so honest and regular, like an old sow that has lost its momentum. Meng Yuan also do not know why Xianjun changed so much, but there must be Dugu Kang's flurry of credit. After all, Xianjun is Dugu Kang's disciple grandchildren. As the vice president of the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club opening, see the community cadre opened his mouth. Meng Yuan cannot not give face, naturally, to round Dugu Kong a compassionate heart. Besides, Meng Yuan was not a murderous person, and used to kill people only when he was forced to do so. The night is deep, the day is still hot, and the robins are still chirping outside. While looking at the undying golden body's heavenly chance diagram, Meng Yuan glanced at Xianjun again and asked, Master recognizes Yan Yoji? Back to the words of the almsman. Do not recognize. Xuanjun, arm wrapped in white cloth, outside oozing blood. He clasped his hands and said, It's true that we martial arts monks walking down the mountain, we have to ferry evil and do good. If we can ferry a great evil person into my empty door, it is a good deed. When we return to our master, there will also be rewards. As he said this, he pronounced another Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. The young monk already has an obsession, so I really shouldn't. Meng Yuan nodded slightly. That Yang Yoji kills people and harms their lives, and he is also in the 7th grade of the martial realm, so he is indeed the first choice for Xuanjun to cross the evil. What are master's future plans? Meng Yuan asked. Seven Waters Town is situated by the mountains and by the water. It is a place where spiritual qi gathers, and the poor monk intends to recuperate his wounds and nourish his nature here. When the Taoist meeting comes, if I can make a small contribution, it will also be a great merit. After Xianjun finished speaking, he looked at Meng Yuan and then said, Since I was a young monk, I have never told lies, and I have no intention of inquiring about the affairs of the Songha prefecture. I only want to inquire about the whereabouts of Qingguangzi, so that I can get rid of a pest for my Buddhist sect. This is to say that in the future, to be an honest person, do not get too involved with Li Qiandu, and do not ask about Huang Yusheng and Qiu not to come. Good. Meng Yuan nodded. Seeing this, Chen Xiao then slapped open the clay seal of the wine altar and poured wine for Meng Yuan and himself. Pour me some too. Solo Hyper rubbed his hands together and held his teacup over. Chen Xiao smiled and poured it for Duga Kong, not bothering to ask more questions. Xianjun used tea instead of wine, and the four of them drank a cup, which was considered to have revealed the matter. Meng Yuan had taken a close look at the heavenly mechanics of the undying golden body and realized that this method actually required the full opening of the upper 33 heavens. Now that he had seen more and more with each passing day, Meng Yuan knew that the heavenly chance divine power actually had little to do with the number of upper 33 heavenly orifices required. While there were certainly strengths and weaknesses in the heavenly chance avatar, it was still related to the strengths and weaknesses of the person using it. Just like the floating light cave, this method will be all the jade liquid into floating light out. Need to swing all the dantian, body heavy pressure, and Meng Yuan jade liquid surplus wide, strong sinews and bones, naturally more powerful than others, recovery faster than others. This indestructible golden body is the Buddhist martial arts monk's method of heaven's opportunity, also considered well known. Just like the blooming spring thunder, once made, others immediately know the route. Meng Yuan was a person who was not ashamed to ask questions, and immediately asked Xianjun for advice. This dharma is called indestructible. Can it really be indestructible? Xuanjun looked at the cloth wrapped around his arm and returned. How can there be an indestructible method in the world? However, this method does have unique features. My Lanruwa temple disciples go out to austerity. All have to study this method first, and then the same door to cut. If you can block the Voltron's strenuous strike, then it will be considered accomplished. He saw Meng Yuan nodding slightly, seeming to understand this dharma extremely well, but still explained. Voltron is an offensive method practiced by the martial monks of my Lanruwa temple, known for its masculinity and might, and has always been called a spear. The undying golden body is the shield. I see. Meng Yuan stated that he had learned. Xuanjun, two hands together, continued, indestructible golden body need to be constantly catalyzed. Can block all kinds of offensive and destructive means, such as the blooming spring thunder of the heart, floating light cave of the destructive body. This method is actually the jade liquefied golden light, to maintain the golden body of the body, and then resist all kinds of means. If the opponent's attack is too fierce, the more jade liquid is consumed. Seeing Meng Yuan nodding from time to time, seemingly satisfied, he added, if this method is strong in itself, then this method is strong. The poor monk had seen Mangshur Master's floating light cave heaven, and knew that Shur Master's jade liquid's fullness and breadth, its solidity, and the body's strength of sinews and bones were far better than those of the same class. So if you use this method, it will be far better than the poor monk. The floating light cave heaven of an ordinary person is not enough to fear. Master is so polite. The more Meng Yuan heard, the more he felt that the indestructible golden body was wonderful and fit in perfectly with himself. Chen Shoujuan poured wine for Meng Yuan and said, your brother's own skills are extraordinary, so having this method is naturally like a tiger with wings. However, you need to be on guard against the methods of storing up power and extermination. Some of the methods are so overbearing that even if you have an indestructible golden body, the other party will not need to consume until your jade liquid dries up, but will be able to directly break the golden body. Meng Yuan understood that it was like taking a kitchen knife to cut a bone that required many strokes, but if he switched to a heavy axe, he would break the bone in one go. As long as one was strong to a certain level, any defense was illusory. Alas, Meng Yuan sighed, poured tea for Xianjun, and said, "This method is good, but it needs to be catalyzed constantly. Wouldn't it be great if you could maintain the undying golden body while still being able to use other heavenly chance avatars?" Monk Xianjun was originally holding a teacup in both hands, and after hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Meng Yuan. Chen Xiao also smiled slightly. "What's the matter with them? Did they realize I'm a bumpkin? Is there really a way to use two aptitudes at the same time?" Meng Yuan deeply hated that he was greedy for women, and as soon as he went home, he drilled into Sister Qingqing's quilt and communicated less with Niesher. Meng Yuan made up his mind that this time when he went back, he must have a good chat with Master Nia. Xian Di is probably too busy with his official duties to know about these miscellaneous matters. Chen Shoujiao was a man who knew his manners. He poured Meng Yuan more wine and said, "The path of a martial artist is to cut a path out of the impossible. So there is nothing impossible, just difficult." He raised his glass and said with a smile, "The method of the operation of the martial artist's heavenly chances is that the jade liquid flows in the dantian reflecting the place where it is engraved, and from then on it becomes the heavenly chances map and opens the secret. Under the arbitrary movement of the heart, some of the methods of the heavenly chances will be sent out in the blink of an eye, such as the floating light cavernous sky, etc., while some need to be constantly catalyzed, such as the blooming spring thunder, the indestructible golden body, etc. I've heard that if you want to use two kinds of heavenly chances at the same time, you either have to wait for a celestial being to be born and enter the 4th grade, either that or open another dantian." Meng Yuan had heard Master Nye say that martial artists could recreate their dantian even if it was destroyed. A martial artist is a man of the sky. You go back and ask old Nye. Dugokong saw Meng Yuan holding the wine cup without making a sound. "Come on and drink." Meng Yuan raised his cup and the four of them drank another cup. Xian Di's qualifications are extraordinary. There is no need to rush to open the dantian again, so you might as well find someone to help open up the dantian first. Chen Shoujiao was knowledgeable. He saw Meng Yuan had doubts again, so he said, "It's your current dantian. Expanding it again will make the dantian tougher and more solid, and the jade liquid more condensed. But there are also dangers. You are one of the one-phase people. She should be able to help you." Dangerous? The one thing Meng Yuan was not afraid of was danger. Expansion. Meng Yuan has only helped others to expand, but it should not be the same thing. Anyway, go back to find the third lady and ask. Putting the undying golden body's heavenly chance diagram away carefully, Meng Yuan now had 4 heavenly chance avatars to be cultivated, which were nirvana back to heaven, everything flowing, and divine might as prison. Among them, nirvana returning to heaven and everything flowing light did not require many orifices to be opened, but the latter could not be determined to be true or false, while the former should be practiced quickly. After pulling a few more moments and accompanying the Dr. Kong to sing and harmonize a limerick, the night got deeper and deeper. "Sage brother, if it wasn't for you this time, you wouldn't have caught that young Yoji so quickly. My humble brother here thanks you." Chen Shoujuan poured wine for Meng Yuan and said, "I will write a letter to Songha Prefecture about young Yoji. As for the other matters, I have no desire to care anymore." "Nor can I." Meng Yuan understood what Chen Shoujiao meant, and was telling himself to be more careful. The four of them chatted for a while longer, and Meng Yuan became more and more anxious to return, so he immediately got up to take his leave. With this matter out of the way, and the summer heat, the evening was the time to hurry. Chen Shoujuan also did not make polite remarks. He took out a letter. Xian Di forwarded it to Miss Xuanmei on my behalf. After collecting the letter, Meng Yuan smiled at Xianjun and said, "Master Xianjun, I will see you again in the coming days." Amitabha Buddha. The cultivator walked slowly. Xuanjun sighed in relief. Meng Yuan said no more, and together with Dugu Kong, he brought along Hu Qian and Wang Xiu Kai and others, and immediately headed south. After the fast horse rushed for a while, Meng Yuan and Dugu Kong fell behind again. "Do you blame me for being nosy?" Dr. Hyper asked in a small voice. "No blame." Meng Yuan smiled. "It's fine if he kills or not. I was originally motivated to kill for the sake of your identity not being revealed. Since you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? Brother Meng, you're so nice." Dugu Kong was thrilled and said happily, "I've already made a deal with him. He won't reveal my business." "That's your business." Meng Yuan laughed, sizing up Dugu Kong, and said, "You desperately came to my rescue during the day, and then helped to maneuver around at night. You didn't have this kind of guts before." "You mean, I used to be especially scared of things, right?" With a much more serious expression, Dugu Kong said, "I came with you this time, and went to see Enchanter-ing in advance, and I said that I wanted to go out and have fun with you. She said that I had the heart of compassion and the heart of proving emptiness, but I lacked a sprinkling. and now that I've asked, I can see that there are a few moments of spontaneity, so I allowed it. Really? Meng Yuan didn't believe it. Of course it's true. Do Kirakang's words were solid, but our president also helped put in a few good words. Right. Meng Yuan suddenly remembered Mingyu. Have you seen Mingyu in the Jing Garden? Do you know her roots? She's someone you can't afford to mess with. You'd better stay away from her. But whenever Meng Yuan mentioned women, Dugu Kong had this attitude. I don't think so. It's just that the flowers are in full bloom. If I don't appreciate them, it would seem like I'm not understanding. Meng Yuan said. Amit Ba Buddha. Dugu Kong looked like a high monk. The almsman's heart is obscene and evil, deep in karmic fire, and in the future, he will be revolted. Where did you think of? Meng Yuan frowned. When the great river is against the bright moon, it is time for a high person to swim. This is what third miss taught me. I was trying to ask Miss Mingyue for lessons in martial arts. Amit Ba Buddha. Do you think that the scholar really thinks that I am pure quality? Dako Kyo shook his head. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Returning to the City. Chapter 138, Returning to the City. This time to go out for half a month. Although not more laborious, but in the end away from home for a long time. Everyone is homesick. Fast horses rush. By the time dawn broke, the journey was half over. Hu Qian turned her horse around. Senior brother, the sun is poisonous. I prepared this for you. She fished over a bucket hat from behind her back. Elder brother, you're still injured. I'll put it on for you. Meng Yuan didn't let her have her way, and only snatched it up, saying, hurry up and hurry. Hu Chen didn't feel aggrieved either. Instead she said, senior brother with injuries still has to be strong enough to make the journey. Truly a model for my generation. All the way forward, it was peaceful. Did not see any mistakes. Just met a group of date sellers. Hu Qianqiang bought 2 pounds, said to give Meng Yuan to supplement the body. The horses went slowly in the heat, and it was late afternoon before they reached the Sanlong River. After waiting for the ferry for another half a day, it was already late in the evening when they returned to the royal residence. Dugu Kong takes away Wang Xiukai, and Meng Yuan takes Hu Qian and others to deliver the message to Sun Mei. It's been a hard day out, and they've all gotten a bit of a tan. Mei Sun ordered Meng Yuan and the others to serve chilled sour plum soup before asking about this experience. In addition to not saying that Yang has the will or is related to the King of Faith, Meng Yuan should say everything, and after that, he sent Chen Shaojuan's letter. Yang's. Xuan Mei opened the letter to read it and contemplated for a while before saying, you guys did a good job this time. She immediately approved the note. Hu Qian, Zhao Tain Yo, and Wu Changsheng take this and go to accountant, go to collect the silver and rest for a few more days. Tain Yo is meritorious. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You go back to see your father again, and if he wants to come to live in the city, he'll come along. A year ago, Tain Yo was practicing hard for this goal, and now that he got the right message, he actually huffed and puffed, and knelt in the direction of the Jing Garden, and then knelt again towards Xuanmei. Hu Qian and Wu Changsheng both bewildered, and then also want to kneel. Was seeking Mei timely stop. Sister Mei, is the princess free at this moment? I have something to report. Only after Mei had finished her business did Meng Yuan say that he was seeking an audience. It was late in the evening, and Meng Yuan figured that third miss was eating, or had taken a bath after eating, so it was a good time to meet anyway. Stay a moment, I'll go take a look. Xuanmei took Chen Shoyo's letter and headed out. After a quarter of an hour, Xuanmei led Jiang Tang here. Jiang Tang was still dressed as a Taoist nun, holding a duster in her arms, her eyebrows dotted with red. Small half a month did not see. The girl seems to have grown taller, and more have Taoist quiet and elegant temperament. Jiang Tang made a Taoist salute towards all of them, with a slate as if he had really become a monk. Senior Meng, please follow me. Jiang Tang spoke and bowed slightly, holding the duster as he headed out. Meng Yuan finished the sour plum soup in one gulp and wiped his mouth before hurrying to follow. It was getting late at the moment, so Meng Yuan squeezed Jiang Tang's hand when he saw that no one was around. Are you sleeping at home tonight? Ginger Tong asked. In. Meng Yuan smiled and took out a delicate wooden box, running around outside. I saw a jade comb and brought it to you. Brother, you're so nice. Jiang Tang then cheered up. She opened it and looked at it, then tilted her head, blinked her eyes and asked, what's Nia Jia's sisters? How come this girl has become more and more capable since we haven't seen her for half a month? However, Meng Yuan had prepared for this and was comfortable dealing with this kind of thing. You were the first to receive it, and the best. Jiang Tang was really coaxed. I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. The two came all the way to the side of the pavilion. Saw the pavilion on the short case, lighted lamps and candles. Should be like a home dress. Hair is spread out. Did not take care of. Look at its appearance. Perhaps the party out of the bath. At this moment, sitting in front of the short case, is a hand supporting the chin, slightly closed eyes, seems to be in a false sleep. There was a little brown-skinned, white-bellied weasel across from her, holding the letterhead with his head pressed to it, reading something. Yay little geldings! Xiangling realized that Meng Yuan had arrived and hurriedly dropped the letter paper, ran forward in 3 trips, jumped onto Meng Yuan's shoulder, and then stretched her head out to look hard at Meng Yuan's face. How come you've gotten better looking again? What are you doing? Meng Yuan asked. Read the letter. Xiangling stared with wide eyes and said happily, little geldings, you write me a letter too. You didn't say I'd write it for you. I'll write it for you next time. Meng Yuan laughed. That's very kind of you. Shannon was very serious. Write me when you get back tonight and I'll get back to you tomorrow. We're not that far apart. Are we? Do we need to write a letter? Meng Yuan nodded. Good. Forget it. Xiangling changed her mind quickly. I'll sleep with you at night. I have something to tell you. Also good. Meng Yuan took out a tiny bracelet. This was brought for you, woven with silk thread. You're so nice. Little geldings. Xiangling happily took it and put it on her little paw, while then lifting it up vigorously and looking at the evening sun. It's so pretty. Xiangling looked at Zhang Tang again and saw that Zhang Tang didn't have one on his wrist. For me alone? Or is it for everyone? Only you have. Meng Yuan said. That won't work. Xiangling was reasonable. It's only good if everyone has one. When I make some money, you can buy one for everyone on my behalf. What exactly is your current position? Meng Yuan glanced at Ing Rui, and when he saw that she didn't say anything, he tugged at Xiangling, walking in the quiet garden. I have to do everything. Third grandma is too lazy to read letters, so she still relies on me. Xiangling was serious and proud. I thought walking in the quiet garden was some kind of job. It's just serving the third miss. Then you'll be tired. Tired? Meng Yuan asked. Ugh. Xiangling really sighed, but still said. Godmother said, do one thing, love one thing. She stared with big eyes, looking as if she had seen the world, looked back at Ing Rui, and seeing that Ing Rui still had her eyes closed, she went to Meng Yuan's ear and whispered, Third grandma is very generous. You wait for my news. Godmother said, heaven walks on its own, and a gentleman is self-improving. I will definitely. Xiangling came back to read the letter. Seeing Xiangling getting more and more outrageous, Ing Rui finally opened her eyes. Xiangling was good. Little geldings, you wait for me to read the letter. She jumped down nimbly, and went to hold up the letter again, and came to the light, and looked hard. What do these 2 words read? Your Honor, to present Miss Seeking Plum's honorable front. Ing Rui's tone actually had a bit of helplessness in it. She shook her head slightly and waved her hand. Go go go. Go play. I'll have a few words with your Maester Meng. Yes. Xiangling got the order and happily raised her little paw again. Third grandma, does it look good? Seeing her happily showing off, Ing Rui did not say anything to mock her, but nodded. Xiangling made a bow and happily climbed onto Zhang Tang's shoulder. What are we going to eat tonight? Only after the 2 women walked away did Meng Yuan step forward and salute. Third miss. Killing fellow officers again? Ing said. Meng Yuan was unable to reply for a moment. Are you, Meng Xuangjie, a poet and a sword? Or are you a killer and a burner? Should asked as such. Evening sunlight, reflected in the pavilion, should be sitting in front of a short case? The evening sunlight reflected on its face. People have a lazy intention. It is difficult to hide the national color and fragrance. Anything but a long mouth. Meng Yuan stepped forward and said, I have something important to report to Third Miss. End of chapter. Chapter 139, Burning the Heart. Chapter 139, Burning the Heart. The evening sun was in full bloom and the breeze was blowing. Should be as if sitting in front of a short case, with a backrest behind him. The person has a lazy color. Sit down and talk. Ing Rui's hair wasn't tied up either, and her head moved slightly, her chin nodding across the room. Meng Yuan immediately stepped forward and sat on his knees across from him, the 2 of them separated by a short case. The low case was cluttered with various scrolls, and there was only 1 lamp and candle, covered by a furled veil. Having suffered losses before, Meng Yuan didn't show any covetousness this time. Instead, he lowered his eyebrows and didn't look at Ing Rui's eyes, but only at the bottom of his neck. After the bath, sparse and lazy, white robes and plain clothes, but also show a few different. It can be seen that Hu Qian's mother did make an effort, and the third young lady has already got the taste for it. Meng Yuan immediately talked about the trip to Seven Waters Town, telling the story of Yang Yoji, and even Monk Xuanzhen's troublemaking, only skipping over the killing of Huang Yusheng and Xiao Buhai. Of course, killing for protection. Even if Meng Yuan said it, the third lady knew that Meng Yuan was innocent. With what you said, it was that Yang Yoji who couldn't control the lust in his heart, and that's why he revealed his tracks. Ing Rui, after hearing this, gives his assessment. It is evident that profit makes the mind faint, and so does color. I reckon that it's because he's been repressed for too long and is arrogant and conceited, that he's had his moments of failure. Meng Yuan said. You should also look to others. It should be said as such. I'll keep that in mind. Meng Yuan responded, but in his heart, he didn't quite agree. Moving forward slightly, Meng Yuan lowered his voice and said, the place where that July 7th Taoist meeting is held is not far from Seven Waters Town, and Yang Yoji is a member of the Yang clan, which seems to have dealings with the king of Xin. Meng Yuan saw that the third young lady did not speak anymore, so he started from the matter of Yang Huai, and even met Lu Debao by chance, and finally to Yang Yoji. Anyway, there's no definitive proof, but the Yang family does circle around the matter of Qingguangzi, basically following the demon suppression division. If the king of Xin was really behind the Yang family, then perhaps the king of Xin was also paying attention to the Qingguangzi matter. There may be another cause and effect in it, but with Meng Yuan not being able to see through it. Third miss, what is the geometry of the Shin King realm? Meng Yuan asked curiously. I heard that I just broke through the 5th rank of martial arts. It was already dark, and Ing Rui lifted her hair behind her ear. Heard? It's so distant. It's as if we haven't seen each other for a long time, and we don't even exchange letters. Meng Yuan also didn't dare to show any other thoughts. Ing Rui said, you are too far away from him. Don't harbor any other thoughts. I will definitely practice diligently and become third Mrs. Trueguard at an early date. Meng Yuan resounded. Ing Rui raised an eyebrow at the words. She then felt that Meng Yuan's words were strange, as if he was saying that the King of Faith was a fake guard, while he was to be the real guard. But by the looks of it, this future true protector didn't have any good intentions. Dugu Kong attracted you as a confidant, and the two of them sang poetry and harmonized. But you didn't learn half of his strengths. Ing said as such. Yes, Meng Yuan immediately responded. In the future, I will also be compassionate and not kill. Alright. Ing Rui saw that this person was rogue and shameless, playing some kind of trick where she couldn't understand the words. She waved her hand and said, you don't want to pursue the matter between King Xin and Yang. When she saw that Meng Yuan was a bit puzzled, she said, it's too dangerous. Thank you for your concern, third miss. Meng Yuan was considered to know at this moment that third miss had herself in her heart. Is there anything else? Ing Rui pressed one hand on her brow, seeming a bit tired and helpless. Third miss. Meng Yuan moved forward again and said, I've heard that martial artists can open up another dantian, and after that, they will be able to catalyze two types of heavenly mechanism divine abilities at the same time. I've also heard that one can open up the dantian, making it more vast and the jade liquid more condensed. Ing Rui propped her hand on the short case, her fingers gently tapping her forehead, and said, go find Nyayanian. He's bound to have some arrangements. What if there's no arrangement? Meng Yuan knew that Nyesher had a rude appearance, but was actually very meticulous, so he might really have made arrangements. If he didn't arrange it, then you didn't coax Nye Qingqing into it. Ing said as such. It's okay then. Sister Qingqing has been coaxed under the bed for a long time. Anything else? It should be as it is. Seeing that people were about to kick them out, Meng Yuan thought for a moment and said, third miss, this time out, I am deeply overwhelmed. At the beginning of next month, I have to accompany Miss Mingyue again. Disgusted with how little you can do and how you've disgraced me? Ing Rui picked up on Meng Yuan's words, and there was actually a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. You first swindled a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram from Mingyue's hands, and then you took a copy of the Heavenly Chance diagram from Dugu Quang's hands, and Bachelor Meng has finally made a move towards me. Why does it feel strange to say this? Meng Yuan raised his eyes to look at Ing Rui, only to see that there seemed to be waves of water in her eyes, and he couldn't see through what she was thinking. But the two were separated by a narrow short case, and under the four eyes, Meng Yuan's heart was slightly chaotic. What are you thinking? Ing Rui frowned. Meng Yuan only slightly thought of the rituals of up and down in a position of inferiority and superiority, and didn't think much of it. You have the heart to go forward. I have already prepared a volume of Heavenly Chance diagrams for you. It's just that your heart isn't still, and the orifices you have opened are too few, so it's still too early for you to practice. Ing said as such. There is such a reason? Meng Yuan then felt as if the clothes were off. But the day was not right. I was wrong. Meng Yuan sincerely admitted his mistake. Seeing that Meng Yuan was so quick to admit his mistake, Ing Rui said, just now, I said to use others as a mirror. Did you really not keep it in mind? She took out a thin piece of paper from her sleeve and said, since you have the idea of opening the dantian again, you need to be calm in your heart, have great perseverance, and a heart that is not afraid of difficulties. Burning heart? Meng Yuan took the thin paper and looked at it carefully. I've heard that you have the habit of burning after you've slain your enemies. Your karma burns your body, and the only way to save yourself is to burn your heart. This method is in line with your heart and your deeds, Ing Rui slowly said. Burning the heart with fire, refining the nature in gold, both water and fire, transcending the mortal into the holy. Third miss is saying that she wants me to refine my heart with fire? Meng Yuan came to his senses. Shao nodded slightly as he did. Third miss Golden Jade's kind words. The post is mindful of them and keeps them in mind. Meng Yuan immediately responded. Seeing that the third young lady had stopped speaking, and that it was indeed late, Meng Yuan could not stay long. So he got up, saluting and retiring out. Meng Yuan returned home. The dining room was lit up and bustling with activity. Hu Qian, Wu Changsheng and Tainyo were all there. The meal had been prepared, but the people didn't eat, clearly waiting for Meng Yuan. I saw that Zhang Tang had changed into his homely clothes and was carrying Shangling in his arms, and Hu Qian was sitting around the three of them, talking about Shangling's little school bag. Eat. Meng Yuan entered the room. Old Uncle Jiang prepared wine, and all of them talked while eating. After a while, Shangling talked about the poetry club. Hu Qian is going to join the club. Shangling was excited and looked at Tainyo and Wu Changsheng, who looked at each other and then nodded their heads as well. It's not easy to join the society. Shangling looked at Hu Qian's trio expectantly. A flock of geese under the mountain. Hush and drive down the river. You guys are right. Tainyo did not recognize a few words and had no poetic talent, just scratching his head. Wu Changsheng is an up-and-comer, recognizes quite a few words, but is also less hasty. Who has more goose eggs? Touch the nest in the night. Hu Qian is not a bad origin, and as a small Taoist nun, there are really a few Taoist skills. You're still weirdly talented. Shangling was happy. The old Turtle Pit Poetry Club needs talents like you. Good day, President. Hu Qian humbly clasped her fists. Hello Socialist Hu. Shangling returned the greeting. Zhang Tang held his forehead, and both Tainyo and Wu Changsheng were bewildered. End of chapter. Chapter 140 Teaching. Chapter 140 Teaching. As the commotion on this side went on and on, Meng Yuan chatted with old Uncle Jiang. Moved to the royal residence for a long time. Jiang old uncle now body has been well nourished. Face rosy, no longer the old withered state. But in the end, people are old. And before also starved. Suffered. Now although there is no night cough. But in the end the energy is not good. You're getting more and more accomplished. And the girl and I have followed to enjoy our riches. And have never contributed again. Old Uncle Jiang poured wine for Meng Yuan. Idle is idle. Tainyo is going to the herding village tomorrow. I plan to follow and take a look. Prepare a carriage to go. Meng Yuan said. A donkey cart is enough. The going is slow, but it's not bumpy. Old Uncle Jiang laughed. Also good. Meng Yuan nodded slightly, and when he saw that old man Jiang seemed to have something to say, he held his hand and smiled. When the girl grows up a bit, I won't fail her. I don't mean that. You miss the old. I know. With a satisfied smile on his face, old Uncle Jiang lowered his voice again and whispered, Teacher Nie's daughter is also an extremely good person. Now that this girl has gained the favor of the princess, she has become more and more bratty. You should let Miss Nie discipline her more in the future. Donkey hooves grow to be cut, and people can't be spoiled. Meng Yuan smiled and nodded. When the meal was finished, Hu Qian let Wu Changsheng and Tainyo go back to the schoolyard, while she stayed behind to clean up with Zhang Tang, and Xiang Ling also diligently helped. After packing up a pass, Hu Qian was satisfied to go back. Brother, as soon as Hu Qian left, Zhang Tang watched elder Uncle Jiang fall asleep before carrying Xiang Ling to Meng Yuan's room. Sister Qian didn't used to be like this. Why does she keep pinching food for you? And helped me clean up the rice bowl? Meng Yuan found that since this trip to the Seven Waters town trip, the previous still introverted Hu Qian seems to be a different person. To their own reverence. I'll teach her a lesson tomorrow. Meng Yuan said. That won't be necessary. Gontang was steady. I'll go talk to her tomorrow. She nodded as she stroked Shannon's back. Very confident and combative. You're stroking your fur backwards. Shangling shivered and jumped into Meng Yuan's arms. Brother, you have to teach me poetry. Zhang Tang sat beside Meng Yuan, his big eyes gleaming as he hugged Meng Yuan's arm with both hands. Meng Yuan had no choice but to take turns teaching her with Xiang Ling. When it was late at night, Zhang Tang went to bring hot water again. It's hot. I'll help you wipe your body. No need. Meng Yuan refused. Then wash your feet. Kang Tang pushed up her sleeves, as virtuous as she could be. Only after washing his feet did Zhang Tang reluctantly go back to rest. Closing the door, Meng Yuan sat on the bed and looked carefully at the Tianqi map burning heart. Xiangling lying on Meng Yuan's shoulder, also staring wide-eyed to see. This Tianji divine power was related to fire, yet it was not an attacking method, but a method of refusal and meditation. This method is similar to the heavenly god's descent mentioned by Li Weijin, which is a divine ability to isolate all sorts of arts. And this method has a better effect of restraining all sorts of illusions. However, after the heavenly god descends to the earth and catalyzes it, it will last for a quarter of an hour. And this method, like the undying golden body, needs to be catalyzed all the time. Moreover, to burn the mind with fire is to burn one's heart with fire, purifying one's heart of all desires and delusions, and by doing so, isolating oneself from all illusions. This was a self-sharpened divine ability. Once it was activated, the body would seem to be on fire, with the feeling of burning heart and body, while the heart became more and more clear and unobstructed, fit to burn the heart with fire. There are not many upper 33 heavenly orifices used in this method, only the 2 orifices corresponding to the heart and intestines in the middle 33 heavens, and the stone gate. This heaven's chance avatar may seem like a chicken rib, but it critically depends on who uses it and where they use it. If Manhwa could open another dantian, then with his own attacking method, and supporting this method, he would not be afraid of any lust realm or lust pass. After a peaceful night's sleep, Manhwa was called up early by Xiangling. Off to work. Xiangling put on her head flower, carried her small school bag, checked her hand cushions, and combed her hair in the mirror with a combative look. It's not like going out on a job. It's like going on a blind date. Manhwa was deeply impressed by the high tactics of the third young lady, who had already tamed Xiangling. So early? Manhwa saw that the sun hadn't come out outside yet. It was only just dawn. Alas, not going can't be done. Xiangling sighed. Without me, the Garden of Silence will have to fall apart. When the family had finished leaving, Manhwa realized that he really missed Sister Qingqing a bit. A little more than half a month outside. I am afraid that I will not be able to survive. But to seek self-improvement, to seek advancement, the dust and dirt on the body can be washed away. But the dust in the heart will need to borrow Sister Qingqing to wash her face. Manhwa does not dare to forget his heart, nor does he dare to forget his beautiful woman. Sleeping peacefully for the night, Manhwa's body had returned more than his mind. Restraint. Manhwa sat down again and found it difficult to meditate. So he sat up again. Seeing that the day is still early, Drunken Moon House has not yet opened its doors, Manhwa has already changed his clothes and went out to the outside. Dokurakang was actually already guarding the door. What is it? Manhwa said. I still owe you a copy of the heavenly chart. Change your tone. Duo Kong said. Master Daiko, is something wrong? Manhwa was under the roof. I'm here to invite you to the president to discuss poetry. Dr. Hyper laughed. No time. Manhwa refused and said, I'm going to Drunken Moon House, just in time to go with you. Dr. Hyper was happy. Manhwa can see that this Duga Kong clearly expected that he was going to the Drunken Moon House, but only used the excuse that he wanted to see the president. The recluse has the heart of sophistry and cunning. Manhwa said, whatever you say. Dr. Hyper dyed a pig in a poke. It was just early in the morning, and the two of them left the door together and headed for Drunken Moon House. When they arrived at the place, the front door was actually open, and Nie Qingqing was waiting, her hair coiled up, as a woman dressed up, summer shirt slightly thin, holding a feather fan in her hand, face full of smiles. Sister. Manhwa went up and took Nie Qingqing's hand, not caring how others looked at it. Dokurakang grunted twice and went upstairs by himself. When did you come back? Nie Qingqing asked with a smile. Yesterday evening. Manhwa squeezed her hand. I wanted to turn in my errand and come find you, but there were so many things to do, and the crown princess left me to talk, that I didn't have time to come over when it was too late. Let's trust you for now. Nie Qingqing didn't draw back her hand, only smiled slightly, and while surveying Manhwa's face, she said, slightly darker, but more heroic. This is when I was traveling outside. I saw that it matched you, so I bought it. Manhwa took out a delicate wooden box and opened it to see that it was a small jade comb. Nie Qingqing picked it up and played with it, and didn't say anything. Tomorrow morning I want to brush my sister's hair, Manhwa said. When Nie Qingqing heard this, there was a delicate color in her eyes. It's inconvenient for a few days. That wouldn't hurt. Manhwa had long ago counted on his fingers. It wasn't these days at all. It's just that I miss my sister. After sticking close to Nie Qingqing for a while longer, Manhwa asked about Nie Shi. My father is staying at home these days. Nie Qingqing let her hand be grabbed by Manhwa. He was still at home when I went out. Do you want me to send someone to look for him? No. I'll go over there myself. Manhwa nodded. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Nie Qingqing looked up and looked outside. The sun is so big. Mo running back and forth. He goes back and forth, but Laozi doesn't have to go back and forth? Nie Yannian walked in, frowning, nodding at Nie Qingqing, not in a good mood. He just came back from a business trip, so can it be the same? Nie Qingqing was very reasonable. Go go go. Nie Yannian impatiently shooed Nie Qingqing away, then sized up Manhwa and said, when did you come back? Last night. Manhwa smiled. The two of them went up the stairs together. Nye Yannian saw Duga Kong, hemmed and hawed, laughed a few times, and whispered, "It's kind of like letting you play with poetry to understand it." The three of them sat opposite each other and served tea, snacks and dried fruits. "How is it at the guardhouse?" Meng Yuan didn't beat around the bush. Li Qianhu recruited some more people. Old Zhang still sitting idle. Nye Yannian pinched his teacup and laughed in a low voice. "I heard that Huang Yusheng and Xiao Buhua under his hand have lost their voices, and our Li Qiandu is in a hurry. What about other things?" Meng Yuan asked again. "The Yang family?" Nye Yannian surveyed Meng Yuan again at this moment and said, "I've heard that you're capable. Master Nye has taught you well." Meng Yuan laughed. "Yang Huaiyi has disappeared." Nye Yannian sighed. "He really does have a problem. And the Yang family also said they had no word from him." Meng Yuan immediately thought that this Yang family was probably really related to King Xian. Remember, Nye Yannian didn't care that Duga Khan was at his side. He only said, "I reckon that Yang Huaiyi wouldn't dare to find trouble with you, but it's still best to be careful." Meng Yuan nodded and agreed. "Master Nye, what about opening up the Dantian?" Meng Yuan was actually more concerned about this. "Just how many orifices have you opened nowadays?" Nye Yannian asked curiously. Solo Hyper munched on the preserves and put his ear up as well. 5 places have been opened today. Meng Yuan honestly returned. While laboring outside, Meng Yuan saw a needle, now in addition to the stone door aperture, has opened the kidney water, lung gold, liver wood, spleen earth 4 corresponding apertures, through which has been able to use the blooming spring thunder, floating light cave heaven and the smoke and rain flying rainbow aptitude. Yesterday, he had obtained the burning heart divine technique again, and Meng Yuan only needed to open the 2 corresponding orifices of his heart and intestines again to be able to catalyze its execution. Previously, he had been busy catching people for Chen Shoujuan, but now that he was easily free, Meng Yuan had the time and planned to open a few more orifices as soon as possible. "You kid is fast." Nye Yannian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and laughed out loud. "Serve the wine." But Nye Yannian nodded at Meng Yuan again and said, "As the old saying goes, one quick step leads to another, but when a teenager is fast, it's easy to become a monkey's errand. Your current problem is that you're too fast. It's easy to break down when you're too fast. It's easy to run out of stamina and not last." He spread his hands once. "It's not good to have a lack of backbone, and it's not good to not be able to hold it for a long time. You have to work steadily, fast and slow. Otherwise, how can sister be happy? Isn't that right? If you want to be fast, then be fast from start to finish. Don't be fast in the front, but not in the back. I'll teach you that today." "Teacher Nye, I'm here," Duo Kong said helplessly. "Shitzi also understands these parochial studies?" Nye Yannian asked curiously. "Your disciple has brought me some insight," Duo Kong said. "Disrespectful." Nye Yannian arched his hand towards Dugo Kong, and frowned at Meng Yuan, seemingly skeptical. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Nothing is difficult in this world. Chapter 141, Nothing is difficult in this world. It is the early morning of summer, although the streets are crowded, but the drunken moon upstairs is very clean. Meng Yuan poured tea for Duga Kong, then wine for Nye Yannian before finally pouring wine for himself. "It's fine to go out and play. Don't let Qingqing know." Nye Yannian was a teacher after all, and was still mentioning Meng Yuan. "I'm not that kind of person." Meng Yuan refilled Nye Yannian's wine. "It's because it's inconvenient to have someone around, isn't it? What kind of thoughts are you hiding? Can I not know?" Nye Yannian knew Meng Yuan very well. He looked at Duga Kong and asked, "World Sun, which woman could Meng Shuangjie be close to outside?" Duga Kong thought for a moment and said, "He rented a courtyard in Seven Waters Town, and the owner's wife seemed to take care of him quite a bit." Meng Yuan glanced at Duga Kong, who immediately added, "But teacher Little Meng didn't respond." Hu Qian from the same team also made frequent advances, and teacher Little Meng didn't care either. Nye Yannian nodded slightly, considered satisfied, before saying, "You saw the crown princess last night, right? Did she give any instructions?" "There's not much to admonish me. Just let me work diligently." Meng Yuan added more wine. "Master Nye, what exactly is the saying about opening up the Dantian?" "This is simple and troublesome to say." Nye Yannian sipped his wine and said, "You read a lot, so you should know the difference between the principle and the end." He tapped the table with his knuckles and said, "The place where we martial artists store our power is the Dantian, where the true chi is transformed into jade liquid, and the jade liquid is our power. The Dantian is like a cooking stove, and the jade liquid is firewood. If you boil a pot of water to soak your feet, then everyone can do it, and it doesn't show your ability. But if you set up a 1,000-pound iron pot to boil water, the stovetop will not collapse, the fire can still boil the water, and the person who burns the wood will not get tired. So this is a sign of ability." "I see." Meng Yuan held his wine cup and nodded slightly. In order to show what you can do, you need the stove to be big and sturdy, able to put in more firewood, and the fire to be more vigorous. If you can also save more firewood when pouring the boiler, that would be even better. That's the truth. Nyayanian was very pleased. You came from geldings. You should have seen pigs being matched. There are pigs that match 3 or 4 in a row without drying out, and still have the energy to do so. Some match one and run out of goods, and still lie on the ground and gasp. This is the gap. These words were brown, but shallow and easy to understand. Dugu Kong couldn't help but nod his head. Mr. Nye's words really aren't bad. It would be even better if he could change the analogy. Nyayanian didn't pay attention to Dugu Kong, only looking at Meng Yuan. He continued. How to save firewood and energy when boiling water is how to utilize the jade liquid meticulously. This depends on talent and experience. Others are not good at helping, but there is a method to make your stove bigger and sturdier. That is, the dantian is more solid and vast. In this way, more firewood is put in. Is it not possible to burn a bigger pot? Seeing that it had come to the crux of the matter, Meng Yuan concentrated on listening, not daring to be distracted. This is not simply turning a small stove into a large stove. Otherwise wouldn't everyone be able to open up the dantian and everyone be a big stovetop? Nyayanian was much more solemn. You have to understand that this small stovetop is inside you, and even if you've entered the 7th grade and your tendons and bones are accomplished, you're actually very fragile. Shake it with force and it might collapse. One must first have strong sinews and bones, 2 flourishes of essence and blood, and even a dantian that is inherently firm and tough? Meng Yuan said. Not bad. Nyayanian praised. Then said, if your stovetop is made of rotten mud, then don't even say anything. But if your stovetop is fire-resistant bricks, or even an adamantine iron frame, then you can slowly, little by little, build it up again, and in the end it can be bigger. How did that rotten paste turn into an iron frame? Dr. Hyper asked curiously. The dantian is related to the upper, middle and lower 3 days opened, and the deeper the orifices are, the larger they can be. Using it more and practicing it more and sharpening it also helps. It's also related to one's own physique, chance, and talent. Nyayanian took a sip of wine. Shitsi also understands? Your disciple taught it. Dugu Kong casually dealt with it and asked. In the end, it still depends on talent. That rotten mud paste has no hope of getting ahead? Actually, what line of work doesn't depend on talent? It all depends on it. The 7th grade realm is the first place where martial artists look at talent. Nyayanian saw that Dugu Kong was interested. He didn't hide anything. There is always hope for martial artists. It depends on whether you dare to do it or not. Even if your own dantian is made of rotten mud, make the rotten mud hard and burn it into a hard brick. If you don't succeed, you can destroy your dantian and rebuild it. Martial artists, never stop the road. As long as you want to go forward, 9 deaths is still a road. Dokurakang sniffed and didn't say anything, only shaking his head slightly. What should be done? Meng Yuan poured wine for Nyayanian. 2 methods. Nyayanian drank another cup, then said, one is self-improvement, is for the jade liquid boiling, filling all the orifices, forcing a little bit of squeezing open. The second is to look for has been the 6th realm of the martial arts. For you to force open up, both need 1,000 hammers and chisels, need to suffer great pain, need great perseverance to become, but the former is too dangerous, the latter is safer. After Nyayanian finished, he added, of course, certain great medicinal spirit fruits also have the effect of stabilizing and expanding the dantian, but they can be found but not sought. When Meng Yuan heard this, he remembered that when he had faced the slender-waisted slave, it seemed like the first one as Nieshur had said, and his dantian had felt like it was shattering a few times, and afterward, when the injury healed, the dantian did stabilize a few more points, and also slightly increased and expanded. What about opening the dantian again? How do I open it? Meng Yuan asked again. The family has not yet served well. You want to get a foreign room? Nyayanian customarily mocked a sentence, but after all, it is his own son-in-law. He then said, if the dantian is damaged, that pick up some rags can still be rebuilt, is remodeling, but which is very difficult, and want to open another dantian outside of their own dantian, it is even more difficult. How? Meng Yuan was too curious. The dantian is like a hearth, and the jade liquid is like dry firewood. It's as if the person is the stove, and the essence is the firewood. If you want to set up another stove, you need to use your own essence, blood, and flesh to condense another dantian. Nyayanian nodded. That's simple enough. Just not very good at it? Dr. Hyper interjected. World Sun is still intelligent. Nyayanian dared to shade even Dugu-kan. How exactly? Meng Yuan was more energized, but anything that required perseverance and suffering, Meng Yuan was not afraid of. I can't tell you the details. After all, I haven't experienced it, but the general reasoning is understood. Nye Yanian lowered his voice. I've told you before, the lower 33 heavenly reflections engraving place is on the surface of the dantian. This method is to find a place to reflect and carve outside of your original dantian by using the orifices of the lower 33 heavens. At this time, the whole body meridians, sinews and internal organs, and even flesh and blood need to be mobilized. If it can be accomplished, it will be able to take the essence of flesh and blood into the dantian. It's like suddenly having a child in your stomach, to absorb many of your nutrients, and finally suffer the pain of childbirth. Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and said, and then? Then there is then? Nye Yanian laughed. If the dantian is opened again, then the back reflection engraving will go again it's no longer a difficult task. As for going up to the 33 heavens, it needs to intersect with the already opened ones in the original dantian, and then finally, you can use the heavenly chance avatar. He nodded at Meng Yuan and continued, how to get it exactly? Perhaps the princess knows. You might as well ask. Sounds oddly simple. Dr. Hyper said. That's not true. People say that cultivating one's body and family, ruling the country and calming the world, sounds like it's also one step at a time. Oddly simple. Nye Yanian laughed. Meng Yuan felt that it was indeed a bit difficult, but there was nothing difficult in the world. In fact, there are thousands of variations of Tianji Shintong, and countless strange and treacherous methods. Some Tianji Shintong can make the dantian temporarily turn 1 into 2, or even 2 into 3, and then you can use many kinds of Tianji Shintong at the same time, but it's just that it can't last, and the jade liquid consumes more than it should. When Nye Yanian saw Meng Yuan pondering, he said, child, the level of one's own strength does not only depend on how many dantians there are, it also depends on whether or not your jade liquid is condensed. Some people's jade liquid is willow, some are pine, some are jujube. Can the fire that burns out be the same? Even if you build another stove. But if you don't have a good supply of firewood, it won't work. The foundation of a martial artist is the upper, middle, and lower 3 days, which are for the purpose of stimulating the heavenly aptitude. Both the stove and the firewood are just to burn out the fire. Meng Yuan then came to argue. Jade liquid is like firewood. If there isn't enough firewood, I'll take off my clothes to start the fire, fold down my blood, flesh, and essence to burn the fire, and even my own life fire to burn the fire. Nye Yanian froze and frowned. You're out there fighting for your life? He grabbed Meng Yuan's wrist and probed it twice. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he was slightly relieved, only to look at Dugu Kong again. Your disciple didn't put up a fight. Dugu Kong only felt the fire in Nye Yanyan's eyes. Only then did Nye Yanian feel a bit more at ease, and patted Meng Yuan's shoulder again, saying, it's incredibly difficult to open the dantian again. It's better to upgrade something else first. Your dantian is vast compared to its peers, and the jade liquid is condensed to the extreme. You're a big stovetop, a jujube tree wood. He poured wine for Dugu Kong, and when he saw that Dugu Kong didn't drink it, he brought it to Meng Yuan, and then said, develop the dantian first. I've already made arrangements and found someone for you, but he's traveling now and won't arrive until about 2 months from now. Who is it? Meng Yuan asked curiously. I told you before, the child left behind by my old buddy who died. I passed on what he could do. Nye Yanian had a few moments of pride. His qualifications aren't bad. News came at the beginning of the year. He's already entered the 6th rank. Just the one that prefers to carry hair? Meng Yuan asked curiously. Solo Hyper made his way forward, curious as well. Nye Yanian was stunned, then nodded his head. Yes, it's the same as you. Not like people. I prefer people. Meng Yuan emphasized, then asked. That senior brother won't be able to come for another 2 months. It's dragging on for too long. Can we get help from your highness? It's not good to trouble your highness. Nye Yanian was reasonable. Besides, it's only a matter of waiting 2 months. Then can I get someone else to help? Meng Yuan then thought of big sister Mingyue. If you have that kind of connections, it's up to you. But remember, your senior brother helping you isn't a big deal. Asking someone else for help is a big favor. Nye Yanian wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, don't go to the guardhouse today. Go tomorrow. Have a good time talking with Qingqing. I have something to do at the martial arts center. When Nye Yanian left the person, Dugu Kong replaced Meng Yuan's wine cup with a teacup. Are you planning to ask Mingyue for help? Solo Hyper asked. No? Meng Yuan was curious. It's not good Mengsher master. Dugu Kong sipped his tea. Flowers in the mirror. Moon in the water. It's just a waste of effort. There's nothing difficult in the world. Only people who have the will. Meng Yuan was confident. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. It's the heat of the summer. Solitary Hyper pulled Meng Yuan and had to fight a few witty lines. Meng Yuan wasn't interested. and after casually babbling a couple sentences, he went to find Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing arranged everything at Drunken Moon House and the two of them left the door together. Meng Yuan held an umbrella in his hand to shade Nie Qingqing from the sun while handing the horse. After taking Nie Qingqing out of the city, the two of them shared a horse and rode quickly to the riverside. The river breeze brought a cool feeling, and the beautiful person was in his arms. Meng Yuan was inspired by poetry, recited 2 crooked poems, and whispered with Nie Qingqing, ear to ear for a long time. See to the lunchtime. The two came to punch the virtual view to rub rice again. Dismounting from his horse, Meng Yuan held Nie Qingqing's hand, and together they entered the view. We are of the purification lineage, and have never accepted outside guests, so if you two monks wish to offer incense, please go elsewhere. If you want to have a fasting meal, please wait a bit. The gatekeeper was a young Taoist priest, munching on a melon as he said, I'm familiar with Taoist Zhao Jingsheng. Meng Yuan smiled. So it's a friend. That Taoist priest hurriedly fished out a melon from the well and distributed it to Meng Yuan. He's probably cooking. Let's go take a look. What is senior brother's name? Meng Yuan took the melon and broke it open for Nie Qingqing. Pathfinder Yuan Jingfeng. The Taoist smiled. And the two of you? My name is Meng Yuan, and this is Humble. Meng Yuan smiled. Nie Qingqing's face slightly reddened as she glanced at Meng Yuan and didn't say anything. The virtuous couple is courteous. Yuan Jingfeng arched his hand again, then sized up and said, I thought the two of you had eloped out of the house and ran out of food. Before Meng Yuan had accompanied the third lady to come here, when Zhao Jingsheng said that his brothers and sisters, but because all of them cannot be on the stage, only the eldest brother Jing Su to receive customers, and Jing Su under the name of Li Weijian out of the demon, so Zhao Jingsheng to fill the scene. Now it seems that Zhao Jingsheng's assessment of the group of disciples as not worthy of the stage is pertinent. Meng Yuan smiled and shook his head, asking, how is the old Taoist master? Master is fine. Yuan Jingfeng was very informal. Has your eldest senior brother returned? Meng Yuan asked again. Alas, eldest brother has been hooked by the roe deer. Can't come back. Yuan Jingfeng sighed nonstop. The three of them went to the kitchen together, and Zhao Jingsheng was indeed there. Oops, rare guest. Zhao Jingsheng hurriedly wiped her hands clean and hurriedly served the cooled green bean soup. I'm going to watch the door off. Yuan Jingfeng gulped 2 mouthfuls, and then he was about to leave again. You keep a good eye on it, and when there's a fragrant guest you say something neutral. Zhao quietly barked. Got it. Long-winded. Yuan Jingfeng waved his hand and swaggered away. Meng Yuan and Nie Qingqing glanced at each other. Just now that Yuan Jingfeng said something about not letting the incense guest in, it seems that Yuan Jingfeng took it upon himself to be just too lazy to receive the guest. Alas, other than eldest senior brother, there are no accomplished ones. Zhao Jingsheng also felt disgraced. After pulling crap for a while, Nie Qingqing opened her mouth to ask for a peace talisman. For whom to beg? Zhou asked in a quiet voice. My father has always worked hard, and my husband has been out a lot, so I wanted to ask for a peace talisman to take with me. Nie Qingqing said. This is simple. Zhao Jingsheng immediately got up, found a pen and ink, dipped it in vermilion sand, and wrote it with his hand. 5 of them actually. Nie Qingqing froze. Sibling sister put it away. Zhao Jingsheng laughed. Seeing that Nie Qingqing was still in a daze, Meng Yuan collected it on her behalf. The 3 of them spoke for a while longer, and Meng Yuan didn't dare to pay his respects to the old Taoist master Xuanji, which led to his farewell with Nie Qingqing, playing in the riverside for a long time. Seeing that it will be late, this together back to the city. When we arrived home, we ate dinner and showered together. It rained during the night, and the thunder bursts muffled Nie Qingqing's voice. Outside for a long time. Naturally a small goodbye is better than a new marriage. Nie Qingqing seemed to want to know if Meng Yuan was hurt outside, and her tone was soft and retrieved inch by inch. Outside, thunder and lightning, heavy rain poured down, and the room was not very peaceful. That did not need to be said. The night rushed by and the morning woke up to rain. Meng Yuan satiated himself in 2 more places before heading for the guardhouse, with Zhang Guangyan and other people chatting for a long time. Meng Yuan see this is still Li Chendu in charge. They have to continue to be idle, then also do not go to pay respect. Directly go home. Give this to Xiang Ling, and say that I have something to find her in the evening. Meng Yuan came outside the Jing garden and ordered someone to call for Jiang Tang. When Jiang Tang saw the words to President Xiangling written on the envelope, she rubbed her brow and said, she was supposed to sleep with you at night. She asked me to write to her. Meng Yuan said, me too. Jiang Tang muttered, sniffed at Meng Yuan, and said, take me out to play someday too. That's natural. Meng Yuan smiled. The 2 of them gossiped for a while and waited until the evening, when Xiangling got off duty and happily returned along with Jiang Tang. Little geldings, your letter is so pretty. Xiangling was overjoyed. After dinner, Xiangling went back to her room with Meng Yuan to rest. Xiangling also do not sleep. Come together under the lamp and candle. A board of knitting bracelets. Who are they all made up for? Meng Yuan asked. Too many. Xiangling was very serious. Third grandma, fluorescent grandma, Aunt Mingyue, Sister Jianzhu, Sister Xuanmei. She actually said a dozen names in a row. Is Mingyue still staying at the Jing Garden? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. Live. Shannon looked down and braided her handkerchiefs. Cooked. Meng Yuan peeled an egg for her. Familiar. Xiangling was very serious. Godmother said. More friends, more ways out. I'm familiar with all of them. Shannon doesn't put down the straw rope either. Just opens her mouth. You feed me. Meng Yuan broke the yolk and gave it to her, eating the white himself. I know her well now, Xiangling said as she ate. You weren't home a while ago and she went out, so I asked her to take care of you. I offered money, she answered immediately. So there's a reason for that. You're still weirdly good. Meng Yuan learned to talk like Xiangling. He. Xiangling nodded cheerfully. Do you want her as a daughter-in-law? She's also broad-minded nah. I won't need your help with this, lest I be confined again. Meng Yuan smiled and said. Make an appointment for me tomorrow. I have something to ask Auntie Mingyue. Then you write letters. Shannon was getting formal. Meng Yuan immediately wrote the letter and put it in Xiangling's little book bag. Wrap it around me. Xiangling was very serious. I have a big face now. On the second day, Xiangling got up early again and went on duty with Jiang Tang. Meng Yuan sat quietly in the room, concentrating only on coming to open the orifices. I don't know how long it took, but Meng Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he finally opened another orifice. Opened his eyes. Has been to the late afternoon. Found outside but no sound of cicadas. Quiet very. Following that, the door opened and Mingyue stood in the doorway holding her sword, looking in with a raised eyebrow. Meng Yuan realized at this time that when he broke the barrier and opened his mind, it was the bright moon that went to the cicadas, clearly escorting them in the dark. She has me in her heart. Meng Yuan immediately rose and saluted. I have no desire to argue with you. What is your business? Mingyue asked. End of chapter. Chapter 143, No Need for Pity. Chapter 143, No Need for Pity. It was in the middle of the afternoon. The bright moon stood in front of the door, pressing the sword in his hand and carrying the sunlight behind him, but he looked even colder. Meng Yuan entrusted Xiangling to send the letter, only said that he wanted to ask for advice on martial arts. I thought that I would have to exchange letters a few times, and then slowly hook each other. I did not expect Mingyue to come directly. You can see that Shannon's face is really big. Miss Mingyue, I have some martial arts questions I want to ask. Meng Yuan gave a polite salute. Say what you have to say quickly. Xiangling has pledged her to me for 3 years and I'll allow you to ask 3 questions. Mingyue said. A mortgage? For 3 years? Xiangling is a bumpkin who just got out of her hometown and found a job with great difficulty. Is this how you city people cheat the mountain people? Meng Yuan was shocked. Then forget it. Meng Yuan didn't think that Xiangling had paid so much for herself, and when she was touched, she waved her hand. You'd better release Xiangling. Without her, our old Turtle Pit Poetry Society will have to disband. There was a slight smile on the corner of Akatsuki's mouth when she heard this. How exactly did she mortgage you? Meng Yuan was curious. She read the letter and begged me to come over. If I didn't come, she promised to raise me for 3 years. Mingyue's mouth had a smile. Say it quickly. I don't need her to raise me. Xiangling has so many hearts. How could she agree to support you for 3 years? It must be you who added up all the layers and hardened it to 3 years. Bullying honest people. Remembering that Xiangling had given so much, Meng Yuan sighed unceasingly in his heart and planned to make a few tiger eggs for her to eat at night. Miss Mingyue, I would like to ask about opening up the Dantian. Meng Yuan expression serious up. This time out. With that Xuanzhen Monka battle, I more and more have the feeling of power. Therefore, after coming back, I went to find my teaching master, although he has a method for me to open up the Dantian, but to owe a great favor. I cannot bear his age is still for labor. I would like to ask Mingyue girl, there is what to open up the Dantian of the law? He's your old man. He should have been worrying about you. Akatsuki cradled the sword in her arms. How do you know all this? Meng Yuan has caught the person behind the trouble, and it's bound to be third miss. It's always intolerable. Meng Yuan sighed. Miss Mingyue is erudite and is higher than me in the realm of martial arts. People say that a master is a teacher, so I think there must be a method to teach me. No. Mingyue shook her head slightly, walked into the room, looked around, and said, it's best to ask a 6th grade martial artist for help. Meng Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, can the girl help? Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan, with an expression on her face that seemed to say, I knew it. You need to know why you must have a 6th grade martial artist to help open up the Dantian. Mingyue's voice was cold and indifferent. When the 7th grade enters the 6th grade, the upper, middle and lower 3 days need to be connected, and heaven and earth are intertwined. Since then, the jade liquid fills up the whole body, and can strongly take in the outside world's chi, recovering faster, and the method of applying the jade liquid is also more detailed and subtle. This is 1. She held the sword in her arms, slightly showing a bit of loftiness, 2 fingers gently pointing at the hilt, and then said, after entering the 6th grade, the 6 senses are sharp, and can sense the subtle changes of others. The control of chi is also more sensitive. Within 100 feet, lock several people's chi without losing it. This is 2. Thirdly, Manhwa glanced at the teacups and the leftover handcuffs that Xiangling had braided, and added, 6th grade martial artists' jade liquid is more condensed, as if it were a steel sword, whereas 7th grade martial artists are like clay figurines, so naturally they can be trimmed a little. Manhwa looked at Mang Yuan and finally said, it requires the setting of chi, the extension of jade liquid, and full concentration, and it is time-consuming and exhausting, and if you are not careful, you will also injure the other party. Therefore, helping someone to open up their dantian requires the full attention of a 6th grade martial artist, and unusual 6th grades may not always be able to do it. Mang Yuan poured tea for Mingyu and said, about how long will it take? Depends on the person. Akatsuki said. Mang Yuan heard and understood, and asked in a low voice, can the girl take a look for me? Try it on? This method is treacherous, and you need to trust each other. Mingyu said. The girl doesn't trust me? Mang Yuan asked. Mingyu glanced at Mang Yuan and said, I'll only help you take a look. If it takes too long, you go find someone else. In fact, Mingyu was quite interested. She had seen Mang Yuan Fong break the boundary of the 7th grade, and then strongly transported the floating light cavern, and its power was 2 or 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary 7th grade. This kind of person, the dantian should be already broad. The jade liquid is also very condensed, is bound to be able to open up a few more points. Akatsuki hadn't done anything like this before, but in her idle boredom, she wanted to give it a try. Many thanks, miss. Mang Yuan hurriedly saluted. Sit down on your knees. Bright Moon held the sword in one hand. I'll use a strand of jade liquid to enter your body, and you should calm your heart and mind. Mang Yuan obediently sat down and frankly closed his eyes. Come in. The first time there will be some discomfort and pain out loud. I can stand it. No need to hold back. Seeing that Mang Yuan was breathing steadily, with no sadness or joy on his face, Mingyu knew that he had already settled down, so he probed his chi and settled on this person. Stretching out a finger, a strand of jade liquid was like autumn water, floating and falling onto Mang Yuan's chest. With a little probing, Mingyu knew that the other party's tendons and internal organs were strong, and their meridians and blood veins were wide and smooth. Mingyu has practiced diligently and hard since she was a child, and has a daily medicinal bath on the side, so she thinks that she is only slightly comparable to this person. Everyone's physique and qualifications are different, and there is no need to be envious. However, this person's progress is extremely fast, clearly outstanding talent, both internal and external achievements. There may have been some strange encounters. To be deep into the dantian, Mingyu probe into the strand of fine jade liquid and the other side of the jade liquid when touching. It will feel the other side of the jade liquid tough thick. A few have stagnation of their own sense of obstruction is extremely heavy. Although Mingyu's strand of jade liquid was small, the 6th grade realm's jade liquid was originally 1,000 hammers, sent and received by the heart, and had reached the subtle realm. When it invaded the other party's dantian, there would naturally be a sense of obstruction, but it was generally not too heavy. What should have been like a steel needle inserted into tofu, at the moment seemed to have met the thick skin of a sow, a little tight. Akatsuki was more interested. She was already a 6th grade martial artist with extraordinary insights, and knew that even a 7th grade in the same realm would have vastly different strengths. The reason for this, in addition to their own sinews and bones, as well as the skillfulness or lack of skill in the use of the divine principle of heavenly chance, depends on whether or not the dantian is vast and the jade liquid is condensed. Some people jade like roadside willow, occupying a lot of space, can burn pots of water are laborious, and some people jade like pine old branch, burning up the boom, can come quickly go fast, cannot be sustained. Some people jade like sandalwood jujubwood, occupying not much space, but resistant to burning and durable. Some heavenly opportunity divine abilities were catalyzed, and it did not matter whether the jade liquid was condensed or not. However, for some attacking, defending, and other Tianji Shintongs, the essence of the jade liquid was still transformed into a sword, or attacking, or defending. So naturally, the more condensed the jade liquid was, the more powerful it would be. Mingyu then felt that the person in front of him was very durable, and the condensation of the jade liquid was no longer inferior to that of an ordinary 6th grade martial artist. Other people use the floating light cave as if it were thousands of fine needles of ox hair, but this person's jade liquid swings out. It's really a knife chopping and axe chopping, and it's not much different from a 6th grade martial artist urging it on. Mingyu more and more feel that this person's qualifications are very good, if carefully cultivated. In the future is to go to the realm of the 4th grade is also possible, if there is a chance. On the 3rd grade can also look forward to. Slightly sighing, Mingyu's strand of jade liquid continued to probe deeper, and for a while it seemed as if the green silk was like a sea, but it couldn't even explore the edge of the dantian. Why is it so big? Mingyu marveled in her heart as the jade liquid continued to wander and test, and after feeling Mangyuan's roots, she frowned slightly. When I was in the 7th grade, even though I was taking great medicines and had people to help me pioneer, I was still not as good as this person. Show me how strong you are. Mingyu's interest increased even more, slowly increasing the jade liquid and slowly invading Mangyuan's dantian. For a moment, Mingyu felt that the jade liquid that had been probed into it was slowly worn down by the other party, and the other party's dantian was not only thick, but also vast. If ordinary people's dantian is a poke will break the chicken skin, then the qualifications and experience of pioneering people's dantian is the weasel skin, and this person's dantian is like the old cowhide. Very tough. This dantian could open up a few more points, but it was already very difficult. Looking closely at the changes in his dantian, someone should have helped him open up his dantian. Even if it was me, I couldn't have done it so well. I thought it was uncultivated land, but I didn't realize that it had already been well plowed. With this thought, Mingyu slowly withdrew her strength and patted Mangyuan awake. This is good? I didn't feel any pain. Just a little itchy. It doesn't matter if you use some force, Miss Mingyu, I can take it. Mangyuan hadn't even finished pulling his words, when he felt that Mingyu's expression wasn't quite right. There was so much disappointment in that expression, in those eyes. It is like a habitual prosperity. The pavilion to play tired of the noble gentleman. Met a pure and flawless young girl. To be the noble gentleman. 8 carries sedan chair to marry the young girl into the door. The night of the cave but found out that the white paper general young girl than the women in the hook bar no more. It was as if I thought I had found a paradise, but I didn't realize that it was already deserted. Who opened the dantian for you? Mingyu's voice was faint and indistinct, and there was no displeasure, only a slight apprehension. No one. Mangyuan looked like he had been caught red-handed and said sincerely, "You're the first." Really? Akatsuki asked. Really? Mangyuan sighed and wrenched up his fingers. We were together when I broke through the realm, and I've been working at the guardhouse since then. I'm really innocent. Akatsuki held her forehead. Mangyuan thought for a moment and honestly said, could it be because I've used the floating light cave too many times? Some things just get more durable and better the more I use them. I emptied myself every time. Isn't this just like when I was first practicing martial arts and beating the strength out of my entire body every day? There is no such thing. Mingyue glanced at Mangyuan and said, if you don't know moderation, you will damage yourself. Mangyuan was the most obedient and understanding, and when he saw that people were mentioning it, he said, still coming then? Akatsuki mused for a moment and said, come. Seeing that Mingyue was energized, Mangyuan immediately sat down and said, Miss Mingyue, please. Mingyue didn't nag. And this time he didn't probe his fingers, directly extending his palm. For a moment, Mangyuan only felt a trembling sensation as his own chi was locked in place, and then a stream of jade liquid surged into his body. That jade liquid was like a trickle that stretched on, traveling all over the body before falling into the dantian. Then that foreign jade liquid slowly separated itself from its own jade liquid, like thousands of fine feathers, teasing in all parts of the dantian. After a long time, Mingyue collected her strength and looked at Mangyuan. Miss Mingyue, I'm a rough and lowly person from the countryside. Most of all I have thick skin. Please don't pity me, Mangyuan said. Mingyue sniffed and frowned slightly, as if she was a bit ashamed. Shut up. She probed her palm again and rushed into Mangyuan's body in a domineering manner. End of chapter. Chapter 144, Quenching the Body with Essence Fire. Chapter 144, Quenching the Body with Essence Fire. Mangyuan's dantian was already full of jade liquid, and at this moment there was jade liquid outside. Immediately there was a feeling of bulging, and the other side of the jade liquid was like thousands of fine needles, slowly impacting the dantian. At one time, the two shares of jade liquid were different in strength and weakness, and the yin and yang were immediately divided. Not long, Mangyuan will feel the whole body bulging, as if the viscera, sinews and bones have gas in general, to break through the flesh and skin. There was a tearing sensation in the dantian, which was very painful, slightly less so than the previous sensation of quenching the body with essence fire. Although Mangyuan was able to endure it, this tearing sensation became stronger and stronger, and it didn't stop for a long time. The jade liquid in the dantian seemed to be boiling, and his body was even more like he was caught in a steamer. He didn't know how long it had been, but Meng Yuan suddenly felt that the jade liquid that had invaded his body slowly receded. How was it? Akatsuki's tone was still cold and a little tired. The discomfort in Meng Yuan's body still hadn't subsided, and it still seemed like fire in his dantian. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was actually early morning, and Meng Yue's face was slightly pale, so it was evident that she had also exerted a great deal of effort. A little feel themselves. They feel that their own jade liquid has dried up again, but the dantian of the wide, than the previous to be 1/3 larger. It's done, Meng Yuan said. If it were a normal person, opening up the dantian would at least double the size, but your dantian is already 3 or 4 times larger than a normal person's, and it's also very tough, so being able to open it up to such an extent is already possible. There was a bit of pride in Meng Yu's tone, as well as a bit of fluke. The dantian has increased again, the jade liquid has been refined, and this has been accomplished. Many thanks to Miss Mingyue. Meng Yuan got up and saluted, pouring tea again, saying, I hadn't thought that a night had passed. Mingyu glanced at Meng Yuan, remembering that he had used 7 days to open up his dantian, whereas if it was an ordinary person he would have to use more than a month's time, simply because he needed to be careful, slow and delicate to do so, and this son really thick skin and flesh, but also let himself not pity him. He did layer by layer to increase the force, not for the slightest pity. This son even held up visible pain, not to mention, the heart is also very good. When Meng Yuan saw Mingyu looking at him, he hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Great kindness, go through fire and water. Mingyue waved her hand and was about to leave when Meng Yuan hurriedly stayed. Does Miss Mingyue know the method of reopening the dantian? Meng Yuan knew that Mingyu didn't like to be verbose, so he immediately opened his mouth to ask. Looking for your old man. Mingyu spoke coldly, as if the camaraderie of haunting Meng Yuan's body for a night was no longer there. He's not too sure, Meng Yuan said helplessly. What did he say? Akatsuki sighed and rubbed her brow. Meng Yuan immediately relayed Nia Yanyan's words. Big difference. Mingyu carried her sword in her hand and said, go ahead and carve the reflection. Just keep one thing in mind. If you really achieve the second dantian, it will absorb your entire body's essence blood in a flash. So you'd better have some pills at your side. This method is treacherous. Don't try it casually. Many thanks for your guidance, Miss. Meng Yuan gave a thank you and asked, how many dantians can there be at most? Mingyu looked at Meng Yuan and said, if you destroy one place, you can build one place. However, the dantian is for the upper, middle, and lower 3 days of the reflection, so there can be at most 3. She finished her sentence and then opened the door. At this moment the sky is already bright. There are quite a few people in the courtyard. Old Uncle Jiang is sitting on a stool, and Jiang Tang is holding Xiangling. The door of the room is guarded by 2 teenagers. That Hu Qian quietly stood aside. Wu Chongsheng and Tainyo saluted, and Tainyo took another look at the house, seemingly confirming something, before he breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Mingyue, I'll see you off. Meng Yuan walked out. Little geldings. Xiangling jumped to Meng Yuan's shoulder, stretched her little head to look at Meng Yuan's face, and then jumped to Meng Yu's shoulder, and obediently ruffled up her hair. You're still weirdly good looking. It's useless to say nice words, Mingyue faintly voiced out, and Xiangling immediately shielded her small book bag in fear. After sending Mingyue to the entrance of the Jing Garden, Meng Yuan pulled Jiang Tang. Take a vacation and take you out for a trip tomorrow. Meng Yuan smiled. Jiang Tang immediately nodded happily. Xiangling also hurriedly said, I want to go too. Naturally. Meng Yuan smiled and answered. After Jiang Tang and Xiangling entered the Jing Garden, Meng Yuan went home. Since Tainyo helped me get some well water, I'll wash up. Sister Qian helped me get some food. I'm starving. Sitting back in his room, he rested for a while, and Tainyo had already brought the well water to the room. Meng Yuan scrubbed his body while asking, has Uncle Big Head been settled? Xuanmei asked my father to be a coachman. He can drive a donkey, and now he's learning to drive a carriage. Tainyo was very satisfied. 3 taels of silver a month, and the rewards are separate. Our princess is so nice. It's good that you can think that way. Meng Yuan smiled and looked at Wu Chongsheng again, asking, what time did you come last night? We came in the evening. It was sister-in-law who called us. Wu Chongsheng said, tough luck to you guys. Meng Yuan put on his clothes and said, tomorrow night, I'll invite you all to Drunken Moon House for a drink. As they were chatting, Hu Qian knocked on the door outside. Elder brother, the food is bought back. When she opened the door, she saw that she was carrying a few lotus leaf bags and had actually gone outside to pick up cooked food. The 4 of them sat down around a full meal, talked for a while, and went their separate ways. Meng Yuan again since the meditation. Less than noon, will be full of vigor again. Jade liquid filling. Looking closely at the changes before and after, the jade liquid had condensed a few more points, but the changes were minor. In the morning, there were still a few tears in the dantian, but at the moment it was all healed. And the dantian is more full and the jade liquid is more abundant. Now that my dantian is vast and firm, and my jade liquid is condensed and extraordinary, it's hard to have an enemy in the same rank anymore. If I were to travel the floating light cave again at this moment, the Xuanjin bald ash should not be able to catch it. Meng Yuan thought in this way, and closed his eyes and meditated. According to the method described by Nie Shi, the following 33 days of an orifice, under the original dantian mirror engraving. But after a long time, seeing the sun in the west, it was a labor of love. Reopening the dantian is by no means an easy task, and with what Master Nie and Manhwa said, when the second dantian is formed again, it will need to take in a large amount of essence and blood, or even flesh and blood to fill it, and it will be extremely weak, or even seriously injured. Meng Yuan is now the essence of the fire has been perfected. I thought that when I opened the dantian again, I could fill it a little, but at this moment, it seems that opening the dantian again is not like opening up the dantian like this one night can be accomplished. 3 days. If we can't make it in 3 days, we'll quench our bodies with essence fire so that we can gain a few more points of strength. By that time the essence fire has become a bean seedling again, although it can no longer feed itself, but next month it will go with the bright moon to the Taoist meeting, and there are many opportunities to contain the essence fire in the midst of the danger. It's just that I don't know how long it will take to nurse this one to completion. After a long time of reckoning, Jiang Tang and Xiang Ling also got off the duty. After dinner, the three of them got together and Meng Yuan inquired about how Xiang Ling had convinced Mingyu. It's not that simple. A pair of poems. Xiang Ling stared with wide eyes. If I win and she loses, she'll have to listen to me. Really? Meng Yuan didn't believe that Xiang Ling could win. Don't look down on people. Xiang Ling jumped up anxiously. Meng Yuan looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang touched the purse. The meaning is self-evident. It is Xiang Ling out of the money. Not the poem won the others. Xiang Ling looked at Meng Yuan with wide eyes and said, "Little geldings, you're the vice president of the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club. You have to study too. I have a thin virtue, and the position of vice president is already a worthy one, so you may not want to lure Mingyue into the society and make her the vice president." Meng Yuan said, "You're de thick. No one can take away your vice president." Xiang Ling made perfect sense, but still solemnly took out a thin book and said, "Little geldings, you should also put more effort into these proper books." Meng Yuan took the thin book and took a look at it. On it were large letters, "Poetry Collection of the Old Turtle Pit." Turned over 2. All are limericks. Only 3 have some literary talent. The name is the owner of the quiet garden. The bright moon. Third miss doesn't correct you on your poetry nowadays? Meng Yuan asked. As soon as third grandma teaches me, she keeps saying she has a headache, and when I press her, she's still not happy about it. Xiang Ling sighed helplessly. I didn't even charge her. The 3 of them pulled half the night and discussed a few more scenes of poetry before settling down to sleep. On the second day, the wind and sunshine, Meng Yuan led the horse, took Jiang Tang and Xiang Ling, and went out together. Jiang Tang has gone to the Taoist robe and is wearing a young girl's jacket. Xiang Ling wore a cloth flower on her head and carried a small bag of broken flowers. After a long time of discussing poems by the river, Xiang Ling saw Chongshu Guan and wanted to go and burn paper for her godmother. Now that I've made a good living, I work every day to earn money, and I've learned to write, read, and write poetry, and the poetry club has been set up. So I have to burn a paper for my godmother, so that her old man will know too. Xiang Ling seriously said, your godmother may not be dead. Jiang Tang said, it's not dead, so let's burn it. Godmother says it's idle to do something that isn't. Xiang Ling had a good point. Jiang Tang and Meng Yuan looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say. Came to Chongshu Guan, the guest Yuan Jingfeng see is Meng Yuan, also lazy salute, and then see the sight of the woman changed. He did not want to ask more, but Meng Yuan actually came up to introduce. Senior brother Yuan, this is my fiancé Jiang Tang. Meng Yuan smiled. The one from 2 days ago is Bunny, and today you bring your fiancé? Yuan Jingfeng is not a cutie in the end, so it's a younger sibling. Disrespectful. Xiao Dao Yuan Jingfeng. People are saluting you. Xiang Ling was in Jiang Tang's arms and raised her paw to pat Jiang Tang's face. Don't look at the little geldings and don't giggle. You have to be courteous. Jiang Tang immediately made a bow, but it was a Taoist salute. When Yuan Jingfeng saw this, he didn't eat his melon and returned the salute with his hands and feet. Which immortal mountain and famous place is Taoist friend practicing in? Yuan Jingfeng put away his exhaustion and asked in a serious manner. When Jiang Tang saw Meng Yuan nodding with a smile, she said, I'll follow Wang Fei's cultivation. So it's senior sister. Yuan Jingfeng hurriedly led the way. That's not an outsider. Go go go. My senior brother is also here. Let's discuss the Dao today. When I arrived at the kitchen, I saw that Zhao Jingshang was already drunk and sleeping soundly. Seeing that he couldn't wake up from shouting, Yuan Jingfeng could only sigh. Apart from eldest senior brother, there's no one with any talent left. The four of them went to the back of the mountain again, and Xiangling burned paper and chanted for a while before the group went down the mountain. Returning to the city, he came to the Drunken Moon building and sent someone to summon Hu Qian, Wu Changsheng and Tainyo. Zhang Tang also didn't care to drink with Meng Yuan and the others, and only gossiped with Nie Qingqing in the distance. You can compare yourself to third grandma. Xiangling was held in Nie Qingqing's arms, and she was in awe when she bumped her head twice. Nie Qingqing pressed Xiangling down and whispered, I think that little girl Hu Qian is not a good person. Don't worry, Tinyo has told me all about it. It's nothing. Besides, my brother has his measure. Zhang Tang said seriously. The two women chatted until the middle of the night is not too tired. Actually a piece of Nie Qingqing home, the night in sleep and a piece of night talk, and then another 3 days. Seeing that it is almost July, the Taoist meeting is just around the corner, and then open the Dantian thing but never have a clue. Meng Yuan didn't want to wait any longer, so he prepared to quench his body for the 4th time with essence fire. End of chapter. Chapter 145, The July Road Association. Chapter 145, The July Road Association. At the end of the summer season, it was nighttime, and the candlelight in the room was subtle. Outside the house there was no wind or moon. It was very dull. Dark clouds were piling up, and the night rain was coming. Xiangling was lying on all fours on the bed, exposing her white belly, with a book over her head, apparently sleeping from her nightly reading. Meng Yuan sat on his knees and calmed his mind. After a long time, the mind moved, and the essence fire roared open. That essence fire transformed into countless fine threads of fire, curling up and drilling into every inch of flesh and blood. For a moment, it seems to be trapped in the fire prison. From the inside out, torment incomparable. Skin inch by inch torn, viscera several to turn into charcoal ash, dantian such as furnace, jade boiling endlessly. It wasn't long before Meng Yuan felt that the 2 orifices of the mud pill and the stone gate were invaded by flames that dominated them, pouring in countless rains of fire. Suddenly headache, eyes, ears and even 7 orifices seem to spit out flames, and even their own blood, and even the spirit, but also seems to be fire scorching general. I do not know how long. The fire is still not receding. Meng Yuan is more and more difficult. Dantian seems to become an oven. Under the boiling jade liquid has been boiled dry. Flesh and blood, internal organs, sinews, and even spiritual will, seems to have been all turned into ashes. After a long time, the flames slowly receded like a tidal wave. Meng Yuan's body trembled unceasingly, the feeling of pain still lingering. A closer look at themselves. The jade liquid has long been gone. The dantian and changes, like quenching the general, from the outside and the inside of the reflection of the engraved place more conspicuous. In the past, the upper, middle and lower 3 days were engraved above the dantian, like the stars at night, sometimes far away, sometimes near. Know that it is there, but not very clear. Only in the opening of the secretura will be triggered. But now the reflection of the carving is like a bright moon in the sky, each eye-catching. The unopened upper 33 heavens should not have been visible, but at this moment it is also vaguely trembling, like obscure stars, as if it could be reached with a single salvage. Dantian up and down trembling, seems to have echoed the place. There is something hidden in the body, wanting to break out of the body. This burning body and heart. There is the feeling of square life and square death and square life. The state of mind has been different again. Meng Yuan's heart was like a flat lake, an ancient well. A cool breeze swept through the window, followed by a flash of lightning and then thunder. Xiangling was startled. She hurriedly climbed up, seeing Meng Yuan sitting cross-legged beside her. She crawled to Meng Yuan's leg nest and lay down, exposing her belly. Scratch your belly. Meng Yuan gently gave her 2 scratches, and Xiangling added, use a brush. Meng Yuan brought over the brush and stroked her fur. This brush is made of pig hair, taken from the hardest hair on the pig's back, which was asked for by Xiangling and Piggy's sister-in-law, and was intended to be made into a brush. But it was too hard and she was not good at craftsmanship, so after a few of them, it was made into a stroking brush at the suggestion of Zhang Tang. Rather, it was Dugu Kong who had some ability, and he didn't know what method he used to make that brush similar to a pig bristle brush. Stroke a few times, then hear the whirring sound. Xiangling clearly has been asleep again. Outside, the sound of wind and rain is full of sound, and the thunder continues to roar. At the end of the night, I lay down to listen to the wind and rain, but I became more and more quiet. Meng Yuan had the feeling that if he opened the dantian again at this moment, it should be possible, but Meng Yuan didn't want to try it at this time. With Mingyu and Niesher's warning still in front of him, It was better to play it safe. Today I use myself as a furnace to melt essence in flesh. As the rain pours down, who is using the world as a furnace? Thunder continued to roar outside. Xiangling was sleeping soundly, so Meng Yuan also closed his eyes to meditate. However, in an hour, the dry dantian was moisturized again, and the jade liquid was born to be full. Previously, after catalyzing the floating light cavern, Meng Yuan had to spend more than 2 hours to recover the jade liquid, but now it was nourishing faster and faster. Moreover, this quenching of the body to the point where the jade liquid boiled, it was clear that it had condensed a lot more. Meng Yuan didn't do anything else, only meditating to open the orifices. After 2 hurried days and a late night, Meng Yuan finally opened another orifice, and since then the 2 corresponding upper heavenly orifices of the heart and intestines had been opened. Previously, it took about 3 days to open each of the upper 33 heavenly orifices, but now it only takes 2 days up or down, so the progress is not that great. After another long period of silence, Meng Yuan pressed the heavenly chance diagram to catalyze the jade liquid, followed by rapid impacts at each of the reflective engravings. Soon, Meng Yuan will feel the heart like burning, chest seems to have karmic fire burning, but at the same time the brain more and more clear and unobstructed, as if the heart of the fire not only burned themselves, even the distracting thoughts, chaotic thoughts are also burned away. Meng Yuan quenched his body 4 times and went through the pain of death and life, and although the burning heart divine power had the pain of the scorching sun, he didn't feel how it was, and only thought it was a fresh breeze. With this method, one can be unafraid of all the thoughts and illusory dreams of the vultures. Meng Yuan had been urging this method, maintaining it for 3 hours, and seeing that the sky had already dawned, the jade liquid had not yet been depleted by 1/3. 1 drop for me is worth 3 or 5 drops for others and in large stocks. Meng Yuan took a short break, went to the schoolyard to take a turn, dispersed his mind, and played a boring machine with Dugu Kong. Seeing that he did not have the intention of taking out the Tianji diagram, he went home to meditate again. Nowadays, the bottom card is too little. The July 7th Taoist meeting may encounter something. It is better to open some orifices as soon as possible. Hurriedly for another 4 days, Meng Yuan opened 2 more orifices. Since then the upper 33 heavens had opened 9, and nirvana back to heaven could be catalyzed. The means are too few. Nirvana returning sky is considered the last card. Once we catalyze it then, the floating light cave will be able to be used once more. But one should never come to use this spell unless it is absolutely necessary. Meng Yuan pondered for a while, and couldn't help but think of the flow of light from all things again. If he could practice this method and then practice the undying golden body, then he would pretty much have no shortcomings. At that time, blooming spring thunder was the main attacker. Smoke rainbow assault, indestructible golden body was the main defender. Burning heart sought quietness, everything streaming light could escape and chase. Divine might like prison could keep the target intact, and nirvana returning to the sky could also allow himself to wrestle with a bitter fight. It would be even better if a second dantian, or even a third dantian, were opened up again. Meng Yuan was just thinking about it when he heard someone knocking on the door. Before he could answer, the door opened and it was none other than Akatsuki. Where is the rosary? Mingyue was holding her sword, and her hair actually had a wooden hairpin stuck in it, as if it was newly sharpened by Xiangling. Meng Yuan immediately took out his rosary and said, "The girl is leaving? It's already July, and the Hulu Mountain Taoist Conference is just around the corner." Mingyue didn't take the rosary either, and said directly, "We'll leave in the morning. Are we going to swing the Demon Society?" Seeing that she was leaving, Meng Yuan hurriedly chased after her. "This trip is to seek out Qing Guangzi. Naturally, I will participate in the Taoist meeting first before saying anything else." Mingyu spoke faintly, glanced at Meng Yuan, and said, "However, this trip is extremely dangerous. The person who presided over the Taoist meeting is Qing Guangzi's own brother, and I'm afraid that his Taoist skills are not shallow, so it's not too late for you to withdraw now." "What kind of words is this from the girl?" Meng Yuan frowned and said, "Not to mention the fact that the girl has repeatedly promoted me, and I am deeply in love. As a small flag officer of the Demon Suppression Division, even though I'm idle at home, I also have the heart to slay demons and get rid of them." Mingyue nodded slightly. "You have been idling at home for more than a month without feeling resentment and anger. Instead you are determined to forge ahead, so it can be seen that your heart is not bad." She looked at Meng Yuan, then said, "The official infighting is not idle for a moment. A government, a city, and even a country, are daily boring fight. Therefore, there is no need to be concerned about the ups and downs of the moment. You have the backing of the Ying clan and your own talents. You will be able to soar in the future." Meng Yuan immediately understood that this was a nod to himself. Although this Mingyue didn't know her identity yet, she should also be a noble person. People did not interfere in their own idle matter. Afraid is really lazy. But in the future, if you can step into the 6th grade, step into the middle 3rd grade, then certainly we'll have some promotion. Of course, even now, it is also repeatedly mentioned, although he did not intervene in the matter of the guards, but the first gift of Tianji map, and then helped to open up the Dantian, clearly is a cold outside and hot inside. Meng Yuan didn't say anything hypocritical and polite, and just arched his hand. This big sister Mingyue was not easy to fool, so it was best to be sincere. Rest well and leave in the morning, Mingyue said. Yes, Meng Yuan wasn't going to rest. When Mingyue left, Meng Yuan took a bath and changed his clothes. It was evening and the sun was setting over the mountains. Meng Yuan hadn't even gone out the door when he realized that someone was walking outside. He had the intention of avoiding it, but he heard that the person had already spoken. I know you're at home. Empty, empty, empty. When will it be empty? Meng Yuan rubbed his brow and opened the door. I come with an empty heart. Dugakon lightly shook his folding fan and made a high monk smile on his face. I have something on my mind, and I have no desire to discuss the Tao, much less fight the machine. Meng Yuan said. What something is going on? It's to look for Nya Yanyan's daughter, isn't it? Dugakon made a single guess. Meng Yuan originally wanted to drink this person away, but considering that the other party still owed him a copy of the heavenly chance diagram, he could only make a kind gesture. I'm going to find Nyesher. It's something important. Meng Yuan was telling the truth. On this trip out, there was bound to be more than just himself and Mingyue. There were bound to be arrangements on the side of the guardhouse. I'll go check it out too, Solo Hyper said. There was no way around it. Meng Yuan could only bring along the tired man, and the two of them left the door together. Arriving at Drunken Moon House. Why didn't you bring Xiangling? Nye Qingqing had slept with Jiang Tang and also with Xiangling. She's doing labor in the Jing Garden and can't leave for a while. Meng Yuan blinked and whispered. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow. Nye Qingqing is a little older, but is also a generous person. At this moment heard the words. The face is still a little red. Smile unconsciously with a few points of charming. I'll do some delicious meals for you at night. Why bother? Meng Yuan said. The two of them say some words without shame, and Dugakong sips tea alone, not envious, but instead shakes his head more than once, muttering something about karma burning in his mouth. After a while of yanking, Nya Yanian finally came. I even sent someone to the royal residence to look for you, Nya Yanian spoke, sizing up Nye Qingqing, then looking at Meng Yuan, saying, I heard you've been nesting at home for the past few days. Have you hatched any eggs yet? Cooked too for Master Nye? Meng Yuan laughed. Nya Yanian nodded at Meng Yuan and sat down, then looked at Dugakong and laughed. Shitsi Qingli, do you eat eggs? Alas, I'm just discussing poetry with Meng Shuangjie. You guys don't have to bring it along. Dugakong was fanning himself hard, and his words were not even pure enough. Master Nye, where are Uncle Zhang and the others? Meng Yuan poured wine for Nya Yanian and asked in a low voice. Can they already be out on business? That's what I'm looking for you about. Nya Yanian drank a cup and asked. Originally, old Zhang arranged a job for you, but it was rejected by old Taoist Ko, saying that he had another use for it. He looked at Meng Yuan and asked in a low voice. You climbed up to that Mingyue girl? To what extent? Before Meng Yuan could reply, that Dugakong made an effort to move forward. Meng Yuan was not too kind, always feeling as if he was eating soft food. She gave me a copy of the heavenly chance diagram, and also opened up the Dantian for me. Nya Yanian barred his lips and didn't say anything. Scourge ah scourge. Dr. Hyper shook his head vigorously. How did you climb up? Nya Yanian asked curiously. Master Nya, I didn't climb over people. Meng Yuan was very innocent. Miss Mingyue gifted me the heavenly chance diagram for the bottom of the river, and opened up the Dantian for me for Xiangling's sake. Right. Nya Yanian couldn't even help but clap his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 146 Departure. Chapter 146 Departure. The wine is over. Avoiding the matter of the bright moon, Meng Yuan changed the topic and asked, Uncle Zhang and the others are out on business? They're all heading to Hulu Mountain. Nya Yanian spoke in a low voice, not avoiding Dugukong. Hulu Mountain is the place where the July 7th Taoist meeting will be held. Hearing this, Meng Yuan knew that he and Mingyue were not alone, and that the Department of Demon Control had already made arrangements. As to whether it's well thought out, that's hard to say. The leader is Li Qianhu? Meng Yuan asked. It's not his turn. Nya Yanian hemmed and hawed. Old Taoist Ku has gotten someone from the capital, and 3 more vultures have come to Lanrua Temple, so Qianhu Li has no power. Nya Yanian nodded the table. This Thai place, Songgafu, has a lot of shallow water and a bunch of over-river dragons. Hot and bustling nah. Dr. Hyper shrunk his neck. How many grades are they all? Meng Yuan asked curiously. The ones coming from above are 5th rank martial artists. From our demon suppression division. Those 3 bald donkeys are 6th rank martial monks leading the way, along with the others. Anyway, for those going this time, the 8th rank can only be outside. The 7th rank can only go deeper. Nya Yanian revealed the news. In that case, why don't you just go in and arrest them? Meng Yuan asked. The main lord didn't show his head. I heard them say that there is more than one rightful master at this gathering of the Rushi Dao. Nya Yanian laughed. Anyway, we have many experts, so it's still a safe bet. It's always good to be careful. Meng Yuan wasn't too assured, as the previous roundup of untying the screen had also been well arranged, and had ended up falling on its face. We're careful to save our lives. This kind of thing should be careful for big people. Nya Yanian laughed. The monstrous momentum, we are indeed powerless to stop it. But under the great momentum, the soul flies to the soup fire and the life is like a chicken. Meng Yuan sighed and said, Xing Guangzi seems to have the idea of slaughtering the city. It involves his path to the great Tao. Or there is still scheming behind it. Makes sense. Dr. Hyper interjected. After this matter of slaughtering the city was reported, the Demon Suppression Division took it very seriously. Nya Yanian glanced at Dugu Kong and whispered, Actually, the matter of slaughtering the city is indeed possible. However, Qingguangzi didn't just pick one place, Songha Prefecture. There are Qingguangzi's people in other places as well. Besides, he pointed to the side of the compass and said, the south is in chaos. The demonic kingdom has entered the country, and the killing is hot. And the people above said that Qingguangzi has shown his phantom over there. A cunning rabbit still has 3 holes. How can a stinky rat not have a few holes in the ground? Qingguangzi is bound to make several alternatives. Maybe it is the root of the demon country, to build a Buddhist country over there. I see. Meng Yuan was a bit more relieved, but still said, the former wolf is pretending to sleep to lure the enemy, so we'd better be more careful. It's not like I'm going along on this trip. Nya Yanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder and said, Are you going with Miss Mingyue? Meng Yuan nodded. Then do a good job. Nya Yanian was very serious. It's not true that third miss is our backer, but if we can get some more nobles to carry us along, that's also a good thing. Elder Taoist Ku is the state master's man, and he all respects Miss Mingyue very much, so it's obvious that people do have weight as well. I understand perfectly. Meng Yuan was the best at socializing with people. No matter if they were colleagues or strangers, they could all mingle. You still don't understand. Nya Yanian sighed and said, Climb more. Since she's taking you. Firstly because you're third Mrs. Person, and secondly because she's fought side by side with her. When the time comes to enter the mountains, you know it, right? Master Nya. I'm already content with girl Jiang and sister Qingqing. Meng Yuan said. Dakokyo took a sip of tea and glanced at Meng Yuan. What are you vain about? Nya Yanian heatedly laughed and said, Judging from my decades of experience, your kid definitely has a crooked mind. Meng Yuan sighed and shook his head. Teacher Nya, Dugu Kong and Meng Yuan are both Poetry Society cadres and confidants. The two already have a tacit understanding, and after hearing Meng Yuan sighs, they came to help the scene. Has that Yang Yoji's father been caught yet? Yang Huai, right? Not yet. Nya Yanian took a sip of wine and said, The minds of the people above aren't on Yang Huai, and the Yang family doesn't see anything unusual. Dugu Kong sniffed without saying a word, and Meng Yuan didn't say anything either. This trip to the Hulu Mountain Taoist meeting, the people of the Demon Suppression Division and the State Master dominated, and they themselves were the people of Missing San, and there were also the people of the Lanrua Temple, so maybe the King of Faith would still want to intervene. So it seems that there are already 5 parties. If the Taoist meeting had been more lively, with some messy Buddhist and demonic paths, it would have been a real mess and chaos. This trip doesn't look easy. Dugu Kong fanned Meng Yuan and whispered, Why don't you stop going? How worried should the president be about you? Just don't tell her. Meng Yuan smiled, patted Dugu Kong on the shoulder, and said, Brother Dugu, there are some things that if you back off once or for all, you won't get another chance. If the geldings don't dare to go under the knife, will others still look for you to do things? Go to the power to go to the power. But you can't go to your own power. Dugu Kong didn't say anything, but Nya Yanian applauded. That's the way an ING should be. Does Master Nya have anything to teach me? Meng Yuan asked. Over the years, I've realized one thing, that you have to follow the right people. Nya Yanian drank another glass. If you follow the right person, you can do the right thing. If the person you follow is a two-faced person, how can that work? If you are a beggar thy neighbor, it won't work either. Must be able to resist things. Can be accomplished. As long as you can follow, you can go more and more smoothly. I see. Meng Yuan poured wine for Nya Yanian and said, I'm following someone like this now, and I'll be someone like this in the future. When Nya Yanian and Dugu Kong heard this, the former hemmed and hawed and nodded, while the latter was dumbfounded. You're already 7th grade. Your abilities aren't any worse than mine, so you should also make a break for it. Nyayanian patted Meng Yuan on the shoulder. If you make a name for yourself, when people talk about you, they'll know you're my student. I'll look good too. I will make Master Nya famous. Meng Yuan laughed. You're so damn good at coaxing people. If I were a pussy, I'd be willing to be with you too. Nyayanian happily got up. I'll sleep at the martial arts center tonight. Sending Nyayanian away. Dogukong was still very unimpressed not to leave. Monastery Master Meng, you have to be more careful. Still exhorting, Dogukong put away his folding fan, slapped his hand, and whispered, there's a red cloak by Mingyu's side that has always stayed out of the shadows. You have to be careful in what you do. Thank you, Master Hakong, for pointing it out. Meng Yuan knew that red cloak. You are young and capable. You need to know that color is emptiness and emptiness is color. Solitary Hyper was still nudging. Master is naturally jinxed. Meng Yuan immediately responded. I am desiring to enter the red dust and visit what is color and what is empty. It's hopeless. Solo Hyper got up and excused himself. Meng Yuan wiped his mouth and returned home with Nyechingching. When separation is imminent, it is natural to eat 2 full meals, and that need not be said. When he rose in the morning, his face was clean and his heart was quiet, and Meng Yuan returned to the royal residence. Leave a letter to Zhang Meidu and Xiangling. Bring all kinds of things. Meng Yuan had wearing a sun hat, leading a small red horse, just waiting for the bright moon. Depart. Akatsuki was dressed in men's clothing, riding a high horse with a sword at her waist. She slightly sized up Meng Yuan and said, Meng Xiaoqi, you and I are considered fellow travelers in this trip. Who taught you that? It sounds like a flavor of the third young lady. Meng Yuan immediately said, since we are colleagues, we should work together. End of chapter. Chapter 147 Participation. Chapter 147 Participation. All the way out of the city, across the river, around the Wangjiang cliffs, and on south. It was July and the heat was on. Mingyue wore a bucket hat on her head and urged her horse to move fast. The horse underneath her sweating and panting. She didn't pity horsepower, just as she didn't pity Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan could only follow closely, and although his heart ached for the little red horse, he had no time to pity it. After striking up a conversation twice and Mingyue not paying much attention, Meng Yuan stopped asking. After a break, it was past noon before we saw the town of Seven Waters. Mingyue led her horse into the town and came outside a courtyard next to the medicine collection. A middle-aged man in a Confucian shirt welcomed him out, politely saluted, and let the servant take the reins. Labor to get some essence to feed. Meng Yuan felt out the broken silver and instructed the servant. There were several donkey carts in the courtyard with goods piled on top. Meng Yuan could see clearly that this middle-aged man should also be one of his own. Borrowing the identity of a medicine merchant to station here, following that middle-aged man to the room. After the other party invited Mingyue to sit down, Meng Yuan followed suit. The middle-aged man glanced at Meng Yuan and didn't say anything, only arching his hand. He said, Miss Mingyue, Taoist Master Ku repeatedly instructed that please you don't have to enter the mountain yourself. He was very sincere, and said, our people go more. This matter will be accomplished. The girl does not need to step into danger. My mind is made up. Akatsuki spoke in a clear voice. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed and stopped persuading, only saying, today is the 3rd day of the 7th month. The Taoist meeting still has a few more days to open, so why not wait for 2 days before going? In the mountains, there is no one to serve, and the meals are inconvenient, so there is no reason to go in and suffer. Don't worry, I brought servants, Akatsuki said. The middle-aged man looked toward Meng Yuan. So I'm a servant? So I shouldn't be sitting? Meng Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Mingyu who was sitting at the top of his head, then stood up and pressed his sword to stand behind Mingyu. Walking the martial arts path? Have you entered the 7th grade yet? The middle-aged man asked. By a fluke, I have already entered the 7th grade, Meng Yuan said. A native of Songhua province, right? I haven't seen you in the capital, the middle-aged man said. From the capital? I am a small flag of the 100 house, and I have been blessed by Miss Mingyue's support to be where I am today. Meng Yuan would never lose face with Mingyu. Akatsuki frowned slightly. A small flag officer of the 7th rank? The Songhua Prefectural Guard is crazy? The middle-aged man sized up Meng Yuan for a moment, then realized. You're one of Zhang Guangyan's men, aren't you? That Meng Yuan Meng little flag? Exactly. Meng Yuan arched his hand and saluted. My name is Xiang Qingshan. The middle-aged man returned the salute and asked, what heavenly chance avatar has Meng Xiaoqi cultivated? Blooming spring thunder and floating light cave. Meng Yuan returned. It's all learned by people who are new to the 7th grade, so it's not that bad. Xiang Qingshan nodded slightly and said, do you know how to do it? Swear to defend Miss Mingyue to the death. Meng Yuan said. Very spirited. There was a smile on Xiang Qingshan's face as he said, do your work well, and after it's accomplished, you'll be guaranteed a promotion. Jin Demon Division's Heavenly Chance Avatar can also be passed on to you again. Many thanks to Mr. Xiang. Meng Yuan thanked. Nodding slightly to Qingshan, he looked at Mingyue again and said, the girl might as well rest for the night and set out again in the morning. I have ordered someone to prepare a clean courtyard. If you leave tomorrow morning, you will be able to arrive in less than evening, and you will be spared the hard work of traveling at night. No need. Leave now. Mingyue's voice was clear and cold. Xiang Qingshan sighed and stopped advising. Seeing that Mingyue was heading out this way, Meng Yuan hurriedly followed. Xiang Qingshan also hurriedly followed, pulling Meng Yuan, who was also trying to talk to Xiang Qingshan so that he could know more news. The two men followed behind Akatsuki, muttering in whispers. Mr. Xiang, how many people are there in our line? If it's not convenient to say, pretend I didn't ask. Meng Yuan said. Then there's nothing inconvenient to say. Xiang Qingshan's footsteps did not stop as he said. This time, it's the Demon Suppression Division's commanding envoy, Xiao Tao Tao, who's in charge of this matter, and he's also in the mountains. There are also 3 6th grade martial artists, and 11 7th grade ones. They are in different positions. Some will go to the Taoist meeting, and some will be outside to receive them. Meng Yuan wrote it down and asked the man in detail about the names and surnames of the 6th and 7th ranked martial artists. After speaking in detail to Qingshan, he seriously said, you don't need to worry about the matter of capturing the demon and Buddha. You only need to remember that you have only one task, which is to follow Miss Mingyue. I know. Meng Yuan didn't ask about Mingyu's identity, and the other party didn't mention it either. What pills did you bring on this trip? Xiang Qingshan asked again. Looking at the bright moon in front of him, Meng Yuan whispered. There are just 2 bottles of life-restoring pills in his hand. Meng Yuan is poor, and this is still borrowed from Huang Yusheng and Xiao Bubukum. Returning life pill is a wonderful medicine for healing wounds. It's enough for you. Xiang Qingshan smiled reassuringly and added, Miss Mingyue has a cool temperament and doesn't like to talk, so you should be more attentive to the chores on the road. Sir, it's fine for you to ask me to chop people with a knife, but I'm really not very good at serving people. Actually, Meng Yuan would. And Nye Qingqing was served. Xiang Qingshan touched 2 green-colored porcelain bottles from his sleeves. This green bottle is the Yuan Return Dan. You don't have much energy in you. After the floating light cave sky is used, then take this Dan, and in 3 or 4 hours you will be able to have the jade liquid full again. All for you. Actually, I'm from a servant's background, and serving people is still fine. Meng Yuan took the porcelain vase and said, nowadays, even though I've been fighting all the time, I haven't forgotten my original craft. This is fine. Xiang Qingshan fished out another small black bottle and whispered, this is reserved for Miss Mingyue. If she gets seriously injured, give it to her to use, but it shouldn't be needed for this trip. Meng Yuan immediately put it away. I will definitely serve Miss Mingyue well. Walking ahead, Akatsuki didn't hitch a ride, didn't even pause in her steps, only gripping her sword a few points tighter. But Xiang Qingshan was satisfied, took Meng Yuan by the shoulders, and said, I know that Qian Tuli is suppressing your guards, and you're following the unpopularity, but don't be anxious, this is nothing. Many thanks to Mr. Xiang for mentioning it. Meng Yuan didn't care about the official position at all, and asked, does Mr. know who came from Lanrua Temple? The one who came from Lanrua Temple is Zen Master Wu Yuan, a 6th grade martial monk. He also brought 2 younger ones, Xian Pei and Xian Jing, the former practicing Buddhism and the latter a martial arts monk. Xiang Qingshan knew everything. 3 more came from Lanrua Temple, so with Xianzhen, that totaled to 4 vultures. Can there be anyone else? Meng Yuan just wanted to know more. It's impossible to say. The invitations are scattered widely, so I don't know who might be there. Xiang Qingshan was very steady and urged, perhaps people from the Western Buddhist kingdom will also be there, so be careful and mindful. Meng Yuan nodded. After pulling for a while, seeing that he was out of the 7 Waters town, only then did Xiang Qingshan stop his footsteps. Continuing south, after a few more small villages, we entered the boundaries of the Fushan Mountains. The sky is still, but the mountains are hardly cool. From time to time, you can come across medicine pickers and even see some doing business with elves and monsters. Both of them avoided it, only going all the way to the southwest. Meng Yuan was a 7th grade martial artist, and Mingyu had already entered the 6th grade. And although the mountains were difficult to navigate, it wasn't a big deal for the two of them. After going a dozen miles deeper and over half a dozen more hills, it was getting late. 2 more mountains to go over, about 10 or so miles, and we'll be at the border of the Hulu Mountain. Let's take a rest first and set out in the morning? Meng Yuan saw a small stream in front of him, so he opened his mouth to propose. Good thing too, Akatsuki answered. Meng Yuan put his bucket hat behind his back and leaned down to fish for a handful of water from the mountain stream to wash his face. The mountain stream is cool and refreshing. Mingyue did not sweat, but when she saw Meng Yuan washing comfortably, she was moved, so she washed her face upstream of Meng Yuan's and gently dried it. She was born white, but also good-looking, although the temperament of the cold, but also fit the feeling of loneliness in the mountains. The two were so bold in their art that they didn't make a fire, but just sat down on the green stones by the stream. Miss Mingyue, I'll keep watch, you rest well, Meng Yuan said. Mingyue did not utter a word in return, seemingly preoccupied. It was the beginning of July and there was a curved moon in the sky. The forests and trees in the mountains are dense, and the insects and birds are singing, making it even more lonely. Miss Mingyue, what are our arrangements for tomorrow? Meng Yuan had no words to say. Mingyue looked at the creek running and said, see what happens. Seeing that the person's tone was cold, Meng Yuan was also too lazy to put a hot face on a cold ass. After a long time, Meng Yuan then said, Miss Mingyue, you can rest in peace, I'll keep watch. Couldn't sleep. Akatsuki shook her head slightly. The long night is long, and I have no desire to sleep. Meng Yuan laughed. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep, so it turns out that you can't sleep either. Miss Mingyue. Mingyue slightly sidestepped her head and looked towards the water stream reflecting the remnant moon. Under the moon between the mountains, there are only you and I in this room. There is also no need to use the word also. The night breeze is cool. The stars and the moon are intertwined, and at this moment you and I are both idlers. Meng Yuan smiled and said, where there is no moon, and where the moon does not shine, there is only no one like the two of us. Mingyue sat on the green stone. Her long sword was placed across her knees. One hand supported her chin. The other hand held a short wooden stick and gesticulated wildly. She glanced at Meng Yuan. The corner of her mouth seemed to have a smile. When dawn came, the two of them washed their faces in the stream, ate something briefly, and then went forward again. In just half an hour, they reached the border of Huluden Mountain. This gourd mountain shaped like a gourd, but is not a small mountain pressure on the mountain, but look down on the shape, is a lying gourd, the upper belly in the north, the lower belly in the south. The two walked not much time, then saw the mountain has a small road. Must be the coming and going Jingwei trampled out. Sure enough, not much farther, I saw a small demon show its head, a gray rabbit and a gray donkey. These two little elves were pointing and whispering to Meng Yuan and Mingyue. Not only were they not afraid, they seemed to be judging. Of all the people who have come here in the past few days, I think these two are the most handsome. A rabbit spirit stood on the back of a gray donkey. I wonder if they're married yet. Are your red eyes blind? The thinner one is a woman. She's wearing men's clothes. An old donkey spoke up. You two are courteous. Meng Yuan simply stopped and arched his hand toward the rabbit and donkey. Is the Tao Society ahead? Not telling you. The gray rabbit's mouth grinned, revealing large teeth, and said expectantly, unless you sleep with your slave for one night. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword, and the donkey hurriedly said, forward it is. The two continued on, traveling half a mile, when suddenly two rats jumped out from behind a boulder. These two rats are clearly in the grade, about half a man tall, a black skin and a red skin, each holding a long gun. I am the little inspector of Hulu Mountain. The Eternal Life Taoist Association welcomes and knows the guests. The black-skinned mouse spirit grinned broadly. Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going? You're not as big as Xiangling's official. She's the Grand Inspector of the Old Turtle Pit in Big Head Mountain. Meng Yuan didn't reply, but only took out the rosary and waved it in front of the two rats. End of chapter. Chapter 148, The Uncovered Assembly. Chapter 148, The Uncovered Assembly. Both rats were wearing rough coats and hats on their heads. When they saw the rosary, the two rats looked at each other, but they didn't even let anyone through. We're here for the Eternal Life Taoist Society. All the people here are rich. You can't become an immortal without money. You two report your names first, Black Mouse said. Right, give your name. The red rat was obviously a noob and would just yell alone. Rich man? Have eyes but fail to recognize gold and jade. The two of us are immortals. Meng Yuan smiled disdainfully and said, I am the Fei Yuan true lord of the Wuji Mountain Wuji Cave. This is the Wanshou Emperor, the supreme elder of Wuji Mountain Wuji Cave. Meng Yuan laughed more than coldly, knocked the black rat's head with the hilt of his sword, and said, if you offend Master Dao me, Master Dao Charity, at most, will reward you with 2 mouths. He pointed to the specified moon, and then said, but if you offend the 10,000 longevity emperor, her old man is angry, will certainly throw you two into the Dan furnace, refining for 77 and 49 days, open the furnace and turn it over, and then refining for another 99 and 81 days, so that the two of you become a Dan pill, and you will only know how powerful it is. The two rats looked at each other and couldn't help but look at Mingyue. Mingyu Ben stood holding her sword. She glanced at Meng Yuan. Her face was slightly helpless, seemingly saying, really can't do anything about you. And then he saw her with both hands crossed, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes getting colder and colder, and she looked like she wasn't very good at talking. The two mice originally wanted to have a personal affair, but looking at Mingyue really can't be messed with, as if she really wants to open the furnace to make pills at any time. She didn't dare to say anything else. Please please please, inside please. It's just up Gourd Mountain. The two rats hurriedly gave way. Only after Meng Yuan and Mingyue walked away did the black rat stomp its feet in anger. What's wrong, Boss Shu? Red Rat asked. That what Fei Yuan Jinjun treats our brother and sister as bumpkins. The black mouse was very angry. Why don't you say funny mountain and funny cave? Instead of funny mountain and funny cave? Do you think we really haven't seen anything? If I didn't know where his house was, I would have stolen all the lamp oil from his house. Let's ask around about his origins later. We can always find out. Red Mouse was also anxious. How dare you lie to my master Bei? I really thought he was an immortal. Why don't we take advantage of the Taoist meeting to steal all the lamp oil from his house? And all the silver from his rice bowl? Steal them all. Forget it, Bei Lao Air. The black rat even persuaded a sentence. But still despised. I see that Fei Yuan True Monarch does not look like rich. Maybe his family cannot even afford to buy lamp oil. That what Fei Yuan True Monarch's name is also nonsense. You even lied about your name? Red Mouse was anxious again. Boss Shu, should we send a letter? Let the king take them. How much do you make a month? Why are you taking such a risk? Boss Shu was very assertive and whispered. We're just here to earn our own money and see what's going on. But after the meeting, if the Rat King is gone, no one will care about us. Then what if true Lord Fei Yuan makes a scene at the Taoist meeting? Red-skinned Mouse asked. It's none of our business. Boss Shu was very insightful. Whoever is the king is the king. It's just a matter of changing the king. When the time comes, we'll still be the little inspectors. We'll still have to do business with the people down the mountain and sell herbs. That's the rationale. The red-skinned mouse was easily convinced. Too bad it's going to be out of personnel. As the two rats were pulling their weight, Meng Yuan and Mingyue had already moved forward another half a mile. When he came to the location of the gourd mouth of Gourd Mountain, he saw another elf blocking the way. Muddle through, into the upper belly position of the Gourd Mountain, and then continue forward. Past the Gourd Waist, is the lower belly position. Climbing up the hill below the lower belly of Hulu Mountain, I saw open flatland, surrounded by forest trees and simple stone and wooden houses. At this moment, the mountaintop was bustling with activity. There were flying in the sky, walking on the ground, and all kinds of elves and monsters. Even some of the demons have entered the character. There are those who are clad in robes, those who have Taoist robes, and those who wear Confucian crowns, which is messy and chaotic. Besides the demons, there were people, mostly sparsely standing in pairs of two, but there were several that came together. Meng Yuan and Mingyu wore bucket hats on their heads, and no one was willing to look at the two of them. Those who attended the meeting only guarded the top of the mountain, looking at a high platform in front of the cliff. Grandmaster Kurenai is here. Someone shouted loudly, excited. For a while, the mountaintop was in an uproar, and all of them moved forward and stretched their necks to look at the high platform. Meng Yuan and Mingyue stood together and did not go forward, only going far away to watch. Soon, an old monk in tattered robes was seen ascending the high platform, sitting down on his knees and mouthing the Buddha's name. The top of the mountain was immediately silent, and all of them came to listen to the Buddha's speech by the Kurenai Daishonin. Meng Yuan and Mingyu looked at each other. It's not even July 7th yet. This demon also knows to invite people to warm up the scene. The beastly nature is hard to eliminate, and humanity does not exist. Kurenai Daisher spoke in a compassionate voice inside. I have been here for 3 days and have seen all sorts of things. Today's talk is about abstaining from color and abstinence. Amit Ba Buddha. Kurenai Daisher's eyes closed slightly. The verse says, greed, anger, and obsession are all suffering, and the desire for sex is difficult to follow. If the mind is clear and unobstructed, let go of the dust and be free. The 3,000 splendors are all dreams. One thought of compassion turns into a clear breeze. This old monk instantly ripped it up, and everyone in attendance was enraptured. Meng Yuan pressed the sword in his hand, holding the hilt as he catalyzed the heavenly chance avatar Burning Heart. For a moment, it seemed as if, with the Kurenai Daisher preaching Buddhism, there was a fire in Meng Yuan's heart to burn away much of the dust of floating light. The body is still and the mind is still, and Meng Yuan is not stifled, but he feels that more and more floating dust is enveloping his heart. Meng Yuan grabbed a strand. Meng Shuangjie, since you are my escort, do you only know how to protect my safety? Although I am a woman, I am no different from a widow. Late at night often wake up from the loneliness. Taoism thousands of difficult to solve my heart loneliness. Yuan come for me to get rid of loneliness. Grabbing another strand, I got into you. This time it's your turn. There was an exhaled voice. Mang Lang, why are you so hungry? No, no, no. Mang Yuan fiercely urged to burn his heart, burning away all the floating dust. I am lustful but not lustful. It has always been only when two lovers are in love with each other. Even if I have a heart, I also take it straight from the center, not secretly doing these boring thoughts. Seed thoughts again? They've come to play these boring tricks again in a vain attempt to nudge me. Mang Yuan looked toward Mingyu and smiled. Is the girl alright? The other party's Dao is no worse than unwrapping the screen. You lost your concentration for a moment. Mingyu glanced at Mang Yuan and said, the only thing I love in my heart is the sword. How can a man's love for a woman move my mortal heart? Mang Xiaoqi, your qualifications aren't bad, and you have your own future in the future. So you can be greedy. Last time, I don't know who was so confused by the idea of the 7 sufferings of life that they had to fight to the death. I know. Mang Yuan immediately responded. This what Karinai Deshur is a human, not a demon. Naturally not Qing Guangxi's brother, is why the two are just waiting quietly. After an hour, Karinai Deshur finished talking about Buddha. The mountain audience is still intoxicated, as if still immersed in the Buddha's kingdom of bliss. And after a long time, all talents are considered to wake up, each face sadness. I seem to have seen through a lot of less dust. At this moment, a black bear demon, clad in a tattered robe, came forward and threw himself on the ground. Deshur is truly Buddha. Amitabha Buddha. There's no need to be polite, fellow Taoist. Grand Master Karinai smiled faintly. Dare I ask where the Grand Master came from? The black bear demon asked as he climbed to his feet. That Karinai Deshur smiled compassionately, mouthed the Buddha's name, and said, the poor monk has come from the Western Buddha kingdom to preach and teach in the Eastern land. The ones who came to participate in the Taoist meeting had all received invitations and were somewhat knowledgeable, regardless of whether they were human or demon. They marveled. This place is in the southwest of the kingdom of Qing, and the kingdom of Qing was originally devalued by the Buddha, and people from the Western Buddhist countries have always been less likely to walk in the kingdom of Qing. Now that people have come running and declared their identities, it is evident that they have the audacity to do so. Western Buddha kingdom? The black bear spirit stared wide-eyed, with infinite yearning in his eyes, and kneeled down to ask, dare I ask the great master, which Buddha is the highest-ranking Buddha in the Buddha kingdom? Western self-realization Buddha, the second rank of the Buddhist sect. Grand Master Karinai said, second grade? How high should that be? Black bear froze. The Buddhist pathway has been divided since the 4th level, and herein lies the root of the dispute between gradualism and denseness. At the 2nd level of the Buddha's path, one has already attained the Bodhisattva's fruition. Words follow the Dharma. The golden body is perfected, and the mind does not die or perish. Venerable Karinai still smiled as before. Is it true that in the Western Buddha land, everyone turns to Buddha? Everyone is a Buddha? Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Amitabha Buddha. My Western Buddha land is a land of ultimate bliss where everyone becomes a Buddha. Grand Master Karinai said, Taishur, how can everyone become a Buddha? Black Bear moved forward and looked up at the high platform. The crowd of participants also all moved forward. Those who become Buddhas first nudge those who become Buddhas later, and in the end, they will all ascend to ultimate bliss, and everyone will be a Buddha. Grand Master Karinai said, that's not true. Suddenly a voice came out of the mountains, indistinctly coming from nowhere. End of chapter. Chapter 149, discussing Huludin Mountain. Chapter 149, discussing Huludin Mountain. The Wujiawi is an expression that came from the Western Buddhist countries. It is a great fasting meeting to make good connections, regardless of the nobility, monks and laymen, regardless of the wisdom, the stupidity, the goodness and the badness. All of them are treated equally. With this citation, today's opening of the sermon by Karinai Deshur can also be said to be a no-obfuscation meeting. As for the Wushu assembly, the focus is on preaching the teachings and spreading the Dharma, and the speaker naturally needs to accept the questions and challenges from the crowd, which are quoting the scriptures and debating the avenues. At this moment, another high person came and pointed out the fallacy of Karinai Deshur's words, so it can be seen that he came to smash the scene. For a moment, the audience on the mountaintop looked around and whispered, coming to look for the person who opened his mouth. With much anticipation, Meng Yuan and Mingyue turned back to the way they came, only to see from the mountain trail came a pair of young men and women wearing Taoist robes, both wearing flower crowns on their heads and holding whisks in their hands. The young men and women ascended to the top of the hill, and then stood on either side. Following that, they saw a person walk up. This person is in his 50s, black beard and black hair, pine hairpin, emaciated and elegant, wide-sleeved Taoist robes embroidered with auspicious clouds. His left hand embraces the duster, his right hand rests on jade rui. Footsteps in 4 directions, not half a bit of dust. really have the image of the immortal. This person slightly looked around at the people in front of him before nodding his head slightly in greeting. The poor Taoist has bowed his head. The people at the top of the mountain returned the salute, some arching their hands, some kowtowing. So its fellow Taoist wonderful son, Grandmaster Kurenai was on top of the high platform and immediately stood up. Fellow Taoist Kurenai's strange talk is really a disgrace. That marvelous son smiled faintly and continued to step forward. Meng Yuan and Ming Yu hurriedly separated when they were blocking people's path. You two are handsome. Wonderful son stopped and slightly sized up the two of them before asking, would you like to be a child under my seat? I'm here to see Ayoko, not to get a job. A tainted person wouldn't dare to be honored by immortal master. Meng Yuan refused. You are indeed filthy, losing your body at such a young age. You are not useful, wonderful son said. Meng Yuan didn't know how to argue for a moment. Immortal master, I can be a child. A white rat demon stepped forward, his large slate teeth grinning respectfully. Scram! Qi Miaozi changed color and said, a child under the Taoist master's seat can only be a handsome person. Look at your crooked face. How can you be so ugly and still want to become an immortal? The white rat demon was scolded and covered her face as she cried. Qi Miaozi flicked his sleeve and retreated from the white rat demon, and then took a step forward, and the people along the way didn't dare to come and block it. When he came to the bottom of the high platform, the marvelous son waved his duster, and his body moved, actually floating up, and then landed on top of the high platform. There is a constant in the behavior of heaven. The way of heaven is to make up for deficiency by loss. The way of man is to make up for deficiency by loss. Qi Miaozi sat down on his knees and said, fellow Taoist Kurenai's words are fallacious. The world of yin and yang order. If everyone became a monk and nun, cut off love, is not no one later? Therefore, if everyone becomes a Buddha, then it is everyone who does not become a Buddha. All beings suffer. Cultivate the mind and become enlightened. Only then can you be liberated from the world. Venerable Kurenai argued, is not the birth of children and worldly love also troublesome? If they can be cut off, everyone will transcend the cycle of rebirth and ascend to ultimate bliss. We, the children of the Sakyamuni sect, are to fulfill sentient beings with compassion, to realize cause and effect, and to break away from troubles. Seeing that a monk and a monk argued up, all the audience also came to vigor. All gathered to that high platform. Meng Yuan was also interested in, but after listening to a while, found that this monk Taoist only pull empty words, big words. You say that the natural, he said that the mercy of the release, are all in the air, not as interesting as yourself and the empty fight. Miss Mingyue, what are their roots and origins? Meng Yuan asked. I don't know. Akatsuki returned faintly. About what realm? Meng Yuan was a martial artist who was not refined in his studies and only fought. Both are 6th grade. Akatsuki said. That's not so bad. Meng Yuan has gone up against 6th rank monks, but he hasn't done it with 6th rank Taoist priests yet. But nowadays it's a good idea to know roughly what these Taoist priests are capable of. Taoism has a long tradition, different schools, and a large number of people. And now there are 3 major Taoist sects in Qingdao, and countless other small sects. And even as long as there are mountains, there are Taoist priests. However, most Taoist priests refer to Taoist classics to nourish their bodies and minds, and do not step into cultivation. It is not easy to cultivate the Taoist pathway, such as the lower 3 levels of the martial pathway is to open the secret Kara, the Buddhist sect is to plant and cultivate the Buddha's heart to gain the Dharma, Confucianism needs to cultivate the spirit of Hao-Yan to be able to cultivate the body, Taoism is to build the foundation of the Tao. The 9th product is the method of sensing Qi and eating Qi, which is the natural principle of all laws. And if you get the natural Qi of heaven and earth, and then lead the Qi into your body, you will be considered to have entered the cultivation. When a mouthful of true Qi is sufficient, one comes to the realm of the 8th grade of cultivation of all life. Filling oneself with the Qi of heaven and earth is generally done by sitting in meditation, exhaling and guiding, and studying Taoist classics to adjust the body and mind, and then to cultivate the essence and nourish the nature. When you nourish your nature, you also need to temper your body. Each family practiced slightly different methods of strengthening the body. After entering the 8th level, it is sufficient to practice some simple Dharma. The Taoist pathway also has 3 stages of ascension. If you cultivate both your life and accomplish something, you will be able to forge the foundation of the Tao, which is the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm. At this point, one was already able to study most of the art techniques and aptitudes and have them at one's fingertips. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, the next 3 grades are actually not too much difference. But if we talk about the means of fighting more, the strange, is the Taoist first, the Buddha in the middle, Confucianism after the hare. The next 3 products have been realized, and after the Taoist pathway comes to the 6th product. It is to prepare for the conjugation of the 5th product, which is the Shuyi realm. The body is the oven and the heart is the dan. Comply with the principles of nature. Keep the heart quiet and united, and abandon distracting thoughts and disturbances. A 6th grade Taoist can use all sorts of methods and all sorts of artifacts, and can already call himself a Taoist master. However, the differences in Taoism also become here. Just as the Buddhist sect has the dispute of gradual and gradual, the Taoist sect also has the internal and external elixir of the Dan. The gradual Tonk dispute only became apparent at the 4th level of the Buddhist pathway, while the Taoist sect began to make noise at the 5th level. Of course, whether it is the gradual and continuous debate, or the internal and external Dan theory. In fact, from the low grade when there were already differences, it is gradually to the middle grade realm when it becomes apparent. This is in fact very normal. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own doctrines and advocates. Cultivation method will naturally have differences. Because of this, the Rusher Tao practice of the 3 schools of thought also have the strengths and weaknesses. Some are good at attacking and attacking. Some main defense. Some specialize in confusing the mind to determine the method. Of course, there are amazing people who are good at everything, and there are people who are not good at anything. The elevation of the realm is like climbing 1 floor higher, but how high you can jump on the floor still depends on your personal karma. At this moment, that Kurenai Daisher and wonderful son were discerning louder and louder, and Meng Yuan, fearing that he would be caught up in noiselessness, had been urging the burning heart avatar, stroking his chin, and quietly waiting for them to fight. Miss Mingyue, do you think we should participate if they fight? Meng Yuan asked. It's not like they're your peers, Akatsuki said. Normally, you look so cool and unassuming, but your words are so hurtful. Meng Yuan didn't say anything either, but just stood closer to Mingyue's side again. End of chapter. Chapter 150 Invitations. Chapter 150 Invitations. After waiting for a while again, Meng Yuan saw this monk and his fire getting bigger and bigger, and was full of joy waiting for a fight, when he heard a light whistle again. With rights as the program and benevolence as the foundation, only then will the world return. Only a green-shirt old scholar stepped onto the mountain, then took a step of 10 feet and stepped onto the high platform. The old Confucian made a 4-way bow and said, he General Ji. All fellow travelers are courteous. A group of participants in the audience to see another person. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism is considered to be a set of all. They hurriedly returned the salute. Meng Yuan looked at Mingyu, signaling that he could know this person's followers, but Mingyu didn't even bother shaking her head and only moved her eyebrows, signaling that she didn't know. That will be the face of the upright, gentle and elegant, said the voice is small, but the mountaintop with the people can hear, and also unconsciously will have a sense of conviction. But Meng Yuan listened for a long time, only to feel that this he will be just so, or the set of big words and empty words. I thought it was some kind of great scholar, but it turned out to be a sour and corrupt scholar. Meng Yuan whispered, you've also seen a great Confucian scholar? Mingyu glanced at Meng Yuan, and saw that this person was very humble, saying that he had not seen any great Confucian scholar, but only great Confucian. But if he was asked where he had seen it, he was too embarrassed to say. After a long while, the voices of the Rusher Taoists on the platform were getting louder and louder, and they were on the verge of fighting. Meng Yuan and Mingyu were both looking forward to it when they saw a young man walk over, shortly after ascending to the top of the mountain. Although Meng Yuan didn't wander around, the participants at the top of the mountain also had a good view of them. Half of this room is a demon, half is a person. The two together have more than 300, and each divided into Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and martial arts. Most of them are not into the Tao of monsters. This youth wore a Confucian shirt, a sword on his waist, and his appearance was not bad. At the age of 25 or 26, he stepped forward and bowed his hand. Meng Yuan was an honest man and immediately returned the salute. Mingyue, however, closed her eyes and pretended not to see. Dare I ask what your name is? Meng Yuan also wanted to find someone to talk to. My name is Li Jinshan. The man signed his name but went to look at Mingyue, saluted again and said, the girl is new here. Do you need a little introduction from me? Something to find Meng Fei Yuan. Mingyue said. Meng Fei Yuan? That Li Jinshan sniffed, then looked at Meng Yuan again and smiled. You're Meng Yuan, aren't you? Long time no see. He even clasped his fists, and looked Meng Yuan up and down again, as if he was quite meaningful. Meng Yuan recalled Huang Yusheng said before his death that Li Qinhu had a nephew who had been taught by a monk at Lanrua Temple, but exactly how? Meng Yuan is not very clear, because he was too lazy to listen to Huang Yusheng nagging. At this moment, this person knows his name. That should be the root of the Demon Suppression Division. Of course, Meng Yuan didn't bother to listen to this person talk much at this moment, and to confirm, he opened his mouth and asked, what kind of person is Li Jinyun to you? It's uncle family, Li Jinshan faintly said. So you came to me to show off? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. I'm just here to remind you that since you're accompanying Miss Mingyue around, you must never make a mistake. In this Dao meeting, you have repeatedly frowned, clearly disturbed by distracting thoughts. Li Jinshan was serious. Can you be a guard like this? Everyone knows that Mingyue's status is valuable, and everyone is trying to curry favor intentionally or unintentionally. But you don't have to step on me, do you? Didn't you study Buddhism? Why are you acting like this? The more people Meng Yuan met, the more he felt that Zhao Kong was a true master and a true Buddha. Three great people discussing the Tao, each with a brilliant tongue, is an event not seen in 100 years. But you are here to clamor, and is annoying. Meng Yuan sighed and looked towards Li Jinshan while drawing his sword. You dare to? Li Jinshan did not expect Meng Yuan to dare to flip his face in such a place. He froze. Immediately the jade liquid was running. At the same time, fixed this person's chi. But the two are really too close to each other. Then see the other knife has chopped. At the moment on the stage 3 Confucian, sure Dao masters debate endlessly, but the audience under the stage is more and more impatient. Everyone to Holudio Mountain is to see the hilarity. Long knowledge. Listen to people talk about the practice of Confucianism and Buddhism can be. Or to see Confucianism and Buddhism dry fight is also okay. But no one wants to listen to some empty words. For a moment, among the attendees, the timid ones sought a place to sleep, while the wild ones whispered and shouted for a fight. Seeing the knife approaching, Li Jinshan hastily avoided the blade, and in a trance he received a slap on his face. Is that all you've got? Meng Yuan put away his sword and laughed. I wonder if this slap is in line with the sect of Release's epiphany of the headbutt. The left side of Li Jinshan's face was red, and he stared at Meng Yuan with his eyes wide open. He understands very well, if the two people really fight, will certainly use their own magic, to make a noise, cannot be good. I happen to have learned Blooming Spring Thunder, would you like to give it a try? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. If the Blooming Spring Thunder comes out, everyone will know that the Demon Suppression Division is coming. Then the big guys don't have to do it. Li Jinshan gritted his teeth. He saw that Mingyue had already walked to the distance and was looking at the distant scenery, as if he did not care about this place. Give my regards to your aunt. Meng Yuan smiled. I'll see how many days you can laugh. Li Jinshan really didn't dare to pester him, and looked hard at Meng Yuan before taking a step away. Meng Yuan did not care about Li Jinshan, and looked at the high platform, seeing that the three great people of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism were only moving their mouths, but not their hands, so they felt that it was not interesting. Coming to Mengyu, Meng Yuan sighed. How can you do great things with this group of bugbears? Do you think so, Miss Mingyue? Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan and didn't say anything. Meng Yuan was out of temper. There is nothing much to do in a day. Mingyue slipped around. There seems to be a smile on the face, and I do not know what bad is stored. By the next day, a burly white bear demon approached. Are you Meng Fei Yuan? Who revealed my name? Meng Yuan frowned. Meng Fei Yuan, can you do me a favor? The white bear demon asked. What is it? Meng Yuan asked. My husband lusts in all directions and hooks many outside. That white bear cried as he spoke. I heard that you are a guild maker and can fight. Can you do me a favor? Capture my husband and remove the potential for him. Meng Yuan stared wide-eyed and said, Depot, you have a child? There. The white bear turned around, revealing the bamboo basket on his back and showing the heads of 3 little black bears. Meng Yuan wasn't too keen on taking on this personal job, willing to pay for it with great medicine. The white bear demon's tone was sincere, saying, my husband and I have a clan, also all white bears. His name is Bai Fu Zi. Read a few stinky books, didn't learn the good ones, learned to hook people alone. Wait. Meng Yuan raised his hand to stop, saying, your husband is a white bear, and you are also a white bear. How come your child is a bit dark? Not at all like you couple? That white bear demon froze and said, maybe my husband has eaten too much soy sauce. I have long told him to eat less of the human race, but he non-listened. I can't take this job. Ma'am, go find someone else. Meng Yuan realized that the white bear demon's words were untrue, so it was better not to get involved. 2 more days passed, and from time to time, demons came to ask either for the price of depopulation or to ask Meng Yuan to be an assassin. There were even a few who loved the prosperity of the earth and wanted to have a spring fling with Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan is a righteous gentleman and refused all of them, but he also inquired about a lot of news. But there was nothing serious. Once the 2 days are over, it will be July 7th. Foggy mountains. Huluden Mountain was not low. The clouds are difficult to hold for a long time, but this morning when the sky is cloudy down, not long to pattering rain, and then the more and more big. It's true that there is a lot of rain in the mountains, but there's something not quite right about this rain today. Mingyue kept looking at the sky. Meng Yuan had been holding the umbrella for Mingyu and asked curiously, What's the difference? This rain only falls around the lower belly of Hulu Mountain, but it doesn't go towards the valley, so it can be seen that something is not right. Manhwa carefully urged. The Taoist sect has the art of seeking rain, and the Buddhist sect has the magic method of sweet rain. We need to be careful. Just as she finished speaking, she saw 3 gray wolves running up from the bottom of the hill. The great king has ordered. The July 7th Taoist meeting opens. The gray wolf at the head was over a man tall, carrying a long-handled sword on his shoulder, shouting loudly and excitedly. End of chapter. Chapter 151, The 7 Sufferings of Life. Chapter 151, The 7 Sufferings of Life. The rain is in full swing and there is no thunder. Dark clouds covered most of the Huludin mountain territory, and it was morning, but it was dim as if it were evening. When the wolf demon announced the opening of the Taoist meeting, all the people at the top of the mountain finally came to the energy, and they all cocked their heads to look at it. In the past few days, Korinai Daishur, wonderful son, and he will be the daily discussion of the Tao. At first you can still listen to afresh, but the further back the more boring. Fight and not fight. The people have long been annoyed very much. Secretly said that these 3 people were Meng Feiyu and Gelded. Those 3 wolf demons went up the mountain, and after they separated, they saw another flower-furred rat slowly climb to the top of the mountain. I saw that the flower hair rat demon is short and fat, about 5 or 6 feet tall, wearing a velvet dress, and his hand is also leaning on a 10-foot-high tin staff. That tin staff, 4 strands of 12 rings, together with the Buddhist 4 truths and 12 karma, is an important occasion, will only be used. Visible flower hairy mouse on this Taoist meeting is very important. You're the Mouse King? Kiwako asked, coming from a distance. I dare not. The flower-furred mouse was very humble. The people had been coming to Huludin Mountain for several days, and only today were they considered to have met the main man. At this time the rain has not disappeared. Meng Yuan held an umbrella and stood side by side with the bright moon. The two looked at each other and did not speak. The people at the top of the mountain were also silent, only staring at the flower-furred mouse to see. Dare I ask the fellow Taoist's legal name? Grandmaster Korinai stepped forward. Junior monk Pure Harvest. Senior brother is courteous. The flower mousetrap placed his tin staff horizontally and held it up with both arms as he folded his arms in salute. You're the one who sent the invitation. General Ji didn't have the amiable look of a Confucian scholar, only frowning as he sized up the flower-furred rat. How would the young monk dare to invite a wide range of friends of the Tao? The flower-furred rat, Jinghe, folded his arms and bowed, saying, It was my master who ordered the junior monk to send the invitation. What is your master's name? Wonderful son asked. My master, Elder Changing Sun. The flower mouser Pure Harvest said reverently. This name is a little too big. The people who attended the meeting heard, as many as possible, exchanging words and whispering, as the rain pattered down. The people had no thoughts of sheltering from the rain, and were just staring at the flower mousetrap Pure Harvest. There were 200 to 300 people at the top of the mountain, almost half demon and half human. Meng Yuan had not only taken over business but had also traveled around in the past few days and knew that there were about 7 or 8 people from the Demon Suppression Division at the top of the mountain. However, there were still quite a few people who hadn't revealed their roots, and it wasn't good to talk to them. On the contrary, those demons are relatively good to talk to, although there are also bad intentions, but they have not been stained with too much heart. Meng Yuan stood still, fully activated the Burning Heart divine ability. He knew that these monks in the Seduce and Attract this is quite capable, so always on guard. Bright Moon held her sword in front of her chest, her face still cold. Seeing that the fancy-furred Ratching has stopped talking, someone yelled, Rat King, what kind of Taoist meeting is going on? Tell us. The flowery-furred mouse, Jinghe, joined hands in a 4-way salute and said, Naturally, it is the Society of the Way of Liberation, the Society of the Way of Eternal Life, and the Society of the Way of Self-Realization. Big talk. Chi Miaozi sneered. Then why didn't your master show up? Who do you think you are to come and preach? My master has already received a transmission of the Tao from the senior master. The master has instructed the young monk to come and preside over the Taoist meeting. Pure Harvest inserted the tin staff into the rocks of the mountain, and then his body flew up lightly, with his 1 foot on top of the staff. The rain is still. The Net Harvest face actually showed a few points of unscrupulous laughter. There is no monk's compassion and emptiness, but more than a few points of madness. He looked around again, and when he saw that everyone was looking up, he said in a loud voice, The rosary beads are only an invitation to enter the Huludin Mountain Taoist meeting. If you want to meet the master and listen to the self-existent wonderful Dharma, but not everyone is qualified. You need to have great wisdom and great fortune. You must be able to distinguish between victory and defeat. Is it for us to fight against each other? Only those who are alive will be able to see Elder Changing Sun? Someone came to ask. My Buddha is compassionate. How can I do the thing of killing in a competition? Flowery-furred rat Jingha was furious at these words. The Buddha light on his body rises up, and then he flew out violently, probed one hand forward, and returned with the corpse of a dog demon. One foot said compassion. The next foot is killing. Meng Yuan didn't feel surprised. This was all sort of commonplace. Moreover, once this flowery-furred rat Jingha had struck out, he had already revealed his strength, and should also be a monk of the 6th rank. Hulu Mountain these days mixed fish and dragons. Miscellaneous people have. But wait until this time to see the blood, or the main family. A time full of rain and wind. More silent. Fellow Daoist and give a constitution. Chi Miaozi didn't come to be afraid, and only said, "We came here with the intention of discussing the Tao, and we also want to gain some insight. As for the juniors, they also want to get a chance and an inheritance. Master has been practicing Buddhism for many years and is the most courteous. Would he not let all the Taoists return empty-handed?" The flower-furred rat Jingha stepped on the tin staff with one foot, and the 3 wolf demons behind him stepped forward and took out 3 sandalwood gift boxes. This time, Master prepared 3 great medicines, all of which can be called top grade. Pure Harvest looked around at all of them. There are also 3 copies of the Heavenly Chance diagram, which was passed down by Senior Master Qingguangzi. Once the people heard the name of the great medicine, no one spoke again. Meng Yuan then exchanged a glance with Mingyu and said that they had indeed brought in Qingguangzi. As for what bounty that was, there was no need to mention the Heavenly Chance diagram, which was naturally precious to martial artists. As for the great medicine, that is also good. Meng Yuan worked in the Jin Demon Division, read a lot of files, and already have insight. Big medicine mostly refers to fruits and herbs that grow in places far away from the earth's smoke and fire, generally divided into upper, middle and lower 3 grades. There is no strict standard for the classification of grade. The same kind of spirit grass, different years, the grade will be different. There were many types of great medicines, and their utility varied. For martial artists, most of the inferior grade medicines were those that strengthened the muscles and bones, healed and recovered from injuries, and were beneficial for 9th and 8th grade enlightenment. These prices were not really expensive. However, if it was a great medicine that helped with the 33 heavenly enlightenment, which could already be called medium, then the price would be uncountable. As for the top grade products, their utility naturally varied. It is used to help in the middle grade realm, and even to break through the barrier. And if one's cultivation can step into the upper 3rd realm, one generally no longer needs the aid of great medicines. In this world, except for the Taoist priests who practiced the method of external elixir who had researched quite deeply on this, the rest of the cultivators did not rely heavily on big medicines. The reason for this is that whether it is a martial artist, or Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, more important to their own cultivation, the borrowing of external objects is limited. Secondly, it is difficult to find the medicine. The top quality is even more difficult to find. Therefore, it is possible to prepare some healing and recovery pills, which can already meet the daily needs. If one is unable to break through the realm for many years, then one would also go in search of some corresponding great medicines to assist. Of course there were exceptions. Meng Yuan had heard Mingyu talk about how there used to be medicinal family legacies that relied on swallowing herbs and great medicines to elevate their realms. At this moment, that flower-furred mouse nettle harvest mentioned top-grade medicine. It was hard to avoid attracting people's thoughts. Eating this thing does not necessarily mean that one can enter the middle grade, or improve even more, but it certainly has a great benefit. If they were in a mountainous place, a medium-grade great medicine would attract people to fight for their lives, let alone a top-grade one. Meng Yuan was also curious enough to get a burn to see. If you are blessed, you can even worship under my master, or even under the seat of the senior master. Seeing that the crowd of people had a greedy look on their faces, the flower-haired mouse Pure Harvest spoke another sentence aloud. How can I get the treasure? A young man stepped forward and pressed his sword. Ha ha ha, only to see the Pure Harvest hand laughing maniacally, his face getting redder and redder. He said loudly, birth, old age, sickness, death, grudges and hatred, love and separation, and not being able to seek. These are the 7 sufferings of life. If you can transcend them, you can go up and take my master's reward. As soon as Meng Yuan heard this, he felt that it was meaningless. From the beginning of Luo Mother, these vultures had been playing with these dharmas that caused people to have great remorse and birth great repentance, such as getting trapped in the realm of lust and remorse, and then hooking people into the empty door. The people at the top of the mountain were all knowledgeable, and they all took a few steps back at the words. In particular, Wonderful Sun and Hishoji were cautious. Can't the whole thing be fresh? I'm tired of the same old thing. Meng Yuan looked at Mingyu, moved his eyes, and didn't say anything. Mingyue, however, seemed to understand, as she said softly, ferrying people and compassion are all extremely important propositions of the Buddhist sect. In the past, When Hinayana Buddhism flourished, the Buddhist sect's method of planting thoughts was more about planting them on oneself, but at that time, the Buddhist sect did not have any high qualities. It was only with the rise of Mahayana Buddhism that the method of planting thoughts flourished, and since then the upper three qualities of Buddhism have emerged frequently, especially in the Enlightenment sect. There are more people who have entered the upper three levels. Seednim is an important dharma door in the Buddhist sect today. Then what do we do? Meng Yuan asked. See what happens, Akatsuki said. It was this sentence again. Meng Yuan, however, remembered that Ming Yu had suffered from the thought of the 7 tribulations and was tortured to the point of almost committing suicide. The idea of the 7 bitternesses is still a kind of thought method, by virtue of the divine principle of heavenly chance can naturally block. Their own mind is firm enough to shield, but if the person who casts the law is too high in rank, then naturally it still won't work. When Mingyu saw Meng Yuan looking at herself with concern, she added, "You should keep your heart, and never fall deeper into it." The method of planting thoughts may seem strange, but it's actually not. As long as there are no distractions in your heart, and you are not covered by dust, then there is no big problem. I'm afraid that if your heart is already covered with dust, then the other side will be able to take advantage of the situation. You were confident last time too, but what happened in the end? Is there a thick layer of dust in your heart? Meng Yuan muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it for fear that this big sister would do something. If there is anyone who is unwilling to do so, please come down from the mountain, and there will be pills given at the bottom of the mountain. You can't back out later. The flower-furred mouse Jingha drank. Having come, it is impossible to leave. Meng Yuan has the burning heart avatar inside and the assistance of the demon suppression division outside, and he really wants to see the tricks of the stinky rats. However, there are also timid ones. A few demons looked at the corpse of the dog demon in front of the flower-furred rat, lowered their heads to discuss a few words, went up to salute, and then headed down the mountain. The chipmunk didn't bother to stop, just looked around. Then he saw a man press his sword forward, bowing towards himself, then crouching down and turning his hand into fire, burning the dog demon's corpse in one go. Meng Yuan finished burning the dog demon and got up with a sigh. This dog demon was only in the 8th grade realm, and now that he had quenched his body 4 times, the dog demon of the 8th grade was already somewhat unable to raise the essence flame. Essence of fire was originally like soybeans, nourished by the dog demon, but also like the size of a baby's fist. Want to raise to the full realm? I do not know how many more to kill it. May this dog brother ascend to the world of ultimate bliss in his next life. Meng Yuan said. Good. The flowery mouse nettle harvest smiled and nodded. Meng Yuan didn't say much and went straight back to Ming Yu's side. Seeing that no one was going any further, the flower-haired rat, who was on top of his tin staff, let out another loud laugh, and with a flip of his hand, took out an umbrella, which he held open to cover the rain. A monk with an umbrella. Lawlessness. With his other hand, he took out another long lighting lamp and continued. The sky is dark, but only I am long lighting. That long bright lamp was a worn-out porcelain lamp with lotus pattern, small and compact, being held up by Pure Harvest with one hand. Pure Harvest laughed endlessly. The red light on his face grew more and more, and a subtle Buddha light appeared on his body, followed by a great glow, as if the real Buddha had descended. That long light was lit along with it. Candle flame is extremely thin, but in the rain falls on the umbrella. The darkness of the sky and the darkness of the realm of the steeply bright and clear. As if the dark clouds are dispersed, the breeze comes. End of chapter. Chapter 152, I only know how to de-energize. Chapter 152, I only know how to de-energize. The lamp is silent and illuminates the darkness. A ray of Buddha's light is all living beings. It turns out that all things are illusory, and cultivation is only in the heart. When Pure Harvest's eyes saw that the long light was on, he slowly recited the verse. The mountain rain has stopped and the wind is slightly cooler as the sun rises tomorrow. Meng Yuan, as the vice president of the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Society, naturally could not look at these monks who had to recite gathas even when they took and also chanted in a low voice. The morning sun reflects the rising sun, and the Van Bay accompanies the clear wind. Although the voice was small, it had fallen into Ming Yu's ears, and she frowned slightly, seemingly in disgust. That Pure Harvest continued to recite the sutra, and all the people on the mountaintop then sat down on their knees and listened in peace. Meng Yuan didn't dare to be careless, crossing his sword on his knee and urging the burning heart avatar nonstop. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Yuan had the feeling of drifting off to sleep, as if he was trapped in an infinite pale land. After a long time, Meng Yuan felt that someone tapped his shoulder, and someone shouted his name in his ear. When I opened my eyes, it was Gong Zihua. You. Meng Yuan looked around, only to see the top of the mountain was in a mess, covered with blood. Mingyue was sitting on the side, her body stained with blood, obviously having experienced a great battle. There were another dozen or so fellow members of the Demon Suppression Division cleaning up the battlefield. Li Jinyun and the others were accompanying a middle-aged man to talk, and Zhang Guanyan wasn't even qualified to get in front of them. It's over? Meng Yuan asked blankly. Not bad, Gong Zihua sighed. When a 5th grade martial artist strikes, he is truly unstoppable. He picked up Meng Yuan and said helplessly, it's a pity that you were confused and didn't participate in the battle. Miss Mingyue was injured quite badly in order to protect you. Meng Yuan hurriedly went to look at Mingyu and greeted her softly, but she didn't say anything and was cold. I can't help it. I didn't get the credit. Meng Yuan lost to lose, but at least I didn't lose my life. Did the changing sun elder stay? Meng Yuan asked. Found it. That's not something we can get involved in, Gong Zihua whispered. In that case, Meng Yuan didn't ask too many questions and helped clean up the Huluden Mountain battlefield, which was busy for 5 or 6 days before returning. All the way back to Songgafu. I wanted to see the third miss but couldn't, but Shannon came to the door. Little geldings, the more I read, the more I feel that poetry is a minor path. You only know a few lines of poetry, or limericks with no meter and no meaning. It's so boring. Xiangling was very serious. I want to go to the capital with Auntie Mingyue, where there are truly great, giant, and great scholars. Meng Yuan couldn't bear to see Xiangling go, so he said, but you're the president of the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Society. Without you, how can the Poetry Society continue? Alas, the Old Turtle Pit Poetry Club is nothing more than a mistake I made when I was young, so don't mention it again. Xiangling said, so when will I see you again? I'll see you again when I'm a giant Confucian. People say that life is more important than death. This goodbye do not know when I can see you again. After all, Xiangling this bumpkin, a few impossible to become a giant Confucian. Meng Yuan wanted to go to send one off, but Mingyu did not allow it, so he could only secretly guard outside the city, but still did not see anyone. Qingqing is pregnant. After 2 days, Nye Yanian approached the door. Do you know which dog did this? It's me, Meng Yuan said. Prepare for the wedding. Success. Nye Yanian immediately happily responded. But 7 months later, Nye Qingqing died in childbirth. I've always been worried that Qingqing had killeth you, but I didn't expect you to killeth her first. Nye Yanian had a head full of white hair, instantly aging 30 years. Meng Yuan only felt that life was meaningless. Grief has not yet wiped away. Ing Rui rushed. Jiang Tang got my master valued. Said she has the heart of the Tao. Has been accepted as a pro? People have taken away. You don't go to look for it. You can't find it. In just 1 day, Meng Yuan's 2 most valued women, one died and one parted. Meng Yuan had no way out and borrowed wine to drown his sorrows. Nye Yanian and Zhang Guangyan failed to persuade Meng Yuan to renew his marriage. Since then, Meng Yuan only devoted himself to the guardhouse, but he could not practice martial arts, and there was no one above him, so he labored and did nothing, and he could not be promoted for many years. In the blink of an eye for 20 years, Nye Zhang grew old, and Meng Yuan was injured and had to go home to recuperate. There is always a time when the water of a river enters the sea, but the ambitions of life are often difficult to realize. Is this the only way I can live my life? The world is a difficult place, and there are still an unknown number of suffering people in the world. Will I be able to save them? Meng Yuan has since abandoned the martial arts from the literature. Whitehead, read the classics, write a good strategy to save the country, came to the capital, intends to find a person to throw the offering, but also counted his life for the world to do a little bit of small things. However, they have been looking for someone to meet them, but no one appreciates them. Ing Rui has the shade of his father and brother. It is not true, but after so many years, people have long since disavowed this favor. Don't deceive the youth. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The kingdom of Qing doesn't recognize great talent, so I'll go elsewhere. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and sent a fierce message to the small neighboring country of Yu. He presented a book of 10,000 words, and was indeed valued by the king of the country, and was immediately appointed as a prime minister, renovating the officials, enriching the country and strengthening the army. Meng Yuan labored for 10 years. The state of Yu was in great turmoil. The king of the country was plotted against by the crown prince, and Meng Yuan was sent down to the prison. By virtue of having martial arts instincts, Meng Yuan forced his way out, then made up and hid his form all the way back to the kingdom of Qing, and along the Xinglong River he finally met the Songhua prefecture. You're not as good as you used to be. Let me grab you some medicine. Ing Rui gave it a little try and was less than satisfied. I haven't come back for a few years. Why does the kingdom of Qing seem to have changed its appearance? Everyone is rich. The people are well off. It's simply a common world. Is it a saintly ruler's reign? Meng Yuan asked. It's a saint descending into the world. Ing Ruyan had a look of reverence on her face. You'll know if you go outside the city and take a look. When Meng Yuan heard this, he remembered that Big Head Mountain was in the west of the city, so he headed for the West City Gate. Without going for much time, I saw a number of Confucian scholars hurrying and excitedly leaving the city. Excuse me, what's going on outside the city? Meng Yuan asked, leaning on his wooden staff and pulling a fat Confucian. You don't even know this? The fat Confucian's face reddened as he excitedly said, Xiangzi has come to teach. Kuko? Who is Xiangzi? Anyone who could be called a son should have some ability, but Meng Yuan had never heard of it. You don't even know Xiangzi? The fat Confucian frowned. Xiangzi is a great scholar of the world, a sage that comes out once in 500 years. The great governance of my country of Qing is due to Xiangzi. The merits of Xiangzi? Meng Yuan, bewildered, asked again. What is this Xiangzi's doctrine of governance? What is his claim to rule the country? Xiangzi has a saying, ruling a large country is like boiling an egg. The fat Confucian said, ruling a large country is like cooking an egg? Meng Yuan was even more bewildered. Isn't ruling a large country like cooking a small one? Ruling a large country is like cooking a small meal? What kind of old man in the mountains put forward this boring argument? Fat Confucian disdain. Cooking a small fish is very simple. Staring at the fire, we know that the paste is not paste. But ruling a big country, can you see clearly for a moment? The fat Confucian makes perfect sense. That's why ruling a big country is like boiling an egg, because you don't know whether the eggshell is cooked or not. Xiangzi said, the eggshell is the civil and military officials and the shushu officials. The egg white looks pretty but tasteless. It is the families and the powerful. The real public opinion is the yolk. Meng Yuan scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't say where. Again, he felt that something made sense, but it didn't make a lot of sense either. However, the fact that people's Xiangzi can make the Qing kingdom rule with this claim must really make boiled eggs understandable. This fragrant sun is preaching outside the city? Meng Yuan asked. Yes, if you can have good insights, Xiangzi will definitely grant you admission to the Old Turtle Pit School, the fat Confucian said. Old Turtle Pit Academy? Meng Yuan leaned on his cane. Dare I ask Xiangzi's name? You don't even know that? Xiangzi is singularly named a lozenge. It is taken from the fact that the rhombus is born in water. It is the reasoning that water can carry the rhombus and also cover it, the fat Confucian said, hurried away. Meng Yuan dropped his wooden staff, and for a moment, he only felt that heaven and earth were pale. And now I look back and see that the wind and candles in his old age, holding a sick body, through countless hardships, and in the end, no relatives and family, just a wasted life. People will be old. Life, old age, illness, death need not be said, resentment and hatred. Love and separation is also often seen. The second half of his life to make a national policy, but not as good as Xiangling casually made the theory of boiled eggs. It is the biggest begging. While Meng Yuan was confused and at a loss, he suddenly saw someone walk up to him. I only saw a monk born with big slate teeth, wearing tattered robes as if he were an ascetic, kindly saying, you have already experienced the 7 sufferings of life, so you can feel something. The world knows that the immortals are good, but they can't forget their merits. Where are the ancient and modern generals? A pile of grass in a barren mound is gone. Meng Yuan said. Goodness. Mater smiled. Goodness your ass. Meng Yuan pointed to the sea of people outside the city. I'd rather believe that Xiang Ling will rule the country than believe that this is an illusion. How is it possible for Xiang Ling to leave me? How could Jiang Tang not have heard a word? Meng Yuan grabbed Dabanya's head but missed his hair and directly tore with Dabanya. This isn't some Taoist meeting. It's a Buddha-worshipping assembly that makes people shave their heads. That big slattern immediately left, and Meng Yuan didn't go after him. Finally remembering at this moment that the burning heart was unburned, there was a fire in his heart, and all the distractions slowly receded. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was still at the top of Gourd Hill. That net harvest stood on one foot on top of the tin staff, face pale, still closed eyes, actually did not come to see himself. Meng Yuan stood up, drew his sword, looked at Mingyu who was enduring pain on her face beside him, and then looked into the distance. Only one individual was seen, all sitting with his eyes closed, except for a bald old monk standing in the crowd, which was the Kurenai Daisher. That Kurenai Daisher had his Zen staff in his hand, and when he took a step back, he cracked a person's head with it, and a dozen or so were already dead. What is your name? Kurenai Daisher saw Meng Yuan waking up and came to ask with open arms, but still stepped back to knock the man's head. Meng Fei Yuan. Meng Yuan got up and helped burn the corpse, not forgetting to ask. Old Zen master took one step back and killed one person. Why is that? With my hands planting green seedlings all over the field, I can see the sky and the water when I look down. A pure heart is the way, and a step backward turns out to be forward. Grand Master Kurenai smiled kindly. Wonderful. So the Zen master is planting rice seedlings. Meng Yuan burned 5 or 6 mutilated corpses in a row, then asked, Zen Master, how should I awaken those who have fallen into the idea of the 7 bitternesses? It cannot be awakened. This lamp is always on, and the Buddha's light shines as if my Buddha himself were present. Grand Master Kurenai paused. What is the root of the long bright light? Meng Yuan asked. When I, the Western self-realized Buddha, attained the Bodhisattva's fruition, this long lighting lamp was by my side. The long bright light of the Buddha has the ability to guide the way forward, and the Buddha's heart will not be lost. Grand Master Kurenai laughed. Then why did the long bright light fall here? Meng Yuan asked again. There are 7 sinful rats in the land of my Buddha's meditation, and the longest one of them is the green rat. The green rat stole the everlasting light and escaped all the way here. Really? I don't believe it. Meng Yuan laughed. I'm a 7th grade martial artist. I can still see clearly when there are mayflies and ants in front of me. And ZZ Buddha is a 2nd grade powerhouse who was certified to the Bodhisattva fruition. How can he have his treasure stolen by a mouse? Meng Yuan realized and said, it is evident that this self-existent Buddha is not comfortable and can only work through the hands of a mouse. Amitabha Buddha. The young monk is very enlightened. Venerable Kurenai was pleased. There are too many foolish men and women in the mundane world. My Buddhist sect needs talents like you. Would you like to join my Buddhist sect? I am but a neuter and a geld. How can I dare to enter the gate of sexual emptiness? Meng Yuan said. You're too humble to understand the teachings of my Buddhist sect? Grand Master Kurenai asked expectantly. Not to mention Buddhist studies, neither Confucianism nor Taoism have been practiced. Meng Yuan laughed. You don't know the classics of the 3 schools, but since you were able to come here, I guess you have some insight. Grand Master Kurenai couldn't stop laughing. The kingdom of Qing was founded on martial arts, first resting with the people, and then external Confucianism and internal law. Now the kingdom of 500 years. The disaster 4-8 cloud movement, the north of the witch barbarians of the scourge, the south of the demon chaos. Visible Confucianism and Taoism cannot save the world of the living. Only I can revitalize my Buddha's country, and then there will be a world of great happiness. Do you realize the great power? I'm from a gelding's background. I can't see the world's situation. I'll only go to the situation. Meng Yuan stood in front of Mingyu. End of chapter. Chapter 153, You've fallen for it. Chapter 153, You've fallen for it. At the top of Gourd Hill, it was as gloomy as ever, and a lusty rain was falling. That Changri elder's disciple, Jing He, was still holding the umbrella with one hand and the lamp with the other, with one foot on top of the tin staff, as if he had already entered into a fixed state of mind. A gust of wind whipped up a wave of blood. At the moment, there were 200 to 300 people at the top of the mountain, and the only people standing were Meng Yuan and Grandmaster Kurenai. Meng Yuan pressed his sword and stood in front of the bright moon, silently staring at the Kurenai Daisher. That Kurenai Daisher, however, didn't care much, and only held his Zen staff. Taking a step back, he aimed at the back of a person's head, and then knocked on it with his staff. Little monk, you're deep in the lust barrier. Grandmaster Kurenai killed 7 more before he stopped, his hand holding his Zen staff as he looked toward Meng Yuan and said, the girl behind you is nothing but a red-pink skeleton. You shouldn't have been protecting her. Meng Yuan put up a stance and activated the Burning Heart avatar, only waiting for the Kurenai Daisher to make a move, but he didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. Junior monk, you are no match for me. Grandmaster Kurenai smiled. Since people said so, Meng Yuan didn't try to argue. But what about the people from the Demon Suppression Division? How many days have passed? Meng Yuan asked. 7 days in a cycle. 7 days have just passed, and it's already the middle of July. Grandmaster Kurenai was peaceful and kind. Only that blood was still dripping from that Zen staff. Old Zen master, we've woken up. How come Jinghe didn't wake up? Meng Yuan simply nagged the old monk. Purwa thinks that if he has a long lighting lamp, he can verify our sincerity. But is this everlasting light not something he can use? Kurenai smiled to himself. What's the spell for using this long bright light? Meng Yuan asked curiously. What dharma can there be? Kurenai Daisher earnestly taught. Actually, the reasoning is simple. I see that you are young and have plenty of essence, and your internal and external surfaces should have been tempered as well, but your lust for sex is overwhelming, and you have long since broken your precepts. Your kind of person should be a young man, must be looking for the same age girl. Have you ever looked for one who is 30 to 50 years older than you and still has a thick waist? Is this something a monk can say? But Meng Yuan already understood, and immediately said, what the old Zen master means is that the pony was exhausted by the big cart? That's the point. You really do have wisdom roots. The Kurenai monk was full of joy and said with gusto, little master, kowtow, I'll pull out your hair, and we'll be happy and free together, and go home to be monks. Old Zen master, I'm afraid I can't become a monk since my mundane affairs are not yet over and my love roots are not yet removed. Meng Yuan once again refused. Alas, you will always realize it. The love of a man and a woman is empty, and so is merit and fame. When you're a little older and walk around in the red dust and take a look, you'll be able to realize it. Grandmaster Kurenai said. Meng Yuan didn't want to talk about this, but just said, Old Zen master, since that changing sun elder gave Jinghe the everlasting lamp, how come he didn't calculate that Jinghe wouldn't be able to use it well? Who says people don't use it that well? Kurenai was drenched in rain on his bald head and laughed cheerfully. It's just that it's not used that well. The artifacts that the self-existent Buddha brought with him when he broke through the realm. Not to mention that you're only a 7th grade martial artist. Even if you're in the middle 3rd grade, or even the 3rd grade realm, you might have to get caught up in it. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you have the heavenly chance avatar? He looked towards the long bright lamp held up in Jinghe's hands and said seriously. The green light rat stole the oil lamp and did many evil deeds outside. The lamp oil has been used up. Now the oil burned in the long bright lamp is the oil prepared by the black rats for a new day. And it doesn't burn brightly and doesn't smell good. Just borrowing the lamp's power. It is considered to have a few points of ability. This word Meng Yuan believe half. That long bright lamp is the 2nd grade Buddha's body of things. Even if there is no lamp oil, I am afraid that there are also other magical powers. Old Zen master, what is this lamp oil made of? Meng Yuan asked again, holding back emotions and removing delusions. The mind shines in emptiness. When the self-existent Buddha certified the Bodhisattva fruit position, he gave birth to many chaotic thoughts, so he wielded his sword to cut them down, and grew into the light of the Buddha of brightness. Kurenai smiled. Meng Yuan also laughed, a Bodhisattva of the 2nd grade, but still disturbed by all sorts of distractions? Being born in this world is inevitable. Even if one has truly certified the supreme way, one's thoughts cannot be removed. Kurenai Daisha originally spoke slowly, but then changed his tone and said, on the contrary, I cultivate the Kurenai phase. My heart is empty, and I know the root and foot of the everlasting light. So not only can the thought of the 7 bitternesses not mess up my mind, but I let the pure harvest get caught up in the way instead. Kurenai Daisha said that his heart was empty, but he had a self-satisfied feeling. Little monk, if not, do you think you can be liberated? He gazed at Meng Yuan, his face growing more and more benevolent, with the dignified feeling of a high monk. The old Cassic's heart is compassionate, ferrying people to ferry themselves. Ah, you're just the right person to worship the master. This old monk is simply evil. Meng Yuan pushed the burning heart method to the extreme, not daring to mess up his mind in the slightest, not even leaving his sight for half a minute. This what withered great master is evil. Even if what he said is not necessarily all true, but can pull out so much, I think it is also some ability. Moreover, this person is not a root of Lanrua temple, nor is he a wild monk, but is from the Western Buddhist country, so he may be pulling the truth. Look at that little girl you're protecting. She's capable of a lot, and she has a treasure on her body to protect her, but she's still trapped. Kurenai Daisha sighed compassionately and said, she has bitterness in her heart, very bitterness. When she sits down, her back is straight. It should not be a love injury. It is estimated that her parents died, her siblings also died, and the death is still a little miserable. Miserable can let her remember for a lifetime. Old age, sickness, and death are not enough to fear. She is probably deeply in the pain of not being able to seek. When Grandmaster Kurenai saw that Meng Yuan was listening attentively, he continued, this dharma of seeding thoughts, you should know how to defend against it. But this is the law of attacking the heart, the law of degradation. The more you suffer, the more you hold your suffering in your heart, the more this firewood is piled up. Your quiet heart and strong will are the water in the well that extinguishes the fire. If the ones who lit the fire were Black Mouse and I, she would still be able to hold it off with her heavenly chance avatar. But now that Black Mouse has borrowed the lamp to ignite a hint of true fire, she won't be able to carry it off. How does it compare to Qing Guanxi's Bodhi seed thought? Meng Yuan asked. Qing Guangxi is only at the 4th rank realm. How can he compare to my self-realization Buddha's illuminating object? Kurenai was disdainful to the core. The everlasting lamp was meant to sharpen the mind and enable it to follow the heart, but it was used by him to trap people. It has already fallen short. But even if the lamp oil is changed, a 5th grade black rat can still be compared to Qing Guangxi's Bodhi seed numinous. It turns out that the black rat for the sun is a 5th grade Buddhist demon. Then what method should be used to help her? Meng Yuan came to ask seriously. The best way is to practice the correct Buddhist teachings. At that time, all the bitter thoughts and all the chaotic thoughts will become empty. Another is to eliminate past sins by oneself. Or simply, think about it. Venerable Kurenai laughed. Old Zen master speaks in mysterious ways. Meng Yuan shook his head slightly. You are really right. My Buddhist cultivation of nature is inherently esoteric. Once one realizes the way, then one attains true freedom. Grandmaster Kurenai nodded repeatedly, and his gaze toward Meng Yuan gained a few more points of appreciation. Meng Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword and laughed. So the old Zen master is an epiphany school. Pretty much. Lao Di is actually from the gradual cultivation school, but in the end it was an epiphany that led to the withering phase. It wouldn't be bad to say that I'm from the epiphany school. Grandmaster Kurenai actually recognized it. Then, old Zen master, what should we do now to awaken her? Meng Yuan asked to the point. This is difficult. Grandmaster Kurenai frowned slightly and thought for a moment before speaking. When the everlasting lamp is lit and the Buddha's light shines brightly, one shall not be free, but is caught in one of the desire realms of the 7 thoughts of chopping. The 7 thoughts of the self-realizing Buddha back in the year when the 3rd grade broke the 2nd grade. The lamp will not be extinguished, and the cycle of rebirth will not stop. They will all suffer the 7 thoughts of rebirth over and over again. Now although the lamp oil has been changed, your young lover's heart is too bitter, so I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for a while. He sighed slightly and said, if you go directly to fetch the everlasting lamp and stop the flame, the 7 sufferings will no longer be reincarnated, and you will naturally be fine. Meng Yuan looked towards the long-lasting lamp held up in Pure Harvest's hands, then shook his head slightly. This object came from the Western Buddhist kingdom, so why is the old Zen master ferrying people with his Zen staff when he doesn't go and get it? Meng Yuan smiled. The people that Lao Dian has ferried are all fools and foolhardy. People who consume food in vain. Grandmaster Kurenai gently shook his head. The everlasting lamp is of no use to me, and the self-realized Buddha doesn't need this item anymore. There was a compassionate smile on Kurenai's face as he just stared at Meng Yuan and said, the young monk is able to break free from the suffering of the 7 thoughts, has a Buddha's heart, and has speedy wisdom, so the everlasting lamp should rightfully belong to you. The old Zen master is truly compassionate, and the courtesy to the juniors is sufficiently great. Meng Yuan drew out his sword and said, I just don't know what hidden dangers there are in taking the everlasting light without authorization. Why does the old Zen master want to ferry me into the empty door so many times? Why did he repeatedly plant thoughts with me? Hearing this, Grandmaster Kurenai frowned and said, the heavenly chants law that eschews emotions to chant? Exactly. Meng Yuan smiled. The old Zen master has taught me for a long time, and I've really benefited a lot. Dogs. Kurenai Daisher immediately put away his compassionate phase, took 3 steps and 2 steps to a youth, copied his Zen staff, and smashed it against the sky. Didn't you say that he just learned Blooming Spring Thunder at the 7th grade? That youth was clearly Li Qianhu's nephew, Li Jinshan. While Li Jinshan was still in the midst of a phantom dream, he was smashed in the head by Grandmaster Kurenai and died instantly. Meng Yuan also do not know how Kurenai Daisher hooked up with Li Jinshan, but I think it must be a few days ago when the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism debated on the road. This way it seems that it is a bad habit to move forward when you see something funny. Meng Yuan finally didn't have to bear the stigma of killing a fellow officer without authorization this time. It's just that at this moment, where are the fellow members of the Demon Suppression Division? Where's the 5th grade martial artist? Xiao Tao. Ouch. Why are you getting defensive? Why? Senior Kurenai trembled with anger, his body radiating Buddha light. You are truly hateful. He raised his Zen staff and said through clenched teeth, you're only a 7th grade martial artist. You're no match for me by any means. As if he had gone mad, Venerable Kurenai then said, if you help me fetch the oil lamp, I will accept you as my disciple. When I become a Buddha, I will definitely bring you to Buddhahood as well. Let's ascend to Elysium together. Don't come and lie to me with such words. Meng Yuan immediately locked onto the other party's chi. The original mind stifles the Zen mind. Old Zen master, you're in phase. I thought you were the first to break the 7 thoughts and were intelligent, but I didn't realize that you were really obstinate. If there were more people like you in the world, how could there be a Buddha? Great Master Kurenai was furious. He copied his Zen staff. His body's Buddhist light grew more and more. If Master Buddha can't ferry you into the ultimate bliss, then he'll ferry you to hell. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. Kurenai Daisher's aged face steeply seemed to have aged a few years, wrinkles crawling all over his face, as if inscribed with countless vicissitudes. When you look closely, you feel disoriented. Meng Yuan did not dare to be careless and only sought a quick battle. If it dragged on, he was afraid that there would still be changes. Meng Yuan had plenty of experience sparring with monks. Fast forward 50 paces or so in the blink of an eye. The spring thunder bursts around his body became denser and denser, and he had already catalyzed the blooming spring thunder to the extreme. That Kurenai Daisher was unperturbed. His 2 hands were joined together, his wrist resting on his Zen staff, and there was a look of compassion on his face. Just 10 paces away, Meng Yuan's body was surrounded by a haze of smoke and rain. followed by a rainbow handing out. Seeing this, Grandmaster Kurenai was surprised on his face. And then his body's Buddha light blazed out, growing older and older as he copied his Zen staff and protected it in front of his body. Manhwa arrived with the flying rainbow, his sword covered in jade liquid, slashing forward, only to see the Zen staff of Grandmaster Kurenai protecting his body. Smoke and rain flying rainbow? You're from the Green Goat Palace? Manhwa was shouted to break his stance, and the two were separated by a touch. Grandmaster Kurenai frowned slightly as his Zen staff shattered into powder. Manhwa also instantly retreated in front of Manhwa and activated the Burning Heart avatar again. This time, the smoke and rain flying rainbow and body. Manhwa did not perform floating light cave sky, because this withering phantom is a little strange. So first a little test. But this try, Manhwa realized that the other party not only has the ability, but also insight, is by no means Shinjin. That kind of small monk can be compared. This person is afraid to be stronger than unlocking the screen, maybe soon to step into the 5th grade. And the cultivation of the withered glory phase is extremely strange. The face is aging, while the body of the Buddha's light is more and more prevalent. Manhwa thought to himself that if he were to fight for his life and strongly utilize the floating light cave heaven, he really wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it strongly. At that time, if he activated the nirvana back to heaven again, and made the floating light cave heaven once more, then it would probably be stable. But nirvana is too hurtful to return to heaven, and this is not a good place, so we should not use it if we can. There are reinforcements outside, so why fight for your life? Manhwa was born a geldingsmith. At the moment cannot remove the other side of the potential, but already know where the other side of the potential. To see the Buddha's light on the Kurenai monk is more and more flourishing. The face is also more and more pale. The Kurenai phase has shown its power, but still on the defensive, did not come out to fight. Manhwa immediately raised his hand. Stop. Manhwa was very reasonable. Old Zen master, the two of us are evenly matched. Mang Fei Yuan, came from the Taoist sect. You came from the Buddhist sect. Buddhism and Taoism are one family. I do not go for you to go to the oil lamp. Is that I am not too stupid, but there is always a little cute. I'm not too stupid, but there's always a little cutie. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe there is someone else waking up. Then you try to plant a thought. Or it can work. Kurenai Daisher's face is no longer mad. People actually also calm. He did not even think about it. Directly said. Also right. He actually folded his arms and sat down on his knees. Sisal pulled to beat the wolf to fear. The two people just shouted to fight to kill to fight. Turn the eye tacitly become the same way. The old Zen master's Buddhist teachings are profound. It's really admirable. You're not so bad, little Taoist. The latter wave pushes the former wave Amitba Buddha. The two of them actually complimented each other as if they hadn't flipped out earlier. I didn't realize you were from the Green Goat Palace. The Demon Suppression Division is nowadays anything either? Grandmaster Kurenai had just been crazy, but now he was actually kind and had a smile. Just begging for food. Manhwa humbled himself in pride. What is so strange about oil lamps? Why can't you go up? Kurenai said. It shall not be told. Seeing that people were no longer revealing information, Manhwa arched his hand and said, there will always be someone in this room who will wake up again. So old Zen master, go ahead and collect disciples. I'll take my leave. Manhwa is ready to leave first, and then go to move reinforcements. That Shin Demon Division has organized such a big formation, but the result is that they have watched so many people get caught, but they still haven't shown up. So what's the point of fighting for their lives? Sien nephew and go. Grandmaster Kurenai directly took advantage of the situation. Old Zen master. Manhwa touched Mingyu's hand and saw that it was burning hot, so he took her in his arms and asked sideways, where the hell is Qing Guangzi? What is he going to do? Haven't you guys already found out? He wants to slaughter the city and become a Buddhist nation. Make a grand wish. Become a grand wish. Venerable Kurenai laughed coldly, but those of us who cultivate Buddhism should be compassionate. Qing Guangzi has fallen short. Where did he choose? Manhwa wrapped one hand around Mingyu's waist and asked again. A total of 18 places. Nowadays, it seems that he has probably joined forces with the Southern Demon Kingdom, and the One-Eyed King may assist in one or two of them. Grandmaster Kurenai said. Manhwa didn't ask any more questions and led Mingyue towards the bottom of Hulu Mountain. However, came to the downhill road before. After taking more than 10 steps, into the eyes is actually hazy fog. When I was at the top of the mountain, although the sky was dark and rainy, I could look into the distance and see no fog. Monks with umbrellas. Lawlessness. Venerable Kurenai's voice came from behind. There is no Buddha's light shining brightly, and advancing and retreating are all illusions. Manhwa folded his arms and returned, and then he saw Grandmaster Kurenai smiling faintly. How do I get out? Manhwa asked. When the oil burns out. Kurenai laughs. Meng Yuan put down Mingyue and smoothed her soaked hair again, then held her hand, the jade liquid slightly probing into it. There was no abnormality. Meng Yuan's 2 orifices of the heart and intestines operated, and the 5 elements of qi were fire, drying the clothes on her body on her behalf. Then he placed Mingyue under a tree to take shelter from the rain, while Meng Yuan stood beside her in silent vigil. How long can you catalyze the spinning of your screen love delusion? Grandmaster Kurenai suddenly burst out laughing. Probably a few days. Meng Yuan smiled and said, old Zen master will just wait quietly. Before I run out of jade liquid, someone might wake up again. Grandmaster Kurenai nodded his head slightly, and actually did not really ask any more questions. Instead reciting the morning sutra, Meng Yuan didn't bother with it either, and went to burn the people who had crossed over from Kurenai on his own. However, these people were all at the 8th grade realm, and there were even 9th graders, so it was just Li Jinshan who could barely look at them. After burning a dozen or so people, the essence of the fire had actually only raised 1/5 of its size. It seems that after the 4th body hardening, one would have to burn the 6th grade to be strong enough. Meng Yuan muttered in his heart and looked toward Wonderful Sun and Hishoji. Does the old Zen master know about the 2 of them following? I don't know. Kurenai laughed. Meng Yuan also does not kill without authorization. After 2 days, still no one woke up. The 2 of them faced each other again, and again. They were touching each other. And then after 2 more days, Meng Yuan was all set to put together a floating lake cave. But then he saw the wind moving at the top of the mountain, only to see General Ji suddenly jump up. Ha ha ha, is it just me? He looked around, and when he saw that all of them had closed their eyes, he looked at Pure Harvest, and then at the everlasting light. Jingha? Master Jingha? Netwa bald ass? Stinking rat? There was some faint purple light on General Ji's body, and after shouting twice and seeing that Pure Harvest didn't respond, he walked up and first put away the gift box in front of those 3 wolves. Stinky rat lied to me. General Ji threw the empty box on the ground and looked at the long light again. A gentleman is not a weapon. Only I am righteous. General Ji eyed the long bright lamp for a long time, and then his figure floated up, reaching out his hand, and that long bright lamp immediately left Pure Harvest's palm. He held a long bright lamp, and when he saw that the flame was weak, he stretched out his finger and pointed it out, trying to extinguish the flame. But the fire immediately surged out and covered Hishoji's entire body. Ha 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 ha, with a scapegoat. I told you that Confucians are all shouting that they take the world as their own, but actually harbor the most filthiness in their hearts. Kurenai laughed out loud and got up, following which his body was surrounded by Buddha's light. Just as he was about to move forward, he felt a flying rainbow pass in front of him. Since Deshur has made a move, then I don't have to pretend to be a decent person anymore. Meng Yuan spoke out. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. The wind and rain have not let up at the top of Hulu Hill. Under the everlasting light, all beings are engrossed in the 7 cycles of suffering in the past and the future. And there are only 3 people who are free from all kinds of suffering and cut off all kinds of distractions. Kurenai was aware of the roots of the everlasting light and had a backhand. Meng Yuan relied on the tempering of his flesh and heart 4 times and was originally a happy person. And it is not surprising that he will be able to get out of the situation. After all, he is a 6th-ranked Confucian who cultivates his body in qi, and he is born with a method of restraining the Buddhists' idea of the 7 bitternesses. Although a lot of people who are so stupid that they can never wake up have been killed, but there are also good people will be burned to ashes. 4 or 5 days of wind and rain, when it really seems as if they have never come to the general. And because of this, he will be so confident that when he wakes up and looks around, he thinks he is the sage of Senta. At this moment, he will be on the ground on his knees, holding a lamp, suffering from the pain of the fire body, but there is no half of the pain and pathos of the color, but instead of the face of calm and peaceful, as if it has been the true meaning of emptiness, that he will be subjected to karmic fire, and the light in the lamp grows brighter and brighter, and is not disturbed by the wind and rain, and the people who filled the mountain, the look of suffering on their faces increased even more, as if the 7 sufferings had intensified again. Meng Yuan didn't want to stop Grandmaster Kurenai from seizing the treasure, but Grandmaster Kurenai's face was ecstatic, and he had the appearance of madness. Thinking about this person's evil hair positive, Meng Yuan is deeply afraid that this person has got a long bright light like a tiger to add wings, and then difficult to dispose of. Meng Yuan hadn't made any moves in the past few days, not actually waiting for anyone to wake up, but waiting for the high-ranking person from the Demon Suppression Division to make an appearance, but now still do not see the people of the Jin Demon Division to come out. That Songhai horizontal flow. Meng Yuan should come forward. I don't want to win, but I want to drag on. Besides, he has his own pressure-boxed stunts. The big deal is to fight for his life. If goodness is not lost, evil will not grow. When the Kurenai Daisher saw the flying rainbow reach his body, He did not panic in the slightest and only shook off his robe, muttering under his breath, only to see Kurenai Daisher more and more old, snow-white eyebrows drooping, palms dry like only skin and bones, like chicken claws. Obviously, he looks like a dying man, but on his face, he has the compassion and suffering of the world. The Buddha's light is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that there is a wheel of merit behind him, so it really seems like the Buddha has descended to the world. In a moment, Meng Yuan realized that it would be difficult for Qi to lock onto Grandmaster Kurenai any longer, but the flying rainbow had already arrived, and Meng Yuan's sword had a blazing blade astral, slashing down head-on. That Kurenai Daisher also did not have any magical skills, only with chicken claw-like hands to block, but actually pushed the sword gang away. Meng Yuan attacked sharply without stopping, and there was a burst of spring thunder inside and outside his body. Grandmaster Kurenai was not panicked, letting Meng Yuan cast whatever he wanted and blocking only with his physical body. The Buddha's light on his body became more and more grand, and every time he resisted the sword, the Buddha's light at the place where he was hit by the sword dimmed a few points, and golden blood flowed out, even revealing the golden Buddha's bones in it. But a little respite, the injury will be well. Just people more and more withered, face more and more less compassion, but instead of violent intent more grand. For a moment, a 6th grade monk and a 7th grade martial artist actually physically wrestled together. Meng Yuan did not stay power. Blooming spring thunder strong attack unceasingly, from time to time with the smoke and rain flying rainbow stabbing, but has been pinched floating light cave heaven and used. After several breaths of this confrontation, both of them tacitly retreated 10 steps. Ayah! Jade liquid is like jade. The young cultivator really has extraordinary talent. If it weren't for the fact that I had cultivated the withered glory myriad for decades and achieved the withered glory phase, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to catch the little scholar's blade dipper. Grandmaster Kurenai gasped for breath. This withering Dharma phase of the old Zen master is really strange. Meng Yuan realized that it would be difficult to stabilize this person's chi again, and since Blooming Spring Thunder's method of attacking the heart seemed to be ineffective, he immediately activated the Burning Heart divine ability. Little monk, you are not from the Green Goat Palace. Grandmaster Kurenai actually made a judgment. You know how to fly rainbows in smoke and rain, you know how to bloom spring thunder, but you don't know the heavenly chance avatar of the Qingyang Palace's initiation, the earth collapsing and mountains destroying, so it's obvious that you're by no means a root of the Qingyang Palace. Growing older and older, Grandmaster Kurenai gazed at Meng Yuan and asked, who the hell are you? While you're activating the heavenly chance avatar, you're not moved by my seated thought method. Meng Yuan hemmed and hawed and did not answer. In fact, his own suffering himself knows. After 4 times quenching the body and mind are stronger. Against the battle of Kurenai Daisher momentarily seated thoughts cannot, but if it is delayed, I am afraid that it is difficult to long. And Meng Yuan found that the jade liquid running more and more difficult. The body seems to be withered. In the past the tough and indestructible body has suffered from the autumn wind blowing, seems to be old in general. Master didn't ask Li Jinshan? Meng Yuan smiled with an unobtrusive look. You, a tiny 7th grade martial artist, are not worth me asking more questions. Grandmaster Kurenai grew older and older. His face was pale, but the left side of his face had a look of compassion, and the right side of his face had a look of viciousness, both of which actually appeared on the same face. A smile appeared on half of Kurenai's face. But the young cultivator is indeed heavenly. He actually stopped his hands, put his hands together and saluted, saying, previously I have swindled much, but at this time it is sincere. I only pray that the little master will return from the wrong path and follow me to cultivate the Buddha's way. Half glorified, half withered. Not glorified, not withered. When Meng Yuan saw that the old monk was still urging him to shave his head, he lost his temper. Old Zen master, you already know that there is a demon-suppressing division outside. Can you prepare a way to escape? Meng Yuan understood that the madness on the face of this Kurenai monk was all feigned, and that this person was not at all in the same path as Venerable Great Tail and the others, but was a true monk. Of course, there's something not quite right about this true monk is all. Since I dared to come here, I am bound to be fully prepared. No sooner had Grandmaster Kurenai finished his confident words than he saw the other party's body surrounded by a haze of smoke and rain, followed by his arrival on a flying rainbow. Useless. Kurenai Daisher's body was aging, even hunched over, but the Buddha light on his body grew more and more, and although he was repeatedly injured by Meng Yuan's saber slashes, he was fine in the twinkling of an eye. The two of them immediately entangled together. Meng Yuan pinched the floating light cave heaven and didn't send it out, and Grandmaster Kurenai didn't use his divine wonderful technique again. A monk and a martial artist both see through each other. Meng Yuan knows that the other wither phase is strange, but the more you use it, the older it gets, and it is difficult to last. Kurenai Daisher knows that Meng Yuan looks fierce. In fact, The movement is getting slower and slower. Clearly has been withered and decayed. After a quarter of an hour, Meng Yuan only felt that his body was like rotten wood and insects, and the turnover of jade liquid became more and more difficult. If it wasn't for the 4 times of body tempering, he was afraid that he would have been taken down by the other party. And Kurenai Daisher is not good. Hunched over and panting, the body of the Buddha's light dim. Injured recovery is also more and more slow. Chicken claw general armor knife wounds has been exposed to the bone. The young monk's jade liquid is rigid and powerful. The dantian is vast and full of charge, and his body and mind have been ravaged by my withering method and still managed to hold on until now. Kurenai Daisher's footsteps were a bit unsteady. What exactly are you? Small flag officer of the Demon Suppression Division. Meng Yuan said. Ha! Grandmaster Kurenai laughed coldly. Today you have to stop me from taking the everlasting light? There is no need to be angry at the God of Heaven for withering glory, and gain and loss are never a laughing matter. The great master is caught in the act. Meng Yuan laughed. Ha ha ha. Disher Kiranon smiled disdainfully. The kindness and viciousness on both faces disappeared. Instead they laughed together. There is no need for Kiranon to be angry at the heavenly duke. Grasses and trees have wither and glory. People also have wither and glory. Only to see his words fall. Originally has been aged face actually no longer continue to aging, but white eyebrows to black. Face wrinkles slowly faded. Seems to be ironed out generally. However, in a few breaths, Kurenai Daisher actually went from an old man to a tall and robust young monk. End of chapter. Chapter 156, It's my turn to protect you. Chapter 156, It's my turn to protect you. Buddha's ability. Is not your little Nubizi can understand? Kurenai Daisher body wound recovery. Bald head black eyebrows. Face warm through red. Lips red teeth white. As if pampered rich family nobles general, which still have the old age of the party. Meng Yuan retreated a few steps back, activating Burning Heart and protecting Ming Yue's body. You were able to force me to forcefully use the Withered Glory Dharma phase, so you can see that you do have some ability. Grandmaster Withered Glory clasped his hands together and murmured the Buddha's name. Meng Fei Yuan, today either I will ferry you to reincarnation and you will not be able to be liberated, or you can come forward and bow, and I will take off my hair for you and receive you. He was actually persistent and recited the matter of having Meng Yuan worship his master. Meng Yuan didn't say anything, only staring at Grandmaster Kurenai. Junior Abbot, you must not fight for your life. Just then, Marvelous Sun stood up. He withered and glorified reincarnation. If he can't be killed in one fell swoop, he will never be able to wear him down. Wonderful Sun held his duster in one hand and gently stroked his black beard with the other. So Brother Wonderful Z Dao woke up a long time ago. Daisuke Kurenai folded his arms and saluted. If you don't wake up again, will you not be added as lamp oil by fellow Taoist? Qi Niaozi looked at He Zhuanji. Just see that he will be the hands of the oil lamp. The body of the karma fire gradually faded, but the person has been like a walking corpse. No sadness, no joy on the face, only piety. Fellow Taoist actually knows the origin of the everlasting light? Kurenai Daisher became a young man. His voice was extraordinarily warm and moist, and he was truly like a young senior monk in general. It's just a matter of nabbing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Qi Niaozi smiled blandly and said, You vultures, what you know best is to draw people to Buddha. Nothing half new. It's just that using a mountain full of people as lamp oil is too hurtful to heaven. Grandmaster Kurenai did not also get angry when he heard this, and only said, I have yet to ask for the origins of the Taoist friend. Wonderful Sun bowed his head, but did not respond, seeing that the one monk and the other were pitted against each other. Meng Yuan did not do anything more and only waited for the high-ranking person from Qingyang Palace to make a move. Stop him for 10 breaths. Wonderful Sun looked at Meng Yuan and said, I'll extinguish the lights. He probably saw that Meng Yuan had doubts, so he added a sentence, saying, I am Qingyang Palace Li Wugui. You are from the Xin Wangfu. It is Dugu Kong who passed on your smoke and rain flying rainbow, right? Not waiting for Meng Yuan to reply, the Marvelous Sun's duster moved, sweeping away the remnants of karmic fire from He General Ji's body. Grandmaster Kurenai also immediately moved. His body was covered in Buddha's light, and his body seemed to have doubled in size as he stepped forward. Meng Yuan heard the Marvelous Sun called himself Qingyang Palace Li Wugui, and point broken their own roots, then also no longer hesitate to stay hand. The body immediately around the hazy smoke and rain. The flying rainbow was handed out, and Meng Yuan followed the flying rainbow, and performed the smoke rainbow stance, heading towards Grand Master Kurenai. Aya! The young monk is going to fight for his life. Although Senior Kurenai had become a young-looking monk and his voice was much younger, his tone was still that of an old monk. Look at my Kurenai's phase. Only to see the Kurenai Daisher handing out both hands, going so far as to block Meng Yuan's attack with his bare hands again. Meng Yuan had already arrived in front of Grand Master Kurenai, and then there was a flash of light around his body, and when he swung out a sword, it was no longer a sword astral response to the enemy, but rather seemed to cut open a cave of heaven. Thousands of floating lights flowed out of the cave. Even though they could not lock onto Monk Kurenai's aura, they enveloped Monk Kurenai at once. For a moment, Kurenai Daishi's body was covered with Buddha's grand light, and the golden light had actually overpowered the light of the sky. Why is there still so much jade liquid? Grandmaster Kurenai blocked it for 2 breaths, but he saw that the floating light hadn't stopped, and that the might of the thousands of floating lights was actually getting more and more prevalent. The golden body dimmed and the Buddha's light faded. Meng Yuan propped up the ground with his sword and gasped for air, feeling out a pill to swallow. The Wither Great Master howled in pain. Then thousands of floating light dispersed, only to see the Wither Great Master drenched in blood. Head and face is flesh and bone. Both eyes have been broken. Meng Yuan out of the knife when there is still a third of the jade liquid left, confident that this can also break once again Xian really indestructible golden body. But this Kurenai monk's Dharma phase is strange, but can only be seriously injured. That Wither the Great Master hands only golden bones, cover the eyes on the face, the body is back to old age, gradually stooped, but the injury is slowly getting better, but still wailed Meng Fei Yuan name. Meng Yuan then looked at marvelous son Li Wugo, only to see him one-handed pinch, and then took out a talisman and threw it out, and then took out a sack, and took that long bright lamp in his hand, and pressed out the wick. It's done! Li Wuyo smiled easily. For a while, the rain and gloom of heaven and earth receded, and the sunshine reappeared. The people on top of the gourd mountain are all like a drunken hangover, slowly opening their eyes, but still confused, obviously not yet completely awake. Just then, the gourd mountain exploded violently, and a black shadow broke through the rocks and came from the mountain. It is a black-robed, black-skinned rat spirit. Where is the oil lamp? The black-skinned mouse landed on the ground, looked around, and stepped in front of the Kurenai Daisher, and with a single finger point, he caused the Kurenai Daisher to get better from his injuries. Meng Fei Yuan! Meng Fei Yuan! Grandmaster Kurenai wailed. Who is Meng Fei Yuan? Who is Meng Fei Yuan? The black-skinned mouse roared in rage, so violent that the echo was long-lasting. The people of the mountain woke up and were shaken to the ground, all of them bewildered. Meng Yuan rubbed his head and also looked around curiously. Before the black-skinned mouse could distinguish between Meng Yuan and Wonderful Z, a blade light appeared in the sky and came straight towards the black-skinned mouse. Xiao Tao Tao, you're not finished, are you? The black-skinned rat's rat whiskers trembled more than once. Then both hands were raised and his figure then grew more than 3 times bigger. And then the black-skinned rat grabbed Kurenai Daisher, and with one hand wrapped around Pure Harvest, he fled again towards the way he came. The blade light behind him was overbearing to the extreme, and immediately followed suit and drilled into the mountain. Meng Yuan saw the reinforcements coming and was about to take a breather when Huluden Mountain trembled. It was as if the mountains were about to collapse. Meng Yuan was sore and weak, but he still grabbed Meng Yu's hand and tried to take a step to escape. But the whole gourd mountain shook more and more. Before he could stabilize his body, the rocks under his feet collapsed, and Meng Yuan had no foothold and fell downward. Seeing that there was no possibility of escape, Meng Yuan immediately wrapped one hand around Meng Yu's waist and raised his sword upwards to protect his head. Wake up, big sister! In a moment, all the people at the top of the mountain fell. In the midst of the lightning, only a red-clothed figure swept in sharply, clearly a red cloak. But at that moment, a Buddhist light headed toward the red cloak. As the mountain rocks crumbled and dust filled the sky, Meng Yuan only saw that the bald monk who had sneaked up on the red cloak was actually unraveling his screen, and unraveling the screen arms and eyes intact, and even smiled at himself. The person who was helping was intercepted, and Meng Yuan had no choice but to crash down into the mountains with Mingyue. Rumbling, the mountain was hollowed out, and when Meng Yuan saw that there was a cave entrance in it, he grabbed the bright moon with one hand and plummeted downward rapidly. When he landed on the ground, his back was smashed a few times. Meng Yuan's feet were soft, his spine was sore, and he staggered a few steps with clenched teeth, and without resting, he dragged Mingyue into the middle of the cave. Shortly after stepping in, he heard a rumbling sound behind him, a landslide. The cave was dark, the back was buried by rocks, and the way ahead was unknown. Meng Yuan swallowed another Dan pill and came to look at the bright moon. Mingyue just woke up. Confusion seems to have not passed, still lying on the ground without saying anything, perhaps not yet come out from the 7 bitter. Seeing that Mingyue's eyes had lost much of their vigor, Meng Yuan moved forward and whispered, "Still having a hard time? Do you want to rest for a while?" Meng Fei Yuan, "You're very proud, aren't you?" Ming Yu said, "What did I do to you?" Meng Yuan doesn't know what's wrong with Mingyue. Hasn't she gotten over her 7 bitternesses yet? What did I do in your dream? Bright moon? Meng Yuan frowned. Manhwa seemed to come back to her senses as she gazed at Meng Yuan for a long time before she stood up and looked around, asking, "Where's my sword?" Before Meng Yuan could say anything, he saw Manhwa Chen touch up his waist and remove her sword. "It's my turn to protect you." Manhwa was very confident, but she didn't look at Meng Yuan. End of chapter. Chapter 157, Meeting Old Friends. Chapter 157, Meeting Old Friends. Although the cave entrance had been covered, the rumbling sound of falling rocks could still be heard outside. From time to time, there were screams of people or demons, who should have been buried alive by the mountain rocks smashing down. The cave is dark and lightless. Meng Yuan soothed a few breaths, and then heard the sound of falling rocks outside. Is more than that. The smoke in the cave had not yet subsided, and Meng Yuan was sitting on the ground, with the bright moon right in front of him, pressing his sword and turning his back to himself as he looked into the depths of the cave. Hiss! Meng Yuan held his waist and couldn't help but make a noise in pain. The floating light cave had already milked the people clean, and Fong had resisted several falling rocks in order to protect Manhwa. It's not much of a serious injury. It's just very weak, as if the amount of half a month of fooling around with Sister Chingching was used up in the blink of an eye. What's wrong? Manhwa turned around and crouched down on one knee to look at Meng Yuan. Fong was hit by a falling stone. It's not a problem, Meng Yuan said strongly. Manhwa sniffed and sulked. There were no external injuries on her body. She was only smashed a few times by the debris, and she knew that it was Meng Yuan who was like this to protect herself. Although the person in front of me has a lot of heart and mind, and has repeatedly overstepped the bounds, but there is no obstacle to the great section. It is indeed a loyal and good generation. Taking out the fire folders, the faint glow lit up. Mingyu saw Meng Yuan's face slightly pale. The lime on his forehead was sticky with sweat. She raised her hand and lowered it again, saying, "When we go back, I'll pass on a heaven's chance divine power to you." Meng Yuan was planning to make 2 more alkis, but when he heard this, he didn't feel any pain, and hurriedly asked, "What heaven's chance avatar? You weren't injured that much." There was a hint of a smile at the corner of Mengyu's mouth. After others catalyzed the floating light cavern, their faces were pale and bloodless, and their sinews and bones were weak. "But you still have some strength left, and your complexion isn't too bad. I'm taking the pill in advance." Meng Yuan immediately explained a sentence and looked at Mingyu expectantly. Floating light cave heaven is to send out all the jade liquid, as if the water is forced to squeeze through the drains, and afterwards there is naturally a feeling of exhaustion and weakness. Your jade liquid is condensed and your dantian is vast. It is compatible with floating light cave heaven. Mingyu also sat down. The two of them faced each other. Her tone was a little less cold, but floating light cave heaven is a move to set the world in motion. If it becomes a win, if it doesn't, it will be a loss. She passed the fire folders forward and continued. There is a heavenly chance divine ability called Shadow by Shadow. When it is activated, the sword chi is spread across the top of the sword, and there is a sen sword light, as if the sword shadow is following it. Depending on one's ability, 10 or even dozens of steps away can hurt someone. How many orifices need to be opened? Meng Yuan came energized. It's true that you didn't suffer any injuries. Mingyue smiled faintly and said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." And again, it's appetizing. Meng Yuan didn't bother to break it up more. Anyway, this big sister was a serious person and wouldn't take back what she said. "What now?" Meng Yuan asked. Fangkai Meng Yuan has already run through the matter of the gourd mountain. That long bright lights cover one side, but Xiao Tao Tao and others did not lose the target. In fact, has been staring at. Just the main black-skinned rat didn't show up, so Xiao Tao Tao didn't move either. Now that we finally know that the black-skinned rats change days to hide under the gourd mountain, Xiao Tao Tao pursued and went. The other people of the Jin Demon Division are bound to follow immediately. Therefore, we only need to wait here quietly, and when the reinforcements remove the collapsed rocks, everything will be fine, and we can go back to our own homes. Rested for 2/4 of an hour, Meng Yuan jade liquid gradually born, has the power to fight again. See Mingyue silent, only cold and clear staring at the fire folders, cannot help but curious to ask, "What do you see in the 7 bitter cycle of reincarnation?" It was a bit presumptuous to ask, but Meng Yuan was genuinely curious. "What did you see?" Akatsuki asked rhetorically. "It's nothing more than not being able to fulfill one's great aspirations and losing one's wealth and dying one's wife when one is demoted." Meng Yuan spread his hands. The corners of Mingyu's mouth moved slightly as she glanced at Meng Yuan and said, "Nie Qingqing or Jiang Tang? A lifetime of separation and a death of parting." Meng Yuan sighed. "Ha!" Mingyue sneered. "You're dreaming big dreams of embracing left and right. What did that girl see?" Meng Yuan asked curiously. Akatsuki was silent and didn't answer before saying after a while, "All kinds of begging in the past and future." She actually sighed and added, "This kind of thing, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." Meng Yuan nodded his head in recognition. He really can not empathize. Nowadays, the small life is very happy. There is a wife at home, and in a few years, another one will grow up. With the empty master and Xiangzi, my friend was able to recite poetry and sing in his spare time, which was naturally pleasurable, and the road of martial arts is unobstructed, but also embraced the thighs of the three young ladies. The road of civil service, although temporarily impeded, but in the end it is a moment. I was in the 7 bitterness reincarnation and wanted to ask the girl for help, but the girl avoided me. Meng Yuan got aggravated. How am I in the 7 bitterness reincarnation when the girl is in the 7 bitterness reincarnation? I don't know how to honor or demean myself, and there's chaos in the program, Akatsuki said. That's serious? Meng Yuan wanted to ask again, but he saw Mingyu impatiently waving her hand. When did you wake up? Akatsuki frowned as if she was a little uncomfortable. It's been several days. Meng Yuan sighed. I fought with Grandmaster Kurenai a few times, and neither of us could do anything about the other, so we've been waiting for you guys to wake up. That Kurenai Daisher killed quite a few of his fellow practitioners and demons, and after I fought him, he didn't kill much anymore. Is it true that all the ones he kills are mostly 9th ranked, with few 8th ranked ones, and most of them are old and decrepit? Akatsuki asked with a smile. Exactly. That Kurenai Daisher was veiled. Half-truths and half-falsehoods, and Meng Yuan really couldn't see through Kurenai Daisher's thoughts. The old monk wants the people on the mountaintop to sink in the 7 sufferings, so that in the end, they will become single-minded Buddhists, and then they will rely on them to provide oil for the lamps. Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan again and said, all the people that the Kurenai monk kills are useless and defiled people, not much use in relation to supplying oil for the lamps. When Meng Yuan saw that Mingyu knew her way around, he told him all about Wonderful Sun and he Shoji as well. He was actually waiting for Wonderful Sun and he General Ji to awaken so that he could help him get the oil lamp. Seeing the doubt on Meng Yuan's face, Mingyue explained, that everlasting lamp is tainted with the karmic flames of all the people, and the Buddhists are most afraid of this, but it's the Confucian disciples who are the best at restraining it. The cave is dark, the dust is still there, and from time to time there is the sound of rocks smashing down outside. The two of them pulled some small talk for a while, and Mingyue was just about to open her mouth to say something else, when suddenly the cave shook again. At one time there was a rumbling sound coming from above. It was clear that the gourd mountain was going to collapse. Go! Mingyue got up to go deeper into the cave, and when she saw Meng Yuan struggling to get up, she grabbed Meng Yuan by the shoulders. This was already in the belly of the Hulu mountain, and the bright moon still wouldn't pity people. Grabbing Meng Yuan and flying forward in a hurry along the crooked passage, the further we traveled, the more we realized that the passage was slippery and that it sloped downward. After traveling for only a few hours, I saw a fork in the road. Akatsuki didn't even think about it and took the center position directly. The entire mountain was still trembling, and the sound of rumbling and collapsing could still be heard in the passage behind the two. The mountain is collapsing. The ground is sinking. Where did the old sun-changing ancestor go? After traveling forward for a few more breaths, he saw the sound of panic in front of him, and it was actually 2 rabbit demons. The bright moon directly destroyed one rabbit demon, and the sword blade pointed at the other rabbit demon's brow. Buster! You killed Buster! The living rabbit demon was terrified. Where did you come from? Where are the black-skinned rats? Akatsuki asked. I don't know. That rabbit was a female rabbit, with a 3-petaled mouth showing its teeth, kneeling down and kowtowing. 8th brother said that Meng Feiyuan had robbed the oil lamps, and that he wanted to bring me here to find Meng Feiyuan. Who is Meng Feiyuan? Meng Feiyuan asked. I heard that he's a handsome geld. The female rabbit demon looked at Meng Yuan and her red eyes lit up. Even more handsome than you. That female rabbit demon saw Meng Yuan sighing, and Meng Yu supported her forehead. She saw the opportunity and turned around to run. I found Meng Fei. Before the words were finished shouting, his body became fixed and motionless, and then exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Divine might is like a prison? Meng Yuan asked in surprise. Meng Yuan nodded slightly and was about to put away her sword, but suddenly frowned. Where are the rats? Only to see the sword in her hand emitting a great light, and then the person went forward like the wind. Be careful of being trapped. Meng Yuan rushed forward to chase after him, but before he could follow a few steps, he saw a man walk out of a dark fork in the road. Dang it! I didn't expect to meet little brother Meng here. Young Huai was holding a sword in his hand, and there was a burly man standing behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 158, Sister Mingyue. Chapter 158, Sister Mingyue. Before coming to Huluden Mountain, Meng Yuan knew that this trip was bound to have something wrong. Although this is said to be the main force of the Jin Demon Division, but it is really a mixture of dragons and snakes. Meng Yuan and Mingyue have their own belongings, and there is also the master of the state under the Taoist priest Kutsuxian, Lanrua Temple's Zen master Ju Yuan, as well as there was also the Kurenai Daisher from the Western Buddhist kingdom. Li Wuyo from the Qingyang Palace, and so on. That unraveled the screen revealed the whereabouts, and now the King of Fate's people also boarded the field, afraid that there are other forces in the dark. Meng Yuan saw that Mingyue was nowhere to be seen, and he couldn't even think of cursing a ferociously large and brainless person because Mingyue really wasn't very large. Why is General Banner Yang here? Meng Yuan drew his sword, and when he saw that the aura of the person behind Yang Huai was fixed on himself, he also wrapped his aura around the other person. Yang Huai sighed and said, I can't do anything about it. Jia revealed his roots. I can't involve the family, so I could only escape alone. He lit up a torch, revealing a vicissitude of face. His hair was actually completely white. The person behind Yang Huai was very tall, about 40 years old, with a gloomy expression and a strange smile. I haven't yet asked for the name of this high-ranking person behind you. Meng Yuan had just used the floating light cave, and at this point, not much jade liquid had been recovered. Thinking to himself that he could use the smoke rainbow once more, and if he were to send out the floating light cave again, the remaining jade liquid should be enough for a 7th grade martial artist to drink a pot. However, at the top of the mountain has burned a lot of people, the essence of the fire and a little bit of containment. Meng Yuan thought to himself that if the strong use of nirvana to return to the sky, then the power of the floating light cave sky is naturally considerable. But the two people in front of him are not yet ready to use nirvana return to heaven. This is my own family elder brother, Yang Yu Po. Yang Huai actually introduced himself seriously, and he added, word for word, also the uncle of Yuzi. We are all close relatives. Out of respect. Meng Yuan smiled and said, I'm afraid that General Flag Yang came here not only to escape, but also for elder changing son, right? Yang Huai shook his head slightly and said, little brother Meng, I'm in a low realm and low status, so I don't know what the big shots are thinking and I don't want to get involved. I'm only a small person who patrols the cave. He raised his knife and pointed it at Meng Yuan, his hair flaring in anger. I've worked honestly all my life, never overstepping the rules, never competing for credit, and only looking forward to having a son and a daughter grow up properly. But now Yu Ji has been victimized by you. You have to pay for your life. Meng Yuan wasn't afraid and only laughed. Your son has done many unjust and brutal deeds. I only hate the ease of his death. He's only just catalyzed the floating light cave heaven. He no longer has the strength to fight again. That Yang Yupach pressed Yang Huai's shoulder and then drew his sword. In the middle of the narrow passageway, Meng Yuan and Yang Yubag were facing each other. Yang Yupo slowly stepped forward, and then he saw a vague image of smoke and rain on Meng Yuan's body, followed by a rainbow handing out. Ha ha, waiting for you. Yang Yupo smiled triumphantly, and when he saw Meng Yuan coming with the flying rainbow, his figure suddenly retreated sharply backward like a ghost, and actually avoided the smoky rainbow and the body blow. But before he could stand still, he saw the teenager hurrying after him, cutting through the darkness with a knife, and thousands of floating lights drilled out of a narrow cave. How is it possible to recover so quickly? Eaten the precious elixir? Yang Yu Pocket's jade liquid filled his body, protecting it. Jade liquid protector. Yang Yu Po gritted his teeth to block, but the floating light was not scattered, but all of it came towards his head. Strong crossbow of, that floating light is indeed not too much, but the floating light is not a cow hair fine needle, and seems to be a knife chopping and axe chopping general. Yang Yubajang froze. In the dark passageway, the floating light glow flickered for a few breaths, and then it was extinguished without a trace, leaving only the faint torch in Yang Huai's hand. A mere 7th grade. How dare you take liberties in front of me? Meng Yuan forcibly sent out the floating light cave and leaned against the stone wall, forcing out some bold words, but the tone was weak and shivering, as if it were an immediate breeze. That Yang Yubag left brain has no hair and do bones. Yellow and white things messy. His hand pressed on it. Epileptic general. From time to time, there were rat demons probing in the passageway, but they didn't dare to go forward. Meng Yuan leaned against the stone wall and didn't make a sound. The 7th grade Yang Yubo was half ruined, but still had the power to fight again, and the remaining 8th grade Yang Huai is intact, not too good to deal with. Swallowing the elixir pill, Meng Yuan carried his sword and leaned against the stone wall, intending to bull ***** with for a while and then see what happens. Brother, Yang Huai, however, didn't come to fight, dropping his torch and hugging Yang Yupo instead. Yang Yupo wailed incessantly, kill Meng Fei Yuan. I'm going to kill Meng Fei Yuan. He'll never be able to use the floating light cave heaven again. Die. On this side, Meng Yuan was still thinking about what topic to talk about, but he saw that Yang Huai held a dagger and plunged it into Yang Yubao's chest, followed by a turn of the hilt. Yang Huai? Yang Yupo did not expect his relatives to turn against him. His two hands were free. One hand grabbed Yang Huai's hand, and one hand actually plunged into Yang Huai's chest in a raw manner. Dog bites dog. Meng Yuan was confused. After a while, Yan Yubao lost his breath and slowly fell to the ground. Yan Huai also sat paralyzed on the ground. Is he the one who stole Yang Yoji's wife? Meng Yuan blessed his heart. On the day of Gr's wedding, he was drunk. Yan Huai had a huge wound on his chest, and blood sprayed from his mouth, but there was even an easy smile on his face. Brother Yang, do you have any last words? Meng Yuan asked. No. Yan Huai shook his head slightly and said, get out of here quickly. You have a bright future ahead of you. You don't need to spend it in a mud pit. Meng Yuan didn't go, staggered 2 steps forward and asked, are you all King Xian's men? I don't count as one. Yang Yupo is. Yang Huai had a relieved smile. It won't hurt to tell you. Dugushang has 4 great generals, which are Chia Yisheng, Xiong Wufei, Yan Yubai and He Jiolong. Yan Yubao and Yang Yubi recognized their relatives from the same clan and climbed up to King Xian. You're working for King Shin as well? What is King Xian plotting? Meng Yuan saw that he was dying, so he hurriedly asked. I don't know. Yang Huai shook his head, his eyes lax. I was just told to keep an eye on Qing Guangxi's people, and there were no other orders up to this point. Yang Huai looked at Meng Yuan, his eyes reflecting the torches on the ground, and said, I heard that you burned Jir in a fire. I'm going to die, so you burn me as well. Burn cleaner. After saying his words, Yan Huai's head tilted and he died with his eyes closed. Meng Yuan squatted down and ferried out essence flame, slowly incinerating the bodies of Yang Huai and Yang Yubao. Standing up and glancing at the several rats' eyes in the dark cavern, Meng Yuan stepped forward, but within 2 more steps, the chakra was wrapped up again. Moreover, this person's qi entanglement was extremely deep and overbearing, and was by no means comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. Meng Xiaoqi. Li Jinyun pressed his sword in his hand and stepped out from the gloom. What's with all the enemies? Don't you ever let them breathe? Qianhu Li is coming to test his sword? Meng Yuan asked with a smile. I won't nag with you. Kill you and leave. Li Jinyun drew his sword. Just now, he had catalyzed the floating light cave, and now that the jade liquid was exhausted, his body was weak and powerless, but he was met with a strong enemy. So Meng Yuan could only fight to the death once again. Nirvana. Return to heaven. Meng Yuan catalyzed the heavenly chance avatar, and for a moment, his heart was so clear that a subtle pain spread out from the depths of his body, and then spread throughout his entire body. The flesh and blood seemed to not belong to him anymore, and there was a rolling sensation, and then the blood and flesh impacted the tough skin, and cracks as fine as threads were seen on the skin. Meng Yuan only felt that his body seemed to be imprisoned, and his whole body was in extreme pain. Just as Li Jinyun slowly walked towards him, he suddenly looked surprised and tried to turn around, but his head had already fallen off. Bright Moon appeared and sheathed his sword. Meng Yuan hurriedly stopped Nirvana back to heaven and said in surprise, Miss Mingyu? As he looked at Mingyu, his heart was much lighter. He only felt that Mingyu had really come at the right time. Didn't you enter the 6th grade only a short time ago? How come it's so easy to kill the 6th grade? Didn't you just enter the 7th rank as well? How can you kill the 7th rank like a chicken? Besides, it hasn't been long since Li Jinyun advanced to the 6th rank. Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan. At such a young age, you've learned a lot of ways to fight to the death. She was clearly not a few years older than Meng Yuan, yet she had an elder tone, and she didn't know if she had learned it from Xiang Ling. Turns out you're the one who's really good at fighting, not takedowns. Miss Mingyue, I don't have to fight to the death now that you're here. Did you not get lured away just now and have been secretly protecting me? Meng Yuan directly picked it apart. Akatsuki clasped her arms. If I don't leave, they'll stay hidden in the shadows. There were actually a few moments of girlish gestures in her tone, and she said confidently, as I said, it's my turn to protect you on this trip. Sister Mingyue, you're so nice. Meng Yuan held his waist and spoke sincerely. Come less. Mingyu grabbed Meng Yuan's wrist with great disgust, probed his pulse, and threw out a pill. You really were lying to me just now. End of chapter. Chapter 159, The Red Cloak. Chapter 159, The Red Cloak. The cave was dark and dim, and only from time to time did the sound of chattering come from the distance, which should be a small demon peeping. At the moment, Meng Yuan was leaning his back against the stone wall, with a sore back and headache. His body was weak, and he looked like he had been drained, which was the result of using the floating light cave sky twice forcibly, and the body skin has a slight crack, still seeping blood. The texture of the muscle is not a big problem, only some trembling feeling. Is the strong use of nirvana back to the sky of the reason? Fortunately, the nirvana returning sky was sent and received by the heart. If the bright moon had come 2 breaths later, Meng Yuan would have had to pay an overwhelming price to catalyze the nirvana returning sky. After swallowing the elixir, Meng Yuan's physique was different, and the subtle wounds on his body slowly healed. the pain in the dantian slowly receded, and there was a sense of nourishment. The torch that Yang Huai had brought fell to the ground, and the fire fluttered more and more, reflecting the bright moon and Meng Yuan's silhouette. What kind of person did you just go after? Was it really someone? Meng Yuan asked. It's a woman. It should be the Yang Yu vase among the 4 great generals that Chief Flagyang mentioned. Mingyue stood up, holding her sword, looking deeper into the cave, and said, she was seriously injured by me. I didn't go after her. Actually, you don't have to worry about my safety, just chase the enemy. But you can still think of me. I'm grateful. Meng Yuan was a straight man and wouldn't beat around the bush. Akatsuki frowned at his words, seemingly disgusted. I'm sure you have me in mind. Meng Yuan didn't pursue the matter and added, what technique did you use to kill Li Jinyun just now? I didn't hear the slightest movement from you, and I didn't see any vision of you striking. The submerged dragon is in the abyss. The flying dragon is in the sky. Mingyue said. That. Meng Yuan was a little heartbroken. An unspoken secret. Mingyue immediately shattered Meng Yuan's heartbeat. There's no other method? Meng Yuan was undeterred. You talk a lot. Mingyue glanced at Meng Yuan and held her sword to the side. You should rest for a while. I'll stand guard here. Meng Yuan saw that Mingyue was standing straight, and although her back was slightly thin, she had a sense of peace of mind. Apart from being restrained by the 7 bitternesses of life and other methods of attacking the heart, this elder sister's hand skills were not bad at all, and she was also intelligent and careful. On the outside, she seems to be cool and unapproachable, but in fact, she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Meng Yuan didn't bother to dwell on it, and forced himself to crawl forward a few steps to Li Jinyun's corpse. This Li Jinyun from the 1,000 households came to Songafus to investigate the matter of King Guangxi, and also brought a lot of people. But Meng Yuan first killed Yu Qingtian and Yao Jiamu, and then Huang Yusheng and Xiao Bubu, and today even Li Jinyun was hitched. The people coming down from above were almost wrapped up in Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan never had the intention of harming anyone, but when he was really forced into this situation step by step, in the end, even Miss Mingyue couldn't look at it anymore. Probing the line of fire, he burned Li Jinyun to ashes with a brain. This Li Jinyun is a 6th grade martial artist. Nourished by this, the essence fire instantly grows, more effective than all the people burned earlier. Meng Yuan pondered that with 4 or 5 more 6th grade martial artists, the essence flame would be perfected once more, allowing him to quench his body 5 times, and without thinking anything more, Meng Yuan sat down on his knees and quietly recovered. It was only an hour before Meng Yuan opened his eyes. 4 times the work of quenching the body, plus pills to complement it. The body that was not much injured had already turned good, and the jade liquid in the dantian was full. At this moment, Meng Yuan had come to his prime again. His waist and limbs weren't sore and limp anymore, and all of his strength had returned, so he was able to do it again. Raising his eyes to look at Mingyu, he saw that she was still standing at the same place with her waist straight and her sword in her hand. The other party seemed to be aware of this and turned back. How are you? Akatsuki asked as she walked up, barely able to fight again. Meng Yuan has always been a modest nature, and seriously said, the girl came here for important matters, but now she is specifically protecting me, and is not allowed to be free at all. I'm sorry in my heart, but now that I've recovered a little, I have the strength to go further. Haven't you been guarding me before as well? Although Mingyu said this, she didn't wait for Meng Yuan to reply before grabbing Meng Yuan's wrist. As the jade liquid probed in, Mingyue frowned and uttered a domineering voice. No resistance. This big sister than the 3rd miss is still rogue, and still do not know the reasoning of the mercy of people. The jade liquid seems to be like a line, like a sudden advance, came to the dantian, and then returned. There's not a word of truth coming out of your mouth. It's obvious that you're all better already. Akatsuki withdrew her hand. As a 6th grade martial artist, Mingyue knew what the floating light cave heaven was, a dharma, and this companion had urged the floating light cave heaven twice in a short period of time, squeezing the dantian clean. The sinews, bones, blood, and flesh must also be subjected to a great deal of heavy pressure, but in just 1 hour, it had recovered without any obstacles, and the jade was full of liquid. Mingyue had helped this person to open up his dantian and knew that this person's physique was extraordinary, but he didn't expect to recover so quickly, although the merit of the elixir. But if it is an ordinary person to use, afraid that it will take half a day to recover well, and not necessarily as he is alive and well. Mingyue held the sword in front of his chest, measured Meng Yuan, and said that this person has a good foundation, good understanding, and gratitude for the heart, is missing a few points of the order of inferiority and superiority, and repeatedly have to provoke the words, really as should be as said. Give him 3 colors, he can open the dye house, but other than that, there is really no drawback. When it's time to use the sword, he can use it, and when it's time to fight for his life, he never hesitates. Also barely some literary talent, composed a few crooked poems, can accompany people to talk and chant poetry. If you do not want to talk, he also has a very good eye. Never say a word more. He can soften his body to talk to people, and he can also raise a sword to cut people. This person is both a man of letters and a man of arms? Manhwa couldn't help but glance at Manhwa. Are we going forward? Manhwa carried his sword and did not blush at being poked in the back of his mind. Akatsuki nodded slightly and immediately moved forward. Manhwa rekindled the torch left behind by Young Hwai and silently followed behind. The landslide has stopped, and there is a creaking sound deep in the cave. It is a mess, and the deeper you go, the more putrid it is. The cave should be half natural formation and half man-made, and it does serve as a rat's nest. The two traveled for a while and tackled two small demons. Manhwa slightly asked, but the two small demons do not know more, only said that they heard a movement in the mountains, so they came to the cave to explore the treasure, trying to pick up, and carefully asked the origin of this cave, only to know that this is a Were Mountain Armor's territory, and later was a snake demon domination. The hole expanded a lot. 10 or so years ago, the Marmachingha came here to ferry the snake demon and became the king, although he did not spread the Buddha's teachings, but this place has become a rat's nest. There are a number of entrances to the cave, and the terrain is complex, with caves connected to each other. As for the situation in the deepest part, no one knows. Seeing that the little demon didn't know anymore, Manhwa and Mingyu continued on. After traveling for less than half a quarter of an hour, he saw a fire in the depths of the cave in front of him, and then the firelight came slowly, and at the head of it was a woman, wearing a round red cloak that covered her entire body, revealing only the hem of her lower skirt, head wearing a hood. Look at the age and height, should be 15 or 16 years of age. The face would have been well behaved, but the eyes cold, not like a young girl. The woman's hands were hidden in her cloak, and she was followed by 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, of whom the one holding the torch was actually Zhang Guanyin. Sister Fluorescent. Akatsuki stepped forward. Sister Lum? This appearance should be Sister Fluorescence, right? Manhwa hurriedly followed and bowed first, then exchanged a glance with Zhang Guanyin behind Sister Luminescence, and the two of them nodded slightly without saying much. How's it going out there? Did you catch the black-skinned rat? Akatsuki asked. That red cloak glanced at Mingyu and saw that she had no injuries on her body, so he nodded slightly and said, the Xiao Tao Tao hasn't come out yet. All of our people have already entered the cave. Elder Changing Sun can't run away. Then let's go quickly. Mingyu gripped her long sword tightly, then looked back at Manhwa and said, it's dangerous up ahead, so you and Zhang Baifu will slowly follow behind. There's no need to rush. I'll accompany the girl. How could Manhwa lag behind? In fact, we don't have to rush. Go with us also. The red cloak fluorescent sister was about to agree, but she saw Manhwa frowning. Listen to the words. Yes. Manhwa could only obey. Zhang Guanyin stroked his chin and vigorously sized up Manhwa. The red cloak opened its mouth slightly and came to look at Manhwa as well. Manhwa then realized that this fluorescent sister wasn't looking at herself in a very friendly way, as if it was the way she looked at herself when she whispered to Niechingching and was caught by Niesher. Zhang Baifu, there are too many forks in the road here, and the people are too scattered. You guys go together to find the people who have gotten separated and gather a few more before going deeper. The red cloak looked deeply at Manhwa. Yes, Zhang Guanyin immediately answered. Go! The red cloak pulled on Mingyu and immediately headed deeper into the cave. Seeing that the 2 women had already left, Zhang Guanyin then hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud. You kid can do it. Zhang Guanyin laughed. Just barely surviving. Manhwa thought Zhang Guanyin was saying he was intact. You fell from the top of a mountain, didn't you? What did you encounter in the 7 bitter ecstasy? A woman behind Zhang Guanyin came out to ask. The woman, in her Taoist robes and in her early 20s, was curious. Insolence. How can you probe about such matters? The young man beside the Taoist nun frowned. Yes, the Taoist nun obeyed obediently and immediately bowed her head and apologized. It was the little Taoist who was rude. Please don't be offended. Dare not, dare not. Manhwa didn't blame and cupped his fists and smiled. I'm the small flag officer Manhwa of the Demon Suppression Division, and I haven't asked you 2 for your names. I'm Ningbo Fei of the Lingxiao sect, and this is my junior sister Mo. Listen you. The young man and the Taoist nun saluted together. So you're a senior disciple of the Taoist sect. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Manhwa returned the salute. The Lingxiao sect was one of the 3 sects of the Taoist sect, with vast power and deep roots, and it was rumored that the state master had studied in the Lingxiao sect. Meng Fei Yuan is your pseudonym, right? Zhang Guanyin asked with a smile. Can't hide it from Zhang Baifu. Manhwa laughed. So you're the Meng Fei Yuan who forcefully thwarted old thief and bald man Kiranon. That Mo listening Rain smiled, grabbed her senior brother's sleeve and said happily, I thought he was from our Taoist sect. There are countless heroes in the world, and it doesn't necessarily have to be my Taoist sect to have any talents. Ning Dofei was tall and had an average appearance, but was extremely righteous. You're right, eldest senior brother. Mo hearing you nodded her head repeatedly, not looking at anyone but staring at her eldest senior brother, clearly in love. Are you guys here to slay demons or get laid? Meng Yuan didn't bother and looked at a middle-aged man beside Zheng Guingyan. This is Lan Wun Sound Lan Baihu who came with Commander Xiao. He is our fellow officer. Zheng Guingyan introduced. Blue 100 household is out of respect. Meng Yuan clasped his fists and saluted. Blue Winding Sound nodded slightly and did not return the salute. Nor did he speak. End of chapter. Chapter 160, Meeting Old Friends. Chapter 160, Meeting Old Friends. The cave was dimly lit, and Zheng Guingyan and Nanning Defei held up torches. All 5 men gave their names, and went on ahead again, piece by piece. There were many forks in the cave, but wherever there were forks, Zheng Guingyan and Ning Zhaifei would carve markings. With a companion, Meng Yuan didn't dare to slacken off, and still not clear about the situation outside, so he walked while inquiring with Zheng Guingyan. It turns out that the top of the Gourd Mountain people were trapped by the lamp when the lock. The outside world did not see the abnormalities, only know that the top of the mountain dark clouds with rain. However, such as Xiao Tao Tao and others know clearly that there is a difference, but also did not make a move. Has been waiting for the black-skinned rats to change the day to show up. It was only after the battle between Meng Yuan and Grandmaster Kurenai, and the long bright lamp was taken by the marvelous Sun Li Wuyo, that the black-skinned rats revealed themselves. The cave entrances aren't small, but there aren't many that can accommodate people. The closest one is in the upper belly of Hulk Mountain. Because of the relationship between Meng Yuan and Nye Yannian, Zheng Guingyan treats Meng Yuan as a close junior, so he doesn't hide anything. After Zheng Guingyan finished pulling these, he talked about the realms of the people, being in a dangerous place and being one of us. We should know what we are good at, so that we can take care of each other. That blue surrounding sound is for the 100 households. Naturally, it is a 7th grade martial artist, and what it cultivates is all the martial arts of the Jin Demon Division. Ling Xiao Sect's Ning Dofei was also a 7th grade martial artist, cultivating the Ling Xiao Sect's Tianji Dharma sect and specializing in the way of attack. As for that junior sister, Mo Listening Rain, she was a Taoist priest of the 7th rank realm, and was considered to be versed in the arts. Commander Xiao saw you fighting with the Koron thief Baldi outside and said that your floating light cave heaven was remarkable. Mo Listening you laughed out loud after hearing Meng Yuan say that he had learned Blooming Spring Thunder and Floating Light Cave Heaven. Actually, my eldest senior brother isn't bad either. This small Taoist nun appearance is not particularly outstanding, but lively nature. But 3 words on the inevitable bring her eldest brother. Visible is a deep-rooted love. And that Ning Dofei also seems to be very doting on Mo Listen You, and has been able to put up with Mo Listen You's nagging. Junior sister, Meng brother alone against Kurenai Daisher without losing the wind. The talent and ability is far above me. Ning but Fei very humbly corrected Mo hearing you. Also, although that Kurenai Daisher is a Buddhist, he is also in our cultivation lineage. No matter if he does good or evil, he shouldn't be bad-mouthed. Eldest senior brother, what you said is really right. I'll change it in the future. Mo hearing you was obedient. Meng Yuan can see. This Mo listen to the rain is always in the hook Ning to go non-speaking. Himself and Wither the thief ball just her raft. Zheng Guanian seems to have known the temperament of the Lingxiao school's duo, so he never intervened and only muttered with Meng Yuan. How many people in total have entered the cave? After traveling for a quarter of an hour and only encountering a few small demons who had lost their footing, but not their peers, Meng Yuan came to ask. There are quite a few of us entering the mountain, totaling 38 people, and their realms are at least 7th grade. In addition to our fellow members of the Demon Suppression Division, there are also Taoists from the Qingyang Palace and the Lingxiao sect. Lanrua Temple also sent out people, and Dao Master Ke came with all of them. Zheng Guingyan smiled and said, why are there so many people? Meng Yuan felt less and less at ease. This time, aside from the black-skinned rat-changing sons, Grand Master Kurenai, unwrapping the screen, and Pure Harvest, what other big names are there on the other side? That oil lamp was snatched away by the unraveling screen. Mo hearing you was particularly talkative. We're here to find the oil lamp. It turned out to be so. Meng Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, where's Daoist Li Wu Gue? There is a 6th grade martial artist beside Untying Ping who was very domineering. Zheng Guanyan was much more solemn. That martial artist had the method of sudden stabbing and seriously injured Daoist Li. I wonder what route that martial artist is. Meng Yuan couldn't help but think of what Yang Huai had said about King Xaian's 4 great generals. I don't recognize him. He covered his face. He should be a middle-aged man. Zhang Guanyan shook his head. That person's heavenly chance avatar should be from the Buddhist sect. Ning Gofei was quite insightful. It is a body that transforms into a ray of golden light, with the person merging with the golden light, followed by a vertical and horizontal thrust. Meng Yuan nodded, only to realize that this heavenly chance avatar was similar to the smoke and rainbow flying rainbow, but different. The 5 men traveled on for a while longer, and finally saw a fire ahead. Who is it? Blue Winding Voice asked in a loud voice. But Blue Winding Sound? I am Lu Dingjia. The man in front spoke out, rather weakly. Bai Hu Lu is injured? Blue Winding Sound immediately took a step forward. Zhang Guingyan and Meng Yuan followed, with Ning Gaofei and Mo listening you at the rear. When he arrived, he saw that Lu Dingjia sitting on the ground, his back against the stone wall, covered in blood. Who hurt you? Blue Around the Sound frowned to ask. He has determined. Although the enemy has high people, but not much, and their own high people are all deep. At this moment, but someone seriously injured Lu Dingjia. May have what happened. It was a woman, who should be a 6th grade martial artist. She captured me, and I escaped quietly. Lu Dingjia said. 6th grade? Caught you? Escaped by you? Blue Winding Sound frowned, and also took 2 steps back. Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan also took a few steps back, but it was Mo listening you who curiously poked her head forward. Brother Blue, that woman was injured, and she tied me up after she crippled me. I took advantage of her recuperating from her injuries and slowly escaped. Lu Dingjia pointed ahead with a bitter smile. Blue Winding Sound forward to probe the torch, then see a bloody road. Visible Lu Dingjia escape is not easy. Where is the woman recuperating from her injuries? Blue Winding Voice asked excitedly. 3 forks of the road ahead. Just follow my blood trail forward. Lu Dingjia was breathless. You guys be careful. Even an injured 6th grade can't be underestimated. I know. Blue Winding Sound immediately moved forward with his sword, making arrangements as he did so. Zhang Baifu and Meng Xiaoqi will follow me, with Taoist Master Ning and Taoist Master Mo at the rear. No one objected, and immediately followed the blood trail forward. Come to the fork in the road and take the left. After traveling slowly for half a quarter of an hour, he saw that the cave ahead was narrow and short. Blue Winding Sound slowly bent forward, and when he reached a corner, he turned it without waiting for the people behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Guingyan and Meng Yuan didn't make a sound, only speeding up to follow. Just then, a miserable call came out from the otherwise silent cave. This cry of pain is by no means the physical pain of a broken arm or leg. It seems to have been able to pain the heart, and even the pain of the past, the future, and even the pain of death is also all added. Zhang Guingyan and Meng Yuan glanced at each other, and the two of them actually didn't dare to go up to see the situation behind that corner. But Master Meng has come? That corner walked out one person, bald and velvet. It was none other than Xie Ping. He only saw blood oozing from untying Ping's left shoulder and his face was pale. Brother Xie, whenever I meet you, how come you're always carrying injuries? Who hurt you? I'll take it out for you. Meng Yuan laughed. Alas, the flow of the year is unfavorable. Untying the screen side and said, do you know what root that red cloak is? Brother Xie has fallen into her ways? Meng Yuan asked. That woman doesn't look very old, but she's actually at least 25 or 26 years old, experienced in fighting, and even more ruthless. Unwrapping the screen shook his head helplessly. How does it compare to the bright moon? Meng Yuan asked. That bright moon girl of yours naturally has better martial arts qualifications. Unraveling the screen chatted. But the red cloak has other magical powers, and is even more of a firm-minded person, and all the illusions are useless. Looks like you've suffered a lot. Meng Yuan laughed. Unraveling the screen shook his head. Don't say it. I never want to meet her again. He looked toward Meng Yuan and said, I'm still more willing to talk about the heavens and the earth with Schism Master Meng. The same goes for me. Every time I listen to Brother Xie's marvelous arguments, I am bound to gain something. Meng Yuan smiled and drew his sword. End of chapter. Chapter 161, The 9 Revolutions of Returning God. Chapter 161, The 9 Revolutions of Returning God. Zhang Guanyan was holding a torch in his hand, which could not illuminate the gloomy cave. Ning Gofei drew his sword, and when he saw that Mo Listen Yu was going to move forward, he crossed his arms to stop her, shaking his head slightly at her. Unraveling the screen standing in that corner, with clean velvet clothes, face slightly smiling, bald head reflecting the red light, not like a high monk, but a few points of gentle and elegant noble gentleman model. 3 days apart, but it feels like years. Unwrapping the screen to see Meng Yuan draw his sword, he was not afraid, only the smile on his face increased. Meng Yuan had been energizing the Burning Heart avatar, and when he looked at Xie Ping, who was 10 paces away, he smiled and said, I've been thinking about Brother Xie day and night as well. Hey, Mo hearing you at the very back couldn't look away when she saw these two catching up. Mang Fei Yuan, are you and him old friends? He's unlocking the screen. It's Peacock Elder. This person is from the Songhua Prefecture, and he once discussed with me in the heart of the river. Meng Yuan said, not only do the two of us have the friendship of discussing the Tao, but Scholar Meng has also had dealings with the junior monk's lay mother. Unraveling the screen said, not bad. Meng Yuan agreed with this statement. Brother Xie, I asked her to send my regards to Brother Xie. How come she has not conveyed my regards? Before that unraveling screen could speak, Mo listening Rain interjected. How come it sounds like Meng Fei Yuan you've been good with other people's mothers? His mother's name is Slender-Waisted Nun. Her waist is thin but her eyebrows are flirtatious and flavorful, so she is truly a sight to behold. Meng Yuan very boldly looked at Untying Ping and continued. Your mother's flavor can be really good. Zhang Guanyan was meditating on his defense, but he still couldn't help glancing at Meng Yuan after hearing this. Ningbo Fei and Mo listen you looked at each other in dismay, the two of them looking like children who had never seen the world before. If my mother can bring a moment of pleasure to Scholar Meng, then she is considered to be ferrying people and herself, and the young monk is satisfied. Unwrapping the screen laughed. Mo hearing you couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to look at Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan has always been quite confident in his own thick skin, but when it comes to someone like Xia Ping, who regards his skin as empty, he is still a bit confused. Brother Xie, what happened to Blue Winding Sound? Meng Yuan finally remembered the main event. Just come in and take a look at it. Monastery Master Meng, unwrapping the screen laughed. When I used to see a mountain, I wanted to know what was behind it and went over the hill to see. Now I don't go over mountains to see anymore. Meng Yuan said. Behind the mountains are still mountains, overlapping and endless. Is this enlightenment on the part of Monastery Master Meng? Unraveling the screen smiled. Nonetheless, Meng Yuan's chi locked onto the other party. I am thinking that going over mountains is too troublesome, so I might as well just push the high mountains down. Wouldn't that be a wide world and a long-term vision? This is narrower and more cramped than the way to come. Can also allow two people to pass side by side, but also from time to time to bend down low. It is not easy to move. Meng Yuan had already carefully weighed the 3 7th-grade martial artists and 1 7th-grade Taoist nun on his side. Strong in frontal attack. The opponent had a 6th-ranked monk with injuries and a seriously injured 6th-ranked martial artist inside. The strength of both sides looked like the enemy was weak and I was strong, but we had to guard against that 6th-grade martial artist from the other side fighting for his life. Moreover, unwrapping the screen is the seat of the 4th-grade bald donkey Qing Wangzi. It is hard to guarantee that his hands are cupped with any backhandedness. Senior brother Ning, senior sister Mo. Meng Yuan slowly walked forward, still activating the Burning Heart avatar. This person cultivates the silent phase. His aptitude is extraordinary, and he has a lot of thoughts. You guys need to be careful. Meng Yuan had fought with Untying Ping before, and had also seen Ming Yu force Untying Ping to use Qing Guangzi's magic weapon, so he still knew Untying Ping quite well. I had also inquired afterward that the silent phase was a Dharma phase, a realm, practiced after the 6th path of the Buddhist path. The so-called silence and extinction is the meaning of silence and tranquility, extinction and rest. It is the absence of greed, anger, infatuation and other worries. Silence is a great help to the change to nirvana when the 5th class is advanced to the 4th class. And now unraveling the screen only 6 products. The silence phase has not reached the depths of the divine power technique, probably has the ability of the undifferentiated wisdom, the great perfect mirror wisdom. This method is similar to the Confucianism of the search for the original. It is the insight into the nature of people and things, and exactly the empty and the cause of the origin. Through this, we can realize the changes of death and life, and the relationship between cause and effect. To put it bluntly, this method can seek out changes in the opponent's strength and weakness, and even have a sense of what is about to happen in terms of cause and effect, as in the cave under the river. When Meng Yuan catalyzed the floating light cave, unwrapping the screen was aware of it and took 2 steps back in advance. This silent phase was not as miraculous as the Kurenai phase of the Kurenai Daisher, but it could clarify the mind and was beneficial to cultivation advancement. Thanks for the reminder. Ning Zhaifei immediately understood what Meng Yuan meant, which was that this person was not skilled in frontal attacks, but rather had the art of attacking the heart. Of course, even so, this person is also bound to practice the Buddha's divine power techniques, such as the 6 divine powers, golden body Buddha light and other offensive and defensive methods. Therefore, even if the combat power is a little worse, it is only compared to Kurenai Daisher, but it is not something that can be dealt with casually. Brother Xie, would you like to try the floating light cave again? Meng Yuan carried his sword forward, his chi firmly fixed on Xie Ping. Amitabha Buddha. Unlocking the screen declared the Buddha's name. The martial artist is the most adept at killing. is to go the way of a knife to break all the laws. Floating light cave is a move to finalize the method, but the master clearly have backup. The little monk really dare not try. He folded both hands and murmured the Buddha's name again. And then Meng Yuan felt that it would be difficult for Qi to entangle this person any longer. The little monk's roots are known, so there's no need to say more. Unwrapping the screen to make way. Please. The young monk has come out to greet you all and to avoid suspicion. When he saw Meng Yuan's dense mist dispersing around his body, followed by a rainbow handing out, he fled behind the corner with a frightened brain. Meng Yuan's person arrived with the flying rainbow, followed by a slash. Untying the screen was covered in Buddha's light, gritting his teeth and blocking a knife. I said I won't fight with you. And then he really fled behind the corner. And Meng Yuan didn't chase after him hastily, but a try. Already know that this person is not lightly injured. Visible red cloak fluorescent sister ruthless. Meng Yuan stood at the corner. Inside the bend more than 50 paces. It seems that there is a stone door. And there is a bright light inside. We still need to be careful. Zhang Guanyan immediately followed. He also wanted to take down Untying Ping. But this place was too cramped and it was impossible to surround and combine the attack. Brother Meng. Ningbo Fei also stepped forward and said, Brother Meng has already made an effort, so he might as well take the rear for now and let little sister and I be in the front. Eldest brother, you are so kind. Before Meng Yuan could speak, that Mo listening rain had light in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, do you know that Meng Fei Yuan had used the floating light cave sky first, and had not yet recovered fully, and could not bear to have him contribute to the effort? And is that why you want to be the one to break into the formation? Meng Yuan did feel Ningbo Fei's goodwill, but shouldn't this kind of thing be tacitly laughed at and made friends afterward? How did you say it? Junior sister. Ning Zhaifei frowned helplessly and said, Brother Meng's skill is above you and I. The rear of the temple is a heavy responsibility, so don't talk nonsense. Eldest senior brother. You're really good at talking. No wonder you're able to be eldest brother. The light in Mo hearing you's eyes increased even more, looking at Ningbo Fei like a fool. Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan looked at each other, and the two of them couldn't hold back a single word. You stop talking. Ningbo Fei was breathless. Just follow me well. He nodded at Zhang Meng and then pressed his sword forward. Mo hearing you immediately followed, holding the sword in one hand and pinching the talisman in the other. Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan followed 10 paces away, each of them alert. 4 people in a line, obviously not occupying the ground. That Ningbo Fei was in the lead, and quickly arrived in front of the stone door. The stone door was wide open, and Ningbo Fei's sleeves puffed out. Then he stepped into it, and Mo hearing you also hurriedly followed. Come on, look fresh. Mo hearing you took a look inside and waved at Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan in the back. Meng Yuan and Zhang Guanyan glanced at each other, and both of them felt that it couldn't be that this Mo listening rain had been planted with thoughts. Could it? Be careful and watch your back, and go up slowly. When he came to the stone door, he saw that it was very wide inside, with a length and width of 30 or so feet. Obviously a natural grotto transformed into. There were many small holes in the stone wall, in which lighted lamps and candles were placed. There was also a stone door in the innermost part, but it was tightly closed. The cave was dark and damp, with a slight breeze, and the oil lamp was dimly lit. Meng Yuan looked inside, only to see blue around the sound lying on the ground, 2 hands into a claw shape, 2 legs straight. There is no wound on the body, just that the face is twisted extremely. Eyes seem to be open to open the head. The mouth is open, tearing the corners of the mouth. It is as if his soul to escape the body, but was sealed, in which the general, that unraveling screen, stood in front of the innermost door of the cave, both hands folded, head bowed without saying a word, and beside blue surrounding sound, there stood a woman. The woman was 30 years old or so, with a pretty appearance and a slight smile between her eyebrows. Only her eyes were slightly cloudy and gray. The woman was half exposed at the moment, wiping the blood from her shoulders as she looked around at the men. This woman should be the one Lu Dingjia said was severely injured, just looking at her shape, although there was blood on her shoulder, but when she wiped it, she saw white skin and no wounds at all, or that the person's injuries have healed. 2 little Taoist priests, 2 martial artists. The woman smiled faintly, her voice slightly hoarse as she dropped the cloth she was holding to wipe the blood and pulled on her shirt to cover her snow-white torso. Who are you? Ningbo Fei frowned tightly, carrying his sword in his hand, seemingly very wary of this woman. It's hello sister. The woman laughed slightly. As good as the Taoist is, it's a shame it's not very handsome. Ignorant people who only look at the skin. Mo listening you was instantly displeased. My eldest brother is as one inside and out. A first-class character in the world. Ha! The woman laughed disdainfully and looked at Zhang Guanyan again, then shook her head faintly before finally looking at Meng Yuan and saying, You and Peacock's mother are lovers? How can a thin-waisted slave compare to me? Come here, let sister take a look at you. You're Yang Yuhua? Meng Yuan held his sword in one hand and took out a jade pendant with the other, saying, "You've already seen me. How about I ask Miss Mingyue to take a look at you again?" Yang Yubao is dead? The woman obviously recognized that it was Yang Yubao. Only her face was not worried and she was obviously angry. Only borrowing a woman's power. No talent. The injuries she suffered earlier were obviously from Mingyu, and she was also quite wary of Mingyu. So she turned back to untying the screen at this moment. He tricked you. That jade pendant is just an ordinary thing. When it's crushed. It can't summon anyone. Unraveling the screen said. Little fellow is not honest. Yang Yuhua sneered and stretched out her hand. The long sword on the ground flew up and reached her. Brother Xie, I haven't torn you down. Meng Yuan put away the jade pendant. Ba Buddha. It's the junior monk who is insolent. Unwrapping the screen bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Fellow Daoist is using the 9 revolutions of returning God method? Ningbo Fei protected Mo Listen you behind him. His Daoist robe still slightly bulging. You're quite literate. Yang Yuji sized up Ning Gaofei's Daoist robes. The Lingxiao sect has come to wade through the muddy waters as well? Eldest senior brother. What is the 9 revolutions of returning God? Mo Listening you asked. Hiding behind Ning Gaofei. It is an evil method. Ning Gaofei frowned, and while guarding against Yang Yubai, he said, this method is to forcibly take another person's essence, and even jade liquid and essence blood, and use it to heal their injuries. The speed of recovery depends on one's own injuries and the strength of the person being nabbed. He looked at Meng Yuan and Zhang Guingyan very solemnly and then said, this method is evil. The person who is taken will suffer great pain in life, and even have the feeling of stripping away his body and mind. So the death is horrible. If the realm of the person who was forcibly taken is far beyond his own, he can even push his own realm to break through. Meng Yuan then felt that this method was similar to his own essence flame. Wouldn't this be an invincible method? Mo hearing you was curious. In the way of yin and yang, can there be no definite increase or loss? Ning Zhaifei stared at Yang Yuvase and said, if this method is used once, your eyes will be dull and cloudy for 1 minute, and your mind will be covered with a layer of dust. Usually after 5 or 6 times, the eyes will go blind and the brain will go out of whack. After 9 times, the person will go crazy. After that, this method can no longer be performed. Meng Yuan knew that there was a number of times of casting the heavenly chance avatar, but today was considered to be the first time that he had met it. And it was indeed evil, as if it was a hemlock spell. Ba Buddha. Cultivation trials and tribulations. Many karmic obstacles. This is internal and external obstacles working in tandem. The devil's obstacles entering the heart. Unraveling the screen with a cry of compassion. How many times did you see this use it? Zhang Guingyan asked Ning to go to Fei. Can't tell. Ningbo Fei stared into Yang Yuhua's eyes before shaking his head and saying, maybe 5 or 6 times. Maybe 3 or 4 times. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. The stone room was vast and dimly lit. Yang Yuhua pressed his sword with one hand, his eyes slightly cloudy, not caring much about the 4 people in front of him. Not far behind her is a closed stone door. Unlocking the screen stood under the stone door. Both hands together. Eyes closed. Really have a few points of transcendence, so that people cannot help but want to ferry him. Ning Zhaifei carried his sword in front of him, and didn't feel the slightest bit of fear due to the difference in realms. Mo Listening Rain was at the back, glaring angrily at Yang Yuhua, seemingly due to Yang Yuhua's remark about her eldest senior brother's general appearance. Meng Yuan and Zhang Guangyan were both frequent fighters, and as soon as they took a look at Ning Gaofei and Mo Listening Rain's stance, they knew that the two had a combined attack, together with a martial arts. If there was more tacit understanding, they might really be able to put up a fight against a 6th grade martial artist. This stone room is wide, flickering unhindered. His side has more people. Naturally, cannot stay hands. Zhang Guangyan and Meng Yuan glanced at each other, and the two of them didn't say anything, just waiting to strike. Meng Yuan was still careful to care at this moment. The burning heart divine power was activated, and a wisp of subtle thoughts were scorched and incinerated, but the inside open screen was indeed making efforts in secret. Reflecting on the past, Meng Yuan had powerfully killed Elder White Ape of the 6th grade and slender-waisted slave, and also fought with Grandmaster Kurenai in a back-and-forth battle, but at that time, the White Ape Elder was already seriously injured, so there is no need to mention it. The slender-waisted slave, on the other hand, was not good at attacking, and had taken the enemy lightly. Therefore, Meng Yuan in Kurenai Monk is considered a real rival. 2 people on martial arts, a good at attacking the way of the 6th grade monk, really is a fight you to and fro. Meng Yuan thought to himself that the damage he had inflicted on Kurenai Daisha in the end wasn't that great, and that he himself was gradually withering away, and that he was bound to lose if he stayed up. It is also rely on 4 times the essence of fire-quenching body, inside and outside of the strong far better than the same level. If replaced by an ordinary 7th grade martial arts, afraid not to fight on a few rounds, the body is like rotten wood in general. Nowadays, Meng Yuan had a lot of experience in fighting, but he really hadn't fought a 6th grade martial artist yet. If the opponent was Meng Yuan thought to himself that he would never be able to fight. Even if he fought to the death, the chances of winning were not high. While Meng Yue killed Li Jinyun with a single strike, she only seriously injured Yang Yubai, which shows that Yang Yubai is inferior to Meng Yue and stronger than Li Jinyun. But after all, it was a 6th grade martial man. Regardless of the amount of jade liquid, experience in battle, or the various heavenly chance aptitudes, they were all existences that could not be underestimated. And there is a bald donkey of the same 6th grade watching from the side. Even if the unlocking of the screen with injuries, it is also a 6th grade that specializes in the method of attacking the heart. At this moment, Ning went to the non-steps. The stone room was born within the subtle flow of wind, and then the long sword in his hand glittered, reflecting the entire stone room without a shadow. Afterward, he saw the flowing wind around Ning Zhaifei's body grow more and more swift, heading straight for Yang Yubai. The method of fixation. Mo listening, you pinched his fingers with both hands, his face serious. Yang Yuhua was calm, crossing his sword in front of him with one hand and forming a finger with the other. But just at this time, we'll see Ning to go to the non by the body around the flow of wind scrolling, but the swiftness of the extreme spared away. And then there are pieces of snowflake visions, all pressure to understand the open screen, all-encompassing, unraveling the screen body. Buddha's light flourished, two hands together. Originally faced there are a few points of calm, but see Zhang Guanyan also raised the knife to their own. That Mo listening rain is pointing flying swords. Yang Yuhua was about to go to his aid when he saw a flying rainbow pass in front of him. This time Meng Yuan 4 people have a clear goal. The strategy is also clear. The other two is Yang Yuhua strong and unlock the screen weak. So one person try to hold Yang Yuhua, the other 3 first take unlock the screen. Meng Yuan took advantage of the flying rainbow to reach his body and swung his sword, but realized that he had already lost Yang Yuvase's chi. That Yang Yubi's sword was covered in frost, but she did not use her sword to respond to the enemy. Instead, she pointed out with her fingers, facing Meng Yuan's blade. The two touched each other. Meng Yuan did not stop for a moment, and spring thunder blossomed immediately. When Yang Yuhua saw this, she first frowned with a look of surprise, and then smiled cheerfully. What a fine and sturdy young man. Fighting is fighting. How much does it mean to molest? Meng Yuan in fact is not too good to suffer. That Yang Yu bottle and finger like a knife. Looks like jade liquid and knife astral attack, but which seems to have the power of cold ice. Meng Yuan will be like falling into the feeling of the ice cave, several times quenching the body. This moment to see the success. Meng Yuan can endure as much as he can, but he just thinks that this Yang Yuhua's fingering method should also be some kind of heaven's chance divine power. But it is not a strange power, but a method of elimination. Just as the Kurenai Daisher could cause people to gradually wither and decay, Yang Yuhua's Tenji Dharma sect was to cause people to gradually freeze. This is actually the same path as Blooming Spring Thunder, except that Blooming Spring Thunder is for attacking the heart, and Yang Yuhua's Tianji avatar is for trapping people. Meng Yuan attacked more than strongly, and immediately realized the gap between a 7th grade martial artist and a 6th grade martial artist. That Yang Yu bottle easy to deal with. Long sword strikes, every time to drive silk cold air, and she also does not care to untie the screen struggling to support. Actually do not move steps, and Meng Yuan consumed, clearly is not too trusting of untie the screen. Meng Yuan hands pinch the floating light cave sky not send, but not to cherish the power, but feel not allowed to Yang Yu bottle means. After all, floating light cave sky is a hair no return of the heavenly magic. If she ducked blocked, that would be a problem. So it is still necessary to have someone to join forces to check and balance the Yang Yu bottle only. Hurry up! On this side, Meng Yuan felt more and more that his body's flesh and blood were laced with ice dregs, and even the jade liquid had a feeling of solidification. While over there, untying the screen could no longer carry it. Yang Yu vase inside open screen body Buddha light faded. There is still a blood stain on the chest. She then a smile. Little peacock, you cannot stay power. I've already gone all out. Unpacking the screen before he could explain, he saw that Zhang Guanyan and Ning Gofei didn't give him a chance to speak. Taking the mountain to catch the sun. Ning Gofei seemed like a different person. The sword blade above the sword more prosperous, and the whole body has a light heavy meaning. Every time out of the sword has the feeling of a high mountain presses the top of the mountain. Unlocking the screen hard to block 3 times, and then his shoulder was actually stirred by the sword. His eyes also fumed viciously. Enter my Buddha's sect, only to see the unraveling of the screen body no longer half of the Buddha's light, but the eyes steeply bright, straight with Ning to the Fei on. Ning Dofei immediately had a sense of bewilderment on his face. Don't hurt my senior brother. Mo listening, you immediately stepped forward. The sword in his hand made a flying spin and stabbed at untying Ping. While this was happening, Zhang Guanyan slashed through the cavernous sky. Yang Yu Bottle I see unlocking the screen indeed did not stay force. Then no longer hesitate. A sleeve waved out. There are actually thousands of cold-ons. Meng Yuan raised the knife to block. That Yang Yu Bottle to take advantage of this turn. The blink of an eye to unlock the front of the screen. A sword point out. Seems to have a cold sword ice knife. Mo listening to the rain immediately on the abdomen burst of blood. Yang Yuhua had obviously not exerted his full strength, instead focusing on Zhang Guanyan's floating light cave heaven. Just see the knife break through the hole in the sky, and then the floating light rushed out. Yang Yu Bottle's sword on the cold layers, waved like a river of ice falling, actually caught most of the floating light, leaving only a few wounds on the body. The floating light cave is just a trick to bully children. Avoid it from afar, and block it from near. Yan Yuzhuan was remarkably confident. She was obviously quite wary of untying Ping and waited until she was seriously injured before striking. But the 6th grade martial artist had seriously injured Mo Hearing You with a single strike, and had also tricked Zhang Guanyan into striking hard, and since then the field had already wasted 2 people. Avalanche Mountain. Ning Gofei glanced at Meng Yuan, and there was the image of clouds surrounding a high mountain around his body, and as the sword came out, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Yan Yuhua momentarily had a dazzling feeling, just at this time, in front of the eyes and a flying rainbow. So what if you crumble mountains? I'll make your mountains and rivers freeze. Ice spirit seals the heart. Yan Yuhua gritted her teeth, and there was a cold ice vision around her body, followed by one hand and finger going to defense against Meng Yuan behind the flying rainbow, and one sword stirred up Ning Zhaifei's sword, while the cold aura on the sword landed like a needle in front of Ning Zhaifei's chest. Yan Yuhua used this divine ability, as if it took a great deal of energy. His body trembled constantly, and his face was even paler, and at that moment, Meng Yuan had already borrowed a flying rainbow to arrive, and his sword opened the cave, followed by thousands of floating lights falling. Yan Yuhua had just coped with the Avalanche Mountain avatar, and had not yet taken a breath. Not being able to think too much, there was a cold aura on the sword again, going to block these thousands of floating lights. At this time, Yang Yuhua actually saw that the corners of the mouth of the seriously injured Xieping actually had a smile, as if they had succeeded in something. Yang Yuhua waved the cold sword, blocked 2 breaths after the floating light has not stopped, and then the sword on the cold aura was wiped out as much as possible. This floating light cave heaven was a stance of the Demon Suppression Division and was extremely famous. Yan Yuhua naturally knew this technique well, and she wasn't afraid of the floating light cave heaven. But this person's floating light cave heaven was not only powerful, but it was also continuous and uninterrupted, no less powerful than the one that a 6th grade martial artist would catalyze. Yang Yuhua is like a bod who has seen it all before, and thinks she can handle even a strong man who has taken drugs. But I never thought that the one who came was not a sturdy man, but a big buffalo in the middle of its spring period. Ice bone. Yan Yuhua gritted her teeth and retreated to the stone wall. Thousands of floating lights illuminated the stone room and fell on Yang Yuhua as much as they could. The entire stone room was extremely bright, with all the colors changing. When the floating light fell out, Yang Yuhua kneeled on one knee, using the remnants of his sword to support his body, half leaning against the stone wall. No one part of his body was intact, and he had already become a bloody man. Yang Yu Bottle gasping for air, cloudy eyes full of anger. She first looked at the seriously injured but a few points of triumph to unlock the screen, and then even slowly stood up, and then the body seems to be on fire in general. Covered in blood and water was actually transformed into steam. Her face is also getting better and better. It was as much a dharma as nirvana back to heaven, for healing and recovery, but I don't know how long it would last. Meng Yuan held the knife in his hand and gasped for air. The jade liquid did not exist, so it was time to use blood as a medium to catalyze nirvana back to heaven. Kid, let me do it. A weak voice came from behind him, only to see Zhang Guanyan's face pale as he raised his sword and arrived again, followed by a slash through the cavernous sky. He had clearly just catalyzed the floating light cavern, and it hadn't even been 10 breaths before he did it again. And the floating light flashes, domineering extreme, compared to Meng Yuan's is not a little worse, clearly is a strong use of some kind of magical power, not only through this to restore the qi, but also send all the potential. Uncle Zhang, Zhang Baifu, frost-shrouded Ning Gofei's body, his eyes lost in thought. Yan Yuhua had just recovered a little bit when she saw people coming to fight for their lives, so she could only stand up to block again. The floating light fell, and Yan Yuhua had already become a bloody man again. She had already invoked the secret method and forcefully recovered her injuries, and now she was immediately pressed down again. Her body was even more injured. Just see Yang Yu Bottle clothes broken, revealing organs and ribs. Rotten meat seems to have been ground into a filling. Face blood stains apiece, but the damage is not too big. Visible to her face is the most loving care. Such a situation is still protecting the face. No more, no more. Yang Yu bottle lying on the ground, his voice trembling, full of despair. Untying the screen, hobbled forward and grabbed Yang Yuhua's arm. I told you to be careful a long time ago. You still had to wait until I was seriously injured. See? You suffered. It's really Ba Buddha. He actually sounded as if he was talking about lunch. End of chapter. Chapter 163, Cutting Flesh and Feeding It to Eagles. You do not have permission to access this page.